The wealthy father, in order to protect his daughter from bullying at school, spares no expense to hire you for $1 million to secretly protect her. For the money, you must follow her without any bottom line or self-respect. Unaware of this, the campus beauty sees you merely as a humble sycophant. But when you've made enough money and disappear after deleting all her contacts, the campus beauty becomes anxious. At this moment, the butler throws a large bag onto the table. Soon to graduate, it's time to part ways with Miss Xiaoqingyu. Our deal ends here. You open your backpack, and stacks of cash tumble out onto the floor. While counting the money, you suddenly remember the key point in the butler's words. You mean, I won't have to follow Xiaoqingyu around and take care of her anymore? That's right, it was 2 years ago when the wealthy man's daughter entered the picture. She is beautiful and elegant, yet her personality is cold and taciturn. Although in your eyes, she is just a naive fool. Yet, many people still rush forward for Xiaoqingyu's beauty. Unfortunately, they all fall under her indifferent gaze. With the mindset of destroying what they cannot have, rumors quickly spread. When this matter reached Old Man Xiao, he donated a building to the school. The rumors vanished instantly. However, he still worries about his daughter's school life. He can't have 2 bodyguards standing at the classroom door. In his dilemma, your name comes into Old Man Zhao's sights. You have martial arts training, come from a poor background, perform well academically, and happen to be in the same class as Xiaoqingyu. The two of you hit it off, you pay, and I take care of your daughter. Everyone has a bright future. However, this job can easily make you the target of everyone's ridicule. After all, only you can persist in being kind to her without any bottom line or self-respect under the campus beauty's indifference. You originally thought you would be a sycophant until graduation, but just yesterday, things took a turn. A thug from outside, after seeing Xiaoqingyu's face, became infatuated and planned to force him into agreement with sheer numbers. Seeing this, you can't hold back anymore. No one can harm your client. After you take down about 10 thugs, the Xiao family's bodyguards arrive, taking Xiaoqingyu away while cleaning up the scene. Unexpectedly, the next morning, you receive notice from Old Man Xiao to terminate the deal. However, this doesn't affect you much. You have other clients besides Xiaoqingyu. Moreover, by the end of this month, you'll have earned enough for your college living expenses. You pack all 1 million into a travel bag. The butler looks at your injured lip with a complicated expression, truly thinking this guy has fallen into the allure of money. Is he really that desperate for cash? Watching your departing figure, the butler finally asks, did you ever like Miss Qingyu? You open the booth door and reply earnestly, I like every client. Everyone is my benefactor. Next time there's such a business, come find me again. The booth door closes. The butler shakes his head helplessly. He's never seen someone like you before. Typically, once labeled as a sycophant, one naturally becomes a target of exclusion. Yet, you always wear a bright smile, completely unaffected. Soon, it's Monday, and the thought of not having to wake up half an hour early to make breakfast for Xiaoqingyu brings a smile to your lips. Xiaoqingyu is picky even about the food she doesn't like. Previously, she fainted due to low blood sugar, and coincidentally, it happened right in front of you, causing her to bump her head. Later, upon learning she has low blood sugar and doesn't like breakfast, you decided to make some porridge for her, expecting it to be ruthlessly rejected. But who would have thought that the campus beauty, accustomed to gourmet food, actually enjoys the occasional plain porridge and side dishes? Since then, you wake up half an hour early every day to prepare for Xiaoqingyu. The campus beauty isn't foolish. She gives you 100 yuan every time. It's a bit chilly, but you think, as Xiaoqingyu walks into class 3 of senior year. As soon as she enters, the entire classroom falls silent, with everyone looking towards the seat behind you. After all, from the moment Xiaoqingyu stepped through the school gate, your figure has always been visible. Throughout the day, it's as if you have radar, constantly picking up on her whereabouts. So when they don't see Xiaoqingyu, everyone in the class is surprised. The sun must be rising in the west today. The sycophant has changed his ways. Someone says this, and the class bursts into laughter. You glance at them calmly and say flatly, the teacher will be here in 10 seconds. Everyone's expression changes instantly, and they quickly sit down in their seats. Seeing this, you shake your head with a smile. Kids at this age care more about face than anything. They don't think about it. With so many people who like Xiaoqingyu, why are they allowed to follow her? If Xiaoqingyu truly didn't want you around, she has countless ways to get rid of you. But she hasn't. This shows that Xiaoqingyu is really okay with this. You can't help but sigh. The opportunity is right there, yet she stubbornly refuses to take a bite. However, whether she accepts it or not has nothing to do with you now. You walk to your seat and drop your backpack. Your deskmate, Chen Haonan, uses a book to cover his face while secretly munching on bread. His eyes dart around, always alert to the situation outside. The teacher is really coming. You shrug your shoulders, indicating you didn't see anything. Only then does Chun Haonan relax and take a big bite. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierces the air, sending chills down everyone's spine. The only true goddess of Class 3, Li Wanfang, has arrived. Seeing this, Chun Haonan immediately freezes and looks at you in disbelief. Get out to eat, the teacher has spoken. Chun Haonan can only hang his head in defeat, carrying his books out to stand. You put your backpack in the drawer and take your books out with you. As soon as you exit the classroom, Chun Haonan approaches and asks, "Why didn't you come with Miss Xiao today, my benefactor?" Just as he finishes speaking, a hurried sound of footsteps approaches. Chun Haonan is surprised to see that Miss Xiao is actually late. Hearing the exclamation, you turn around and indeed see a tall, slender figure at the staircase. Amidst a group of disheveled high school students, Xiao Qingyu is as beautiful as a clear spring. People at school only mock your sycophantic behavior, but no one has ever laughed at your taste. However, at this moment, she looks a bit disheveled. After glancing at his flushed cheeks from running wildly, you casually lowered your head and continued reading. That day, the butler inexplicably asked you if you liked Xiao Qingyun. It was definitely not an unfounded rumor. There must be instructions from old man Xiao. After all, as an old father, he is still worried that his little cabbage will be pushed by the pig. However, since you have already received the money, you will definitely abide by the agreement. The transaction is over, and stay away from Xiao Qingyun. Chun Haonan squeezed next to you with a sly smile. Your goddess has arrived. If you don't take a moment to greet her. Today Xiaoxiohua actually arrived late for the first time. No wonder she looks so flustered. If you casually turn a page of a book, isn't that your goddess? You can greet her. Chun Haonan shrank his neck upon hearing this. He is so handsome, I dare not talk to him. The high ponytail of Xiao Qingyu became a bit loose while running. 1 second before stepping into the classroom door, he saw you leaning against the wall memorizing. Then, without leaving a trace, she frowned slightly and entered the classroom. Chun Haonan cast a sympathetic glance at you. Carefully opening your mouth, you look quite handsome too. I've been licking for more than 2 years, but when the school beauty Xiao comes in, she doesn't even look at you. Why not give up on her? Okay. I know you are unwilling to give up, but Chun Haonan is silly, isn't he? How could you give up so easily? I finally thought of a bunch of comforting words, but this script is not right. There's a smile flowing in your eyes. I patted Chun Haonan's shoulder and said I won't lick anymore. Are you very surprised? Surprised, too surprised. Chun Haonan was stunned. He has heard quite a few rumors about you. It is rumored that this kid licks without dignity and without bottom line, and the key person Xiao Qingyu does not appreciate it, which makes you look even more like a clown. A person who was so persistent has now easily given up. Chun Haonan touched his own mouth and muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, you couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. In the past, all your thoughts were on Xiao Qingyu, and you really didn't realize that your deskmate was so interesting. Soon, the rhythmic footsteps sounded. You whispered, and Xiao Qingyu came out. Chun Haonan widened his eyes and turned to look back. Sure enough, Xiao Qingyu came out of the classroom holding a book. Like a breath of fresh air, you can feel it, but you can never grasp it. But now, the wind has fallen beside you. I glanced at Xiao Qingyu's pale and cold profile, not knowing what to say. Seeing Xiao Qingyu standing next to you, Chun Haonan felt a bit anxious. It was not easy for his adoptive father to give up being a sycophant, yet this school beauty Xiao still wouldn't let him become a cocky guy. The next moment, a clear and cold female voice sounded, "Good morning, Wen Yan." Chun Haonan saw it and looked at Xiao Qingyun like a ghost. What the hell is going on? Xiao Qingyun took the initiative to greet his adoptive father. You are also a bit surprised and just faintly replied with good morning in the end. Only received such a bland and lukewarm answer. Xiao Qingyun's clear eyes showed some confusion. Shouldn't you have started talking nonstop before? Why aren't you speaking? But a couple of days ago, it was really you who saved him. When it comes to benefactors, shouldn't you take the initiative? Thinking of this, Xiao Qingyu dryly asked you, did you come very early today? In the past, as soon as he got off the car, he could see you waiting at the school gate. Even if sometimes he gets up early on a whim, he can always see your figure standing at the school gate, but today there is none. Or rather, since that day when the thug fought, he hasn't received any news from you. Today he came to school early to thank you, but he waited at the school gate for a long time and didn't see your figure even after being late. Could it be that Lu Li is seriously injured? Just thinking about this possibility made Xiao Qingyu a bit anxious, so he quickened his pace, wanting to ask the homeroom teacher in class. However, I saw your figure at the classroom door. Oh, it turns out he is fine. Seeing that Xiao Qingyu was a bit talkative today, you have some doubts, but still spoke up. It's not early, it's half an hour later than before, so from now on, come at this time. Xiao Qingyu nodded, her face expressionless. I didn't wait for you at the school gate, thinking your injuries were severe. I'm glad to see you're okay. Wen Yan looked at Xiao Qingyu with a strange expression. With this calm and unruffled face, you say you are happy for me, but his words inadvertently reveal some sincerity. Thinking of this, you smiled and spoke, "How could your past pursuits be so sad? Wouldn't it be that you feel you're being sarcastic towards them?" Ah, the whale is looking at you with its beautiful eyes. Can you understand classical Chinese? You are speechless with laughter, indeed a silly goose, and you nod seriously. In the past, I had to balance studying and protecting Xiao Qingyu every day. I was so busy that I didn't have time to chat with him at all. Other people are different, they all eagerly gather around Xiao Qingyu, wanting to talk to him. No wonder those who pursued Xiao Qingyu said he was indifferent. It turns out this silly goose's way of speaking is too direct, which has deeply hurt those people, and you suddenly feel like you've realized the truth of the matter. It seems that old man Xiao taught his daughter music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but did not teach her the art of speaking. Xiao Qingyu lowered her eyes and gently nodded, realizing that she felt his way of speaking was not good. He is somewhat puzzled, he speaks clearly and concisely, so why would there be a problem? At this moment, Chen Haonan beside hesitated, born to shelter his father, you too. The way these two people interact is completely different from what is said in legends. Oh, what does that mean? Is it a special way of communication between the two? Why can't I understand? You waved your hand casually, go play if there's nothing else. Okay, Chen Haonan nodded blankly, a little farther away from the two. He looks at the chocolate in his hand, then at Li Moda in the class, and feels a bit hesitant to eat it. Seeing this, you smile and look to the side. Eating is about being bold and meticulous. Xiao Qingyu stared at the book in her hand, but her ears twitched slightly. Chen Haonan was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. Then open your mouth. Being bold means daring to stuff things into your mouth anytime and anywhere. Being attentive means always paying attention to whether the teacher is present. Chen Haonan couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. It turns out this is such a bold and meticulous person. Xiao Qingyu stared at the book with a blank expression, but the corners of her mouth curved slightly without leaving a trace. Why are you laughing? The sound of Li Mo's voice echoed throughout the entire floor after the low exam score. You suddenly feel that being his class teacher is not easy, and he still has to learn the lion's roar skill. Chen Haonan is not careful. Everyone come in for class, wait for the teacher to arrive. Li Mo's head spoke, and the three could only honestly enter the classroom. Xiao Qingyu walks in the front. Everyone in the class kept looking at him, as top-notch looks always attract both men and women. Since Xiao Qingyu entered high school, among her pursuers, there are not only seniors and juniors, but also senior sisters and junior sisters. As she passed the podium, Xiao Qingyu's footsteps suddenly slowed down and even swayed slightly. The people in the class thought she was going to speak, looking at her with a face full of surprise. Only when you think for a moment do you suddenly feel that something is wrong. Could it be low blood sugar again? In order to prevent the school-recognized beauty from getting another one for herself, you quickly snatched a piece of chocolate from Chen Haonan's pocket, forcefully grabbed Xiao Qingyu's wrist, stuffed the chocolate into his mouth, and swallowed it. Xiao Qingyu's watery eyes revealed surprise. When he felt a hint of sweetness between his lips and teeth, he obediently swallowed it all down, and the dizziness in front of him gradually eased. In the class, the study committee member who has always had a crush on Xiao Qingyu stood up and said, "Luli, what are you doing? Who gave you the right to take advantage of female classmates?" You turned a deaf ear to this, and only when Xiao Qingyu calmed down did you immediately release his wrist and went back to your seat. Hu Zhongzhong saw that his scolding had an effect, and immediately felt a bit smug. He ran to the front of the podium to show his kindness. "Qingyun, are you okay?" Seeing him take action, the other boys in the class could only grit their teeth. "Why are you fierce, Luli?" Xiao Qingyun regained his strength and stared at Hu Zhongzhong with his pitch-black eyes, filled with confusion. Being looked at like this, Hu Zhongzhong appeared completely at a loss. "He touched your hand, taking advantage of you." Xiao Qingyun's expression was calm, and he spoke calmly. He did not have a moment. The whole class was in an uproar, suddenly seeing Xiao Xiaohua say so much. Isn't it said that Luli is a one-sided love-s? Oh no, won't it end up having everything in the end? Is it still too late for me to go and lick now? Hu Zhongzhong didn't understand what was going on and was just about to speak. One can see that Xiao Qingyu never stirs up waves for anyone, with eyes that create ripples. He suddenly became timid. "Not everyone has your courage. Step aside." Xiao Qingyu frowned slightly. Hu Zhongzhong was immediately stunned in place. What's waiting? He thinks the person in front of him doesn't seem very smart. Oh okay, Hu Zhongzhong's mind is a blank. Immediately turned around, didn't stand firm and sat down on the podium. Immediately caused a burst of laughter in the class. "Adoptive father, you have become successful." Chen Haonan covered his mouth with a book, still not recovered from the earlier excitement. "What exactly happened between you and Xiao Xiaohua?" "He is replacing you in Hu Zhongzhong's affections. Since Xiao Qingyu entered school, The few times he has spoken the most were all during his speech in the auditorium after winning first place in his grade for consecutive years. But today, he actually said so much for you. You slowly raise your head and can see Xiao Qingyu's back at a glance. The position you specifically chose at that time allows you to keep an eye on Xiao Qingyu's movements at all times. His back is always straight, and his sitting posture is also proper. Sometimes you really doubt, old man Xiao, whether he doesn't know how to raise a daughter at all, which is why he raised his daughter into an AI robot. You withdrew your gaze, and what happened to us too? What he was waiting for was this sentence, and Chen Haonan suddenly became excited. Surely you confessed your feelings deeply a few days ago, and were ruthlessly rejected again by the school beauty, Xiao. You smoke and get drunk, cry on the street, and finally have a great realization, deciding to let go of everything and study hard. Your scalp is tingling. From then on, your grades soared, while the school beauty Xiao struggled to adapt to life without you, suddenly realizing that she had already fallen in love with you, but had not noticed it due to her pride. You are coughing desperately. In the end, to win back your heart, Xiao did many things that shattered her persona, even getting into a car accident and ending up in the ICU. You finally softened your heart, and the two of you reconciled. You avoid eye contact. That makes a lot of sense. Where did you see that? Chen Haonan proudly asked. Did the school hunk chase his wife to the cremation ground today? And Gu Yi, take your time, that wicked king chasing his wife. The sound of this sentence is not like Lu Li's. Chen Haonan's voice suddenly stopped. Damn it, teacher. Lu Li, I was wrong. It's nothing. I deserve it. You have a face full of a wanting to die smile, and you were kicked out of the classroom with Chen Haonan, barely having sat down before standing up again. You only have one question in your heart right now. You love to read those novels that dig out hearts and kidneys, and in the end, have a happy reunion. Chen Haonan scratched his head and said shyly, I saw the girls in the class looking at these books, so I borrowed them to take a look. When I was in school, I could spend half a day reading a manual, let alone this kind of novel. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came from the staircase. Chen Haonan remembered your skills just now, so he asked, can you tell who has come? Shaking my head lightly, I can only hear the sound of Xiao Qingyu's footsteps. Chen Haonan looks at you with eyes full of sympathy. Truly seeing is believing, indeed very flattering. In the future, make sure to torment Xiao Hua more, so that he can recognize his own heart. Unknowingly, Chen Haonan's inner balance has already tilted towards you. Where are the right hands? A flamboyant voice came from the corridor. You already know who it is without looking up. Xia Yeshuang, you are late. Since the moment Xia Yeshuang and Xiao Qingyu entered the scene, the debate over who is the school beauty has never stopped. Some people like the kind of little chili pepper that Xia Yeshuang has. Some people like this high-necked flower, Xiao Qingyu. This lively competition for the school beauty reached a definitive conclusion a month after the start of school, successfully landing on Xiao Qingyu. And the reason is unexpectedly surprising. Someone is trying to take advantage of their senior status to make a move on Xia Yeshuang. Then his arm was broken by him. The girl breaks her arm with her bare hands. These three completely unrelated words are strangely connected. Since then, Xia Yeshuang successfully became a key figure in the school. No one wants to provoke this thorny rose. So from the moment Xia Yeshuang appeared, Chen Haonan immediately fixed his gaze on the ground. This floor tile really looks like a floor tile. Unfortunately, it's too difficult for the big fool Chen to shrink his massive body, making it as challenging as an elephant burying its head in the sand. And you don't care, calmly making eye contact with Xia Yeshuang. He is an art student majoring in vocal music, and his attendance at school is very unstable. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. Perhaps it is the privilege of art students. He has dazzling golden hair, and his light brown pupils are as bright as jewels. Summer Leaves Frost slightly raised her chin, walked in front of you, and opened her mouth to mock, a licking dog astonished by the cloth. However, it was interrupted by your performance. This hair color suits you very well and makes you look instantly fair. Summer Leaves Frost covered the ground. A large chunk of sarcasm was stuck in the throat, unable to swallow, unable to spit it out. He can hardly imagine what he heard. As Lu Chen, a loyal admirer of Wei Qingyu, unexpectedly praised her hair color, what was happening? Was he serious? Did this color really look good? A flood of questions rushed into Xia Yeshuang's mind, causing a faint blush to creep onto her cheeks. Gritting her teeth, Xia Yeshuang cursed Lu Chen before turning to enter the classroom. Do you really need to say that? Put. Lu Chen chuckled as he watched her retreating figure, looking somewhat flustered. Wow. So tsundere. Unfortunately, he wasn't falling for that. Lu Chen said leisurely, it's the 21st century, tsundere has long been out of style. Who even likes tsundere anymore? Wait a minute. Lu Chen suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. He turned to see Li Dachuan's fiery gaze locked onto him. Maybe he should consider getting a pair of iron shorts? Li Dachuan suddenly grabbed Lu Chen's hand, excitedly exclaiming, "Holy crap! Stars! Awesome! You really are impressive. Wei Qingyu and Xia Yexiang actually both fell for you." Big Shachan gave the highest praise a man could receive. "You really are impressive. Foster father. So amazing. Teach me, teach me." Just a few words were enough to send Xia Yexiang fleeing. "Who else? Who else?" Lu Chen rubbed his fingers together, smiling as he said, "Well." Li Dachuan understood immediately and pulled out all his pocket money to offer it up. "Long live the king." Lu Chen smiled mysteriously and leaned closer to Li Dachuan's ear, whispering, "As for this, just practice more." Li Dachuan. "Ha? Was I just robbed?" Lu Chen swore to the heavens that he was only sharing his own experiences. No one is born knowing how to socialize. When Lu Chen first started as a professional admirer, he didn't understand many things. After being scolded and beaten, he gradually learned. Practicing more really is the way to go. What? Xia Yexiang had just slipped into the back of the classroom. Her surrounding followers quickly filled her in on what had happened that day. "Absolutely no doubt. Sister Xia, we all saw it." "Yeah, I can testify." Wei Qingyu really spoke up for Lu Chen, while Lu Chen seemed indifferent to her. This kid Lu Chen has been fawning for so long, and he actually got somewhere? Exactly, exactly. While the people around her continued to chatter, Xia Yexiang's gaze unconsciously fell on Wei Qingyu. After a long moment, Xia Yexiang suddenly let out a mischievous laugh. "Interesting. Really interesting. Could someone like Wei Qingyu, who held herself in such high regard, actually have feelings? So she was into Lu Chen's admiration after all?" Xia Yexiang hissed, recalling Lu Chen's earlier words, and scoffed. "Her taste is really quite poor." "Sister Xia, are you going to?" The people around her noticed the smile at the corner of Xia Yexiang's mouth and felt that someone was about to have bad luck. Xia Yexiang lowered her exquisite eyes, twirling a strand of her golden hair, and suddenly asked, "Do you think this hair color looks good?" "Looks good, looks good." The people around her nodded like insects in response. Xia Yexiang pouted in boredom. None of them were as sincere as Lu Chen's praise. But, since Wei Qingyu seemed to have a special interest in Lu Chen now, then, of course, she had to find a way to make things difficult for Wei Qingyu. 017 The joy of shipping CP. The entire morning passed quite pleasantly. Lu Chen hummed a little tune while studying in class, everything in perfect order. In the past, he had to pay attention to Wei Qingyu, his studies, and the teachers. Every day felt like he was serving 8 wealthy women who had drained him dry. Now, he didn't have to split his energy on Wei Qingyu and could focus solely on his studies. It was simply heaven. Only Li Dachuan looked at Lu Chen with some concern. "Xingxing, are you really okay? Was he mentally unstable from the shock?" Even if he wanted to give up on Wei Qingyu, it shouldn't have such a strong aftereffect. This whole morning, the smile on Lu Chen's face sent a chill down Li Dachuan's back. Lu Chen grinned and said, "Totally fine. I'm very energetic." That's it. The kid is really crazy. By lunchtime, Li Dachuan wanted to invite Lu Chen to eat together and even brought up the family teachings of their ancestors. "Our ancestors said, if you're not eager to eat, there's something wrong with your brain." Lu Chen, carrying his backpack filled with luxury clothes gifted by Song Junju, was heading to a second-hand luxury store. "Next time, I have something to do." Lu Chen swept past Wei Qingyu like a gust of wind, not stopping for a moment. Wei Qingyu sat in her seat, staring blankly at Lu Chen's disappearing figure. In class before, she could always feel his gaze on her. But today, she didn't sense Lu Chen's gaze, and yet her heart felt inexplicably empty. After a moment of thought, she reasoned, "He saved me, and according to etiquette, I should invite him to a meal out of gratitude." Wei Qingyu convinced herself and stood up, walking towards the classroom door. Li Dachuan's jaw nearly dropped in shock. He thought about Lu Chen's departing figure and then about Wei Qingyu following closely behind. Holy crap! Li Dachuan felt he had discovered a huge secret. These two aren't getting together, are they? Could it be that Lu Chen's confession didn't fail? Could it be Wei Qingyu's family disapproves? After all, Wei's father had donated a building to the school, something that ordinary families really can't compete with. For families like that, isn't there usually some kind of arranged marriage involved? Then Lu Chen and Wei Qingyu would be a tragic romance. Li Dachuan covered his mouth in surprise, his eyes sparkling, his face flushed. At that moment, a female classmate passed by and looked at Li Dachuan curiously, asking, "Physical committee member, which CP are you shipping?" Li Dachuan awkwardly cleared his throat, trying to maintain his serious demeanor as the physical committee member, quickening his pace to leave. "What's CP shipping? I don't understand, I don't understand." The female classmate muttered to herself, "Wait a minute." Increased heart rate, flushed face, excited eyes, a smile like an ant's. This is the manifestation of shipping CP. Li Dachuan secretly hid in a corner. He looked at the chocolate Lu Chen had given him, gripping it tightly, and said with determination, Xing, don't worry. I won't take advantage of you. I will do my utmost to protect your love. He wanted to create as many opportunities for the two of them to be together as possible. Boo-hoo! Countless tragic romance novels flashed through his mind as Li Dachuan wiped the corners of his eyes and sighed. What a pair of lovesick fools. Lu Chen was already quite familiar with the second-hand luxury store near the school. After all, some clients used to like giving him items, which was even better than cash or gold for Lu Chen. So these second-hand luxury stores were quite useful. Ding-dling! The sound of wind chimes rang as Lu Chen pushed open the door to his most familiar second-hand luxury store. The owner was a middle-aged woman in her 40s named Kate. Although Lu Chen didn't understand why Kate, who was clearly a local, had a foreign name, he didn't care. As long as she had money. Sister Kate. Lu Chen flashed a sweet smile and called out to her. Kate looked at Lu Chen with some surprise, swaying her hips as she walked over to poke Lu Chen's shoulder, giving him a playful glare. You little ungrateful one, now you remember your sister? Although she was old enough to be Lu Chen's mother. But if Lu Chen called her aunt, he would be thrown out without mercy. Lu Chen chuckled and looked at Kate seriously. It seems like it's going to be windy soon, Sister Kate, you should try not to go out. Kate was taken aback. Why? Lu Chen glanced over her entire body and obediently said, because Sister Kate, you seem to have lost weight again, and I'm afraid the wind will blow you away if you go out. Put. Kate laughed so hard she doubled over, poking Lu Chen's cheek and giving him a sideways glance. It's not easy for an older sister to make money, so you better stop talking. If you keep talking, I might just have to throw money at you. Kate also liked Lu Chen. He was good-looking, had a nice personality, didn't let his eyes wander, and his hands were particularly honest. The key point was that every luxury item Lu Chen brought was very, very new, with many tags still attached. Cash for goods. As Kate sorted through the luxury items Lu Chen brought, she looked at him counting money and said, Darling, if you were just 10 years older, I would definitely pursue you. Lu Chen laughed, You can't say that, being young has its advantages too. Like what? For example, older people's money might not be spent on you, but young people with energy will definitely spend it on you. Kate was taken aback and suddenly laughed. No wonder Lu Chen always received so many gifts. Who wouldn't like such an interesting and handsome younger brother? Alright then, if we can't be a couple, let's be siblings. Good brother, make sure to come to me if you have more goods. The clothes you brought this time are really good, they aren't even on sale in the store, and you got them. Lu Chen preferred to collect cash, it felt solid in his hands. He counted the money and put it in his backpack, smiling at Kate as he said, There won't be a next time, I'm quitting in June. Kate was surprised. Is there a rich woman who wants you to marry into her family? Congratulations on marrying into a wealthy family. Forgive her for only being able to think of that possibility, it was a common thought among those in the trade. Lu Chen waved his hand. No, I'm just tired. Oh, Sister Kate, don't make that face. I'm just quitting. It's not like I'm dying. Who knows, maybe I'll get seriously ill in the future and won't have medical expenses, and I'll have to do this job again. Kate laughed through her tears and punched Lu Chen lightly. Pfft, you little rascal. How can you curse yourself like that? Lu Chen wiped her tears away, casually smiling as he said, Just trying to make you happy. Ding-a-ling. The wind chime rang again as Lu Chen left the store with a backpack full of cash. Not far away, under the shade of a tree, the wind blew through the girl's long hair, revealing her cool, fair face, like a flower on a high mountain, untouchable. Lu Chen frowned. I didn't know Wei Daxioa had a hobby of being followed. 018 An outgoing moment leads to a lifetime of introversion. Do you really hate me? Wei Qingyu stood under the shade of the tree, tilting her head in confusion. Hiss. How to put it? Lu Chen walked up to Wei Qingyu and said to her, You know, genes are really unfair. It's clearly a random sequence code, yet some people end up looking utterly wicked, while others look kind and gentle. Wei Qingyu's clear eyes showed some confusion. You speak in circles. Lu Chen clenched his jaw. What I mean is, stop saying such things, look at the eyes around us. Wei Qingyu looked around and found many gazes fixed on her and Lu Chen. Every gaze directed at Lu Chen conveyed two words, scumbag. Who the hell said not to judge by appearances? Just look at Wei Qingyu's clean, moonlight-like aura, and then look at Lu Chen's cynical demeanor. A story about a blonde-haired kid tricking a good student was born just like that. At that moment, a fashionable aunt, holding a chihuahua, swayed past the two of them, and a diamond-studded phone fell between them. Hey, aunt, you dropped your phone. Lu Chen and Wei Qingyu temporarily set aside what they wanted to say and hurried to catch up with the aunt. The aunt, still admiring her chihuahua, touched her pocket upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Oh no, it really is my phone. In modern society, losing a phone is truly a hassle. The aunt gratefully shook hands with Lu Chen and Wei Qingyu, becoming a bit incoherent. It was clear she was an easily excited and adorable aunt. She opened her phone and cheerfully said, "Family, this pair of young handsome and beautiful people found my phone and returned it to me. Thank you so much, thank you so much. I must expose this, a little couple doing good deeds." Lu Chen was dumbfounded. He had encountered a social butterfly of an aunt, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. The words "little couple" hit Wei Qingyu too. She froze in place, her cheeks turning bright red. Before the aunt left, Lu Chen casually asked, "Aunt, what are you filming that video for?" The aunt, happily holding her chihuahua, waved goodbye to him and Wei Qingyu. "Of course, to post it online. And wants to expose the good deeds you two did. I have many friends and family on my account. Let them all praise you two handsome and beautiful people." Lu Chen's scalp tingled. "Can you not post it?" The aunt cheerfully replied, "It's already been sent out." I care for the aunt, and the aunt hangs me online? When the two returned to the tree, they exchanged glances. Neither knew who couldn't hold it in. Lu Chen burst into laughter. Wei Qingyu laughed much more subtly, but her eyes sparkled with light-hearted joy. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated. Wei Qingyu slightly curved her lips, watching Lu Chen laugh freely, and gently said, "Do you still want to talk about that topic from earlier?" Lu Chen casually sat on the bench under the tree, hugging his backpack, and patted the space beside him. Wei Qingyu paused for a moment, her ears turning slightly red. She always felt that Lu Chen's patting motion was not meant for her to sit beside him, but rather on his lap. Wei Qingyu gently bit her lip and slowly sat down next to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was always a practical person. He didn't like to drag out problems, so he smiled and said, "Whatever you want to say, just ask here, and I'll answer all at once." Wei Qingyu was silent for a moment, trying to find a hint of warmth in Lu Chen's eyes from the past. But there was none. Wei Qingyu slightly lowered her gaze, revealing her fair neck, and repeated the question. "Do you hate me?" "I don't hate you, no one hates you, you're a good person. But you smile at the lady in the store, smile at the street cleaner, and smile at the clouds in the sky." "What do you mean? Can't I smile? I smile at everyone. You don't smile at me." Wei Qingyu raised her head, looking into Lu Chen's eyes, and seriously repeated, "Today, you always frowned when you saw me, you didn't smile at me." Lu Chen couldn't believe it. "No way. Sister, do you know what you're saying?" Lu Chen pointed at himself and asked, "What am I to you?" Wei Qingyu was stunned. At first, when Lu Chen followed her, she wanted to get rid of him, but Lu Chen persistently stuck by her side. He paid attention to her needs at all times, immediately lending a hand when problems arose, and even made her delicious breakfasts. Most importantly, he was different from those who pursued her. From beginning to end, Lu Chen had never confessed to himself. So what reason did she have to drive Lu Chen away? Over time, Lu Chen became a habit for her. Sometimes Wei Qingyu felt very despicable, because from Lu Chen's long gaze, she gained some secret sense of security. Even on the day Lu Chen rushed to fight those thugs, she felt a sense of panic for the first time. But now, when Lu Chen suddenly asked about their relationship, Wei Qingyu found it hard to define. In an instant, the words "little couple" that the auntie had said weighed heavily in her mind. These three words lingered for just a moment before being swept away. No way. Her life was like a fixed mathematical formula. Even if there were some deviations in the calculation process, it would ultimately return to the right track. True love was like a ghost to Wei Qingyu. Everyone said it existed, but she had never seen it. Love was unreliable. Moments later, Wei the campus bell reached a conclusion. "Benefactor." Pfft. Lu Chen laughed. Seeing Wei Qingyu's dazed expression, he knew this silly goose had fallen into a dead end again. But Wei Qingyu felt very satisfied with this definition of herself. "You are my benefactor, I should treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Not too close, nor too distant. Reasonable and clear." Lu Chen made a stop gesture. "I don't want to eat. If you want to thank me, why not just transfer me money directly?" Wei Qingyu nodded. "Okay, then you can transfer it through my WeChat." "Lu Chen? No. Are you serious?" When Lu Chen opened WeChat, he found there was indeed a friend request, sent out last week. He had been too busy dealing with Song Junju at that time and had forgotten about it. A look of confusion appeared on Wei Qingyu's pure and elegant face. "You don't seem to check your phone much." Lu Chen awkwardly accepted the request. His dealings with Wei Laodad only included on-campus matters, and there was no need to exchange WeChat with Wei Qingyu. This meant that until now, he had only just exchanged contact information with Wei Qingyu. In the first second after the friend request was accepted, Lu Chen received a transfer of 50,000 yuan. Wei Qingyu stared at the phone screen and said seriously, "There's a limit on single transfers. I'll continue to transfer to you." "Hey, don't!" Lu Chen panicked. He didn't expect Wei Qingyu to be so straightforward. Wei Lao dad had already paid, and there was no reason for any extra charges. This is enough, really enough, don't transfer me anymore, if you do, I'll feel burdened. Wei Qingyu smiled. Even if it wasn't you that day, I would have helped any girl, you don't need to take it too seriously. Wei Qingyu's expression was blank. Lu Chen observed Wei Qingyu's expression, feeling a bit overwhelmed. This silly goose Wei Qingyu was emotionally clueless, perhaps developing some feelings she wasn't even aware of. In the past, his clients were like Qi Yushan, everyone parted on good terms. But now, Wei Qingyu was a bit tricky. In June, Lu Chen would be free, and this damn spark of feelings was burning without any benefit at all. Lu Chen decided to quickly wrap this up. I've accepted the money, consider it your thank you fee, and this favor between us is settled. Wei Qingyu wanted to say something more, but Lu Chen directly interrupted her. I'm just a simple person, not well-traveled. When I entered school, I thought you were beautiful and wanted to treat you well. Faced with such straightforward and simple praise, Wei Qingyu felt a bit unnatural. Her heart suddenly raced. For more than 2 years, Lu Chen had never mentioned liking her, nor had he ever confessed. Could it be that he was about to confess? Wei Qingyu clutched the hem of her dress, curling her fingers. Clear and aboveboard, with a clear conscience, Lu Chen said confidently, I've treated you well for over 2 years. You should know that I haven't made any inappropriate moves or given any improper looks. Wei Qingyu nodded gently. Lu Chen felt satisfied. It seemed that reason could be communicated after all. My kindness to you is a one-sided action, you don't need to feel any burden. It's perfectly fine if you dislike me. Even when you eat the breakfast I make, you pay me, so you don't owe me anything. Wei Qingyu looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Those people who had blocked her from confessing before didn't start with such an opening line. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen continued, just now, you transferred me money, so that debt of gratitude is settled, and we owe each other nothing. Today I realized that I am who I am. After thinking for a long time, I suddenly realized that I don't actually like you. What? Wei Qingyu's heart trembled violently, her usually rational mind going blank. Her lips quickly turned pale as she opened her mouth, wanting to stop Lu Chen from saying anything further. No, don't say any more. Wei Qingyu's heart was in turmoil, a little voice screaming wildly inside her. But Lu Chen was determined to resolve this quickly, speaking rapidly. Since it's not love, I can't waste any more time on this vague feeling. The college entrance exam is approaching. I need to abandon this feeling and fully immerse myself in the sea of knowledge. My actions over the past 2 years may have occasionally disturbed you, and I apologize. I hope you can forgive me. From now on, we will be classmates who care for each other, okay? Having said everything in one breath, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The silly goose had always had things go smoothly, surrounded by stars, and was extremely stable emotionally. With his smooth little routine, complete with reasons, apologies, and repentance, she surely wouldn't refuse. Classmates who care for each other. A strange expression appeared on Wei Qingyu's face for the first time. She realized it wasn't a confession. Wei Qingyu suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. It was fine that it wasn't a confession. She didn't want to hear Lu Chen confess anyway. She didn't like Lu Chen. If he confessed, she would have to reject him. That wouldn't be polite to a benefactor. It was fine that it wasn't a confession. Lu Chen stared at Wei Qingyu's face, marveling that he had finally encountered her today. He could actually see her usually expressionless face change to show so many emotions. It seemed that a domineering gaze could contain 3 parts sarcasm, 3 parts disdain, 3 parts disappointment, and 1 part affection. Since the issue was resolved, Lu Chen smiled and said, Wei classmate, you don't like me either, right? Wei Qingyu's deep eyes looked at Lu Chen's bright smile, and she suddenly felt dizzy, clenching her teeth. I don't like you. That's great. Lu Chen clapped his hands in joy. I don't like you, and you don't like me. We can still be clear and above-board good classmates. In the future, we can help each other with any problems we encounter. After all, we've known each other for over 2 years. What do they call this? More friends, more paths. Wei Qingyu stared at Lu Chen's face and forced out a faint smile. Okay. Lu Chen suddenly became alert. Why did he feel like he detected a hint of gritted teeth in that okay? But looking at the smile at the corner of Wei Qingyu's mouth, was it just an illusion? Having resolved this main issue, Lu Chen felt that this trip had truly been fruitful. 1. The luxury item was sold. 2. He had become a classmate with whom Wei Qingyu could talk. A double win. On the way back to school with Wei Qingyu, she suddenly asked, Why did you think you liked me back then? Because of your father. Lu Chen screamed in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud, feeling a bit dejected as he replied, I have no siblings since I was young. You're like the beautiful sister I dream of, and I instinctively want to take care of you. I'm sorry, I wanted a family member my age so much, and being young, I misunderstood this feeling. Sister? Wei Qingyu closed her eyes to prevent the incredulous look from spilling out. She tried to regulate her breathing to sort out her emotions. Today, her emotional fluctuations were unprecedentedly large. Wei Qingyu felt everything connected. You are good to me because you see me as a sister? You don't confess because you only see me as a sister? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Damn! As expected of Wei Qingyu, her imagination was incredible, even patching up his shabby story. Impressive! Lu Chen immediately nodded, yes. Wei Qingyu found it hard to understand. Why not clarify this matter with those people? You would receive much less criticism. She wasn't a fool, she knew many people were calling Lu Chen a pathetic dog. But she couldn't be bothered with her own rumors, let alone Lu Chen's. Lu Chen scratched his head, revealing his pearly white teeth. We just need to be true to ourselves. What do we care about others' words? After years of being a professional sycophant, Lu Chen's acting skills had long reached perfection. To fool such a simpleton was like a high-level boss bullying a newbie. Song Junju once said it right, he was a dirty person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Lu Chen's handsome brows furrowed slightly, his eyes drooping with grievance. I'm sorry, I've always wanted a younger brother or sister. I'm so lonely, and I've troubled you. All the questions choked in Wei Qingyu's throat. She looked at Lu Chen's pitiful expression and suddenly couldn't ask anything. A wave of guilt surged in her heart. She really should be damned. Lu Chen just wanted a sister, asking and asking had made him feel wronged. Wei Qingyu lightly bit her lip, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, okay. Lu Chen? Okay, what? Wei Qingyu looked at him with watery eyes and said seriously, I can be your sister. Lu Chen was stunned. Ha? I didn't want a sister. Amazing. Really amazing. Upon reaching the school gate, Lu Chen suddenly figured it out. If he became siblings with Wei Qingyu, that little bit of broken feelings would completely disappear, right? If any problems arose in the future, he could use the sibling relationship as a shield. Perfect. Lu Chen glanced at Wei Qingyu beside him and smiled, you go in first. Sister. Wei Qingyu awkwardly avoided his gaze, her ears slightly red. She was still a bit unaccustomed to this title. At that moment, seeing Lu Chen so wronged, she felt inexplicably sour in her heart and impulsively proposed this idea. But once she calmed down, Wei Qingyu felt a bit regretful. However, looking at Lu Chen's happy expression, she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Forget it, as long as he was happy. The summer night, with its flamboyant golden hair fluttering in the sunlight, watched Lu Chen and Wei Qingyu leave, a smirk forming on her lips. The rumors are actually true. Wei Qingyu, you also like someone else? Then I must snatch him away. Lu Chen, right? Just wait to be mesmerized by my charm. 021 suspicion arises, the crime is already established. Gossiping is the nature of all humanity. In less than a day, Wei Qingyu, for Lu Chen's sake, flew around the entire campus like a bird with wings. The boring high school life boiled over like hot oil suddenly splashed with water. Wei Qingyu became famous, she was too famous. Although she was low-key, the sight of Wei's father generously donating a building to the school was still fresh in everyone's memory. At that time, even the principal had to open the car door for old man Wei. Wealthy at home, good-looking, and excellent in academics. With 3 outstanding cards in hand, Wei Qingyu had all 3. Countless people were attracted by Wei Qingyu's hardware or software, flocking in, only to leave disappointed in the end. In the end, the one who persisted the longest was surprisingly Lu Chen, who seemed to have nothing but good looks and was a hopeless admirer. Yet, it was this guy who seemed to have truly caught Wei Qingyu's eye. The entire high school was buzzing, and the students of Class 1 in the 3rd year suddenly became the center of attention. Anyone caught had to repeatedly recount what had happened that morning. Through word of mouth, what was originally a trivial matter suddenly became nuanced. The first person said, Wei Qingyu had low blood sugar, and Lu Chen gave her chocolate, while Hu Zhongzhong misunderstood that Lu Chen was taking advantage. The second person said, Hu Zhongzhong wanted to take advantage of Wei Qingyu, and Lu Chen got jealous upon seeing it, prompting Wei Qingyu to scold Hu Zhongzhong for Lu Chen's sake. The third person said, Lu Chen was jealous of Hu Zhongzhong and wanted to back off, but Wei Qingyu, with red eyes, pinched Lu Chen's waist and said, just smile, I'll give you my life. Don't underestimate the enthusiasm of the onlookers, nor overestimate their memory. A group of scattered people, hearing a bit here and piecing together a bit there, combined with their great imagination, turned the story into this. Damn it! Who spread it like this? When Hu Zhongzhong heard the rumors, she was dumbfounded. This was definitely slander. Where is the fairness? Where is the morality? Where is the law? Damn it! Several of Hu Zhongzhong's friends gathered to exchange information. Hu Zhongzhong was furious. No wonder I felt like people on the street were looking at me strangely today. Damn! Wang Anshan glanced at Hu Zhongzhong. Is there a possibility that they are looking at you because your zipper is down? Is it your zodiac year? Why are you wearing red? Hu Zhongzhong was stunned. Hu Zhongzhong looked down. Hu Zhongzhong turned red. Damn! Hu Zhongzhong awkwardly pulled her face up, and several good friends around her immediately burst into laughter. These are true friends. Just like when you fall down. Fake good friends immediately help you up. Real good friends ruthlessly laugh and take a photo to post on social media. Wang Anshan couldn't hold back anymore and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you can be famous alongside Wei classmate now. Mentioning her makes people think of you. What a blessing." Hu Zhongzhong glared at Wang Anshan. "Do you want this blessing?" Hu Zhongzhong was furious. "That dead admirer Lu Chen, I don't know how he bewitched Qingyu." Wang Anshan scoffed. "Wei classmate didn't look at us, so how could she look at Lu Chen?" "What do you mean?" Wang Anshan was confident, calm and collected. "I heard you talk about what happened this morning. Isn't it just that Wei classmate had low blood sugar, and Lu Chen took the opportunity to be attentive? Think about it, Lu Chen actually saved Wei classmate, and since she's such a good person, she would definitely thank Lu Chen. In such a situation, if you scold Lu Chen, if I were Wei classmate, I would scold you too." After a fierce analysis, everyone suddenly understood. Damn! That's the reasoning. Hu Zhongzhong suddenly realized that she might have been a bit impulsive. "So what do you think we should do? What if Lu Chen takes advantage of Qingyu's gratitude and deliberately gets close to her?" Instantly, images of female characters in dramas who offered themselves in gratitude for saving their lives appeared in Hu Zhongzhong's mind. Wang Anshan chuckled. "In this world, it's all about background and power. Lu Chen has nothing, he's just a little loser. Just let Wei classmates see Lu Chen's true colors. I have a plan." Hu Zhongzhong became interested. "Oh, do you have a plan too?" Wang Anshan said leisurely. "Haven't there been cases of money going missing in each class recently? The thief hasn't been found yet, right?" Hu Zhongzhong instantly understood, but felt a bit uneasy. "But what if he's not the thief?" Wang Anshan curled his lips. "No one can prove he's the thief, but no one can prove he isn't either. Once doubt arises, the accusation is already established. Lu Chen goes about alone all day, who knows where he is every day? Who knows what he does? Does anyone vouch for him? This plan is to use a knife to kill." A whole day passed. The students of Class 1 had their fill of gossip, and Lu Chen had his fill of studying. Studying is truly a joyful thing. When it was time to leave school, Lu Chen packed his things while mumbling to himself. Class 1 had evening self-study, and students could choose whether to attend or not. Lu Chen had never attended evening self-study, he still had a part-time job to do at night. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was 6 o'clock. Lu Chen tidied up his things and greeted Li Dachuan. "I'm leaving, bye." Li Dachuan hadn't reacted yet when Lu Chen had already disappeared in a flash. Wow, he runs so fast. Li Dachuan was stunned. How come he never knew Lu Chen had some athletic ability? After thinking for a moment, Li Dachuan slowly took out a sports event registration form. The school sports meet was about to be held, and each class needed participants. This task naturally fell to the sports committee member. Li Dachuan begged and pleaded, finally managing to gather some events. However, he had yet to find a suitable candidate for the 3,000 meters. No one wanted to run 3,000 meters in the scorching heat, ending up drenched in sweat and hoarse for 3 days and nights. Thinking of Lu Chen's agile figure just now, Li Dachuan murmured, "Foster father, I'll start practicing my voice tonight, hoping you'll agree to me tomorrow when you're in a good mood." Boo-hoo! Being a sports committee member is really tough. Calculating the time, Lu Chen would definitely pass by the entrance. Xia Yexian leaned against the door, the summer breeze blowing through her golden hair, resembling a delicate doll. "Poof, this will definitely mesmerize that bumpkin Lu Chen." The next second. "Excuse me." Lu Chen strode past Xia Yexian without sparing her a glance. Xia Yexian's charming smile instantly froze. What? Not even a glance? Are you blind? Xia Yexian was furious, a few strands of golden hair fluttering on her full chest, now rising and falling violently. Oh, so he went to the bathroom. Watching Lu Chen disappear into the restroom, Xia Yexian suddenly calmed down. Everyone has their urgent needs. No one wants to turn into a spraying warrior in front of a beauty, right? Understandable. After calming herself down, Xia Yexian walked lightly toward the restroom. "Wei Qingyu, you have a good relationship with Lu Chen, so I'm going to steal him away." Xia Yexian didn't think that Lu Chen, this bumpkin, could resist her charm. She tossed her dazzling golden hair and relaxed against the wall. 5 minutes later, a man in a suit with half-rimmed glasses exited the restroom. Xia Yexian squinted at the man's back, broad shoulders, long legs, tall and slim. He's quite handsome. Xia Yexiang brought her long, slender legs together, changed her posture, and continued waiting for Lu Chen to come out. Half an hour later, Lu Chen still hadn't come out. Xia Yexiang frowned. An hour later, Lu Chen still hadn't come out. Xia Yexiang's golden hair was frizzing. 2 hours later, Lu Chen still hadn't come out. Xia Yexiang dialed the logistics office, urgency in her voice. Teacher! Someone has fainted in the men's restroom. 021 He really deserves it. Ah, I really am a dedicated god. Lu Chen adjusted his well-fitted suit and happily walked towards the school gate. Details determine success or failure, and perfection leads to success. When facing different clients, of course, one must pay attention to dressing appropriately. Exiting the school gate, he spotted a white Alphard parked under a nearby tree. Upon seeing Lu Chen come out, the driver quickly got out and opened the car door for him. Mr. Lu. Good evening, Uncle Chen. Lu Chen greeted him and sat in the back seat, pulling out a box of hair gel from his bag. Although he was wearing a suit, some stray hairs on his forehead still looked a bit immature. Lu Chen took a small amount of hair gel, rubbed it in his hands, and slicked back the stray hairs, exposing his forehead. Uncle Chen glanced at Lu Chen through the rearview mirror, his eyes flashing with disdain. Selling himself, and he really puts on airs? But now that Lu Chen was favored, what could he do? Mr. Lu, we will first go to the kindergarten to pick up Nuan Nuan, then head back to the villa. Lu Chen nodded. In fact, he had no choice but to nod. He couldn't influence any decisions made by the client. Let's stop by the cake shop later, they have a new product, candied hawthorn. Nuan Nuan said she wanted to eat it last time. Uncle Chen stepped on the gas and sped past the cake shop. Madam said not to let Nuan Nuan eat outside food, it's dirty and unsafe. Lu Chen looked at himself in the mirror and smiled. Alright, then I'll repeat your words to Nuan Nuan later, she will understand you. Creak. Uncle Chen suddenly slammed on the brakes, the car skidding across the ground. He was about to grind his back teeth to dust. A 3 or 4-year-old child, how could she possibly understand? Lu Chen calmly crossed his legs, adjusted his suit sleeves, and met Uncle Chen's gaze through the rearview mirror, speaking calmly. Turn around. An oppressive atmosphere suddenly filled the car. Uncle Chen gritted his teeth and turned the car back to the cake shop. Lu Chen happily got back into the car with 3 portions of the new candied hawthorn, placing one in the passenger seat. Uncle Chen looked at Lu Chen with frustration. What are you doing? He simply couldn't understand. Why would Nuan Nuan like this pretty boy? Why couldn't Madam see through this pretty boy's true nature? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Don't you have a daughter? You can take this home for her after work, it's really delicious. Uncle Chen paused for a moment, glancing at the exquisitely packaged candied hawthorn in the passenger seat. The car started again, but the atmosphere became subtle. Uncle Chen frequently glanced at Lu Chen in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Lu Chen lowered his gaze to the book in his hands. Uncle Chen, do you know what is the easiest way to die in real life? Uncle Chen instinctively shook his head. Lu Chen looked up. Car accidents. Hiss. Uncle Chen snapped back to reality, not daring to look in the rearview mirror again, obediently driving. Lu Chen continued. Uncle Chen, we are the same. You sell your driving skills to make money, I sell my emotional value to make money. We should be friends. Uncle Chen felt even more frustrated. He wanted to angrily shout that he was just an innocent old man, completely different from Lu Chen, who sold himself. But looking at the candied hawthorn in the passenger seat, he couldn't bring himself to say it. How can it be the same? You, at such a young age, not learning well, but instead trying to climb the social ladder. Lu Chen feigned a self-deprecating laugh. I lost both my parents at a young age, so poor I had to scavenge for food in trash cans. Who gave me the chance to learn well? A harsh family environment is a flaw, but in the profession of a professional flatterer, that is a killer move. Ah! Uncle Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his teeth clenched tightly. Lu Chen is an orphan? In an instant, a tide of guilt washed over him, and Uncle Chen felt utterly unwell. I really should die. Lu Chen looked at Uncle Chen's guilty expression and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Tonight, Uncle Chen went downstairs, not taking the stairs or the elevator, but feeling guilty, he simply let himself drop. Yes, I'm sorry. At his age, Uncle Chen still awkwardly apologized. I didn't know about this matter. In the past, I was too harsh on you. I apologize, please don't be sad. Lu Chen casually looked at the little notebook in his hand, his tone sounding a bit wronged. It's okay, I don't have a dad. Whenever I see you, I always think how nice it would be if my dad were like you, so I was so chatty before. I'm sorry too, I think I bothered you. When Lingxiu, female, 31 years old, occupation unknown, divorced with a child, gentle and soft-spoken, exceptionally talented, boom. Lu Chen's words directly broke Uncle Chen's defenses. As a father himself, such words were simply nuclear level in their impact. Uncle Chen was momentarily at a loss. He really should be damned. Why was his attitude towards Lu Chen a bit off before? Why did he mock Lu Chen both openly and subtly? The car arrived at the school gate. Lu Chen got out, gave Uncle Chen a calm smile, his eyes slightly red. "It's okay, Uncle Chen, you didn't know before. I don't want you to be unhappy." With that, Lu Chen walked towards the school gate, completely unconcerned about the storm brewing in Uncle Chen's heart. Baby Nuan Nuan. Lu Chen reached the school gate and saw the teacher holding a little girl who looked like white jade. Nuan Nuan was dressed in a pink and white princess dress, her hair styled in 2 little braids, her chubby little face looking like it was begging to be kissed. So cute! When Nuan Nuan saw Lu Chen, her eyes lit up. "Teacher! Daddy is here to pick me up," she exclaimed, running towards Lu Chen with her little arms and legs. "Daddy!" Lu Chen scooped Nuan Nuan up, touched her face, and smiled as he asked, "Did Nuan Nuan have fun at school today?" "Yes. I missed Daddy." Nuan Nuan planted a kiss on Lu Chen's cheek. Holding Nuan Nuan, Lu Chen looked at the teacher. "Goodbye, teacher." The teacher stared at Lu Chen's face for a moment. No matter how many times she had seen Lu Chen's face, she still thought it was simply top-notch. "Goodbye, Mr. Lu." "Goodbye, Nuan Nuan." Lu Chen carried Nuan Nuan towards the car. The teacher watched the father-daughter duo's retreating figures and couldn't help but sigh. "Why can't I find such a good man? Good-looking, fit, loves his daughter. A total knockout. Dang dang dang. Oh, Tonghulu. Daddy is the best." Nuan Nuan clutched the Tonghulu tightly, her snow-white little face getting dirty from eating. Lu Chen pulled out a tissue and carefully wiped her mouth. "Is it delicious?" "Yes. I love Daddy." Nuan Nuan, with a sweet mouth, happily waved her little fists, shouting "Long live Daddy." Uncle Chen watched the harmonious interaction between the father and daughter, and couldn't help but smile. Although he didn't like Lu Chen before, Lu Chen was undeniably good to Nuan Nuan. Wait a minute. Uncle Chen suddenly froze. Lu Chen was so good to Nuan Nuan. Could it be because he had a rough childhood and wanted other children to have a better life? Damn! Uncle Chen's eyes turned red. He really should be damned. 022 Don't talk, put your hair up. Nuan Nuan was munching on Tonghulu, and Lu Chen was lovingly resting his chin on his hand, watching her. 2 years ago, Lu Chen was working part-time at a mall. A flustered new mother and a wailing 1-year-old child. This was the first time he saw Wen Lingxiu. Lu Chen had comforted too many little kids in the orphanage. Soothing children was something he was adept at. So, Lu Chen went over and lulled Nuan Nuan to sleep, the little girl resting her head on his shoulder, fast asleep. At that moment, when Lingxiu let out a long sigh, her gaze towards Lu Chen filled with admiration. The story should have ended there. However, the next day, Lu Chen encountered Wen Lingxiu and Nuan Nuan again at the mall. Nuan Nuan ran up and hugged Lu Chen's leg, calling him daddy. At that time, when Lingxiu had her hair up and was wearing a white professional suit, standing there thoughtfully observing him. That night, Lu Chen received an acting contract from Wen Lingxiu, which stated he would play Nuan Nuan's father for 5 fixed days a week, accompanying her in play and providing her with paternal love. Lu Chen refused. Are you kidding? What if Nuan Nuan's real dad found out? After seeing the back of the contract, which offered a monthly payment of 100,000? 100,000? Lu Chen instantly sobered up. Wasn't it just being a happy dad? He could do it. Especially after learning that Nuan Nuan's real father had passed away, Lu Chen felt even more justified. Ex-husband. You can rest easy. From Monday to Friday, Lu Chen would go straight to Wen Lingxiu's house after school. This job continued until now. Among Lu Chen's many eccentric clients, Wen Lingxiu was a rare normal person. She wasn't crazy, perverted, or violent. All her needs were simply to provide Nuan Nuan with a good family environment. Sigh. Being a single mom is really not easy. As Lu Chen sighed, he suddenly thought of the value of this car, feeling even worse. I'm the one who's having a harder time. The car drove into the villa's parking area, and Uncle Chen opened the door for Lu Chen. We're here, Mr. Lu. As Lu Chen looked up, he met Uncle Chen's red-rimmed, affectionate gaze. He got goosebumps. Damn. Overacted. Lu Chen hurriedly fled into the villa, holding Nuan Nuan. Uncle Chen watched his departing figure and wiped the corner of his eye. He must have revealed his background and felt inferior. I need to treat him better tomorrow. Once inside the villa, all the lights were warm yellow, creating a cozy and relaxing atmosphere. When Lingxiu believed that the evening was a private parent-child time, so the nanny was not allowed during this period. As Lu Chen carried Nuan Nuan into the living room, he saw the kitchen door swing open, and a woman walked out. It was Wen Lingxiu. She was wearing a white knitted sweater, her deep brown hair loosely tied up at the back of her head, with a few strands falling by her ears, and she wore a little bare apron. A silver necklace hung around her neck, with a pendant caught in her cleavage, looking quite alluring at first glance. Truly gifted. Wen Lingxiu stood amidst the warmth of cooking, wiping her hands with a towel, and smiled gently, saying, "Welcome home." Lu Chen felt a bit dazed. Wen Lingxiu was so normal it was almost unbelievable. "Mommy!" Nuan Nuan reached out her little hand towards Wen Lingxiu from Lu Chen's arms. "Hug. Mommy, hug." Lu Chen suddenly came to his senses and smiled as he brought Nuan Nuan in front of Wen Lingxiu. Smack! Smack! Nuan Nuan gave Wen Lingxiu a big kiss on the cheek, then kissed Lu Chen's cheek as well, saying in her baby voice, "I love Daddy and Mommy." "Yay!" Wen Lingxiu smiled, stroking Nuan Nuan's face. "Daddy and Mommy love you too." Lu Chen held Nuan Nuan, his arm resting against Wen Lingxiu. Soft. The warm yellow light fell, and Lu Chen suddenly felt a sense of fulfillment in life. After years of being a professional licking dog, he had gained so many experiences. Even if he never got married for the rest of his life, it wouldn't matter. Nuan Nuan blinked her eyes, looking at Lu Chen, then at Wen Lingxiu, and innocently asked, "I kissed Daddy and Mommy, and Daddy and Mommy kissed me. So now it's time for Daddy and Mommy to kiss." Ha! 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 The warm atmosphere was suddenly shattered by this statement, and Lu Chen jolted, just in time to meet Wen Lingxiu's gaze. They both turned their heads away at the same time. "Nan Nan, you're not being good. Are you sneaking food outside? You haven't even wiped your mouth clean." Wen Lingxiu chose to change the subject. Although it was awkward, it was effective. Nan Nan's attention was instantly captured, and she began to tell Wen Lingxiu about candied hawthorns. Watching Nan Nan's lively speech, Wen Lingxiu's brows and eyes were filled with a comfortable charm. Lu Chen had work to do, so he walked into the kitchen to clean up, not wanting to disturb the mother-daughter bonding time. "Lu Chen, your clothes will get dirty, put on an apron." Seeing Lu Chen enter the kitchen in a white shirt, Wen Lingxiu immediately called out to him. "Oh, never mind, don't go in there. Stay with Nan Nan and play for a while, the food will be ready soon." Wen Lingxiu simply put down Nan Nan from her arms and gently tugged at Lu Chen's shirt hem. At 30, a woman is at the most mature blooming stage of her life. Wen Lingxiu was one of the best among them. Intelligent, gentle, graceful, and full. Lu Chen swallowed hard and suddenly leaned towards her. Wen Lingxiu was startled and instinctively took a step back, bracing herself against Lu Chen's shoulder. There was a hint of panic in her eyes. This was also her biggest concern when she initially chose to hire Lu Chen. She was afraid he might have other intentions. Lu Chen had behaved well for the past 2 years. What was going on today? Wen Lingxiu asked worriedly, "Are you feeling unwell today? Don't talk, just put your hair up." Lu Chen's low voice sounded beside Wen Lingxiu's ear, pulling her into his embrace. Wen Lingxiu instantly stiffened. "Hey, catch this. Use this to tie your hair up again." Lu Chen quickly distanced himself, happily showing Wen Lingxiu the hair tie in his hand. He, as expected of me. This speed, so impressive." Wen Lingxiu stared blankly at the hair tie in Lu Chen's hand. It was only then that she realized her hair had loosened, cascading down her shoulders. "So, he just came over to catch her hair tie because it was loose?" Wen Lingxiu found her earlier thoughts a bit amusing. Not everyone dislikes older women, right? "You take Nan Nan to play. I made rib soup today." "Yay! Yay!" Lu Chen and Nan Nan raised their hands together, shouting "Long live Mommy." A gentle smile appeared on Wen Lingxiu's lips. The kitchen door closed. Lu Chen took Nan Nan to the toy room. Noticing that Nan Nan was still wearing a watch, he said, "Nan Nan, sweetheart, that watch might poke you when you play with blocks. Should Daddy help you take it off?" Nan Nan looked at Lu Chen's face, then at the watch on her wrist. Her conflicted expression scrunched up, her brows forming a pitiful frown. After thinking for a long time, she finally said, "No, I can't." "Ha? Why not? Is there something special about this watch?" Lu Chen realized there was an issue with the watch, so he smiled and said, "Daddy wants to hold Nan Nan up high, you might bump the watch." Nan Nan thought for a moment and replied, "Mommy said I have to wear this watch when I'm with Daddy." Bang! The door to the toy room was suddenly pulled open from the outside, and when Lingxiu rushed in, her hair slightly disheveled. Lu Chen squinted at Wen Lingxiu. She trembled slightly and forced herself to say calmly, "The food is ready, we can eat now." Lu Chen was silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. He was sure there was surveillance or listening devices in that watch, or maybe both. This feels good. I knew there wasn't a single normal person among the clients. They're all crazy. Lu Chen stood up, walked over to Wen Lingxiu, and smiled. Alright, let's eat. Wen Lingxiu turned her head away, awkwardly avoiding Lu Chen's gaze. 023 I must be sick. Lu Chen felt that he must be sick. In Wen Lingxiu's gentle embrace, he would feel uneasy, but when he realized that Wen Lingxiu had actually been guarding against him for the past 2 years, he strangely let out a sigh of relief. I told you, rich people are just rich, not sick. Lu Chen walked into the kitchen and saw 2 black headphones lying on the counter, which he had never seen before. So every time I was alone with Nuan, you were listening in with headphones. Not bad, a good mother. When Wen Lingxiu heard him asking about the headphones through the earpiece just now, she must have been particularly flustered, so she abandoned the dish she was frying and rushed to the toy room to interrupt him from asking further. Lu Chen turned on the stove and the range hood to finish frying the dish, a professional smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Objectively, I understand you. After all, I'm not Nuan's biological father. Subjectively, Lu Chen took a deep breath, looking down at the few drops of grease that had splattered on his white shirt. The feeling of not being trusted is indeed a bit awful. Forget it, who cares? Lu Chen was emo for just 3 seconds before it faded away. Sad? How much is sadness worth? But there are benefits to it. After all, Wen Lingxiu might give him a little extra money out of guilt when it comes time to settle up, right? Another benefit is that when he finally leaves, he will have even fewer attachments. In the toy room, Wen Lingxiu stared at her watch, her expression heavy. Lu Chen was not Nuan's biological father, so of course, she couldn't trust him. When she decided to hire Lu Chen, this watch had already been prepared, and not just this one. If Lu Chen had a bit of insight, he would have noticed that although this villa had no nanny, every corner, except for the bathroom, was filled with cameras. There were no blind spots. As a single mother, she certainly had to be well prepared. But Wen Lingxiu never expected that for the past 2 years, Lu Chen had shown no signs of any unusual behavior, so much so that she even began to doubt whether Lu Chen liked men. Over time, Wen Lingxiu had actually lowered her guard against Lu Chen, and she no longer cared about this matter. But unexpectedly, such a huge bombshell would explode under these circumstances, leaving Wen Lingxiu momentarily flustered. Mom, did Nuan say something wrong? Nuan anxiously burrowed into Wen Lingxiu's embrace. Wen Lingxiu gently patted Nuan's back and softly said, Nuan, sweetheart, you didn't say anything wrong. This watch is uncomfortable to wear, so we won't wear it when we're with Dad in the future. After 2 years of testing, Lu Chen's performance had far exceeded her expectations. Wen Lingxiu thought it was time for her to let go of her prejudices and recognize Lu Chen's efforts. But now there was a problem. What expression should she wear when facing Lu Chen later? Even though she told herself to trust Lu Chen in the future, at this moment, she didn't know how to face him. Just then, knock. Lu Chen, holding a spatula, seemed as if nothing had happened just now, smiling brightly as he said, "It's time to eat. Little friends must eat well to grow tall." One of the professional qualities of a career sycophant, always ready to give the client an out. After all, the one who pays is the boss. Once the money is taken, there's no need to act like a doormat. When Lingxiu looked at Lu Chen's warm smile and suddenly held on to a glimmer of hope. There was a 1 in 1,000 chance that maybe Lu Chen didn't realize there was a problem with that watch? Yay! Nuan wants to eat a whole bowl of rice today. Nuan's short legs wobbled as she ran towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen scooped her up and smiled. So amazing. Nana is the most obedient little treasure. Nana wiggled her fingers and said innocently, "Then Mommy is the second most obedient little treasure." Lu Chen chuckled, pulling on the doorknob of the toy room as he spoke to Wen Lingxiu. The second obedient treasure is time for dinner. Wen Lingxiu was taken aback, feeling a bit shy as she turned her head, her softly curled long hair falling across her forehead, and she said gently, "Okay." In this way, one might think Lu Chen was some kind of bully from a movie. Wen Lingxiu let out a long sigh of relief, so he really didn't realize. Otherwise, Lu Chen would have been angry by now. A normal person would probably get upset in a situation where they felt mistrusted, right? Wen Lingxiu's heart instantly relaxed. The whole meal was lively and cheerful. Nana was chatty and adorable, Lu Chen told jokes, and Wen Lingxiu was responsible for serving food and laughing. She thought, this must be the best family scene, right? I really can't eat anymore. Lu Chen looked at his bowl, filled to the brim, with a helpless yet amused expression. Is this some unique way of apologizing? Ah, sorry. When Lingxiu's ears turned slightly red, I was afraid you wouldn't be full. Her gentle voice brushed against the heart, turning any hardened steel into something soft. Nana blinked her eyes, looking at Lu Chen's expression, then at Wen Lingxiu's, and exclaimed, "Ah, Mommy loves Daddy so much. Mommy isn't even serving Nana anymore. Did you eat less?" When Lingxiu shot Nana a playful glance, but her hands were still honestly serving food to Nana. Lu Chen propped his chin up, smiling as he watched this warm scene. Night fell. After Lu Chen finished his shower and changed into his pajamas, he suddenly realized his shirt was missing. Looking outside, he saw a gentle silhouette. When Ling Xiu was washing something at the sink, wearing a white silk nightgown, her waist slightly bent. Her long hair was loosely tied back, and her expression was serious as she focused on her task. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking she was washing her own little items and didn't pay much attention. Just as he was about to pass by her, he suddenly noticed. "Did you wash my shirt?" When Ling Xiu replied with a soft "I washed it casually, using soap to make it cleaner." Lu Chen chuckled, leaning against the door with a smile. "President Wen is doing my laundry, I'll have to treat this shirt like a treasure." Water droplets splashed onto Wen Lingxiu's face, and she looked up at Lu Chen with a glare. "Stop talking nonsense. You've washed it for me before." That was the truth. Although Wen Lingxiu was wealthy, Lu Chen felt she had her own way of living, not overly extravagant. Just like how she always thought that clothes like shirts wouldn't get clean in the washing machine, so she would choose to hand wash them whenever she had time. Hee, President Wen is the best. Lu Chen smiled at her happily and then said, "Then I'll go tell Nana a story first?" When Lingxiu hesitated for a moment, Lu Chen's voice was pleasant to listen to, so when he read bedtime stories, she would lie beside him and listen. As a professional admirer, one must always be aware of the client's potential needs, so Lu Chen appropriately offered her an out. "It's not that urgent, I can wait for you?" When Lingxiu's brows relaxed, and she smiled, saying, "Okay, I'll just finish up here." In the end, the princess and the prince lived happily ever after. Lu Chen leaned against the edge of the big bed, finishing the last sentence. The bedroom was quiet. When Lingxiu and Nana on the big bed had long since fallen asleep, Lu Chen stood up without hesitation and gently closed the door. He wasn't allowed to sleep here. But fortunately, when Lingxiu was a bit better than Song Junju, she had left him a guest room. At 3 in the morning, when Lingxiu suddenly woke up. "Where did I put my headphones?" She said she always felt like she had forgotten something. When Lingxiu hurried downstairs and ran into the kitchen, the entire kitchen was spotless. It was supposed to be left for the maid to clean, yet it was immaculate. When Lingxiu suddenly panicked, and her brain, which had been immersed in the warmth of Lu Chen, finally started to function. She saw that Lu Chen's attitude was as usual, which made her think he didn't know about this matter. But what if Lu Chen knew but just wasn't saying anything? When Lingxiu's heart raced almost to the point of nausea, she looked down and saw a pair of black headphones neatly placed. A bolt from the blue. When Lingxiu stood frozen in place, Lu Chen had discovered 024 strong people never complain about the environment. The next day, Tuesday, a ray of morning sunlight streamed into the guest room. Lu Chen woke up from the soft, comfortable mattress and glanced at little Lu Chen. Youth had this downside. It was easy to get worked up. Lu Chen dressed neatly, packed his things, and left the villa. Sitting on the bus to school, Lu Chen ate a hand-grabbed pancake that cost 6 yuan each, unable to suppress a laugh. This is the downside of this line of work. The contrast is too great. One moment he was lying on a mattress worth 188,000 yuan, and the next he was crammed on a bus eating breakfast. Many people in this line of work always think, once I earn enough, I will definitely stop. But that feeling of spending lavishly, of being intoxicated by wealth, is like an addiction, not something easily quit. But thankfully, I can wear a 10,000 yuan t-shirt, and I can also wear a 9 yuan t-shirt. Lu Chen had very low expectations for material things. The only purpose of making money was for his grandfather's medical expenses and that orphanage. Now that both matters were about to be resolved, he could certainly wash his hands of it smoothly. In June, everything would restart. Damn! After envisioning the future, Lu Chen suddenly had a feeling. Why does this feel so much like setting a flag? Upon arriving at school, Lu Chen rushed to the classroom. As soon as he entered, he suddenly sensed something was off. There was a feeling of an impending storm. First, Hiro Limota sat on the podium with a heavy expression, and then all the classmates were present. Even the elusive art student Xia Yeshuang was there. When Lu Chen reached the door, all eyes turned to him. If it were someone else, they might tremble and feel weak in the knees, but Lu Chen had long since trained himself to remain calm and asked, "I shouldn't be late, right?" Limota glanced at Lu Chen. "Hurry up and come in, I have something to say." Once Lu Chen was seated, Limota cleared his throat and said, "This morning, classmate Hu Zhongzhong told me that the 3,000 yuan cash he left in his backpack yesterday has vanished." Wow! The entire classroom erupted in noise, and Li Dachuan poked Lu Chen's arm to remind him. "Xingxing, there's been a thief at school lately, you must keep your money safe." Lu Chen nodded. It's fine, I encountered a similar situation when I was in middle school. Ha? Li Dachuan asked curiously, what happened? Lu Chen recalled and innocently said, there was a thief in the class, so the teacher asked everyone to report how much money they had lost. I didn't lose any money because I didn't have any money. Li Dachuan panicked. If you didn't lose any money, won't they not believe you? Lu Chen smiled. So I still wrote on the registration form that I lost 50 yuan. Li Dachuan? Lu Chen continued, later, after the thief was caught, the school required him to pay back according to the registration form. Lu Chen happily received 50 yuan. He still remembered the look in the thief's eyes when he saw him, filled with a single thought, I don't owe anyone anything, except you. Li Dachuan silently gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Indeed. As expected of you. Strong individuals never complain about the environment. On the podium, Li Mo was still reiterating the seriousness of the matter. Below the podium, Lu Chen and Li Dachuan were secretly playing crickets while hiding their faces behind their textbooks. Li Mo looked at the victim, Hu Zhongzhong. How do you think this matter should be resolved? Hu Zhongzhong pondered for a moment and said, my money went missing between noon and this time yesterday, so I want to ask if everyone in the class can share where they were yesterday and if anyone can provide proof? Hiss. Li Mo stroked his chin, somewhat doubtful, thinking, what if some of the more reclusive classmates? Seeing that Li Mo seemed a bit disapproving, Hu Zhongzhong immediately repeated what Wang Anxiang had suggested. Teacher, I absolutely do not allow any stealing in our class. I initially wanted to tell my dad, but then I thought, if we can find the person without making a big fuss, that would be a good thing. Li Mo's brows instantly furrowed. Hu Zhongzhong's father was in the police department. If he got involved, this would be troublesome. Alright, everyone, don't be nervous. Just talk about what you did yesterday. Li Mo agreed, and Hu Zhongzhong's eyes sparkled with surprise. Great, great. What Wang Anxiang said really works. Hu Zhongzhong asked each classmate one by one, and basically, everyone had something to say. As he continued asking, Hu Zhongzhong's waist no longer ached, and his legs no longer hurt, he suddenly felt a sense of power in his hands, his face glowing with excitement. Li Dachuan muttered under his breath. Idiot. Lu Chen looked at Hu Zhongzhong with a gaze of disbelief, nodding in agreement. Asking every student as if they were thieves, isn't that just waiting to be retaliated against later? Who gave him such a terrible idea? A prolonged sense of mild pleasure versus a brief moment of intense pleasure, which would be easier to choose? The latter could lead to stomach issues. Hu Zhongzhong's questions weren't very detailed, so the pace was quick. But when it came to Lu Chen, he suddenly stopped and revealed a friendly smile. Lu classmate, what did you do yesterday at noon? Lu Chen's heart instantly raised a warning flag. Oh no, he's coming for me. In the class, the treatment of thieves and suspected thieves was basically the same, and Lu Chen suddenly understood what Hu Zhongzhong was trying to do. How boring. The kid had quite a strong sense of revenge. I went out of school to the Kate luxury store at noon, and after class in the afternoon, I went straight home and didn't attend evening self-study. Hu Zhongzhong only knew that Lu Chen went out at noon but didn't expect him to go to a luxury store. He said sarcastically, Lu classmate seems quite wealthy, able to stroll around a luxury store. With that one sentence, the way everyone in the class looked at Lu Chen changed. Especially Li Mo. As the homeroom teacher, she knew Lu Chen was an orphan. So, where did the orphan get the money to go to a luxury store? Li Dachuan was furious and shouted, wherever he went is none of your business. I saw Xingxing go out with my own eyes, okay? Hu Zhongzhong pressed him down. You're his deskmate, your words lack credibility, and besides, you followed him, right? I don't remember that happening. Li Dachuan gritted his teeth. Lu Chen had anticipated this situation. If he made up a false place, he would definitely be exposed. All eyes were on Lu Chen, who remained calm and said, I went to the luxury store to broaden my horizons. Who classmate is more impressive? The son of a police officer casually spends 3,000 yuan, TSK. I also want my son to live that kind of life. Hiss, Li Mo's temples throbbed. What a strong aggression. Hu Zhongzhong was taken aback and stammered, what are you talking about? Even he, no matter how foolish, knew this was a sensitive topic, so he quickly skipped over it. Hu Zhongzhong quickly thought of the next question, a witness. Yes, a witness. Ask him for a witness. A solitary person like Lu Chen, where would he find proof? This country bumpkin definitely couldn't afford anything from a luxury store, so without a receipt, who could prove he had been there? A flurry of reasoning surged through Hu Zhongzhong, and he instantly felt confident. Who did you go with? Is there a witness? Lu Chen fell silent. The next second. I. Two voices echoed simultaneously in the classroom. Lu Chen lowered his head and smirked. This was secure. Time to clock out. 025 Don't say anything detrimental to unity. Before this frame-up began, Wang Anxiang had already anticipated all the possible scenarios. For each situation, he had taught Hu Zhongzhong the appropriate responses. But now the situation was dire. A single massive line flashed through Hu Zhongzhong's mind. Quick, summon the Buddha. Watching Wei Qingyu stand up, Hu Zhongzhong felt his heart shatter. What? He racked his brain, unable to believe that it was Wei Qingyu who would testify for Lu Chen. Wei Qingyu's cold face wore a look of weariness as she stared at Hu Zhongzhong's uncontrolled expression, speaking each word clearly. From the moment Lu Chen left the school gate, I was with him until we returned. Is that clear enough? The entire class fell into a dead silence, no one daring to breathe. Even Liu Mo, the troublemaker, was stunned, not expecting Wei Qingyu to come forward to speak for Lu Chen. Hu Zhongzhong's pride was completely shattered by Wei Qingyu's words. He found it hard to believe that the unattainable flower in everyone's eyes had actually spent an entire afternoon alone with Lu Chen. Hu Zhongzhong stood frozen, the plot of a drama where a hero saves a beauty and offers himself playing on repeat in his mind. What had they talked about outside? Had they held hands? Had they playfully stuck out their tongues at each other? Was Lu Chen trying to make Wei Qingyu his girlfriend just because of a favor? Just the thought of Lu Chen, that scoundrel, grinning as he kissed Wei Qingyu's delicate lips made Hu Zhongzhong's heart feel like it was being churned into a puddle of mud. Liu Mo glanced at the carefree Lu Chen, then at the calm Wei Qingyu, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Was this early romance? Should she, as the homeroom teacher, intervene when a student said they went out shopping with a male classmate? No! The keyword favor instantly made Hu Zhongzhong's brain start working again. A study committee member couldn't just be a slacker, so Hu Zhongzhong still had some cleverness. He immediately grasped the crux of the issue and said somewhat awkwardly, Qingyu, but Lu Chen saved you just yesterday. What you said. The implication was clear. It meant that you, Wei Qingyu, might be covering for Lu Chen because he saved you yesterday. Right. My study committee member is quite clever. But Wei the school beauty wouldn't just lie, would she? What if the person being covered for is your benefactor? You saw it yesterday. If Lu Chen hadn't fed her chocolate, she would have definitely made a fool of herself when she fainted. That makes sense and is convincing. The classmates began to murmur, suddenly feeling that the study committee member had a point. What was that saying? Someone could be scolded by the whole world, but as long as they treat you well, you can't say a single bad thing about them, or you'd be heartless. If Lu Chen were a thief but saved Wei Qingyu, then it would be understandable for her to cover for him. Lu Chen raised his head, wanting to laugh a little. This study committee member was quite quick-witted, but why not use that cleverness for something more straightforward instead of these petty jealousies? It was really boring. Hu Zhongzhong was quite pleased with how quickly his mind was working. Now that the witnesses on Wei Qingyu's side had disappeared, who could prove where Lu Chen had been that day? Are you deaf? I said I can testify, can't you hear? Shaking your head like a thug. A sharp, charming voice immediately drew everyone's attention. Looking back, a golden little head was particularly eye-catching. Bang! Xia Yeshuang irritably pushed her desk aside and stood up, looking impatiently at Hu Zhongzhong. She was already annoyed that everyone's attention was on Wei Qingyu instead of her. Just now, she had clearly said I at the same time as Wei Qingyu. Why was he the first to ask her? Thinking of this, Xia Yeshuang's expression darkened further. I said I can testify for Lu Chen. I was with them. Is your ear stuffed with crap? Can't you hear clearly? Damn! Such strong aggression. Everyone in the class was stunned. Even Liu Mo, the class bully, didn't know Xia Yeshuang could be so fierce. As the target of the attack, Hu Zhongzhong was completely taken aback by the scolding. He opened his mouth to retort, but thinking of the glorious track record of this school bully in front of him, he immediately backed down. Seeing him silent, Xia Yeshuang slammed the table in frustration, sealing the deal. I can testify for Lu Chen, he's fine. To mess with Xia Yeshuang was like hitting a steel plate. Hu Zhongzhong completely shrank back and decided to retreat. Oh, okay, then I'll ask someone else. Was this stupid farce going to continue? Xia Yeshuang was fed up, her delicate brows furrowing as she opened her mouth to scold, striking like lightning. I said Hu Zhongzhong, are you brain dead? You can't even manage your own money and want the whole class to waste time cleaning up your mess? How big is your face? You've wasted 10 minutes of every classmate's time. Time is money. Where do you think your money comes from? Incredible. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. This was really impressive. A long stream of words without even a breath, and with such rhythm. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. If Xia Yeshuang became a rapper, the status of the #1 female rapper in the country would drop. Li Dachuan said, dazed. She can't be a rapper. Xia Yeshuang has already finished high school. Her education is too high. Lu Chen chuckled. You didn't spare them either. Seeing that Hu Zhongzhong had nothing more to say, Liu Mo could only diligently step in to clean up the battlefield. Alright, Zhongzhong, remember your lost money. Right now, many classes have people losing money. We can't say it's definitely a problem with our class. Hu Zhongzhong's face turned red from being scolded, and he quickly nodded. He never expected that this dead girl Xia Yeshuang would also come in and stir things up. Otherwise, the suspicion of being a thief would have long been pinned on Lu Chen. Damn it! With Xia Yeshuang causing such a ruckus, who would still question Lu Chen? Surely no one had enough clout to have the two most beautiful girls in the school cover for him at the same time? Hu Zhongzhong was mortified and wanted to sneak back to his seat but was suddenly grabbed by the arm. Turning around, he saw Lu Chen smiling and nodding at him. Li Laoshi is right. Class representative, losing money is indeed worth being anxious about. However, in the future, if it's not conducive to unity, don't say it. That's really disheartening. If you didn't know better, you'd think the class representative sees classmates as thieves. Just a few words. The way the classmates looked at the class representative changed completely. A farcical attempt to catch a thief ended just like that, but the scene was once again passed around among the students of the first high school. The first rule of gossip might be fake, but it's definitely funny. So, when Lu Chen finally learned about this incident, it was still through Li Dachuan's mouth. Everyone says, Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang both like you, so they agreed to have a boxing match yesterday at noon. Whoever wins, you belong to them. Lu Chen was stunned. Everyone else said they left because the two of them were fighting too fiercely, and they even closed the door on their way out. Lu Chen really wanted to die. Damn it! I should call the police. As the rumored cause of the two most beautiful women in the school fighting over him, Lu Chen had suddenly become the typical representative of a love-struck fool, and was even hailed as the one true god by the other love-struck fools, accepting their worship. Li Dachuan curiously asked, Xingxing, you're really impressive. Xia Yeshuang actually speaks for you. Do you have some secret technique for picking up girls? Hurry up and teach me. Lu Chen was speechless. Don't you know whether I've succeeded or not? Something was off. Very off. It was extremely off. Since yesterday, the direction of Lu Chen's entire campus life had suddenly taken a strange turn. Do you have time now? Hey, come out with me, I need to talk. Lu Chen looked up. On his left stood Wei Qingyu, and on his right stood Xia Yeshuang, while a group of love-struck fools lurked at the entrance, occasionally letting out suppressed screams. As expected, the one true god of love-struck fools. 026 Are you a lesbian? Am I stuck in some romantic drama? Looking at Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang in front of him, Lu Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. His high school life used to be quite simple. Eat, study, Wei Qingyu. But ever since he ended the deal with old man Wei, the atmosphere at school had suddenly become strange. When he used to follow Wei Qingyu around as a love-struck fool, he had never heard Xia Yeshuang speak to him. The only few words exchanged were just her mocking his plainclothes. I want to talk to Lu Chen. Xia Yeshuang provocatively shot a glance at Wei Qingyu, proudly lifting her chin like a noble swan. Wei Qingyu looked at Xia Yeshuang expressionlessly and calmly said, You can wait in line. Xia Yeshuang? Ha? Wait in line? What the hell? History teaches us that those without shame always live better. Without any warning, Xia Yeshuang directly grabbed Lu Chen's shoulder and pulled him outside, shooting a triumphant glare at Wei Qingyu as they passed. I think I've just received the experience card of that guy whose arm you twisted. Lu Chen, feeling hopeless, rubbed his shoulder, wondering where this little blonde got such strength. Xia Yeshuang snorted and dragged Lu Chen into the hallway. The sunlight fell on her hair, making every strand of golden hair shine brilliantly. Lu Chen couldn't help but be mesmerized. Seeing this, Xia Yeshuang proudly lifted her chin, a charming expression blooming on her beautiful face. Do I look good? Lu Chen stared at her hair, nodding earnestly, somewhat dazed. You look good. So good. His first favorite color was red, representing money. His second favorite was gold, representing gold. It was wonderful. This shiny golden hair had directly pierced Lu Chen's heart. Xia Yeshuang felt even more pleased. She knew it. Her looks were definitely a killer move for a bumpkin like Lu Chen. It was just that she hadn't given him a good face before, which was why he had been fawning over Wei Qingyu. Now that she was being nice to Lu Chen, wasn't he just like a lapdog in love? Oof. So low. Just thinking about how Wei Qingyu could be nice to someone like this made Xia Yeshuang want to laugh. Let me ask you a question. Lu Chen stared at her golden hair, happily nodding. Go ahead. He thought of something. Although he didn't have gold, he could buy a golden wig. The golden light was dazzling, making one feel happy just by looking at it. Where did you go after school yesterday? Xia Yeshuang asked the question that was on her mind the most. Lu Chen looked at her in confusion. Do you want to be friends with me? Otherwise, why would she testify for him today and ask about his past actions? Xia Yexiang, who wants to be friends with you? Lu Chen fell silent. This silence instantly angered Xia Yexiang. Her small face puffed up in frustration. I wanted to find you to talk about something yesterday. I saw you go into the bathroom and not come out, so I thought you fainted in there, and I called the logistics office. She was even thinking of being a hero. The teacher from the logistics office was busy in the bathroom for 10 minutes and didn't see a single hair of yours. Later, Xia Yexian was scolded harshly by the logistics office teacher for making a false report, which made her so angry that she couldn't sleep all night. Lu Chen thought the proud little blonde in front of him was a bit too neurotic. What did she want? Lu Chen thought for a moment. I went straight home after school yesterday. Did you need something from me? Went home? Xia Yexian looked at Lu Chen's school uniform, wondering if she had mistaken someone in the crowd after class. It didn't seem impossible. Lu Chen checked the time. Is that all you wanted to say? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. He couldn't be bothered to guess Xia Yexian's motives. As a professional admirer, guessing a client's thoughts was profitable, but guessing the thoughts of such a person was not. Don't go. Xia Yexian grabbed Lu Chen's sleeve and asked impulsively. I want you to stay away from Wei Qingyu from now on. Lu Chen turned around, looking at Xia Yexian gripping his clothes and her angry expression. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly asked, Are you a lesbian? Xia Yexian was stunned, and when she realized it, she was so angry her head buzzed. You're the lesbian. Lu Chen leaned against the corridor railing, sizing up Xia Yexian, pushing up his non-existent glasses. The scheming frog has been touching your belly. There's only one truth. You must be a lesbian. You have a crush on Wei Qingyu but don't dare to say it, so you can only warn others to stay away from her. Having a crush on someone of the same sex is really not easy. Lu Chen patted Xia Yexian's shoulder with a hint of sympathy. Good luck. Xia Yexian's face first turned red with anger, then turned pale, and by the end, she was already considering the possibility of giving Lu Chen a couple of punches. She angrily clarified, I don't like Wei Qingyu. Then why did you come to find me? I want to use you to annoy Wei Qingyu. As soon as the words left her mouth, the atmosphere instantly froze. Xia Yexian's mind went blank. It's over. She said it without thinking. Lu Chen smiled knowingly. I'm Wei Qingyu's admirer, so you want me to be your admirer to make Wei Qingyu angry? The word admire made Xia Yexian's heart race, her fair little face looking charming and cute. Can you use a different word? Lu Chen shrugged. Alright, but I had already decided not to admire Wei Qingyu anymore, so it's useless for you to find me. There are plenty of people who like Wei Qingyu. You might as well find someone more noticeable, like Hu Zhongzhong. Xia Yexian glared at Lu Chen with her beautiful eyes, her face full of disdain. I don't want to find that idiot. Put. Lu Chen laughed. He thought Xia Yexian's way of speaking was really refreshing, too straightforward. I really can't help you with this, I'm leaving. Thanks for testifying for me. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. For adults, when I have time often means never. Stop. Xia Yexian forcibly grabbed Lu Chen's clothes, gritting her teeth as she said, Don't you want Wei Qingyu to like you? I have a plan. Unsubscribe. Lu Chen waved his hand, I'm leaving. He wished that Wei Qingyu had no feelings for him, otherwise, Wei's old man would tear him apart. Yes, life is more important. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and lifted his leg to leave. Never had anyone made Xia Yexian feel so humiliated. Her full blouse was rising and falling with anger. Bastard! Damn bastard! Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Xia Yexian shouted in anger, Don't you think I'm beautiful? How much is beauty worth? I'll pay you. Xia Yexian didn't even see how Lu Chen had suddenly moved closer. This bastard, who had originally looked lazy, instantly became attentive, squeezing in beside her and rubbing his hands together. Care to elaborate? Xia Yexian? Lu Chen glanced at Xia Yexian's luxury dress worth 40,000 and the watch on her wrist worth 200,000, and with a bright smile, introduced, Do you miss your first love from a foreign land at night? Do you have an unattainable white moonlight? Our profession as devoted admirers has a wide range of services, such as admiration services, substitute services, etc. As long as your money is in place, I can shatter any emo feelings for you. You will have a loyal and dedicated admirer gazing at you at all times, solving your unhappiness and leading your life to the peak. Of course, others don't offer as many services. Who told me I'm so comprehensive? Xia Yexian stood there in a daze. Her mind was blank. What on earth was this bastard talking about? The key point was, why did she feel a strange flutter in her heart? 027 I'm still too comprehensive. Confused. The person involved was very confused right now. Watching Lu Chen furiously writing terms, Xia Yexian's head was still spinning. Boss, please take a look at these terms. Are you satisfied? If you agree, I'll print it out for you to sign, in duplicate. Lu Chen handed a contract to Xia Yeshuang, his movements so practiced it seemed he had done it 1,000 times. Xia Yeshuang asked in confusion, "Are you selling yourself?" A normal person would have turned red with anger upon hearing this. But Lu Chen not only didn't get angry, he even looked at this little golden potato with an incredibly gentle gaze and explained kindly, "It's similar to a nanny or servant, just providing emotional services to clients." Xia Yeshuang lowered her head uncomfortably. Lu Chen's gaze was too affectionate, completely different from his earlier casual demeanor. Changing faces so quickly. From arrogance to humility, it was amusing to think about. After a moment, Xia Yeshuang asked again, "Is Wei Qingyu also your client?" Lu Chen shook his head, "She's not. Her father signed the contract." Xia Yeshuang huffed, particularly dissatisfied. So, he sincerely admired Wei Qingyu, but for her, he needed a contract? So annoying. What was she lacking compared to Wei Qingyu? Holding on to her discontent, Xia Yeshuang asked before signing, "Who is prettier, me or Wei Qingyu?" Lu Chen didn't speak. He couldn't choose, both had their own characteristics. Which was better, hot pot or barbecue? Xia Yeshuang thought he was unwilling to say her name, so she directly broke down. "Am I not as pretty as Wei Qingyu?" Fine, I actually don't care about your opinion. Laughable, why should I care who you think is prettier? You're quite average, so funny, you're really pretentious. A smooth little combo directly made Lu Chen laugh. Xia Yeshuang's signature almost punctured the table as she gritted her teeth and cursed, "You better adhere to the terms of the agreement." After signing, Lu Chen put his copy of the agreement into his pocket and looked at Xia Yeshuang seriously, praising her. "You are very beautiful, your blonde hair looks great, your eyes are also pretty, you're very fair, and your legs are long." Xia Yeshuang shot him an angry glare. This compliment was worse than no compliment at all. "Is the agreement in effect now?" Lu Chen nodded. When serving clients, the client is paramount, so of course, one must say things to make them happy. Even though she had received praise, Xia Yeshuang still felt a tightness in her chest. Just now, it seemed like Lu Chen didn't care about anyone else, but now he acted as if she was the most important person in the world. How ridiculous. Xia Yeshuang felt inexplicably angry. "For this little bit of money, you want to sell yourself like this? Don't you think you're cheap?" Lu Chen smiled. "Then can you raise the monthly salary from 150,000 to 200,000? He needed to earn enough for college expenses, and if possible, have extra money to open a shop, a small piece of land, a cup of hot tea, $1 million in savings, and then live a simple life." Xia Yeshuang snorted. "I have money, not a disease. Why should she spend 200,000 on something that could be solved with 150,000? Lu Chen nodded, unable to help but feel emotional. It seemed this client was quite normal and had no bad habits. How nice. Before stepping out, they were classmates, but after stepping out, it suddenly turned into an employment relationship, which left Xia Yeshuang a bit at a loss. In her wealthy circles, there were people who kept small pets, but she had never kept one. Xia Yeshuang didn't want Lu Chen to think she was inexperienced, so she lifted her chin and ordered, "From now on, you will follow me to the piano room every noon to serve me, got it?" "Wait a moment." Lu Chen took out a small notebook and quickly wrote on a new page. Xia Yeshuang, female, 18 years old, vocal student, proud and irritable, easily swayed. "Let me note this down, you can speak now." As a professional sycophant, remembering the client's needs was an essential professional quality. Xia Yeshuang was stunned. This 150,000 was just the tip of the iceberg of her pocket money, and Lu Chen could actually go this far? "What did you bring for Wei Qingyu in the morning before?" "I made breakfast porridge and side dishes, nothing special." "Doesn't matter. Starting tomorrow, I want to eat too." "Understood. As long as I'm at school, if I call you, you must come." "Understood. You seem to study well, right? So when I have free time, you can tutor me." "Understood." No matter what requests Xia Yeshuang made, Lu Chen agreed without hesitation. This straightforwardness inexplicably made Xia Yeshuang feel a bit frustrated, and she angrily scolded, "You agree to everything, don't you have any temper?" Lu Chen closed his notebook and replied seriously, "Getting paid to work is what I should do." He was already very lucky to find a job as a professional sycophant. He wouldn't be reduced to praying and bowing to the heavens in a hospital because he didn't have money to save his grandfather. Xia Yeshuang was even angrier, grabbing Lu Chen's collar and asking, "Aren't you angry about this?" Lu Chen smiled, thinking that the little golden retriever in front of him, all claws and teeth, was actually completely non-threatening. She was just scaring herself. Song Junju really did whip people. The difference between the two was too great. "Your hair is messy."
Lu Chen carefully smoothed Xia Yeshan's disheveled hair and clapped his hands in satisfaction.
You look very good. Xia Yeshang suddenly released Lu Chen's collar, a delicate blush appearing on her cheeks.
Next time, without my permission, you are not allowed to touch me.
Okay.
Xia Yeshang calmed the tingling in her heart and turned to stare at Lu Chen, asking, don't you have any bottom line?
She couldn't believe that there could really be someone in this world with no temper at all.
Lu Chen thought for a long time and finally found one of his pitifully few bottom lines. Don't hit my face.
Swish.
On a summer night, Xia Yashuang suddenly looked up, incredulously asking, is it okay to hit somewhere else? Has anyone ever slapped your face before? Are all your clients this twisted? Lu Chen smiled slightly. Rarely, it's not as exaggerated as you think.
Rarely.
Does that mean it really has happened?
Xia Yashuang's heart jolted, looking at Lu Chen's face in disbelief.
They were all the same age, so why was Lu Chen living such a life?
The first rule of being a professional sycophant: never fall in love with a client, and even more so, never let the client fall in love with you. The former would ruin oneself, and the latter would make it hard to shake off the client.
So, Lu Chen smiled at Xia Yashuang and said leisurely, just kidding. With a face as good-looking as mine, of course every client is crazy about me.
Swish.
The little sympathy Xia Yashuang had just felt vanished in an instant, and she glared at Lu Chen in anger.
Who would feel sorry for you?
Lu Chen nodded.
Exactly. If you feel sorry for me, you're in trouble. Feeling sorry for a man is the beginning of bad luck. Once you feel sorry for me, you'll end up liking me. If you like me, I'll trick you out of your money and your heart, make you pregnant before marriage, and you'll have to marry me. Then I'll become a Phoenix man, enter your family business, secretly sabotage it, and make your family business take my surname. In the end, I'll be rich and powerful, keep 10 little wives, and kick you out of the house.
You'll end up on the streets.
Put.
Xia Yashuang couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, shaking with mirth as she poked Lu Chen's deliberately scary face.
I would never fall for you.
028 How can you take like this?
If I can get Wei Qingyu and Xia Yashuang to talk to me at the same time, I'd be willing to live in a villa and drive a luxury car.
How can you take like this?
Wow, Xia Yashuang is way ahead in the Lu Chen competition.
Wait, why don't I have this kind of luck?
Lu Chen has good hardware and software, but he's been focused on being a sycophant.
Now that he's awake, it's normal for someone to like him, right?
From the moment Xia Yashuang pulled Lu Chen out, the entire class fell into whispers, filled with various sour remarks. After all, one's own failure is certainly terrifying, but the success of others is even more chilling.
Everyone is a sycophant. Why did you, Lu Chen, succeed in your sycophancy? And not only did you succeed, but you also don't cherish it.
Wang Jingjin was Wei Qingyu's deskmate. She had come to understand Wei Qingyu's character, quiet but not malicious, just straightforward in her speech.
Wang Jingjin worriedly asked, Qingyu, are you okay?
Wei Qingyu was taken aback and shook her head.
I'm fine, thank you.
Oh no, the child is dazed. How can she shake her head while saying she's fine?
Wang Jingjin hesitantly said, your hand.
Wei Qingyu looked down. Her fair hand was stained with dark ink, an exceptionally glaring sight. After Xia Yashuang pulled Lu Chen away, she returned to her seat and became distracted. In the past, she could write several pages in 10 minutes, but now she was still stuck on the first page.
It's nothing.
Wei Qingyu silently pulled out a wet wipe to clean her palm. Xia Yashuang's provocative gaze kept echoing in her mind.
What would she say to Lu Chen?
Wang Jingjin hesitantly advised, Qingyu, don't take it too seriously.
Lu Chen has liked you for over 2 years. He won't be swayed by Xia Yashuang.
Liked?
Wei Qingyu looked at Wang Jingjin and said seriously, Lu Chen doesn't like me.
Ha?
Wang Jingjin was stunned, as if she had heard a joke. He doesn't like you? Who's spreading rumors? If he doesn't like you, does he treat you like a sister?
I certainly won't take care of my sister in every little detail. Wei Qingyu was silent for a moment and gently said, he is just too lonely.
So he doesn't know how to define familial love and romantic love.
Wang Jingjin felt that the world was truly insane. How could Wei Qingyu say such neurotic words? She sympathized with the man who had been unfortunate for 8 lifetimes. However, even though Wang Jingjin was screaming in her heart, she didn't dare to say it to Wei Qingyu's face. Xia Yeshan hummed a cheerful tune as she entered through the front door, followed by Lu Chen. Although her seat was at the back, she just liked to enter through the front door. That way, everyone could see her. Sure enough, all the classmates' gazes fell on the two of them. As she passed by Wei Qingyu, Xia Yeshan suddenly lowered her head, her golden hair cascading onto the table, flaunting her presence. She lowered her voice, her pride almost overflowing.
Lu Chen is mine now.
Wei Qingyu's eyes widened in shock.
Xia Yeshan felt so good that she almost wanted to laugh out loud. Yes, yes, yes. That's the expression. Do it a bit more. At least let me feel that this money was worth it. Xia Yeshan walked back to her seat with a light step. Lu Chen turned back to glance at Wei Qingyu. Their eyes met, and from Wei Qingyu's usually calm gaze, there was now a hint of gloom, perhaps even a bit of resentment. During the afternoon class meeting, Liu Mo emphasized 3 points. 1. The mock exam will start next Monday. 2. Registration for the sports meet is open. 3. The importance of unity and friendship. While she spoke, the students below were busy writing problems. You talk about yours, I write mine. Lu Chen was struggling with the second question of derivatives when an A4 paper was quietly passed over from Li Dachuan. What are you doing? Li Dachuan grinned, trying to curry favor. Adoptive father, our class still has a 3,000-meter event for the sports meet. 3,000 meters? Get lost. I have to think about whether to take a taxi for 1,000 meters. Lu Chen refused. Li Dachuan, helpless, pulled out his biggest trump card based on his observations of Lu Chen's interests. The prize for the 3,000 meters is 1,000 yuan, and I found out that no athletes are participating in this event. Athletes all go for basketball, sprints, and other cooler, more showy events. Not only do they look cool after the competition, but they can also get their handsome photos on the confession wall the next day. Lu Chen's hand paused. Aha! Li Dachuan was overjoyed. There was hope. After communicating with the sports committee of other classes, I found out that their 3,000 meters are all just filling in numbers, especially weak. Lu Chen fell silent. Lu Chen thought. Lu Chen filled out the form. Thank you, adoptive father. The last event also found a participant, and Li Dachuan was so excited he could almost jump up. Lu Chen suddenly had a question. Why don't you run the 3,000 meters? I can't run that far, Li Dachuan said, counting on his fingers, looking troubled. I still have to participate in the 50 meters, 400 meters, high jump, football. Lu Chen laughed. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to work that hard. Song Junju encountered some difficulties. Have the students' problems evolved to this extent now? Looking at the problem in her hand, Song Junju's beautifully delicate eyes were filled with big question marks. The answer is obvious at a glance. Why do we need all these processes? Born a top student, Song Junju expressed that she didn't understand the lengthy solving processes in those reference answers. Can't this problem be solved at a glance? After thinking for a moment, Song Junju decided to seek help from outside. She dialed her best friend Zhang Yu's number. Hello? Junju. What's up? I want to ask you a college entrance exam question. Ha? Zhang Yu was stunned. Song Junju felt a bit embarrassed. Are you free right now? Zhang Yu thought for a moment. I'm a bit busy right now. A couple is fighting, and the wife has been sent to our hospital, covered in blood. Ah? Song Junju frowned, feeling a bit worried. Did she encounter a domestic violence man? Not exactly, Zhang Yu found it hard to say. Her husband was stabbed several times and sent to the hospital next door. The director has given the order. This is a showdown between the two hospitals. Song Junju, how come your life in the hospital feels like a hot-blooded high school? Zhang Yu also found it a bit absurd and funny, so he spoke quickly. I won't talk to you anymore, I need to go help out. Later, let's go shopping. There's a famous performance at the Haicheng Grand Theater recently. I'll treat you to it. Deep Song Junju looked at the already hung-up phone and sighed. Being a doctor is really not easy. Not only did she have to pay to intern, but she also had to act out a hot-blooded high school in the hospital. After her musings, Song Junju had to continue sorting through exam questions and knowledge points for the college entrance examination. She thought of the expression Lu Chen would have upon receiving these things, and instantly felt motivated. Oof. Although you don't deserve me, your liking me shows your taste is normal. Consider this a compensation for you. 029 applying band-aids 2 days. Just 2 days. Lu Chen successfully transformed from a sycophant into a true god. From now on, whenever his name is mentioned, it will inevitably be linked with Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshang, along with many gossip stories he himself didn't even know about. Work is not easy, Lu Chen sighed. Sister, I'm here to make money. I don't have time to chat with you. The school bell rang. After packing up his things, Lu Chen had to attend to the next client. Exiting the school gate, Uncle Chen was still waiting for him in his usual spot. However, why are you driving a Bentley today? Lu Chen got in the car, puzzled, and saw an unexpected person. President 1? The partition of the car had already closed. When Lingxiu was wearing a white suit, paired with a matching pencil skirt, her long legs crossed and lifted, a pair of black and red high heels swaying in the air. Her deep brown hair was slightly curled and all pinned up with a pair of expensive jade earrings dangling from her earlobes. Something felt off. It felt very, very off. Wen Lingxiu was completely different from her gentle self at home, exuding the aura of a professional woman. "What are you dawdling for? Get in," she said, still in that gentle tone. Lu Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief and sat beside her. Although Wen Lingxiu had never come to pick up the kids with him before, perhaps she was just in the mood today? People aren't set NPCs, there are bound to be some unexpected behaviors. With that thought, Lu Chen finally relaxed. The car started and headed towards the kindergarten, but the atmosphere inside was a bit heavy. As a professional sycophant, maintaining a pleasant atmosphere while interacting with clients is essential. So, Lu Chen took the initiative to speak. "President Wen, is today's work a bit tough?" Wen Lingxiu looked at Lu Chen in surprise. She was dressed like a peacock today, waiting for Lu Chen to compliment her on her looks. Instead, he was concerned about her work. Lu Chen pointed to Wen Lingxiu's slender ankle. "Have you been walking a lot? It seems a bit red. When you get home, I can prepare some hot water for you to soak your feet." Wen Lingxiu was stunned. It wasn't until Lu Chen mentioned it that she felt a slight sting in her ankle. Suddenly, a warm current surged in her heart. How could he notice something she hadn't even paid attention to? This deepened the guilt in Wen Lingxiu's heart. Since learning last night that Lu Chen had discovered she was monitoring him, she hadn't slept a wink all night. There was both anxiety and heartache. How can there be someone like Lu Chen? Clearly questioned and doubted, yet he can still wear such a smile. After 2 years of getting to know him, she has come to recognize Lu Chen's character, and has even subconsciously regarded this little brat as a friend. Wen Lingxiu's heart ached slightly as she took out an exquisite box from her bag and handed it to him. "This is for you." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. Why was she suddenly giving him a gift? After pondering for a moment, he realized, could this be an apology from Wen Lingxiu? Put. Lu Chen looked at the expensive necklace inside the box and couldn't help but laugh sincerely. Aunt Wen really is too adorable. "Thank you, President Wen. I really like it." Another profit to be made. Seeing Lu Chen so happy, Wen Lingxiu also revealed a gentle smile. "As long as you like it." She had dressed so elegantly today and even came to pick up the child just to cheer Lu Chen up. Now that she looked at him, it seemed to have worked. This matter had been resolved too easily, so easily that Wen Lingxiu found it a bit hard to believe. In a good mood, Lu Chen said with a smile, "President Wen, I have a band-aid here. If you keep rubbing it, it will break." Wen Lingxiu felt a bit awkward at his strange words. However, since the atmosphere between them had just improved a little, it wouldn't be good to refuse, so she could only nod gently. "Okay, you give it to me." Wen Lingxiu let out a soft gasp as Lu Chen's hand had already grasped her ankle. She was taken aback. She had intended to do it herself. But she didn't expect Lu Chen to be so considerate and take the initiative. Wen Lingxiu's ears turned red, but her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen squatted down by her feet without any hesitation. One hand held her ankle while the other carefully pinched her high heel, gently taking it off. Although Wen Lingxiu wore a suit on top, she had a skirt on the bottom. From this angle, it was inevitable that he would see some things, but Lu Chen pretended not to notice, focusing his gaze on her ankle. He let Wen Lingxiu's foot rest against his leg, skillfully tearing open the band-aid packaging. Everything was ready. Lu Chen said in advance, "Here I come." Wen Lingxiu bit her lower lip and gave a barely audible "Just do it, don't ask." How strange. Lu Chen received permission and looked at her already flushed ankle. Due to the friction from the high heels, it was almost red enough to break the skin. Lu Chen gently blew on it, causing Wen Lingxiu to shiver slightly, biting her delicate teeth. "It hurts a bit, bear with it." Lu Chen took a deep breath, and with steady hands, he placed the band-aid on Wen Lingxiu's ankle. Phew, mission accomplished. Just as Wen Lingxiu was about to retract her foot, she was afraid of kicking Lu Chen in the face and dared not move carelessly. Lu Chen, however, was much more at ease, showing no signs of awkwardness or embarrassment. He deftly helped Wen Lingxiu put her high heel back on and even had the time to joke. Looks like saying high heels are torture devices isn't wrong at all. Wen Lingxiu instinctively tightened her long, slender legs, her throat feeling a bit dry as she softly responded with an President Wen. Lu Chen noticed Wen Lingxiu suddenly shiver and found it hard to believe. Was he really that scary? Wen Lingxiu was immensely grateful that she wore a suit today. She could guarantee that beneath her shirt, there must be large patches of red. "You say." Lu Chen suppressed his confusion and continued, "Our school has a sports meet coming up, and I signed up for the 3,000 meters. I need to go train after school this afternoon, so I might be home a bit later." Home a bit later? When Lingxiu raised her eyes to Lu Chen's handsome face, she had become accustomed to seeing him carry the child home every day. Training can be done anywhere, it can be done here too. She didn't directly refuse but changed her approach.
There's a gym in the villa, but no one has used it before. I had someone come up with a plan today, and it will be ready for use the day after tomorrow.
Hiss, Lu Chen gasped in surprise. Is this what it means to be wealthy? Damn! Impressive! Lu Chen nodded. That works too. Hee hee, I want to train at home too. President Wen is so nice.
Although there was no sun on the playground at night, the weather had turned hot, and there was always an uncomfortable warm breeze.
Lu Chen was just too obedient and understanding.
When Lingxiu smiled gently, her eyes filled with tenderness.
If only it could always be like this.
This sudden thought caught Wen Lingxiu off guard, surprising even herself. 030 The wise do not fall in love, I choose foot massages.
Lu Chen is a good person. This was the conclusion Wen Lingxiu reached after 2 years of observation.
When they first met in the mall, she was very grateful to Lu Chen for helping her with the child, but unexpectedly, the next day, the little girl couldn't stop thinking about Lu Chen, saying that the brother was gentle and handsome. It became impossible to ignore, and she had to return to the mall. Watching Lu Chen gently coax the child, a thought suddenly appeared in Wen Lingxiu's mind: perhaps the little girl needed a father.
So, she hired Lu Chen, or to put it more bluntly, she took him on. It sounds a bit funny.
A woman in her 30s finally got herself a young wolf dog, and it was all for the sake of being a father to the little girl, yet nothing had happened between them.
A beautiful single mother and a strong young wolf dog, and their relationship was completely innocent? No one would believe it if it got out.
But the truth was indeed so. Originally, Wen Lingxiu thought she would maintain this status quo indefinitely. However, watching Lu Chen crouched by her feet, focused on his task, stirred ripples in her heart. Those long, strong legs, that lean waist, that handsome face. Lu Chen's goodness, his tenderness, surged towards Wen Lingxiu, tinged with a hint of guilt.
Wen Lingxiu looked at Lu Chen and the little girl playing together, suddenly feeling a bit reluctant. Her contract with Lu Chen was signed until June.
It was already March, but the bond between Lu Chen and the little girl was growing deeper. If this contract were to end, the little girl would surely be very, very sad.
And she would feel a little sad too. How could she make Lu Chen stay forever? Wen Lingxiu fell into deep thought. President Wen? Lu Chen felt that Aunt Wen's gaze today was a bit strange. Wen Lingxiu came back to her senses, smiled at Lu Chen, and took off her apron after preparing the meal.
She was wearing a white undershirt underneath, which swayed slightly as she moved.
Lu Chen averted his gaze.
Aunt Wen is so beautiful, it's a pity her husband died so young.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Wen Lingxiu suddenly asked, startling Lu Chen so much that goosebumps broke out all over him.
Damn! What does Aunt Wen mean? Is she trying to get something for free?
Just thinking about this possibility made Lu Chen anxious. He could live without a life, but he couldn't live without money.
So Lu Chen immediately replied, no, absolutely not. I've never been in a relationship.
This was the truth. He had always been a professional simp.
How could he count that as being in a relationship? Wen Lingxiu was amused by Lu Chen's nervousness and gently said, I was just asking, no need to be so tense. Go call the little girl to eat. Until the evening, Lu Chen kept pondering what Aunt Wen's question really meant. Why did she suddenly ask if he had a girlfriend?
It was so strange. Even though he considered himself a professional simp, sometimes he still couldn't decipher these women's thoughts. He needed to learn and improve more.
Learning has no end.
After dinner, they spent some time together as a family. In the spacious master bedroom, Nan Nan lay in the middle with her little hands tucked in, and Wen lay on the right, while Lu Chen leaned on the left, holding his storybook and beginning to read. The little fox said to the little white rabbit. Nan Nan had run around a lot in kindergarten today, so by the time Lu Chen had read halfway through the story, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that Nan Nan was sound asleep, Lu Chen lowered his voice and spoke to Aunt Wen.
Aunt Wen, can I step out for a bit?
Wen Lingxiu lay flat on the bed, her long, smooth hair cascading over her chest, and she didn't respond, her eyes showing no signs of drowsiness.
Noticing this, Lu Chen kindly asked, Aunt Wen, is your leg uncomfortable? Do you need a foot soak? Just like some people's theories, some things can be skipped, but the attitude must be there. He was merely asking out of a customer-first mentality, knowing that Wen Lingxiu would likely refuse anyway.
Sure. Wen Lingxiu turned to her side, propping her head up with her hand, her hair falling onto the pillow, and she gently nodded at Lu Chen, her eyes smiling softly.
Lu Chen? No. Aunt Wen. I was just asking casually. I wasn't prepared for this. Lu Chen's mind went blank for the first time, unsure of what to do.
He had spent so much time with Aunt Wen, and sometimes when he saw her too tired, he would ask if she wanted a massage, but Wen Lingxiu had always politely declined.
What was going on with Aunt Wen today? Why did she suddenly agree? Lu Chen was dumbfounded.
But Wen Lingxiu kept looking at him, so he could only grit his teeth and prepare water and essential oil. Damn! These women are really getting more unpredictable. He needed to make a run for it soon, or he would be overwhelmed sooner or later. In the living room, the warm yellow light spilled down, and Wen Lingxiu sat on the waterproof leather sofa in her pajamas, feeling a bit at a loss. She didn't know how she had impulsively agreed. Now what? Was Lu Chen really going to wash her feet and give her a massage? Would Lu Chen think she was humiliating him? Could she still stop now? Women tend to overthink, their minds racing. Lu Chen pulled out a new white towel, his expression serious as he walked in front of Wen Lingxiu. Technician No. 18 at your service. Remember to give me a 5-star review. Pfft. Wen Lingxiu's tension was instantly lifted, and she looked at Lu Chen with gentle eyes. That depends on whether Technician No. 18 works hard or not. Lu Chen curled his lips. I will work hard. Definitely. I'm full of energy. Wen Lingxiu felt a bit shy and fell silent. Lu Chen didn't linger, squatting in front of her and starting his work. He lowered his head, his expression serious, as he held Wen Lingxiu's two beautiful, fair feet and immersed them in warm water. Antoine, is the water temperature okay? Wen Lingxiu was too comfortable to speak, only lazily humming in response. With her feedback, Lu Chen felt his technique was still effective, and he instantly became more confident. As a professional devoted admirer, having a skill was quite important. Lu Chen gently lifted one of Wen Lingxiu's delicate, fair feet and began to press on the acupoints he had learned in his mind. Wen Lingxiu let out a muffled sound of discomfort. Lu Chen firmly grasped her ankle, which was trying to retreat in fear, and forced it back into the water, saying very seriously, Anwen, if these acupoints hurt a lot, it means there are some issues with your body, and you need to pay more attention. You shouldn't stand for too long in high heels. Standing too long will cause your legs to swell, which is very uncomfortable. Also, there should be invisible anti-chafing stickers sold online. It's best to use those when wearing high heels. If I help you press a bit more, you'll feel more comfortable. Those stiletto heels are really not meant for people to wear. The warm yellow light, the familiar home, the comfortable feeling, the chatter. Lover? Lover. When the words lover appeared in Wen Lingxiu's mind, she suddenly opened her eyes. Lover? It felt like something was about to break through the clouds and reveal the light. Wen Lingxiu's heart trembled violently as she discreetly glanced at Lu Chen, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Yes, lover. Only a lover would not leave because of the termination of a contract. Lu Chen's incessant reminders continued, but Wen Lingxiu's mind was focused on one thing: a 2-year probation period. Long enough? Wen Lingxiu curved her lips into a smile and reached out to touch Lu Chen's fluffy head. Lu Chen looked up at her in confusion. President 1? Wen Lingxiu chuckled softly. She had found a solution. 031 A wild boar can't eat fine bran. Boom! A flash of white light streaked past the window, followed by a howling wind and the sound of rain pattering against the window. Spring rain is like this. It doesn't fall when you have an umbrella, but pours joyfully when you don't. Boom! Another thunderclap made Wen Lingxiu, sitting on the sofa, shudder suddenly, glancing fearfully at Lu Chen. Lu Chen wasn't afraid of thunder, he just hated the rain. The ground would become muddy after it rained, and when he was a child, he could never wash clothes properly. Getting them muddy made it even harder to clean. Lu Chen glanced at the current situation. The sofa was splattered with quite a few droplets, falling down due to gravity, and the basin was still not cleaned up. So he said, President 1, you should go back to the room and keep Nguyen company. I'll clean this up, okay? Antoine, being understanding, would surely agree. No. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Had Antoine taken the wrong medicine today? Why was every answer outside his expectations? But Lu Chen lowered his gaze to Wen Lingxiu. She really seemed a bit scared, her delicate white fingers tightly gripping the hem of Lu Chen's shirt. Lu Chen, feeling helpless, could only say, then shall I accompany you back to the bedroom? Wen Lingxiu nodded gently, a few curls of her long hair falling across her forehead, gentle and beautiful. Lu Chen extended his hand to Wen Lingxiu. I'll support you. Wen Lingxiu bit her lip and shook her head, a bit shy as she said, my legs are weak. This was true. After Lu Chen had pressed her feet, her legs really felt weak. Lu Chen understood. But one must get up eventually, right? As a practical person, Lu Chen quickly thought of a solution. He grabbed Anwen's wrist, his arm slipping under her legs, easily lifting her up. Ah! Wen Lingxiu exclaimed in surprise, fearfully wrapping her arms around Lu Chen's neck. Lu Chen laughed, lifting Wen Lingxiu a bit higher as he walked toward the bedroom, teasing, President 1, you should eat more. Wen Lingxiu felt embarrassed, resting her head on Lu Chen's shoulder, muffling a response. This was too strange. The situation was too strange. Upon reaching the bedroom, Nguyen was sleeping soundly. Lu Chen carried her into the room, still having the strength to turn sideways and close the door. Closing the door casually is everyone's responsibility. Seeing how effortlessly he managed, Wen Lingxiu couldn't help but sigh. Being young is great. Endless energy day after day. Lu Chen smiled as he placed her on the bed, proudly saying, "It's not that I'm young and energetic, it's that I have energy, okay? President 1, when you compliment someone, you should get to the point." When Lingxiu shot him a glance, her cheeks were still flushed after the foot massage, and this glance was full of charm. Lu Chen averted his gaze, inwardly sighing. "Ah man, your taste is really good." Lu Chen pulled the blanket over Wen Lingxiu and tucked Nuan in. Finally, he sat on the floor by Wen Lingxiu's side, leaning against the mattress, smiling as he said, "President 1, it's late. Rest now, I'll stay here with you." Wen Lingxiu was really a bit tired today, but after having her feet massaged, she felt quite comfortable. Coupled with Lu Chen's gentle voice, her nerves slowly relaxed. 20 minutes later, Wen Lingxiu's breathing became steady and long. She had fallen asleep. Lu Chen leaned against the edge of the mattress, a flash of lightning illuminating his indifferent gaze. He took out his phone and operated it for a while. When he saw several unknown devices connected to the network, he suddenly wanted to laugh. Antwan thought he was good but didn't trust him. There were at least 3 pinhole cameras in this room. As long as he made any unusual move, he would definitely be thrown out of the villa. He really didn't understand. Why did Antwan have to do this? If she didn't trust him, then she should never trust him. There was no need to act gentle while doing such things. Lu Chen stood up by the bed. Wen Lingxiu was very beautiful. Compared to the youthful innocence of younger girls, she was more gentle and accommodating. Lu Chen couldn't understand what she really wanted. After a long time, Lu Chen sighed. Forget it. By June, everything would be over. Let her be neurotic. Lu Chen gently pulled the quilt over Wen Lingxiu and fished out the blushing girl buried under the covers. After doing all this, Lu Chen left the bedroom. The door closed softly. Silent. A peaceful night. The next day, Lu Chen woke up early, having been jolted awake by himself. Damn! I really need to go buy some fatseed to brew tea. After taking care of his own issues, he washed his face, brushed his teeth, and went to the kitchen. There was no way around it. That little golden retriever, Xia Yexiang, insisted on having the same treatment as Wei Qingyu, even wanting the same porridge for breakfast. I say, you rich people are really something. If they wanted to eat some delicacies, why did they have to compete with his plain porridge? The experience card for sleeping an extra half hour has really expired. Lu Chen sighed while cooking the porridge. Xingxing, what are you doing? A voice interrupted Lu Chen's inner rant. He turned around to see Wen Lingxiu. She was still wearing the nightgown from last night, her hair a bit messy from sleep, with a few strands sticking up stubbornly. Wen Lingxiu had always been gentle and rational. Now, seeing her looking a bit dazed from waking up early was quite cute. After a night of digestion, Lu Chen was no longer angry. After all, they were paying clients, it was normal to be a bit eccentric. So he smiled and said, I'm making some porridge, do you want some? Oh no. As soon as he said that, Lu Chen wished he could slap himself. Sure enough. Sure. Lu Chen felt like he was going to faint. Damn it. You rich people really have something wrong with your heads. So many abalones and prawns to eat, yet you insist on drinking this pot of porridge, what's wrong with you? It's simply like a wild boar that can't eat fine bran. Wen Lingxiu had never woken up this early before, so it was her first time seeing Lu Chen making breakfast. She gently sniffed, the aroma of the rice completely cooked. Wen Lingxiu was well versed in the ways of coaxing children, squinting her eyes and clapping gently. Wow! Xingxing is amazing. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, you go wash up, I'll leave a bit in the pot for you. Remember to finish your breakfast before going to work, okay? Wen Lingxiu had always been someone who worried about others. Hearing Lu Chen say such nagging words to care for her, she didn't feel annoyed, instead, she felt warm inside. After cursing a few more times about rich people being like wild boars that can't eat fine bran, Lu Chen packed some plain porridge and side dishes into a thermos and left. 15 minutes later, when Lingxiu finished washing up, she sat at the dining table, drinking porridge while watching the surveillance video from last night. After seeing that Lu Chen had only covered her and Nan with a blanket before leaving, Wen Lingxiu felt even more satisfied. A true gentleman, trustworthy. She acknowledged Lu Chen. Since I acknowledge you, let's take you out for a walk. She couldn't keep Lu Chen cooped up at home any longer. After thinking for a moment, Wen Lingxiu sent a message to Lu Chen. On the bus, Lu Chen's phone beeped. Wen Lingxiu, 31, camera wholesaler, stars, Nan's teacher said we should take the kids to see more art, and there's a special performance at the Haicheng Grand Theater. After your mock exam, how about we take Nan to see it and buy you and her some clothes? Crazy. Lu Chen didn't expect to have an outing task,
he still preferred to stay at home. Especially the words Haicheng Grand Theater really triggered his PTSD. Lu Chen quickly checked the special performance at the Haicheng Grand Theater and sighed in relief when he found out that Qi Yushan wasn't performing. Wait! Lu Chen quickly checked if any of the famous artists included Qi Yushan, and when he found none, he sighed in relief again. Lu Chen replied expressionlessly. Lu Chen, of course, that sounds great. Long live President 1032. Is this a succubus? When he arrived at school, Lu Chen suddenly felt that several students passing by were looking at him. Damn! Didn't they say life doesn't have that many spectators? Could you keep your gossiping voices down a bit? Lu Chen abandoned Wei Qingyu to fall in love with Xia Yeshuang. What is that about? Lu Chen felt numb. Previously, he was just mocked as a sycophant, but now he was being called both a sycophant and a scumbag. He was at a loss. Forget it, I should hurry up and leave. When the mock exam was about to start, these dear classmates wouldn't be laughing anymore. Lu Chen quickly entered the classroom, where Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang were also present. When Wei Qingyu saw him come in, holding a familiar thermos, her eyes lit up. She really liked the porridge Lu Chen made. Wei Qingyu had her hand in her wallet, ready to give Lu Chen 100 yuan for breakfast. But Lu Chen flew past her. When he heard a commotion from Wei Qingyu's side, Lu Chen turned back in confusion. Are you talking to me? Good morning. After greeting, Lu Chen quickly walked towards Xia Yeshuang's seat. She was wearing an A-line dress today, her long legs dazzlingly white, and her golden hair made her so beautiful that it was hard to look directly at her. Lu Chen walked up to her, handed her the thermos, and asked curiously, "Aren't your legs cold?" It had just rained last night, and the air was cool. Even someone as tough-skinned as Lu Chen had put on a jacket. How was Xia Yeshuang so resistant to the cold? Sure enough, a girl's fear of cold is Schrodinger's fear of cold. Xia Yeshuang paused for a moment and shot Lu Chen a glare. Pervert. Lu Chen? Sister. I'm just being concerned. All right. Out of respect for the client, Lu Chen maintained a smile. Take your time drinking. If it doesn't suit your taste, I'll make it for you again tomorrow. Oof. Although the classmates in the room didn't look up, they were quietly paying attention to the situation over here. When they heard Lu Chen's words, someone couldn't hold back their surprise and made a sound. Half the people were looking at Xia Yeshuang, and half were looking at Wei Qingyu. The only one looking at Lu Chen was Li Dachuan, who silently gave a thumbs up. Master. Foster father. Awesome. Oh, and there was also Wu Zhongzhong, who was now so angry that his face was red. Xia Yeshuang was happy. She provocatively glanced at Wei Qingyu, who was also looking over here. Oof. She felt even happier. It seemed that Wei Qingyu wasn't completely unresponsive. On a summer night, Xia Yeshuang slowly lifted the lid of the thermos, and the unique aroma of the kanji made her eyes light up. She had originally intended to provoke Wei Qingyu, but unexpectedly, Lu Chen actually had something. Remember to come to the piano room with me at noon today. Xia Yeshuang was afraid Lu Chen would forget, so she specifically reminded him. Lu Chen nodded and added, "Be careful of catching a cold." Xia Yeshuang shot him a glare. Shut up. After Lu Chen left, Xia Yeshuang thought for a moment and took out a piece of clothing from her bag to wrap around her legs. With her body warmed, her heart felt more comfortable too. Xia Yeshuang gently scooped a spoonful of kanji and brought it to her mouth, happily squinting her eyes. Indeed, wrapping Lu Chen was a good decision. Wei Qingyu turned her gaze back to the problem in her hands. The derivatives that she used to solve easily now seemed like a foreign language. Strange. Why did her vision feel a bit blurry? Wang Jinjin had been carefully watching Wei Qingyu. When she saw the usually calm Wei school beauty's eyes slightly redden, Wang Jinjin was completely stunned. Damn! Is Lu Chen a succubus? Today's campus report, the number of people supporting Xia Yeshuang has significantly increased, while Wei Qingyu's supporters seem to be in decline. At noon after school, Lu Chen tidied up his things and took paper and pen to the piano room. Last time, Xia Yeshuang said she wanted him to tutor her, and Lu Chen wasn't sure if she was serious or just teasing him. However, out of professional dedication as a devoted admirer, he still prepared a bit. Lu Chen. As Lu Chen passed by Wei Qingyu, she suddenly called out his name. What's up? Lu Chen stopped and looked at Wei Qingyu in confusion. Upon seeing him, Wei Qingyu found herself at a loss for words. She felt a bit wronged but didn't know why she felt that way. What right did she have to feel wronged? Last time, when Lu Chen asked about their relationship, she had said he was a benefactor, while Lu Chen had called her a sister. Benefactor and sister, what right did she have to control Lu Chen's actions with those definitions? But the way Xia Yeshuang looked at her with those provocative and arrogant eyes. It's nothing. Wei Qingyu couldn't say anything and could only manage to spit out those two words after a long pause. Oh, okay. Lu Chen didn't ask further and quickly ran off.
His deal with Wei's father had long ended, and there was no need for him to protect or take care of Wei Qingyu anymore. Wang Jinjin was dying of anxiety on the side. She knew Wei Qingyu was a reserved person, but she didn't realize she was this reserved. She had even called Lu Chen over but couldn't say a word. She couldn't hold it in any longer. It was time for her CP god to step in. Wang Jinjin cleared her throat, looking at the dim-eyed Wei Qingyu, and tentatively said, "Qingyu, do you feel a bit stuck in your heart right now?" Wei Qingyu thought for a moment and hesitantly nodded. "Am I sick?" Wang Jinjin was in a hurry, practically in a rush, and quickly said, "Qingyu, listen to me." Lu Chen hurriedly ran towards the comprehensive building. When Wei Qingyu's father donated this building, the piano room set up for vocal students was included. Lu Chen didn't know what Xia Yashuang's family did, but he knew they must be very wealthy. This piano room was rented by her, so only she had the right to use it. Knock, knock, knock. Standing at the door of the piano room, he knocked, and the sound of piano music floated out from inside. "Come in." Xia Yashuang's voice came out, and Lu Chen immediately pushed the door open and entered. Outside the window were tall trees and green leaves, and a gentle breeze blew into the piano room, lifting the white curtains. A girl with golden long hair sat at the piano, and smooth notes poured from her fingertips, as if an angel had descended. It was Debussy's Claire de Lune. Lu Chen quietly found a spot to sit down, not disturbing Xia Yeshiang as she practiced the piano. It is said that art students need low scores, but if an art student reaches a top level, they are indeed exceptional. Artistic talent is something you either have or you don't. It's quite obvious. Xia Yeshiang is one of those who possesses artistic talent. She studies ethnic music and was admitted to Haicheng University early through the art examination. As long as her final college entrance exam scores are sufficient, she can enroll. When the piece ended, Lu Chen opened a bottle of water. "Do you want some water?" Xia Yeshiang scoffed, taking the water and saying, "You're quite polite. I thought someone like you would interrupt me directly." Ignoring the sarcasm in her tone, Lu Chen blinked and sincerely complimented her. "You play the piano beautifully, I bet you sing even better." Xia Yeshiang proudly smiled, and mentioning her major made her even more confident. "Do I need to say it?" Lu Chen laughed. This client was really easy to understand. Xia Yeshiang pointed to the corner. "That's your lunch, eat it." Lu Chen looked over to see takeout from Haicheng's top restaurant. "Wow, being rich is great." Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. "Thank you, Boss Xia." She even prepared his meal. "What a good person." Xia Yeshiang disdainfully scolded. "What, Boss Xia? That sounds terrible. Change the title." Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to ask for her opinion. "Then what do you think is good?" "Anything." Xia? No way. Too intimate. "Then what do you think is good?" "Anything." 033 Rationality again. The word anything would become a nightmare, appearing in Lu Chen's dreams at all times. It was so painfully frustrating. Although some of his previous clients were quite eccentric, they could generally express their thoughts normally. But Xia Yeshiang was different. She was a total tsundere. She wanted him to guess. Lu Chen finally understood why tsunderes were often portrayed in reverse. It was truly painful. Seeing tsunderes in anime made him applaud, but encountering one in reality made him want to escape. He wanted to run away, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Fortunately, Xia Yeshiang didn't go too far and reluctantly agreed to the name Sister Xia. However, another question arose, and Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Aren't I a bit older than you?" Xia Yeshiang turned her face to look at him. "Do you have a problem with that?" "No." "Damn it." After finally getting this little golden retriever to agree, Lu Chen didn't want to bring bad luck upon himself. Forget it. If she wanted to be called sister, then sister it was. When he had the chance later, he would definitely make the little golden retriever call him brother. But this top restaurant's food was really delicious. While eating heartily, Lu Chen asked, "Sister Xia, why aren't you eating?" Xia Yeshiang boredly propped her chin up, swinging her legs on the piano bench. "I'm on a diet." "Ha? But you're not fat." Lu Chen was dumbfounded. This little golden retriever looked like she could be blown away by the wind at any moment. What was she even dieting for? Xia Yeshiang was amused by Lu Chen's reaction, her eyes crinkling into a smile. "Particularly cute. Girls matters, you wouldn't understand." "All right." Lu Chen stopped asking further. He couldn't influence any client's decisions, only comply. So he just expressed appropriate concern. "Then I won't make that porridge tomorrow. I'll just have porridge in the morning. It's too high in calories." "No way." Xia Yeshiang instantly became alert, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, staring at Lu Chen. Lu Chen cursed inwardly. He had hoped to take the opportunity to get an extra half-hour of sleep, but it was rejected just like that. How infuriating. "Damn it. Sister Xia, you could have your chef make you some breakfast suitable for dieting." "No." On a summer night, Xia Yeshuang recalled the feeling of drinking warm porridge in the morning.
People always awaken some Chinese DNA at the right moment.
For instance, suddenly developing a fondness for listening to opera, or suddenly falling in love with gold. Previously, Xia Yeshuang thought it was fine to have a casual Western breakfast in the morning, but after drinking porridge today, she felt that a Chinese breakfast suited her taste much better. It turned out Wei Qingyu had been eating so well behind her back.
I want to drink the porridge you make. Lu Chun. You rich people really can't appreciate the finer things. If your chef's food isn't to your liking, why give it to me? How infuriating. By the way,
Xia Yeshuang saw the paper and pan Lu Chen brought and suddenly remembered something. You're doing well in your studies, right?
Lu Chen realized she was serious, so he nodded.
Not bad, if all goes well, I should be able to get into Shanghai City University.
Xia Yeshuang raised an eyebrow, surprised at Lu Chen's confidence. All right then. I write problems in the piano room at this time every day. If I have questions, you can answer me anytime.
Sure, Lu Chen replied readily, otherwise, he would feel uneasy holding on to that 150,000.
Xia Yeshuang glanced at Lu Chen. Why do I feel like you just sighed in relief? Lu Chen blinked. Do you want the truth or a lie?
Xia Yeshuang's eyes sparkled as she glared at him. Both.
Fine. Quite greedy.
Lu Chen honestly said, the lie is, being in the same room with the beautiful Xia sister makes me so happy. The truth is, thankfully Xia's sister's grades are good, otherwise, while tutoring, I might end up in a vocational school myself. Xia Yeshuang was taken aback for a moment, then burst into a playful laugh, scolding him. You jerk! The wind rustled the leaves, and Xia Yeshuang suddenly felt that her days ahead would be very happy. Lu Chen and Xia Yeshuang returned to the classroom together. Wei Qingyu looked up, her eyes dim, but her mind echoed with Wang Jinjin's words.
I like Lu Chen?
Wei Qingyu found Wang Jinjin's conclusion very unreliable, as there was no theoretical basis to prove she would like Lu Chen.
But Wang Jinjin said, liking someone doesn't require a reason.
Everyone swears by their ideal type before falling in love, but once they meet that person, it all crumbles.
Wang Jinjin said, liking someone makes you feel gloomy when you see them with someone else.
Wei Qingyu watched the scene of Lu Chen and Xia Yeshuang together. A perfect match, both talented and beautiful.
She gently placed her hand on her chest. It seems a bit painful?
Wang Jinjin noticed that Wei Qingyu seemed to be awakening and felt that her reading of novels wasn't in vain. She finally got through to this stubborn girl.
The next moment, Wei Qingyu asked her in confusion. But I still don't understand, why do I like Lu Chen? Wei Qingyu's expression turned resolute.
Every mathematical formula has a theoretical basis. I need to find my reason for liking Lu Chen.
Wang Jinjin. Damn it. She's awakened, but not completely. Wang Jinjin felt despair. Why the hell does liking someone need a reason? There aren't that many reasons. Liking is just liking.
By the time you find a reason, Lu Chen and Xia Yeshuang's kids will be crawling all over the place.
Wang Jinjin couldn't understand how Wei Qingyu developed such a rigid personality. Sometimes, a heartbeat is just a sudden thump. Who can control their hormones? I'm done. Really done. Wang Jinjin gave up on trying to help.
She suspected that Wei Qingyu's prenatal education was 100,000 Ys, which led to her insatiable thirst for knowledge. Just bury it. This girl really can't be saved. She deserves to be single. In Wei Qingyu's 18 years of life, everything that happened had its reasons. She could not accept the idea of things being beyond her control. Therefore, as she watched Lu Chen return to his seat, she murmured softly, everything in the world has a reason. My liking you cannot be without reason. She had to find that reason. She hated the feeling of losing control. In the afternoon after school, Li Dachuan shouted loudly, all students participating in the sports meet, let's go to the playground to practice. There will be food and drinks, it's going to be great. Yay! Let's go, let's go. Today, you must know what it means to be reborn in a grand way. Running 800 meters is a piece of cake. Let's go eat ice cream. The class instantly erupted in excitement. Lu Chen had made a plan with Li Dachuan, winked at him, and slipped away. As many participants left in a flurry, those who remained continued studying in the classroom. Xia Yeshuang glanced at Wei Qingyu, who was indeed working on problems. Wei Qingyu stole a glance at Xia Yeshuang, who was playing on her phone. An hour later, Xia Yeshuang and Wei Qingyu met on the playground, their eyes widening in surprise. What are you doing here? Wei Qingyu paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the practicing athletes, and calmly replied, the playground is public property. How pretentious. Public property? Xia Yeshuang couldn't help but laugh, raising her head arrogantly and mocking. Aren't you just here to find Lu Chen? Why act so grand? Wei Qingyu fell silent but did not deny it. The two most beautiful people in the school arrived at the playground simultaneously, and the athletes, who had been somewhat disheveled from the exercise, suddenly seemed to be injected with adrenaline. Their backs no longer ached, their legs no longer hurt, they could jump high and run fast. Damn it! Just a moment ago, they were all pretending to be like Lin Dayu, and now they could pull down willows? Li Dachuan felt as if he saw countless peacocks on the playground, all strutting their stuff. Xia Yeshuang glanced at the athletes at the starting line and impatiently asked Li Dachuan, "Where's Lu Chen?" In an instant, Li Dachuan saw everyone on the playground droop their heads like robots running out of battery, probably cursing Lu Chen in their hearts. "Xingxing is training at home. He said he has a treadmill," Li Dachuan said seriously, still holding onto the snacks Lu Chen had given him. Dachuan had drifted through life, only regretting not meeting a wise master. If the master did not abandon him, he would gladly take Xingxing as his godfather. And the godfather was indeed generous, always bringing him some delicious imported snacks. So tasty. Loved it. What? He left without telling me? Xia Yeshuang was furious, pulling out her phone to bombard Lu Chen with messages. 034 The young master hasn't smiled in a long time. Xia Yeshuang, 18, easily irritated. Lu Chen, why didn't you tell me you were leaving? Xia Yeshuang, 18, easily irritated. Is this your attitude towards your boss? Xia Yeshuang, 18, easily irritated. What are you pretending not to be here for? Reply. Lu Chen sat in the alpha, completely bewildered by the incessant beeping of incoming messages. Wow, she can really send messages, 20 in a minute. Such speed would be a waste if not used to save the domestic esports industry. Lu Chen glanced at the messages Xia Yeshuang sent, and he could imagine how frantic she must be on the other end of the phone. However, fortunately, he was quite adept at handling her. Lu Chen, sorry, I have something to deal with at home. Lu Chen, should I add a bit of pumpkin to tomorrow's porridge? It's very good for the stomach. Xia Yeshuang was stunned. She looked at the message Lu Chen sent and fell into deep thought. Pumpkin porridge. No, that's not what she came to ask about. Don't change the subject, Xia Yeshuang, 18, easily irritated said. I'm planning to buy you a new thermos. What color do you like? Lu Chen replied. It's none of your business, Xia Yeshuang shot back. Yellow. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. This Xia Yeshuang was easier to coax than he had imagined. While Lu Chen stopped replying, Xia Yeshuang kept sending messages. I like yellow. I said I like yellow. Say something. Xia Yeshuang was fuming, staring at her phone screen, wishing she could jump through the chat and beat Lu Chen up. Should I add a little sugar to the pumpkin porridge? Lu Chen's message made Xia Yeshuang furrow her brows in confusion. The next second, another message came. I know you're on a diet, but I think you look best right now. Just a little sugar for flavor, not too much. Xia Yeshuang was suddenly stunned. How did he know what she was thinking? She didn't expect that something she casually mentioned today would stick in Lu Chen's mind. The feeling of everything having a response was really, whatever, Xia Yeshuang replied. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Chen glanced at Lu Chen through the rearview mirror and asked with a kind smile, Mr. Lu hasn't laughed like this in a long time. Lu Chen? He shot a puzzled glance at Uncle Chen, wondering if he had crossed into some kind of domineering CEO novel. Lu Chen locked his phone and said with a smile, of course I'm happy to see Nuan Nuan. She's just too cute. Hearing this, Uncle Chen's eyes suddenly turned red, and he gave Lu Chen goosebumps. Damn! Ever since the last time he acted like Uncle Chen's gaze towards him had been strange. Damn it! It was just acting. On the playground. Even though the weather was getting hotter, everyone on the playground shivered in unison. Seeing Xia Yeshuang staring at her phone with a strange smile, everyone felt something was off. No! What was this little ancestor doing? Didn't she say she was going to confront Lu Chen? How did it suddenly turn into this? Amidst the confusion, only Li Dachuan keenly sensed the truth. Impressive, adoptive father. He actually managed to coax this hot-tempered Xia Yeshuang like this? Suddenly, Li Dachuan felt he needed to learn from Lu Chen. Finding a wife in the future would be a piece of cake. Ahem. Someone coughed, and Xia Yeshuang immediately snapped back to reality, arrogantly lifting her chin at Wei Qingyu. Lu Chen has something going on at home, forget it, I'm leaving. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to walk away. The next second, Wei Qingyu, who had been standing in the wind with no expression, suddenly grabbed Xia Yeshuang's wrist. Hiss, the crowd gasped in shock. Li Dachuan was so scared his legs went weak, almost kneeling. No. In the past, the school had erupted in arguments over who was prettier between the two of them, and neither had ever said a word to each other. Hadn't these two little ancestors always kept their distance? Why were they clashing now? What to do, what to do, what to do? Li Dachuan's brain was frantically warning him. What if they slapped each other? What if they pulled each other's hair? Although the crowd loved to watch women fight, they didn't want to see these two little ancestors go at it. What to do? If they start fighting, should we call the teacher? No. Will Wei Qingyu's arm really not get broken by Xia Yeshuang? Where's Lu Chen? Call Lu Chen. He left right after school. Who knows where he went? Can he really sleep through this? Li Dachuan closed his eyes, sighing inwardly. Lu Chen, you are deeply sinful. His wrist was gripped, and Xia Yashuang was startled, raising an eyebrow and laughing flamboyantly. No way, no way? Could it be that Wei Daxiawa still wants to fight someone? Wei Qingyu stood there calmly, the breeze brushing through her long, sleek black hair, adding a touch of desolation and chill. Don't tease Lu Chen anymore. Hoof. Xia Yashuan laughed, looking provocatively at Wei Qingyu. What gives you the right to say that? Are you Lu Chen's girlfriend? Why act so profound? Wei Qingyu stared at her, a flicker of impatience crossing her eyes. Lu Chen is very innocent. Innocent? Xia Yashuan laughed outright, her eyes filled with uncontrollable mockery. If she hadn't seen Lu Chen write the agreement, she might have actually believed Wei Qingyu's words. That dead money grubber, can he be called innocent? Ha! It seems Lu Chen has been infatuated with Wei Qingyu for over 2 years, getting to know her thoroughly. But Wei Qingyu doesn't understand Lu Chen at all. This inexplicable sense of superiority made Xia Yashuan puff out her chest and sneer. And then? He doesn't seem to like you anymore, does he? He seems to like me more now. Wei Qingyu was stunned. Previously, Lu Chen said he only saw her as a sister, so she couldn't voice any rebuttals. Wei Qingyu tightened her hands, furrowing her brows as she stared at Xia Yashuan, her speech quickening. If you hate me, you can take revenge on me. Why drag innocent people into it? Ha ha ha. Xia Yashuan laughed uncontrollably, her perfectly curved chest gently rising as she spoke wantonly. My hatred for you doesn't conflict with my liking for Lu Chen, does it? The star-studded Wei Daxiawa wouldn't care about others' feelings, would she? She looked at Wei Qingyu's face, which never allowed a hint of emotional loss, and laughed mockingly. When Lu Chen was infatuated with you, you didn't react. Now that he likes me, why are you in such a hurry? Xia Yashuang shook off Wei Qingyu's hand and scoffed just before turning to leave. People. Really quite despicable. The playground fell silent. That night, the school's tiaba, forums, group chats, and confession walls all exploded. 035 Wow. You really knocked him far. Daddy. Nuan Nuan waved her chubby little fist, trying to catch Lu Chen's attention. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and immediately smiled, asking, Hey, what's wrong? Nuan Nuan, with her milky voice, extended her round hand. Nuan Nuan has candy, Daddy guess which hand it's in. The little one's chubby hand tightly clenched and extended towards Lu Chen, who chuckled in surprise. If only all his clients were as normal as Nuan Nuan. Lu Chen pretended to be troubled for a moment and casually pointed to one hand. Daddy guesses it's in this hand. Correct. Nuan Nuan happily opened her little hand, revealing a piece of candy. Daddy is so amazing. Lu Chen genuinely laughed, kissing Nuan Nuan's round little face. Oh no, Nuan Nuan ate all the candy, what will you eat? Nuan Nuan had already thought of this, posing like an adult with her hands on her hips, the other hand also opened. Inside was still a piece of candy. Nuan Nuan grinned, showing her little white teeth. Nuan Nuan also has candy to eat. Lu Chen was stunned. So, no matter which hand he guessed, it was one candy for each of them. Lu Chen felt a mix of emotions and gently hugged Nuan Nuan, saying softly, Nuan Nuan is really good. He had actually been adopted before. A very cliché scenario, the family had no children, so they adopted him. He thought he had been given a new life, but that family was not content and tried many times with IVF, eventually having a child. After that, his life fell back into hell. If Lu Chen washed 10 cherry tomatoes, he wouldn't get to eat a single one, they would all end up in his brother's stomach. Later, that family went camping, and as they passed an intersection, a car came barreling through. The couple quickly grabbed their child and ran, leaving Lu Chen, burdened with camping gear, unable to move quickly. If that car hadn't crashed into the greenbelt, Lu Chen would have been on his way to heaven to say hello to God. Lu Chen understood that family well. After all, that was their own child, certainly more precious to them than he was. But those who wouldn't consider you in small matters certainly wouldn't think of you in big ones. Lu Chen said nothing, yet the family dared not look him in the eye again. In the end, Lu Chen returned to the orphanage. Daddy, is the candy sweet? This is Nuan Nuan's favorite candy. Nuan Nuan's childish voice rang in his ears, and Lu Chen smiled. Very sweet, Nuan Nuan is so good. Nuan Nuan laughed happily. Nuan Nuan likes Daddy too. Uncle Chen watched the interaction between the father and daughter, a happy smile on his face. The car arrived at the villa. Lu Chen carried Nuan Nuan inside and looked around, a bit puzzled. Where's Mom? The next moment, the villa door opened, and Wen Lingxiu walked in. She wore a sun-protective shirt on top and tight jeans below, accentuating her curves. She was surprised to see Lu Chen. "You guys are back so early?" Lu Chen set Nuan down and smiled. "It's you who came back late. Alright, I've made dinner for tonight. You should wash your hands and change your clothes." Wen Lingxiu softly responded with an holding Nuan and asking, "Aren't you going to ask what I did today?" She had already acknowledged Lu Chen, so she needed to gradually show her life to him. Lu Chen might not have money, but she did. She had to make Lu Chen willingly be Nuan's dad. Lu Chen tied on an apron, his hands moving continuously, smiling as he asked, "So where did you go?" "To practice driving," Wen Lingxiu quickly replied. Lu Chen was surprised. He thought Aunt Wen had gone for leisure, but it turned out she went to practice driving? No wonder she was dressed so conservatively. She probably wanted to avoid getting tanned. Previously, when Lu Chen worked at a driving school, he saw many girls wrap themselves up like ghosts to protect against the sun. When Lingxiu placed the keys on the table and gently explained, "I don't have a driver's license. I used to have a driver for my travels, but now I suddenly feel like I want to try driving myself." Although Lu Chen couldn't drive, if she could, they could have a world of three. Lu Chen was a bit puzzled. "Are you going to a driving school?" He didn't think wealthy people like Wen Lingxiu would go to driving schools. Sure enough, the driving school sent a female instructor to teach me. Wen Lingxiu's answer was very much in line with her status. Lu Chen smiled, leaning against the doorframe. "What a pity I'm not a driving school instructor, otherwise, my teaching method would be the best fit for you." "Wen Lingxiu? What?" Lu Chen glanced at the few strands of hair sticking to Wen Lingxiu's neck from a bit of sweat and smiled. "I'm best at encouraging teaching. Common phrases include, 'Wow, you're really great at steering. Wow, you pressed the brake beautifully. Wow, you're the smartest student I've ever seen. Wow, I can tell you're a natural at driving. Wow, you knocked that person really far." When Lingxiu's gentle eyes widened for a moment, and after realizing it, she broke into a smile. She couldn't help but imagine that scene. If Lu Chen really were her instructor and encouraged her like that. When Lingxiu smiled even more happily, her eyes squinting with joy. "You can practice driving during your break, even if you don't need a license usually. It might come in handy at a critical moment." Lu Chen thought for a moment. He had already run away early during the summer vacation, and even if he practiced driving, it wouldn't be at Aunt Wen's place. "There are a few cars in the garage. You can drive them after you get your license. It's good to go out and enjoy the breeze," Wen Lingxiu said, pausing for a moment before continuing gently. "You're young, so you might like those cars. What kind of car do you like? I can buy one after you get your license." Lu Chen felt like dying. The gap between people is greater than that between a person and a dog. How many cars does Wen Lingxiu have in her garage? That's an all-star lineup. The least impressive car would take Lu Chen a long time to handle. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't respond, Wen Lingxiu bit her lip and asked, "Do you prefer new cars or old cars?" Lu Chen always felt something was off about this question, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Forget it. As a qualified water-carrying master, his answer was, of course, new cars have the youth of newness, while old cars have the charm of age. Neither is better or worse. When Lingxiu nodded, her ears turning a soft shade of red. "I think so too." Seeing her satisfied, Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Has Aunt Wen been under too much work pressure lately? Why do her questions feel so strange? The gym is ready, you can try it out tonight. Money can be optional, but it can't be absent. The renovation company, which was called in by Wen Lingxiu to work overnight, had no complaints at all. Instead, they were thrilled. MS. Wen really pays. Unlike some people, who want the horse to run but don't want to feed it grass. 036 If you kick me, it's like kicking cotton at night. After putting the little girl to sleep, it was only 9:30. Lu Chen thought about the always fiery little Lu Chen and simply changed his clothes to go to the gym. As soon as he entered the gym, Lu Chen felt a wave of grandeur. All the equipment was from the top brands, from treadmills to barbells, everything was available. This was just a hurried setup. If given enough time for Wen Lingxiu, Lu Chen believed this gym would be even more luxurious. Lu Chen had worked as a receptionist at a gym before. After some people finished their workouts, he had to take disinfectant to clean the equipment. Otherwise, one could easily get a fungal infection. Later, Lu Chen was optimized out, and the receptionist was replaced by a girl. The boss even put a huge sign on the door. "If you can't return the equipment to its place, please ask the receptionist for help." Since then, the phenomenon of equipment being thrown around in the gym had instantly decreased. At that time, even Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the boss's cleverness. No wonder he makes money. "I didn't expect that time would change, and I'd go from receptionist to client.
Lu Chen turned on the treadmill and started walking to warm up. After running about 3,000 meters, he was already sweating, his face a bit red, and he was panting. At that moment, his phone rang, and Lu Chen glanced at the contact. Song Junju, 27 years old, crazy, strange, it's not Saturday, why is she calling me? Nevertheless, Lu Chen clicked to answer. On the other end, Song Junju remained silent. She had her own principles, so Lu Chen had to speak first. Hello? Professor Song, good evening. No, that's not right. Song Junju suddenly paused, feeling that Lu Chen's voice was too strange. He was panting and a bit hoarse, it felt like he was. What are you doing? Song Junju's good mood vanished, and she asked somewhat angrily, with a hint of sourness she didn't even notice in her tone. Damn! What kind of madness is this crazy person up to? Lu Chen frowned, switched screens, took a photo, and sent it over gently. Professor Song, I'm exercising. Is there a problem? Song Junju was taken aback, looking at the photo Lu Chen sent. The young man's handsome face flushed red, sweat dripping down and flowing down his neck, ultimately disappearing into the towel hanging around it. Looking at the background of the photo, it really was a gym. Song Junju instinctively swallowed as she stared at the photo, her slender fingers pressing and holding the screen to save the image. Why aren't you speaking? Lu Chen thought Song Junju had disconnected and asked again, Professor Song? Are you still there? I've organized some materials for the college entrance examination for you. Take a look yourself, don't end up failing to get into Haicheng University and embarrass me. Song Junju's mind was filled with Lu Chen's face, and after hastily throwing down the sentence, she hung up the phone. Lu Chen? The next moment, he received a compressed file sent by Song Junju. After unzipping it, there were folders for each subject: Chinese, math, English, physics, chemistry, and biology. Inside each folder were explanations of important knowledge points and past exam questions. There was even a prediction of this year's exam questions by Song Junju. Lu Chen was stunned. Is this the execution power of a top student? He thought that day Song Junju was just teasing him, but unexpectedly, this crazy person actually kept her word? Being led by a top student felt so good. Lu Chen understood. Forget about what that crazy person was up to. The materials offered on a silver platter should not be wasted. Lu Chen found his good helper, AI, and generated a short essay. After carefully checking it for any issues, he sent it directly to Song Junju. Technology really changes lives. However, after waiting for 3 minutes, Song Junju still hadn't replied, and Lu Chen grew impatient. Forget it, she probably has something to do. I'll go to sleep. After a comfortable shower post-exercise, Lu Chen lay on the big bed and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Song Junju's villa was dimly lit, with only the cold white light of a phone screen illuminating the room. On it was a photo of a young man. Song Junju stared intently at the photo in her phone, motionless. She was already 27 years old, and being the youngest professor at Haicheng University, her horizons were incredibly high. However, when she saw this photo, the vibrant life force of Lu Chen still made her heart race. Saturday, I can see Lu Chen on Saturday. I can't look anymore. Time to sleep. Song Junju's legs felt weak as she trembled her way to the bathroom. The next morning, Song Junju discovered that her favorite expensive three-piece set was ruined. The next day, another refreshing day. Now, with each passing day, Lu Chen was getting closer to his days of freedom. However, when he arrived at school and heard the new rumors about himself, he was completely thrown off. What? Wei Qingyu and Xia Yexiang confronted each other on the playground because of you, and now you, this scumbag, went to find a girl from another school? After hearing Li Dachuan's recounting, Lu Chen's eyes widened in shock. Who the hell spread this rumor? Li Dachuan shrank his neck, biting into his bread, and helplessly said, many people saw it on the playground yesterday. The first half is true, but the second half is just imagination. When it comes to talking, the worst is this mix of truth and falsehood. If you say there's some truth, then yes, there is a bit, but it's not all true. Lu Chen felt numb. How did a normal campus day turn into such a bizarre battlefield? They didn't actually fight, did they? Moreover, Wei Qingyu looked like she could ascend to immortality at any moment. How could she actively provoke Xia Yexiang? Li Dachuan thought for a moment and shook his head. No, but don't worry, if they do fight, I'll definitely record it for you. Lu Chen? What the hell? That's not what I meant. I really don't want to see women fighting. Don't drag me into this. Lu Chen, the old class wants you in the office. Hu Zhongzhong came in from outside, wearing a gloating smile. Li Dachuan understood immediately. Damn it, this bastard went to report again. Why doesn't Li the demon go find Wei Qingyu and Xia Yexiang? You didn't even participate in this. Lu Chen stuffed half of Li Dachuan's bread into his mouth and explained.
I don't dare to find Wei Qingyu nor Xia Yexiang, so who else can I turn to but you?
Lu Chen smiled.
If you kick me, it's like kicking cotton. It turned out that Lu Chen's expression, a mix of despair and madness, was really a bit interesting, leaving Li Dachuan speechless. As Lu Chen passed by Wei Qingyu, the corner of his clothes was suddenly tugged gently. Wei Qingyu's beautiful eyes had some red veins, indicating she hadn't rested well last night.
Sorry for dragging you into this, I'll go with you.
Lu Chen shook his head, pulling her hand off his clothes, behaving as usual.
No need, I'll go by myself. Class hasn't started yet, you can catch up on some sleep. Lu Chen walked away. It seemed like Wei Qingyu's eyes flew away with him. Wang Jinjin sighed nearby. When will this child finally wake up? Isn't this just a deep-rooted infatuation? Just hold it in, sooner or later, you'll suffocate yourself. 037 A beautiful new world has arrived. Office. I don't know, blah blah blah, those two blah blah blah, then blah blah blah, and in the end, it can only be blah blah blah. Lu Chen gained some inspiration from those rumors. He spoke for 5 minutes in the office about the half-true, half-false history of conflicts among wealthy families. Several teachers in the office paused their pens, pricking up their ears to listen secretly. Li Wanfang was directly controlled for 5 minutes, opening her mouth but not saying a word. So what you mean is, Xia Yexiang and Wei Qingyu have never gotten along since childhood, always competing, and you became the sacrificial lamb in between?
After listening for a long time, Li Wanfang summarized it like this.
Lu Chen immediately nodded. Exactly. Teacher, I really want to improve, I really want to learn.
I don't understand the grudges among these wealthy families at all.
Li Wanfang was bewildered by Lu Chen's words, feeling that there was a strange mix of reality in it.
Given Xia Yexiang's personality, she might really be unable to stand Wei Qingyu.
And Lu Chen, being an orphan without family support, what could he do if caught in the conflict between two young ladies?
In an instant, Li Wanfang figured it out and comforted him.
All right, I understand.
I only called you here to ask about the situation, nothing else.
The mock exam is coming up soon, you should review well.
Qingyu and Yexiang come from good families, even if they don't study, someone will support them.
You're different, you can only rely on yourself. Just hold on for these few months.
Li Wanfang began her usual motivational talk. Although her words weren't pleasant to hear, they were the truth, so Lu Chen had no complaints. Lu Chen put on a motivated expression, giving Li Wanfang the emotional value she needed, and said energetically, "Thank you, teacher.
I will definitely work hard. I will improve in the next mock exam." Li Wanfang felt satisfied and let Lu Chen leave. As the office door closed, several teachers couldn't help but tease. It's a pity if this student doesn't go into stand-up comedy in the future.
Ha, I was completely stunned just now. It was more engaging than listening to a novel, and his speech had quite a rhythm.
This matter really can't be helped. Lu Chen has no money or power, and the two young ladies are using him as cannon fodder?
Sigh, it can't be helped, everyone has their fate.
Since that conversation in the office, Li Wanfang stopped pursuing the matter.
Hu Zhongzhong was so anxious that he had chafed a few blisters on his lips.
Lu Chen, on the other hand, was completely unaffected.
Not only did he escape unscathed from the clutches of the Li demon, but he also calmly continued to tutor Xia Yexiang.
His psychological resilience was so strong that Li Dachuan exclaimed in admiration. Time flew by, and it was Saturday. Early in the morning, Lu Chen knocked on Song Juanju's villa door, but no one answered. Hey, where is everyone? Lu Chen called Song Junju, but the call didn't go through. This crazy person didn't get drunk last night, did she?
The moment he thought of this possibility, Lu Chen immediately pushed the door open. Although Song Junju was an unpredictable lunatic, he didn't want his client to actually ascend to heaven.
Lu Chen walked into the living room in confusion.
He saw a figure of Song Junju in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. She was gazing out at the scenery, wearing a bathrobe, and still on the phone.
The school has already sent me an offer, and Sun Ainong is at that school.
I need to ask him in person if he has found that true love of his.
Lu Chen caught a snippet of the conversation and was utterly thrilled.
Sun Ainong was the guy who had fled from his wedding to go abroad, claiming he was searching for true love.
Now it seemed that Song Junju intended to take a position at the school where Sun Ainong was studying abroad, and then spend time with him. She mentioned on the phone that she would be heading abroad at the end of this summer. Yes. Lu Chen stepped back to the villa's entrance, so excited that he almost wanted to perform a set of military boxing. I can go to Haicheng University now.
He had been torn about whether to apply to Haicheng University because Song Junju was a professor there, and he feared that running into her at school would lead to more trouble.
But now it was different. Now Song Junju was going abroad. Going abroad.
Aside from flying, the only way to go abroad was to swim back from the Pacific.
Oh heavens, I'm willing to call you Grandpa.
Lu Chen felt the air become fresh, everything looked pleasing to his eyes, and he praised the wildflowers and weeds in the greenbelt. Little flower, you smell so good. If other clients brought Lu Chen mental anguish, then Song Junju brought both mental and physical harm. How wonderful. Song Junju was leaving, haha. Lu Chen couldn't hide the smile on his face, and at that moment, the villa door opened. When Song Junju suddenly met Lu Chen's radiant smile, her expression relaxed significantly, thinking, he loves me so much. Even after being left at the door for so long, he wasn't angry at all and was smiling so happily. Song Junju looked at Lu Chen with a hint of affection. How long have you been waiting? Come in. Lu Chen now looked at Song Junju as if he were watching a game character whose progress bar was about to fill up. His tolerance for her was extremely high. I didn't wait long, it's what I should do. Song Junju sighed slightly. Secretly loving someone is such a humble thing. Luckily, he has a crush on someone as good as me. After dinner, Lu Chen happily hummed a tune while washing the dishes. Song Junju had been sitting on the sofa reading documents, but upon hearing the singing, she looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Are you very happy today? Lu Chen paused, his brain quickly processing, and he replied swiftly. I thought tonight's dinner was really delicious, eating good food makes me happy. Song Junju understood. He loves me. I only helped him pick up a few dishes at dinner, and he's this happy? After tidying up the kitchen, the sky grew darker. Lu Chen glanced at Song Junju. She was comfortably nestled on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, reading, her long hair cascading down, but the glasses perched on her nose dispersed some of the laziness. Lu Chen peeked at the book cover. Great! The French version of Les Miserables. I can't understand it at all. Noticing it was getting late, the routine was about to begin again. Lu Chen entered the changing room. He changed into a maid outfit and put on a collar, lifted a box filled with various instruments of punishment, and took a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, thinking for a moment before grabbing a tall glass as well. With everything prepared, Lu Chen looked at the mirror. Just endure it, she sees her tragic world, but my beautiful new world is coming. Song Junju suddenly noticed that Lu Chen had gone quiet. Lying back on the sofa, she wanted to see where he had gone. The next second, Lu Chen emerged from the changing room, slowly walking up to her. Professor Song, would you like some wine? Song Junju looked at his outfit, feeling as if she had been pricked by a needle, and angrily shouted, What are you doing? Lu Chen looked at her in confusion, wondering what kind of madness this crazy person was exhibiting now. Professor Song, isn't this what you asked for before? Song Junju suddenly fell silent. A bullet struck right between the eyebrows. 6 months ago, Song Junju had fired a bullet, and now it hit right between the eyebrows. Lu Chen's rhetorical question came naturally, as if he were drinking water or eating, yet it made Song Junju's heart feel exceptionally bitter. Her eyes suddenly stung, and the book Tragic World in her hand fell to the ground without warning. What kind of special game was this? Lu Chen, still puzzled, squatted down to pick up the book from the floor and neatly placed it on the table. He couldn't fathom what this crazy person, Song Junju, was trying to do, so he simply stood there in silence. Song Junju suddenly realized what she had done. 6 months. She had tormented this young man for a full 6 months, yet he had not done anything in return. In fact, he even liked her. Song Junju gritted her teeth, her eyes instantly turning red. She hadn't caught that dead thing, Sun Ainong, at the time, but out of anger, she had found Lu Chen as a substitute. Lu Chen's only sin was that he bore some resemblance to Sun Ainong. No. Song Junju stared intently at Lu Chen's face. He was much more handsome than Sun Ainong. That dead thing couldn't even compare to Lu Chen. How had she been so blind to think these two looked alike? With her eyes stinging, Song Junju watched Lu Chen obediently standing there, her heart trembling uncontrollably. Lu Chen was wonderful. Lu Chen would cook for her, would always smile and praise her for being amazing, would have no temper, and would take good care of her. Such a good person, yet she had been hurting Lu Chen all along. In the face of all the harm she had caused, Lu Chen had no complaints and could still gently confess his feelings. I love you, and it has nothing to do with you. This sentence suddenly appeared in Song Junju's mind, making her heart feel both sour and uncomfortable. She was a despicable person, yet Lu Chen had gilded her with love. Song Junju fell into a long period of self-reproach. Damn! The most annoying kind of pretentious person. Lu Chen slightly moved his legs, they had gone numb. This crazy person wasn't speaking, and he didn't dare to say anything either. You're comfortable sitting on the sofa, but I'm still standing here. Who cares about my life or death? I really deserve to earn this money. Who else could provide such attentive service? Maybe it was half a minute, maybe 5 minutes. Finally, Song Junju spoke, her voice a bit hoarse. No more of this, I won't do this anymore. Lu Chen was shocked. Song Junju had gone mad,
Why was she suddenly saying she wouldn't do it anymore? Wait. Thinking of the phone call Song Junju had made today, Lu Chen instantly understood. She was about to confront her runaway fiancé, so of course, she had no mood to torment him anymore? What good news! Joy filled Lu Chen's eyes. Who would like to be beaten? Seeing Lu Chen instantly brighten up, Song Junju felt even more bitter. Was he really that easily pleased? If she served him food, he would be happy. If she stopped hitting him, he would also be happy. Lu Chen's heart was transparent and pure, yet she had been humiliating such a good person all along. How old was he? Could he really fake all this? Everything was his genuine feelings, and she had been trampling on them. Lu Chen had no idea what Song Junju was playing in her heart. He was simply overjoyed to avoid getting hit. So, Professor Song, shall we go rest? Song Junju looked up at Lu Chen. He loves me so much. He even cares about my schedule. Since I would be leaving Haicheng for the summer vacation anyway, I might as well spend more time with him, even if it means letting this secret crush of his end on a less tragic note. Song Junju discreetly wiped the corner of her eye and said in a low voice, "It's still early, let's watch a movie together." Ha! Lu Chen was stunned. He had been preparing to get a good night's sleep on Saturday, but now he had to watch a movie? Damn! This crazy person was coming up with more ways to torture him. So, are we heading out to the cinema now? Lu Chen asked, feeling hopeless. Song Junju looked at him in confusion. We have a screening room at home. Lu Chen. Thanks, I've been hurt again. When Lingxiu's house has a gym, and Song Junju's house has a screening room. Alright. With so many rich brothers and sisters, what difference does it make if there's one more of me? Screening room. What movie do you want to watch? Song Junju was selecting a film with the remote. Lu Chen obediently sat on the sofa. Anything is fine, you choose, Professor Song. Song Junju felt a bit touched. He loves me so much. He must want to observe my movie preferences, right? After thinking for a moment, Song Junju casually picked a recently released movie with decent ratings. Let's watch a movie to relax, don't let the study pressure get too high. Lu Chen nodded, glanced at the movie title, and sighed. He hated watching movies. There was a film released earlier, and his clients went crazy wanting to see it. It drove Lu Chen mad. The characters on the screen were talking, and Lu Chen was so familiar with it that he could finish their sentences. It was painful. Really painful. Lu Chen sat upright on the sofa, and Song Junju couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction. She suddenly leaned over, startling Lu Chen. Song Junju pressed down on his shoulder, pushing him back against the sofa, teasingly saying, "Don't be nervous, watching a movie is supposed to be comfortable and relaxing. He loves me so much. Is he this tense just being in the same room with me?" Lu Chen felt numb. He really couldn't gauge what this crazy Song Junju was thinking. How could he relax? Forget it. If we're watching, then let's watch. Lu Chen relaxed his body, leaning against the expensive sofa back. In the dim screening room, only the screen was lit. The light shone on Lu Chen's face. He seemed to be watching the movie seriously, but in reality, he had already drifted off. The presence of the person next to him was hard to ignore. Sitting on the same sofa, Song Junju stole a glance at Lu Chen's face out of the corner of her eye. In a daze, she recalled the photo she had mysteriously saved on her phone. The boy's vibrant vitality hit her like a wave, and compared to the silent Lu Chen now, it was a completely different feeling. Such a young boy, yet he wholeheartedly liked her. Even after she had humiliated him like this. Song Junju closed her eyes, feeling a surge of guilt. 5 minutes later, Lu Chen and Song Junju snapped back to reality, their gazes instantly landing on the screen in front of them. The protagonist had just exchanged 3 sentences with a stranger, and the next second, the scene switched directly to the bed. Hiss. No wonder it's a Western movie. So fast. Lu Chen immediately lowered his gaze, as it was a taboo to watch other women in front of clients. Song Junju felt a bit embarrassed too. Accompanied by the awkward sounds from the movie, she secretly glanced at Lu Chen. The boy's ears turned slightly red, and he couldn't bring himself to look directly at the screen, appearing both shy and adorable. Song Junju couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Lu Chen was even more innocent than she had imagined. The movie was a bust, and the two could only wash up and go to bed. Just before entering the bedroom, Song Junju suddenly said, Lu Chen immediately stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. He knew it. This crazy woman wouldn't let him off so easily. Song Junju took a deep breath, her expression awkward as she spoke the next word she had never had to admit before. I won't hit you again. That was it. Just like that? Lu Chen thought she was going to make some grand statement. Phew, so it was just this. Lu Chen sighed in relief. Thank you, Professor Song, I understand. It's just business, there's no need to feel wronged. And I also. An awkward expression appeared on Song Juinju's exquisitely restrained face. I also want to thank you for taking care of me. When I was drunk, I couldn't control myself, and you didn't let me get hurt. Lu Chen accepted the gratitude with a professional smile. It's no problem, Professor Song. Cooking for you, bathing you, even taking care of you, is all part of my duty. After finally managing to say such submissive words, Song Junju felt a sense of relief. Wait, no. Song Junju suddenly looked up at him. What did you say? Bathing me? Aren't I supposed to do that myself? Who's responsible for this hellish situation? Professor Song, you called me late at night just to tell me that your little wolf dog diligently bathes you every time? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? From Zhang Yu's repeated actions, it was clear she was genuinely shocked. You don't have a nightlife, but I do. If it weren't for the fact that it was Song Junju calling, Zhang Yu would have hung up immediately. Who calls someone late at night to talk about such nonsense? I can't believe it. You've been keeping a little wolf dog and you don't even eat? What are you keeping him for? As a decoration? Zhang Yu truly thought Song Juinju's mind was out of the ordinary. Is this what a top student's brain is like? According to Song Juinju's aesthetic, anyone she found attractive would definitely be a rare gem. And she could actually hold back? If things got heated, she might just encounter a modern-day Lu Shanghui. After Zhang Yu's outburst, Song Junju felt a bit embarrassed herself. But she really didn't know who to talk to about it. God knows that after Lu Chen casually said that, her mind went completely blank. She didn't even remember how she got back to her room. Song Junju awkwardly said, "But he saw me." Zhang Yu replied irritably, "Wasn't it you who got drunk and had him bathe you? If it weren't for him, I can't even imagine what would have happened if you had gone to the bathroom drunk." A plethora of cases prove that slipping in the bathroom can have serious consequences. She used to think Song Junju was quite clear-headed. When provoked, she could directly curse them out, leaving them questioning their lives. So why had she suddenly become so? Zhang Yu thought for a long time but couldn't find an appropriate way to describe it. That said, an expression of entanglement appeared on Song Juinju's stunningly restrained face. But, am I at a disadvantage here? Zhang Yu thought for a moment. Since she met her friend, the number of people pursuing her was countless. Looking at it this way, it seems a bit unfair, right? So when you woke up the next day, did you feel any discomfort in your body? This question was both straightforward and subtle. Song Junju thought for a moment. As long as Lu Chen was around, she would definitely feel fresh and fragrant the next day. She used to think it was because she could clean herself up after drinking too much. Now it seemed that the boy with the snail had been quietly helping her all along. How could she ever say something like asking Lu Chen for help? Song Junju decided to quit drinking. That's right. It was definitely because of the alcohol. Zhang Yu then said, "Besides, what kind of society is this? Whoever feels good doesn't suffer. Where's the logic that men never suffer and women always do?" Song Junju thought about it and felt there was some truth to it. Yeah, your eloquence seems to have improved a lot. Don't mention it. Zhang Yu put on a mask of pain. If my eloquence were bad, the patients would really cause a scene. Communicating with patients was more painful than killing her. The issue of medical disputes had been around since Cao Cao thousands of years ago. She really needed to practice more. But if you go abroad to teach next semester, what will happen to your little wolf dog? Zhang Yu suddenly raised a crucial question. Song Junju fell silent. This was a question she had never considered, or rather, she had been deliberately avoiding it. What would happen to Lu Chen? He loved her so much. What would he do if she left? He was both poor and devoted, and it wasn't likely he could go abroad to find her. After thinking for a moment, Song Junju said, "I'll leave him some money." Zhang Yu? No. Sister, do you even know what you're saying? What I mean is, you should hurry up and eat. Who told you to leave him money? Are you serious? Zhang Yu was dumbfounded. What on earth was going on in Song Junju's head? A grown man, once he enters society, won't have trouble finding a job. Besides, you're not giving him a free ride. Why do you need to leave him money? There were too many points Song Junju wanted to refute. She felt embarrassed to tell Zhang Yu that this little wolf dog was still in school. Wait a minute. Zhang Yu realized something was off. You don't mean your little wolf dog is a male college student, do you? Song Junju fell silent. She didn't dare to say anything more. The entire night, Song Junju was plagued by nightmares. Actually, it wasn't a nightmare. She dreamed of Lu Chen, but it was just scenes of her ruthlessly humiliating him in the past. Observing her own actions in the dream, Song Junju could only say one thing: what a beast. How could she have done that? The more she thought about it, the guiltier she felt, and by the end, Song Junju didn't know how to face Lu Chen today. Knock, knock, knock. Song Junju didn't go looking for Lu Chen, but Lu Chen had to come looking for her. He had paid for it. Lu Chen brought breakfast and knocked on Song Junju's door. He was a bit happy because Song Junju was going to torment that runaway groom, and she had said yesterday that she wouldn't hit him anymore. How nice! If Song Junju kept her word, then the next 3 months would be pure heaven for him, plus a huge monthly salary. What a delight! Thinking of this, the smile on Lu Chen's face became much more sincere. Come in. Song Junju hurriedly tidied her hair. She didn't know when it started, but she hoped to always look beautiful in front of Lu Chen. Professor Song, I made a little breakfast. Would you like some? This was one thing Song Junju was quite satisfied with. He never taught her how to do things, only offered suggestions. Just put it here. Song Junju cleared her throat and picked up her glasses from the table to put them on. Lu Chen noticed the red blood vessels in her eyes and kindly asked, Professor Song, is your eye uncomfortable? I'll buy you some eye drops in a bit. Song Junju was taken aback for a moment, a warm current surging into her heart. The next second, she suddenly froze. In this bedroom, it seemed she had also tortured Lu Chen. And not just here. In the living room, study, balcony, and even every corner of this villa, there were shadows of her tormenting Lu Chen. She hadn't felt it before, but ever since she felt guilty towards Lu Chen, she suddenly started to feel uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, Song Junju said, Let's go out for a walk, I don't want to stay at home. Lu Chen was stunned. Going out? Still with Song Junju? Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He really didn't want to go out. If he ran into someone he knew, that would be one thing, but what he feared most was running into a client. If both sides were clients, which one would Lu Chen talk to first? This was pure torture. A complete hellscape. But looking at Song Junju's determined expression, Lu Chen knew he couldn't change her mind. Fine, then. Let's go out. Not a word from me. 041 cannot simultaneously possess confidence and inferiority. Wealthy people are all similar, while the poor each have their own kind of poverty. At this moment, this sentence was a true reflection of Lu Chen. After seeing the row of luxury cars in Song Junju's garage, he felt as if he had returned to Wen Lingxiu's home. Just like how Lu Chen chose what color underwear to wear every morning, Song Junju was also caught in a dilemma, unsure of which color car to choose. After a moment of thought, she looked at Lu Chen. Which car do you think looks good? Lu Chen fell silent. He felt like he had heard this phrase from Wen Lingxiu as well, but it didn't sound as domineering as it did coming from Song Junju. After thinking for a moment, he decided it was better to be low-key. He really didn't want to be caught by those rude street photographers and then seen by other clients. The probability of such a situation was small, but it was definitely not zero. So, Lu Chen awkwardly and anxiously said, I don't really understand these car brands, but wouldn't it be better to drive a more low-key car? We're just going out to have fun, right? Won't driving an expensive car attract too much attention? Song Junju thought Lu Chen made a good point, so she walked towards a Range Rover. Lu Chen? Song Junju seriously explained, this car is too ugly, I hardly ever drive it. Lu Chen. Damn it. Once again, he was dazzled. The fact proved that one cannot simultaneously possess confidence and inferiority. Lu Chen's years of hunchback were finally cured by the Range Rover. Song Junju drove the car, having arranged everything, and said, We'll go shopping for a bit, then go eat. The meal she mentioned was definitely not just a simple meal. It was in some high-end restaurant where someone would be playing the violin next to them while they ate. The job market for art students is indeed broad. Lu Chen thought for a moment. He used to go to the Haicheng Grand Theater every Sunday night to watch plays, but last week, Shi Yushan ended that relationship with him, so now his Sunday nights were free. Anyway, Song Junju was about to go abroad soon, so spending time with her was fine. After all, she was his most generous client, this counted as extra service. Lu Chen put on a professional smile. Sure, no problem. Professor Song is taking me out to have fun, I'm very happy. Emotional value must be maximized. He liked obedient ones like this. Song Junju felt comfortable and started the car, leaving the villa. Many people drive Range Rovers. Beautiful women driving Range Rovers can be said to be rare. From the moment they stepped out until now, countless cars had flashed their high beams at them. While waiting at a red light, the car next to them even rolled down the window to flirt with Song Junju. Before Lu Chen had a chance to say anything, Song Junju directly opened her mouth to curse. Watching the fifth car owner being scolded away, Lu Chen couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. Professor Song, it's a pity you don't do debates. Song Junju smiled at the compliment. I was the captain of the debate team in college and won the national debate championship. Oh, wow. Impressive. As a professional sycophant, when a client says something like this, there's only one purpose: seeking praise.
So, Lu Chen immediately showered her with compliments and sympathy, causing the corners of Song Juanju's mouth to rise uncontrollably. "Hey, Professor Song, why are we turning back again?" Song Junju found a place to park, puzzled. "Weren't you just looking out the window at that place?" After getting out of the car, Song Junju took a distant glance. "It seems to be a flower and bird market. They must be holding some kind of competition. If you like it, we can go take a look." Lu Chen? He was just looking because there were a lot of people. How did Song Junju notice? Wasn't she focused on driving? Could it be that she had been paying attention to him all along? Lu Chen shivered. As a professional sycophant, the worst thing is to be overly sentimental. He had learned that lesson before. Perhaps he had already been swayed by the client's charm. But to the client, it was just a momentary whim to tease a little pet. Trading money for services, where's the sincerity in that? Steadying his thoughts, Lu Chen put on a professional smile. "Then let's go take a look. Professor Song, are your shoes convenient?" Song Junju was tall and beautiful. Today she wore a trench coat over a black long skirt, paired with high heels. "I can stick this on." Lu Chen pulled out a blister pad from his pocket. He had bought it as a backup after Antwan got a blister last time. Song Junju looked at the blister pad in Lu Chen's hand, feeling a wave of warmth. He really cares for me. He even thought of such small details. On the street, Lu Chen offering to take off her shoes would be something she wouldn't agree to. So, although Song Junju declined Lu Chen's suggestion, she still put the blister pad into her trench coat pocket. When the two arrived at the flower and bird market, they discovered it was a bird competition, showcasing who had the biggest bird. Song Junju rarely came to such places, so she couldn't help but be curious, glancing at people's goldfish and potted flowers. It was only then that she revealed a hint of the innocence and charm of a little girl. "Lu Chen. Lu Chen?" Turning her head, Song Junju met Lu Chen's clear eyes, and seeing his hands behind his back, she suddenly understood. He really loves me. He probably wants to give me some roses. She had received so many of those impractical things from others, all of which she had rejected. Forget it. Since it's from Lu Chen, she didn't want to make this little kid sad. "Are you going to give me something?" She was already prepared to make a surprised expression when she saw a bunch of roses. "Little kid, you really are the first." Lu Chen nodded seriously, a youthful look on his face. "This is for you." The next second, a green potted bamboo appeared in Lu Chen's hand. The smile Song Junju had prepared suddenly froze. Why wasn't it roses? Lu Chen said somewhat shyly, "For Junju." Song Junju was silent at first, then the delicate, fair skin on her cheeks slowly turned rosy. It wasn't until her cheeks felt hot that she took a deep breath to suppress the blush. It was the first time she received such a potted plant, and for a moment, she felt a bit at a loss. "Song Junju, for Junju." Seeing Song Junju's expression, Lu Chen felt that his gift was simply perfect. They had known each other for a while. "Here's a pot of bamboo for you. You can go abroad with peace of mind. Goodbye." How refreshing. As a professional sycophant, keeping clients in a good mood is a basic skill. Lu Chen had successfully appeased the client and felt immensely satisfied. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure behind Song Junju. Lu Chen's pupils instantly trembled. What the hell? Why is Qi Yushan here? 041 Qin Shi Huang should go sing rock. Murphy's Law states, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. The moment Lu Chen saw Qi Yushan, he immediately grabbed Song Junju's arm, and the two turned around. Song Junju was momentarily confused, then heard Lu Chen's steady voice laced with amusement. "There are methods for growing bamboo potted plants here. Do you want to take a look? This potted plant would look great at home, so green and vibrant. It would lift your spirits." Home. Song Junju. The moment those two words crossed her mind, her brain went blank. Can that place even be called home? Her heartstrings were suddenly tugged. Song Junju's heart raced, and for the first time, she obediently bent down to read the care instructions for growing bamboo. She rarely admitted her shortcomings and was willing to share with Lu Chen. "I'm not good at taking care of plants and animals." Lu Chen stood beside her with his hands behind his back, a smile playing on his lips, but his gaze flicked back to keep an eye on Qi Yushan's movements, replying, "Bamboo should be easy to take care of. But, the last plant I killed was a cactus." Song Junju felt a bit awkward, her voice trembling slightly. She hated failure and was reluctant to share her experiences of it. Sharing her embarrassing moments for the first time made her a bit nervous. Fortunately, Lu Chen caught her with ease. "It's okay, I'll help you take care of it. It will definitely grow healthy, and then you'll be its mom." Song Junju couldn't help but laugh at Lu Chen's words about it growing healthily. The beauty bent down, her lips curving slightly. But Lu Chen wasn't admiring the view at that moment. His heart was about to leap out of his chest. Damn!
Shi Yushan was whispering something to a young man, then hesitantly walked over. Damn! She's really coming over. Lu Chen was in a panic. He had already severed ties with Qi Yushan, so he wasn't worried about her. He was worried about Song Junju. With Song Junju's volatile temper, if Qi Yushan said something inappropriate and upset her, he would be the one to suffer. Hiss! The feeling of being whipped seemed to return to him, and Lu Chen was drenched in sweat. No one likes being hit. Except for masochists. With Qi Yushan's cunning demeanor, she might just frame him in front of Song Junju. They absolutely cannot meet. 3 meters. Qi Yushan was only 3 meters away from him. Lu Chen clenched his jaw, trying to suppress his slightly trembling hands. Should I buy? Song Junju, in a good mood, straightened up, not expecting Lu Chen to be standing beside her. Their lips brushed past, a fleeting cloud-like sensation. Both of them froze. A hint of dazedness and blankness appeared on Song Junju's otherwise composed face. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Chen's forehead. It's over. The heavens are against me. Lu Chen glanced sideways. In the midst of misfortune, there was a stroke of luck. Qi Yushan stopped in her tracks and turned to leave. Oh heavens! What kind of human suffering is this? Lu Chen's heart trembled violently. He touched his arm and found goosebumps all over. I said not to go out. I said not to go out. He almost crashed directly. Damn! Now it's fine. Now that Qi Yushan is dealt with, he has to face a problem that Lu Chen least wants to confront. It seems like, kissed Song Junju? That can't be right. It was less than a second. The Song Junju in front of me seemed to have been pressed on pause. Her beautifully colored eyes were flushed red, and her lips were temptingly luscious. Just now, he was. No, no, no. I can't think about it anymore. Lu Chen immediately admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, I accidentally. It's fine. Song Junju came back to her senses, and even though her neck was already red, she still pretended to be calm as she spoke. Life is always full of surprises. To this, the 5-star General Lu Chen commented, dying for face and suffering in silence. Song Junju looked at Lu Chen's bewildered expression and thought carefully, it wasn't entirely his fault. Her sudden straightening up was also a problem. Responsibility is 50-50, no one should blame anyone. Unknowingly, Song Junju had already begun to reflect on her own issues. Lu Chen was utterly shocked. This crazy person actually didn't hold a grudge? He was all set to be beaten up. Alright, truly impressive. It seemed that after finding her runaway marriage partner, Song Junju had become much more spirited. Great! Lu Chen smiled in surprise, feeling a bit anxious as he held the bamboo in his hands. Let's go home and turn the bamboo over to nurture it. Let's go home, quickly. He really didn't want to experience that feeling again. It was terrifying. Unfortunately, Song Junju had her own ideas. After thinking for a moment, she said, just call someone to take it back. Let's go eat. I've made a reservation at a restaurant. She was an extremely assertive person. Lu Chen really suspected that even when she would still be on top. At Aunt Wen's place, things could still be negotiated, but with Song Junju, no way. Everything was to be done according to her instructions. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, contemplating the possibility of buying a mask and hat. This line of work wasn't easy either. Sis, you really don't match your age and maturity. Everyone loves shopping. Why do you only like visiting the flower and bird market? Qi Shuwei was truly speechless. His own sister really didn't play by the rules. Her favorite place wasn't a luxury store, but the flower and bird market. Qi Yushan simply wore a white long dress today, topped with a sweater. She looked gentle as water, but her words were particularly hurtful. Do you think everyone likes to headbang crazily at music festivals like you? Qi Shui's hobby was mocked, and he stammered, that's rock. Rock never dies. Ha! Qi Yushan shot him a mocking glance, then Qin Shi Huang should sing rock, because he could live forever. Qi Shuwei. Whoa, he never said he was going to find his mom. Besides, opera is much more sophisticated than those songs. Qi Shuwei refused to accept that. On what basis do you say that? Rock is the coolest. The weather was a bit cold, and Qi Yushan calmly buttoned up her sweater, saying nonchalantly, because I sing opera. Qi Shuwei fell silent. All right, a strong and powerful reason. Sis, when do you plan to leave? As soon as Qi Shuwei finished the sentence, he suddenly noticed that Qi Yushan had stopped abruptly. Her gaze was fixed on one direction. What's wrong, sis? Qi Shuwei didn't understand and followed Qi Yushan's gaze. The next second, Qi Yushan's voice turned cold, laced with the tone of opera. Does that person look like Lu Chen? Qi Shuwei? What the hell? No way. Qi Shuwei looked over. A tall young man stood next to a reserved goddess. Although he couldn't see their faces, they seemed to be quite a matching pair. Sister and a little wolf dog, how popular. Moments later, Shi Yushan turned and walked away, and Shi Shui hurriedly followed behind. Hey, sis, why are you leaving? Wait for me. Didn't you say that person was Lu Chen? Shi Yu's voice returned to its usual softness. They kissed. Lu Chen likes me, he wouldn't be this close with anyone else. Let's go. I'm singing at the theater tonight, I'll see him. He will definitely come. 042 At the port of Haichang, I saw the most beautiful fireworks. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have agreed to go out. Lu Chen was in despair. Just now, Song Junju went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup, and Lu Chen expressed understanding, but after just a couple of bites of food, he fell silent. This restaurant, can they at least refund him a bit? This is just too damn awful, right? A chef who turns good ingredients into something that tastes like shit should be shot. The false waste of food, can't finish it, throw it away. The real waste of food, make a pile of shit. Lu Chen took 2 bites and lost all appetite, and at that moment, a sour and mocking voice drifted over. Oh, can't get used to the high-end restaurant food? TSK, truly a born poor soul. Lu Chen temporarily closed his eyes to hide the collapse beneath. The chaotic scene was almost forgivable. The food being terrible was also bearable. Can someone tell him that he's not some novel protagonist? Why does eating out trigger a mocking plot? Crazy. Lu Chen looked over at the voice, seeing a man in a sharply tailored suit with slicked back hair. However, at that moment, the slick-haired man looked at Lu Chen with hostility, a mocking smile on his lips. Lu Chen paused for a moment, then asked in confusion, "You tried to pursue Professor Song but failed?" Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharp knife. The man, who had been mocking, suddenly became anxious, angrily retorting, "Huh, you think I would pursue Song Junju? Although I'm not really interested in her, it's hilarious, there are plenty of women who like me, you're really pretending." Lu Chen replied. 6. A single number that made a man break down on the spot. The slick-haired man stood up instantly, striding aggressively toward Lu Chen, rolling up his sleeves as he gritted his teeth. "I'm going to make you understand what." Tap tap tap. The sound of high heels echoed as Song Junju appeared in everyone's sight. Her indifferent and proud gaze swept over the slick-haired man, her tone carrying an overwhelming force. "Understand what?" The slick-haired man trembled in fear, directly grabbing Lu Chen's arm to roll up his sleeves, awkwardly smiling. "Let him know that there are still good people in this world." Put. Some onlookers in the restaurant couldn't hold back their laughter. All right. So adaptable, huh? Song Junju walked over to Lu Chen in her high heels, glancing at his pitiful expression, her anger flaring up. "Get lost." "Sure." The slick-haired man felt as if he had been granted amnesty, swiftly grabbing his bag and making a smooth exit without a gap. Song Junju frowned slightly, saying coolly, "This restaurant has always been reservation only, but I came too hurriedly today and there were no private rooms, didn't expect to run into trash. That idiot was a colleague of mine in college, he was kicked out of the school after trying to harass me." Every word was an explanation without explicitly explaining. Lu Chen nodded casually, but he really didn't care about that slick-haired man. He only had one question. "Professor Song, how does this restaurant stay in business?" "Song Junju? What do you mean?" Lu Chen's face was wrinkled from the terrible taste. "It's so bad. Song Junju." Put. Song Junju suddenly laughed, her delicate brows and eyes adding a touch of brilliance. "The scenery here is nice. Looking down from here, one can overlook the entire Haicheng port, where the pedestrians on the ground resemble migrating ants, giving a sense of grandeur as if all living beings are under one's control." Song Junju thought that she had never taken Lu Chen out before, so she decided to show him some beautiful scenery. Unexpectedly, this little brat paid no attention to the scenery at all, but was quite concerned about food. Few people come here to truly satisfy their hunger, most are here to discuss business or to take photos for social media, establishing a wealthy persona, just to feel that intoxicating atmosphere. "If it's not good, we'll change places." Song Junju was surprisingly easygoing today. Lu Chen thought she would say if it's not good, then don't eat. Forget it. Lu Chen was struggling with the food on his plate, mumbling to himself. "We can't waste food." Song Junju's beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement. "He's quite a frugal little brat." After finishing the meal, while Lu Chen went to the restroom, Song Junju called the manager over, wiping her hands as she spoke. "If the chef's cooking is bad, fire him. If the restaurant only knows how to market, shut it down. With such a good location, serving such disgusting food, aren't you ashamed?" The manager was drenched in sweat, repeatedly apologizing. Sorry, Miss Song, we..." Upon seeing Lu Chen come out of the restroom, Song Junju immediately cut off the manager's explanation. "Shut up." Ever since she found out that Lu Chen had a crush on her, she didn't want to show her indifferent side in front of him anymore. "Professor Song, let's go." Okay. Song Junju stood up and followed the youthful Lu Chen out of the restaurant. Just before they exited, she glanced back at the restaurant manager. That look was full of warning. The restaurant manager was startled. After giving the warning look, Song Junju felt much better. She believed that soon, the quality of the restaurant's dishes would improve. Next time, she would bring Lu Chen here to eat again. After the two left, the restaurant manager, with a furrowed brow, muttered, "Sigh, Miss Song is so easygoing in front of that little brat, but why does it feel like we're about to be cut down? What's his status, and what's yours?" "Well, no, wait." The restaurant manager immediately looked up, meeting the equally troubled face of the boss. "Boss, why are you?" The restaurant owner raised a hand, speaking in despair. "Don't ask, just know I rushed over." After learning that Song Junju had come to the restaurant and was provoked, he hurried over without stopping. "Put that guy on the blacklist, and then..." The manager perked up, ready to listen for the next instruction. "Then hire a few good chefs. Damn it, if Professor Song gets angry again next time, the rent will have to go up. Damn! Who chose that chef back then? The food is so bad." The restaurant owner cursed as he walked away. The manager silently thought, "Isn't that chef your uncle?" After Song Junju took Lu Chen out of the restaurant, they stopped by the dock. After pondering for a moment, she still didn't want to return to the villa, where memories of tormenting Lu Chen were everywhere, making her feel uncomfortable. As a professional flatterer, being able to sense the client's emotions in a timely manner is an essential quality. Sensing that Song Junju was a bit hesitant, Lu Chen immediately offered a way out. "How about a walk, get some fresh air?" Song Junju's eyes lit up. Lu Chen truly loved her, even anticipating what she was thinking. Sure. The two rarely had such leisure time to walk together. Song Junju felt that as the leader, she should say something, but having never played the role of lightening the atmosphere, she was momentarily at a loss for words. So Lu Chen took the initiative to speak, planning to say some trivial nonsense to pass the time. "Recently, with the change of seasons, Professor Song, you should pay more attention at school. I heard that drinking tea is good for the throat, especially when you're giving lectures." The sea breeze brushed against her face, and the sound of Lu Chen's incessant concern filled her ears. Song Junju squinted her eyes in comfort. This atmosphere relaxed her nerves, and she was willing to slightly open her heart to ask, "Lu Chen, do you have any dreams?" "Dreams?" Lu Chen found the word somewhat mocking. Someone like him didn't deserve to have dreams. His only dream was to live well and be an ordinary person. "I want to study hard." Song Junju was amused by his serious expression, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Then, "Professor Song, what about your dream?" "My dream?" Song Junju was taken aback. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed in the night sky, where the sea met the sky, and a brilliant firework burst into bloom above. The crowd at the dock looked up in surprise, then rushed crazily toward the shore. "There's actually a fireworks show today. I'm going. Let's go see by the shore. The view is great there. Don't push me. Don't push me." The crowd surged, and Lu Chen and Song Junju were forcibly pushed to the front. "Professor Song, be careful. There were too many people." Without time to think, adhering to the principle of customer first, Lu Chen quickly opened his arms and tightly protected Song Junju in his embrace. Bang! 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 More fireworks exploded, painting the sky in vibrant colors, the sea reflecting their glow. The light and shadow fell on Song Junju's face, a cool breeze blew towards her, yet her body was tightly protected in a warm embrace. Suddenly, Song Junju said, "My dream is to be the best." "The best at what?" Song Junju bit her lip. "The best at everything." Lu Chen chuckled softly, his pleasant voice ringing in her ear. "You're already the best in my eyes." Bang! The last firework burst in the night sky, a massive pink flame illuminating the entire sky. Gasps arose from the crowd. "So beautiful. What's this? I've seen better abroad." TCH. The conversations of the onlookers were exceptionally noisy. Song Junju stared blankly at the sky, murmuring, "It's different. At the Haicheng port, I saw the most beautiful fireworks. Unforgettable for a lifetime." 043 He died. That night, Haicheng's trending topics were dominated by two events. 1. The fireworks show at Haicheng port, spectacular beyond compare. 2. Opera singer Qi Yushan bombed her performance at the Haicheng Grand Theater. Lu Chen personally experienced the first event, so there was nothing more to say about it. But the second event was a bit strange. Although Qi Yushan was a pretentious and cunning person, her professional skills were absolutely top-notch. How could she have messed up? "What are you looking at?" After running around outside, Song Junju felt covered in dust and went home to wash her hair first. Now she had changed into a red silk nightgown, holding a towel to dry her hair. Life was truly unfair.
The volume of her long, seaweed-like hair was at least 3 times that of some people, but because she had so much hair, she was too lazy to blow dry it, often just towel drying it and letting it air dry before sleeping. Lu Chen glanced at her, and his professional qualities as a devoted admirer immediately came into play. "Do you want me to blow dry your hair?" Song Junju shot him a glance. "You'll do it?" Lu Chen nodded, smiling as he said, "I will." "Fine." With someone to help, Song Junju felt much more comfortable, confidently handing her long hair over to Lu Chen while she leaned back on the sofa to check the trending topics. "You still haven't said what you were looking at just now. Women's curiosity really is." But right now, Lu Chen didn't want to have an unpleasant exchange with Song Junju. In the past, by this time, she would have already finished her work and fallen asleep. It was rare for her to still be awake at this hour, so comforting her was better than being scolded. Lu Chen immediately said, "The trending topic says there's a fireworks show at Haicheng Port, so I'm going to check it out." Song Junju also saw that trending topic, but she was more interested in the one below it. Qi Yushan messed up her singing? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. "Professor Song, do you two know each other? Please don't know each other, I beg you." The next moment, Song Junju shook her head. "A friend of mine loves antiques and enjoys opera. She mentioned her before, saying she sings well." Unexpectedly, the next time they met, it was news of her messing up. "Why do you seem a bit happy?" Song Junju looked at Lu Chen in confusion, as if she saw joy in his eyes. Lu Chen suppressed his happiness and turned on the hairdryer, asking curiously, "Really?" The warm wind gently blew over, making Song Junju feel a bit comfortable, and she suddenly thought, "He loves me so much. Just blowing my hair makes him this happy. Anyway, it's no big deal. Let's just listen to how she messed up," Song Junju said as she clicked on the video. The beauty on stage had an excellent appearance, her eyes flowing with resilience, her figure beautiful, her gestures precise, and she began to sing. Suddenly, the sound of drums and horns resounds, awakening my lofty ambitions to break through the heavenly gate. Back in the day, on the peach blossom horse, I was majestic, with enemy blood splattering on my pomegranate skirt. After watching the complete video, Lu Chen commented, "It's not really a mess up, she just missed one note. People aren't robots. Even the best singers risk losing their voice, let alone when it comes to opera that starts charging by the hour." The sound of the hairdryer hummed softly as Lu Chen's long, slender fingers wove through her hair, occasionally massaging her head, which relaxed Song Junju's nerves. She squinted and watched the video again, concluding, Qi Yushan was waiting for someone, but that person didn't come. "Is that so?" Lu Chen steadily blew her hair, showing no other emotions. Even though he could see some things at the neckline of Song Junju's nightgown from this angle, he pretended to be blind. Song Junju comfortably squinted her eyes and lazily speculated, "It might not be obvious, but I have a gut feeling." She glanced at the audience several times, and the time she missed the note was right after the last look at the audience. Lu Chen shivered inside. Damn, is a woman's sixth sense a bit too terrifying? This can't be played with? Maybe Qi Yushan was waiting for him, but what does that have to do with him? His dealings with Qi Yushan had long since ended, and there was no reason to go watch her performance. The agreement was over, and everything was settled. Song Junju somewhat disinterestedly closed her phone. "I didn't expect Qi Yushan could also experience unrequited love. And that person is indifferent to her." Lu Chen responded with an N, not daring to say more. However, he felt that what Song Junju said afterward was incorrect. Qi Yushan didn't love him at all, she was just playing with him for fun. Even a stuffed toy that had been a company for 2 years would feel sad if lost, let alone a toy that had been with her for 2 years. Qi Yushan would get used to it. Haicheng Grand Theater. The entire backstage fell into dead silence, with no one saying a word, all silently packing up their things and leaving immediately. As each person left, they had to pat Qi Shuai on the shoulder at the door to encourage her. "Come on, you can do it. I hope you can talk some sense into your sister." Oh my. Qi Shuai's legs felt weak, wanting to kneel. "I really can't do this, please don't leave me Qi Shuai wanted to die. Who would have thought that Qi Yushan, who had never made a mistake, would mess up on such a familiar piece? The audience was in an uproar at that moment. After the performance, although no staff dared to mention it, the audience did, and thus it quickly climbed the trending list. "Sister." Qi Shuai approached Qi Yushan, trembling, and kept a safe distance in case Qi Yushan decided to harm herself, allowing him to escape in time. The backstage lights were all turned on. Qi Yushan had removed her makeup, her long hair cascading down, her face still adorned with stage makeup, and she wore a costume with flowing sleeves. Despite being in such a bright place, Qi Shuai felt that Qi Yushan was about to shatter. "I saw the comments online, no one blames you, they all understand you. Why didn't Lu Chen come? You've never made a mistake in this place before, this time was really just an accident. Why didn't Lu Chen come?" Mom said if you're feeling down, you can go home for a meal and gather.
Why didn't Lu Chen come? It was as if she were an NPC programmed to respond in a certain way.
No matter what Qi Shui said, Qi Yushan only had that one response. In fact, from the moment the show started, when Qi Shui didn't see Lu Chen in the audience, he felt something was seriously wrong. But Qi Shui didn't expect that Lu Chen's absence would have such a huge impact on Qi Yushan. Usually, when his sister sang this part, it was as easy as eating or sleeping.
But now, it was like choking on food.
Although it wasn't a serious mistake, for the always serious Qi Yushan, it must have been a blow. Qi Shui swallowed hard and cautiously said, Sister, I called Lu Chen, but it seems he didn't pick up.
Didn't pick up?
Qi Yushan looked up, her face painted with stage makeup under the cold white light, resembling a ghostly figure.
Is it that the call didn't go through, or was I blocked?
She firmly believed that Lu Chen was in love with her, firmly believed that he would definitely come tonight, and even firmly believed that he would still come back in the future. But reality slapped her in the face. When Qi Yushan first looked towards the audience and didn't see Lu Chen, she felt a bit puzzled. When she looked a second time and still didn't see him, she began to get angry. When she looked a third time and still didn't see him, she felt extremely anxious. This anxiety led to mistakes. Every time Lu Chen secretly gave her a thumbs up from the audience, cheered for her, and always looked at her with affirmation.
He wasn't coming. He wasn't coming.
The moment she failed to hit the note, Qi Yushan suddenly realized.
It wasn't that Lu Chen couldn't live without her. It was that she couldn't live without Lu Chen.
She had grown accustomed to his presence, which brought her comfort. Qi Yushan tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing a self-mocking smile.
Let's play. Let's play. Let's play ourselves into a corner. Let's play ourselves to death, shall we?
Qi Yushan let out a cold laugh, her stage makeup making her look eerily like a final boss in a horror game that was extremely difficult to defeat. Qi Shui was so frightened that he took 3 steps back, sweating profusely, and immediately suggested, Sister, how about I call using your phone? Qi Yushan didn't say a word and directly threw her phone to Qi Shui. He pressed the number and dialed.
The next second,
the call was immediately connected.
Oh no!
It turned out that number really was blocked.
Qi Yushan's expression darkened.
Qi Shui quickly took 3 steps back, turned on the speakerphone, swallowed hard, and cautiously spoke.
Is this Lu Chen? No, he's dead.
044 Regret grateful for Lu Qingqing's persistent obsession all this time. After going through countless twisted scripts, Lu Chen's voice had become very versatile. He could easily change his voice, and the person on the other end wouldn't be able to tell.
Lu Chen lay on the sofa, casually thinking.
It seems that if I take a part-time job while in college, I could consider the CV industry. The male voice on the other end of the phone was suddenly replaced by a flustered female voice.
Lu Chen, is he dead?
It was Qi Yushan.
Well, I can't say he's dead.
I don't know, this number was just a deadline when I bought it.
Lu Chen calmly took a sip of water.
Many clients knew this number, and he didn't want to have to change it at the last minute. It was better to let Qi Yushan give up entirely. The agreement was terminated, and the transaction was settled. He hated emotional entanglements the most, as they would cost him a lot of money.
If you're fine, I'm hanging up. It's late.
Seeing that there was no response from the other end, Lu Chen simply dropped this line and hung up the phone.
How interesting. What's wrong? Is your toy not behaving? Feeling a bit unaccustomed? Lu Chen shook his head, always feeling that people were quite despicable.
His acquaintance with Qi Yushan was merely a whim of hers, a bit of fun. His existence was just an interesting trinket in Qi Yushan's wealthy life. He never felt guilty towards her. Perhaps at the beginning, seeing the spirited Qi Yushan on stage had touched him a little, but once he realized she treated it as a joke, that little touch disappeared.
Let's just end it here. All settled. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his eyes showing some fatigue.
I'm not like you rich kids overflowing with emotions with nowhere to vent. I'm here to make money, sister.
Beep beep beep.
The phone rang again. It was Lu Qingqing. He glanced at the script Lu Qingqing had sent earlier.
Today's content was about a sickly, possessive younger sister.
Lu Chen rubbed his face vigorously to wake himself up, then smiled and answered the phone.
Good evening. At the Haichang Grand Theater. Beep, the call was directly hung up.
Qi Yushan stood dazedly by the table, her gaze fixed on the phone.
Motionless, like a statue. Qi Shui, watching, felt numb and thought, what the hell is this? I shouldn't have helped her with Lu Chen. Now look, everyone is unhappy.
Qi Shui comforted her. Oh, sister, isn't it normal for people to change numbers? I've changed several myself. That person is just a joker, who said Lu Chen is dead.
But Lu Chen is really heartless. He said the deal is off, and he really doesn't come anymore? He's just a money-minded person.
Chi Yushan remained silent, her eyes stinging with tears. Her long sleeves hung down as she held her heart, speechless for a long time. When she heard the word debt associated with Lu Chen, she felt her heart stop. It turned out, she cared about Lu Chen more than she had expected. After that charity performance, Lu Chen showed up every Sunday, rain or shine. A few times there were severe weather warnings, and the audience was sparse, but Chi Yushan was prepared to receive Lu Chen's excuse for absence. Yet when she took the stage, Lu Chen stood like a white poplar tree, always there in the audience, always giving her the warmest affirmation and trust whenever she looked at him. Everyone said she was a genius, effortlessly singing any piece. Only Chi Yushan knew. Tonight, when she couldn't see the familiar figure in the usual corner, the panic that gripped her heart was overwhelming. Chi Yushan thought she was doomed. She had played herself into a corner. Do you have any other contact information for Lu Chen? After an unknown amount of time, Chi Yushan's hoarse voice broke the silence. Shi Shui felt helpless. Sister, let's just let this go. If he doesn't come, it's his lack of taste. We are still the best opera performers. Once you become famous, he'll regret it. Chi Yushan's eyes were dim, but her tone was exceptionally firm. I have money, I want him to come, I'll pay him. The audience cannot be without Lu Chen. Even if it's a transaction like before. That's fine. As long as he comes. As long as he can come. Shi Shui thought for a moment, looking troubled. But before, the money was directly transferred to his account, and the only contact was his phone number. In modern society, when a person changes their number, the chances of finding them are slim. Oh right. Shi Shui suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Doesn't Lu Chen write you little essays every week? Could there be relevant information in them? Unfortunately, I've only read one or two. Sister, have you read them? Chi Yushan fell silent. Guilt seemed to drown her cold face. No, she hadn't read them. I just wanted to tease him, Chi Yushan said with some difficulty. I didn't think an outsider could give me advice. This was the truth, but it was a bit hurtful. Chi Shui sighed. Damn it, what a mess. The two of them rummaged through boxes for a long time and only found a few recent essays. Chi Yushan looked at one of the older essays for a while, and the corners of her mouth gently lifted. He is very sincere. In it, Lu Chen was almost racking his brain to praise her, even mentioning some small details. Through the thin paper, she could almost see Lu Chen joyfully writing. Shi Shui facepalmed. Great, it seemed like his sister was really falling for him. She looked at another one. The sincere words calmed Chi Yushan's restless heart tonight. Next page. Halfway through, Chi Yushan suddenly looked up and asked Shi Shui, what is the fifth personality startup? Shi Shui instinctively replied, oh, that's, no way. Wait, where did the fifth personality come from in the opera analysis? Damn. Chi Shui felt goosebumps all over, incredulously snatching the paper from Chi Yushan's hands to look. In a lengthy opera analysis essay, suddenly mixed in were 100 or 200 words of game strategy. Oh no. Chi Shui felt a chill down his back, stammering, Sister, which week is this from? Chi Yushan sensed something was off and said urgently, the week before last. Chi Shui was stunned. Then what about last week? The fifth personality is a game. He wrote game strategies in the analysis? Did he ask you last week? How did you respond? Chi Yushan was struck by lightning, frozen in place. I said he wrote very well, mentioning many small details. It was very helpful to me. At that time, he didn't react unusually, he was still smiling. Chi Shui fell silent. It's over. It's really over. Chi Yushan immediately picked up the analysis essay Lu Chen wrote last week, hurriedly scanning 2 lines. No, there was no longer that sincerity. It was all filled with clichés. Chi Shui glanced at it, shocked and with goosebumps. AI generated, this has a strong AI flavor. He must have intentionally mixed in that bit of game strategy in the essay, just to see if you really read it. Very lucky, he guessed right. Unfortunately, sister, you're done for. Chi Yushan finally couldn't stand anymore, swaying a few times before heavily collapsing to the ground. Last week he clearly had no unusual reactions. So Lu Chen had known back then that she wasn't serious about him at all? She had even sung a song for Lu Chen at that time. He had been smiling, but what was he really thinking? Was he still smiling inside? Chi Yushan dared not imagine what Lu Chen was thinking at that moment. She only felt her head spinning, her eyes aching to the point of tears. So it turns out he didn't stay away because of money, but because I hurt his feelings. Regret flooded her body, and the sound of quiet sobbing came from backstage. 045 No saving it, just bury it. Hey, did you study for the exam this time? Who studies seriously? Did you study? I didn't study either. I was playing games until dawn last night. Really?
But I checked your game account, and you weren't online.
Oh, I was playing Candy Crush.
Monday.
The campus was filled with such conversations. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have been writing furiously last night.
Did you sneak into bed last night?
Lu Chen looked at Li Dachuan, whose dark circles hung low, looking completely drained. He had managed to coax the little weirdo Lu Qingqing until 2:30 in the morning, yet he didn't end up like this.
Don't mention it. Li Dachuan didn't even eat snacks, yawning as he slumped over the desk. We have a mock exam today, aren't you worried?
I was burning the midnight oil last night, cramming at the last minute, and even in my dreams, I could hear Li the demon's angry voice. Lu Chen chuckled and took out a piece of chocolate for him.
Here, eat this. Just don't end up writing your essay while feeling sleepy.
I have to say, Song Junju is truly a top student from childhood. The materials he organized for Lu Chen were simply divine.
The feeling of being lifted up is wonderful.
During the morning reading break, everyone in the class was busy turning their desks around.
Lu Chen glanced back at Xia Yexiang's seat. She wasn't at school today.
Xia Yexiang was actually quite smart. It was just that her artistic talent surpassed her academic ability. When Lu Chen tutored her a few days ago, he felt she grasped things quickly. Sigh, then I guess I'll just drink this porridge myself.
Xia Yexiang not coming to school and not telling him made Lu Chen wake up half an hour early for nothing to make porridge.
Just as Lu Chen was about to sell his homemade porridge, Lu Chen, a clear and calm voice slowly spoke.
Lu Chen looked up and saw Wei Qingyu's bright eyes. Li Dachuan glanced at Lu Chen, then at Wei Qingyu.
Suddenly, a sense of mission from the CP gods surged within him. Li Dachuan, who had been on the verge of dozing off, instantly perked up.
His eyes rolled around, and he immediately said, I need to go to the bathroom. Truly the sports committee member. He was quick on his feet, disappearing in the blink of an eye.
Lu Chen was speechless. De Chun was usually slow on other matters, but how was he so sharp when it came to this? Wei Qingyu stood quietly in front of Lu Chen's desk, not saying a word.
Lu Chen sighed and could only ask, what's wrong?
Wei Qingyu's expression was blank, but there was a hint of shyness in her eyes.
Xia Yexiang didn't come today. Lu Chen was puzzled. He wasn't blind. Wasting food is not a good behavior. Lu Chen was confused. So, I didn't have breakfast. Lu Chen understood. Slap. A 100 yuan bill was slapped onto his desk, and Wei Qingyu said seriously, can I have some of your porridge? Lu Chen asked sincerely, where did your family hire the chef from? Is it really that bad? Otherwise, why would Wei Qingyu, a cool school beauty, come to snatch a bowl of porridge? It felt like a scene from a drama.
Wei Qingyu didn't understand why he asked that, but still answered seriously, a descendant of the imperial chef. I haven't asked how many generations, but I'll ask at home tonight and let you know on WeChat.
Put. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Sometimes he felt that Wei Qingyu, this silly goose, was really quite amusing.
Who said she was cold and aloof? You go eat, but I think your family's cook must be better than me. Lu Chen pinched 100 yuan and put it in his pocket.
Earning 100 yuan for nothing, how delightful. Wei Qingyu's posture and eating style were very elegant, not like a student, but like a refined lady from an ancient painting. She took a sip of porridge and then said seriously, I like you.
Put. Lu Chen almost became the first person to choke on bread. Me? No. Sister, can you not say such shocking things with such a bland expression?
Thinking of Wei's protective father, Lu Chen seemed to see himself sinking in Haiqing port.
But I'm not sure. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. But my emotions have fluctuated because of you. Lu Chen took a deep breath. But there's no reason to prove that I like you. Lu Chen sighed again. So I came to ask you, do you have any clues? Lu Chen's anxious heart finally calmed down. He knew Wei Qingyu was silly, but he didn't expect her to be this silly. Is it really feasible to ask someone you might like so directly? Won't people think you're crazy? Lu Chen glanced at Wei Qingyu's face.
Oh, well. She indeed had that kind of capability. Who knows, after saying I like you, she might just directly get a boyfriend.
But unfortunately, this person is Lu Chen, and he really didn't want to get entangled with former clients.
You say everyone settles their accounts clearly, and when you meet again, you can still have a drink.
Now you're acting like a Qiangyao drama. How can we meet again in the future? No way. This matter must be nipped in the bud. So, Lu Chen thought for a moment and gently guided her. You don't like me, you're just used to me. Even if you changed to another person, you would feel the same. I won't. You will. I won't. Alright, you won't, just listen to me. Lu Chen felt his blood pressure rising. Think back on your life, has it been very smooth? Have you never experienced failure? Wei Qingyu thought for a moment and nodded gently. That's right. I've been fawning over you for more than 2 years, you must be used to it. Everyone thinks I like you, but suddenly I say I treat you like a sister. Wouldn't that be a bit unexpected? Wei Qingyu was persuaded and continued to nod.
A smooth life suddenly encounters a little setback. Wouldn't your emotions fluctuate?
Incredible.
On the morning before the mock exam, Lu Chen was actually giving Wei Qingyu psychological counseling.
When Wei Qingyu returned to her seat, Wang Jinjin was so excited that her hands were shaking, and she hurriedly asked, "How did it go, Qingyu?"
Wei Qingyu calmly said, "I told him I like him."
Wang Jinjin nodded.
"Oh, that's very."
"Ha?" Wang Jinjin was dumbfounded. "Not sister.
I know you're brave, but I didn't expect you to be this brave.
This is not just a straightforward approach. This is dropping a nuclear bomb. Enlightenment isn't supposed to be like this." Wang Jinjin immediately asked, "And then? How did he respond?"
Wei Qingyu said contentedly, "He said I don't like him. I just encountered an unexpected problem, so I'm a bit unsettled. When I face some difficult problems, I do feel this way. In psychology, it's called the desire to conquer."
Lu Chen made a lot of sense.
"It's more reasonable than your love theory."
Wang Jinjin was stunned. Oh no. Lu Chen figured out the logic of Wei Qingyu's brain and even used it. What a beast. If Wei Qingyu doesn't call this liking, then she should read her name backward. Forget it.
She was still ready to prepare a monetary gift for Lu Chen and Xia Yexiang's child.
Wei Qingyu was beyond saving. Just bury it.
046 The wind blows, the banner moves. The exam lasted a total of 2 days. On Monday morning, they had the Chinese exam, in the afternoon the math exam, on Tuesday morning the comprehensive science exam, and in the afternoon the English exam. Since the first day of exams, the class had not been peaceful. Checking answers seemed to be a common hobby among the students. However, perhaps because every person is unique, everyone's reactions after checking answers varied greatly.
The first type was typified by Hu Zhongzhong.
She rummaged around for answers, and upon discovering she had gotten one question wrong, she began to wail in agony, tears streaming down her face.
"Ah, I'm going to fail."
The paper was handed out, and she scored 130 points.
The second type was represented by Li Dachuan.
When he found out he had the same answer as the top student for one question, he exclaimed yes, and danced around excitedly.
"Awesome. This is a sure thing."
The paper was handed out, and he scored 70 points.
Amidst the noise, Lu Chen glanced back at Xia Yexiang's seat. It was still empty.
From Monday until now, she had not appeared at school for a full day and a half, and Lu Chen's messages to her went unanswered. Wei Qingyu had already missed breakfast for 2 consecutive days. "Xingxing, after the comprehensive science exam, I can finally breathe. That electromagnetic field nearly took my life.
Shall we go have a nice meal?"
Li Dachuan rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the mention of food.
Lu Chen looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was 11 o'clock in the morning.
No, that wouldn't do. As a qualified professional admirer, keeping track of the client's dynamics was essential.
"Maybe next time, I'm going to the piano room."
After thinking it over, Lu Chen felt that Xia Yexiang would likely be there. There was only one reason Xia Yexiang would decorate that piano room, filling every corner with adorable little details.
This indicated that the piano room was a comfortable haven for her. Just like a company owner would judge an employee's intention to leave based on the items on their desk.
The more scattered and varied the items on a desk, the lower the probability that the employee would leave.
Conversely, when an employee's desk is too cold and simple, it's a sign to pay attention to whether they are considering leaving. Thus, Lu Chen deduced that Xia Yexiang was most likely in the piano room.
Li Dachuan's expression changed instantly upon hearing the words piano room, his eyebrows furrowing.
Oh, going for a secret meeting again? Lu Chen chuckled. "What kind of words are you using? You really didn't waste your 80 points in Chinese. Why are you attacking me like this?" Li Dachuan clutched his wounded little heart. "That piano room belongs to Xia Yexiang. If you go to the piano room to find her, it's not a secret meeting, is it? Are you going to do math problems?" Bingo! Lu Chen happily snapped his fingers. "Looks like our Dachuan's intuition is quite accurate, discovering the truth."
Li Dachuan chuckled.
"What are you studying?"
"I see you guys are mostly exploring human anatomy and biology." He leaned closer to Lu Chen's ear and whispered, "Be careful, don't cause any fatalities."
"Lu Chen, my mother tongue is speechless. Piano room. I'm truly a genius."
Upon seeing the golden little head resting on the piano, Lu Chen praised himself greatly in his heart.
He quietly pushed the door open and gently closed it.
Walking to the piano, Lu Chen saw Xia Yexiang sleeping for the first time from this angle. Leaning against the side of the piano, Xia Yexiang's golden little head was at his waist height, looking very petible. Her eyes were tightly closed, long eyelashes casting a shadow, her pink little mouth slightly open, moist and shiny, with a head of golden hair somewhat messily spread across the piano. The wind blew through the gauze curtain, and the summer night was as beautiful as an oil painting, making one reluctant to disturb it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The birds outside the window showed no mercy, perched on the branches and singing loudly. Summer Yexiang furrowed her brows in her sleep, clearly annoyed by the noise. Alright, providing good service to clients is a necessary quality for us professional sycophants. Lu Chen scanned the piano room and finally grabbed a broom from the corner. He rolled up his sleeves and stood outside the window, trying to sweep away the noisy birds from the branches. The birds ignored him and chirped even louder. Damn those annoying birds, Lu Chen muttered, somewhat dissatisfied. Whether it was the birds outside or the ones on him, they often left him at a loss. After fussing for a while, he hadn't chased the birds away, but a few leaves had fallen onto his hair. What are you doing? A somewhat hoarse voice suddenly rang out in the piano room. Lu Chen's mind immediately tensed, and he quickly hid the broom behind him, turning around to grin at Summer Yexiang. Nothing, I'm cleaning, I'm sweeping the floor. Summer Yexiang had just woken up, her eyes filled with a misty, watery look. Sweeping? But she clearly saw Lu Chen reaching for something by the windowsill just now. Summer Yexiang, already in a low mood from being woken up, felt her expression turn cold at Lu Chen's deception. I'm paying you, not for you to lie to me. Lu Chen awkwardly said, I didn't. Speak. What were you doing just now? Summer Yexiang's tone grew even colder. Lu Chen, helpless, closed his eyes, looking as if he was ready to face death. I saw the birds on the tree outside disturbing your sleep, so I wanted to use the broom to chase them away, but they were too agile, and I failed. Summer Yexiang was taken aback, unable to imagine such a reason. Why didn't you say that when I asked you? Lu Chen lowered his head, rarely showing a youthful shyness that matched his age. It's too embarrassing to admit I couldn't chase the birds away. He really felt a bit ashamed for not being able to deal with the birds. Even though Lu Chen always tried to maintain his composure and rationality, encountering such an uncontrollable situation still felt a bit embarrassing. Summer Yexiang was first stunned, a feeling that was hard to describe surged in her heart. It turned out there was someone so foolish. To let her sleep a little longer, he took a broom to fight with the birds, and he was too embarrassed to admit it? Summer Yexiang scrutinized Lu Chen's expression for a long time before finally bursting into laughter. Lu Chen felt his ears turn a bit red from her laughter. Your laughter is disturbing me. Summer Yexiang laughed even more happily. Who cares if my laughter bothers you? I'll laugh. Lu Chen felt helpless. Forget it, if the client wants to laugh, let her laugh, it's better than crying. You just woke up, your throat might hurt. I'll pour you a glass of water. Just as Lu Chen placed the water in front of Summer Yexiang, he noticed she didn't even lift her arm, leaving it resting on the piano. The two locked eyes. Oh no, she wouldn't want me to feed her water, would she? Oh no, her arm must be numb and she can't lift it. Upholding the principle of customer first, Lu Chen carefully held the disposable cup to Summer Yexiang's moist, glistening lips. Drink slowly. Summer Yexiang, unwilling to lose, huffed and said proudly, I just like to drink quickly. Half a minute later. Sigh. Not only had Summer Yexiang soaked a large area on her chest, revealing the white lace underneath, but even a bit of water had collected in her collarbone. Lu Chen sincerely asked, do you really like drinking water like this? Summer Yexiang bit her lip, her face suddenly turning bright red, but she still nodded with difficulty. Yes, this way of drinking water is refreshing. Lu Chen, confused face, dying for face and suffering. The two exchanged a glance, and it was unclear who broke first, but they suddenly burst into laughter. Outside the window, the wind rustled the leaves, and the birds chirped. 047 The 8 Divorce Family. Why didn't you say your hand went numb? Lu Chen chuckled as he pinched Xia Yexiang's arm. Her skin, as fair as snow, left several noticeable red marks with just a light pinch. Lu Chen didn't dare to apply more force. Xia Yexiang glared at Lu Chen in anger, her golden hair covering her flushed ears. I didn't go numb. Lu Chen couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. What kind of family could raise such a proud girl? However, he didn't dwell on that question and simply asked, are you coming to school tomorrow? Lu Chen didn't ask Xia Yexiang where she had been yesterday and this morning. That wasn't something a professional admirer should inquire about. Respecting a client's privacy was a fundamental professional quality. But even without asking, Xia Yexiang couldn't hold it in any longer. She knew she hadn't replied to Lu Chen's messages. She had seen them but was in a terrible mood, so she didn't respond. Of course, she couldn't explain that. If she could have explained it proactively, it would have truly been the end of the world. Seeing Lu Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Xia Yexiang felt a bit annoyed and asked, aren't you going to ask where I've been these past 2 days? Lu Chen smiled and readily asked, where have you been these past 2 days? Seeing him like this, Xia Yexiang huffed in annoyance, turned on the piano bench, and presented her golden-haired head to Lu Chen. Lu Chen laughed. This proud girl clearly wanted someone to ask her. So, he moved to the other side, looked at Xia Yexiang's face, and clasped his hands in a pleading manner. Where have you been these past 2 days? Please tell me, I really want to know, pretty please. Xia Yexiang was satisfied, puffed out her chest proudly, and huffed again. Fine, I'm only telling you because I can see how much you want to know. Lu Chen nodded eagerly, looking very sincere. Xia Yexiang's tone dropped as she said gloomily, I had a fight with my dad. Ha? Lu Chen was shocked. What a modern-day Neza. Why did you fight? He wants to remarry. Oh, Lu Chen understood. So he found you a stepmother, and that's why you're unhappy, right? Wrong. Xia Yexiang's anger flared up. He found me a stepmother. This is his 9th marriage. Ha? Lu Chen was dumbfounded. He thought Xia Yexiang had stuttered at first, but after hearing the next part, Lu Chen got it. It really was a stepmother? 9th marriage. That means he has divorced 8 times. Wow. Incredible. Lu Chen was astonished. You come from an 8-divorce family. Doesn't uncle have a collection of marriage and divorce certificates? Xia Yexiang shot Lu Chen a glare, and he immediately fell silent. Okay, fine, I'll keep my mouth shut. Seeing that Xia Yexiang really seemed a bit unhappy, Lu Chen tried to comfort her. Looking on the bright side, uncle is quite a responsible person. He actually wants to get married again. Xia Yexiang scoffed. He signed a prenuptial agreement long before the marriage. He doesn't feel embarrassed, but I do. The people at the Civil Affairs Bureau and the notary office all know him. Lu Chen. Alright, rich people really aren't fools. Lu Chen thought of a question but didn't dare to ask. He felt that what he had just said was problematic, so who exactly was Xia Yexiang's mother? Lu Chen glanced towards the window. When he asked that question, he had no doubt he would be thrown out of there. Life is important. At this moment, his survival instinct successfully overcame his curiosity. Lu Chen didn't know where a small cake had come from, placing it in front of Xia Yexiang with a smile. Let's not talk about that anymore. Do you want to eat something? It will make you feel better. It was given by Wei Qingyu. He didn't like it, but it would be a waste of food. Perfect. Ah, I really am a little genius at being frugal. Looking at the beautiful and delicate little cake in front of her, Xia Yexiang was momentarily stunned. Before she could even feel touched, she asked in confusion, this is the signature dessert from the best dessert restaurant in Haicheng, and it's in high demand. Where did you get it? Lu Chen's breath hitched. Ha? Wei Qingyu's little cake is this good? He thought it was something very common. Damn. How to explain this? Lu Chen instantly broke into a cold sweat, pondering for a moment before saying, sorry. An uncomfortable feeling arose, and Xia Yexiang immediately thought of Wei Qingyu. Is it Wei? Lu Chen's face showed guilt as he said, I accidentally saw your student ID, which has your birthday on it. It's this Sunday, right? You have many friends, and I don't have the right to attend your birthday party, so, no need to finish the sentence, the meaning was clear. As a professional flatterer, remembering some easily overlooked small details can play a huge role at critical moments. Xia Yexiang turned her clever little head, automatically filling in the blanks, looking at Lu Chen with a complex expression. So you just wanted to give me a cake in advance to celebrate my birthday? So silly. Really silly. No wonder she hadn't come these past 2 days. Lu Chen was so anxious to message her. It turned out he wanted to celebrate her. Xia Yexiang's heart was suddenly touched. The cakes that cost hundreds of thousands in the past didn't move her as much as this little cake in front of her. To have someone remember her birthday, that feeling was really very nice. Xia Yexiang felt happy, proudly lifting her chin, revealing her fair and slender neck. You certainly don't deserve to come to my birthday party. But seeing how pitiful you are, I guess I'll eat this piece of cake. Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Damn it, he got through it. I'm awesome. The next moment, Xia Yexiang said again, although my birthday party is at the Zhenghang Hotel on the 5th floor at 7 in the evening, the security definitely won't let someone dressed so plainly in. Lu Chen. Oh no. It seemed like a hint, but he had to accompany Song Junju on Saturday and Sunday. Forget it. Just pretend he didn't understand. Determined, Lu Chen lowered his head, unable to see his expression, but the aura he exuded felt somewhat dejected. Xia Yexiang frowned, an angry expression appearing on her exquisite and beautiful face, and repeated, the security definitely won't let you in. Everyone attending will be wearing clothes you could never afford in your lifetime. I heard there are rental formal wear shops nearby. Just sounds so shabby. Lu Chen. Oh no. It really was a hint. Damn. Sister, please don't do this. I really don't want to go. Afraid that Xia Yeshan would start listing the prices of the rental formalwear shops, Lu Chen quickly interjected, "It's okay, you've already eaten my little cake, and I'm very happy." After thinking for a moment, he added, "I hope you have fun on Sunday, and happy early birthday." Lu Chen's smile was so charming that Xia Yeshan momentarily lost her ability to think. When she came back to her senses, she realized she had inexplicably nodded. Xia Yeshan? What happened? How did she get so mesmerized by Lu Chen's face? Not caring about being angry that Lu Chen didn't understand her hint, she directly asked, "Do you understand how to use a curse?" Lu Chen was in a state of disarray in the wind, truly confused. "Are you going to cast a spell on Wei Qingyu? Such malice at such a young age? Is there already such deep-seated hatred? Then I absolutely cannot mention Wei Qingyu in front of her." To dispel this dangerous thought from Xia Yeshuan, Lu Chen immediately said, "I am a staunch materialist fighter, I don't believe in such things." "Just kidding. In reality, I pray to the heavens every day for great wealth." Xia Yeshuan clearly didn't believe him and snorted, "Is that so?" Lu Chen nodded, not even believing it himself. But it didn't matter. He had told too many lies in his life. If there really were gods, why didn't they come to save him when he was about to starve to death? When people feel awkward, they tend to pretend to be busy. So, while Xia Yeshuan was enjoying her little cake, Lu Chen took the opportunity to tidy up the piano room. Xia Yeshuan leaned on the piano lid, carelessly feeding the sweet cake into her mouth, but her gaze kept following Lu Chen as he organized. Lu Chen had great physical presence, even just his silhouette could evoke an infinite sense of reliability. By some strange twist of fate, Xia Yeshuan opened the camera. The next second, click. "Oh no, I forgot to mute it." Lu Chen turned back in confusion and saw Xia Yeshuan's cheeks flushed, hurriedly hiding her phone. Crash. In her panic, her phone worth thousands of dollars fell to the ground. Xia Yeshuan's heart skipped a beat. Would he be angry if she secretly took a photo of him? But she was a customer. A customer. She had paid. But that wasn't a reason to take a secret photo. Two little figures were fighting wildly in Xia Yeshuan's mind, making her expression increasingly unpleasant. Lu Chen calmly bent down to pick up the phone. After checking that the phone hadn't been damaged, Lu Chen smiled at Xia Yeshuan. "Want to take a photo together?" Xia Yeshuan was stunned. In fact, as long as it was a photo taken while wearing clothes, Lu Chen would be completely fine with it. Well, it wouldn't be unacceptable to take one without clothes either. It would cost extra. 048 Nice and fun, of course, there was no photo together. As a qualified tsundere, Xia Yeshuan had to push and pull a bit, making Lu Chen plead with her. At least she wanted Lu Chen to mimic the gesture of putting his hands together and say, please, I really want to take a photo with you." Thinking of him like that, Xia Yeshuan's lips curled up, her joy nearly overflowing. She enjoyed being with Lu Chen, he spoke well and was fun, always able to make her laugh. This money was well spent. Lu Chen looked at Xia Yeshuan with confusion. "No. What is this stubborn tsundere thinking about now? Forget it, it's too complicated to understand." Lu Chen's schedule was quite busy. After finishing the English exam in the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, while his classmates were either happy or heartbroken, he had to accompany Wen Lingxiu to go shopping, and then in the evening, go to the theater to watch a performance. The life of the wealthy was so simple and unadorned. The life of a professional sycophant was so busy and rushed. Lu Chen didn't think about it anymore. Seeing that it was about time, he said, "The lunch break is almost over. I have an English exam this afternoon. I'll go back and take another look at the essay template. I'm leaving." Xia Yeshuan was suddenly pulled out of her fantasy, her eyes full of surprise. "Just this? Just this? Just this? You should be begging me. If you beg me, we can take a photo together." What a pity. Lu Chen walked to the door, energetically waving goodbye to her. "Goodbye. See you every day." Click. The door closed. He left. The wind blew into the piano room, lifting the girl's golden hair. Xia Yeshuan suddenly felt a bit regretful. She should have just said it directly. "Paying for services, I am just a client of Lu Chen, isn't it just a photo together? He can't possibly defy me. Why didn't I say it earlier?" Xia Yeshuan gritted her teeth, her gums aching. Crack. The door to the piano room was opened again. Xia Yeshuan looked up in anticipation of a surprise, only to meet the eyes of the cleaning lady. "Miss Xia, does the piano room need cleaning?" Disappointment filled the piano room. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Splash. As the time arrived, all the classrooms erupted with noisy sounds, the voices of answering questions A, B, C, D nearly tearing the roof off. Li Dachuan stuffed instant noodles into his mouth, glancing outside with keen eyes, mumbling, "Why isn't Li the Demon King here? In the past, in this situation, Li the Demon King would have already started berating them for being the worst class he had ever taught. Lu Chen tidied up his backpack and smiled. It's already the mock exam, she must want us to relax a bit. Now that the first and second years haven't finished school, aren't you going to the cafeteria for a quiet meal? Right. Li Dachuan quickly stood up, cursing, those little brats act like they've never eaten before, fighting me for food. No way, now's my chance, I have to hurry. Xingxing, are you going? Lu Chen shook his head and smiled, I'm not going, I have things to do at home. Why does your home always have things going on? Li Dachuan blurted out, then instantly regretted it, cautiously looking at Lu Chen to apologize. I didn't mean it that way. Lu Chen waved his hand, it's fine, you don't understand anything, I'm making big money. He couldn't say he was working as a professional sycophant, nor could he say he was working part-time, so he had to find this excuse. Seeing that he wasn't angry, Dachuan breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. Making big money, huh? Is your mom giving you $2 for washing dishes and 5 for scrubbing pots? Lu Chen shrugged. Pretty much. Just that it was someone else's mom. Just that he didn't have a mom. Passing by Wei Qingyu, Lu Chen thought about today's events and expressed his gratitude. Your cake was really delicious, thank you. Wow. Lu Chen took the initiative to speak, and Wang Xinjin immediately became excited, almost wanting to answer for Wei Qingyu. There's hope. This time, there's really hope. Wei Qingyu naturally curved her lips at Lu Chen, her long, dark hair tied up, beautiful and unattainable. It's okay. You also made me breakfast. These past few days, Wei Qingyu had been quite happy. Not only did she get to eat breakfast made by Lu Chen again, but she could even chat with him occasionally. In the past, Lu Chen had always been awkwardly nice to her. But now, after talking openly with Lu Chen, Wei Qingyu realized he was actually a very optimistic and humorous person. She enjoyed talking to Lu Chen, his words were pleasant and fun, always able to make her laugh. Speaking of breakfast, Lu Chen slapped his forehead. Oh right. He remembered this matter. I won't make you breakfast tomorrow. Remember to have your family's generations of imperial chefs make you something to eat, don't let your blood sugar drop again. Sigh. He really is a kind, gentle, and considerate handsome guy. Hearing this, Wei Qingyu's expression stiffened slightly, and she quickly figured out the reason. Xia Yexiang. It must be because of Xia Yexiang. Wei Qingyu felt a force preventing her from saying that name, and in the end, she could only ask with some difficulty. Is she coming tomorrow? Lu Chen nodded, quickening his pace to leave, decisively and neatly. Yeah, I have something to do, I'm leaving, bye. His tone was so matter-of-fact that it made Wei Qingyu's eyes sting with unshed tears. Realizing something was off with her, Wei Qingyu found it hard to believe. This isn't right, this really isn't right. She had learned dance before, and even when her whole body ached unbearably, she never felt this way. Why do I feel this way now? She didn't even want to mention Xia Yexiang's name in front of Lu Chen. Is this just a desire to conquer? Is it really just a desire to conquer? Wei Qingyu fell silent, beginning to doubt Lu Chen's words. A desire to conquer couldn't possibly evoke such feelings. When she faced difficult problems she wanted to conquer, she only found them interesting. But she would never feel a tightness in her chest. A few days ago, when Xia Yexiang mentioned Lu Chen in front of her, she felt no stirrings in her heart. But now, with Lu Chen actively bringing up Xia Yexiang's name, why does her heart feel so heavy? Wei Qingyu was just slow to realize, not foolish. After pondering several times, her gaze gradually deepened. Lu Chen is fooling me. My feelings for him are definitely not a desire to conquer, it's. The two words lingered in her throat before she slowly let them out. It's liking. Yes, she liked Lu Chen. So the emotion that had suddenly surged just now was jealousy. I like Lu Chen, my strange reaction just now was because I was jealous. Wei Qingyu ruthlessly analyzed others while also ruthlessly analyzing herself. She understood now, and a rare self-mocking smile appeared on the face of the high and unattainable flower. What a pity. In the second week after Lu Chen left her, she discovered this fact. This sad truth made Wei Qingyu deeply realize that fate was arranged this way because heaven truly did not favor her. By tomorrow, when Xia Yexiang arrives at school, the time she could communicate with Lu Chen would approach zero. Wei Qingyu gently closed her eyes. Wang Xinjin, on the side, was terrified, cursing in her heart. Damn, she wouldn't be killed to silence her, would she? What did she just hear? Wei Qingyu, the high and unattainable flower of the entire city, actually said she was jealous? Qingyu, are you okay? Wei Qingyu took a deep breath, opened her eyes, and her gaze returned to calm. Sunday is Xia Yexiang's birthday party. Wang Xinjin nodded. She doesn't like you anyway, so you don't need to give her a gift, just pretend you don't know. I want to go. Ha? Wang Xinjin was stunned. Go for what? To be mocked by Xia Yexiang? Wei Qingyu's heavy gaze followed Lu Chen's departing figure as she slowly said, "To see Lu Chen."
Ha! Wang Xinjun still disagreed, that Xia Yexian was simply an unstable element. Lu Chen is currently on good terms with Xia Yexian. He will definitely appear at the birthday party. If you see them standing together, you won't. Wang Xinjun couldn't bear to finish. Wei Qingyu's tone was calm but revealed determination. They won't be a couple. Wang Xinjun sighed. But what if they really become a couple? Wei Qingyu paused for a moment and replied calmly, "Then I will wait." Lu Chen could silently stay by her side for more than 2 years. She could too. What a mess. Wang Xinjun looked despairingly at the ceiling. The high and unattainable flower of the entire city had been turned into a backup by Lu Chen. Damn! What a sin! 049 Feeling anxious shopping, a mysterious and bizarre daily activity. Specifically manifested as, the usually adorable girlfriend suddenly transforming into a warrior, charging forward with a cup of milk tea, covering 20,000 steps without changing her expression, followed by a boyfriend who was panting and looking pale. Lu Sun once said that there are 2 ways to test the harmony between couples. One is traveling, and the other is shopping. If he didn't say it, then it must have been Lu Chen who said it. As a professional licking dog, Lu Chen was basically used to not being seen by others. Of course, clients didn't want to take someone like him out. It would be awkward if they ran into acquaintances. Lu Chen had gotten used to it. But, what's going on with everyone lately? Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the poised Wen Lingxiu at the school gate. First, Song Junju had a moment of madness and took him out for dinner and fireworks, and now Wen Lingxiu was taking him shopping to watch a performance. In the past, these clients would have done anything to keep him cooped up in a house, but now they were all eager to take him out? Women are truly strange. Countless little voices in Lu Chen's mind were mocking, but he still wore a professional smile, as if basking in the spring breeze. Good afternoon, President 1. Although the weather in March had begun to transition into spring and summer, there was still a hint of chill in the air by evening. When Lingxiu wore a long coat over her white shirt and black skirt, and the wind gently tousled her slightly curled long hair, exuding the charm of a mature woman like a white magnolia quietly blooming, with a subtle fragrance. When she saw Lu Chen approaching, Wen Lingxiu smiled warmly and gracefully, casually taking his backpack and placing it in the back seat. "Good afternoon, I passed my driving test, so I'm going to take this car for a spin." Lu Chen's smile faltered. She had just gotten her license yesterday and was already driving today, and she was using an Audi as her practice car. How could she say that so casually? Lu Chen felt a rush of anxiety, but he couldn't say anything. He had to brainlessly praise her. Taking a quiet breath, he naturally sat in the passenger seat, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Wen Lingxiu, clapping his hands in excitement. "Woohoo! Congratulations, President Wan, on getting your license. I told you, you're a natural behind the wheel. Once you get the hang of it in a couple of days, you should wear sunglasses and drive a convertible. You'll definitely charm a lot of people." Wen Lingxiu laughed, raising the corners of her mouth, and said playfully, "I'm getting old, why would I want to charm others? You should work hard instead, and then you can take me for a drive in a convertible." Level 1 alert. When a girl says she's getting old, you must delve into the underlying reasons for her statement. Lu Chen's mind instantly tensed up, and he turned to stare into Aunt Wen's eyes, his brows furrowed in concern. With such a burning gaze on her, Wen Lingxiu felt a bit shy and turned her head away. "What are you looking at?" Lu Chen sighed and said seriously, "Heaven is indeed fair." "Wen Lingxiu? What's going on?" She only meant to test Lu Chen by saying she was old. How did it suddenly shift to this? How is it fair? Lu Chen smiled, relieved. Heaven gave you outstanding looks and a unique charm, but it didn't give you a normal sense of aesthetics. When Lingxiu was taken aback, she had been drawing and practicing calligraphy since elementary school, so she had grown up immersed in art. "What do you mean I don't have a normal sense of aesthetics?" Lu Chen explained slowly. "President Wen, with your looks and charm, to say you're old means you don't have a normal sense of aesthetics, right? I'll buy some art pieces for you to look at more. We can't just focus on outer beauty, we need to cultivate inner beauty too." This was simply outrageous. When Lingxiu understood but didn't want to respond. If he was complimenting her, it seemed like a compliment. If he was scolding her, it also seemed like a scolding. She was neither angry nor amused, so she reached out and poked Lu Chen's head with her finger. "You little rascal, smooth talker." Lu Chen swayed his head in response to Aunt Wen's poking, lazily saying, "I wash my face and brush my teeth seriously every day. How could I be a smooth talker?" Put. When Lingxiu burst into laughter. All right, you're not a smooth talker, I've wronged you. Then I'll buy you a few well-fitting clothes later as compensation." Sigh. Lu Chen sighed inwardly. If you wealthy people want to compensate someone, can't you just throw cash in their face? All day long, he had to deliver these useless items that couldn't be eaten as meals,
and he still had to go sell them at Kate's luxury store. What a waste of effort. It wasn't until he entered a custom suit shop that Lu Chen suddenly understood. So when you rich people talk about buying a few well-fitted clothes, you mean private customization. Oh my god. When the tailor was measuring his body data, Lu Chen truly felt like he was going to shatter. It was too naked, he couldn't accept it. However, the tailor was quite natural, even a bit surprised as he said, "Sir, all your measurements are very standard, you must look great in a suit." Lu Chen covered himself and said, "Thank you, but do you really need to measure without clothes here?" The tailor smiled without a second thought. Some need it, some don't, but it's all for accurate measurements to ensure the clothes fit well. The tailor then asked, "By the way, sir, do you prefer to place it on the left or the right?" Lu Chen was puzzled. Huh? The tailor pointed to little Lu Chen. "This also needs to be measured well, otherwise, the fabric won't be right, and it will be uncomfortable." Lu Chen. What the hell is this new type of humiliating obedience experiment? After enduring the torment and coming out of the measuring room, Wen Lingxiu was already holding a freshly printed Lu Chen body data, studying it seriously. Broad shoulders, nice chest, good waist, long legs, and quite impressive down there. Wen Lingxiu nodded in satisfaction. They say you must try before marriage to know if it's suitable. She had a better and more accurate method. Lu Chen's measurements were perfect for being Wan's dad. "President Wen, I've finished measuring." Lu Chen awkwardly walked out and stood beside Wen Lingxiu. Wen Lingxiu smiled gently. "I've selected some comfortable and high-quality fabrics for you. If we rush the clothes, you should be able to get them in about 2 weeks." Seeing Lu Chen's collar flipped up, Wen Lingxiu stood in front of him, reached out, and carefully adjusted his clothes, softly saying, "Isn't your school's coming-of-age ceremony soon? You can wear that, it will look very handsome." Lu Chen was much taller than Aunt Wen. From his angle looking down, Aunt Wen's already gentle face added a touch of charm and grace. It was as if she were a wife. Lu Chen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and inhaled a fragrant scent. The surrounding staff revealed anti-smiles, their eyes filled with envy. Envying what? Envying Lu Chen for knowing the benefits of a rich woman at a young age, not wasting his youth. Only Lu Chen's mind was exceptionally clear at this moment, his lips curled up in a smile, yet his eyes revealed a cold hue. He had never told Wen Lingxiu when the school would hold the coming-of-age ceremony. The only time was when he brought the school calendar home in his backpack. In other words, Wen Lingxiu had rummaged through his bag. Lu Chen smiled and obediently said, "Okay, I'll take photos for President Wen to see then." Wen Lingxiu tidied up Lu Chen's clothes, tucked her long hair behind her ear, and smiled gently. "Of course, I look forward to it." Indeed, young people are easily charmed by gentle older sisters. But that's fine. The more innocent, the more suitable to be Wan's dad. She didn't need a man with ulterior motives at home, just a simple, family-oriented man would do. Lu Chen was the most suitable candidate. 050 A little deeper sigh. Lu Chen was very silent now. If Song Junju loved to hit people, then Wen Lingxiu was truly abstract in her love for hitting. Even after years of navigating the professional sycophant world, he never expected a client would abstractly rummage through his bag. What the hell? Could he really pack a knife in his bag and cosplay as a robber to kidnap Wen Lingxiu for ransom in the middle of the night? Sigh. Lu Chen sighed again. He didn't know how Wen Lingxiu had become so insecure. Was it true that widows had such a heavy sense of vigilance? Perhaps. Although she was single, she had lived here for many years. As the saying goes, a widow's door is always guarded. He had forgotten the front and the back. As a widow raising a child, Lu Chen understood Wen Lingxiu's wariness. However, there was only one question in Lu Chen's mind: why hadn't Wen Lingxiu suggested he change his tattered bag? Damn it! It was truly disheartening. In the custom suit shop, Lu Chen and Wen Lingxiu gazed at each other with affection. But in reality, their thoughts had already shifted to the differences between a hip bone and a pig's knuckle. Lu Chen's eyes felt a bit sore from staring. But, betting on the pride of a professional sycophant. Camera wholesaler. Come on, let's see whose gaze is more heartfelt. 1 minute later, Wen Lingxiu conceded defeat. In terms of eyesight, she was no match for Lu Chen. Oof. This was Lu Chen's pride as a professional sycophant. However, creating a lively atmosphere was also something a professional sycophant should do. So, with a somewhat obedient tone, Lu Chen took the initiative to ask, "President Wen, is the outfit you made for me ready? Do you want to make something for yourself as well?" Wen Lingxiu smiled, gently. "I'm over 30, I'm not like a young girl, thinking about making clothes all day." Alarm bells. At this moment, if he were to say, "Yes, that's right, aren't you embarrassed to wear bright colors at your age?" then there would be no need for further words, just start the feast. So, Lu Chen disagreed, saying, "Beautiful people can wear a sack and still be at Paris Fashion Week, and I'd be very happy if President Wen could wear more beautiful clothes out with me.
When Ling Xiu inquired, "What are you happy about?"
Hee hee, if President Wen goes out with me, people will definitely think I'm a rich second generation, Lu Chen said naturally. One can question the character of a rich second generation, but one cannot question their taste.
Damn!
The staff around, pretending to be busy, were actually all ears, listening intently to the wealthy woman's strategy, and they were stunned.
Damn it! Can you really compliment someone like that? It's quite reassuring. No wonder you can earn this money. The staff in the store looked at Lu Chen with newfound respect.
When Ling Xiu was quite taken with this, she happily squinted her eyes and explained, "My clothes are also custom-made, but not from this store. This store specializes in men's clothing. If you have any clothes you like, make a list for me, and I'll talk to them later."
Lu Chen fell silent. "Thank you." He was dazzled again. Is being rich impressive? Is being rich impressive? Is being rich impressive? If you're so capable, why not share half with me? Don't make me kneel down and beg you.
His mind was already spinning from the dazzle, but Lu Chen still maintained a gaze full of affection.
Then doesn't President Wen wear outside clothes?
When Ling Xiu didn't answer, she tucked her long hair behind her shoulder and moved closer to Lu Chen.
Lu Chen stood still.
When Ling Xiu chuckled lightly, her tone gentle yet a bit aggrieved as she said, "A lot of clothes outside are one size fits all, they
are too tight on me." Lu Chen looked at Wen Ling Xiu in shock.
When Ling Xiu had teased a pure-hearted boy, and her own heart raced, so she walked out of the store on her own.
Damn! Lu Chen felt a storm brewing in his heart. Aunt Wen seemed to be flirting. Uncertain, he looked again. No! This was too wrong.
Lu Chen quickly calmed down and analyzed. Aunt Wen had never said such ambiguous things before, but not only had she said them, she was also taking him out, not afraid of running into others at all. Memories of the time spent with Aunt Wen flooded his mind.
Peeling back the layers, Lu Chen found the truth amidst a mountain of real evidence. Aunt Wen wanted to freeload. Yes,
she must be looking to freeload long-term.
Lu Chen was shocked. Damn it, what a beast! With so much money, she still wanted to take advantage of a poor worker like him? Where was the morality? Where was the law? Where was the bottom line?
These women were simply insane. He could tolerate Wen Ling Xiu being a control freak, but he absolutely could not tolerate her not paying.
Not leaving?
Seeing Lu Chen standing there in a daze, Wen Ling Xiu couldn't help but smile inwardly.
It seemed he wasn't as indifferent as he appeared. The corners of Wen Ling Xiu's mouth lifted. She was now certain that Lu Chen had feelings for her, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily flustered by her teasing. Since she knew Lu Chen had feelings for her, everything would be easier. After all, Lu Chen was already an adult. 18 was the perfect age to become a father. During this time, she would gradually increase their interactions to cultivate their feelings, and by June, it would probably be the right moment to take action. Lu Chen came back to his senses and immediately smiled as he walked over with big strides. "Let's go, of course we're leaving. Wherever President Wen goes, I will definitely follow." How heartless of Wen to want to freeload off him for a lifetime. Just wait. First, he would keep this black-hearted capitalist in check, and when June arrived, he would run away immediately. It was just acting, right? Fine. Just watch him leave her dizzy. When Ling Xiu stood beside Lu Chen, "Let's go pick up Nuan first." However, her gaze kept darting to the side. The difference in their body shapes reflected in the store's mirror gave her a strange sense of security. It felt as if she was completely wrapped up and enveloped. Lu Chen thought for a moment and slowly said, "Let's go to the cake shop first. Nuan said she wanted to eat cherry mousse cake last time." When Ling Xiu shot him a glance, "You're feeding Nuan outside food again." In truth, she was extremely pleased. For Lu Chen to still remember Nuan's words in this situation was just too suitable for being a dad. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Kids, if they want something, it's good to satisfy them a little. Otherwise, by the time they turn 20, they would be posting emotional music videos on Douyin, lamenting how one would be haunted by unattainable desires for a lifetime." When Ling Xiu was very satisfied with this answer. Nuan wasn't Lu Chen's child, but Lu Chen could treat her like his own daughter, which was one of the reasons she chose him. Once in the car, although when Ling Xiu believed she understood Lu Chen well, she still wanted to dig deeper. "Xingxing, have you thought about what you want to do after graduating from college?" I haven't even started college yet, and President Wen wants to help me plan my career." "I'm just asking. Maybe open a cake shop." "A cake shop? I thought you were the type who liked to start a business." "Some people start businesses, but someone has to make those soft, fragrant little breads too." "Is it because Nuan likes to eat cake?" As long as you're happy." When Ling Xiu was very serious while driving, and Lu Chen stole a glance at her. At that moment, he was utterly convinced that Wen Lingxiu really wanted to freeload. That despicable and wicked one, the god of stars, will definitely not let you succeed. 051 just a random title, so annoying. Why does the title have to be 5 words long? Luxury store. In a beautifully decorated private room, models walked past Song Junju wearing the season's clothes. Yeah, this outfit really suits you, yeah. Song Junju called out to Zhang Yu several times without a response. Turning around, she saw Zhang Yu's face full of deep sorrow, looking as if she could become the mother of an evil sword immortal. Song Junju asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhang Yu, feeling frustrated, slapped the arm of the sofa and said, "I've been complained about again." "Ha?" Song Junju adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose and asked with interest, "Care to elaborate?" Zhang Yu gritted her teeth and replied, "There's a patient who's a matchmaker, insisting on introducing me to someone, claiming he's a state employee. Upon closer questioning, it turns out he just got out after spending over 10 years inside. And that matchmaker patient even said this guy has changed and definitely won't kill anyone randomly next time. Put." As the first syllable of laughter escaped, Song Junju immediately pressed her lips together, forcing a serious expression as she explained, I have a high threshold for humor, I usually don't laugh. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes. "If you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it in, you have a little wolf dog and still don't use him. You can't even laugh?" She genuinely found Song Junju fascinating. Spending a lot of money to get a little wolf dog, yet not using him at all, was just pure love play. Mentioning Lu Chen, Song Junju's expression softened considerably. Research shows that if your mind is filled with yellow waste, your reactions will become dull. Zhang Yu didn't believe it. This was clearly Song Junju's way of changing the subject. She saw right through it. "Hey, let me see what your little wolf dog looks like." Zhang Yu suddenly became interested. By June, Song Junju would be going abroad, and she still hadn't caught a glimpse of the little wolf dog she had gotten. Zhang Yu's question left Song Junju momentarily stunned, and she hesitated before saying, "I don't have any photos with him." "Right." Thinking carefully, it seemed she didn't have any pictures with Lu Chen at all. Zhang Yu nodded. "No photos is best, but before you go abroad for the summer, remember to check that duck's phone to see if he has any candid shots of you. One shouldn't harbor ill intentions, but one should also be cautious." Zhang Yu looked at Song Junju's exquisite and beautiful face and felt her concerns were quite justified. "You're right," Song Junju murmured, nodding, but her mind was completely on something else. Lu Chen loved her so much. He must really want a photo with her, right? She wasn't a devil, she wouldn't deny him such a small wish. After all, she would be going abroad for the summer, so she might as well leave Lu Chen with some fond memories. After all, liking someone is innocent. After looking at clothes and accessories for a while, Zhang Yu grew a bit bored and said, "It's about time, let's head to the theater." Song Junju nodded, thought for a moment, and sent a message. Beep. On the way to pick up Wan, Lu Chen's phone rang. "Song Junju, 27, crazy, choose a good camera before Saturday, and you need to master the photography skills, expenses will be reimbursed." Lu Chen was puzzled. What on earth was this crazy person up to now? Asking fewer questions and doing more for clients is the professional quality of a dedicated follower, so Lu Chen immediately replied. "Lu Chen, okay, I will work hard on my photography skills. By the way, Professor Song, what's the spending limit?" Song Junju, 27, crazy, unlimited. "What? Unlimited? Damn!" Lu Chen was shocked. Was this really the world of the rich? He silently shed tears like a stray dog. So overwhelmed. It was too overwhelming. It made him want to go crazy, to run wildly, to punch an asteroid. "What's wrong?" Noticing that Lu Chen seemed a bit off, Wen Lingxiu, who was driving, asked. Lu Chen immediately looked up, smiling gently at Wen Lingxiu as he said, "I was just thinking how unfortunate it is. This is the first time sitting in the passenger seat with President Wen, and I should take a photo to commemorate it. Let's make an album later to record President Wen's little progress every day." Wen Lingxiu felt a warmth in her heart and couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. Human infants are always endearing, always accompanied by attention and care. However, as people grow older, the concern they receive diminishes, gradually drowning in the vast sea of humanity. When one is close to death, care returns once more. Right now, when Lingxiu is in this intermediate stage, everyone is relying on her, believing she is capable of anything. But when Lu Chen suddenly said this, Wen Lingxiu felt a strange sensation. It was as if she were still a child. Someone cares for her, someone loves her, someone will record every little bit of her growth. When Lingxiu curved her lips and softly said, "It's not like I won't let you sit in the passenger seat next time. We have a camera at home, use it if you want." "Okay. I will work hard to improve my photography skills."
Lu Chen replied cheerfully, but his eyes held an indescribable expression. Hiss. Using Wen Lingxiu's camera, having Wen Lingxiu as a model, and the goal is to practice taking pictures of Song Junju? Forget it. Learning is earning, and gaining another skill. Awesome. Ever since she learned that the three of them would go to a performance together today, Nuan had been excited since last night. When she saw Lu Chen and Wen Lingxiu picking each other up from school, Nuan happily ran towards them with her little short legs. Daddy, Mommy, woohoo! Did Nuan have fun at kindergarten today? Lu Chen pinched Nuan's waist and lifted the little girl onto his neck. Nuan giggled excitedly, fly high. Fly high. Wen Lingxiu stood beside the father and daughter, gently saying goodbye to the teacher. Watching the three of them leave, the teacher couldn't help but elegantly exclaim, damn, how perfectly matched. Wow. Watch your language, 3 points off. Hee, you can deduct my points, but you can't dampen my enthusiasm for shipping CPs. Argumentative, another 3 points off. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Big brother, little brother worships you, please don't deduct anymore, woo woo. Hee, oh wow, so hi, daddy. Nuan sat on Lu Chen's neck, experiencing a height she had never felt before, filled with novelty. Wen Lingxiu worried that Lu Chen might be tired, so she said, Nuan, get down and walk. Nuan's little hand patted Lu Chen's head, though a bit reluctant, she still said, thank you for your hard work, daddy. Let Nuan down. Lu Chen tightly held Nuan's arm to prevent her from falling, flashing a bright smile at Wen Lingxiu. Not heavy at all, completely okay. Besides, don't say it's Nuan, I could carry you without any pressure. His smile was so radiant and dazzling. Wen Lingxiu wanted to laugh along but felt it would be too frivolous, so she could only give Lu Chen a mock glare that lacked any real threat. Nonsense. 052 capture a star, hurry. Slow hands lose. At the theater ticket check. A young guy, like a cannonball, rushed out from inside, unable to stop and crashed into Lu Chen's arms. Lu Chen was startled and quickly grabbed the young man's arm just as he was about to fall. With a gentle support, the young man, who was about to kiss the ground, stood firmly. Seeing the young man looking a bit dazed and not yet reacting, Lu Chen rubbed his chest and advised, run slower, there are many people in the theater, you could get hurt. Damn. Lu Chen thought, thankfully his chest is real. Otherwise, with this reckless guy's endless energy, wouldn't he have caused a cosmic explosion? Instead of scolding, he offered gentle advice. The young man's face turned red, looking at Lu Chen, stammering without saying a word. Lu Chen wondered, could he be deaf-mute? Does he know sign language? The kind that's faster than making hand seals during an argument? Is the cold violence between the deaf and mute just closing their eyes? Lu Chen's mind was filled with a lot of questions, and just as he was about to speak, Wen Lingxiu quickly stepped in front of him. Although Wen Lingxiu still wore a gentle and graceful smile, her gaze towards the young man revealed a strong sense of vigilance. Xingxing, it's about to start, shall we go in? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. No way. Aunt Wen is even jealous of men? Although the client is quite strange, making the client feel secure is also a quality of a professional sycophant. Don't ask why, just do it. So, Lu Chen scooped up Nuan and held her in his arms, extending his other hand to Wen Lingxiu, smiling as he said, let's go. Staring at the hand extended towards her, Wen Lingxiu was momentarily stunned. Lu Chen was tall, and his hands were slender and long. Perhaps because Lu Chen was still a student and often wrote, there was a thin layer of callus on his right middle finger. It looked very safe and reliable. The earlier bit of vigilance completely dissipated. When Lingxiu genuinely curved her lips into a smile, firmly grasping that hand, her eyes revealing joy. Their fingers intertwined. Nuan clapped her hands, pouting in dissatisfaction. Nuan wants to hold hands too. When Lingxiu blinked, playfully teasing her daughter. But Xingxing only has 2 hands, one to hold mommy and one to hold Nuan. Nuan tilted her little head, pondering for a long time, and suddenly had a bright idea, happily saying, then daddy can hold my hand and hug mommy. Ha! Lu Chen was stunned, his mind involuntarily picturing that scene. That scene. Oh no, it was really terrible. Lu Chen turned his head and bumped right into Wen Lingxiu's watery eyes. The two exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit embarrassed and turning their heads away. Watching the backs of the three leave, Shi Shui suddenly woke up. What the hell? So handsome? Shi Shui touched his face, feeling the lingering heat on his cheeks. Standing in place for a moment in silence, Shi Shui dialed a number. The contact name on the screen read, Tyrannosaurus Rex. As soon as the call connected, Shi Yushan hadn't even spoken yet when Shi Shui sounded like an excited monkey. Sister, I just bumped into someone. What the hell? You have no idea how handsome he is.
He's simply the man among men, the alpha among alphas. The peak. Shi Yushan coldly replied with 5 words, otaku was really disgusting. Shi Shuwei didn't care at all, continuing to excitedly recount. I crashed into him and couldn't stop. I was about to smash my proud nose into the ground, but he suddenly grabbed my arm, the world spun, and I didn't fall. Shi Yushan coldly replied with 5 words, you turned gay? Shi Shuwei didn't care at all, continuing to excitedly recount. He was so great. I bumped into him, and not only did he save me, but he also kindly reminded me to be more careful. I've never met such a good stranger before. Shi Yushan coldly replied with 5 words, hang up if nothing's wrong. Wait. At this moment, Shi Shuwei's face was filled with an excited smile. This longtime servant had finally turned the tables. Sister, aren't you going to ask who that man is? Boring. Is it really that boring? But you've been thinking about that man for a long time. Address. Buy me 5 graphics cards. 3. 6. If you don't want to buy, then don't. Anyway, I'm not that interested in talking about the beauty next to Lu Chen. Beauty? Shi Yushan was silent for a moment. Deal. Yes. Shi Shuwei joyfully pumped his fist. Damn. For the first time, he actually gained something in the war against his sister. Good, 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 Lu Chen, I love you to death. I want to kiss you to death. Lu Chen is with a woman? Shi Yushan's voice came through the phone line, carrying a chill. Shi Shuwei thought for a moment. Yeah, she's quite pretty, and that beautiful woman is holding a little girl, who is also quite cute. It seems like Lu Chen has a good relationship with that beauty. He even helped her hold the child. By the way, Shi Shuwei swallowed hard. Lu Chen is holding hands with that beauty. Their fingers are tightly intertwined. With a clatter, Shi Yushan's lipstick fell onto the dressing table and rolled onto the floor with a thud. Looking at herself in the mirror, Shi Yushan curled her lips into a cool, faint smile. She's made it. Really made it. She had been looking for Lu Chen for so long, and they hadn't seen each other for just a few days, right? Now Lu Chen can watch a show with someone else's wife? Shi Yushan gritted her teeth. He's really hungry. Shi Shuwei comforted her from the other end of the line. Oh, but sister, don't be sad. I think Lu Chen still cares about you, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to come on a Sunday. The Sunday show is Shi Yushan's regular performance. If Lu Chen really brought that woman to see her show, then, on stage, Shi Yushan is singing, and off stage, Lu Chen is sweetly with that woman. Just thinking about this possibility made Shi Yushan feel her blood pressure suddenly spike. Sister? Sister? Do you remember my graphics card? Shi Yushan calmed her emotions, looking at the woman in the mirror like a clear, bright moon, graceful and elegant. But Shi Shuwei's voice kept nagging, making her annoyed. Shi Yushan took a deep breath and smiled slightly. After selecting the most beautiful and elegant outfit in the dressing room, she slowly said, compared to the graphics card. You need to explain to Mom. Shi Shuwei? A text message came in. Mom, Shi Shuwei. At such a young age, you don't learn well, and you actually like men. Come back and explain clearly. Damn. Shi Shuwei was stunned. Looking at the continuous messages from his mother, he let out a howl to the sky. Shi Yushan, you beast. 053 asking is just intuition. Haicheng Grand Theater. It is well known that as an artist, only after death do works become most valuable. But traditional opera clearly does not belong to this category. As long as you sing well, those in the know will start applauding from the moment you step onto the stage. In the recently held series of performances by famous artists, the most popular show was The Dragon Robe. The old Dan performer in this show is among the best in the country but has been off the stage for a long time. Now agreeing to make a comeback has delighted many fans, and the shows are almost always sold out, with tickets hard to come by. Today, Lu Chen came to see this performance. Hey, let's not go there. Lu Chen's muscle memory wanted to go to the spot he used to frequent, but his hand was suddenly pulled back. He turned around and met Wen Lingxiu's puzzled gaze. Wen Lingxiu kindly explained, it's too noisy outside, let's go to the box, not sit outside. Lu Chen suddenly woke up and immediately lowered his head, shyly saying, I'm sorry, coming to see the show with you and Wan. I'm a bit nervous. Pause, rhythm, tone. Perfect. Oscar, come over and give me an award. When Lingxiu looked at Lu Chen's confused expression, her heart softening completely. Of course. Usually, Lu Chen only goes between school and the villa. Where would he have the time to watch performances? Unable to resist, when Lingxiu ruffled Lu Chen's seemingly soft hair and led him and Wan to the box, gently saying, it's okay, no one is born knowing everything. When you have your summer vacation, we can come see more shows, and you'll get familiar with it. After thinking for a moment, when Lingxiu added, not just here in Haicheng, I'll take you and Nana to Vienna, Sydney, and Chicago. Wow! What a delicious smell! Oh, it turns out to be the smell of pancakes. So familiar, so reassuring, just like the boss. Lu Chen's face showed a worried expression. Will this delay your work? You've worked so hard, and now you have to take me and Nana out to play. When Ling Xiu laughed, feeling quite nice to be cared for. Nana couldn't remember those place names, but she was still very happy because she knew they were going out to have fun. Yay! Nana wants to be with mommy and daddy forever. They entered the private room. When Ling Xiu pinched Lu Chen's face, and seeing his face getting squished made her feel great. We still have some time. And besides, the world is vast, but family is the most important. Just imagine. A gentle and gracious wife standing under the lights, holding her lovely daughter, then softly saying, family is the most important. What reaction did she want? Lu Chen showed a surprised smile, nodding deeply, quite moved. It was decided. Golden Globe, Emmy, Guild Award, and Oscar, all come rolling in to award him. On the other side, Zhang Yu pulled Song Junju into the venue to find a seat. Junju, you're so nice, not loving these but still accompanying me to watch. It's nothing, I deserve it. No, I mean I should. Realizing what she had just said, Song Junju quickly regained her composure, trying to salvage her image. Zhang Yu saw through her little thoughts at a glance. You're not thinking about that duck, are you? Song Junju immediately replied seriously. How could that be? And he's not a duck. Zhang Yu, what's the difference between that and admitting it? It's over. Who the hell is this, to have trapped the great Song Junju? Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel relieved. Thankfully, Song Junju was about to go abroad. If she stayed with that duck any longer, wouldn't she end up losing her pants? Qi Yushan? Zhang Yu wanted to remind Song Junju a few more things, but then she spotted a very familiar face in the seat next to them. Without the heavy theatrical makeup, Qi Yushan looked coldly beautiful, as if she had walked out of a painting. Qi Yushan was a bit surprised, showing a polite smile and nodding. Hello. Qi Yushan's gaze fell on Song Junju beside Zhang Yu, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. This person looked quite good. With thick, curly long hair, she had a stunningly beautiful appearance, yet she wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses. The blend of glamour and scholarly charm was oddly harmonious. Qi Yushan thought that Lu Chen, with no sense of aesthetics, even if he wanted to find a new love, should at least look for someone of this caliber. What's the deal with finding a married woman? When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. While Qi Yushan was quietly sizing up Song Junju was also looking at Qi Yushan. Song Junju didn't look much, just thought that Qi Yushan was quite pretty. But it was strange. Why did she feel inexplicably dislike for Qi Yushan? Zhang Yu was happy. Scientific research shows that good-looking people live longer. She was particularly willing to talk to Qi Yushan, introducing herself with familiarity. Yushan, I really enjoy watching your plays. This is my friend, she likes them too. Song Junju? Qi Yushan was pleased. As a woman, being praised by handsome men isn't much, but being praised by beautiful women is a killer move. Qi Yushan asked, does this sister also like watching my plays? Song Junju nodded and said nonchalantly, I watched your Mu Guiying. She watched it with Lu Chen. That day, Lu Chen even blew her hair. His technique was very gentle and comfortable. Thinking of Lu Chen, Song Junju happily squinted her eyes. He loves me so much. Hearing that scene, Qi Yushan instantly choked up. Unfortunately, when she sang that scene, it was the one she messed up. For a moment, the smile at the corner of Qi Yushan's mouth faded a bit. Why did she feel that this beautiful sister in front of her seemed to not like her very much? Was it just her illusion? But thinking of that scene, Qi Yushan remembered Lu Chen again. She came today just to catch Lu Chen. However, unexpectedly, she checked the list of ticket buyers for today, and Lu Chen's name was not on it at all. This damn pool of water, could it be deceiving her? Unable to find Lu Chen for a long time, and with the play about to start, Qi Yushan's brows furrowed slightly, feeling a bit irritated. Did she really have to check the surveillance one by one? Are you still looking for that person? Song Junju observed Qi Yushan's expression and suddenly asked. What? Qi Yushan's cold eyes revealed confusion. Song Junju never gave anyone face and didn't care about any thoughts, she just said it directly. I watched your scene. The part you sang wrong wasn't due to lack of skill, but because you were distracted looking for someone in the audience. Just now, you showed the same expression as that day. Damn! Zhang Yu panicked, trying to pull Song Junju's arm to stop her from guessing. Qi Yushan was suddenly startled, looking up in surprise at Song Junju's eyes, probing. Are you studying psychology? Song Junju smiled slightly. Intuition. Zhang Yu? Ha? Did she really guess right? Zhang Yu couldn't help but fall into thought. Biologically, she was also a woman, so why didn't she have intuition like Song Junju? This was a natural detective body. 054. You don't want to
Under Zhang Yu's active promotion, the three successfully exchanged contact information. Song Junju said somewhat condescendingly, "I hope you get what you wish for." She was just like this, looking down on everyone. Xi Yushan didn't have the heart to care about this now. She sighed deeply, staring blankly at the stage, saying absent-mindedly, "I hope so. But he should be hurt by me. He doesn't even want to see me." Song Junju was somewhat surprised. She looked at Qi Yushan's appearance and didn't seem like a very bad person. How could she have hurt someone to the point of them running away? For some reason, Song Junju became a bit interested and speculated, "Did you dump him and now regret it?" Qi Yushan was momentarily choked up. She didn't expect Song Junju to be so straightforward, and why did it feel like she had a tone of schadenfreude, not giving her any face at all? Qi Yushan felt uncomfortable in her heart but couldn't say anything to deny it, only nodding. "I played with him." Song Junju nodded knowingly, unconsciously comparing Qi Yushan's man with Lu Chen in her mind. Lu Chen was still better, sweet, good-tempered, and understanding. However, it was really lacking in grace to show off in front of someone miserable, so Song Junju could only say, "If you still like him, just explain it clearly." Zhang Yu was dumbfounded. "Not a sister, you haven't even been in a relationship. What are you pretending to be a love expert for?" It was just like being a military strategist in college. Having never been in a relationship herself, she was trying hard to add bricks and tiles to her roommate's love? Zhang Yu didn't think Song Junju's words had any constructive significance at all. How could anyone believe it? Really? Qi Yushan was extremely anxious. She became even more flustered after hearing there was a woman next to Lu Chen, so she urgently needed some comforting and encouraging words. "Zhang Yu, it's over. Two love idiots have gathered together." Song Junju thought of Lu Chen's good-tempered appearance and nodded seriously. "I think it's like this. You just need to avoid making any principled mistakes, like cheating. Other small mistakes can be explained." At least that's how Lu Chen saw it. Qi Yushan looked at Song Junju, whose eyes were filled with an undeniable happiness, and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh in her heart. Sigh. It seemed everyone was quite happy, except for her, who couldn't even find out where Lu Chen had gone. Glancing at the slightly upturned corners of Song Junju's mouth, Qi Yushan truly couldn't imagine what kind of person could win over someone like Song Junju. Clang, clang, the show began. Good. This tune is amazing. The actors on stage sang and performed, their well-honed skills earning applause from the audience. Not to mention Zhang Yu. Even Song Junju, who didn't care for opera, was drawn in. Everyone's gaze was fixed tightly on the performers on stage. Only Qi Yushan was absent-mindedly wondering where Lu Chen had gone. Ding, a message came in. Qi Yushan looked down and saw it was from the theater staff. "Miss Qi, we found him. He's in the box on the second floor. Look up and back." Whoosh. Without thinking, Qi Yushan abruptly turned her head to look at the second floor box. What the hell? Lu Chen was leaning on the railing, still cheering for the old Dan's beautiful voice, when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Qi Yushan. What the hell? It's broad daylight and she's here. Lu Chen couldn't believe it. To avoid this situation, he had specifically checked the list of performers. Qi Yushan wasn't on it, nor was her teacher. Noticing Qi Yushan's gaze fall on the little girl in his arms, Lu Chen jolted and quickly set the girl down, forcing himself to appear calm as he said, Nuan, be good, go inside and pick the prettiest orange for daddy, okay? Okay. Nuan will definitely pick the prettiest orange for daddy. The little girl, with her short legs, began to reach for the fruit platter. Lu Chen felt a chill run down his back and instinctively glanced inside the box. When Ling Xiu was at the table making tea, occasionally smiling at the little girl picking fruit, softly saying, "Take your time." Her hands were beautiful, holding the white jade teacup, even more delicate than the cup itself. A few strands of hair fell by her ear, and under the box's lighting, it cast a gentle profile. Noticing Lu Chen looking at her, when Ling Xiu raised her eyes and asked softly, "What are you looking at?" "Teacher, teach me how to make tea." "You make tea so beautifully," Lu Chen said with admiration, his fingers clenched tightly behind his back, his tone cheerful. When Ling Xiu paused for a moment, then smiled, playfully saying, "Others learn to make tea for the taste, are you learning to make tea just to look good? Come here." Lu Chen reluctantly walked over, complaining, "But you really look beautiful when you make tea." When Ling Xiu's smile became even softer and more charming as she poured him a cup of tea, playfully blinking at him. "Is it possible that it's not the tea making that's beautiful, but me?" Lu Chen held his breath, the oxygen in his lungs quickly depleting, and his face gradually turned red. Who said physiological reactions couldn't be controlled? Seeing Lu Chen's face turn crimson, when Ling Xiu rested her chin on her hand, teasing him, "Oh, so our all-powerful little star can be shy too? Don't say that."
Lu Chen couldn't bear to look at her, hurriedly lowering his head, though his eyes remained as calm as usual. Meeting the client's needs is an essential quality for a professional sycophant. Everything Wen Lingxiu was doing was just to make this innocent young boy fall in love with her. So easy. He had never seen such an easy task. In this vast world, maximizing the emotional value for the client was the greatest priority. Then just pretend, not a word. When she saw the look on Lu Chen's face, she was almost ready to combust on the spot. Wen Lingxiu was in a great mood. It seemed Lu Chen still had feelings for her. Not bad, her emotional investment had progressed another step forward. Wen Lingxiu thought to herself, I should take Lu Chen out more often. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the private room was knocked on. Lu Chen's heart nearly leaped out. He still hadn't forgotten that glance he exchanged with Qi Yushan. Damn! It must be that scheming Qi Yushan up to no good. I'm never coming back to this lousy theater again. Lu Chen forced a smile. I'll go open the door. Click. The door to the private room opened, and a waiter stood at the entrance, exchanged a few words with Lu Chen, and then left. What did he say? Lu Chen picked up the coat he had placed on the sofa and put it on casually. They said that recently at the famous venue, every private room has a gift, but you have to draw lots for it. I thought I'd go and draw one. Wen Lingxiu felt a bit reluctant to let Lu Chen leave. Sensing her mood, Lu Chen awkwardly said, I want to commemorate this. It's our first time out to see a performance, and I'm a bit happy. Wen Lingxiu was taken aback, suddenly feeling a sting in her eyes. For some reason, hearing Lu Chen's excited tone made her feel a bit uncomfortable. In the past, she had always demanded from Lu Chen. Clearly, Lu Chen was just a kid himself, yet she expected him to play the role of a good father to her child. Wasn't that a kind of cruelty to Lu Chen? Now, a sincere, gentle heart was right in front of her. She suddenly felt ashamed. Wen Lingxiu lowered her head, suppressing the mixed feelings, and slowly nodded. Okay. Click. The door opened and closed. Wen Lingxiu held her child in her arms, murmuring to herself, Does the baby like daddy? The baby nodded vigorously. Yes. Then let daddy always be the baby's daddy, okay? What else did Boss Qi say? Lu Chen smiled at the waiter, casually helping him steady the tray. The waiter was surprised by Lu Chen's gesture. Although the job of service staff is to serve guests, they are not robots, they have feelings too. The waiter paused for a moment and said, Miss Qi said that if I used the excuse of drawing gifts to keep you from coming out, she asked me to say. The waiter choked up, finding it hard to speak. Lu Chen, you wouldn't want that little girl to know about the things you started and then abandoned, would you? 055 Changing roles first, scare Lu Chen a bit. When his psychological defenses are at their weakest, I'll explain the reasons for my actions. Once he's moved, I'll gently comfort him and coax him. While he's immersed in tenderness, I'll bring up my hope that he'll come to the theater in the future. And finally, I must ask Lu Chen about his relationship with that woman. In the private room, Qi Yushan anxiously paced back and forth, muttering her plan. This was her plan. Whenever faced with a tricky problem, Qi Yushan would analyze the most beneficial solution for herself. This plan was quite good. By first suppressing and then uplifting, Lu Chen would definitely be moved. But, Qi Yushan clutched her chest. Why was her heart racing so uncomfortably? Even when she first stepped on stage with so many audience members, she had never been this nervous. Tap, tap, tap. She had intentionally left the door open, so she quickly heard the sounds in the corridor. Upon hearing the noise, Qi Yushan's expression instantly became serious. She took a deep breath, elegantly sat at the desk, gathered her long hair behind her, and a graceful smile appeared on her lips. Upon noticing the footsteps reaching the door, Qi Yushan calmly yet with a hint of anticipation spoke up. You're here. The face of the waiter reflected in Qi Yushan's eyes, revealing her astonishment. Why is it you? The waiter felt a bit awkward. He wanted to escape but couldn't. Couldn't you two keep your matters private without making him a messenger? Was he just a part of the play? Who did you want to come? A familiar voice floated over from behind the waiter. Lu Chen leaned against the doorframe, watching with interest as Qi Yushan's hopes fell. Lu Chen had arrived. Qi Yushan's eyes instantly lit up. What a roller coaster of emotions. Her expression management nearly collapsed. She took a deep breath. Calm down, she had to stay composed. What was the plan again? Oh no! She forgot. Qi Yushan was thrown off so much that all her plans were disrupted, and her mind went blank in an instant. Standing there wasn't a solution either. Lu Chen smiled and waved goodbye to the waiter. You can leave now. The waiter felt as if he had been granted amnesty and quickly slipped away. Long time no see. Lu Chen naturally walked into the booth and casually closed the door behind him. The whole process made it seem as if he was the host. The roles had reversed.
Shi Yushan stood awkwardly beside Lu Chen, all her plans vanished, and she could only mumble, 9 days and 2 hours.
What? Lu Chen asked, puzzled.
Shi Yushan looked at him, tugged at the corner of her mouth, and smiled a bit forcefully.
It's not that we haven't seen each other for a long time, we've been apart for 9 days and 2 hours. Showing weakness.
The two characters show weakness suddenly appeared in Shi Yushan's mind.
Lu Chen was a soft-hearted person, if she showed weakness first, he would surely soften.
Shi Yushan lowered her eyes, exuding an air of pitifulness.
Lu Chen smiled.
He had seen plenty of green tea types.
Moreover, he himself was a cup of rich, fragrant Westlake Longjing tea. So, Lu Chen acted as if he hadn't heard and walked over to the fridge, casually asking, "What do you want to drink?" Shi Yushan was taken aback. Wasn't he going to say something since she was feeling so wronged here? "I want to apologize to you."
Shi Yushan straightened her body, her beautiful eyes revealing sincerity.
Lu Chen chuckled and took out a can of ice-cold cola from the fridge. Crack! Gulp! Gulp! Ah! Refreshing!
The sweetness invaded his mouth, and Lu Chen's eyes squinted with pleasure.
As expected.
The happy drink for couch potatoes. Shi Yushan bit her lip, feeling a bit embarrassed as she lowered her head.
What to do? Lu Chen treated her as if she were air.
After drinking the soda and taking in the sugar, Lu Chen's mood improved significantly.
He leaned against the fridge, casually scanning Shi Yushan. "What do you want to drink?" "Cola."
Shi Yushan dared not refuse. When she didn't answer earlier, Lu Chen had directly ignored her.
Now that she was in the wrong, it was only normal to be patient.
Thinking of how satisfied Lu Chen looked when drinking cola, Shi Yushan suddenly felt a bit envious.
Lu Chen nodded. He glanced at the drinks in the fridge, finally twisting off a bottle cap and handing Shi Yushan a bottle of mineral water. "Sit."
Shi Yushan joyfully hugged the mineral water.
Lu Chen remembered she couldn't drink random things to take care of her throat, and he even helped her twist off the cap. What did this mean? This meant Lu Chen wasn't really that angry.
Realizing this, Shi Yushan instantly felt more confident and sat down beside Lu Chen.
"Ha? Why are you sitting so close?" Lu Chen asked, puzzled. "Wasn't it too cramped?"
After confirming that Lu Chen wasn't angry, Shi Yushan felt as happy as a fool inside.
"You smell so good, I want to sit next to you." Lu Chen looked at Shi Yushan in shock. What the hell? After a few days apart, has Shi Yushan's mind gone blank?
The big pack of laundry detergent at the supermarket is $9, you buy it, and it smells good.
He really couldn't understand. This group of rich people sprays thousands of dollars worth of perfume, yet they care about the smell of this little bit of laundry detergent?
Shi Yushan shook her head. It's not the same.
It really isn't.
She had seen plenty of people who sprayed expensive perfume but still looked unpleasant.
Lu Chen was different. He looked clean, loved to smile, and felt like a son. Warm and comfortable. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to engage in her comparisons, standing up and moving away from Shi Yushan to a single sofa. He crossed his left leg over his right, resting his hand on his temple, tiredly saying, "If you have something to say, just say it all at once." He didn't want to waste his emotions on clients with whom he no longer had a relationship. After all, his emotional value needed to be paid for. Shi Yushan sat helplessly on the sofa, the spirited figure from the stage completely gone. But,
Shi Yushan quietly observed Lu Chen, feeling that his current demeanor was so different from before.
"I'm sorry, I didn't read what you wrote before." Lu Chen smiled nonchalantly, saying matter-of-factly, "You are my client. How you handle these things is your right." Shi Yushan was stunned.
She thought she would see Lu Chen sad, pained, or even scolding her.
Why this reaction?
Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and comforted her. "Boss Chi, you don't need to feel guilty about this.
You spend money, which means you're buying a service. Just like the porters on the mountain, if everyone felt guilty and was too embarrassed to sit, how would the porters make money?"
Lu Chen's voice was gentle and considerate, yet it struck right at Shi Yushan's heart. She understood the implication in Lu Chen's words, her face turning pale.
"You know?" Lu Chen smiled.
It seemed that even now, Shi Yushan still had no intention of telling him about this matter.
So annoying.
There was no money to be made here, and she had to keep rambling.
Lu Chen asked boredly, "Are you referring to the fact that you didn't read my writing, or that you've always been my boss?" 056 The desolation of Beishan and Shushui, the crybabies scare me to death. Boom!
A loud thunderclap exploded in Shi Yushan's ear, leaving her mind blank, standing there in a daze.
Lu Chen knew.
These 5 bold words warned her in her mind.
It's over.
Shi Yushan's heart raced like never before, her whole body trembling.
What to do? What to do?
If Lu Chen only knew she hadn't looked at those things, it could only mean she wasn't sincere, and a heartfelt apology would suffice.
But, what if Lu Chen not only knew she wasn't sincere but also knew she was the playwright of this grand drama? It's over. Qi Yushan felt numb all over. She trembled slightly, suppressing her emotions, cautiously looking at Lu Chen's expression, and hoarsely called out, "Star." Lu Chen held a cola in his left hand and tightly gripped his phone in his right. The phone was recording to prevent him from being scammed. Lu Chen asked warily, "What?" Seeing Lu Chen's alert expression, bitterness felt like a thread, tightly wrapping around Qi Yushan's heart. The suffocating feeling in her chest almost made it hard for Qi Yushan to breathe. She wanted to explain, but she couldn't explain. How could she explain the facts? But at this moment, only two big words floated in Qi Yushan's mind: speak. Yes. Speak. Must speak. A huge sense of crisis almost swallowed Qi Yushan whole. She had a strong intuition. After this, she might never contact Lu Chen again. Speak. She had to speak. Just say something. Qi Yushan gritted her teeth. The little person inside her was shouting loudly, yet she remained utterly silent. All her plans had just vanished. In front of Lu Chen, she was a complete wreck. Qi Yushan slowly raised her head, unable to utter a single word. Tears fell in large drops from her eyes, rolling onto her skirt and soaking a large patch. Such a good cry. Lu Chen sighed, feeling a bit emotional. How much suffering must the leading lady endure? Every move and gesture was perfected through countless trials. Now, with Qi Yushan's red-rimmed eyes and muffled sobs, she looked both beautiful and fragile. Lu Chen placed the cola on the table beside him and stood up decisively. "Don't go." Qi Yushan felt flustered. Seeing Lu Chen stand made her even more anxious, and she hurriedly grabbed his hand. She didn't dare to hold his entire hand, so she could only tightly grasp a few of his fingers. A soft, white hand contrasted with Lu Chen's skin tone. Lu Chen averted his gaze and calmly said, "Let go." Looking at Lu Chen's condescending expression, Qi Yushan shrank back a little. She slowly lowered her head, but her hand tightened without any intention of releasing him. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen said, "I'm not leaving." How could Qi Yushan believe that? She knew Lu Chen was clever. If she let go, he would definitely run away. "I don't believe you." Lu Chen smiled. "Really not leaving? I'm just going to get a cup." Qi Yushan immediately shook her head. She didn't believe Lu Chen was going to get a cup. Besides, what do you need a cup for? Lu Chen bent down, meeting Qi Yushan's gaze, his eyes as calm as water. "It's a pity to let your tears fall on your clothes, so I'm getting a cup to catch them." He pulled out a pack of tissues from his pocket, took one out, and stuffed it into Qi Yushan's hand. "Don't cry." As a professional softener, he always kept tissues, wet wipes, and band-aids in his pocket, providing timely help when clients needed it most. The pleasant scent of the tissue filled the air. Qi Yushan was stunned. As she understood what Lu Chen was saying, the beauty revealed the most delicate smile after the rain. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens. Finally, she stopped crying. The damn skirt was soaked with tears. If someone saw, how would he explain? Everyone was here for a transaction. There was no need to make it so ugly. Lu Chen was still quite grateful to these clients. Although they were somewhat mentally unstable, they were generous. At least there were no delayed payments or attempts to get something for nothing, well, except for Wen Lingxiu. A few minutes later, Qi Yushan finally composed herself, and at that moment, she realized, "I'm sorry." She had tightly grasped Lu Chen's fingers earlier, making his hand turn red. Lu Chen smiled as he withdrew his hand. "It's fine. Now you're calm, right?" Lu Chen pulled out a chair and sat across from Qi Yushan. As long as she was calm, they could have a good conversation. He hated those who didn't reason and only wanted to win by raising their voices. Qi Yushan's eyes and nose were red, and she sat there holding the tissue, feeling embarrassed. Clearly, she also thought it was a bit shameful to have cried just now. Lu Chen smiled and absent-mindedly said, "No need to feel embarrassed, it's just detoxing. This matter had to be resolved today. If this cunning person didn't negotiate properly, she didn't know what he might do. Moreover, when Lingxiu and Nan Nan were still waiting for her in the private room, they couldn't possibly draw lots for half an hour, could they? Time was tight, it had to be quick and decisive." After crying, Qi Yushan's voice was hoarse as she said, "I'm sorry. It's okay, besides, you haven't wronged me." Lu Chen stared at the clock on the wall. "You are my boss, you gave me money, I should thank you." Qi Yushan was taken aback for a moment, fell silent, and then asked, "That woman, is she also your client?" She understood. No wonder Lu Chen had agreed so readily back then. Perhaps he was in this line of work. Qi Yushan's eyes sparkled, and she suddenly felt as if she had found a solution. Lu Chen nodded. "That's right. I want to make money, so if a client looks for me, I will go. You hired me, and it doesn't matter what your purpose is, as long as you are happy. That's the meaning of your spending, isn't it?" Qi Yushan raised her head with anticipation, her beauty reminiscent of a pear blossom after rain. "Can I hire you again?" Lu Chen smiled at her. Qi Yushan felt an infinite hope rising in her heart. No. Bang. The balloon of hope in Qi Yushan's heart suddenly burst, shattering all her expectations into pieces. Why? Why not? She anxiously grabbed Lu Chen's hand, but he dodged away. I have money, that woman can hire you, and so can I. Although I haven't met her, she has children, and she's older, I must be better than her. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. Oh, so Qi Yushan had never met Wenling Xiu. After noting this key information, Lu Chen shook his head and said seriously, I won't do business with a client a second time. One transaction, a clean break. But a second transaction could only mean one thing, the client was still thinking about it. That was a very dangerous situation, and Lu Chen would never accept it. Lu Chen stared at Qi Yushan. He had to return to the private room in no more than 8 minutes. So, Lu Chen revealed a gentle and kind smile, looking at the dazed Qi Yushan, and said with a smile, let me tell you something from the heart. No injections, no medicine, just sitting here chatting with you, this is called talk therapy. 057 Who would remember the second peak? Now, please listen to the first topic. Qi Yushan eagerly nodded, sitting up straight like a good student. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Chen's face, but her mind was blank, not really hearing what he was saying. Ah, today, Lu Chen was really different. If possible, there should have been heart-shaped sparkles in Qi Yushan's eyes. In the past, Lu Chen was very good at making people laugh and had a youthful charm. Although that was also great, today Lu Chen had an indescribable feeling. A bit assertive, a bit clever, a bit oppressive. Qi Yushan stared at Lu Chen's moving lips, absorbing nothing, completely enchanted. Why do you want to hire me again? Qi Yushan's mind was a mess, all her plans thrown away, and she said honestly, I feel anxious when I can't see you in the audience. When she couldn't see Lu Chen in the audience, Qi Yushan always felt a void in her heart. She used to think the stage was the center of attention. But after Lu Chen disappeared from the audience, she realized. It turned out that Lu Chen in the audience was her anchor. Only when she saw Lu Chen could this wandering bird find a big tree to rest on. Lu Chen nodded. Just feeling anxious was manageable. Fortunately, Qi Yushan didn't mention anything about liking him, or he would have been scared away. Now, please listen to the second topic. As a professional opera actor, do you think you are living up to your professional standards now? The romantic interview suddenly turned into a professional one. The topic shifts so vast that it left Qi Yushan completely dumbfounded. Lu Chen looked at Qi Yushan, somewhat disappointed. Although I was hired by you, I still think you are an excellent opera performer. But now, just because there's one less person in the audience, you start to panic. Does that mean that after I die, you won't be able to perform for the rest of your life? Last time you messed up your singing, it was because I wasn't there, right? Just because I'm not around, you can sing poorly without restraint? Lu Chen's attack power suddenly increased. He was really in a hurry. His phone in his pocket was already vibrating. It must be a message from Wenling Xiu. So Lu Chen quickened his pace. Those audience members came to see your performance because you sing well. And you repay them like this because of your personal feelings? Oof. Your parents worked hard to support your education, and you don't pay attention in class because of personal feelings. Is this how you repay your parents? The classic quote from the only true god of class 3 in senior year, Li Wanfan, is really too useful. Lu Chen felt triumphant inside. Qi Yushan was being lectured like a grandson. In a daze, she even felt like she had returned to her school days. Facing the terrifying moment of being scolded by a teacher, a tide of anxiety washed over Qi Yushan, and she felt completely overwhelmed. Qi Yushan quietly retorted, No, I only messed up that one time, I've sung well ever since. Lu Chen snorted lightly. So what? You sang well in the following performances, but that one was a mess, right? Also, if you can sing well without me here, then why do you need me? Qi Yushan stammered several times but couldn't articulate her thoughts. She felt that Lu Chen made some sense, but she couldn't pinpoint where the logic was. Seeing her confused expression, Lu Chen felt amused. Someone like Qi Yushan, who had always had things easy, had only faced the greatest hardship in her life when learning to sing and practicing the basics. Yet even so, her artistic talent still overshadowed countless others. A typical favored daughter of heaven, yet she was receiving such a paternalistic lecture from him. This was bound to make her feel quite annoyed. Qi Yushan always felt something was off, but Lu Chen had already stood up. Lu Chen got up, patted his suit to smooth it out, preventing any obvious wrinkles. After all, he was going to a lottery, not for tea. Lu Chen extended his hand towards Qi Yushan, who was still engaged in a fierce internal struggle, and said with a gentle smile, We've had a pleasant collaboration for such a long time. Boss Qi, I wish your opera career smooth sailing. Qi Yushan froze in place, staring at Lu Chen's hand. She knew that once she shook this hand, Lu Chen would completely disappear from her world.
After thinking for a moment, Shi Yushan suddenly asked, "Where do I rank among your clients?" "Ha?" Lu Chen immediately began to reflect on himself. He still didn't understand women well enough. Otherwise, how could he be shocked to hear such a question? "Does that matter?" Shi Yushan nodded. "It matters a lot. Human hearts are made of flesh. Even someone as rational as Lu Chen must have a hierarchy in his heart. People only remember the highest peak. Will you remember the second highest? K2. What about the third highest? Kangchen Zhengge. The fourth highest? Lotse. The 12th highest? Brockhaus Peak." Shi Yushan was on the verge of collapse. Lu Chen smiled in relief. "So knowledge is power, and it's useful here. Yay!" With the power of knowledge, he successfully defeated Shi Yushan. In any case, Lu Chen retracted his hand and casually rummaged through the box, looking for something to take back. He couldn't go back empty-handed, could he? While searching for something, Lu Chen continued to speak. "You can think of me as a duck or a gigolo. I'm just a rain shower in your perfect life. It doesn't rain every day, but the sun will always rise. Boss Chi, you are the sun that is about to rise. No one in the industry sings better than you. I'm not your reassurance. You can still make a name for yourself on your own. This is the result of your own efforts. It has little to do with me." Lu Chen really found some plush toys and souvenirs from the shelf. He stuffed these things into his hands and briskly walked to the door. Just before opening it, Lu Chen's hand rested on the doorknob as he glanced back at Shi Yushan on the sofa. "Boss Chi, you have your own broad road ahead. There's no need to feel troubled about it. Money and goods are settled. You never owe me anything. What has passed cannot be advised against, but what is to come can be pursued. If you work hard to sing now, then I will praise you for your talent. If you fall into conflict and depression in your career just because of someone like me, then I'm sorry, but I also look down on you." Shi Yushan suddenly looked up. Crystal tears streamed down her cheeks, refracting light under the illumination. Lu Chen sighed slightly in his heart. "All right," she cried after all. "The Plum Blossom Award is at the end of May, Boss Chi. I hope to see you there." No matter how crazy these clients are, Lu Chen never wanted them to fall into despair because of someone like him. Just being alive is impressive. He didn't want to ruin anyone. Shi Yushan's eyes were red, and tears uncontrollably streamed down. She reached out with both hands, wiping her face haphazardly. Her voice choked as she asked, "If I win the award, will you come?" Lu Chen smiled. "I hope for your success. Boss Chi, life is yours. Don't ruin your future because of anyone." Click. The door opened and closed. Lu Chen left the private room with the souvenirs, and at the end of the corridor, he saw a familiar figure. The smile froze. "Oh no. This is bad." 058. A branch of begonia flowers slanted, and it would be the end for Junju. Silence filled the corridor tonight. Lu Chen glanced at Song Junju standing in the hallway, feeling a chill down his back. Inside was Shi Yushan. Outside was Song Junju. Damn. What a mess. At this moment, Lu Chen's brain was racing, his IQ nearly matching Einstein's. What exactly did Song Junju hear? She is a client. He couldn't use talk therapy. As a professional sycophant, providing clients with the most unique emotional value is the most important professional quality. If the clients really found out about each other's existence, then while taking care of them, if a client suddenly asked, "Is this good something that other girls have too, or is it just for me?" how would he respond? Just how would he respond? Therefore, Lu Chen tried to avoid letting clients know about each other's existence. Now, great. After working diligently in this career for so long, he had never encountered such a situation. Lu Chen really wanted to jump out. "You rich people are really out of your minds, insisting on squeezing into the theater? Is there only one entertainment facility in Haichun?" It would have been better if Song Junju hadn't seen Lu Chen. He could have slipped away like he does when encountering acquaintances he doesn't want to talk to, just keeping his head down. But now it was different. Song Junju in front of him had a cold expression, staring at him intently. Confirmed with a glance, she was out for his life. Lu Chen didn't know what exactly Song Junju had heard or how much she knew. He quietly took a breath to force himself to calm down, blinking his innocent eyes, as if he had done something wrong, and softly called out, "Professor Song." The more he said, the more mistakes he could make. Before understanding how much information the other party had, it was best to say less. Today, Song Junju looked very beautiful. Her thick, wavy long hair casually draped over her shoulders, complemented by a satin black long dress underneath and a suit jacket on top. However, at this moment, her sharp gaze swept over Lu Chen. Lu Chen recalled the terrifying sixth sense of this crazy professor and broke out in a cold sweat. Damn! She wouldn't guess something, would she? Song Junju didn't respond to Lu Chen, just standing there, cold and silent.
Lu Chen couldn't gauge her thoughts and could only say with concern, Professor Song, you're wearing high heels. You shouldn't just stand there all the time. Would you like to find a place to sit for a while? Tap, tap, tap. With a serious expression, Song Junju walked on her stilettos to stand in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen struggled to control his expression. Each sound of her heels felt like a step on his heart. In a few breaths, Song Junju stood before Lu Chen, squinting her eyes as she stared at his face, her expression complex as she said, no need. I've put on anti-friction pads. Lu Chen let out a sudden sigh of relief. Damn! That was too scary. So Song Junju hadn't heard. A person as narcissistic and self-centered as her would definitely fly into a rage if she had heard Lu Chen's conversation with Qi Yuanshan. Lu Chen relaxed, and his expression became a bit more natural. Professor Song, I really didn't expect. Who allowed you to follow me? Song Junju didn't want to hear Lu Chen's polite words and directly interrupted him. Ha! After a moment of confusion, Lu Chen quickly understood. Damn! So Song Junju thought he was stalking her? Truly impressive. So self-absorbed. Lu Chen really wanted to laugh out loud. It seemed like heaven was helping him. Song Junju frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable as she glared at Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen liked her very much, such stalking behavior was absolutely unforgivable. If he dared to stalk her today, wouldn't he be writing on her face tomorrow? Lu Chen quickly knelt down to admit his mistake. I'm sorry, Professor Song. It's my fault, I couldn't control myself. You can punish me however you want, just don't get angry. Forget it. Compared to making Song Junju angry because of Qi Yuanshan, it was better to take the blame directly. Upon hearing this, Song Junju's exquisite eyes flashed with a complex expression. He loves me so much. In this situation, Lu Chen wasn't thinking of crazy excuses but was directly admitting his mistake to avoid making her angry. Song Junju let out a barely audible sigh. She hadn't expected that she had only hired Lu Chen, yet her charm had captivated him to this extent. A good kid had turned into a creepy stalker. Scold him, Song Junju felt a bit embarrassed inside. Let it go, but she also felt particularly twisted inside. After thinking it over, Song Junju glared at Lu Chen and thought of a punishment method, saying coldly, this week's outing plan is cancelled. You'll stay home and do exercises. The assignments I give you, if you don't finish them, you're not allowed to eat or sleep. Poof. I won't take you out to play. Do you understand the seriousness of the situation now? Song Junju felt that this punishment was like a bolt from the blue for Lu Chen, who liked her. Sure enough. Glancing at Lu Chen's bitter expression, Song Junju felt even more confident. She absolutely couldn't indulge Lu Chen's inch-taking. Okay, Professor Song, I understand. Lu Chen desperately pinched his waist behind his back, revealing a bitter expression. His expression was downcast and disappointed, but inside, he was already celebrating. Damn! He was ready to face punishment. As a result, not only could he stay home, but he could also study and do exercises at home? Such good fortune. Does he know how expensive exercises and practice books are now? Now they were all provided by Song Junju. Lu Chen was overjoyed inside. Song Junju looked at Lu Chen's bitter expression and, for some reason, felt inexplicably irritated. She waved her hand, go back. You're not allowed to follow me anymore. Xing. The door to the private room opened from the inside, and a soft, delicate voice came out. Song Junju's expression stiffened as she looked towards the door. Qi Yushan was wearing a light blue dress, her long hair loosely tied up, slightly disheveled. At this moment, Qi Yushan leaned against the door, looking at Lu Chen with sorrowful eyes. A branch of begonia flower was slanted in her hair. She was more delicate than the flower. Song Junju stood frozen in place, all the blood rushing to her head in an instant. She glanced at Qi Yushan's eyes, which were red, as if she had just been crying. Then she looked at Qi Yushan's dress, which was damp, as if it had just been soiled. Lu Chen's heart was about to leap out of his chest. Damn! Green tea! He had forgotten that Qi Yushan was a scheming person. Although Song Junju didn't hear Qi Yushan must have heard the conversation between her and Song Junju. Lu Chen quickly opened his mouth to explain, but Song Junju's cold gaze fell on his face, interrupting him. What are you doing at the theater? Song Junju felt cold all over, a mocking glint flashing in her eyes. What had she just said? She had thought Lu Chen came for her. Turns out he didn't. Song Junju wanted to sneer, but her lips twitched, unable to form even a cold curve. Is this what men are like? Saying they like one person while liking another underneath? Looking at Lu Chen's face, the feeling of betrayal from her fiancé and the feeling of being deceived by Lu Chen surged in her heart. Song Junju gritted her teeth and raised her hand to strike down heavily. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the corridor. Thud! Qi Yushan blocked in front of Lu Chen, the hairpin on her head flying to the ground. It broke into 2 pieces. 059 More beautiful than the Mona Lisa is the burning Mona Lisa. I'm so done. Lu Chen was stunned. Looking at Qi Yushan, who had been knocked into his arms, his head buzzed. Not a sister. Are you crazy? Why are you blocking me? Lu Chen steadied Qi Yushan in his arms, feeling a rising impatience. Damn, now I owe someone a favor again. I hate owing favors. Money debts are easy to repay, but emotional debts are really hard to pay back. This slap would have been better off hitting him. Lu Chen glanced at Qi Yushan's face. Song Junju had been genuinely angry just now and had used a lot of strength. It hadn't been long, and Qi Yushan's face was already slightly red and swollen. Qi Yushan relied on her looks for a living. If something happened to her face, it would be even harder for Lu Chen to repay his debts. Give me your brother's number, I'll have him take you to the hospital. Aunt Wen and Wan Wan were still waiting for him in the private room. It was Aunt Wen's client service time, he couldn't leave her. Moreover, Lu Chen glanced at Qi Yushan in his arms. Don't think he didn't know, if Qi Yushan hadn't suddenly rushed out, Song Junju would have been calmed down long ago. This scheming woman did it on purpose. Hearing that Lu Chen wanted to find Qi Shui, Qi Yushan's eyes flashed with astonishment. Lu Chen was even more ruthless than she had imagined. Ruthless, huh? He. I like it even more. Qi Yushan leaned against Lu Chen's chest, lowering her face, her long hair falling to the side of her face, gently shaking her head. Don't look at me, I don't look good right now. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in. Lu Chen felt numb. Sister, even in this situation, you're still acting like a green tea? You really don't care about your face. What, haven't you performed enough sweetness yet? I think today you shouldn't be acting in a royal robe, but should be performing a beauty trial. Song Junju coldly looked at Lu Chen and Qi Yushan in front of her, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. How ridiculous. Every thought she had in her heart before now felt like a boomerang, directly hitting her. Alright. Lu Chen and Qi Yushan were sweetly together. What was she? A third party who barged in and broke up someone else's family in a TV drama? Qi Yushan gently leaned against Lu Chen's side, secretly pulling his hand to hold at her waist, and explained, No, it's not like that. Junju, you misunderstood. What the hell? As soon as the name Junju came out, Lu Chen's eyes widened, and a few big words flashed through his mind. Song Junju and Qi Yushan know each other. No way. Last time when Qi Yushan messed up her singing, these two didn't even know each other, so how do they know each other now? Qi Yushan covered her face and let out a self-deprecating laugh. Junju, you really misunderstood. The person I hurt that I told you about is Xing Xing. I brought him here today just to apologize. I cried, I made a scene, but Xing Xing didn't forgive me at all. He said he has someone in his heart. Qi Yushan just couldn't think straight when facing Lu Chen, but when facing others, she was never short of the ability to deceive. Now, Junju probably hasn't realized that she likes Lu Chen, right? Qi Yushan chuckled inwardly. After seeing someone more foolish than herself, she felt much better. Qi Yushan tugged at the water stain on her skirt and said in a low voice, This is my tear. It's not what you think. Boom! At first, Song Junju listened coldly, but the more she heard, the more something felt off. Until she heard Qi Yushan say that Lu Chen has someone in his heart, she froze in place. What? Lu Chen rejected Qi Yushan's peace offering? Lu Chen said, he has someone in his heart? Lu Chen was stunned. It was the first time he experienced the feeling of being taken for a ride. Damn! Sister Qi, you really are something. Song Junju, who had just been furious, quickly cooled down and silently looked at Lu Chen. It seemed she had misunderstood Lu Chen again. Sorry, Professor Song, I need to take Miss Qi to see her face first. Lu Chen said this to Song Junju in a tone he had never used before, calm and composed. After saying that, he squeezed Qi Yushan's soft shoulder and slowly walked past Song Junju. In the second before they brushed past each other, Lu Chen said in a low voice, Professor Song, you got hurt on your hand from the hairpin. Remember to disinfect and bandage it when you go back. Lu Chen paused before adding, Sorry for making you angry today. Goodbye, Professor Song. Song Junju suddenly looked down, staring in shock at her fingertips. The slap just now. Although Qi Yushan's hairpin broke, her hand was also scratched. In the midst of her anger, she hadn't even felt the pain in her hand, but Lu Chen noticed. Song Junju turned stiffly. Lu Chen helped Qi Yushan to the broken hairpin. He took out a tissue from his pocket, bent down carefully to wrap the hairpin, and then tucked it into his embrace. After doing all this, Lu Chen took Qi Yushan and left the corridor. Not once did he look back at Song Junju. At the moment when the two were about to disappear around the corner, Qi Yushan turned her head and locked eyes with Song Junju. Qi Yushan tightened her arms around Lu Chen's neck,
a victorious smile on her lips. She knew that Song Joon-ju didn't like her from their first meeting. How coincidental. She didn't like Song Joon-ju either from their first meeting, and now she liked her even less. Fortunately, Song Joon-ju was even more obtuse than she was. Oh dear. Shi Yushan suddenly felt a bit regretful. If she hadn't taken that slap for Lu Chen, would Lu Chen have given up on Song Joon-ju? But then again, she still wanted to leave a mark in Lu Chen's heart. Hiss. After completely losing sight of Song Joon-ju, the corners of Shi Yushan's mouth, which she had been holding back in pain, finally fell. Shi Yushan, you are crazy. Lu Chen released his hand that was supporting Shi Yushan and looked at her with calm eyes. You deliberately let Song Joon-ju misunderstand, you also deliberately angered Song Joon-ju, and you intentionally stood in front of me. I thought I had made myself clear enough. The warm embrace suddenly disappeared, and Shi Yushan leaned regretfully against the cold wall. Is Song Joon-ju also your client? She has been well coaxed by you, always thinking that you love her deeply. Lu Chen's gaze showed no sign of fluctuation. Weren't you once? Shi Yushan was taken aback, and after a moment, she laughed. She tilted her head, staring seriously at Lu Chen, and said word by word, but I regret it. More beautiful than the Mona Lisa is the burning Mona Lisa. More beautiful than the beauty is the wounded and shattered beauty. Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel. Shi Yushan truly had a beautiful face, one that could bring longevity if looked at too much. Call your brother, I have to go. Lu Chen did not respond, turning directly to leave. Slap. Shi Yushan tightly grasped Lu Chen's wrist. All the skills from years of performing arts were put to use at this moment. She stared into Lu Chen's eyes, held his hand, and gently placed it on her face, softly saying, "It hurts here. What do you want? Promise me one request." Lu Chen clenched his teeth. Song Joon-ju was really ruthless, and even now, Shi Yushan's face was still warm. Speak. Shi Yushan blinked at him. I haven't thought it through yet. Lu Chen withdrew his hand, glanced at the time, and realized he had to hurry back to Aunt Wen's private room. It better be within my capabilities. All right, giving you money is not an option. Shi Yushan was taken aback and gave Lu Chen a playful glare. I'm not out here selling myself. What would I want your money for? Lu Chen laughed. But I am out here selling myself. Shi Yushan was left speechless. 060 The younger brother can be spoiled, the older sister's soul can drift. What the hell? Sis, did someone hit you? Who? Tell me who it is. You think I won't beat him into a super thin sanitary pad? Shi Shuwei rushed over after receiving the call, and upon seeing Shi Yushan's face, he exploded in anger. Siblings usually tease and play around, laughing and joking. You trick me a bit, I trick you a bit, but that doesn't mean others can hit your own family. Shi Yushan chuckled softly, rubbing her cheek where Lu Chen had touched her. Just thinking about it made her feel happy as she said, it's nothing. She certainly noticed that Song Joon-ju was Lu Chen's client. She also saw that Song Joon-ju was particularly well coaxed by Lu Chen. In a sense, Song Joon-ju could be considered her rival, right? So why did she help Lu Chen speak in front of Song Joon-ju? Ha! Shi Yushan raised the corners of her mouth, smiling so that Shi Shuwei felt a chill down his back, stuttering, Sis, stop smiling, I'm scared. What are you scared of? You smile too. Ha! Smile about what? Smile because you might have a brother-in-law. Shi Shuwei was completely dumbfounded. No. Where did I get a brother-in-law from? Wait. Shi Shuwei suddenly became alert. It couldn't be Lu Chen, right? But Lu Chen seemed to be a bit younger than him. Asking him to call Lu Chen brother-in-law? Damn! I treat you like a brother, and you want to be my brother-in-law? Shi Shuwei was questioning his life. Shi Yushan glanced at Shi Shuwei and suddenly thought of his earlier statement, pondering for a moment before saying, You are not allowed to like Lu Chen. When we get home, I'll have Mom buy you some Chinese medicine to adjust your condition. Shi Shuwei? Damn it! I'm really not gay. Shi Yushan said flatly, I bought you a graphics card. Shi Shuwei was shocked. Shi Shuwei was ecstatic. Shi Shuwei slid to his knees. Long live my big sister, long live, long live, long live. You must be able to be with the brother-in-law for a long time, 108 treasures for one child. Shi Yushan happily took out her phone and began dialing. Song Joon-ju should be feeling quite guilty now, right? Guilty for wrongly accusing Lu Chen? Today, she had caught a glimpse of Lu Chen's inherent indifference. It seemed that Lu Chen's enthusiasm for clients was all an act, but both she and Song Joon-ju had taken it seriously. Now she had come to her senses. But Song Joon-ju had not. Although she didn't know how long that arrogant woman had signed her contract with Lu Chen, just the thought of the contract ending and Song Joon-ju's beautiful dream being shattered by Lu Chen himself made Shi Yushan extremely happy. Why should she be the only one to experience Lu Chen's coldness and ruthlessness? Everyone should have a turn.
That would be fair. Beep, the call connected. Shi Yushan held the phone and said to the person on the other end, Director, I want to schedule a new play, I'm looking for a team. Yes, my Plum Blossom Award submission will be this new play. The name? Shi Yushan stared at the white wall, thought for a moment, and slowly said, the title is Star Plucking. If a person feels that their life is too much of a failure, they can go buy something. At least that way, they can feel a sense of success. Beep, scan to pay. Your little cake, please take it. Thank you. Lu Chen smiled and nodded at the clerk, carrying a small cake as he walked up the stairs to the private room. He chose not to take the elevator but slowly walked up the stairs. After all, he was already late at Aunt Wen's place, so he would inevitably have to explain why. How to choose the reason was a question. Lu Chen took a deep breath, calmed down, and analyzed, since the situation has already occurred, I need to gain something from it. Snap! He squeezed the small cake in his hand, instantly flattening the little bell on top. Lu Chen calmly stared at the steps, stepping up one by one. Aunt Wen wants someone suitable to be the father of the little girl. Her current close contact, even actions that could be considered seductive, are all to make me fall in love with her. I can use today's incident to tell Aunt Wen that my past is not suitable for being the little girl's father. It's best to crush Aunt Wen's idea of wanting to take advantage of the situation. Given how much Aunt Wen treasures the little girl, she would definitely reconsider this matter. Lu Chen took a deep breath and reached the end of the stairs. So, how to explain this matter requires a suitable method. Standing at the door of the private room. Hiss. Lu Chen rubbed his eyes until they turned red. Then he casually ruffled his hair, achieving a slightly messy look that was just about right. Click. The door to the private room opened. Under the warm yellow light, when Ling Xiu sat on the sofa with her long hair cascading down, gently rocking the sleeping little girl in her arms. The little girl, like a little milk bun, curled her tiny hands and obediently leaned against Wen Ling Xiu's chest, sleeping. Lu Chen instantly softened his footsteps and walked to Wen Ling Xiu's side, lowering his voice to say, let me hold her, your arm will get uncomfortable. Wen Ling Xiu shook her head. It's fine, let the little girl rest for a while. Where did you go? Sure enough, Aunt Wen's controlling nature was so strong, she would definitely ask. Lu Chen remained silent, sitting beside her without responding. Not getting an answer, when Ling Xiu felt puzzled. She turned to look at Lu Chen's face and suddenly noticed something was off. He had been so happy when he left. Now his hair was messy, his eyes were red, and in his hand, besides a souvenir, there was a ruined little cake. He looked just like a little dog that had been abandoned. Was he wronged? When Ling Xiu's heart suddenly ached, she carefully placed the girl on the sofa, while Lu Chen silently covered her with a blanket. When Ling Xiu pulled Lu Chen to the other side, looking at Lu Chen's red eyes, when Ling Xiu felt an indescribable pain in her heart. In her mind, Lu Chen was still the one who should smile and show his little white teeth, not like now, looking all wilted. When Ling Xiu reached out and rested her hand on Lu Chen's shoulder, lifting herself slightly on tiptoe for support, while using her other hand to smooth down his tousled hair, softly asking, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? The moment to test his acting skills had arrived. Lu Chen choked up, as if a person who had been strong for a long time suddenly heard a word of comfort and couldn't hold back anymore. Zone, I'm sorry, I'm late. When Ling Xiu was taken aback, she didn't expect Lu Chen's first words to be an apology instead of expressing his grievances. Seeing Lu Chen looking like he was about to cry, when Ling Xiu felt a pang in her heart, she grabbed Lu Chen's hand and anxiously said, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell me. The last time she felt this panicked was a long time ago, but back then, her heart didn't ache like it did now. Looking at Lu Chen's aggrieved expression, when Ling Xiu had only one thought in her mind, comfort him, don't let him cry. She didn't even have time to consider what classic domineering CEO line she might have said. When Ling Xiu glanced at the small cake Lu Chen had brought back earlier, worriedly asking, did you fall? Did you hurt your knee? Let's go, I'll take you to get it bandaged. That was her first reaction. She didn't think someone as good as Lu Chen would get into a conflict. Lu Chen sniffed and shook his head. I didn't hurt myself. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen held onto Aunt Wen's slender wrist to prevent her from falling, then said awkwardly, after I went to the lottery, I saw that the little cakes at the dessert shop looked delicious, so I went to buy one. Zone, I'm very happy you brought me out. I thought I shouldn't just buy a gift for the girl, but also wanted to get you something. But, Lu Chen paused, almost making Ling Xiu anxious to death. But I ran into the previous. Lu Chen lowered his head, dejectedly pressing down on his pocket. When Ling Xiu noticed it keenly. Don't! Ignoring Lu Chen's protests, she directly reached in and pulled out a tissue. Lifting it open, she found 2 broken hairpins inside. He picked them up from the trash can that Qi Yuanshan had thrown away, repurposing them. Wen Lingxiu silently looked at the broken hairpins in her hand. The hairpins were carved with begonia flowers, beautiful and delicate, and would have looked lovely in her hair. But now, they were broken. The gift Lu Chen had given her was just like that, shattered. 061 The times are progressing, young men look at mature women. I'm sorry, Wen Zong. Lu Chen looked into Aunt Wen's eyes and said seriously, I told you this so you wouldn't guess wildly. Please don't feel bad for me, I would feel guilty. An indescribable sourness surged in Wen Lingxiu's heart as she looked at Lu Chen's face. He had come back looking so aggrieved. Not only were his eyes red, but his hair was also messy. Yet even in this state, he still said he didn't want her to worry, which was why he spoke the truth. Wen Lingxiu felt a pang in her heart. Out of politeness, she had only known that Lu Chen's family was in difficulty, which was why he worked in this line. But now it seemed. She realized she knew too little about Lu Chen. This young man was truly too innocent. One could easily imagine. It must have been Lu Chen's previous client who was pestering him, but he was anxious to return. That former client must have lost his temper upon seeing the little cake and hairpins in Lu Chen's hands. Wen Lingxiu scanned Lu Chen's cheeks inch by inch, trying to see if anyone had hurt his face. If there was, she definitely wouldn't let that person go. Noticing Aunt Wen's gaze, Lu Chen smiled reassuringly and said softly, I didn't hit anyone. Even now, Lu Chen was still considering her feelings, and when Lingxiu asked with concern, you shouldn't have gone out today. If she hadn't insisted on taking Lu Chen out, perhaps he wouldn't have been humiliated like this. Lu Chen said anxiously, how could that be? Something lucky happened today. When Lingxiu sighed, what lucky thing? The opportunity had come. Lu Chen's spirits lifted immediately, just wait and see if I don't shatter your idea of wanting to take advantage. It's very lucky that I could come out to play with you in Nuan Nuan. And it was lucky that I didn't take Nuan Nuan with me to the lottery just now, right? Otherwise, Nuan Nuan would definitely have seen that lively scene. When Lingxiu suddenly froze, the image flashed in her mind. Yes, if Lu Chen had really taken Nuan Nuan to the lottery just now, what kind of psychological shadow would that have cast on Nuan Nuan? Once it came to Nuan Nuan, when Lingxiu's rationality immediately returned. She glanced back at Nuan Nuan, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa, paused for a moment, and nodded in agreement. That is very lucky. Yes. Lu Chen smiled inwardly. When Lingxiu, at this age, like a wolf or a tiger, it was not easy to hire a young guy not to satisfy herself, but to give Nuan Nuan a fatherly love. Therefore, Lu Chen knew this tactic would definitely work on Wen Lingxiu. For a gentle and intelligent mature woman like Wen Lingxiu, if you scold her, she would just smile and take it. But if you tried to bully Nuan Nuan, she could definitely smile while digging your grave. The whimsical thoughts that had just arisen instantly dissipated in Wen Lingxiu's heart. Since meeting Lu Chen, her life had been too smooth and comfortable. For a moment, she even forgot about Lu Chen's profession. She hadn't taken Lu Chen out much before and didn't know he would encounter such troubles with former clients. This time was lucky, not taking Nuan Nuan with her. But what about next time? It was hard to create a comfortable family environment for Nuan Nuan. Would she let others ruin it? However, when Lingxiu looked up and glanced at Lu Chen's bitter expression, but she couldn't blame Lu Chen for his past. I'm sorry, President Wen, it's my past that is not honorable. Lu Chen admitted his fault. When Lingxiu's nose tinged with sadness, her delicate hand caressing his shoulder, she said gently, it's not your fault. The fact that you have grown up well until now is already impressive. When Lingxiu comforted him with a gentle smile, all beings suffer. She knew Lu Chen's family conditions were not good, which was why he came to do this work. Thinking of what Lu Chen might have experienced before, when Lingxiu sighed and stepped forward to embrace him. Leaning on Lu Chen's shoulder, like soothing Nuan Nuan to sleep, she gently patted his back and whispered, you must have had a hard time before. There is nothing dishonorable, it's proof of your hard work in life. Be good, star, don't be sad, everything will be alright. The embrace came too gently and too suddenly. Lu Chen was momentarily dazed. Then let's not go out anymore, okay? Lu Chen's eyes were clear. He smiled, gently placed his hand on Wen Lingxiu's waist, took a slow breath, and nodded. Okay. If Aunt Wen still wanted Lu Chen to be Nuan Nuan's father, she would definitely continue to take him out everywhere. But now, she said she wouldn't go out to play like this anymore. Vienna, Sydney, and Chicago were all gone. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had been kicked out of the ranks of Nuan Nuan's fathers. Great. Lu Chen looked down and saw Wen Lingxiu leaning on his shoulder, her gaze warm and gentle as she looked at him. Her hand was gently patting Lu Chen's back, as if soothing a child. Lu Chen had never received such treatment when he was young, but now he was enjoying it. Times were changing, young men were looking at mature women. There was indeed some truth to that. Mature women were truly wonderful. Cherish the last moments. When Lu Chen walked out of the theater, the sky outside was quiet and dim. It was not a good day. The moon was too lazy to come out, and even the stars refused to show their faces. The March evening breeze made one shiver, and Lu Chen took off his coat and draped it over Aunt Wen's shoulders. Nuan Nuan had already had enough sleep and pouted at Lu Chen's actions. "Daddy! Nuan Nuan is cold too." Lu Chen smiled, bent down, and lifted the little baby into his arms by pinching her underarms. "Are you still cold now?" The young man was full of energy. At school, the girls were so cold they had to wrap themselves in blankets, while the boys were dressed as if they were made of paper. Nuan Nuan leaned against Lu Chen's neck and said in a baby voice, "Wow, Daddy isn't afraid of the cold." "Ha, Daddy holding Nuan Nuan isn't cold at all." Watching the interaction between Lu Chen and Nuan Nuan, when Lingxiu bit her lip. "Really, was it that warm?" Lu Chen took 2 steps forward with Nuan Nuan in his arms, and when he saw when Lingxiu hadn't followed, he turned back and smiled. "Aren't you coming?" When Lingxiu tugged at Lu Chen's coat and smiled. "I'm coming." 062 Rocking back and forth. The relationships between people are so wonderful. At this moment, I say I will love you forever. The next moment, I say forever only expresses a degree. When I said that, I was sincere. But sincerity can change in an instant. When Lingxiu's plan for Lu Chen to stay with her was completely overturned. It was Lu Chen who reminded her. She didn't mind Lu Chen's past, but his past might affect Nuan Nuan. What if Lu Chen attended a parent-teacher meeting for Nuan Nuan and ran into his former clients there? The possibility was small, but it was not zero. So be it. The city's neon lights shone into the car, and when Lingxiu looked through the rearview mirror at Lu Chen and Nuan Nuan playing happily. So be it. Her contract with Lu Chen was until June. Lu Chen had the best looks, the strongest physique, and the gentlest personality. By then, he would be going to college, meeting many new people, and having a whole new world. And she would find a new father for Nuan Nuan. While waiting at a red light, when Lingxiu gazed at Lu Chen's sunny and handsome face, feeling a bit dazed, the time she had spent with Lu Chen was running out. Thinking of this, when Lingxiu sighed softly, perhaps she really liked Lu Chen. But she was already 31, long past the age where love could fill her stomach. She had chosen Lu Chen before because he could soothe Nuan Nuan. Now, she was giving up on Lu Chen because his past experiences were no longer suitable. Compared to liking someone, being suitable was more important, wasn't it? She only had Nuan Nuan, and Nuan Nuan's feelings were the most important. When Lingxiu glanced again at the warm scene of the father and daughter playing in the rearview mirror, feeling as if her heart was being cut by a dull knife. When everything is marked with a deadline, a sense of urgency follows. When Lingxiu sighed again. After Lu Chen finished his college entrance exams, she would advise him not to continue in this line of work. With Lu Chen's skills, he would attract many girls in college. Swish! The next moment, an orange-flavored lollipop was unwrapped and held to her lips, accompanied by Nuan Nuan's baby voice. "Mommy, don't sigh. Eat candy, cheer up quickly." When Lingxiu turned back in surprise, Lu Chen was holding Nuan Nuan, looking at her with a smile and raised eyebrows. "Try it, it's very sweet." He doesn't like sweets, but he always keeps candy and chocolate in his pocket. It will always come in handy. When Lingxiu smiled, opened her mouth, and popped the lollipop at the corner of her lips into her mouth. "It's very sweet. Forget it. After Lu Chen gets into college, I'll give him another sum for tuition. It can be considered her compensation." Bedroom. After returning home and freshening up, when Lingxiu held her phone tightly and said to Lu Chen, who had just picked up a storybook, "Xingxing, you read a story to Nuan Nuan first. I have something to do with the company, so I need to make a call." Lu Chen blinked, gave an okay sign, and confidently said, "Don't worry, I will definitely mess it up." Put. When Lingxiu shot him a glance and left the bedroom with a smile. Lu Chen lay on the bed, and Nuan Nuan, with her little hands tucked in, blinked her eyes at him. "Daddy, what are we listening to tonight? What does Nuan Nuan want to hear?" Lu Chen handed the storybook to Nuan Nuan. "How about you choose a story today?" Nuan Nuan clumsily caught the storybook, as if she had received a daunting task, her face scrunched up as she seriously began to flip through the pages. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Raising children these days is really expensive. A damn picture book can sell for 89? That's even more expensive than a 79 eyebrow pencil. Where does this big face come from? Looking at Nuan Nuan's chubby little face, Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Is Nuan Nuan happy in kindergarten?" Happy. Children's emotions are always abundant. Lu Chen's nerves rarely relaxed, and he lazily turned over like a pancake, asking, "Then Nuan Nuan must remember, if you're unhappy at school, you have to tell mommy when you come back.
If there are teachers or classmates who always want to touch you, don't hold it in, you must tell me when you come back. Lu Chen began to ramble on, just like a real father worrying about his daughter. Sigh. He seemed to understand Old Wei a bit now. Nuan Nuan listened to Lu Chen's rambling and suddenly looked up, blinking her eyes and asking, Daddy, are you leaving? What? Lu Chen instantly became alert, the string in his mind tightened, and he put on a professional smile. Daddy is right here. Nuan Nuan scrunched her little face, dropped the storybook in her hands, and crawled in front of Lu Chen. She thought for a moment, then reached out her chubby little hand to press down the curve of Lu Chen's mouth. Daddy, you didn't smile nicely just now. How is that possible? Every smile of his had been practiced countless times in front of the mirror, how could it not look good? That must be because Daddy is getting old, boo-hoo, Nuan Nuan is growing up, and Daddy is starting to get old. Lu Chen tried to play the pity card. Nuan Nuan shook her head and said seriously, Daddy's eyes didn't smile. Lu Chen was stunned. He had underestimated the child. He shouldn't have. This was a serious dereliction of duty. How could he let a child see through him? Too much of a failure. Nuan Nuan nestled into Lu Chen's arms and whispered, Xingxing, can you tell Nuan Nuan when you leave? Lu Chen fell silent. He should have said something, but Nuan Nuan was more perceptive than he had imagined. Daddy, will you also become a star? Then will Nuan Nuan become a star too? Lu Chen was taken aback, feeling that there was something strange in Nuan Nuan's words, so he asked, why will we become stars? Nuan Nuan counted on her fingers and said, because Daddy becomes a star, Mommy becomes a star, Grandpa, Grandma, they all become stars. When people leave, they all become stars. No way. This is really not right. Lu Chen's head buzzed. He could understand that Nuan Nuan's biological father becoming a star meant he had died. But why did she say Mommy would also become a star? Wasn't Wen Lingxiu just outside making a call? And what about Grandpa and Grandma? Since he started spending time with Aunt Wen and Nan Nan, it seemed like he had never seen Nanan's grandparents. Logically speaking, since Nanan's biological father had passed away, she was their only bloodline. How could they not come to see her? No, that's not right. Something was very wrong. Lu Chen's mind began to rapidly recall the details he had overlooked, but his hands continued to gently pat and soothe Nan Nan in his arms. I won't leave, I'll stay here with Nan Nan. Daddy, sing a song for Nan Nan. Nan Nan lay in Lu Chen's arms, drowsy. Lu Chen nodded, sure. He gently patted Nanan's back, slowly rocking the child in his arms, and sang softly, rockabye, rockabye, 15 rocks past the spring equinox is Grandma's bridge. Longing and longing, Grandma, Grandma, sweetly calling. Noisy and noisy, rice candy hanging at the corner of the mouth, always unable to eat enough. Inside the room, the soft and gentle singing flowed slowly. Outside the room, when Lingxiu pressed her forehead against the door, tears streaming down her face. Damn it! I'm going to call the police and have you arrested. President Wen? Are you outside? Hearing Lu Chen's voice from inside, Wen Lingxiu hurriedly wiped her tears and left in a fluster. Clearly in her own home, Wen Lingxiu felt like a thief, only daring to stop once she ran breathlessly into the study. Supporting herself against the desk in the study, tears dripped onto the surface. How happy she was. Lu Chen holding Nan Nan, gently humming a song, how happy he was. When Lingxiu lowered her head, her disheveled hair covering her face, with only tears falling like broken beads. People are so strong, strong enough to grit their teeth and endure through storms. Yet people are also so fragile, able to cry rivers for a gentle word of comfort. When Lingxiu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm her emotions, and took out her phone to call her secretary. Secretary Zhao, help me with something. Okay, President Wen, I'm taking notes. As a well-paid secretary, Zhao was eager to serve Wen Lingxiu. After all, such a generous boss who didn't engage in manipulative gratitude education was rare. Help me investigate a person and organize all his past experiences for me. Wen Lingxiu took a deep breath. Also, no matter the cost, create a normal past for him, one that anyone would find normal upon investigation. This was her last gift to Lu Chen, a clean, innocent background. Upon hearing the specific task, Zhao was stunned on the other end of the line. Not President Wen. I was prepared for you to assign me dozens of small tasks. And now you want me to be a resume whitewasher? Alright. You're the boss, you have the final say. The ancient servant says yes, the modern servant says received. Zhao quickly replied, received. And one more thing. When Lingxiu fell silent, and Zhao patiently waited on the other end. After a long while, when Lingxiu said, recently, send me some profiles of unmarried men with clean backgrounds to my office. Zhao, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Is President Wen getting serious? Damn, this is a huge scoop. Although Zhao was a woman, she suddenly felt like she had become a eunuch beside the emperor.
Alright. Speaking of this, Zhao became interested, even noticeably more excited as she asked, President Wan, do you have specific requirements? When Lingxiu paused for a moment and said, height between 176 and 183 centimeters, muscular but not exaggerated, broad shoulders and long legs, short black hair, long eyelashes, a spark in the eyes, loves to smile, very white teeth, patient with children, can make people laugh, has a nice voice, carries candy in his pocket, and doesn't get angry easily. Secretary Zhao was originally taking advantage of the phone call to hide her smile, but as she listened to President Wen's requests, the more she felt something was off. What the hell? So specific? This isn't President Wan. You can make requests, but it's clear you have a specific person in mind. Why didn't you mention the size requirements too? Is this really a request, or are we just talking about a picture? Secretary Zhao was on the verge of a breakdown. She didn't expect President Wan, who usually didn't like to nitpick, to come at her with such a big one right away. After rambling on for a while, when Lingxiu finally stopped and asked, that's about it, Secretary Zhao was in tears. Got it. She hung up the phone. When Lingxiu leaned on the table and took a deep breath, finally calming her emotions. Why is it that one can remain calm amidst a storm, yet shed tears over good news? When she heard Lu Chen humming a tune, her eyes suddenly stung, and tears fell unbidden. After sorting everything out, when Lingxiu looked at her reflection in the mirror, seeing nothing unusual, before slowly walking to the bedroom door and pushing it open, Lu Chen had already coaxed the little girl to sleep and was looking at an English vocabulary booklet. Upon seeing when Lingxiu enter, he immediately put it away and stood up. President Wan, the little girl is asleep. When Lingxiu watched Lu Chen's fluid movements as he tucked away his books and couldn't help but chuckle softly. It's fine to look, you can also go to the study, it doesn't matter. Lu Chen nodded gratefully, but his eyes subtly scanned behind Wen Lingxiu. Oh, there's a shadow. It's a person, not a ghost. Damn it. It's no wonder he was suspicious, mainly, the little girl spoke too frighteningly. This is clearly urban daily life, so why did it switch to a supernatural channel? Damn director, I want to report you. After confirming that Wen Lingxiu was indeed human, Lu Chen felt much more at ease. Thank you, President Wen, then I'll take my leave? Wait. When Lingxiu lifted a corner of the blanket and slowly lay down. The song you sang just now was beautiful, can you sing it again? There was a brief pause. I can also sing it for the little girl in the future. Lu Chen smiled. This was clearly Wen Lingxiu wanting to hear it herself, right? Adults are just like this. Expressing their true needs feels like asking for their lives. However, meeting the small needs of clients is an essential professional quality for a dedicated worker. Lu Chen first twisted open a bottle of water and handed it to Wen Lingxiu. President Wan, your throat seems a bit hoarse. As if she had been crying. Wen Lingxiu stared at the water handed to her and suddenly felt that she might never meet someone better than Lu Chen again. Lu Chen then dimmed the bedside lamp and leaned against the edge of the mattress. In the dim light, Wen Lingxiu's eyes shone brighter than the stars in the sky, fixed on Lu Chen's face, as if he might disappear the next second. Lu Chen sighed, leaned over, and took Wen Lingxiu's hand. Her soft, delicate hand was tightly enveloped by Lu Chen's large hand, and Wen Lingxiu felt a rare sense of security. Sleep, I'm right here. His deep voice coaxed Wen Lingxiu to close her eyes, and then a gentle song began to play softly. The candlelight flickers beside the old corridor, whose white wall reflects the face of a girl. Rocking and swaying, the 15th day of the lunar month is the bridge to Grandma's house. Longing and waiting, calling sweetly for Grandma. Chattering away, the rice candy always hangs at the corner of the mouth, never enough to eat. Good night, President Wan. Please have a good dream for me, the one who cannot dream. Creak. The door opened and closed. Lu Chen entered the guest room, and after checking that there were no cameras in the guest room, he opened the computer. A long time ago, he had accidentally seen Wen Lingxiu's identification. When Lingxiu had changed her name, she wasn't called Wen Lingxiu before. Lu Chen searched for Wen Lingxiu in the search bar, but the information he found was scant. He thought for a moment and typed in Wen Lingxiu's former name in the search bar. The first headline that jumped out was quite striking. Wen residence arson case, 15 dead, 8 injured, 15 minutes later. Lu Chen cleared all the usage records on the computer and then shut it down. When Lingxiu's sister had fallen in love with a man, the two were a golden couple, and they subsequently married and had a daughter. Aside from their daughter's frail health, which kept her in the hospital, there were no other regrets. The story should have been about a prince and princess living happily ever after. But unfortunately, the prince liked men. The marriage was merely a means to find a suitable woman to carry on the family line. When the prince was caught having an affair with the gardener, the princess was furious and demanded a divorce, wanting the prince and the gardener to be disgraced. The prince pleaded with the princess, promising to break up with the gardener. The reason humans cannot be replaced by AI is that AI requires logic to function. But humans do not. Humans just need a moment of impulse. Upon hearing about the breakup, the gardener became enraged, knowing the structure of the Wen family, and set the Wen residence ablaze. Let everyone die together. But that day, when Lingxiu was not home, she was at the hospital with her child. By the time when Lingxiu heard the news, her parents, grandparents, sister, brother-in-law, and even the gardener had all turned to ashes. Dust to dust, earth to earth. From then on, when Lingxiu's life of over 20 years was completely consumed by the fire. No one would remember when she first spoke, when she learned to walk, or when she wrote her first word. Those who could share those memories with her were all gone. All gone. The only one left in the world with a blood connection to her was the baby lying in the hospital. Lu Chen stared out at the sky, murmuring, "A besieged city." 064 progressing a little every day. Thursday morning. Lu Chen habitually went through his NPC routine. Get up, wash up, cook, say goodbye to Wen Lingxiu. Ever since that night when Lu Chen sang for Aunt Wen, he felt something was a bit off with her. Clearly, Aunt Wen had already dismissed the idea of him being the child's father. Yet, these past few days, she had been extremely considerate and gentle towards Lu Chen. It was as if it were the last tender moments before parting. I can understand. Lu Chen calmly packed the thermos into his backpack. If it were me, I would also play hard when the game is about to expire. At least he couldn't afford to lose. Ever since he learned about Aunt Wen's background, Lu Chen suddenly felt that her obsessive monitoring had its reasons. Alright, camera wholesaler, I forgive you. After all, I am the soft-hearted god, right? Lu Chen hummed a tune as he walked to the door. When Lingxiu stood there with her long hair cascading down, wearing a silk nightgown, she draped Lu Chen's school uniform over her slender, pale arms, and when she saw Lu Chen approaching, she smiled gently. Come over and get dressed. Lu Chen quickly put on his jacket and said with concern, President Wen, I have to get to school early. I can get up by myself. You work so hard. I want you to get some more rest. No, I need to learn to make some calming soup recently. When Lingxiu felt warmth in her heart, she gently smoothed out the wrinkles on Lu Chen's shoulder with a smile. It's not your concern, I just want to get up a bit earlier to breathe some fresh air. Click. As when Lingxiu zipped up Lu Chen's jacket, a crisp shutter sound startled her, and she immediately looked up. Click. Another shutter sound. Aunt Wen's surprised and gentle face was captured by the camera. Lu Chen playfully shook the camera in his hand, raising an eyebrow and smiling. Capturing President Wen's little daily life? Flattering words, once spoken, should at least be backed up with some action. Otherwise, if someone remembers it one day, it would just be a bad debt. When Lingxiu was momentarily stunned, quickly recalling what Lu Chen had said the day they went to the theater. He mentioned wanting to create an album titled Wen Zong's Daily Progress. Suddenly, when Lingxiu felt a pang in her nose, immediately lowering her head to hide her bewildered gaze, softly saying, I haven't put on my makeup yet. Lu Chen was surprised, pure as a lotus, naturally unadorned. So that's how the lines I've been racking my brain to memorize are used. Indeed, theory must be combined with practice. When Lingxiu shyly pushed his shoulder and stuffed her backpack into his hands. Smooth talker. Goodbye, Wen Zone. Remember to have lunch even if you're busy with work. Got it. At the moment the door closed, the smile on Lu Chen's face faded as he walked steadily toward the bus station. Phew, when Lingxiu pressed her hand against her pounding heart, leaning against the door. Unconsciously, her gaze fell on the camera placed on the cabinet. Flipping through the two photos in the camera, when Lingxiu smiled, her eyes glistening as she murmured, I thought you were just flattering me. Unexpectedly. What Lu Chen said turned out to be true. In the two photos, the protagonist was clearly herself, but because of the uniqueness of the photographer, when Lingxiu found herself staring for a long time. In a great fire, all her photos had been burned. Over the past 20 or 30 years, aside from a few that could be found in archives, when Lingxiu couldn't find any records of herself, she had almost given up. But now, Lu Chen said he wanted to create a new album to document her daily moments. Everything seemed to be starting anew. How wonderful. When Lingxiu slowly slid down to the floor, tightly hugging the camera against her chest. If only I were a little younger, if only you weren't part of this past. How great that would be. Today's campus was filled with a tense atmosphere. No other reason. The results of the mock exam were about to be released. Lu Chen walked ahead. Lu Chen continued walking. Lu Chen. The class monitor, Hu Zhongzhong, seemed to be waiting for Lu Chen, first calling out to him. When she noticed Lu Chen pretending not to hear, Hu Zhongzhong grew anxious. She hurriedly caught up to Lu Chen, and just as she was about to grab his shoulder, Lu Chen sidestepped and came to a halt. Lu Chen said nonchalantly, "Class monitor, what's wrong? Lost money again? Hu Zhongzhong, what are you up to this time?"
Li Dachuan had just entered the school and immediately saw Hu Zhongzhong pestering Lu Chen, which made him furious. Although Xingxing was tall, she was weak. After eating so many delicious things, he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to bully Xingxing. Li Dachuan charged over like a giant bomb, sprinting at full speed and crashing into Hu Zhongzhong. Ouch! Hu Zhongzhong fell to the ground, dazed and her head buzzing. "Big fool Chun, what are you doing?" Hu Zhongzhong was furious. Li Dachuan stood in front of Lu Chen, frowning angrily. "You can't bully Xingxing. Hu Zhongzhong. Damn it! So annoying." Hu Zhongzhong scrambled up from the ground, pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket, and quickly shoved it into Lu Chen's hands. Lu Chen looked at the paper in confusion. Opening it, he saw 3 big words written on it, apology letter? Hu Zhongzhong lowered her head, her neck and face flushed, stammering, I asked my dad to investigate who stole the money. And then we caught the thief. I'm sorry, I wronged you, I apologize. Ha! Li Dachuan was stunned. She didn't come to hit him, she came to apologize. Lu Chen casually glanced at the apology letter in his hand and tossed it directly onto the ground. Hu Zhongzhong was stunned. No, this isn't right. Normally, when he apologized, Lu Chen would just say it's okay. Why did he throw the apology letter away? Lu Chen, with his hands in his pockets, said flatly, pick it up. Li Dachuan immediately bent down. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the class representative. Li Dachuan was shocked. Damn! Foster father, are you trying to stir things up? Hu Zhongzhong's face turned red and numb. Lu Chen had prepared for him to lose his temper. Unexpectedly, Hu Zhongzhong took a deep breath and really bent down to pick up the apology letter from the ground. I'm sorry. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, it seems there's still hope. Lu Chen reached out a hand to pinch the apology letter, and the next second, the thin piece of paper fell to the ground again. Pick it up. Hu Zhongzhong gritted his teeth, wanting to explode. But thinking about how he had foolishly tried to set Lu Chen up earlier, he suppressed his anger and bent down to pick up the apology letter again. I'm sorry. Lu Chen was silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. He took something out of his pocket and tossed it to Hu Zhongzhong, turning around and waving his hand. I forgive you. What? Hu Zhongzhong looked at Lu Chen in surprise. He was ready for Lu Chen to throw the apology letter away again. He didn't expect Lu Chen to accept it. Hu Zhongzhong opened his palm, revealing a piece of filled chocolate. By the way, Lu Chen stopped in his tracks and turned his head to say, you'd better stay away from the person who gave you that idea, he's harming you. Hu Zhongzhong paused for a moment and said, the person who gave me the idea is Wang Anxiang. And the thief my dad found out about is also Wang Anxiang. No wonder Wang Anxiang was so eager to pin a suspected thief label on Lu Chen. Wang Anxiang wasn't just using a knife to kill someone. Wang Anxiang intended to sacrifice Li to save the peach. Lu Chen was taken aback and laughed. At such a young age, you're quite clever, you just haven't done enough exercises. Watching Lu Chen's carefree figure leave, Li Dachuan and Hu Zhongzhong exchanged glances, and Hu Zhongzhong suddenly said, Big fool Chun, do you usually eat this well behind my back? Li Dachuan suddenly became alert. Get lost. You don't want to steal my foster father, do you? 065 I have my own rhythm all morning. Aside from attending classes, the students in the entire grade were unusually anxious, racking their brains to find out the rankings. Clearly, the answers to the test papers wouldn't change anymore. But this ranking felt like the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. As long as it didn't drop for a day, the students wouldn't find peace in their hearts for a day. In the midst of this anxious atmosphere, Lu Chen finally made it to the end of the morning classes. Just as he was about to leave, his left hand was grabbed by Li Dachuan, and his right hand was grabbed by Hu Zhongzhong. Lu Chen? Not bro. Don't do this. What are you doing? Let's go eat together. Li Dachuan and Hu Zhongzhong's responses were unusually synchronized. Lu Chen. No, I have something to do. He still needed to go to the piano room to find Xia Yexiang. Hu Zhongzhong noticed that Lu Chen wanted to leave, but he really felt that Lu Chen had that kind of intuition. He wanted to chat more with Lu Chen about how he figured out that Wang Anxiang wasn't a good person. So Hu Zhongzhong said knowingly, are you looking for Xia Yexiang? She hasn't come all morning. Lu Chen shook his head. She's here. Although Xia Yexiang hadn't come to the classroom, her favorite bag was prominently placed on the desk. Not inside the desk, but on the surface. As at Sundara, this was Xia Yexiang's most obvious hint. As a professional sycophant, if Lu Chen couldn't see this, he might as well pack up and leave. Hu Zhongzhong swallowed hard. Isn't it enough that we have to be the ones who lick boots?
When Wei Qingyu's bootlicking fails, does he have to go and lick Summer Night Frost's boots? Lu Chen chuckled. I have my own rhythm. Watching Lu Chen's figure fade away, Hu Zhongzhong asked, aren't you going to advise your adoptive father? Li Dachuan replied, he has his own rhythm. Hu Zhongzhong exclaimed, Lu Chen is about to be hooked like a fish. Li Dachuan reiterated, he has his own rhythm. Hu Zhongzhong snapped, can you say something different? Li Dachuan shot back, you're a bootlicker too. Hu Zhongzhong retorted, you heartless person, I will never forgive you. Standing at the door of the music room, Lu Chen paused when he heard the sound of a bamboo flute coming from inside. He took out his phone and opened a music recognition app. Moments later, the music was identified. Lu Chen looked at the background information of the piece on the app and hissed. It seems like the little golden retriever isn't in a good mood today. As a professional bootlicker, providing emotional value to clients is their most important task. After observing for days, Lu Chen realized that there were only a few things that could put Summer Night Frost in a bad mood. The Bali family, singing on the edge of breaking voice, Wei Qingyu looks very beautiful today. A very fixed and easy to understand tsundere little golden retriever. Leaning against the door of the music room, Lu Chen began to ponder which of those three things it could be. 2 minutes later, the sound of instruments in the music room stopped. Lu Chen straightened up and knocked on the door. Come in. After Nanan's warning, Lu Chen immediately underwent emergency training these past few days. Now, not only was the corner of his mouth smiling, but his eyes were definitely smiling too. As expected of me. If I don't improve, who will? Lu Chen stepped into the music room with a light stride, carefully closing the door. Summer Night Frost stood by the window, the breeze lifting her strands of golden hair, twirling a bamboo flute in her hand. It looked very expensive. Unable to figure out why Summer Night Frost was angry and not wanting to leave her hanging, Lu Chen could only bring up a topic. Sister Xia, you can play the flute too. So impressive. Summer Night Frost scoffed, tossing the flute to Lu Chen. What's so great about that? I can play many instruments. Okay, we can chat. Lu Chen walked to the corner, wiped the table, and took out lunchboxes one by one, casually asking, so, Sister Xia, what's your favorite instrument? Summer Night Frost coldly replied, the flute. Lu Chen said, the flute is great, a traditional instrument, it has a kind of. Summer Night Frost stared at Lu Chen, if someone says I play badly, I can hit them hard on the head with the flute. Lu Chen. Damn it. Why does my head start to hurt too? Too fierce. Hitting the audience on the head with a flute? I can't believe you thought of that. Lu Chen was genuinely impressed. He was now certain it had to do with the Bali family. Otherwise, why would Summer Night Frost want to attack others? Lu Chen feigned surprise, widening his eyes, and his silly expression pleased Summer Night Frost. The fire in her heart dimmed a bit, but she still unhappily sat down at the table. She took the food Lu Chen handed her, poking at the plump rice with dissatisfaction, as if she were poking her enemy. She didn't speak, and neither did Lu Chen. Only Lu Chen wore a frown on his face. Seeing his expression, Summer Night Frost got annoyed. Why are you sulking? Do you see I'm not happy? Lu Chen hurriedly waved his hands. No, it's just that my parents had a fight yesterday, and I didn't rest well, I'm sorry. Some things can't be asked. If you ask, the client will feel uncomfortable. So, you can only guide them. On a summer night, Xia Yashuang didn't expect this reason, and she felt a bit of empathy, putting down her chopsticks gloomily. It's okay. My family is also arguing. Lu Chen was quite surprised. What happened to uncle and aunt? Xia Yashuang scoffed coldly. It's not about them, it's the woman my dad married who keeps picking fights. When a woman complains about another woman, and you try to speak from an objective standpoint, congratulations, you're out. Lu Chen was indignant. She must be unhappy because you're young and beautiful. Xia Yashuang said angrily, do you know what she said? She actually said my current hair color would bring misfortune to those around me. Lu Chen couldn't hold back anymore. It's fine, just wear some Nikes. Damn. What kind of ridiculous joke is this? It's not funny, yet a bit funny. Xia Yashuang shot Lu Chen a glare but couldn't help the smile creeping at the corner of her mouth. Lu Chen laughed. You know that kind of talk is absurd. If dyeing your hair blonde could bring misfortune, then in the future, we should just send a bunch of blondes to the battlefield. Hair dye is much cheaper than an aircraft carrier. And if you care too much about what others say, you'll end up being someone else's underpants. Xia Yashuang took that in, puzzled. Why? Like someone else's underpants, you have to catch whatever they let out. Ouch. Xia Yashuang slapped Lu Chen's hand and shot him a fierce look. We're eating. Lu Chen raised his hands in surrender. My mistake. I disturbed Sister Xia's dining pleasure. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Seeing Lu Chen like this,
the anger in Xia Yashuang's heart suddenly vanished, and she huffed lightly. I forgive you. After a pause, watching Lu Chen rub his hand, she added, Does it hurt? Not at all. Lu Chen grinned, rolled up his sleeves to show off his biceps. I'm quite strong. Xia Yashuang glanced at Lu Chen's arm, as if scalded, quickly averting her gaze, huffing, I'm just afraid you'll try to swindle me. Xia Yashuang awkwardly took a bite of her food. She hadn't expected Lu Chen's forearm to look quite normal, but the part above his short sleeves was so pale. This person lived too roughly, his arms were tanned in layers. Can you sing? Xia Yashuang suddenly asked. Lu Chen immediately replied, I can sing a little, but I'm not very good. Although he sang decently, he couldn't compare to someone as professional as Xia Yashuang. After all, according to the vocal techniques of folk music, the existence of a microphone was a joke. Xia Yashuang stood up, grabbed her bag, rummaging for something inside while saying, Sing one. Her casual demeanor made Lu Chen laugh. So, in this setup, Xia Yashuang was the audience, and he was the one singing? Okay. Lu Chen thought for a moment, since Xia Yashuang was in a bad mood today, he should sing something cheerful. He casually flipped through the music charts and played a song. The electronic upbeat intro immediately captivated Xia Yashuang, and she looked up in disbelief. Lu Chen earnestly began to sing. How can you cry? Everything will be alright, just let it all go. You have to think that since there's no way to hate him, why bother? Just remember in your heart, you are. He couldn't hold it anymore. Xia Yashuang really couldn't hold it anymore. She never expected Lu Chen would choose such a song. It was really quite amusing. The corners of Xia Yashuang's mouth lifted as she took out her phone to record, all her previous gloom swept away. It's a pity you don't become a singer to guard the country. You can become a singer without any haters. Lu Chen also laughed, and by the end, they were a bit off-key, but both were quite happy. After finishing the song, Xia Yashuang looked at the recording she had made with satisfaction. Lu Chen propped his chin up, squinting his eyes with a grin, and asked, Are you satisfied, guest? Xia Yashuang raised her chin, It's okay. A reward for you. She pulled out a sunscreen from her bag and tossed it to Lu Chen. Alright, long live Sister Xia. Lu Chen showed no signs of disdain. Regardless of the value of the gifts given by customers, providing enough emotional value is an essential quality for a professional sycophant. Moreover, Xia Yashuang was truly interesting. She clearly wanted to give him something but insisted he sing a song first. What kind of tsundere logic is that? Xia Yashuang glanced down and spotted a box in her bag, immediately tossing it to Lu Chen with a look of disdain. This is a gift from my stepmother. I don't want it, so it's yours. Look. The smile on Lu Chen's face remained unchanged. Wasn't this an unexpected gain? Looking at the exquisitely packaged box, Lu Chen untied the ribbon and gently lifted the lid, revealing its contents. Holy cow! The golden gleam almost blinded Lu Chen. He was dumbfounded. No way. Is this gold? Xia Yashuang said discontentedly, That woman has no good intentions, sending gold is so tacky. And look at the shape of this gold. It's a thorn bird. I study vocal music, and she sends me a thorn bird. Isn't that cursing me? Thorn bird? Lu Chen had been blinded by the gold's shine. It wasn't until he heard Xia Yashuang's words that he realized it was a decorative piece shaped like a thorn bird made of gold. The thorn bird. A legendary bird that sings with its heart pierced by thorns, bleeding profusely. Xia Yashuang huffed, utterly disliking her stepmother. I don't want this junk, it's yours. It suits you, you should like gold. The thorn bird indeed suited him. Lu Chen was momentarily dazed but quickly raised his smile and closed the lid. Thank you, you're so nice to me. Sometimes, straightforward gratitude is more touching than indirect thanks. Seeing Lu Chen's sincere gaze and heartfelt thanks, Xia Yashuang awkwardly looked away. Eat your meal. As Lu Chen just stepped out of the comprehensive building, he spotted a black-haired girl reading on a bench under the shade of a tree. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting spots of light on the ground. A gentle breeze lifted the girl's long hair as she reached out with her delicate fingers to tuck stray strands behind her ear. The next moment, she seemed to sense something, lifted her head, and met Lu Chen's eyes, her calm voice carrying a hint of cheerfulness. Lu Chen. Wei Qingyu, what are you doing here? Lu Chen was a bit puzzled. He suspected there was some special mechanism in this world. For instance, could a Wei Qingyu randomly spawn under a tree? How come the last time it was the same scene at the entrance of the Kate luxury store, and now it was again? If it weren't for the fact that Wei Qingyu was still holding a book, Lu Chen would really suspect he had been hit by a dump truck and entered some kind of infinite loop dungeon. Did you come to find me for something? Lu Chen asked straightforwardly. Wei Qingyu stood up, hugging the book to her chest, and walked to Lu Chen's side. The teacher asked me to tell you about the mock exam results. In fact, it wasn't the teacher who asked her to find Lu Chen, she had requested it herself. For the first time lying, Wei Qingyu nervously tightened her grip on the book. Lu Chen said nothing but glanced back at the 5th floor of the comprehensive building, where the piano room was located. She can't see it. Wei Qingyu's deep eyes showed a hint of disappointment as she explained wistfully. Seeing Lu Chen care so much about Xia Yexiang's feelings, her usually calm heart couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Lu Chen turned to Wei Qingyu and asked, "How do you know? This building was donated by my dad." Wei Qingyu's reason was indeed compelling, and Lu Chen was instantly convinced. The mock exam results must have come out during lunch, so Lu Chen finally agreed. "Alright, let's talk while we walk." Wei Qingyu's steps were noticeably lighter, but she didn't forget the serious matter at hand, stating earnestly, "The mock exam results are out, and you've made significant progress, ranking in the top 20 of your grade." Top 20? That's impressive. Lu Chen had previously hovered around the 40th position. Balancing studying and being a professional admirer was no easy feat, so achieving such results was already commendable. Now that he had made it into the top 20, getting into Haicheng University was practically guaranteed. Wei Qingyu was genuinely happy for Lu Chen. It seemed that when he said he wanted to study hard last time, he wasn't just saying it to placate her. Wei Qingyu analyzed, if you work a bit harder in the coming days, you could get into an even better school than Haicheng University. You've improved so quickly in such a short time, you're really smart. It's me. Wei Qingyu paused, suddenly feeling a bit regretful. I held you back. If Lu Chen had given up on her earlier, would his grades have improved even more? Suddenly, Wei Qingyu found herself disliking her past actions. She should have completely resisted Lu Chen back then. No, Lu Chen immediately denied, "It has nothing to do with you, don't blame yourself." Damn! The Wei Qingyu back then was already enough to give someone a stomachache. If she had resisted just a bit more, Lu Chen couldn't imagine how much more he would have suffered. Watching Wei Qingyu, who seemed to have trapped herself in a dead end, Lu Chen said, "Even if I hadn't treated you well, I would still have been captivated by other things. Don't beautify that path I never took. You did nothing wrong." People always like to romanticize the paths they never took. It's a form of psychological comfort, I suppose. How strange. Wei Qingyu looked up into Lu Chen's eyes. As soon as he spoke, all the negative emotions in her heart seemed to be smoothed out, as if she had been immersed in a comfortable hot spring. Is this what it feels like to like someone? A subtle smile curved at the corners of Wei Qingyu's mouth. She really did like Lu Chen. 067 Early cultivation. The school has a tradition. The top 10 students in the mock exam and those who have made significant progress can visit some universities in Haicheng, including Haicheng University of Science and Technology, Haicheng Industrial University. Watching Wei Qingyu list off the names of these universities like a menu, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Wei Qingyu, you're so resourceful." Wait! Lu Chen suddenly realized a crucial point, that student who made significant progress. It doesn't include me, right? If he left school to visit universities, what would happen to Xia Yexiang? She had paid for it, he couldn't just skip out. In the past, Lu Chen had occasionally been sick, but he had always forced himself to go to school to be near Wei Qingyu. Skipping class was not an option for him. Unfortunately, Wei Qingyu delivered a thunderbolt. "You're the student in our class who has made the most progress this time. The teacher has already recommended you." When she learned this news, Wei Qingyu felt happy. She could spend time with Lu Chen without Xia Yexiang watching over them. But Lu Chen's mood was not so pleasant. He furrowed his brows tightly and nodded heavily. "Yeah, I understand. Thank you." He first went to ask Li the demon if he could skip it. If it really didn't work out, he could just pretend to be sick that day. Seeing Lu Chen's furrowed brow, Wei Qingyu suddenly felt a void in her heart. The little bit of joy that had just risen vanished completely. Compared to being with Lu Chen, she was even less willing to see him frown. Wei Qingyu bit her lip and hesitated for a moment before asking, "You don't want to go?" Is it because of her? Wei Qingyu's expression was blank, but her eyes were filled with self-mockery. Clearly, Lu Chen had only said a simple yet her heart felt as if a hole had been poked in it, with the wind rushing in. Feeling the pain in her heart, Wei Qingyu thought, she really liked Lu Chen. The entire senior high building was contracted by the former principal's brother-in-law. Now that she thought about it, the former principal and his brother-in-law had been in this position for 4 years, so they had secured their iron rice bowl. Therefore, the level of care in this teaching building was evident, with some areas having very poor lighting. For example, the stairwell. In the dim stairwell before entering the teaching building, a soft hand gently smoothed Lu Chen's furrowed brow. "Don't frown." Lu Chen was taken aback and quickly walked out of the stairwell. The daylight was bright. He turned to glance at Wei Qingyu's face. still beautiful, still cold. It was as if that whisper just now was a figment of his imagination. It wasn't until he saw the tips of Wei Qingyu's ears turning red beneath her black hair that Lu Chen believed he wasn't losing his mind. Phew! Thankfully. He almost thought he was going crazy. It was Wei Qingyu's first time doing something like this, and even she was a bit surprised. So impulsive. But when she saw Lu Chen frown, her heart really ached. A rare look of helplessness appeared on Wei Qingyu's calm face. Lu Chen immediately said, "Are you going back to class?" This sentence was like a lifeline, saving the school beauty who was about to burst into tears. "See you later." Watching Wei Qingyu's somewhat flustered retreating figure, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. After standing in place for 2 minutes, he finally took a step and walked toward class 1 of the senior year. Just as he reached his seat, Lu Chen spotted Hu Zhongzhong leaning over Li Dachuan's desk, seemingly saying something. He walked closer to listen. Hu Zhongzhong said with great distress, "Oh, don't be sad. I didn't do well either. I only scored 148 in math." Lu Chen glanced at Li Dachuan's math paper on the desk. 87 points. Hu Zhongzhong's complaints continued. "English too. How did my essay only get 21 points? And physics, sigh, if I had known I would have just picked one for multiple choice." Although Li Dachuan was an athlete and didn't have high academic expectations, the more Hu Zhongzhong spoke, the more uncomfortable he felt, to the point where his brows were furrowed. Slap. Lu Chen gave Hu Zhongzhong a slap on the back. "What are you doing?" Hu Zhongzhong felt a pain in his back and was about to curse, but when he saw it was Lu Chen coming over leisurely, he immediately beamed. "Oh, I'm just exchanging ideas about the mock exam with Li Dachuan." Lu Chen sat down, propping his chin on his hand, squinting at Hu Zhongzhong, and smiled as he said, "When others are hungry, not smacking your lips while eating is also a virtue. What do you think?" Hu Zhongzhong was sweating profusely. Lu Chen continued, "Whether you have something to do or not, if you have nothing to do, sweep the classroom floor instead of chattering here." With someone backing him up, Li Dachuan suddenly gained confidence and waved his fist to scare Hu Zhongzhong. Hu Zhongzhong chuckled, not taking Li Dachuan seriously at all. He sat on the stool in front of Lu Chen and earnestly said, "I have something, I really have something." Lu Chen opened the golden exam paper without looking up. "Speak. How do you know it was Wang Anxiang's idea? And how do you know Wang Anxiang isn't a good person?" This question had been bottled up in Hu Zhongzhong's heart for a long time. He had never realized how perceptive Lu Chen was. Lu Chen raised his head and smiled. "Want to know?" Hu Zhongzhong nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "I want to know." Lu Chen laughed. "You tutor my deskmate, help him do well on the second mock exam, and I'll tell you." Hu Zhongzhong was stunned, and so was Li Dachuan. "Damn! Do you really think you're a godfather?" Li Dachuan was almost in tears. Hu Zhongzhong thought for a moment. After all, De Shachun was a sports student, and the score requirement was low, so tutoring him would be quite simple. "Okay, I agree." Lu Chen nodded and waved his hand. "Then you can go now." Hu Zhongzhong was puzzled. "But you haven't told me yet." Lu Chen smiled. "I've already stated the reason. You agreed to my request so easily. Can such a simple mind really come up with such a tricky method?" Hu Zhongzhong. It felt like being scolded. Unsure, he looked again. Lu Chen glanced at Li Dachuan, who quickly hugged Hu Zhongzhong's shoulder. "Master, teach me." Hu Zhongzhong. "Okay, confirmed." He really got tricked by Lu Chen. "Damn! What a beast!" Watching Hu Zhongzhong walk away in a daze, Li Dachuan almost laughed to death. "Xingxing, you really know how to fool people." Lu Chen shot him a glance. "Do you think I'm joking, Li Dachuan?" "Ha!" Lu Chen took out a piece of scrap paper and said calmly, "During this time, learn more from Hu Zhongzhong. If you don't understand something, let him teach you. You must get into Haichun University in the end." The intensity has increased. It really has increased. Li Dachuan swallowed hard. "So, are you going to Haicheng University too? Your grades could get you into a better one." Lu Chen said nonchalantly. "What's important is that it's suitable, isn't it?" He needed to do some business in college, and compared to new acquaintances, De Shachun was more trustworthy. He never did useless work. Li Dachuan cautiously asked, "What if I don't get in?" Lu Chen smiled. "Then we never knew each other." 068 The first time as parents Haicheng University. President, this is the list of students from City No. 1 high school coming to our school for exchange this year. Student Council, a seemingly glamorous organization. Its responsibilities include but are not limited to organizing activities, being scolded by teachers, being blamed by students, writing speeches for leaders, and taking the fall for others, among other glorious tasks. Of course, certain gang-like dorm inspection organizations are not included in this scope. The little junior sister excitedly placed the list in front of Lu Qingqing. She really liked Lu Qingqing. Truly beautiful girls are irresistible to both genders. Lu Qingqing was not only pretty but also had excellent grades, winning scholarships effortlessly. With her little pink hair, she was sweet and charming, especially the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, which made people want to do something. The other people in the office looked at the little junior sister with envy. Damn! Jealous! The little junior sister stared at Lu Qingqing's sweet face, feeling like she could cry. How infuriating! Heaven gave her a whole set of skills to flirt, but unfortunately, she was just a girl herself. Otherwise, she would definitely pursue President Qingqing. Unaware of the little junior sister's complex inner thoughts, Lu Qingqing raised a sweet smile and gently asked, "Isn't this part handled by Fei Lu?" The beauty smiled. The little junior sister was wildly excited inside but timid in reality. Senior Fei went home today in a hurry and didn't have time to tell you, President." Went home? Lu Qingqing immediately changed to a worried expression. Did something happen? The little junior sister blurted out without thinking. Her mom died. Lu Qingqing? Ha? Why are you cursing? Lu Qingqing's sweet expression almost broke down. The little junior's brain returned, and she immediately realized what foolish thing she had said, quickly explaining, "No, that's not it. It's Senior Fei's mother who has passed away." Senior Fei was originally with Professor Song in the research group, but after hearing this news, she didn't even return to her dormitory and went straight home after buying a ticket. Lu Qingqing nodded. That made sense. However, Lu Qingqing looked up and remembered the face of the little junior in front of her. She absolutely could not assign this junior to communicate with the teachers in the future. The others in the office, hearing this, asked in surprise, did Professor Song not say anything? In their minds, while Professor Song was beautiful, she was indeed a rose with thorns, capable of piercing hearts deeply. In college, they weren't afraid of easygoing teachers. They feared those who were truly knowledgeable, who could directly break down defenses with their questions. Clearly, Professor Song was among them. Nevertheless, even so, the course Professor Song whimsically opened this year still attracted countless auditing students. There was no way around it. With Professor Song's beauty and fierceness, it was worth it even if they got hurt. The little junior thought for a moment and said, Senior Fei Lu was scolded to tears by Professor Song. The others in the office shrank their necks, all with expressions of expectation. Professor Song is just too unapproachable. The little junior continued. After Professor Song found out that Senior Fei Lu was too scared to ask her for leave, she got angry and scolded Senior Fei Lu, making her cry. Later, Professor Song sent Senior Fei Lu some money, saying it was her heartfelt gesture to help her grieve. Senior Fei Lu went to the station with Professor Song driving her, and the senior said Professor Song even got a ticket for speeding. As her words fell, the entire office fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances. No way. Is this really Professor Song? Professor Song was famous throughout the school for her beauty, yet her personality made countless people hesitate. In their minds, Professor Song was a cold, unapproachable demon king. There were only two types of people who would like Professor Song. 1. Those whose beauty is like a bone-slicing knife but whose bones are even harder than the knife. 2. Those who want to be academic lecturers. Could there be a third type? Lu Qingqing smiled, flipping through the list in her hand. Alright, then I'll take care of this, thank you. The little junior was so happy she looked like she could fly, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. It's fine. Lu Qingqing? Oh no. This little junior's brain really seems to be malfunctioning. How could she say it's fine? Lu Qingqing maintained the curve of her smile, but suddenly looked down at the list and saw a familiar name. Wait. Lu Qingqing's hand froze on the page, her eyes widening in shock. Lu Xing? How could it be? Lu Qingqing's sweet smile suddenly stiffened, and a deep voice echoed in her mind. After 2 years of muscle memory, she had already developed a conditioned reflex. Lu Qingqing slowly crossed her left leg over her right, lowering her head to gently bite her lip. Had she really reached this point? How could just seeing this name trigger such a reaction? Her body felt comfortable, but suddenly a wave of nausea rose in her heart. So disgusting. She really felt so disgusting. She hated desire, yet she couldn't help but feel desire for Lu Chen's voice, sinking into the sea of desire. An uncontrollable feeling of comfort and an equally uncontrollable self-loathing emerged simultaneously. Lu Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth, her nails almost digging into her palms. She and Lu Chen only knew each other's names, but they didn't know each other's ages, jobs, or family backgrounds. It was quite normal for the name Lu Chen to have duplicates. Lu Qingqing couldn't believe that the mature-sounding Lu Chen on the other end of the phone was only 18. It must be a case of sharing the same name. Lu Qingqing took a deep breath, suppressing the discomfort in her body, and threw herself back into her work. Only this way could she avoid thinking about how disgusting she felt. In the school parking lot, Song Junju received a speeding ticket. Looking at the text notification, she suddenly recalled the last time she was waiting for Lu Chen at the school gate and got a ticket. At that time, that little rascal Lu Chen seemed to be laughing at her. Thinking of Lu Chen's mischievous eyes, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Song Junju's mouth. In retrospect, it felt like a lifetime ago. Her good mood vanished in an instant, and she irritably took off her glasses, staring at the car roof lost in thought. She had been too impulsive that day at the theater. When she saw Qi Yushan and Lu Chen coming out of the same room, an unnamed anger surged within her. But later, after hearing Qi Yushan's explanation, she didn't know what to do. She didn't know what she was angry about, what was making her uncomfortable, or what she regretted. In recent days, Song Junju often dreamed. She dreamed of that day when Lu Chen bent down to pick up a hairpin in the corridor. She dreamed of Qi Yushan proudly draping her arm around Lu Chen's neck with a smug smile. And at the end of each dream, just like the end of that day at the theater, Lu Chen left the corridor without looking back. Everyone left, leaving her alone in the long corridor, devoid of light and escape. It was like when she was a child. She had only won a silver medal in a math competition and was beaten by her father until she couldn't get up, then locked in her room for 3 days and nights. After the confinement ended, she stepped out of the room and saw the blinding sunlight for the first time. Her mother was beside her, saying, "Sweetheart, your dad and I love you. We're doing this for your own good. No one remembers second place. You're very smart, you deserve to be first." From that moment on, Song Junju despised all failures. She thought her parents were always this strict. But when she saw her parents praising her younger siblings for scoring 80 points, her world collapsed. Her parents said, "Junju, don't take it too seriously. It was our first time being parents too." Song Junju let out a soft sigh. Now that she thought about it, it seemed she hadn't been home for 4 years. She fell silent for a moment, pulling out a thin photo from the armrest compartment. It was one Lu Chen had sent her while he was exercising. Looking at Lu Chen's radiant smile, Song Junju tugged at the corners of her mouth but couldn't manage to smile. She felt like she had really aged. In recent days, she had been dreaming repeatedly, sometimes of her past self, sometimes of that day at the theater. And at the end of these dreams, she always woke up to the echo of a single phrase in her ears. "Goodbye, Professor Song." 069 Someone loves me beep beep beep. The harsh ringing of the phone echoed in the car, instantly pulling Song Junju back to reality. She looked at the incoming call number, which she didn't recognize. Song Junju sighed. She hated answering calls. Couldn't people just send a message? But now she was a professor and worried it might be a student with a problem, so she took a deep breath and answered. "Hello, Song Junju." The furious shout from the other end shattered Song Junju's calm expression. Her eyes filled with sarcasm as she tossed the phone onto the passenger seat to use the speakerphone, defensively crossing her arms. "What is it, Sun Ainong? I thought you were going to be a turtle for the rest of your life." Song Junju's sarcasm was too obvious, making Sun Ainong jump in anger. He was also a rich second-generation kid and easily found out about Song Junju's transfer news. What is more terrifying than a teacher's question is the minute of waiting before the teacher asks. What is more terrifying than Song Junju coming to school is the few months of waiting for her to arrive. When Sun Ainong learned that Song Junju was coming to his school, he was so scared that his legs went weak. Damn it! This crazy woman, didn't she just run away? Does she really have to be like this? Song Junju, are you sick? You don't even like me, why are you clinging to me? Sun Ainong gritted his teeth. He didn't believe for a second that Song Junju liked him. There could only be one reason: revenge. This damn woman must be wanting to get back at him. Song Junju let out a cold laugh. If you had honestly said you didn't like me, we could have gone through the normal process of breaking off the engagement, and I wouldn't have said anything. But you chose to unilaterally send a message to my parents and then flew abroad. For Song Junju, this was a blatant humiliation. She didn't care whether Sun Ainong loved her, but the aftermath caused by this bastard made her extremely embarrassed. Messages of concern from parents, younger siblings, relatives, and friends flooded in, all watching the joke unfold. Why should Sun Ainong mess everything up and then just leave the country? Let me tell you, I'm very happy now. Even if you come to our school, I will never fall in love with you, Sun Ainong said coldly. He didn't believe it. Could Song Junju really force him? Ha! Song Junju's cold laugh, transmitted across thousands of kilometers, felt particularly ruthless. Is your love so precious? You don't think I went abroad to make you fall in love with me, do you? You really must have been messed up by some man to think everyone in the world has a crush on you? Ha! Sun Ainong was stunned. What the hell? You investigated me. Sun Ainong broke out in a cold sweat.
How did Song Junju know about this? This crazy woman didn't tell his parents, did she? As a rich second generation, he didn't dare to tell his parents about such things. Song Junju sneered, her eyes filled with obvious disgust. Almost 30, and you can't even clean your own backside out there, and you still have the nerve to say that? Oh, wait. It seems you've really become a regular at the proctology department, weren't you? TSK TSK TSK. Song Junju rubbed her temples, each word stabbing at his heart. You're really quite tolerant now. Although you've accomplished nothing in your studies or career, congratulations on becoming one of the classic legendary stories of the proctology department. When a person is extremely angry, they can't even speak. Sun Ainang's face turned red, his whole body trembling with rage. You. Song Junju caressed the upward curve of Lu Chen's mouth in the photo, her voice more arrogant than ever. Before June, you better give me a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Sun Ainong caught the key point. What do you mean? You might not come in June? Song Junju silently stared at Lu Chen in the photo, her enchanting eyes deep as the sea. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Song Junju, you crazy woman, no one in this world will ever love you. You're just. Beep, the call was directly hung up. Sun Ainong was stunned, and after realizing it, he angrily pounded the air. Damn. He had always been the one to hang up on others, only Song Junju, this crazy woman, was so arrogant. He had finally felt like he had outsmarted Song Junju. But he never expected Song Junju to hold such a grudge, still not letting him go even now. Damn. Sun Ainong gritted his teeth. A cold-hearted woman like you will eventually fall for someone else. Just wait, you'll see how I laugh at you then. Jack, are you coming? Sun Ainong turned around. A group of people in the room were looking at him, including monkeys, bears, and pigs. What the hell? We're raising money. Raising money for that crazy woman. He really believed in Song Junju's ability to take action. If that woman really came after him, his life would be over. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Song Junju's thoughts became clear. Everything Sun Ainong had just said was nonsense, but one thing was true. She didn't necessarily have to go abroad. Song Junju suddenly smiled. She was going abroad just to take revenge on Sun Ainong, but after seeing those photos of him, she suddenly felt disgusted. Just being 100 meters away from Sun Ainong made her feel sick. Song Junju rubbed the photos in her hand. She seemed to prefer staying by Lu Chen's side. Comfortable, peaceful, harmonious. Since leaving the theater that day, she hadn't contacted Lu Chen again. Lu Chen never took the initiative to message her. She felt guilty and didn't dare to message him. The two of them were stuck like this. But now, Song Junju had made up her mind. I don't want to have nightmares anymore. Thinking of the last angry shout from Sun Ainong, Song Junju chuckled softly and picked up her phone, murmuring, "Someone loves me. Transfer, you initiated a transfer. Recipient, Lu Chen. Ding, Lu Chen, what's wrong, Professor Song? I saw the weather forecast, it seems like it's going to rain soon, remember to bring an umbrella." Upright arrow Song Junju suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. As long as she spoke, Lu Chen was there, always there. Song Junju changed her expression from mocking Sun Ainong to a gentle smile, seriously typing. I'm in the car, I won't get wet. This is money for the camera, take it. If it's not enough, tell me, if it's more, it's yours. Lu Chen replied quickly. Lu Chen, I have the most beautiful model in the world, I can definitely take the most beautiful photos in the world. Lu Chen, Professor Song, are you still driving that Maybach? It's going to get colder this week. Last time I put a thick coat and an umbrella in the trunk, keep warm, be careful not to catch a cold. Seeing this message, Song Junju silently opened the car door and got out. She opened the trunk. There was a white paper bag neatly placed on the side of the trunk. Song Junju's hands trembled as she opened it. Inside was a classic trench coat and a black folding umbrella. Snap! A drop of water fell on the back of her hand. Song Junju looked up at the overcast sky. Drops of water began to fall. Thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed across the sky. Song Junju's cheeks were wet, but she suddenly smiled. All the gloom in her heart disappeared, yet her eyes deepened with obsession. Sun Ainong, you were wrong. Someone loves me. 070 The more pain, the more love. Friday. Piano room. Outside the window, the leaves were lush and vibrant, swaying in the wind. Inside, Xia Yexiang and Wei Qingyu sat facing each other. Sunlight spilled over Xia Yexiang's golden hair, but she had no time to care, only disdainfully sizing up Wei Qingyu. Wei Qingyu's long black hair cascaded down to her waist, her features delicate, her expression indifferent. Even in a school uniform, she still stood out. She was always like this, with a face that showed no expression, looking down on everyone. It was annoying to watch. You skip class to come play red light, green light with me? Can you just say what you need? Xia Yixiang frowned, irritably staring at the clock on the wall. Lu Chen was about to arrive. She didn't want to make Wei Qingyu cry. Otherwise, Lu Chen would think she was bullying Wei Qingyu. Fine. Even if she was reluctant to admit it, she really didn't have the ability to make Wei Qingyu cry. This person was too AI. Aside from the matter concerning Lu Chen, her emotions had not fluctuated at all. Damn! Just the thought that the AI robot Wei Qingyu would have emotional fluctuations because of Lu Chen made Xia Yixiang even more annoyed. She had paid to hire Lu Chen, but Wei Qingyu was not the same. Lu Chen had genuinely liked Wei Qingyu. Thinking of this, Xia Yixiang's delicate face turned icy, and her usually teasing smile faded away. Wei Qingyu sat upright on the stool and said seriously, I want to apologize to you. Xia Yixiang? Are you sick? Xia Yixiang couldn't believe what she was hearing. An AI robot apologizing? What kind of nonsense was this? Wei Qingyu was not angry. Her calm gaze showed no signs of fluctuation as she sincerely repeated, I am not sick. I go for a checkup every month, and my health is very good. Xia Yixiang. Then why didn't you check if you have any mental issues during your checkup? You skipped a class just to apologize to me? Xia Yixiang, wearing a pleated skirt, crossed one long leg over the other and squinted as she asked. So tell me, what do you feel sorry for? Wei Qingyu paused for a moment, then shook her head and said, I don't know. But since you are unhappy, I must have hurt you, so I apologize. No way. This is so damn wrong. Xia Yixiang had never seen Wei Qingyu like this. Today she had spoken more than in the past week. What is your purpose? Wei Qingyu fell silent for a moment and said seriously, I apologize to you and ask for your forgiveness. If you forgive me, then we can become friends. Friends? Xia Yixiang almost scoffed. Become friends with me, and then what? Wei Qingyu suddenly asked, do you like Lu Chen? The abrupt shift in topic left Xia Yixiang stunned. The word like came too suddenly. Xia Yixiang froze for a moment, a blush creeping from her chest to her cheeks, and she retorted angrily, I don't like him. He likes me. Wei Qingyu asked again, then how do you define your relationship? What? Relationship definition? Xia Yixiang suddenly choked up. She had never thought about this question. After a moment, she coldly replied, friends. Wei Qingyu nodded as expected. You and Lu Chen are friends, and you and I are also friends. Lu Chen has lunch with you in the piano room every day. I can also have lunch with you in the piano room every day. Xia Yixiang? Damn! Once she sorted out this logic, she suddenly realized. This is bad. She's coming for Lu Chen. Does she want to have lunch with me? Doesn't that mean she wants to have lunch with Lu Chen? Damn! I don't even want to expose you. The abacus beads are about to burst in my face. Eating my food and wanting my person? How bold of you! Xia Yixiang was so angry she laughed. I never expected the great Wei Qingyu to say something so shameless. Wei Qingyu blinked and stared seriously at Xia Yixiang. I think what I said is very normal, but I respect your freedom of speech. Because you are my friend. Xia Yixiang. Damn. She had never seen Wei Qingyu so shameless. This is insane. How did Wei Qingyu's father raise such a daughter? Wait. Xia Yixiang suddenly remembered Lu Chen's attitude towards her now, and her anger instantly extinguished. She wanted Wei Qingyu to feel uncomfortable. But if Wei Qingyu couldn't see it, what a pity that would be. But isn't there an opportunity right in front of her? She wanted Wei Qingyu to see up close how Lu Chen served her. Doesn't Wei Qingyu love to watch? Fine. She let Wei Qingyu look to her heart's content. It was Wei Qingyu who had rushed up to seek torment. Alright, I agree. Xia Yixiang's agreement was too swift. Wei Qingyu, who was still planning to speak, momentarily choked up, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. Just like that, she agreed? Once she came to her senses, the corners of Wei Qingyu's mouth slightly curled up. She could have lunch with Lu Chen now. Wei Qingyu gratefully said to Xia Yixiang, thank you, I will pay you for meals every day. Xia Yixiang snorted coldly. Our family isn't poor enough for that. Moreover, after Wei Qingyu observed her interactions with Lu Chen, whether she could even eat was still uncertain. You love to watch, right? I'll let you watch to your heart's content. Xia Yixiang narrowed her eyes, sizing up Wei Qingyu. Do you like Lu Chen? Yes. Wei Qingyu nodded without hesitation. Such frankness suddenly made Xia Yixiang a bit displeased. How do you prove that you really like him, or is it just a matter of getting used to it? Through here. Wei Qingyu pointed to her heart. No one taught me what love is, so I use pain to prove it. The better Lu Chen treats you, the more it hurts here. The more it hurts here, the more I love. Wei Qingyu sat upright, sunlight shining on her face. She spoke openly and without any concealment. This is my reasoning proof process. All phenomena and facts indicate that I like Lu Chen. 071 Cream-filled cookies. Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because I harbor a deep hatred for this meal. Damn! As someone who enjoys food immensely, Lu Chen never thought he would have a day when he couldn't swallow. Lu Chen pinched his chopsticks, lost in thought. In front of him was a meal from the top restaurant in Haicheng. He glanced to the left. Xia Yeshiang's expression was calm, but her eyes were coldly fixed on him like a knife. He looked to the right. Wei Qingyu's gaze was steady as she seriously selected delicious dishes to serve him. To be or not to be, that is the question. To eat or not to eat, that is also a question. Lu Chen felt a wave of panic inside, but his expression remained very composed. Damn it! Are these two girls crazy? Wasn't Xia Yexiang particularly hostile towards Wei Qingyu before? How come they can still eat together now? Is friendship between girls so fickle? Lu Chen took a deep breath. Damn it, now the little golden retriever is my client. It's my job to do what I'm paid for. Resolutely, Lu Chen skillfully picked up the utensils to help Xia Yexiang wipe them, smiling as he said, "Sister Xia, you should eat more today." Holding the utensils Lu Chen handed over, Xia Yexiang's cold and proud expression softened considerably. She provocatively glanced at Wei Qingyu. Seeing that Wei Qingyu had no reaction, she thought that Wei Qingyu was quite good at pretending. He, let's see when you break. Xia Yexiang huffed, her little face lifted, golden strands of hair brushing against Lu Chen's arm. "I'm not a little pig. Why eat so much?" Lu Chen used public chopsticks to serve Xia Yexiang vegetables, casually saying, "But you didn't guess my riddle yesterday. I said that the loser has to agree to a request from the winner." Lu Chen rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he looked at Xia Yexiang. "You need to eat well, that's my request. As a professional flatterer, one must know. Some things clients can offer voluntarily, but one shouldn't specifically ask for them. Once you actively ask for something, the flavor of providing emotional value changes." Moreover, he really thought Xia Yexiang was quite thin. It felt like a gust of wind could blow her away. He didn't know where she got the strength to sing. He noticed that those high-pitched singers on TV were all quite plump. On a summer night, Xia Yexiang was momentarily taken aback. She thought that Lu Chen, that bastard, would propose some conditions for a raise. She never expected that his condition would be this. "Why should you care? I eat what I want." Xia Yexiang's fair little face flushed with a faint pink, and she awkwardly lowered her head to take a bite of her rice. While Xia Yexiang was uncomfortably eating with her head down, Lu Chen looked up and met Wei Qingyu's gaze. Wei Qingyu seemed like an AI robot, devoid of emotions. From the beginning until now, she hadn't said a word, as if she was truly just there to eat. Wei Qingyu's dining posture was elegant, taking small bites and chewing delicately, her clear eyes constantly fixed on Lu Chen's face. When Lu Chen glanced over, Wei Qingyu nodded at him and continued to eat seriously. Damn it! Lu Chen felt despair. No, does this silly goose really have no feelings? I'm like this, and you should at least scold me angrily and then leave in a huff. What are you still doing here? Lu Chen was internally collapsing, yet he still had to continue serving Xia Yexiang by picking food for her. Torture. Truly top-tier torture. It must be because Wei Qingyu was present that Xia Yexiang's desire to show off exploded. This led to Lu Chen not enjoying a single bite of his meal, as he was entirely focused on serving Xia Yexiang. Divine gold. Truly divine gold. No pure gold mine could yield such pure divine gold. Once Xia Yexiang had eaten enough, she put down her chopsticks and pushed her unfinished rice towards Lu Chen. Naturally, Lu Chen accepted it and finished it in big bites. Seeing Lu Chen eat without any disdain, Xia Yexiang was extremely satisfied and lazily raised an eyebrow at Wei Qingyu. Did the great school beauty Wei eat well? Wei Qingyu picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth, and upon hearing Xia Yexiang's highly aggressive words, she gently nodded. Thank you for your hospitality. Damn! Xia Yexiang stared intently at Wei Qingyu, trying to find a trace of vulnerability in her gaze. But there was none. Not a bit. Wei Qingyu was like a deep ocean. All attacks against her were merely ripples on the surface. Soon, the waters would calm again. Xia Yexiang, feeling frustrated and bored, withdrew her gaze. She had truly underestimated Wei Qingyu. This AI robot's brain structure was different from that of an ordinary person. Clearly, Wei Qingyu liked Lu Chen, yet she could look at him serving her without any waves of emotion? Impressive. Xia Yexiang felt a bit deflated. It seemed she would never win against Wei Qingyu in this lifetime. Wei Qingyu was very principled. She said she was only there to have lunch together, and that was all it was. Wei Qingyu stood up, intending to tidy up the leftover food on the table. Hey, no need, I can do it, Lu Chen said, grabbing Wei Qingyu's hand to pull her a little further away, then quickly started cleaning up himself. The clothes on these two young ladies started at 5 figures. It was better for him to handle it.
The warmth of her wrist slipped away in an instant, and Wei Qingyu felt a moment of disappointment, but when she looked up again, her expression was calm.
Lu Chen, Xia Yeshuan, I'm leaving.
She showed no hesitation, turning to leave the piano room.
Wait, Xia Yeshuan called out to Wei Qingyu. Wei Qingyu stood at the door, looking back in confusion.
Outside the window, the leaves were a vibrant green, and the white curtains fluttered gently in the wind. Xia Yeshuan, with her golden hair, sat there like a princess from a fairy tale, while Lu Chen, standing behind her, was the prince beside the princess.
Xia Yeshuan's expression was unmistakably mocking. Take the trash with you.
Wei Qingyu nodded blankly. Having eaten someone else's food, it was reasonable to do something within her capabilities.
Oh.
Wei Qingyu walked back over to pick up the trash bag that was placed in the corner. As she was about to leave again, Wei Qingyu took one last look into Lu Chen's eyes.
At that moment, Lu Chen's gaze was exceptionally complex.
Just a moment ago, Wei Qingyu, who had been as calm as still water during the meal, suddenly felt a pang of sadness.
Lu Chen seemed a bit unhappy. She could silently accept the mockery from Xia Yeshuan.
But when she saw the look in Lu Chen's eyes, she felt as if her legs were filled with lead, unable to move an inch.
Xia Yeshuan raised her chin. Are you coming tomorrow? Wei Qingyu gently nodded. Yes. Coming again? Lu Chen was stunned. Damn. Is she sick?
Lu Chen was about to grind his back teeth to dust. He noticed that Xia Yeshuan and Wei Qingyu seemed to have known each other for a long time, and both of them actually had decent personalities.
Lu Chen didn't believe that Xia Yeshuan would hold a grudge against Wei Qingyu just because she was good-looking.
There must be another reason. He pleaded with these two young ladies to clarify things quickly. He really didn't want to be caught in the middle anymore.
Lu Chen felt he hadn't eaten well at lunch today.
If it continued like this, he really thought he might jump off a building. The three basic desires of a person: appetite, sexual desire, and the desire for sleep.
Right now, Lu Chen had barely satisfied his appetite. And now they were saying they would take that away from him too? Beasts. Absolutely intolerable. Lu Chen stood behind Xia Yeshuan and suddenly asked, "Why did you anger Sister Xia before?"
Xia Yeshuan was taken aback, looking back in surprise, never expecting Lu Chen to say such a thing.
Was he standing up for her?
Xia Yeshuan felt a bit pleased. It seemed raising Lu Chen wasn't in vain after all. Wei Qingyu was stunned for a moment. She had never heard Lu Chen speak to her in such a tone.
Wei Qingyu thought, she really did like Lu Chen.
Because her heart ached a little.
0.72 in a million I didn't anger her.
Wei Qingyu said expressionlessly, suppressing the dull pain in her chest as she explained seriously.
Lu Chen glanced at Xia Yeshuan out of the corner of his eye. He didn't believe it.
These two must clarify things today, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live his life.
Given Xia Yeshuan's proud personality, she definitely wouldn't want to say the reason.
It didn't matter. Lu Chen was well versed in the 36 stratagems, so he asked, "Then why does Sister Xia dislike you?"
"I don't believe Sister Xia would dislike someone just because of rumors at school.
She's not that superficial."
"Right, Sister Xia?" Xia Yeshuan, degree, vocal. "And what about my matters?"
She had planned to see how Lu Chen would break down Wei Qingyu, but how did this fire turn to herself? However, under Lu Chen's admiring and expectant gaze, Xia Yeshuan unconsciously straightened her back and shot him a glare. "Do I need you to say that?"
"Yes." Lu Chen silently cheered. He guessed right.
Xia Yeshuan indeed disliked Wei Qingyu for another reason.
So what was the reason? Lu Chen looked at Wei Qingyu eagerly, hoping this academic powerhouse could quickly recall it. But Wei Qingyu shook her head. "I don't know." Wei Qingyu looked seriously at Xia Yeshuan and said earnestly, "I haven't triggered your memory."
"If you remember, please tell me, and I will apologize to you." She didn't care who was right or wrong.
If this was what Lu Chen hoped for, then she was willing to apologize to Xia Yeshuan. Damn!
Xia Yeshuan felt even more aggrieved.
Especially seeing Wei Qingyu's nonchalant demeanor, it was as if she was the only one secretly holding a grudge.
Why should it be like this? Xia Yeshuan, filled with anger, blurted out, "Since you were 3 years old, I've attended every one of your birthday parties. My dad made me go talk to you, and you ignored me 8 times.
A full 8 times.
As a proud person who could lower herself to actively make friends with someone, and that too 8 times, this was more shocking than Mars colliding with Earth. Even more shocking was that all 8 times, Wei Qingyu had completely ignored her. Every time Xia Yeshuan was ignored, she would be driven mad, but she still had to be dragged by her father to talk to Wei Qingyu. If she didn't go, she would be punished. How could she not hate Wei Qingyu? It was only in recent years that her family had developed, and she no longer had to be forced to be near Wei Qingyu. Otherwise, Xia Yeshuan felt that countless midnight dreams would be filled with Wei Qingyu's calm and indifferent gaze.
Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Just because of this ridiculous reason, Xia Yexiang had targeted Wei Qingyu for so long? No. You people are really something. Wei Qingyu listened, somewhat dazed, as if she was recalling something, but she couldn't remember. There was no way. Too many people wanted to get close to her, she simply couldn't keep track. After a moment of silence, Wei Qingyu said, "I'm sorry, I apologize to you, but at that time, I wasn't ignoring you." Xia Yexiang laughed in anger upon hearing this explanation. "I introduced myself for ages, and you didn't say a word, just walked away. You call that not ignoring me?" Lu Chen frowned, suddenly feeling that something was off. He instinctively wanted to stop Xia Yexiang from continuing to ask. Wei Qingyu looked at Lu Chen's actions, her calm eyes flashing with a hint of pain. After struggling for a moment, she spoke truthfully. "I had severe tendencies towards social withdrawal at that time, and I had communication barriers with people. I wanted to talk, but I couldn't express it. All the unbearable feelings were laid bare." Wei Qingyu's gaze was fixed on the ground, somewhat dazed, yet she still took the blame upon herself. "I'm sorry, I hurt you, it's my problem." Silence. The entire piano room fell into silence. The anger on Xia Yexiang's face had not dissipated, but her expression had already frozen. She hadn't expected such a response. At that time, Wei Qingyu was so radiant, her parents loved her, throwing her the most luxurious birthday party, with everyone surrounding her, praising her. Could someone so adored by all also be sick? Could she also be unhappy? If she was sick, how could her parents possibly let her out? Just as Xia Yexiang was about to retort, she suddenly fell silent. Wasn't she the same? Everyone outside thought she was spoiled by her parents, a wealthy young lady, yet she still had to be forced to please Wei Qingyu? Like drinking water, one knows their own warmth and cold. Without walking in someone else's shoes, one will never know if they fit. All the sarcasm Xia Yexiang was about to blurt out was swallowed back. She wanted to laugh, but she couldn't at all. She hated Wei Qingyu. Hated Wei Qingyu's lofty family background, hated that Wei Qingyu could have her parents' love, and hated even more Wei Qingyu's indifference and coldness towards others. But now, Wei Qingyu had told her in person that it wasn't like that. Everything was just her imagination. Her countless interpretations and misreadings of Wei Qingyu did not constitute even a fraction of who Wei Qingyu was, yet they were all too clear about Xia Yexiang. After sending Wei Qingyu away, the piano room was silent. Xia Yexiang felt as if her soul had been drained. She suddenly realized that her persistent hatred over the years had lost all meaning. Why should she hate a patient? Supporting Xia Yexiang to sit down, Lu Chen smoothly poured her a glass of water. "Drink some water." Xia Yexiang looked up into Lu Chen's eyes, anxious. "Am I being too much?" Lu Chen gently patted her golden little head, and after a moment of silence, he said, "It seems you don't hate Wei Qingyu anymore." Under Lu Chen's comfort, Xia Yexiang found a bit of solace. Like a small animal, she unconsciously rubbed her little head against Lu Chen's palm. Lu Chen was like the sea, able to absorb all the storms. The anxious emotions Xia Yexiang had just felt were gently smoothed out by Lu Chen, and her heart gradually calmed down. Upon careful reflection, although she chose to sign the contract with Lu Chen to annoy Wei Qingyu, after spending more time with Lu Chen recently, it seemed she no longer had much time to focus on disliking Wei Qingyu. She felt she should be grateful to Wei Qingyu. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have directed her attention to Lu Chen. Rather than hate, she preferred the feeling of being enveloped in love. Yes, she should be thankful to Wei Qingyu. Xia Yexiang closed her eyes, gently resting her small head against Lu Chen's waist, and whispered, "I don't hate her anymore. This way, it's good. It should always be like this." Lu Chen stood straight like a poplar tree, allowing Xia Yexiang to lean on him. He looked down at her immersed expression and suddenly became alert. Since Xia Yexiang no longer hated Wei Qingyu, the premise of their contract no longer held. Thus, Lu Chen mechanically continued to stroke the top of Xia Yexiang's head, gently asking, "Does that mean we need to end our contract?" "Boss Xia." Xia Yexiang opened her eyes in shock. 073 It's so unfair for us, love and hate are all manipulated by you. Pay attention, this woman is called Xiaomei. Right now, she is looking at the handsome guy in front of her with a face full of astonishment. "What did you say?" Xia Yexiang thought she might not have rested well last night, otherwise, how could she be hearing things? Clearly, Lu Chen was still gently stroking her hair. How could he say such a thing? Xia Yexiang tugged at the corner of her mouth. I was hurt by staying up late. From now on, I will never stay up late again." Lu Chen lowered his head, his hand stroking the top of Xia Yexiang's head was gentle and careful, as if he were caressing a piece of gold. "Damn it! Blonde hair is truly wonderful, like satin made of gold, making one feel extremely happy. According to the law of constant defense, if someone hasn't broken defense, then someone else must have. Anyway, Lu Chen hasn't broken defense, and neither has Wei Qingyu. So, dear little friends, who has broken defense? Lu Chen chuckled silently and repeated, Boss Xia, do you remember why we signed the contract? Xia Yeshuang remained silent. Lu Chen continued to stroke her hair, still gentle and calm. You initially hated Wei Qingyu, so you wanted to use me to annoy her. But I just asked you, and you said you don't hate Wei Qingyu anymore. So now, Lu Chen raised a professional smile, the premise of our contract no longer holds. You. Xia Yeshuang stiffly looked up, her eyes filled with panic, even more helpless than before. She felt as if something was slipping away from her hands. She desperately tried to hold on, but it only slipped away faster. No, it wasn't like this. Xia Yeshuang's heart raced. It wasn't like this. She had just said she didn't hate Wei Qingyu anymore, but she hadn't said she wanted to end the contract. She didn't want to end the contract. No. Xia Yeshuang had just uttered a syllable when she was interrupted. Lu Chen calmly said, the premise of the contract has already fallen apart. Boss Xia, do you have any reason why our contract should continue? Xia Yeshuang was stunned. All her refusals were stuck in her throat. In an instant, she quickly recalled what Lu Chen had said when they signed the contract. He said not to fall in love with him. Her heart trembled, and Xia Yeshuang felt a tingling sensation all over her body, also remembering her response at that time. She said she wouldn't. So now, since she no longer hated Wei Qingyu, why couldn't this contract end? What was she clinging to? An answer was on the tip of her tongue, but Xia Yeshuang couldn't bring herself to believe it. Xia Yeshuang gritted her teeth, choosing to escape as always when faced with something she didn't want to confront. Avoidance is shameful, but useful. So, Xia Yeshuang raised her head, staring into Lu Chen's eyes, and questioned, are you standing up for Wei Qingyu? Or are you feeling sorry for her? Yeah, you used to like her, liked her enough to be her free lapdog. But with me, I still have to pay you to get you to do my bidding. You must feel wronged, right? Xia Yeshuang seemed to be triggered, growing more agitated and angrier as she spoke. By the end, she resembled a frizzy-haired golden retriever, speaking without thinking. Lu Chen glanced down. Xia Yeshuang was clearly spouting harsh words, but her fingers were tightly clutching the hem of his shirt, her whole body trembling. Faced with Xia Yeshuang's prickly demeanor, Lu Chen suddenly recalled a song, Pride often drags people down, twisting love into a maze. The reason for the tsundere reverse version is likely because of this line. Seeing that Xia Yeshuang was getting tired, Lu Chen lowered his head and pried her fingers off his shirt. Xia Yeshuang gritted her teeth, staring fiercely at his back. After a moment, Lu Chen came to his senses and gently placed a glass of water on the table. Drink some water to soothe your throat. Xia Yeshuang suddenly found herself at a loss for words, her eyes nearly stinging with tears. Lu Chen glanced at her. The once spirited little lion now looked wilted, ready to wither at any moment. But if this continued, by the time it truly ended, she would really wither away. Better to have a short pain than a long one. Xia Yeshuang was quite normal, with no significant flaws except for being a bit tsundere. So Lu Chen was grateful to Xia Yeshuang and gave her a timely opportunity to cut her losses. When they signed the contract, Lu Chen had already warned Xia Yeshuang not to fall in love with him. What a pity! Xia Yeshuang overestimated her own resolve and underestimated Lu Chen's professionalism. Don't cry. Lu Chen pulled out a tissue and stuffed it into Xia Yeshuang's hand. I'm not crying. Xia Yeshuang now truly resembled a little lion, ready to swipe at anyone who came close. Lu Chen looked at her calmly. Boss Xia, today is Friday, and there's a whole Sunday before next Monday. You can take your time to consider whether our contract should continue. Sister Xia, I'm giving you another chance to choose. Stop now, don't sink deeper. You are both dazzling suns, don't let my rain dim your light. Get out. Xia Yeshuang reacted even more violently to those words. All right. Lu Chen stood up, grabbed his bag, picked up the trash bag, and left the piano room. Goodbye. Click. The door opened and closed. The wind blew through the gauze window, leaving only the golden-haired girl sitting silently by the piano. The window was wide open. A song from the school broadcast floated into the piano room. It's so unfair for us, love and hate all controlled by you. But today, I can't live without you, no matter if you love me or not. Xia Yeshuang suddenly looked up, gritting her teeth as she stood up and slammed the window shut. At the same time, she dialed a number, and the moment the call connected, she angrily said, "What song are you playing? It's almost exam time. Are you supposed to play this lovey-dovey stuff?" The person at the broadcast station on the other end was momentarily stunned and cautiously asked, then, "Sister Xia, what should we play instead?" Xia Yeshuang was even angrier. Why could Lu Chen understand her thoughts without her saying a word? But she had to explain to these people. Xia Yeshuang gritted her teeth and said, "Songs like Earth Flying Song, Strong Army March, Defend the Yellow River, which one can't be played?" Beep, the call ended. Bang! Xia Yashuang slammed her fist down on the piano keys, producing a jarring noise. Hey! I got it! I got it! Lu Chen threw a perfect parabola, tossing the trash bag into the bin. Impressive! Wow! A voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling Lu Chen. He turned around and saw Wei Qingyu's expressionless face. The way she said impressive was filled with sarcasm, but she was also being sincere. Sigh. If the men's football team had a coach like this, I wonder if they could improve a little. Lu Chen smiled and said, "You walk without making a sound." "Sorry, I scared you." Wei Qingyu apologized without hesitation, then pulled out a beautifully packaged box of cake from behind her. "This is to make up for scaring you." Lu Chen stared at the box of cake in silence. He didn't believe Wei Qingyu's words. This was definitely not a mere compensation for startling him. "Why did you buy this for me?" Wei Qingyu tilted her head, a bit surprised by Lu Chen's quick reaction. After thinking for a moment, she said seriously, "You didn't eat enough." 074 AI rules humanity. I don't like you. Lu Chen remained silent for a moment before reiterating. Wei Qingyu nodded, showing no signs of being hurt, and calmly replied, "I know. You should eat the cake quickly, or it will melt." Seeing Lu Chen hesitate to take it, Wei Qingyu looked at him curiously. "You said before that you consider me a sister. Are you lying to me?" Lu Chen. "Oh no. The AI has evolved into GPT-4.0. I told you humans shouldn't develop AI like this. Damn it. Sooner or later, we will enter the AI era, and every robot will be holding a human's hand." "Alright, Wei Qingyu, you win this round." Lu Chen walked towards the classroom, eating the small cake, with Wei Qingyu walking beside him. She stared at the shadows of the two on the ground for a moment, then quietly moved a little closer to Lu Chen. Although they were still quite far apart, looking at the shadows on the ground, she had already leaned against Lu Chen's shoulder. Wei Qingyu slightly curled her lips, her eyes sparkling with a hint of expectation as she asked, "Is the cake good?" Lu Chen nodded. "It's good. It's not sweet. As everyone knows, the highest praise for desserts in our country is it's not sweet. This represents a comfortable sweetness, not cloying, not overwhelming." Seeing Lu Chen satisfied, Wei Qingyu was also pleased, her lips gently lifting. "That's good. The last small cake I gave you was too sweet. I thought about it later. You don't like to put sugar in your breakfast, so you probably don't like sweet things." Lu Chen looked at Wei Qingyu in surprise. This person was even smarter than he had imagined. She could actually deduce his preferences from such trivial details. Not bad. Lu Chen gave her a thumbs up. It seemed that Wei Qingyu really had some of his skills. She would definitely become an excellent professional admirer in the future. Wei Qingyu stared at the shadows on the ground and quietly moved a little closer to Lu Chen again. Her usually smooth and unchanging voice rarely carried a hint of lightness as she gently said, "Actually, I should apologize to you. I only considered my own feelings and rashly came to the piano room, which made you unable to enjoy your meal. I won't go again in the future. You should eat well." Compared to seeing Lu Chen, she hoped even more that he could be healthy and happy. Clearly, after what happened at noon, she suddenly realized that her presence had been a bit selfish. Wow! Lu Chen was shocked. Is this what a top student is like? In such a short time, they can analyze their experiences and lessons? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Xia Yesheng didn't mean it. She feels very guilty towards you now." Hearing Lu Chen speak for Xia Yesheng, Wei Qingyu's heart skipped a beat, and she shook her head. "It's okay, she doesn't know about this matter. I don't blame her. I already have things that many people don't have. I should be content, and I won't feel bad." Lu Chen was taken aback, not expecting Wei Qingyu, this AI, to respond like that. "Damn!" Lu Chen paused for a moment and said, "The 7 emotions and 6 desires are the factory settings of humanity. Feeling sad is just feeling sad. Sadness isn't something to be compared. It's like when someone says they're tired, and another person says someone else is more tired. What gives you the right to be tired? There's no such logic. This isn't a competition of misery." Lu Chen looked at Wei Qingyu and sincerely said, "Just because someone else has it worse than you doesn't mean you can't feel bad. That's your right." My, right? Wei Qingyu was stunned. No one had ever said such things to her. She had heard others discuss her, saying that with her good family background, she should be content. Africans can't even get clean water, and polar bears have nowhere to land. Who's worse off than her? They wondered why she always had a long face. What gives her the right to be unhappy? What face does she have to be unhappy? Hypocritical. But now Lu Chen said, she could be unhappy. Wei Qingyu suddenly smiled, not a restrained smile, but one that radiated joy from her eyes to the corners of her mouth. She could be happy, and she could be unhappy. She could speak when she wanted to and remain silent when she didn't. These were all her rights. "Thank you."
Wei Qingyu's eyes curved into crescent moons. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen her smile so freely. I'm very happy right now. Ah, Lu Chen thought, the AI really has evolved. Listen, the new journey's horn has sounded, the strong military goal calls ahead. If the country is to be strong, we must take responsibility. The battle flag is filled with iron-blooded glory. Oh my! Both Lu Chen and Wei Qingyu were startled, incredulously listening to the song. No way! Has the broadcasting station changed its style today? Quite red, huh? After school in the afternoon, Lu Chen packed his things and turned around to see Li Dachuan writing furiously. Ever since he said that one sentence, Li Dachuan seemed to be on fire. He was desperately solving problems, and when he encountered a question he couldn't answer, he relentlessly bothered Hu Zhongzhong. Hu Zhongzhong deserved it. Lu Chen thought for a moment, took out some snacks from his bag, and handed them to Li Dachuan. Work and rest should be balanced. Li Dachuan looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Foster father, you really understand me. Lu Chen smiled and patted his shoulder. When you get tired of studying, go buy some business books to relax. Li Dachuan was just slow, not stupid, and immediately thought of it. You want to do business in college and want to take me along, so you let me apply to Haicheng University? He was a bit excited. Damn! He really is his foster father. He can even bring him along to make money. Lu Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder and said with a smile, you're half right, you can learn about some of Haicheng University's features. He wanted to do business, but people didn't necessarily have to be in school, so he needed an executor, simply put, a tool. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Li Dachuan felt a bit emotional. Damn it! He hated riddles the most. Couldn't figure it out. Forget it, I'll go bother Hu Zhongzhong instead. According to the law of conservation of smiles, smiles don't disappear, they only transfer. Thinking about Hu Zhongzhong's frantic appearance later, Li Dachuan couldn't help but laugh. He walked up to Hu Zhongzhong. Slap! Hey! I want to ask you something. Hu Zhongzhong jumped in shock. He was truly speechless at this reckless guy. Every day, he had endless energy. Hu Zhongzhong rolled his eyes. Speak. What are the features of Haicheng University? Ha! Hu Zhongzhong's brain suddenly crashed. He really couldn't think of it for a moment. Li Dachuan had learned a bit of Lu Chen's essence. No way, the class representative is so knowledgeable, you can't not know, right? Damn! Hu Zhongzhong was angry and immediately gathered information. Moments later, he spoke confidently. Haicheng University is a long-established university, and its ranking in the country is blah blah blah. Faculty, doctoral programs, academicians. Oh right. It also has the most mature and complete leave of absence system in the country. As long as you provide proof of physical or mental abnormalities, you can take a year off. Many students take a year off to travel or vacation, but they have to be careful not to run off and make their families worry. But in any case, the procedures are simple, and those who have taken a leave say it's great. 075 I admit you have 20 tricks. This world is a huge rookie station. Some people are small packages, some are large packages, and some have no codes. Lu Chen deeply agreed. He was about to open WeChat to see if he had any codes when he noticed someone sending him a message right on time. It was Qi Yushan. This was about the request she made to him at the theater. Through the friend request, he could set it to do not disturb, but he didn't want to delete her. Lu Chen agreed. It had been a while since he checked what Qi Yushan had been sending, so he clicked in to take a look. The latest message was an exclusive photo of Qi Yushan. She was backstage, dressed in a pure white costume, her figure slender, staring coldly and sadly at the camera. She must be preparing to sing The Legend of the White Snake. To be charming, one must be filial. Although it's a bit unethical, it's the truth. It has the feeling of a widow, really nice. Lu Chen stroked his chin, highly affirming Qi Yushan's looks. I'll save this, it will definitely sell later, another profit. Truly, it's me. The next second, the image suddenly disappeared. Lu Chen? Hey, my money. Damn it. I want to report this. Oh no. Impressive. Lu Chen was surprised to see that she had retracted the message. Then there was Qi Yushan's smooth little combo that made him laugh. First, she sent a picture, then retracted it, so if Lu Chen saw it, he would definitely ask what was retracted. This way, the topic would be brought up. TSK. Indeed, a scheming green tea. I admit you have 20 tricks. Lu Chen took a screenshot of the chat interface and saved the picture in an album called Chatting Tips. Where are the geniuses? Aren't they all accumulated bit by bit? Learning is endless. Lu Chen learned a new trick today and felt quite good. He thought he was terrifyingly strong. Qi Yushan, it's okay if you don't want to go. The theater has a famous Cheng Pai performance of Locking the Silk Bag the night after tomorrow.
Do you have any plans? If not, we can go for a massage first and then watch the show. Shi Yushan seemed like a person who talked to herself, continuously sending messages to the silent sea. Lu Chen scrolled up to check the messages she had sent. From the moment the friend request was accepted, Shi Yushan had been testing his attitude. Even so, she didn't know from which corner she dug out Lu Chen's previous analyses of operas, reading them word by word, then sending her feedback to Lu Chen. When Lu Chen saw her essay-like feedback, he suddenly felt like he was looking at his former self. But he had money to earn. Why did she have to do this? At this moment, Shi Yushan, as if accustomed to the silence from the other side, continued to send messages. Shi Yushan, stars, which part of locking the silk bag do you like? I like the last reunion part. Lu Chen, to collect the remaining resentment, avoid the delicate pouting, and renew oneself, change one's temperament, cease to love the flowing water, turn back from the bitter sea, and early understand the orchid's cause. After Shi Yushan sent that, Lu Chen replied to her. You replied to me. In the backstage, Shi Yuanshan was overwhelmed with surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had been sending messages to Lu Chen for so long without a response, and today he actually replied? Did Lu Chen like the pictures she sent? In an instant, Shi Yuanshan felt as if she had discovered some little tricks for interacting with Lu Chen. She took a deep breath, wanting to see what Lu Chen had sent. The moment she opened the chat box, Shi Yuanshan was stunned. How could it be this sentence? Why this sentence? Why must it be this sentence? Resting love in flowing water, turning back in the sea of bitterness. What did Lu Chen mean? Shi Yuanshan tugged at the corner of her mouth, wanting to laugh but unable to, wanting to cry but unable to. Shi Yuanshan, hee, I'm about to go on stage. I will definitely do my best today. I must live up to the audience. Shi Yuanshan typed this expressionlessly and then chose the cutest emoji to send. Lu Chen didn't reply again. Shi Yuanshan lowered her eyes, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly smiled. Progress, at least he replied to me, right? Lu Chen got into the Alfred and embarked on the journey of being a father. However, the package has arrived. Tomorrow he would meet Song Junju, and he had to remember what she said about buying a camera. Sigh, buying a Face C is really shameless. Can't go too far. Then just simply buy a Leica. Yes. Lu Chen bought a Leica inside, if only I could take it with me. Such a thought. When he takes a year off to travel around, he could bring the camera along and take pictures of people whenever he had the chance. Taking pictures is free, but deleting photos costs 200. Sometimes, if luck strikes, he could even earn 20,000 after getting hit on the head. Indeed, those who play photography really have many ways to make money. Besides the camera, Lu Chen also bought a Polaroid. To be honest, in some good atmospheres, taking out the Polaroid to snap a picture and then instantly getting the photo feels really different. As a professional flatterer, one must learn to surprise clients additionally. However, both the Polaroid and the camera Lu Chen bought were relatively small. Otherwise, when Song Junju wanted to take a picture, he would suddenly show up with a big camera pointing it at her face. That would ruin the atmosphere. People who didn't know would think he was filming a family. Avi. Song Junju would definitely scold him to death. So, since it wasn't Lu Chen's money being spent, he might as well try to satisfy the emotional value of the clients. This Polaroid film is really damn expensive. $8 a piece. $8. With the money for a box of film, he could drink a giant drink at Mishue Bingcheng. 076 Desert Oasis. Similarly, if Lu Chen, like Xiang Lin saw, pulled someone aside to tell them how miserable he was every time he passed by someone, in the end, these experiences would instead become a sharp blade stabbing into his own chest. The most taboo thing in life is to speak deeply with shallow connections. As a professional flatterer, there's no need to share these things with clients. So Lu Chen chose not to speak. He didn't want to. But when Lingxiu found out, not through Lu Chen's narration, but through the lines printed on paper. From the words, when Lingxiu finally glimpsed what kind of life Lu Chen had lived over the years. Orphan, poverty, relief, communal meals, orphanage, adoption, abandonment, fire, hospital, until selling himself. When Lingxiu's gentle and graceful face was filled with numbness as she murmured, "No wonder you were so good at coaxing children." When they first met, Lu Chen was extremely skilled at holding children. At that time, she thought Lu Chen might have younger siblings at home, but only now did she understand. It turned out that all of Lu Chen's skills were honed in the orphanage, forged by life through trials and tribulations. Who was born with the innate talent to read others' expressions? If he hadn't observed so many faces, how could he be so perceptive? Scars on the body can heal, but scars on the mind last a lifetime. When Lingxiu suddenly felt a wave of self-loathing, Lu Chen, having gone through all these experiences, was like a desert on the verge of withering.
Yet she was asking the desert for rain and an oasis. Thus, Lu Chen drained himself to give love and sunshine to everyone. When Ling Xiu closed her eyes, a single tear silently slipping down her cheek. But what about him? How far had he pushed himself? Had he reached his limit? Could he still give love? People are not robots. Even robots need costly maintenance after prolonged use. But what about Lu Chen? He had none, and he never said a word. No one cared whether he needed rest or a recharge. Everyone was demanding smiles and happiness from him. But was Lu Chen happy? When Ling Xiu sat limply in her chair, her eyes vacant, her expression numb. Fool. Upon reflection, it seemed she had never heard Lu Chen talk about his feelings. He was always cheerful. But could a person really be happy forever? When Ling Xiu lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting shadows, if only you were doing it for money. But he wasn't. The orphanage, the orphanage. He ran through the storm yet held an umbrella for others. Why? When Ling Xiu wondered. If she asked Lu Chen this question, he would surely laugh and say, "I've been in the rain, I must tear apart others' umbrellas." But in reality, he would never do that. The boy who emerged from the thorns had grown the softest heart. The hardships were doubled, and the pain was also doubled. When Ling Xiu suddenly found it hard to breathe, as if a heavy stone pressed down on her chest. The overwhelming guilt surged like relentless waves, crashing towards her. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Had she also become that snowflake during Lu Chen's moment of collapse? When Ling Xiu gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face. Idiot. Truly an idiot. Did she think of herself as a savior? Idiot. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking brought Wen Lingxiu back to her senses. She hastily wiped her tears and quickly stuffed the investigation materials into a pile of documents. It must be Lu Chen back. Wen Lingxiu was eager to see him but also afraid to face him. Moments later, Wen Lingxiu took a deep breath, and after feeling normal, she said, "Come in." Creak. The door opened, and Lu Chen peeked in, beaming as he said, "President Wen, are you eating? I saw you working in the study and didn't call you, so I started cooking. Hee, today I made my specialty, tomato scrambled eggs. Heaven and earth, there's no other like it. Would you like to try?" When Lingxiu looked at Lu Chen with a complex expression and nodded gently. Okay. She was done. She could no longer refuse Lu Chen. Watching the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lift, her heart ached constantly. As when Lingxiu reached the door, Lu Chen placed a hand on her shoulder, blocking her path. When Lingxiu looked up at him, confused. "President Wen, don't cry." Lu Chen pulled out a small pack of tissues and gently wiped Wen Lingxiu's cheeks. The fresh scent of the tissue filled her nose, and Wen Lingxiu stared blankly at Lu Chen's serious expression as he wiped her tears. The little person in Lu Chen's heart was dancing with glee. He. See, having tissues in his pocket is useful. He used roll paper for himself, but for these precious women, he used small packs of tissues. Oof. Professional. Quite professional. When Lingxiu seemed to be bewitched, taking a step forward and gently nestling herself into Lu Chen's embrace. Ha! Lu Chen was startled. What the heck? Suddenly, there was another person in his arms, and he really didn't know what to do with his hands, and it was actually a bit cramped. Where should he put his hands? Although he had comforted these clients before, he had never had such close contact. Lu Chen felt a wave of panic inside, but he had to keep his expression calm. Breathe, don't panic, you're a professional. After giving himself a pep talk, Lu Chen cautiously reached out and patted Wen Lingxiu's back, softly asking, "What's wrong, President Wen? Are you facing difficulties at work?" Wen Lingxiu shook her head, suddenly feeling like crying. Why was she still seeking emotional support from Lu Chen? Wen Lingxiu suddenly realized that her level of dependence on Lu Chen seemed to be higher than she had imagined. After a moment of silence, the person in his arms mumbled, "I just read a book and was a bit moved." Lu Chen? Ha? Is that it? He had thought that being alive was like water off a duck's back, never considering that someone could cry over a book. Moreover, Aunt Wen didn't seem like the type to cry over a book. Were all mothers so emotionally expressive? Before Lu Chen could respond, when Lingxiu continued, the protagonist in the book grew up in a slum, worked hard to become an athlete, and was eventually discovered to be a child of a wealthy family lost to the world. In the end, they all lived happily together. When I saw their family reunion, I felt like crying. Although Lu Chen was indifferent to the story, he understood that Wen Lingxiu's background likely made her sensitive to such family reunions. It was understandable. "Alright," Lu Chen said, stroking her hair soothingly, "they're reunited, and we should be happy for them." When Lingxiu refused to come out of Lu Chen's embrace, mumbling, "What do you think of this story?" There weren't many things she could do for Lu Chen, but helping him find his parents was one of them. Someone who had drifted for so long would surely long for a warm, happy ending, right?
Even if Lu Chen's biological parents were poor, it didn't matter. She could make those parents wealthy, and then Lu Chen could naturally become a rich second generation. All the storms of the past would no longer concern him. He would have a home, a mom and dad, and be a child awaited by someone. Lu Chen chuckled silently, pausing for a moment before saying, "This story is good. You're telling the truth." Lu Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Aunt Wan to be so perceptive. "Alright then. I don't like this story." Lu Chen stared at the stack of documents on his desk and said slowly, "Even without wealthy parents, the protagonist can still become an athlete and live well. A person goes through countless hardships to find the meaning of life. And at that moment, heaven says, 'This is your trial, you've passed the test, and now I will grant you the identity of a wealthy young master or a wealthy illegitimate child. You should be grateful to me.' Distributing moral worth based on social status and determining outcomes based on wealth is absurd. What if his parents were indeed very wealthy but still abandoned him? What significance would such parents have?" Hearing such words, Lu Chen's voice remained gentle and steady. "I would vomit. 077 No matter who you are. Get off her." The long night stretched on, and sleep eluded her. When Lingxiu felt that Lu Chen was simply toxic. In just 2 short years, Lu Chen was like lukewarm water, colorless and tasteless, yet he had permeated every aspect of her life. Just like now. Lu Chen leaned against the headboard, his slender fingers pinching a page of the book, slowly turning it. He read aloud these incredibly childish stories in the lowest, softest voice. Nuan Nuan loves to listen. She loved it too. The warm yellow light from above poured down, and even in the angle of death, Lu Chen remained incredibly gentle, reading slowly. Everyone has their own star, but the meaning of it varies from person to person. For travelers, stars are guides. For scholars, stars are a difficult problem to solve. For merchants, they are wealth. However, stars themselves are silent. Nuan Nuan had already fallen asleep. When Lingxiu, however, still had her eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly at Lu Chen's face. She felt she wanted something, but it was vague and unclear. When Lu Chen lifted the blanket intending to leave, a delicate, fair hand grasped his wrist. Lu Chen was surprised to meet Wen Lingxiu's gaze. He had never seen such a look in her eyes, eager, guilty, regretful, and something complex. Wait. No. Lu Chen's heart raced with alarm. Something was off, very off. It was definitely more than just off. Clearly, Wen Lingxiu had already kicked him out of the ranks of Nuan Nuan's father, so what did she want now? Lu Chen paused, the corners of his mouth lifting as he leaned down and lowered his voice. "What's wrong, President Wan? Is something uncomfortable?" When Lingxiu's beautiful face wore a look of melancholy, she wanted to let Lu Chen go, but her hand wouldn't obey. Her mind told her to let go. Her body told her to hold on tight. Ever since she learned about Lu Chen's past, she could no longer treat him as just an employee. Everything had changed. She wanted to make it up to Lu Chen, but he didn't even want a happy family anymore. When Lingxiu's long eyelashes drooped, her gentle face filled with entanglement. After a long while, she softly said, "I can't sleep. Can you stay with me for a bit?" She blurted it out in a moment of desperation, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. When Lingxiu realized that expressing her true feelings wasn't so difficult after all. "Ha! Vocal." Lu Chen's head buzzed. "No, this was really not right. Stay with you? What does that mean? How do I stay with you? Mentally or physically?" Lu Chen's scalp tingled, thinking that Aunt Wan had indeed reached an age where she was really hungry. Damn! Lu Chen swallowed hard, glancing at Aunt Wan, feeling a wave of emotions. He tried to reason with her, "Isn't this illegal?" Wen Lingxiu? How is this illegal? Following Lu Chen's gaze to herself, Wen Lingxiu's face instantly turned red. She jerked her hand away from Lu Chen in shock, hurriedly pulling up her nightgown, but the more she rushed, the more chaotic it became. In the end, it was Lu Chen who helped her fasten the buttons. When Lingxiu tried to escape reality by staring at the ceiling, feeling like she had lost all her dignity in front of this fool Lu Chen. How infuriating. When Lingxiu's neck and ears turned a deep shade of red, especially the blush on her cheeks, leaving Lu Chen dumbfounded. What was he doing? Grasping. Damn. So Aunt Wan was a natural beauty with a unique charm. Good, good, good. Hidden talents everywhere, truly hidden talents. Aunt Wan, you really kept this from me until now. However, to prevent Aunt Wan from blushing to the point of explosion, Lu Chen felt he had to say something. So he skillfully offered her an out. "President Wan, is it the recent work pressure that's too much? I have a good solution." Seeing Lu Chen's spirited demeanor, Wen Lingxiu forgot about her embarrassment and gently smiled back. "What solution do you have?" Lu Chen chuckled and took out his phone, saying smugly, "I'll find you some lectures on advanced calculus and linear algebra. You'll definitely fall asleep the moment you listen." When Lingxiu was taken aback for a moment,
but then felt much more at ease. She shot Lu Chen a playful glance and said softly, "It's been so many years since I graduated." "Indeed." Lu Chen scratched his head, thinking for a moment. "Then how about I give you a massage to relieve some stress? Or soaking your feet is also a good choice." "Hello, esteemed guest. Technician No. 18 is at your service anytime." Seeing Lu Chen trying hard to come up with a solution, Wen Lingxiu felt a warmth in her heart and poked his forehead with her finger. "Lie down." "Ha?" Lu Chen secretly pinched his waist. "Ouch. That hurts. This isn't a dream. Why is Aunt Wen acting so strangely today? She can't be this hungry, can she? I'm only providing emotional support, not this kind of thing." Lu Chen warily looked at Wen Lingxiu's face. "No matter who you are, get off Aunt Wen." Wen Lingxiu's watery eyes glanced at Lu Chen, gently urging him, "Lie down." Swallowing hard, Lu Chen decided to trust Aunt Wen's character for a moment. She shouldn't be that beastly, right? The little girl is still lying here. It can't be like this. Lu Chen took a deep breath and lay down on the bed. This was his first time sleeping on the master bedroom's bed. So soft. I wonder how much this mattress costs. It would be great if I could take it with me. Watching Lu Chen carefully lie on the edge of the bed, clutching the blanket, Wen Lingxiu suddenly smiled. It seemed Lu Chen wasn't as composed as he pretended to be. Knowing that Lu Chen was a bit nervous, Wen Lingxiu felt her own tension ease. In a good mood, she curled her lips and pulled the blanket to lie on the other side. "President 1, should I turn off the lights?" A warm, fair hand crossed over the little girl and gently rested on Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Wen Lingxiu felt comfortable, as if a wandering bird had finally found its resting place. "Good night." Lu Chen stared at the ceiling and instinctively replied, "Good night." "Oh my. Aunt Wen has gone crazy." 078 5000 years up and down Saturday morning. Lu Chen tiptoed, covering little Lu Chen, and finally crawled out of the master bedroom in silence. Gently closing the master bedroom door, Lu Chen let out a long sigh, looking like he wanted to die. "You slept comfortably, while I didn't even dare to move." Lu Chen felt despair. He hadn't expected that while Song Junju was no longer causing trouble, Aunt Wen suddenly went a bit crazy. What does this mean? Do we have to hold hands while sleeping? Sigh. It's really not easy for me. After a quick wash, Lu Chen took a shared electric bike and rode leisurely towards Song Junju's villa. Thank you, technology. As for why he didn't take the bus, it was because he needed time to think about some issues. Why is Aunt Wen acting so strangely all of a sudden? Lu Chen, like a drop of water, merged into the crowd of early risers heading to work on his little electric bike. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen realized he really couldn't figure it out. Wanting to take advantage? That's impossible. He had already poked at Aunt Wen's softest spot. Aunt Wen would never let the little girl encounter such a hellish scene, so she had to give him up. But why? Early in the morning, Lu Chen felt like his CPU was about to overheat. After riding for a while, it started to drizzle lightly from the sky. The crowd suddenly became restless. However, Lu Chen calmly continued to ride in the rain, his expression showing no signs of disturbance. Professor Song likes to see me in a mess, so if I get completely soaked to find her, she will definitely be very happy. Whatever emotion the client needs, just give her that emotion. Lu Chen proudly lifted the corners of his mouth and puffed out his chest. Oof, my professional demeanor surpasses the entire world. When Lu Chen arrived at Song Junju's villa, no one responded, whether he rang the bell or knocked on the door. He sent a message to Song Junju, but there was no reply. What the hell? She hasn't retreated into the biosphere, has she? A thought flashed through his mind, and Lu Chen suddenly felt alarmed. After all, Song Junju had always seemed a bit mentally unstable. She felt erratic, not very controllable. Although he knew the possibility was low, Lu Chen still worriedly opened the door and went inside. Yes, Lu Chen knew the passwords for all of Song Junju's things. Because this woman had the same password for her door lock, phone lock, safe lock, and bank card. Is this what it means to be carefree when you're rich? Lu Chen silently shed tears. Jealousy. So much jealousy. Lu Chen rushed into the villa, fully prepared to see Song Junju cosplaying as a Sunny doll. But after searching around, he found not a single trace of her. She's not here? Lu Chen was a bit puzzled, hugging his backpack as he returned to the villa's entrance. He sat on the steps, waiting for the rain to stop and for Song Junju to return. Oh, he might as well study the new camera and instant camera that had just arrived. Fun. On the other side, Song Junju was driving her Maybach towards the villa while on the phone with Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu on the other end was practically going crazy. What do you mean? The duck you raised is a succubus. Are you out of your mind? And you really got Sun Ainong to start borrowing money everywhere. I heard he's borrowing money while cursing you. Song Junju drove seriously, replying perfunctorily. I'm not crazy, and he deserves it. Someone like him, who can't face his own sexual orientation and dares not defy his parents, will definitely end up in a fake marriage. I'm saving an innocent woman. Zhang Yu didn't believe Song Junju's words. Back then, Song Junju had said she was going abroad, and now there was no news at all. This person must have been bewitched by that one at home. Zhang Yu asked her, why do you have to check your assets so early in the morning? Don't tell me you're short on money, I don't believe it. Your grandmother left you a huge fortune. Song Junju replied flatly. What reason is there to check my assets? If I want to check, I can. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes. If you don't tell the truth, don't call me again. Song Junju was silent for a moment. Let me calculate how long I can hire him. Zhang Yu was shocked. Oh no. She really had been bewitched. She swallowed hard. What's your conclusion? Song Junju smiled, her enchanting eyes sparkling with delight. My money can hire him for a long time. How long exactly? 5,000 years. Put. Zhang Yu couldn't hold it in anymore. Alright, that's impressive. Hiring someone for 5,000 years of Chinese history. Zhang Yu sighed, not wanting to meddle further. As long as someone could make Song Junju happy, that was fine. Otherwise, she would really worry about Song Junju's mental state. Zhang Yu asked her, when can you let us meet? Song Junju thought for a moment and said, you don't have enough money. Zhang Yu. Love-struck idiot, get lost. After hanging up, Song Junju happily accelerated her speed. She wanted to return to the villa before Lu Chen arrived. She had a gift for Lu Chen. The next second. Bang! The rainy road was slippery. An electric scooter ran a red light and skidded, crashing into the side door of the Maybach. Song Junju was startled and quickly slammed on the brakes. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw a panicked delivery person sitting on the ground, staring blankly at the car emblem. Song Junju ignored him and instead picked up her phone to contact the insurance. At that moment, she noticed a message from Lu Chen on her phone. So, Song Junju immediately replied. You go inside first, the password is my birthday. I had a little accident at the intersection, I'll be back soon. Lu Chen on the other end did not reply. Song Junju felt a bit anxious, wanting to resolve the matter quickly. She glanced at the delivery man and waved her hand. Go, go, go. The delivery man was startled, not expecting Song Junju to really let it go. He asked in disbelief, Boss, really? Song Junju, impatient, replied, Really? The delivery man confirmed again, Boss, I'm really leaving? Song Junju shot him a glare, Should I treat you to a meal again? The delivery man quickly propped up his electric bike, repeatedly saying, Thank you, boss. May you have peace all your life. After saying that, he dashed away without a trace. The rain fell heavier, and Song Junju parked her car safely, waiting for the insurance company to arrive. She frequently looked out the window, as if she was anticipating something. Outside, the rain was misty. Thunder rumbled. A black figure suddenly appeared not far away. Song Junju straightened up instantly. Lu Chen looked like a bolt of black lightning, wearing a rain jacket, his hair and pants completely soaked. He held a long-handled umbrella in his hand, running towards her like a swordsman. Upon seeing the familiar Maybach, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. Professor Son, I'm here. 079 There's a fire, I'm taking pictures. Song Junju, I'm coming. Lu Chen charged through the rain, breaking through the wind, like a lightning bolt tearing through the sky, ripping apart all the gloom and shattering every unease. In the darkest weather, Lu Chen stood like a green pine between heaven and earth. No matter how the wind blew or the rain fell, as long as there was breath left, he could stubbornly grow upwards. Song Junju let out a gentle sigh of relief. Lu Chen had come. He was here. Ha! Someone loves me. Song Junju repeated this phrase over and over, lowering her head to cover her face, tears spilling through her fingers. He really would come. Thankfully, he was still here. Thankfully she had money. Song Junju's enchanting eyes were filled with tears, yet carried an undeniable obsession. Nothing would ever end. Professor Son, I'm here. Lu Chen ran to the front of the car, beaming, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. As a professional flatterer, one must discern the inner needs of the client. Sometimes, the client might not even know what they want, nor realize they are being insincere, not recognizing the true face of Mount Lu, only because one is in the midst of it. It didn't matter that Song Junju didn't know, as long as Lu Chen knew. As an observer, when he saw the message Song Junju sent, he couldn't sleep, carefully reading it for a long time, and finally deciphered the 4 words hidden within, I miss you. So he came. Seeing Song Junju with her head down covering her face, Lu Chen couldn't help but smirk. Look at you.
Isn't this emotional value enough to fill you up? Feeling moved yet? I'm a professional, making sure your money is well spent. However, Lu Chen didn't rush forward. Different clients' emotions required different handling methods. When comforting Antwon during her sadness, he could gently approach to wipe her tears and speak softly. But when facing Song Juinju's sadness, he absolutely could not move forward, because she was too competitive. She definitely didn't want anyone to see her vulnerable side. So Lu Chen gave Song Juinju some time to buffer her emotions. The rain continued to pour. Lu Chen held the long-handled umbrella in his hand, showing no intention of opening it. After all, he was already soaked by the time he arrived at the villa, so it was better to make reasonable use of it, making the client feel more comfortable. Didn't Song Juinju like to see him in a mess? A minute later, Song Juinju had buffered her emotions and opened the car door. Lu Chen rushed over, snapping open the umbrella with a crack, the large black canopy shielding Song Juinju from the downpour. Song Juinju was taken aback. Amidst the howling wind and torrential rain, Lu Chen had created a small safe haven for her. It was only at this moment that Song Juinju realized just how drenched Lu Chen was. His upper body was dry in his windbreaker, but his sweatpants were completely soaked, and his sneakers were caked in mud. Song Juinju glanced at Lu Chen's pants, paused for a moment, and suddenly said, "You're not allowed to wear gray sweatpants anymore." Ha! Lu Chen was stunned. "You care about this too? A Pacific policeman, huh?" "Okay, Professor Song," Lu Chen nodded obediently. If she didn't want him to wear them, then he wouldn't. Just as Lu Chen was secretly cursing Song Juinju for being crazy, something soft suddenly brushed against his face. Lu Chen froze for a moment. Song Juinju had somehow produced an expensive-looking handkerchief and was gently wiping his face. Up close, Song Juinju noticed how long Lu Chen's eyelashes were. When it snows in the future, she would walk with Lu Chen in the snow, and his eyelashes would surely catch a lot of snowflakes. Lu Chen watched as Song Juinju's eyes gradually became unfocused, and he shivered. Damn! This crazy woman wasn't thinking of some torturous method again, was she? Didn't she say she would change? Lu Chen swallowed hard, raised the corners of his mouth, unzipped his jacket, and mischievously winked at Song Juinju. "Professor Song, I have a gift for you." Song Juinju curved her lips, her exquisite and enchanting face resembling a captivating enchantress. "Let's hear it." Ta-da! Lu Chen pulled out a Polaroid camera from his inner pocket. You never know what a man might pull out of his pocket: a bottle of water, a wallet, a power bank, or all of them at once. Lu Chen shook the Polaroid in his hand, even though the car got hit. But as people, we must have the spirit of taking pictures when the house is on fire and sleeping when life is in chaos. Professor Song, how about a picture? Since Song Juinju was in a bad mood after her car was hit, he thought of a way to cheer her up. Otherwise, he would be the one getting hurt in the end. Song Juinju stared at Lu Chen's beaming face, as if enchanted, and nodded absent-mindedly. Okay. Adjusting her posture, Lu Chen stretched out his arm, holding the Polaroid, grinning as he moved a little closer to Song Juinju. Song Juinju rarely took photos and stood a bit awkwardly, as if she were attending a significant meeting. It was just a simple photo, yet she treated it with such seriousness. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at Song Juinju. Smile. Too close. Song Juinju felt Lu Chen's breath against her ear, her skin suddenly flushed, and she awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth. Lu Chen laughed inwardly. Good. When Professor Song had him buy a camera, she was so generous, and now she was so uncomfortable. Click. A photo was printed out. Lu Chen held the photo, waiting for it to develop, while stepping back a little from Song Juinju. The warmth beside him suddenly felt distant, and Song Juinju instinctively leaned a bit closer to Lu Chen. Professor Song, take a look. Lu Chen handed the photo to Song Juinju. Song Juinju held the thin photo, staring at it for a long time. Walking in the heavy rain, the umbrella was like a boat sailing through the sky. In the photo, she and Lu Chen were on the same boat, close enough to break through any raging waves. Song Juinju looked for a long time, and finally, naturally, she wanted to tuck the photo into her pocket, nodding as she said, "It's a great shot. It seems you really studied hard, very good." Lu Chen watched Song Juinju's fluid movements, thinking she was quite interesting. If she wanted to keep it, then let her. And the most crucial part was that Song Juinju searched her pockets for a long time but couldn't find where they were. Where's my pocket? Song Juinju lowered her head in confusion, realizing for the first time that the pockets of women's clothing were so small. How infuriating. Lu Chen's clothes could fit a Polaroid camera, but hers couldn't even hold a single photo? Song Juinju gritted her teeth. These bastards. To sell bags, they actually made the pockets of the clothes like this. It's fine, next time we're mine. Lu Chen grinned as he opened the car door,
urging Song Junju to get in so she wouldn't catch a cold. Song Junju glanced at Lu Chen's pants again and tossed out, "I'll buy you something nice tomorrow."
"Hey, new clothes?" Lu Chen was delighted. "Kate, I'm coming again." "Yes, another profit. Why don't you come in?"
Song Junju rolled down the car window, looking at Lu Chen standing outside in confusion.
Here it comes,
the moment to test his acting skills. Lu Chen deliberately hid his left hand behind his back, where he had scraped it after slipping while running. The wound wasn't big, but it served its purpose.
A little concern is worth more than a large sum of money.
Last time, when he hurt his mouth, Song Junju had given him 10,000 yuan.
This time, since she was injured, wouldn't she at least give him 10 or 8,000? He. It's all thanks to my cleverness.
Lu Chen lowered his eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, "I'm too wet, I'll dirty the car." Turning into a cat, a tiger, a drenched puppy.
He. Just wait until I get you.
Song Junju paused for a moment, noticing Lu Chen's hand behind his back, and after a brief silence, she suddenly rolled up the car window.
"Lu Chen? Hey, no way. This script is wrong. Director, I want to kill you. Song Junju should be feeling very sorry for me and then transfer me some money. How could this happen?" Lu Chen was stunned. Song Junju was anxious.
She quickly hid the photo of Lu Chen from the gym in the armrest box.
10 seconds later, Song Junju calmly rolled down the car window. "Get in."
080 cha-cha-cha-cha count life it's my turn.
Slow down. No, I can't take this. At this moment, Lu Chen finally understood the feeling of an emperor.
From the moment he entered the house, a group of inexplicable people rushed in and stripped him of all his clothes. Then, various new clothes were piled onto him all at once. Just when he thought he could catch his breath after they left, another group of medical teams with professional equipment arrived.
Lu Chen felt like a lab rat.
Surrounded by a group of doctors in white coats, it seemed they wanted to examine every part of him. It was only at this moment that Lu Chen suddenly realized. Song Junju's villa was always so quiet because she liked peace, otherwise, she could definitely live a life like an emperor.
"Can you be gentler?"
Hearing Lu Chen wince, Song Junju stood to the side with her arms crossed, frowning. Okay. The doctor bandaging Lu Chen's hand was sweating profusely.
Damn it. When they arrived, they thought Song Junju was missing an arm or a leg.
But it turned out it was just a little kid who scraped his hand.
He.
The bandaging doctor suddenly felt a sense of despair, as if he were using a big knife to cut an apple. If they had come a little later, the wound would have healed by now. He secretly thought, this kid might even have a username like Candy Sweet.
Damn it.
The bandaging doctor took a glance at Lu Chen's face and couldn't help but marvel at how smart this kid was. He didn't waste his youth and good looks, directly walking down a broad path.
Lu Chen looked left and right. He had never seen so many doctors in his life, and there was even one checking his pulse? Lu Chen was shocked. "Aren't you a Western doctor?" The pulse doctor chuckled. "I work at a hospital that combines traditional Chinese and Western medicine." Lu Chen. "Oh ho. What a cold joke. But about you."
The pulse doctor's expression suddenly became serious, and after a moment, he sighed, making Song Junju tense up. Lu Chen was also confused. In this day and age, it's not the Western doctor's smiles that are scary, but the low brows of the traditional Chinese doctors.
Lu Chen blinked and nervously asked, "Am I pregnant?" Slap. Song Junju couldn't hold back and gave Lu Chen a slap on the back, both angry and amused. "If anyone's going to be pregnant, it should be me."
Her tension was completely shattered by Lu Chen, who had no idea how his mind worked. If Lu Chen could get pregnant, she'd have to rush to write a paper for publication overnight. The pulse doctor shook his head. "No, I just ran over and got a bit tired, so I sighed to relieve myself."
Lu Chen. Song Junju. Hold it in. Can't throw him out."
The pulse doctor smiled, released Lu Chen's wrist, and after pondering for a moment, suddenly said, "You're about to take an exam, right?"
Lu Chen nodded. "Then that's it."
The pulse doctor patted Lu Chen's hand and comforted him.
"Life isn't just one exam, don't be too nervous. Your body is very healthy, but your mind is too tense. This will cause problems."
"Young man, life is a marathon. If you sprint at the beginning, it will be very hard later on."
Lu Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth.
He suddenly felt like he really had nowhere to hide in front of this traditional Chinese doctor.
This traditional medicine is quite interesting. The process might be wrong, but the result is right. Okay, thank you, doctor. I'll pay attention. Lu Chen smiled and nodded.
Song Junju examined Lu Chen's face, realizing that he had been nervous about the exam all along. It seemed her previous preparations for Lu Chen weren't sufficient.
At that moment, another doctor touched Lu Chen's shoulder and asked, "Do you feel any discomfort here?" Lu Chen nodded, feeling a bit of soreness. Just a little. The doctor nodded and said, then you should go to the hospital later for an instrument check. If you have scoliosis, you'll need treatment. First, we'll have to cut open your back, stretch your skin, and then use nails. Lu Chen suddenly grabbed the doctor's hand, sweating profusely, and said, no, I don't feel any pain now, not at all, miraculous hands, doctor. Ha ha ha. The doctor laughed, thinking no wonder Song Junju likes this kid. He really is quite amusing. I'm just reminding you to pay attention to your posture. Actually, your physical condition is quite good. You don't have the ailments of modern people. No nearsightedness, no rhinitis, and my teeth are also good. Seeing Lu Chen getting nervous, the other doctors quickly comforted him, afraid that Song Junju's pretty boy would be unhappy. Listening to Lu Chen's healthy checkup report, Song Junju's brows relaxed a lot. However, she still remembered what that traditional doctor said. Lu Chen's mind is too tense. After the medical team hurriedly left, Song Junju looked at Lu Chen and said, it's okay if you don't get into college. Lu Chen? Sis, why are you like this? Are you cursing me right off the bat? Song Junju sat down beside Lu Chen and calmly said, if you don't get in, I'll send you to study in the UK. After a pause, Song Junju shook her head. No, the weather in the UK is bad. How about Germany? No, that's not good either. It's hard to graduate from Germany. Song Junju had already started filtering which country would be good, but Lu Chen sat beside her, his back covered in sweat. No way. In a few months, Song Junju would be going abroad to teach, but now she was saying she would send him abroad to study? How is that possible? Besides, he wasn't even tense about the exam. Lu Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, lowering his head and speaking shyly. I don't want to go abroad. I just like it here. I can't always trouble you, and I believe I can do well. Professor, I've gone through all the materials you sent me. I won't let you down. Song Junju's plans were interrupted, and instead of getting angry, she looked at Lu Chen with appreciation. Suddenly, Song Junju thought of the poem To the Oak Tree. If I love you, it will never be like the climbing vine, borrowing your high branches to flaunt myself. Song Junju felt even happier. He is so good. She paved a broad path for him, yet he showed no signs of being moved, instead wanting to work hard on his own. Not to be a climbing vine. Since Lu Chen had such thoughts, she should help him. With that in mind, Song Junju glanced at Lu Chen's hand. It was his left hand that was injured, his right hand could still write. You take a 10-minute break first. Later, we'll review chemistry, then biology and math in the afternoon, and physics tomorrow morning. After a pause, she added, I'll study with you. Lu Chen? No. Sister, is this how you schedule classes? Isn't this just the same as the old class schedule on the blackboard for chemistry, math, and biology? Just looking at it made Lu Chen feel dizzy. The most crucial part was that Song Junju would personally guide him through the review. Alright. This left Lu Chen speechless. He had heard of paid classes, but this was the first time he had seen someone charge for tutoring. Song Junju smiled, clearly in a good mood. She certainly hoped Lu Chen would do better and better, no matter which university he applied to. After all, she could go with him. 081 Lady Witch. You forgot to put in the frogs. The whole morning. Outside, the wind and rain were tumultuous, while inside, it was warm as spring. Lu Chen worked hard to keep up with Song Junju's thoughts. There was no other way. Although Song Junju was narcissistic, she was genuinely talented. She was completely different from those whose parents were professors and found connections for their children. In high school, she was like a frog in a well looking at the moon. In college, she was like a mayfly seeing the sky. But there were benefits. By breaking down high school knowledge from a higher dimension, Lu Chen suddenly realized that much of what he learned in high school was incorrect. It was just made easier to understand. After a whole morning, Lu Chen suddenly understood why hard work was not as effective as having a benefactor to guide you. Being taken along by a top student felt amazing. Instantly, he looked at Song Junju with sparkling eyes. If only he could record Song Junju's lessons and then charge for the knowledge. That would be another profit. Even if he didn't charge, sharing it online to benefit the many third-year students would still count as doing good. Alas, what a pity. Seeing Lu Chen's gaze, Song Junju awkwardly stared at the paper, poked Lu Chen's head with her finger, and said softly, What are you looking at? Do I have words on my face? Read your book. Lu Chen suddenly felt that this sentence sounded familiar. It seemed like Song Junju had said it before. However, the same words had a completely different tone this time. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was all thanks to his diligent flattery that he had earned this. He deserved it. Seeing that the time was about right, Lu Chen asked Song Junju, Professor Song, what do you want to eat for lunch today? I'll make it for you. He winked at Song Junju. Make a bit more to thank the great Professor Song for her private lessons, okay? Song Junju looked at Lu Chen's bandaged hand and thought for a moment. No need, I'll make it for you. Ah, Lu Chen's smile froze. Damn. He quickly turned to see if the sun was setting in the west. It's not that Lu Chen looks down on Song Junju. He just doesn't think Song Junju has really mastered the skill of cooking. So Lu Chen tentatively asked, Professor Song, did you cook before? Song Junju looked at him in confusion, furrowing her brows. Is cooking that hard? Isn't it just mixing animal corpses and plant corpses together and then cooking them? Lu Chen. He also wondered if Song Junju had instant noodles at home. He could manage with that tonight. The road is winding, and the outcome is hard to bear. Half an hour later. Looking at the dishes Song Junju brought out, Lu Chen pondered for a long time and picked up a chopstick full of shredded potatoes. He didn't believe anyone could make potatoes taste bad. The next second. There really was someone. Who taught you to stir-fry shredded potatoes with shredded ginger? Are we playing Minesweeper? Lu Chen, with tears in his eyes, turned his chopsticks around, planning to take a sip of soup. The first sip. Song Junju's usually arrogant eyes were filled with rare anticipation. Is it good? Lu Chen struggled to swallow that sip of soup and then asked, do you want the truth or a lie? Song Junju paused for a moment. Both. The lie is, wow, so delicious. I've never tasted such a unique flavor before. The truth is, Lady Witch, you forgot to put frogs in when you brewed the poison. Song Junju fell silent. Song Junju was angry. Song Junju silently tried again. How could it be this bad? This was her first time cooking. The next second, Song Junju silently threw down her chopsticks and picked up her phone to ask Lu Chen, which restaurant do you want to eat from? The contrast made Lu Chen unable to hold back his laughter. Song Junju shot him a glare but wasn't really angry. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt that Song Junju had indeed changed a lot. At least in the past, when he laughed like this, Song Junju would pinch his face and angrily scold him for being a sellout. After lunch, Song Junju started her paid tutoring again. Lu Chen listened with great enthusiasm. This was much better than cracking a whip. Moreover, she had to spend a lot of money hiring a tutor outside, but he got to listen to Song Junju, this golden-collared lunatic, and even got paid. This is awesome. God of wealth, I love you. You have a good brain. If you have questions, you can ask me on WeChat. You can ask me in person on weekends. You made a lot of progress in this mock exam. If you can get into the top 10 in the next one, you can go to a university in the capital. Song Junju seriously analyzed for Lu Chen. With her as a guide, Lu Chen's progress was a sure thing. In fact, Lu Chen was also very curious. Why didn't Song Junju go to teach at a university in the capital but chose to stay in Haicheng? Why did Song Junju have so much money yet live like a lonely old person every day, with no one around in her villa? However, everyone has their own past, and he didn't want to dig deep for answers. Many things simply have no answers. By evening, Song Junju had been teaching math for 2 hours straight, leaving Lu Chen's head buzzing. Finally, when Song Junju stopped, he took the opportunity to pour her a glass of water, only to turn around and see Song Junju had changed into a different outfit, holding a delicate black box as she came out of the bedroom. Lu Chen was stunned. The black box contained the whip that Song Junju used, but that wasn't the point. Can someone tell him, why was Song Junju wearing a maid outfit? Why was she wearing frameless glasses and sporting cat ears? Who taught her to match like this? While Lu Chen was momentarily dazed, Song Junju forced herself to appear calm as she tossed the black box to Lu Chen, her expression unchanged. Pick one from inside. Lu Chen, huh? He didn't understand, but he respected it. Lu Chen randomly picked one, waiting for Song Junju's next instruction. Song Junju glanced at him and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding up the hem of her skirt. She had hurt Lu Chen too much, yet he did not resent her. Instead, he was like a shelter in a storm, leaving her a safe haven. These days, she often dreamed, sometimes of being beaten as a child, other times of hitting Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not hate her, but she began to feel inexplicably anxious. She had always trusted her sixth sense. Lu Chen had a feeling that was just out of reach, so she checked her liquid assets and real estate totals. When she saw Lu Chen running toward her through the torrential rain, Song Junju thought, it doesn't matter anymore. Whether it was teaching him, giving him money, or anything else, it didn't matter. She needed to eliminate this feeling of unease. When she was beaten as a child, she always thought that one day she would definitely fight back. So let's fight back. The wind and rain raged outside. Song Junju stared at her reflection in the glass, and after a moment, she closed her eyes and slowly uttered 2 words. Hit me. Lu Chen's CPU completely crashed. 082 A sedative without side effects. Death is a state of mind. One can think of dying, but cannot truly die. Just as people often say they want to die, but by the end of the year, the death rate turns out to be 0. Lu Chen was in such a state now. He stood behind Song Junju, silently watching her pull all her hair to the front, exposing her slender back. Song Junju had gone mad. Song Junju was really mad. Lu Chen had previously just casually called her crazy, but now he truly felt that Song Junju had lost her mind. Lu Chen instinctively took 2 steps back, the whip in his hand feeling like a hot potato. Hitting a client during the contract period, what's the difference from hitting the boss during work hours? After such a long time getting to know Song Junju, Lu Chen never thought she would be a masochist. What on earth did she want to do? Lu Chen had already taken the money, so being hit didn't matter. But Song Junju was paying for lessons. Did she also have to pay to be hit? What kind of peculiarities do rich people have? Crazy. Really crazy. Lu Chen stood in place, speechless for a long time. Finally, after waiting too long, Song Junju turned to look at him and seriously repeated, "I want you to hit me." Lu Chen stared into Song Junju's eyes and slowly and seriously shook his head. "That's not possible. Or if you really like it," Lu Chen paused for a moment, "wait for me a few days." He would study how to do it properly. Practice how to hit without hurting but still be comfortable. Right now, he didn't understand anything. If he hit Song Junju too hard, what would he do? The first rule of the professional sycophant client code: ensure the client's personal safety. Song Junju stared at the reflective floor-to-ceiling window, seeing Lu Chen's hesitant expression behind her, and smiled coolly. Even during the contract period, Lu Chen was unwilling to hit her. So when the contract ended, if she asked Lu Chen to hit her, he definitely wouldn't do it, right? Song Junju lowered her head and said heavily, "If I tell you to hit me, then hit me." She had already calculated how many lashes she had given Lu Chen. If Lu Chen returned the favor, they would owe each other nothing, and perhaps that intense feeling of unease would disappear. Once they were even, she wouldn't feel guilty anymore. Song Junju chuckled softly, lowering her gaze to hide the madness in her eyes. She had money. She had a lot of money. Enough to sign a long contract with Lu Chen. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, or even 100 years. She hit Lu Chen, and Lu Chen hit her back. They would be even. Then she could take Lu Chen to see the snow, take him to travel everywhere. They still had a long time together. Song Junju turned back and smiled at Lu Chen's silent face. Exquisite and vibrant features, like a seductive demon that draws in one's essence, her full red lips slowly uttered 2 words. "Hit me." Perhaps it all began with the fireworks at the port of Haichang. She had already wanted to hold on to Lu Chen tightly. Fortunately, she had money. Song Junju repeated, "This is my request, hit me." Lu Chen's mind was almost smoking at that moment, unable to execute the client's task for the first time in his work. Song Junju was beautiful. Her thick, curly long hair cascaded over her shoulders as she slightly turned, placing her palm against the floor-to-ceiling window. Now she was saying to hit her. As a professional sycophant, one must learn a thing or two to peel back the surface of things and find the true heart within. Lu Chen approached Song Junju with the whip in hand. Just as Song Junju closed her eyes, preparing to endure the pain, a light sound echoed as the whip fell to the ground. What followed was a warm embrace. The hug was a calming agent without side effects. Lu Chen held Song Junju tightly, leaning close to her ear and whispering softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm right here." The anticipated pain did not come. Song Junju opened her eyes in astonishment, feeling the warmth radiating from her back. The words, "so close," felt like a current coursing through her limbs. Song Junju's mind went blank. Observing Song Junju's expression quietly, Lu Chen sighed in relief. He guessed right. This crazy woman definitely did not want to be hit. Just like children in elementary and middle school, who might act out to attract their parents' attention. There must be something weighing on her heart that she couldn't express, so she resorted to this extreme method. As a professional sycophant, carrying candy and paper in his pocket was merely a bonus. Who can't be a yes man? Soothing the client's emotions was the essence of this profession. If Song Junju wanted him to hit her, then Lu Chen had to peel back the layers and find her motivation. Otherwise, this so-called emotional value would just be a joke. Song Junju must be feeling uneasy, although Lu Chen didn't know what was causing her unease. Comforting her was enough. Lu Chen tightened his arms, holding Song Junju closely. Someone like her, both crazy and insecure. Sometimes, a strong hug can soothe emotions more than 1,000 words. Sure enough. Although Song Junju was leaning against Lu Chen's embrace, her body couldn't help but tremble. Since she became aware, she had been labeled a genius by everyone. First. Her entire life was emphasized by these 2 words.
Compared to certificates and trophies, she longed more for a strong hug and a gentle word of comfort. Why could her intelligence make her be treated as a mature adult, yet she could still hold her younger siblings? Why, at 27, did she only receive what she wanted at 6? Why did it take her until now to realize who truly mattered? Why? Why did she only come to this realization after the harm was done? Yet here I am, out of season. The sound of suppressed sobs filled the room. Song Junju was crying. Luchin said nothing, just did his best to envelop her, giving her some sense of security. White lightning streaked across the dark sky, and the rain was pelted against the glass by the wind as Lu Chen gazed forlornly at the pitch-black night sky. Is money really that easy to earn? 20,000 yuan could easily find a subordinate who would be at his beck and call, but one who only obeys cannot survive in this line of work. Just as Lu Chen had said before, clients often don't even know what they want. So, as a professional sycophant, one must find out what the client truly desires. Song Junju didn't need a whip. She needed peace of mind. Then let's give her peace of mind. Getting paid for work is what he should do. Lu Chen's hands were clasped around Song Junju's waist, gently patting the back of her hand while humming a little tune. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars accompany. The bugs fly, the bugs fly. Cry. Tears are not a sign of weakness. Bravery is being able to stand up while holding back tears. Holding the emotionally shattered Song Junju in his arms, Lu Chen's mind was clearer than ever. He suddenly recalled Wen Lingxiu's unusual behavior yesterday. Was the story Wen Lingxiu told really derived from reading, or was it from reading Lu Chen's autobiography? He remembered that there were no books on Wen Lingxiu's table at that time. So, Wen Lingxiu had investigated him. Then all of Wen Lingxiu's oddities yesterday were out of pity for him. Lu Chen smiled. And you, Professor Song, why are you sad? Did you investigate me too? Are you pitying me, or feeling guilty? Song Junju stared blankly at Lu Chen's hand around her waist, the gentle, low tune in her ears. The warm embrace enveloped her tightly, and her tears fell in torrents, dripping onto Lu Chen's hand. Counting back 27 years, this was her most secure moment. Song Junju's swaying eyes were filled with deep unwillingness. Yet I came at an inopportune time. It's okay. I insist on forcing it. 083 young Aixing women are made of water. At this moment, Lu Chen wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. Who would have thought? The first time he got wet, it was with a woman's tears. Except for the times when Song Junju drank too much and needed Lu Chen to support her. At other times, Lu Chen never stepped into Song Junju's master bedroom. Life is truly wonderful. Half a year ago, he slept on the sofa in Song Junju's living room. She didn't care about him and didn't think about how he solved these problems. After all, she woke up later than Lu Chen and slept earlier than him. These things didn't need her to worry about at all. But now, Lu Chen leaned against the headboard of the master bed, while Song Junju nestled beside him, fast asleep, her slender arm wrapped tightly around his waist. Looking at the unshed tears on Song Junju's face, Lu Chen felt like his professional symptoms had really worsened. Top sister, you won't find anyone more dedicated than me in the future. Lu Chen gently squeezed Song Junju's wrist, carefully moving her arm away and stuffing a pillow into her arms. Sure enough, Song Junju's brows furrowed for just a moment before settling down again. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, like Jerry, tiptoeing to the wash basin to grab a towel and wet it with hot water. After a moment, he checked the towel's temperature, about right. Lu Chen carefully returned to the bedside, leaning over to gently wipe Song Junju's tear-streaked face. Gentle wiping, warm temperature. Song Junju's brows relaxed, and she hummed comfortably, instinctively rubbing against Lu Chen's hand. Humming. The little person in Lu Chen's heart danced with glee. It's still my specialty. Since Song Junju had found out about his background and felt guilty towards him, his future days should be much better. It could be considered a good thing. In fact, sometimes Lu Chen felt that he lived in a twisted way. He clearly knew that talking about his background with these customers would evoke sympathy, but he didn't want to say it. It felt like selling misery. He could clearly make money by providing emotional value. Forget it. Let it be. After all contracts would end in June. After taking care of Song Junju, Lu Chen pulled the blanket over her. Tap. Song Junju kicked the blanket off. Lu Chen covered her again. Tap. Song Junju kicked the blanket off again. Damn it. You. Lu Chen was angry. Is this rebellious to the point of madness? It's driving me crazy. Lu Chen suddenly felt like a mother hen, insisting that he had to cover this blanket over you today. Cover it. Kick it off. Cover it. Kick it off. Aha. I'm so furious. Lu Chen was really mad, rummaging through drawers to find a piece of Song Junju's glasses cloth. He took a deep breath and carefully placed the glass's cloth over Song Junju's belly, a tradition among our people. You can leave the blanket off, but you must cover the belly button. Perfect. Satisfied, Lu Chen was happy and planned to leave the master bedroom with a light step. But as he turned around, he was suddenly tugged by the corner of his clothes. Lu Chen paused for a moment and looked down. Song Junju was lying by the bed, her thick, dark curls spread over the blanket, hazily saying, "Don't go." Damn! Lu Chen was scared to death. When did this person wake up? She didn't see him covering her belly button, did she? Lu Chen was trembling as he planned to respond, but after Song Junju said that one sentence, she fell silent again. Lu Chen took a closer look. Great! She fell asleep again. Alright, it's understandable. When someone has just cried their heart out and suddenly relaxes, they feel an endless fatigue. Lu Chen thought for a moment and lay back down. Song Junju seemed to have found a huge warm stove, holding onto Lu Chen without letting go. Lu Chen. The 27-year-old Professor Song really lacks a sense of security. He should buy her a doll to hold. She can pay for it. 11 o'clock. Lu Chen checked his WeChat and indeed received the script sent by Lu Qingqing. Seeing the title, Lu Chen's pupils shook. A gentle and kind teacher who doesn't give up on any student and a rebellious, psychologically twisted student? Alright. Really alright. Lu Chen had never been a CEO, nor a mechanic, and certainly not a popular hidden marriage young star. So acting it out was without any psychological burden. But this time, is it a bit too relatable? Why is it a student? Lu Chen sighed, unable to help but start worrying about Lu Qingqing's mental state. Has she really gone this crazy? He really didn't want to leak his personal information to clients online, and he definitely didn't want them to know he was still in school. So he could only act unskilled. It's really hard to maintain. Lu Chen looked down at the deeply sleeping Song Junju. He tried to pry her off finger by finger, but Song Junju didn't budge at all. It was as if she was glued to him. Professor Song? Lu Chen called out to her, but Song Junju showed no response, as if she was truly fast asleep. Young Yixing is a student who is utterly unlearned and extremely hates studying. No teacher can do anything about him until one day, a new teacher transfers to the school. Lu Chen, feeling uneasy, recited a few lines from the script. Song Junju still didn't react. Fine. Let it be. At 11:30, Lu Qingqing called right on time. Lu Qingqing looked anxiously at the script in her hands, her heart filled with uncontrollable panic. Although she comforted herself that perhaps the Lu Chen on the list was just a namesake. But what if he wasn't? The students visiting the school from the first high school had a high probability of going to Haicheng University. She was also the president of the student council, and everyone knew her. What if the real Lu Chen really got into Haicheng University? What would she do then? In a worse scenario, if Lu Chen went around saying that the student council president was a pervert, what would she do? After being seen as the sweet and charming senior for so long, she couldn't bear such a price. Testing. She could only test it. Lu Qingqing deliberately changed the name of the protagonist in the script and set the background in their student days. Based on the clues Lu Chen mentioned, she should be able to deduce whether this person is in school or at work. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Lu Qingqing's mind was tense. After hearing the first sentence from Lu Chen on the phone, her brain became even more active than before. Damn! I messed up. But, listening to Lu Chen's deep, enticing voice, Lu Qingqing relaxed a bit. And when she heard Lu Chen stumbling over the terms from the textbooks, Lu Qingqing suddenly laughed in relief. Lu Chen, feeling quite guilty, said, "Sorry, I graduated a long time ago. I returned all this stuff to the teacher. It's my fault. I can give you an extra 20 minutes as compensation. Is that okay?" Lu Qingqing finally relaxed and comfortably lay down. It really is a case of sharing a name. 084 different beds, same dream. Lu Qingqing on the other end of the phone felt comfortable. Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. He lowered his head. Song Junju furrowed her brows tightly, her usually pale cheeks flushed with a hint of pink, as if she had dreamed of something. Instinctively, she moved a bit closer to Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Top sister, you got lucky, you heard it too. But to be fair, today Song Fingbi really was tired from crying, looking completely drained, as if she had fainted. Good thing she was tired from crying. Otherwise, if both Song Junju and Lu Qingqing were awake at the same time, he would really be in a tough spot. Grateful for Professor Song's elderly-like schedule, Lu Chen. Lu Qingqing suddenly called his name on the phone, startling him. "Hey, I'm here." As soon as he spoke, Lu Chen felt like he was some kind of artificial intelligence. Little star, I'm here. Haha, so funny." Lu Chen amused himself, but Lu Qingqing on the other end asked,
Did the money still go to your Alipay? You work during the day and do this at night, isn't that too tiring? Ha! Something's off. Lu Chen suddenly became alert and immediately said, "It's fine, my work is usually quite relaxed. And being busy is good, right? That way, I won't feel bored." What's up with Lu Qingqing? Why is she suddenly chatting with him? At this hour, she would have already entered her sage time. No way. He absolutely cannot let Lu Qingqing know he is still in school. But fortunately, Lu Qingqing seemed to have just mentioned it casually and didn't ask further, which relieved Lu Chen. Beep, the call ended, and Lu Qingqing happily fell asleep, but Lu Chen's heart raced. He felt something was off. He checked his WeChat, and there were no messages from clients. Oh, except for a message from the previous client, Shi Yushan. Hey, this time there's a video? Lu Chen focused his gaze. So scheming, even deliberately blurring the video cover. In that case, if he wanted to see clearly, he would have to click on the video. No need to think twice. The video was definitely shot by Qi Yushan in her most beautiful pose, aiming to capture Lu Chen's attention in the first second. TSK. Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel. Qi Yushan really has something. If she became a professional flatterer in the future, her achievements would surely rival his. Sigh, our sect is really thriving. Lu Chen, the sect leader, felt greatly pleased and clicked to download and save the video in one go. So satisfying. Now just waiting for Qi Yushan to become a big star. He could sell towels that celebrities have wiped their sweat with, so selling an exclusive video of Qi Yushan wouldn't be too much, right? Besides, Lu Chen still had morals. After all, Qi Yushan was fully dressed. If she weren't, he would just pretend to be blind. Today all the tasks were completed, and there was an unexpected gain. Lu Chen wanted to comfortably take a nap. Looking down, he saw Song Junju clinging to him, unable to pry herself off, her cheeks flushed with an unusual warmth. Well, it seemed she was just feeling hot. Lu Chen placed his hands over his heart, obediently maintaining a posture as if he were in a coffin, and closed his eyes. I am a wooden block. I am a wooden block. I am a wooden block. Sunday. Lu Chen realized that Song Junju was quite conscientious. After learning about his background, she probably felt genuinely guilty, speaking to him in a gentle manner. It was shocking. He really wanted to record this moment to show Song Junju's students. It would surely give Zhang Yu a few more patients with dislocated jaws. Song Junju was wearing a silk nightgown, her hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. She didn't care about anything, simply resting her chin on her hand, staring at Lu Chen as he worked on his problems. In the past, Song Junju would have thought this was a waste of time, but now she didn't feel that way. Lu Chen was really handsome. His long eyelashes, bright eyes, and the perpetual smile at the corners of his mouth, his gaze filled with tenderness. Last night, Song Junju had already prepared herself for Lu Chen's revenge. But Lu Chen not only didn't take revenge on her, he gave her the most unforgettable hug of her life. The strength of his embrace made her realize she was alive, not just a wandering soul in the world. He was truly wonderful. Song Junju felt extremely happy. Last night in her dream, she also dreamed of Lu Chen. She really became Lu Chen's teacher. The Lu Chen in her dream was nothing like the real one. Rebellious and uninterested in studying, and, well, the real Lu Chen was much better. Song Junju thought, since Lu Chen was unwilling to take revenge on her, she could make it up to him in other ways. After all, she had a lot of money. With that in mind, Song Junju picked up her phone and started her shopping plan. Lu Chen cautiously glanced at Song Junju from the corner of his eye. When he saw her focus on her phone, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn! This crazy person is truly an excellent heir to mood swings. The difference between yesterday and today is just too great. It's unbelievable. Just now, Song Junju had been staring at him, making him break out in a cold sweat. He was afraid she had overheard him reading the script to Lu Qingqing last night. Thankfully, looking at Song Junju now, she probably didn't know. He had to thank his usual balanced diet and good deeds for such good luck. When evening came, as Song Junju watched Lu Chen pack his bag and prepare to leave, she suddenly said, "There are many rooms here, and it's hard to walk outside since it rained." Lu Chen silently rolled his eyes. Now you know there are many rooms. Why didn't you arrange one for me before? It's okay, Professor Song. Lu Chen flashed a professional smile. I noticed that pot of bamboo seemed a bit wilted yesterday. The soil at my home is rich. I'll experiment with it. If the soil is really good, I'll bring some back next week. Song Junju was taken aback for a moment, suddenly recalling that pot of bamboo. A myriad of emotions surged in her heart. She didn't expect that Lu Chen not only didn't hate her but could also notice such details. He was truly wonderful. Crazy. Lu Chen sat on the bus heading to the hospital. Alipay received, 50,000 yuan, Lu Chen?
As soon as the notification sounded, everyone on the bus looked at Lu Chen with strange expressions.
What the hell? Is the rich guy taking the bus to experience life? Lu Chen immediately opened Alipay. There it was, a transfer from Song Junju, with the note, soil transportation fee. Lu Chen fell silent. Lu Chen smiled. Lu Chen was overjoyed. Professor Song, you are simply my dearest little darling, moi 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 moi, I want to kiss you to death.
085 Whether the gods are sacred or not, who knows, but in any case, there's a lack of oxygen.
Ding ding ding, the next stop is the Central Hospital.
Passengers getting off, please take your belongings and prepare to disembark. Listening to the bus announcement, Lu Chen stepped off with big strides. Before entering the inpatient department, he paused, circling the flower bed at the entrance several times.
The flowers are growing quite well, it seems the soil is good too. He hoped that when he came to dig up the soil in a couple of days, there wouldn't be any security guards chasing after him. He had never been chased by a man before, and it felt a bit embarrassing. Oof. Lu Chen walked briskly into the inpatient department. The corridor on the first floor was bustling with people, most of whom wore frowns, but Lu Chen always came with a smile. He believed his grandparents preferred to see him smiling. He entered the elevator. Lu Chen stretched out 2 fingers and pulled the corners of his mouth upwards, smiling at his reflection in the elevator wall. Very sincere, very nice. Ding! The elevator arrived. Lu Chen stepped out confidently and walked skillfully into the ward. Hey, you're here. Zhang Yu had just entered the ward and bumped right into Lu Chen. Lu Chen said with a hint of grievance, who else would it be? Dr. Zhang, didn't you want me to come?
Zhang Yu shot him a glare, goosebumps rising all over from the tea, and pushed Lu Chen's shoulder, saying irritably, enough already, stop with that.
Go in and see your grandparents. Your grandfather has been recovering quite well lately. All right. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt happy. As soon as he entered the room and saw the scene inside, he was stunned. Mr. Zhao Henmei and Ms.
Zhao Zhenju were both working hard, their heads down, fiddling with something.
Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, the 2 old folks quickly hid what they were holding behind their backs. They expressed their concern in a soulful manner. Are you hungry? Are you cold?
Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, knowing exactly what these 2 old folks were up to. His birthday was after the college entrance examination.
It wasn't quite right to call it a birthday since he didn't even know when he was born.
It was just the day he was found.
However, ever since he got to know his grandparents, every year around this time, they would silently start a competition. To be honest, these 2 old folks, whose ages combined spanned over a century, had an extraordinary desire to win when it came to such matters. This year, the good grandson likes my birthday gift the most. So what? Last year, the good grandson clearly liked my birthday gift the most. After years of interaction, Zhao Henmei and Zhao Zhenju had said everything they needed to say. But the topic of Lu Chen's birthday gift was one they never tired of arguing about. Lu Chen thought for a moment.
This year, he should like the birthday gift from Grandma.
It was all about serving water.
However, there was one year he didn't serve water because he was supposed to like Grandma's birthday gift that year. But Grandpa learned wood carving and carved many little figures to keep him company.
Lu Chen really liked that birthday gift.
He specifically placed the little figures on his bedside and counted them every night before going to sleep. Unfortunately, they were burned to ashes in a big fire.
All right, pretend not to know. Lu Chen smiled obediently and took out his report card from his backpack, handing it to Mr. Zhao Henmei.
Grandpa, I made a lot of progress in the mock exam, the teacher said.
Lu Chen had just started speaking when he was suddenly pulled by Grandpa Li from the adjacent bed. Grandpa Li quickly took out his phone.
Little Lu, come here, take a look at my granddaughter.
Look at her arms, so strong. Look at this face, so festive. Lu Chen was already used to it.
Ever since he entered the hospital, Grandpa Li had been persistently recommending his granddaughter to him. It feels like the vigor of Grandpa Li is much more resilient than the cancer cells in his body. Every time he gets scolded by Mr. Zhao Henmei, he still dares to come back for more next time.
Seeing that Lu Chen didn't agree, Grandpa Li pretended to be angry and said, "You brat, are you saying my granddaughter is fat?" Lu Chen glanced at his phone album and cleared his throat.
As expected of an old man who has lived a few more years, he's not blind, he's much more perceptive than Disha Chun.
Grandpa Li quickly sensed something was off.
He turned to look at the phone screen, locked it with a snap, and awkwardly laughed.
Oh dear, how come there are no photos of my granddaughter in my album? Next time, I'll show you again. Lu Chen nodded with a smile. All right then.
He would just pretend he didn't see the stunning beauty in Grandpa Li's phone. Zhao Henmei pulled Lu Chen's arm, bringing him close, glaring fiercely at Grandpa Li like a protective mother.
Old man, don't lead my grandson astray.
My good grandson still has to go to school, stop matchmaking here. Grandpa Li was speechless. Oh please, my granddaughter is a big greedy girl, chubby and full of blessings.
What do you know? You're simply blind.
Seeing the two start bickering again, Lu Chen helplessly retreated to Mrs. Zhao Zhenju's side, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and grinning.
Grandma, did you miss me? Mrs.
Zhao Zhenju couldn't be bothered with the two old men fighting. She turned to adjust Lu Chen's collar. Time had left merciless marks on her face, but her kind demeanor became more pronounced with age.
Don't mind them, they argue 800 times a day.
Though she said that, the smile on Mrs.
Zhao Zhenju's face was undeniable.
After all, she preferred seeing such a lively old man over Mr.
Zhao Henmei lying in a hospital bed, half alive.
Zhao Zhenju reached out her hand, and Lu Chen immediately squatted down, offering his head. As she patted her obedient grandson's head, with the lively scolding of her old partner in the background, Mrs.
Zhao Zhenju felt quite happy.
Knowing you were coming today, I specially brought a measuring tape. I heard it's best to make new clothes for kids during the college entrance examination, so I'll measure you in a bit. Now that our conditions are better, let's make a few more pieces so my good grandson can have a whole wardrobe of new clothes.
Mr. Zhao Henmei, while scolding Grandpa Li, didn't forget to chime in. Make one for me too. Mrs.
Zhao Zhenju pretended she didn't hear him, acting as if she had grown old and deaf.
Didn't hear it. You stay out of it.
I'm making clothes for my good grandson, you keep your distance.
Lu Chen smiled and nodded.
Okay.
Lu Chen stepped out of the ward for some fresh air, and Zhang Yu was also standing in the corridor.
Looking up at Lu Chen, who was taller than him, Zhang Yu muttered in frustration.
Why am I not 1.8 meters tall? Damn it!
Sooner or later,
I'll break the legs of all you long-legged aliens.
Lu Chen chuckled. It's not that bad. Aren't you 166? With shoes, that's 170, add some height insoles for 174, style your hair for 178, and rounding it off, isn't that just
1.8 meters? Zhang Yu? Damn it!
What a beast! Zhang Yu shot Lu Chen a glare, really feeling that this kid was getting better at making people laugh. Who knows where he learned these tricks? Your grandpa will be discharged soon.
Are you staying in Haicheng for the summer vacation, or going back to your hometown? Actually, Zhang Yu was quite reluctant to part with Lu Chen.
After all, strictly speaking, she had watched him grow up.
She should be considered a fan of Lu Chen's, right?
Lu Chen squinted, looking out at the gradually darkening sky, and smiled.
I want to travel around, take it easy, and relax a bit.
Zhang Yu, who usually loved to explore scenic spots, was quite knowledgeable about this, so she asked, have you decided where your first stop will be?
Lu Chen thought for a moment.
To the Tibetan region, to see the sun shining on the Golden Mountain.
Zhang Yu became interested. What, are you going on a pilgrimage?
I haven't really gone, but my friend has, and they said the experience was good, that everything felt more relaxed.
Was that really relaxation? It was clearly a lack of oxygen to the brain. Lu Chen laughed.
The altitude is high there, whether it's sacred or not, I don't know, but I will definitely be short on oxygen. Once the brain is short on oxygen, there's no time to think too much. Qi Yuanshan was slowly walking with a cane, while Qi Shui held medicine in his hand, looking worried as he asked, Sister, are you okay?
Should I get you a wheelchair?
Qi Yuanshan was dressed in all black, with a hat pulled down, so from the side, only her pale lower face was visible. She gritted her teeth against the pain in her waist, leaning on the cane as she slowly moved forward, saying with great reluctance, I'm not disabled, I can walk by myself. Qi Shui thought to himself, this isn't much different from being disabled. However, his sister usually didn't complain about professional matters, so he had no choice but to walk slowly alongside her.
By the way,
Qi Yuanshan suddenly thought of something, stopping in her tracks and startling Qi Shui.
How did I sing today?
Qi Shui immediately gave a thumbs up. Professional, really professional.
Phew, that's good. Qi Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I didn't mess up.
Qi Shui felt silently moved.
Boo-hoo, his sister is truly a diligent and dedicated opera performer.
Qi Yuanshan murmured to herself, good thing I didn't mess up, otherwise, Lu Chen would say I'm not dedicated again.
Qi Shui.
Go away, love-struck fool. Watching Qi Yuanshan slowly shuffle along, Qi Shui quietly moved 3 meters away from her and then said, Sister, do you know what the difference is between you and a turtle? Wasn't this just a roundabout way of mocking her for walking slowly?
Qi Yuanshan shot him a glare.
You wait. Just wait until I'm better, I'll make you pay.
The pressure from their bloodline made Qi Shui instantly back down.
He looked up, his pupils shaking.
Sister, what is it? So annoying. Sister, don't you have a mouth? Speak, sister. Qi Shuwei, you're simply. Qi Yuanshan looked up and suddenly froze. Not far away, Lu Chen stood by the window, expressionless, looking out at the scenery, lost in thought. Qi Yuanshan fell silent. Could it be that the god of opera really felt sorry for her and was looking out for her? Grateful. As an atheist, Qi Yuanshan now had to thank fate for its arrangements. She stood still, took a deep breath, and her eyes instantly turned red, brimming with unshed tears. This solid foundation left Qi Shuwei dumbfounded. All right, truly impressive. Now he understood what it meant to be an excellent inheritor of intangible cultural heritage. You terrifying women, why don't you lose your composure? Qi Yuanshan took off her hat and tossed it to Qi Shuwei, her long black hair cascading down like ink. Sister, why don't you comb your hair? Qi Yuanshan shot him a glare. What do you know? Disheveled hair is a kind of beauty. It might even make one feel more pity. Sister, how should we say hello when we get there? This was the first time he was formally seeing his brother-in-law, and he was still a bit unaccustomed to it. How to say it? Qi Yuanshan was still brewing her feelings. I hurt my waist, isn't it normal to appear in the hospital? I'm disabled, isn't it normal for Lu Chen to help me a bit? I didn't make any mistakes in this performance, isn't it normal for Lu Chen to praise me? Qi Shuwei. You weren't saying that just now. Boo-hoo. You women are really too much. Sister, should I help you over? Qi Yuanshan smiled slightly, took out her phone, and tapped a few times. Ding dong. 1,000 yuan has arrived on Alipay. Go play. Qi Shuwei was dazed. Qi Shuwei was shocked. Qi Shuwei turned and ran. He, another prophet. After watching Qi Shuwei run far away, Qi Yuanshan tousled her long black hair a bit more. The beauty's eyes were slightly red, her long hair disheveled, exuding an air of pitifulness. Just right. Qi Yuanshan tidied herself up, drawing on her lifelong skills in opera, and slowly walked past Lu Chen. No reaction. Qi Yuanshan slowly walked past Lu Chen. No reaction. Qi Yuanshan slowly walked past Lu Chen. No reaction. Lu Chen was like a blind man, completely ignoring Qi Yuanshan. Alright, you want to play this game? Qi Yuanshan leaned on her cane and walked up to Lu Chen, waving her hand in front of his eyes. Lu Chen remained as still as a statue, not moving at all. Qi Yuanshan. Fine. So you're pretending, huh? Qi Yuanshan waved her hand in front of Lu Chen's eyes again, still no reaction. The next second, she grabbed Lu Chen's right hand that was hanging by his side and placed it directly on the back of her hand. Hey! Why are you sexually harassing a statue? Lu Chen immediately pulled his hand back, looking at Qi Yuanshan warily. As expected, boys need to protect themselves out here. Qi Yuanshan chuckled to herself, thinking, now you can't pretend, can you? So annoying. Not replying to her WeChat was one thing, but now he was here pretending to be a statue. Her earlier plan to act pitiful had failed again. She realized that whenever she encountered Lu Chen, she couldn't carry out any of her thoughts. But for now, she felt she should stack a life-saving buff first. Back in the theater, when Song Junju said, "You're stalking me," it had left Qi Yuanshan dumbfounded. Now she didn't want Lu Chen to misunderstand, so she spoke first. What a coincidence, I'm here treating my back injury. Lu Chen nodded, He noticed the cane Qi Yuanshan was leaning on. Qi Yuanshan hesitated, her delicate face revealing a look that sought praise. I performed really well today. Lu Chen nodded, If she had messed up, it would have already been trending. Qi Yuanshan suddenly found it hard to bear. She realized that facing Lu Chen's indifference was even more cutting than on WeChat. After thinking for a moment, Qi Yuanshan opened WeChat and tapped a couple of times. Then she blinked and said in a sweet tone, I transferred you 4,000 yuan. Lu Chen looked at her with a hint of amusement. I said I don't take repeat customers. It's not about doing business with you, Qi Yuanshan reiterated. I need to see a doctor, but I'm moving too slowly, and my back still hurts. Qi Yuanshan poured all her opera skills into this. She looked at Lu Chen with a lost expression, gently tugging at the corner of his shirt, swaying it a bit. Please, I'm really in pain. Lu Chen silently looked at Qi Yuanshan. He didn't want her to know that his grandparents were in the hospital. He needed to take Qi Yuanshan to see a doctor and personally see her off in a taxi to leave the hospital. Only then could he feel at ease. After a moment of thought, Lu Chen accepted the payment. Let's go. Qi Yuanshan's face showed undeniable surprise. She had become numb to being rejected lately, never expecting Lu Chen would actually agree. Money for services. Lu Chen supported Qi Yuanshan's arm and asked curiously, What happened to you? What happened to you? Qi Yuanshan and Lu Chen asked simultaneously. Lu Chen was asking about Qi Yuanshan's back, while Qi Yuanshan was asking about the bandage on Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen suddenly felt fortunate to have a reason to come to the hospital, and he smiled as he said, Who comes to the hospital without being injured? I was thinking of exercising a bit, but I fell and cut my hand. Qi Yushan looked at Lu Chen's hand with some concern. Lu Chen didn't want her to look too closely, so he asked, "What about you?" Qi Yushan's attention was instantly diverted as she spoke in detail. "I had a back injury while in drama school, but it got much better when I switched to singing the role of a Qingyi. Still, it hurts from time to time. Today, while performing The Legend of the White Snake, I twisted my back during a martial arts scene, and the pain flared up again." In industries like athletics and opera, injuries have been a constant companion since childhood. Lu Chen asked in confusion, "What do you mean by switching to singing Qingyi? Weren't you in a different profession before?" Since he met Qi Yushan, she had always been a Qingyi performer. To understand his client better, he even searched for her biography and inquired in the opera enthusiast circles. The conclusion he found was the same. Lu Chen suddenly felt his professional competence was being questioned. Hearing this, Qi Yushan's lips curled down in disappointment. "We met too late. If you had seen me in drama school, I could have performed a segment from The Bamboo Grove for you. Back then, I was the best Daomadan. But you were the most impressive Daomadan?" Lu Chen glanced at Qi Yushan's face in surprise. When he received her order, he had specifically brushed up on his knowledge of opera. To be honest, some opera segments have more rhythm than rap and are particularly interesting. However, Lu Chen also learned that learning to sing opera is quite torturous. Learning to be a Daomadan or Wodan is the most torturous of all. Anyone coming out of drama school has their share of injuries. A little fracture here, a back injury there, it's almost embarrassing to mention. Even so, those who can persist until the end are few and far between. In front of him, Qi Yushan always presented a dignified and cool demeanor as a Qingyi performer. He never expected that beneath her delicate exterior, she could endure so much hardship. Lu Chen slowly gave her a thumbs up. Just as Qi Yushan blinked, eagerly waiting for Lu Chen's praise, he suddenly exclaimed, "Awesome! Qi Yushan! You! Who gave you permission to say awesome? Ah! In such a good atmosphere, you actually said those two words." Qi Yushan's cool facade cracked, and though she wanted to scold Lu Chen, she couldn't bring herself to do it. In the end, she only managed to say, "You really know how to talk." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. "You don't like it? If you don't like it, I won't say it." "Hey, don't." "Ah." Qi Yushan tightened her grip on Lu Chen's wrist, and a wave of pain shot through her back. Countless nights in the past, she had cried from the torment of this back injury. But now, Qi Yushan suddenly felt grateful for this pain. Otherwise, it seemed she would never have had the chance to meet Lu Chen. Could this be the saying that misfortune may be a blessing in disguise? Qi Yushan understood. "Take it easy." Lu Chen quickly supported Qi Yushan, not expecting her back injury to be so severe. He had thought she was exaggerating. Sigh, he had been too stereotypical and needed to reflect on it. Otherwise, similar issues might arise when caring for clients in the future. A professional who constantly strives to improve will not be left behind by the tides of the times and can ride the waves on the great ship of the era. Yes, it's igniting. Igniting something he didn't even know, but igniting it nonetheless. Qi Yushan was in severe pain, and taking this opportunity, she gently leaned against Lu Chen's shoulder, careful not to overdo it. Feeling Lu Chen's arm loosely encircling her, Qi Yushan couldn't help but smile inside. Lu Chen was more innocent than she had thought, not even daring to hold her firmly. If it were someone else, they would probably have lost their face. Qi Yushan, suppressing her back pain, grabbed Lu Chen's loosely supportive hand and pressed it firmly against her waist. Lu Chen was taken aback. Qi Yushan leaned against his embrace, her eyes shimmering as she looked up and chuckled lightly. "I asked you to support me." Lu Chen averted his gaze. He admitted that Qi Yushan truly had strength in her artistic accomplishments. When your master taught you to sing opera, he probably didn't expect you to use it here. The ideal Qi Yushan, spirited on stage, singing with passion. The real Qi Yushan, all her emotions were directed at Lu Chen in the flicker of her eyes. Qi Yushan gritted her teeth, enduring the pain in her waist, forcing a smile that felt utterly broken. She reached out her index finger and gently poked Lu Chen's shoulder, her tone rising at the end. "So do you think it's useful?" Lu Chen was silent for a moment, then grasped Qi Yushan's restless hand. "Not useful." "Well then." Qi Yushan sighed. Lu Chen's heart was higher than she had imagined. According to her standards, no matter how high someone's emotional walls were, she could easily handle it. Even with the most indifferent person, she could just jump a little and still have the upper hand. But Lu Chen was different. From the moment she stood in front of him, her heart stirred, and everything was doomed. Not to mention, Lu Chen was more difficult than anyone she had ever encountered. He wasn't just someone with high emotional walls, he was a vast, silent sea. Throw a stone in, and it would sink without a trace, not even a ripple. Shi Yushan sighed, suddenly feeling a bit sad. She couldn't understand Lu Chen, yet he had turned her world upside down. Pretending to be wronged in front of him wouldn't work, he wouldn't fall for that. Being straightforward about making money, he wouldn't take her as a returning customer. She tried hard to message him, but he acted as if he hadn't seen it. Shi Yushan really didn't know what to do. Perhaps trying to be honest was a good approach? Can I talk to you? Lu Chen nodded. Go ahead. Damn it. Why? Why did his information turn out to be wrong? So infuriating. His career had been diligent, yet such a big mistake occurred. So infuriating. Shi Yushan gently leaned against Lu Chen's embrace and slowly spoke. I was sent to the opera school when I was 9. Back then, before dawn, I had to practice. Just a little kid, like Do, tortured into a mess. I had 7 friends at the opera school, 3 left in the first year, 3 more in the second year. After so many years at the school, it seemed like I was the only one who persisted until the end. After they gave up, they laughed at me, saying I was on a path with no future, that Peking opera would soon vanish, and my persistence was meaningless. But I love it, I love singing opera. How beautiful the lyrics are. They said I was weak, said I was timid, but I wanted to learn the most challenging role of the warrior woman, and I was determined to stick it out until the end. I was about to succeed, but I fell, my waist was injured, and I could no longer become a warrior woman. Later, when I investigated the cause of the accident, it was my prop. That was tampered with. A look of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, but it quickly settled into calm. The school was a small society. There were always some people who were excluded or discriminated against for various reasons. Sometimes, being too diligent could also lead to mockery. But Lu Chen hadn't expected that tampering with props could be considered bullying, right? No wonder there were no rumors at the opera school about Shi Yushan studying the warrior woman role. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain the reason for her career change. After all, compared to standing up for students, the opera school preferred to keep things calm. Lu Chen sighed. It's okay, they all look down on you, but you're the one who's most resilient. Don't cry, soon they'll call me a scumbag. Shi Yushan's eyes brimmed with tears, but upon hearing Lu Chen's words, she smiled brightly. She anxiously clutched Lu Chen's arm, completely different from how she used to act. So, that day in the rain, I saw you. Your eyes were so calm and clear. I wanted to see if your heart was the same, and I wanted to see if you could hold on, just like me. Shi Yushan lowered her eyes, her voice hoarse. I'm sorry. 088 The record is verifiable. People can suddenly become timid when faced with happiness. Grasping happiness requires more courage than enduring pain. The comfort zone of pain offers more security than the brand new zone of happiness. A year and a half. Under Lu Chen's long gaze, Shi Yushan found unprecedented satisfaction. Clearly, she could reach out and have Lu Chen, yet she suddenly felt timid. This world is a vast field of child psychology. Some people get scared in place for making a small mistake, perhaps because as a child, breaking a bowl meant a scolding. Every action of a grown person reflects the marks left on them in childhood. Shi Yushan wanted to stay by Lu Chen's side, but she was worried. Worried that Lu Chen might leave just like her companions did. Worried that Lu Chen might mock her for what she was doing as meaningless. Worried that after Lu Chen received her sincere feelings, he would start to ridicule and bully her like those people from drama school. Shi Yushan felt increasingly twisted. She longed for a firm yet gentle person, yet resisted such a person. Lost in thought, Shi Yushan stared blankly at the floor tiles ahead, tugged at the corner of her mouth, and self-deprecatingly laughed. I was too foolish back then, I shouldn't have gone to drama school. If she hadn't said such things, she might not have questioned everything or developed such a bad temperament. She could have met Lu Chen in a suitable place, getting to know each other. No matter how bitter or tired she was, she had never wavered on this matter, but after seeing Lu Chen's calm gaze, her heart suddenly began to doubt whether going to drama school was truly the right choice. It wasn't. It wasn't. Lu Chen's eyes hadn't been like this before. Shi Yushan clearly felt that leaning in Lu Chen's embrace brought their hearts infinitely closer. But why did it feel like they were worlds apart? Lu Chen looked at Shi Yushan thoughtfully. He felt that this woman's strategy of retreating to advance was quite effective. A scheming green tea, as expected of you, with several tricks up your sleeve. When all schemes fail, being straightforward is also a different kind of strategy. Sincerity is a killer move, but being consistently sincere is foolish. Occasional sincerity is the most impressive. Jot it down, it will definitely come in handy later. 3 people together must have a teacher among them. Master, I've gained enlightenment. Having learned another trick, Lu Chen felt good and slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a comforting smile. Don't bully your younger self. You're not foolish. Finding something you love and sticking with it for a lifetime is a very lucky thing. Many people, not to mention persevering, don't even know what their hobbies are. Just like Lu Chen, he was uninterested in everything and couldn't muster any enthusiasm. Perhaps he really needed to rest well. In fact, Lu Chen used to like Qi Yushan very much. Qi Yushan had her own dreams, could persevere, and could confidently do what she loved on stage. Lu Chen liked such people, because he had no dreams. The gentle comfort of Lu Chen's voice felt like knives stabbing at Qi Yushan's heart. She wanted to laugh, yet wanted to cry. Lu Chen was truly that kind of person, truly that steadfast and gentle person. Clearly, happiness was within reach at the beginning. Why didn't she dare to step forward? Why couldn't she believe it? Lu Chen supported Qi Yushan as they walked forward, speaking calmly. You can change your personality in the future, otherwise, when you meet the next person, it will still be a cycle. You want to test someone's heart, but once you've tested it, that person is bound to leave. People cannot withstand testing. A person accustomed to lying will inevitably mix in some lies even when telling the truth. Qi Yushan's personality made her sensitive and suspicious. Even when she was being honest, there was a part of her that she couldn't control, a bit of green tea and a touch of pity. Lu Chen's personality determined that he would not believe in emotions. Even when he was sad, he would subconsciously force himself to smile, regardless of whether he truly wanted to. The personalities of Lu Chen and Qi Yushan destined them to be two insincere people. People are so wonderful. Personality determines fate. All endings are determined by personality from the very beginning. Lu Chen gently patted the back of Qi Yushan's hand and said calmly, "You apologize to me. If that makes you feel at ease, then I say I forgive you." He was grateful to all the clients who could give him money. Maybe personality is hard to change, but habits are something that can be easily altered. In the first 10 days, you might not adapt to my absence, but in 20 days, 3 months, half a year, you will eventually get used to it and develop new habits. As Lu Chen spoke, he suddenly laughed, shaking his head playfully. "So, how about it? Was your money well spent? I even offer after-sales service." Sigh, there really aren't many conscientious merchants like him. Qi Yushan tugged at the corner of her mouth, unable to smile. This wasn't the kind of forgiveness she wanted. What Lu Chen offered wasn't forgiveness, it was whatever. "Doctor, are you serious?" Lu Chen looked at the doctor beside him, who was teaching Qi Yushan movements to relieve her back pain, and fell into deep thought. Although Qi Yushan had a back injury, her foundational skills from years of practice remained, soft and slender. At this moment, she was kneeling on the mat, her back bent, her face pressed against the mat. Lu Chen stood behind her. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen silently moved to another spot. Hearing Lu Chen's doubt, the doctor felt her professional competence was being insulted and angrily said, "I am the god of rehabilitation in the national team. How many athletes have returned to the field under my care? Real and effective, achievements can be verified." Ha ha ha. Lu Chen laughed, finding the doctor quite amusing. He glanced at the name tag on the doctor's chest, which read How How How. Upon seeing this name, Lu Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. What kind of name is this? He gave a thumbs up to express his admiration. Good, Dr. How How How, you are a good doctor. Dr. How? What the hell? What kind of nonsense is that? It sounds like a broken record. Qi Yushan also laughed at Lu Chen's words, unable to hold back, and directly lay down on the mat, delighted. In the end, Dr. Hao couldn't help but laugh either. She had been laughed at a lot because of this name. However, Lu Chen was indeed funny, so she wasn't angry, just said, "You little brat, you'd better not hurt your back in the future. Otherwise, if it fell into her hands, she would definitely make this kid suffer." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and touched his waist. "That's for sure. My back is particularly good." Qi Yushan lay on the mat, slightly raising her eyes to stare at Lu Chen's waist, and after a moment of silence, asked, "You also have verifiable achievements?" Lu Chen, 089 performed for you. Like breathing, some people move like bears rubbing against trees, while others move like fairies descending to earth. In the rehabilitation room, Qi Yushan was diligently performing movements to alleviate her back injury. Strands of her dark hair clung to her forehead, and beads of sweat trickled down her temples, disappearing into the fabric of her shirt. Her cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue from exercise, and her skin glowed a pale white from perspiration. Lu Chen found it difficult to look directly at her, so he focused intently on observing her through the mirror on the wall. He had just checked Hao Hao's information. It turned out she was indeed a goddess of rehabilitation from ancient Greece. The movements Hao Hao taught Qi Yushan were nothing short of masterclasses. Essence. Absolute essence. If Lu Chen wanted to see Hao Hao again next time, he would have to pay a registration fee. It was a missed opportunity if he didn't listen now. Learning was endless.
Most of the skills Lu Chen had mastered were learned through accompanying others. The clients were wealthy, and those who served them were top figures in various fields. While those people shared their essential knowledge, Lu Chen quietly made progress on the side. Another move learned. Shi Yushan let out a muffled groan and collapsed onto the mat. Lu Chen forcibly restrained his instinctive hand from reaching out. The next moment, Shi Yushan quickly got back up, resuming her previous posture. Supporting herself in the same position, she looked up at Lu Chen, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, and explained with a hint of grievance, "I wasn't pretending to be pitiful just now." She still didn't want to give up. Since Lu Chen thought she was insincere, she would try her best to control her actions. But, after more than 20 years, these behaviors had already become ingrained in her flesh and blood. To change, she could only slowly peel away the layers until the flesh was indistinct. But this pain was nothing compared to losing Lu Chen by her side. It was merely a bit of hardship. She could change. Lu Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Rehabilitation training for those who have experienced trauma is a test of willpower. If one can't endure, then it's goodbye, directly exiting the industry. Clearly, as someone who could learn both martial arts and acting from drama school, Shi Yushan was extremely tough on herself. Even when she was in pain, she didn't make a sound, only quietly gasping, sending shivers down one's spine. Lu Chen sat on the sofa, his left leg resting on his right, relaxed yet indifferent. He recalled his almost uncontrollable hand from earlier and, resting his chin on his hand, pondered aloud, "Do you have a serious occupational disease?" Occupational disease? Shi Yushan was taken aback for a moment, struggling to lift her head. "You mean the injuries on my body?" Lu Chen shook his head with a smile. "No." As thoughts flowed, Shi Yushan suddenly considered a possibility. "Are you talking about my daily tone, intonation, and body movements?" Lu Chen nodded. Shi Yushan felt a bit pleased that she had guessed the meaning behind Lu Chen's words, her soft pink lips curving slightly. "Of course. Sometimes I suddenly stop talking, and when others ask me what's wrong, I say I'm waiting for the door to pass." Ha ha ha. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. It turned out he wasn't the only one with such a serious occupational disease in this world. That felt good. He had said that his instinctive urge to help was indeed an occupational disease. Shi Yushan secretly glanced at Lu Chen's cheerful expression, wanting to ask if his occupational disease was also serious. But she couldn't ask. Lu Chen's profession was indeed special. What if she accidentally touched on his wounds? That would only add insult to the already precarious state of their relationship. It was hard one for the two of them to chat so harmoniously. She didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. After thinking it over, Shi Yushan didn't want such a good atmosphere to fall silent, so she changed her posture and casually said, "You can watch the movements I do more, they're all particularly standard. I'm Dr. House Proud Patient. Remember this, and you can try doing it when your back hurts in the future." Lu Chen smiled. "You really have a lot of energy, aren't you tired now? Hurry up and say you're tired." Then he could personally send Shi Yushan off in a taxi. Only when he saw Shi Yushan leave would he feel at ease. As an excellent professional admirer, one must learn to extract key information from complex and trivial conversations. Like just now, while listening to Shi Yushan talk to Hao Hao, he learned about her routine visits to the hospital. This was incredibly useful. Generally, Shi Yushan would come to the hospital for rehabilitation from Monday to Friday. This visit was just an accident. Thank goodness. Lu Chen silently thanked the Jade Emperor, Buddha, and the three pure ones anyone would do, just grateful for the blessing. Anyway, she wouldn't be coming to the hospital from Monday to Friday. Unless something unexpected happened, the two of them would never run into each other again. No, he needed to add another layer of insurance. Seeing Shi Yushan biting her lower lip while making a gesture, Lu Chen said calmly, "Is your back never going to get better?" Shi Yushan paused for a moment, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, carefully savoring the meaning of Lu Chen's words. After a moment, Shi Yushan understood. She immediately denied it. "No, my back only hurts sometimes, but it works just fine. If you don't believe me, I can do 10 pinpoint rolls and continuous backflips right now." Lu Chen. "All right. People aren't tools, it's normal for things not to go according to script." The next second, Shi Yushan's gaze fell on Lu Chen's hands. She rubbed the mat beneath her and gently asked, "How about your hands? Are they seriously injured?" "Yes." "Shi Yushan, you are my only sister. That's exactly what I mean." Lu Chen was delighted. He didn't expect that after a slight deviation from the script, it would still come back. So he pondered for a moment and smiled with some relief. "It's just a little painful. If I had come to the hospital a bit later, it would have healed on its own." Shi Yushan chuckled softly. She still liked seeing Lu Chen so full of energy.
Shi Yushan said quietly. What a pity. What a pity about what? Lu Chen asked her. In the end, Shi Yushan pushed herself to her limit and weakly lay down on the mat, her inky long hair falling to her waist. She mumbled, "It's a pity I won't be able to see you at the hospital anymore." Lu Chen forcibly suppressed the corners of his mouth that wanted to rise and said with a sense of emotion, "Life is always full of regrets." Ha ha ha. Great. The insurance is in place. As expected of me. Acting for you is as easy as breathing. But, Lu Chen scratched his head, feeling like he had forgotten something. 090 Chi, how can I live without you? This overly cautious admirer is incredibly strong. Lu Chen still felt uneasy. He glanced down at Shi Yushan, who was resting. She seemed to be avoiding reality, lying on the mat with her arms stretched out, revealing a delicate, pale wrist. Compared to the cool and dignified figure in blue, Lu Chen felt that this person trying to burrow into the ground was more in line with Shi Yushan's true character. A scheming green tea type but with a bit of a little girl inside. Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa, waiting for Shi Yushan to rest and leave, but at that moment, he was thinking, how can I add another layer of insurance? As the saying goes, a little bourgeois emotion, and 3 days in the factory, and the illness is cured. Clearly, it was unrealistic to have Shi Yushan work, but getting her so busy with work that she couldn't think about love was possible. When a person gets busy, who has time for all that romance? Moreover, Shi Yushan's profession was quite special. If she became popular, it would directly mean buffs from all sides. She would become a bearer of traditional culture. Once this title was donned, it was impossible for her not to be busy to the point of feeling like she was stepping on a whirlwind. So, Lu Chen cleared his throat and urged, "Have you rested well? If you're ready, I'll take you to the car." He was learning to retreat to advance, just like Shi Yushan. Writing things down in a mistake notebook doesn't count as truly learning. Being able to use it is what truly counts. Sure enough, as soon as she heard it was time to leave, Shi Yushan instantly became anxious, her autumn water-like eyes pleading. "Can I rest a little longer, please, please?" Lu Chen helplessly sat back down. "Alright, then can I watch some videos while I wait for you?" Upon hearing this, Shi Yushan rested her cheek on the cushion, looking up at Lu Chen with a light laugh. "The videos aren't as good-looking as me. You look at me, and I'll sing you a song. How about a foolish monarch experience card?" Lu Chen chuckled, feeling relieved. "That's the spirit. What are you going to sing?" Shi Yushan's eyes sparkled with surprise, a bit astonished that Lu Chen actually agreed. "That's great." She wanted to stand up but was stopped by Lu Chen. "Just find a comfortable position for your waist. I didn't really mean for you to sing and dance." "All right." Shi Yushan stood up, leaned against the wall, and cautiously sat down on the sofa next to Lu Chen. She was very beautiful. Her long hair flowed like ink down to her waist, her skin was fair and delicate, and her eyes held an unshakable tenderness. "Can I record this?" Lu Chen lazily leaned back on the sofa, glancing at Shi Yushan's cool and dignified face, thinking this video would definitely go viral. Shi Yushan was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect Lu Chen wanted to keep a memento, but she nodded without hesitation. "Sure." "Aha! That's the right attitude." Lu Chen looked at the rare, somewhat shy and innocent Shi Yushan in front of him, then at himself holding the phone. Suddenly, he felt like he was on a film set. "Ah, what a terrible imagination, you really are awful. Get out. Get out of my head." Lu Chen shook his head, dispelling that thought. Shi Yushan quietly took a deep breath, quickly suppressing her nervousness. "Is there anything you want to hear?" "The Ode to Pear Blossoms." Lu Chen answered quickly, but Shi Yushan suddenly froze. This was the last song she sang for Lu Chen. A hint of bitterness flickered in Shi Yushan's ink-like eyes, but she quickly perked up. "Are you ready? Okay, action." "Alright, goodbye, take care of your back." Lu Chen sent Shi Yushan to the taxi, smiling and waving at her. Shi Yushan leaned against the car window, a few strands of hair falling over her forehead, her watery eyes gazing at Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was saying goodbye, she suddenly grabbed his hand. Lu Chen was taken aback and immediately tried to pull away. But Shi Yushan held onto his hand tightly, dropping a box of ointment into his palm. Lu Chen paused. Shi Yushan released his wrist, smiling slightly. "It's a special medicine for healing wounds." Lu Chen was puzzled. Where did this come from? He had been with Shi Yushan the whole time. How did he not notice when she got the medicine? Shi Yushan looked a bit deflated, leaning against the car window. "I asked doctor how to get it while you were in the bathroom." How infuriating. At this moment, Lu Chen should have shown a surprised expression. Lu Chen cleared his throat. "Thank you. I'll make you famous all over the internet in return." In artistic creation, emotion and skill are both indispensable. Genuine feelings can touch the heart. The last time Shi Yushan sang the Ode to Pear Blossoms, it was merely skill without substance.
But today, even though Chi Yushan was wearing the simplest, even plain clothes, she sang with emotions never before felt. Even he was deeply moved by it. Now, this video is in Lu Chen's hands. If it can move someone as cold-hearted as him, then touching others is simply a piece of cake. The key point is that Chi Yushan is beautiful. This is an indispensable factor. Master, we can go now, Lu Chen said to the driver in the car as he noticed the time was about right. All right. The driver smiled and opened the player. In an instant, a song began to play softly. In this fleeting moment, the closest distance, along the texture of your skin, traversing your twisted arms, let me dream for you. The car slowly started moving. Chi Yushan leaned against the car window and looked back, while Lu Chen stood in place, smiling and waving. Like an NPC, like a machine, but definitely not like a person. How much farther do I have to go to enter your heart? How much longer until I can get close to you? The person who is so near yet cannot be approached is also waiting to meet you. Listening to the music in the car and looking at Lu Chen standing still, Chi Yushan fell into a deep emo. She had fallen for a robot devoid of feelings, and she hadn't even given the robot any maintenance before. This was simply digging a huge pit for herself. Sigh. Chi Yushan let out a soft sigh, the wind blowing into the car, dispersing her sigh. Half a minute later, Lu Chen looked at the taxi that had only moved 2 meters with a puzzled expression. Wait, driver, are you out of gas? Chi Yushan also looked at the driver in surprise and suggested, how about I switch to another car? The driver, with a look of disappointment, leaned his head towards Lu Chen and said, why aren't you following the script? Ha? Lu Chen was confused. What script? Wasn't the script already finished? He had already completed his double insurance. The driver, dissatisfied, asked, Miss, what's your last name? Chi. The driver shouted to Lu Chen, I'm driving this slowly, you should be chasing the car. And while chasing, you should say, will we meet again, Chi? When we meet again, you must be happy. Chi, how can I live without you, Chi? Lu Chen. Chi Yushan. Chi Yushan was so embarrassed she wished she could hide under the car seat. Lu Chen was so ashamed he wanted to run 300 meters down the street. Ah, what kind of people are these? Lu Chen felt his scalp tingle with embarrassment. After finally waiting for the car to drive away, he hadn't even caught his breath when he heard a new message notification from WeChat. Lu Chen was in tears. I hate message notifications. It was too terrifying. Lu Chen opened the chat box and, upon seeing the contact's name, suddenly froze. Damn! He remembered he had forgotten something. Xia Yeshan's birthday is today. 091 No need to pay for my expectations. At the top floor lounge of the Zhenghang Hotel. Click. The lounge door opened. Wei Qingyu held a delicate box in her hand, her usually calm eyes now filled with confusion. Why? Why hasn't Lu Chen come? In the large lounge, the lights were bright as day, so dazzling that Wei Qingyu gently lowered her gaze. Xia Yeshan was curled up on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, silently staring out at the night. The person who usually shone like the sun was now filled with a heavy gloom that couldn't disperse. Her golden hair was half tied up, adorned with a crown studded with jewels, her 2 slender white legs draped over the armrest, exuding a hint of lazy abandon that defied convention. Hearing someone enter, Xia Yeshan turned her head in surprise, her golden hair flowing like satin, tracing an arc in the air. Wei Qingyu? It was obvious. Even though Wei Qingyu was somewhat slow, she could still hear the disappointment in Xia Yeshan's tone. It was as if she shouldn't have come. Today was Xia Yeshan's stage, so Wei Qingyu dressed very conservatively, wearing the most inconspicuous black dress. But unfortunately, even if a good-looking person wears a burlap sack, others will still think it's some ugly clothes designed by a mentally ill luxury designer. Xia Yeshan looked up and down at Wei Qingyu's outfit today, feeling even more annoyed. Damn it, looking that good, what the hell? So annoying. No wonder Lu Chen likes Wei Qingyu. Wei Qingyu calmly walked up to Xia Yeshan and handed over the box in her hand, sincerely wishing, this is your birthday gift. Happy birthday and wish you good health. Xia Yeshan glanced at the logo on the gift wrapping. Custom earphones, expensive. So annoying. Xia Yeshan looked at Wei Qingyu's face, then at the gift in front of her. Suddenly, she recalled what Lu Chen had said to her that day. He asked, should the contract continue, Boss Xia? Boss Xia. Ha! Boss Xia. Back then, she called him Brother Xia, and now she's calling him Boss Xia? Why should the contract continue? The premise no longer exists, so why continue? Xia Yeshan wanted to know. She thought about it for a long time after coming back, and a glaring reason was right in front of her, but she was unwilling to believe it. Xia Yeshan couldn't believe she would be so casual. How could she possibly like a guy in just a few days? That was too casual, she simply couldn't accept it. Xia Yeshan irritably glanced at Wei Qingyu,
who looked expressionless like an AI. If it weren't for her words, Lu Chen wouldn't have brought up ending the contract. But Wei Qingyu was also sick, and she couldn't directly scold Wei Qingyu. Ah, so annoying. A few days ago, Xia Yeshuang was immersed in the tenderness of Lu Chen, living too comfortably. Now that Lu Chen was gone, love is a tranquilizer, and the tranquilizer is gone. She was back to that state where everyone looked unpleasant, and she wanted to slap everyone. Seeing Xia Yeshuang caught in a dilemma, Wei Qingyu placed the gift on the table and asked seriously, "Can I sit down? Who's stopping you?" Xia Yeshuang shot back, her tone laced with undeniable irritation. "Thank you." Wei Qingyu politely nodded, smoothing out the wrinkles in her skirt, and sat properly on one side of the sofa. The lounge was quiet. In the past, whenever Xia Yeshuang met Wei Qingyu, she would inevitably poke fun at her. But now, she knew Wei Qingyu was sick and had received Wei Qingyu's gift. Damn! She couldn't even curse. The usually arrogant Miss Xia felt this kind of suffocating feeling for the first time. She wanted to message Lu Chen to vent a little, but Lu Chen's words echoed in her mind. End the contract? Ha! Does Lu Chen really look forward to escaping from her side? What? Does he want to go be a lapdog for Wei Qingyu? No, that's not it. It wasn't being a lapdog. That day in the piano room, sunlight fell on Wei Qingyu's hair, and she said she liked Lu Chen. Great! Xia Yeshuang self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Lu Chen and Wei Qingyu were mutually in love. What was she even? If this were a TV drama, she would be the vicious villain blocking the main couple from being together, and all the viewers would want her dead. Are you waiting for Lu Chen? Seeing Xia Yeshuang like a frenzied little lion, Wei Qingyu rarely took the initiative to bring up a topic. Xia Yeshuang shot Wei Qingyu a glare and said unhappily, "Who said I'm waiting for him? I was just too tired downstairs. Can't I take a break?" "Sure, that's your right." Wei Qingyu slightly raised the corners of her mouth as she said this. Whether to smile or not, to be happy or not, that was all her right. Saying the same thing to Lu Chen made her feel as if she and Lu Chen were transcending time, sharing a tacit understanding. Xia Yeshuang looked at Wei Qingyu's expression in horror. What a weirdo! Who the hell gave AI permission? She was still more accustomed to Wei Qingyu's expressionless face. Wei Qingyu silently accompanied Xia Yeshuang for a while. She was used to not speaking, and a week of silence wouldn't affect her at all. But Xia Yeshuang couldn't do that. She anxiously stared at the time on her phone. It was almost 11 o'clock. But Lu Chen still hadn't arrived. Xia Yeshuang thought that as long as Lu Chen came today, she would definitely renew the contract with him. She wanted to send Lu Chen a message to remind him, but with Wei Qingyu sitting there, it felt particularly awkward. After thinking for a moment, Xia Yeshuang raised her chin and urged, "Why aren't you leaving after giving your gift?" Wei Qingyu closed the book in her hands and looked at Xia Yeshuang in confusion. "I wanted to see Lu Chen. Isn't he coming?" "Ha?" Xia Yeshuang was shocked. She never expected that Wei Qingyu came to her birthday party just to see Lu Chen. Damn it! What a lunatic! Damn! Xia Yeshuang was even more annoyed. "Lu Chen isn't coming today, you can leave." "Okay." Wei Qingyu showed no doubt at all. She closed the book, stood up, and smoothed out the wrinkles in her skirt. Xia Yeshuang asked in confusion, "Did Lu Chen tell you he was coming today?" Wei Qingyu replied naturally, "No." "Then why did you come?" Xia Yeshuang really couldn't understand Wei Qingyu's thought process. Why didn't she ask in advance? What if she came for nothing? Wasn't that a waste of time? Wei Qingyu calmly said, "Based on my observations, whenever Lu Chen goes missing at school, there's a 94% chance he's with you, and a 6% chance he's in the bathroom. Because people don't want to spend a long time with someone they dislike, and since Lu Chen is a good friend of yours, and it's a good friend's birthday, it ultimately proves that there's a 99% chance Lu Chen will come." What Wei Qingyu said left Xia Yeshuang bewildered. However, Xia Yeshuang caught a key phrase and regained her composure. "What a pity, today you encountered the 1% chance, your proof isn't that accurate after all." Wei Qingyu looked at Xia Yeshuang and analyzed seriously, there are no 100% certain events. Even if Lu Chen comes to the birthday party, there's still a chance of encountering heavy rain, strong winds, earthquakes, car accidents, and other natural phenomena. All these possibilities need to be considered. And I don't think it's a pity. If Lu Chen comes, I would be very happy to see him. If he doesn't come, it doesn't affect me at all. I chose to come myself. He has no obligation to fulfill my expectations. The smile on Xia Yeshuang's face froze, her teeth clenched. Damn! Who the hell let AI evolve? I'll kill you. 092 What the hell is he doing right now? Faced with the angry Xia Yeshuang, a question suddenly appeared in Wei Qingyu's mind. Question: at this moment, Xia Yeshuang is in a terrible mood. How should she cope? Answer: Because Lu Chen likes Xia Yexiang, therefore Lu Chen's mood fluctuates with Xia Yexiang's. Because Xia Yexiang's mood is exceptionally bad, therefore Lu Chen will also feel bad when he knows, because she wants Lu Chen to be happy, therefore she should comfort Xia Yexiang now, right? Wei Qingyu finally got the answer and knew what she should do. So, with her expressionless face, Wei Qingyu tried to soften her voice, attempting to converse with the furious Xia Yexiang. Wei Qingyu, are you very angry right now? Xia Yexiang, what do you think? Wei Qingyu, don't be in a bad mood. Xia Yexiang. Wei Qingyu, are you feeling a bit better now? Xia Yexiang, I'm in a terrible mood. Wei Qingyu, don't be in a bad mood. Xia Yexiang. Broken defense. Damn it, my defense is completely broken. You. Who sent you to annoy me? Xia Yexiang was so angry that her head was buzzing. If it weren't for the slight guilt she felt for previously targeting Wei Qingyu, she would definitely challenge Wei Qingyu to a duel right now. Damn it. Are you comforting someone or sending them off? What the hell are you talking about? Feeling bad? Don't feel bad. Hungry? Don't be hungry. Thirsty? Don't be thirsty. Damn. Are you crazy? Xia Yexiang was incredibly grateful to be curled up on the sofa. Otherwise, she really doubted she would be able to catch her breath and would end up crashing to the floor, injuring her superior nose that her mother had given her. Wei Qingyu stood there holding her book, looking confused and somewhat lost as she gazed at the furious Xia Yexiang. It seemed she had made Xia Yexiang even angrier. But she was trying to comfort Xia Yexiang, right? Was her comforting method wrong? Just now, Xia Yexiang had been looking at her phone, probably checking her chat with Lu Chen, right? So the reason she was upset at first must be because Lu Chen didn't come. After pondering for a moment, Wei Qingyu reflected on her own issues and tried to speak again. I'm sorry, I made you angry. Please don't be angry. Even though Lu Chen didn't come today, it doesn't affect your relationship, he likes you a lot. Put. Xia Yexiang felt like she was going to spit blood. She trembled as she pointed toward the door. You. Get out. The word roll was stuck in her throat. But thinking about Wei Qingyu's social awkwardness, Xia Yexiang paused and changed to a less intense word. Oh, fine. Wei Qingyu saw that Xia Yexiang was really too angry and felt a bit downcast and defeated. She seemed unable to learn Lu Chen's ability. Why could Lu Chen do it? When others were angry, Lu Chen could just say a few words and wash away all the unpleasantness like a clear spring. Suddenly, Wei Qingyu thought. She didn't know what Lu Chen was doing right now. As she reached the door, Wei Qingyu suddenly remembered something. Sorry, I have one more thing to say. Xia Yexiang trembled as she picked up her cup, spilling some water on her shoulder because she couldn't steady her hand. Suddenly, Xia Yexiang remembered that her arm had gone numb earlier, and it was Lu Chen who had been feeding her water. She didn't know what Lu Chen was doing now. Say it. Xia Yexiang's tone had softened a bit earlier because of her guilt towards Wei Qingyu. But that dead robot Wei Qingyu. So damn annoying. So Xia Yexiang's tone returned to its original state. Wei Qingyu said, Lu Chen made great progress in this exam. The homeroom teacher wants him to visit Haicheng University with us for a study tour. Xia Yexiang frowned, her golden hair flaring up a bit, her delicate brows and eyes filled with impatience. What are you telling me? I'm not his mother. Wei Qingyu nodded. I know you're not Lu Chen's mother. But when I asked for Lu Chen's opinion, he said he wanted to stay with you. I think this is a great opportunity to relax. If you're willing, you could persuade Lu Chen. Xia Yexiang initially thought Wei Qingyu would say something infuriating. But Xia Yexiang's expression suddenly relaxed. Especially after hearing that Lu Chen wanted to stay with her, her previously restless heart was suddenly soothed. Lu Chen said he wanted to stay with her? And he said it in front of Wei Qingyu? Looks like he can talk. Xia Yexiang was happy, elegantly tidying her golden long hair, and forced herself to maintain a reserved demeanor as she asked, why don't you persuade him? Wei Qingyu fell silent. After a moment, she endured the dull ache in her heart and said softly, Lu Chen only listens to you. Xia Yexiang felt even happier, humming proudly. Of course. You can go now, I will talk to him. Xia Yexiang's tone revealed familiarity, as if Lu Chen were her possession. Wei Qingyu thought that she seemed to be liking Lu Chen more and more because her heart ached so much. After Wei Qingyu left, Xia Yexiang stared intently at the chat interface on her phone. She had retracted 18 messages. There was no reason for Lu Chen not to see them. Wait. Xia Yexiang suddenly recalled the speculation Wei Qingyu had mentioned earlier. Could this dead phone really have guessed correctly? Could it be that Lu Chen had really been in a car accident? Damn. Xia Yexiang slapped her own face. Think of something good. Think of something good. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. The butler's respectful voice came from outside. Miss, it's time. Got it.
Xia Yexian replied perfunctorily, standing in front of the mirror to tidy up her appearance. The girl in the mirror, though still young, had already revealed superior looks. Xia Yexian wore a bright yellow haute couture dress and instinctively touched her face. Delicate and charming, radiant and captivating. Very beautiful. Why didn't Lu Chen come to see her? Suddenly, Xia Yexian looked at the person in the mirror with disinterest, losing any desire to adorn herself. She simply tidied her hair and went straight out. The butler outside looked at Xia Yexian's outfit in surprise and asked in confusion, "Miss, didn't you prepare another outfit to wear when making your wish?" Xia Yexian glanced at the butler, her face devoid of any smile. "Shut up. What was the point of dressing up if he wasn't coming?" Xia Yexian irritably went downstairs. In the middle of the banquet, there was an enormous custom cake, expensive but no one would actually eat it. Most people were here just for socializing. Although it was said to be her birthday party, it was really just an event organized by Old Man Xia for business networking. So boring. Xia Yexian was surrounded as she stood in front of the cake. Snap! The lights in the banquet hall dimmed, and the candle flames flickered in Xia Yexian's eyes. She quickly scanned the current situation. On her left was her stepmother, who smiled while cursing inwardly, and on her right was Old Man Xia, urging her to make a wish. Surrounding her were guests who were waiting for her to finish the process and then continue socializing, all looking polished and refined. Xuan, hurry and make a wish. Haha, Dad specially ordered this beautiful cake for you. Miss Xia is truly stunning. But at this moment, under the spotlight, Xia Yexian felt no tension, joy, or even excitement. She stared at the flickering candle flames, suddenly thinking, I wonder what Lu Chen is doing at this moment. 093 Astrology Theory. The entire birthday was dull for Xia Yexian. No, perhaps it could be said that every birthday she had celebrated since she became aware had been dull. Xia Yexian was clearly aware that she was in a bustling banquet hall filled with clinking glasses and lively voices. All the people here were elites among elites, discussing investments in one project or another. Yet she remained an island unto herself. Xia Yexian suddenly felt a bit lost, as if her soul had detached from this lively scene, coldly observing. Hey! A voice suddenly came from behind her, and her shoulder was jolted. Xia Yexian shivered and snapped back to reality. Before she could get angry, she turned around and saw the person, and her previously dazed emotions were instantly dispelled a bit, as she asked in confusion, Zhao Yeyue? That's right. Didn't expect me to come see you, huh? Zhao Yeyue grinned, pulling Xia Yexian's arm and finding a place to sit. Ah, finally able to take a break. Xia Yexian had grown accustomed to Zhao Yeyue's carefree personality. Technically, they were half-sisters. Zhao Yeyue was the child of Xia Yexian's stepmother. Originally, Zhao Yeyue had the surname Xia, but after her stepmother remarried, she took her current father's surname. Old Xia was still vigorous, his charm undiminished from his younger days. He fully embodied the belief that the wealthier one was, the more children one should have, leaving enough children in the Xia family to form a football team. Oh, wait. Including the illegitimate ones, there should be enough for 2 football teams. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Xia Yexian's eyes. With things being this way, how could old Xia still shamelessly claim that he loved her mother the most? Ridiculous. Yes, he loved her mother the most. But there were also second, third, and fourth favorites. Xia Yexian accepted that people's hearts are fickle and love fleeting. However, she absolutely could not accept old Xia using the pretense of mourning his deceased wife to marry a bunch of women who looked just like her mother. And then, in a righteous manner, say yes, we have a child. This was simply humiliating. Among this group of lively children, Zhao Yeyue was the least annoying. Therefore, Xia Yexian usually had a good relationship with Zhao Yeyue, considering her a close friend with whom she could share her thoughts. Especially after Zhao Yeyue's mother remarried, there were even fewer conflicts of interest between them. Zhao Yeyue cheerfully brought over a plate of cake, squinting her eyes in happiness as she took a bite, saying excitedly, Xia, you look even prettier. Xia Yexian glanced at Zhao Yeyue's dress, her expression pausing as she carefully said, you should pull up the neckline a bit. Ha! Zhao Yeyue looked down and noticed that due to standing for a long time, the dress had slipped down slightly, revealing a few red marks on her chest. Zhao Yeyue nonchalantly adjusted the straps of her dress and chuckled. Thanks! I didn't even notice. Even though Xia Yexian was used to the world, she rarely saw someone like Zhao Yeyue, so bold. What, are you curious about how it happened? Zhao Yeyue leaned in closer to Xia Yexian. Xia Yexian suddenly pulled back, clearing her throat awkwardly as she said, I'm not curious. You're clearly very curious. Zhao Yeyue poked Xia Yexian's arm, you little tsundere, acting like this will make you lose your true love. Xia Yeshan paused, a smiling face suddenly appearing in her mind.
No, no. Lu Chen liked being with her.
Zhao Yeyue continued talking to herself. I recently transferred schools and met a male classmate.
Even though his family is poor, he's super handsome. You have no idea how good he is. His waist is especially nice.
These marks are from him.
Xia Yeshan's mind suddenly went on high alert, and she immediately asked, what's his surname?
Ha?
Zhao Yeyue was confused. Do you know him? Xia Yeshan was anxious, really anxious. Just tell me his name. Oh my. Zhao Yeyue sensed a big scoop. Damn. She wouldn't be using the same guy Xia Yeshan had, would she?
Zhao Yeyue hesitated and said, his surname is Wang, named Wang.
Oh, I see. Xia Yeshan visibly relaxed.
God knows how she suddenly felt that breath of relief. She swore. If she found out that Lu Chen was not only selling emotional value but also this kind of thing, she absolutely.
She absolutely couldn't do anything.
Xia Yeshan was getting herself worked up, and thinking about how Lu Chen wasn't coming tonight made her even angrier.
What's wrong with you? Zhao Yeyue was bewildered. Why did she feel that Xia Yeshuan's emotions were becoming increasingly difficult to grasp? Just a moment ago, everything was fine, so why did she suddenly get angry? Could it be that this man was really someone Xia Yeshuan had used before? In an instant, Zhao Yeyue felt a bit anxious. To be honest, she quite liked that guy. Xia Yeshuan glanced at Zhao Yeyue's chest. That man could leave a mark on Zhao Yeyue and Lu Chen. Forget it.
Xia Yeshuan pretended to casually touch her slightly heated ears and forced herself to remain calm.
You all need to be careful and pay attention to safety. Ha! Zhao Yeyue was taken aback and burst into laughter, wrapping her arm around Xia Yeshuan's shoulder, doubling over with amusement. Xia, I understand this better than you do. You'll probably have to consult me in the future. Don't worry, I'll be careful. And he's really great, he pays attention to my feelings, I really like him. Xia Yeshuan swatted Zhao Yeyue's arm and said seriously, Zhao Yeyue, please wake up. Do you know how much your behavior resembles that of someone in love? You can't be deceived by a man. Zhao Yeyue scratched her head. Really? But he's really cute. Xia Yeshuan was exasperated. You think he's cute, doesn't that mean you're in love? Where do you find men cute? Zhao Yeyue retorted. Haven't you ever found any man cute?
Xia Yeshuan was about to argue back but suddenly fell silent.
After a moment, she calmly said, of course not. Zhao Yeyue squinted her eyes. Really? I don't believe it. Xia Yeshuan was furious. Really not. Zhao Yeyue nodded thoughtfully and suddenly said, I've been studying constellations lately. You're an Aries, right? Let me quiz you. Quick questions and answers. Which constellation is most compatible with Aries? Ha!
Zhao Yeyue's topic changed too quickly, and Xia Yeshuan couldn't keep up, instinctively saying,
Gemini. Oh, Zhao Yeyue elongated her voice. That guy is a Gemini? Xia Yeshuan was stunned. Xia Yeshuan felt her face heat up. Xia Yeshuan was about to explode. 094 Who will save me what? The compatibility index between Gemini and Aries is actually lower than that between Gemini and Aquarius? What the hell? This is simply alarmist.
After sending Zhao Yeyue away, although Xia Yeshuan said that astrology was childish, she thought for a moment and secretly ran to the break room to open a web page and start calculating the compatibility of constellations. However, when Xia Yeshuan saw that her compatibility with Lu Chen was actually lower than that with Wei Qingyu, she broke down.
She really broke down. Bang! Xia Yeshuan slammed her phone on the table, dissatisfied. This is simply feudal superstition. She would never believe in such childish things. How ridiculous. After a moment of silence, Xia Yeshuan picked up her phone again.
No, astrology doesn't work. I need to calculate the 8 characters.
She wouldn't give up. Was there really no high compatibility index?
While Xia Yeshuan embarked on her all-night journey of divination, Lu Chen was diligently working as a voice actor, serving Lu Qingqing.
No, that's not right. It was Lu Qingqing who was making him serve her. You're really not behaving. This is a punishment. How come you're enjoying it?
Lu Chen rubbed his temples, slowly reciting his lines in a voice that carried a strong sense of pressure.
Kneel properly.
Hiss. On the other end, Lu Qingqing's breath quickened, her tone filled with urgency and excitement. Kneeling properly. Lu Chen chuckled softly, his indifferent voice exuding a strong sense of pressure, arrogantly and lowly asking,
what should I call you, little?
Hu Ben Seeth. Lu Chen carefully listened to the changes in Lu Qingqing's tone and voice to deduce her state.
Sigh. No wonder blind people's hearing is more acute.
It's impossible not to be sensitive in this situation.
Lu Chen recited his lines while opening the chat history with Xia Yeshuan. Xia Yexiang had sent something. 18 messages sent, then 18 messages retracted. When a girl sends messages like this, it's clear she wants to talk but can't bring herself to do it. At this moment, if the relationship is to continue, then send a message. If it's not to continue, then just ignore it. Clearly, it was Lu Qingqing's service time now. As a professional sycophant, abandoning a client to chase after another woman is simply inhumane. Therefore, Lu Chen showed no reaction as he watched the clock turn to 12, still spouting wolfish words into the phone while listening to the changes in Lu Qingqing's voice. Busy? It's better to be busy. At 2:30 in the morning, Lu Qingqing was so exhausted that she could hardly muster any energy, casually placing her phone against her ear, trying to ensure Lu Chen's voice reached her hearing as quickly as possible. You did well today, the money has been sent. Lu Qingqing's voice carried a heavy sense of weakness. By the way, you say, Lu Chen was always on standby. After Lu Qingqing was satisfied, he generally wouldn't hang up the phone but would chat a bit longer, waiting for her to calm down. It was like a soothing time after the act. In short, the same meaning. This is the quality of a professional sycophant. How could one be heartless? Lu Qingqing slowly turned over like a sloth, lying on her pillow. Her pink hair fell carelessly across her cheeks, and she let out a weak laugh, her cheeks adorned with adorable dimples. With a cute nasal tone, Lu Qingqing elongated her voice in a spoiled manner, saying, "Let's find a time to discuss the contract extension." After being satisfied, her voice was sweet as if filled with honey. Contract extension? Lu Chen paused for a moment, then softly replied, "Okay. I'm currently working on a project, it should be delivered around June. Can we discuss the contract then?" Project? Lu Qingqing lay on her pillow, her pink hair covering her face. She smiled foolishly, her mind still hazy, and said randomly, "So you're in charge of the project?" "Just trying to make a living," Lu Chen immediately responded, not letting the client's words fall awkwardly. Lu Qingqing felt more at ease. It seemed that the list from that time was indeed a case of sharing a name, which had scared her into sleeplessness for several days. Humph, humph, humph. So comfortable. Lu Qingqing hummed contentedly, her body feeling relaxed. With Lu Chen's gentle words of comfort in her ears, she felt she could sleep well tonight. Lu Chen silently listened to Lu Qingqing's humming, suddenly thinking it was such a waste for this woman not to become a voice actor. That voice. Simply divine. A few minutes later, Lu Qingqing regained her composure and hung up the phone. The room was silent and quiet, moonlight spilled into the room, casting a galaxy of light. Lu Qingqing lingered in the darkness for a long time before her mind returned to her. She flipped over like a pancake, lying flat on the bed. After a moment of thought, Lu Qingqing extended her trembling arm to her slender neck, slowly unclipping a black leather choker. Breathing freely, Lu Qingqing silently stared at the ceiling, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of self-disgust. Ugh! She quickly turned and grabbed the trash can, retching continuously but unable to vomit anything. Bang! Lu Qingqing fell heavily onto the floor, as if she couldn't feel the pain in her body, just staring blankly at the sky outside the window. The moon hung high, and the stars twinkled. A beam of moonlight illuminated her sweet, charming face, making the tear mole at the corner of her eye particularly beautiful. Lu Qingqing let out a light laugh. So disgusting. Like an uncivilized animal, controlled by desire. So disgusting. Yet at this moment, Lu Qingqing's sweet eyes were filled with confusion and despair. When will this kind of life come to an end? Is there anyone to save her? On the other side, Lu Chen looked at the message from Xia Yexiang and fell into deep thought. AAA Xia Yexiang, 18 years old, easily irritated. What's your MBTI? Lu Chen scratched his head. Has the little golden retriever turned into a fortune teller? 095 A little tsundere, grasping the heart of a woman is higher than the sky and broader than the earth. Even though Lu Chen had navigated the profession of a devoted admirer for many years, sometimes he still found it hard to understand. Like now. Xia Yexiang called him late at night to scold him for not attending her birthday. This was more unsettling than suddenly asking about an MBTI. Divine gold. This woman wouldn't be trying to cast a spell on him, would she? Lu Chen felt a bit scared. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony. Lu Chen mumbled for a while before feeling reassured. You should be planning not to terminate the contract. Lu Chen had said that last week, originally giving Xia Yexiang a chance to choose again. Don't grab a poisonous vine just because of loneliness. That would only be drinking poison to quench thirst. When someone suddenly appears in your life who touches every aspect of you, all you can say is, please download the National Anti-Fraud app immediately. Lu Chen stared at the 18 retracted messages in the chat interface and the latest message asking about MBTI. He suddenly felt that Xia Yexiang hadn't really thought about the question he posed. Although it seemed like countless people surrounded Xia Yexiang at school, this little golden retriever was actually quite lonely.
For example, sometimes she would say she wanted everyone around her to go away, but she didn't really mean it. Unfortunately, due to the compliance of those around her, they would actually leave immediately. In truth, at that moment, Xia Yeshan's real thought was don't go. Ha! A little tsundere, grasping the heart. Lu Chen expressed infinite praise for his own professionalism. As expected of me. All right, little golden retriever, I gave you a chance. The contract itself was signed until June. Since Xia Yeshan was unwilling to terminate the contract, they could only continue. After all, he didn't mind having more money. Lu Chen, Sister Xia, I don't know what my MBTI is, cat crying. JPG, as soon as Lu Chen sent the message, he blinked, and Xia Yeshan, as if living in his phone, immediately sent a link. Lu Chen? He had heard that Xia Yeshan liked to reply instantly. When he was conducting a survey on her reputation, he had heard that Xia Yeshan didn't reply to messages at all. There were also particularly brave people who had asked her if she hadn't seen the messages. Xia Yeshan's uniform reply was, I replied with silence. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He found Xia Yeshan quite interesting. Although she could easily explode, as long as the person wasn't too annoying, she wouldn't go out of her way to pick a fight. Looking at it this way, she was actually quite a polite little tsundere golden retriever. Lu Chen happily continued to read the messages Xia Yeshan was typing. The next second. AAA Xia Yeshan 18 years old, easily irritated, just a quick insertion Lu Chen? Ah. Lu Chen pretended to cover his face, that's not good, right? AAA Summer Night Frost 18 years old Easy Shunmao retracted a message. AAA Summer Night Frost 18 years old Easy Shunmao, check it out, terrible input method, you really are terrible. Through the screen, Lu Chen seemed to see Summer Night Frost's face and ears turning bright red. Ha ha ha. As a professional sycophant, one must deeply understand the characteristics of each client. For someone like Summer Night Frost, who was a bit tsundere, if he replied immediately, she would definitely know that Lu Chen had seen those 3 words. Protecting animals is everyone's responsibility. To prevent the world from losing a little golden retriever who was embarrassed to death. Lu Chen switched pages and looked at 10 collections of silly love phrases before switching back to the chat interface. Lu Chen, sorry, Sister Xia, I was preparing something just now and didn't see the message. Can you say it again? AAA Summer Night Frost 18 years old Easy Shunmao, preparing what? Another quick reply. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile. This little golden retriever was much simpler than Qi Yushan, casually following his lead. Lu Chen, preparing a gift, sorry. JPG, upon seeing this message, Summer Night Frost, who had been lying on her pillow, suddenly sat up straight, her messy golden hair fluffing up like a little lion. She was wearing a white spaghetti strap nightgown, her slender, straight collarbones delicate and beautiful. But when she heard that Lu Chen was preparing a gift, Summer Night Frost miraculously felt that her hair had become a bit smoother. Preparing a gift? Summer Night Frost's heart stirred. Whose gift was he preparing? Who was it for? Of course, it was for me. Who else would it be for? It's not Wei Qingyu's birthday. Summer Night Frost huffed, the corners of her mouth lifting without her noticing. The irritation from not seeing Lu Chen at the birthday party vanished. She knelt on the bed, holding her phone seriously, her delicate brows unusually furrowed. What should I reply? She wasn't that concerned, just wanted to respond to Lu Chen out of politeness. Summer Night Frost bit her lip, caught in a dilemma. After pondering for a long time, Summer Night Frost seriously typed a single word. AAA Summer Night Frost 18 years old Easy Shunmao, Neither as enthusiastic as good nor as cold as oh. Simply perfect. Summer Night Frost felt proud of her intelligence. 1 minute later. Lu Chen did not reply. Summer Night Frost lay back down, continuing to stare at the chat interface on her phone. Half an hour later. Lu Chen did not reply. Summer Night Frost turned the notification sound on her phone to the maximum. 2 hours later. Lu Chen did not reply. Summer Night Frost's hands slowly moved to her eyes. The next second. Shua. She propped her eyelids, which were about to close from sleepiness, and continued to stare at the chat interface on her phone. The next day. As expected, Summer Night Frost couldn't get out of bed. Monday morning. When Lu Chen entered the school gate, he ran into Li Dachuan and Hu Zhongzhong. After Li Dachuan's persistent harassment about Hu Zhongzhong's questions, their relationship had progressed by leaps and bounds. Specifically, Hu Zhongzhong called Li Dachuan Big Silly Chun. Li Dachuan called Hu Zhongzhong Skinny Bamboo Pole. Li Dachuan spotted Lu Chen and quickly ran over with a bun in his mouth, still holding onto Hu Zhongzhong's hand. Hey, Big Silly Chun, what are you doing? Hu Zhongzhong was dragged over, looking quite disheveled. Li Dachuan couldn't be bothered to respond, just happily looked at Lu Chen and asked, Xingxing, have you had breakfast? I have buns. As he spoke, Li Daxuan pulled a bun out of the plastic bag in his hand, introducing it like a treasure. This one is pickled vegetable, delicious. This one is meat bun, delicious. This one is tofu, delicious. This one is. Hu Zhongzhong was furious. Why didn't you let me eat any just now? He was about to explode. Just a moment ago, he was almost starving, and this big silly Li Daxuan didn't give him a single bite. Beast! Lu Chen chuckled, took 2 buns, ate one himself, and stuffed the other into the chattering Hu Zhongzhong's mouth. Thanks. Woo woo. Hu Zhongzhong angrily took a bite of the bun. The next second, his eyes suddenly cleared. Wow! This is so delicious? Li Daxuan proudly puffed out his chest. Damn! Don't underestimate my bond with food. One might not believe in Li Daxuan's aesthetic, but they must believe in his taste buds. Lu Chen smiled and said, your emotions are left with only your appetite. I see your Engel coefficient is almost 1 now. Li Daxuan corrected him. It's not almost 1. Lu Chen didn't believe it. I'm already at 1. Lu Chen believed him. No wonder it's you. Good morning. A clear and flat voice interrupted the conversation of the three. Hu Zhongzhong turned around and instantly blushed. Wei Qingyu was wearing a modified uniform today, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her ink-like eyes devoid of any emotion, but because she was fair enough, she looked like a delicate and beautiful little cake. Lu Chen's gaze fell on the star-shaped brooch on Wei Qingyu's chest. Under the morning sunlight, it reflected a dazzling light. Lu Chen nodded, good morning. He looked at the nanny car parked not far from the school gate, and the butler standing outside the car. 096 heads or tails. Lu Chen stood before 2 trees. One was the dull Li Daxuan, and the other was the blushing Hu Zhongzhong. The legend of Wei Qingyu was passed down from generation to generation in the school. Beautiful, taciturn, aloof, intelligent, and wealthy. When someone questioned whether these adjectives were too exaggerated, they would suddenly realize they were not enough after seeing Wei Qingyu in person. These adjectives were not enough. A flower on a high peak, only this one. Wei Qingyu equally ignored everyone, which made everyone feel strangely comfortable. After all, one's own failure is certainly terrifying, but the success of others is even more chilling. Those who once liked Wei Qingyu could comfort themselves like this. Although she looks down on me, she also looks down on you. But now, the moonlight that never favors anyone gently fell on Lu Chen's shoulder, heavy as 1,000 pounds. Lu Chen was certain. The butler not far from the school gate had seen him, and he was specifically watching him. Lu Chen sighed and asked Wei Qingyu, do you have something to do? Wei Qingyu was taken aback for a moment and shook her head. No, but yesterday was Xia Yeshuang's birthday, and you didn't come. She was in a bad mood. Sorry, I wanted to cheer her up, but I didn't succeed. Lu Chen was filled with question marks. No, you didn't cheer Xia Yeshuang up. Why are you apologizing to me? What are you even saying to me? Lu Chen's gaze fell again on Wei Qingyu's chest. That star-shaped brooch made him feel a bit uncontrollably irritated. Lu Chen wanted to reiterate that he didn't like Wei Qingyu, but he glanced around. Besides Hu Zhongzhong and Li Daxuan, many classmates were secretly casting glances at him. He believed that if he said this now, Wei Qingyu would definitely say, I know. Such words. Within a day, Lu Chen could successfully wash away his previous reputation as a licking dog and label Wei Qingyu as one. People are keen on deifying others and even more eager to pull them down from their pedestals. Lu Chen sighed. He had never wanted to see Wei Qingyu, this high-peak flower, fall from grace and be mocked by everyone. Never. The dull-headed goose was just a bit silly. She shouldn't have to endure such gossip. Lu Chen remembered the reason why old Wei had hired him. It was because Wei Qingyu had been slandered. A person like her, even when slandered, wouldn't go to her family to complain or defend herself. She would just silently do her own thing. Lu Chen didn't want that. Although Wei Qingyu seemed like an AI, she had human warmth, a heartbeat, had smelled the fragrance of flowers, could see the color of the sky, and had shed tears. She was a person, capable of crying and laughing. Lu Chen took a deep breath and smiled slightly. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. Goodbye. Wei Qingyu paused for a moment, swallowing back the words she wanted to say to go with him. She nodded. Okay, goodbye. Lu Chen turned and left, while Li Daxuan quickly pulled the reluctant Hu Zhongzhong along. Wei Qingyu stared blankly at Lu Chen's back. After a moment of contemplation, she took off the brooch from her chest. She rubbed the star-shaped brooch and carefully placed it into her pocket, murmuring, I'm sorry. You're beautiful, but he doesn't like you. Lu Chen frowned at the brooch. The entire morning, Lu Chen kept glancing back at Xia Yeshuang's desk, only to find that she hadn't come at all. Forget it, let's check the piano room. Ding ding ding, the school bell rang for lunch, and Lu Chen picked up his backpack, planning to sneak away. The next second, the second round of plum blossoms. He was pulled back by Hu Zhongzhong again. Hu Zhongzhong placed his backpack on Lu Chen's desk and then stood up straight nervously. He looked like a recent college graduate facing HR for the first time, trembling all over. Lu Chen curiously opened the backpack, revealing a large stack of red bills inside.
Lu Chen, are you bribing me? Hu Zhongzhong panicked. No. This is all my red envelope money over the years, my scholarship, and my saved living expenses, all in here. Lu Chen picked up a 1 yuan coin from the backpack.
It seemed Hu Zhongzhong had really emptied his family's savings. His entire fortune was in this backpack.
After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen understood. You like Wei Qingyu, so you want to ask me for advice? Amazing.
Hu Zhongzhong excitedly grabbed Lu Chen's hand. Master, can you teach me?
Lu Chen tossed the coin into the air. Ding! The coin landed. Lu Chen smiled and said, a coin has two sides. You only see one side. Why don't you look at the other side? Hu Zhongzhong was taken aback. What?
Lu Chen lowered his gaze. Her father could crush your father. Why do you think you can pursue her? Hu Zhongzhong was stunned.
Lu Chen continued, setting aside family factors, let me ask you, what do you like about her? She's good-looking and studies well. Lu Chen smiled and asked him, so if a more attractive and better studying person appeared, would you immediately fall for them instead? Hu Zhongzhong couldn't answer. Lu Chen patted his shoulder, fell silent for a moment, and said, love specific people, not abstract ones.
You say you love her, yet you ignore the outlet of her soul. It's just simply labeling someone with this or that tag, and because of these tags, I love her.
But do these tags represent Wei Qingyu, or the Wei Qingyu in everyone else's eyes?
She is a living person, she's not a TikTok video that can be casually tagged.
For love to last, it must be a collision of two souls. But what if that soul isn't what you imagined?
Hu Zhongzhong fell silent.
Thank you. Ha!
Lu Chen turned around. Wei Qingyu was silently standing behind him, her usually calm eyes slightly reddened at this moment.
Lu Chen was speechless. How cliché. This could be heard too. Lu Chen nodded, shouldering his backpack and politely saying, it's nothing.
He then picked up the coin from the ground and placed it in Hu Zhongzhong's hand before turning to leave. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Wei Qingyu felt a sting in her eyes but let out a rare low laugh.
Thank you.
Thank you for being able to see through all the labels and touch the most authentic me.
In the comprehensive building. Creak.
Lu Chen cautiously pushed open the door to the piano room but did not see Xia Yeshuan's figure.
Ha! Not here? Lu Chen's eyes were alert, trying to prevent any pesky birds from flying into the piano room and messing on Xia Yeshuan's expensive piano. He walked to the window intending to close it.
Passing by the piano, Lu Chen felt puzzled.
Why has this piano changed? It wasn't this piano last week. Could it have been damaged? Whatever. Maybe it's just a rich person's quirk. Lu Chen reached the window and pulled the handle to close it. The next second, a figure quickly approached and slammed Lu Chen against the wall. Lu Chen?
He looked straight ahead and saw no one, but when he lowered his head, he met Xia Yeshuan's gaze.
Xia Yeshuan seemed to have not slept well.
The dark circles under her eyes were more pronounced due to being too pale.
However, with her golden hair, she gave off a more anime-like sickly girl vibe. Sister Xia? Lu Chen didn't speak, and Xia Yeshuan also remained silent, stubbornly staring at him. How could she possibly take the initiative to ask Lu Chen for a birthday gift?
Xia Yeshuan blinked her big eyes, trying to make this foolish human remember on his own. At that moment, Lu Chen was pinned against the wall by Xia Yeshuan. He glanced at her serious expression and then at her effort to tiptoe, forcing himself not to laugh out loud.
Xia Yeshuan noticed Lu Chen's gaze. Furious. This was direct mockery. Who could be taller than Lu Chen?
Xia Yeshuan immediately reached out her hand to give Lu Chen a proper warning.
The next second, Lu Chen bent down and slipped out from under Xia Yeshuan's arm. Xia Yeshuan?
She suddenly lost her support and bumped directly against the wall.
Damn!
Xia Yeshuan closed her eyes, preparing to meet the cold wall. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes to find a soft hand between her forehead and the wall. 097 I anticipated your anticipation. Feeling the warmth on her forehead, Xia Yeshuan's anger suddenly diminished a bit. She turned her head in confusion. A fragrant scent wafted in. A bouquet of red roses appeared before her.
The next second, another bouquet of daisies appeared in front of her. Lu Chen held two bouquets of flowers, looking somewhat conflicted as he said, roses smell nice, but the language of daisies is eternal happiness. I can't choose, so I might as well give them all. Wishing you joy every day.
Xia Yeshuan was about to say something cliché about roses being tacky, but the word suddenly caught in her throat.
Happy every day? That really is a simple blessing.
Yesterday was her birthday, and everyone wished her to be more beautiful and prettier.
Only Lu Chen said he hoped she would always be happy. Well, why would others think that the glamorous Miss Xia would be unhappy? As she inhaled the floral scent, Xia Yexiang's displeasure suddenly vanished. However, this did not mean she could forgive Lu Chen for not attending her birthday party. Xia Yexiang organized her words and opened her mouth to say, "You don't think?" Lu Chen quickly interjected, "Don't think that just because you gave me 2 bouquets of flowers, I will forgive you." Xia Yexiang? What to do? Her words suddenly got stuck. She opened her mouth. Lu Chen continued quickly, "Don't think that making me laugh will make me forgive you. It's not my birthday today, so what good is your blessing?" Xia Yexiang was furious. Lu Chen had already said everything. What could she say? On a summer night, Xia Yashuang was so angry that she turned and walked away. Lu Chen immediately followed her, saying with a smirk, "So annoying, stop mimicking me, keep your distance. I told you not to mimic me, yet you still do. Xia Yashuan was about to explode with anger. From start to finish, she had only initiated the conversation, and Lu Chen had finished all her lines. And he was using her words. She was furious, absolutely furious. All the joy Xia Yashuang had felt moments ago vanished. She snatched the 2 bouquets of flowers from Lu Chen's hands and turned to walk out of the music room. "Sister Xia!" "What?" Xia Yashuang snapped back, but suddenly froze. Lu Chen had his backpack in front of him, unzipping it carefully to take out a transparent box. Inside were adorable little wooden carvings, all with smiling faces. In the center of the wooden figures, a bird was suspended at the top of the box, poised to take flight, with all the wooden figures gazing up at it. Lu Chen said with a hint of guilt, "I'm sorry, it took too long to make this." "Make?" Xia Yashuang was shocked. "You made this yourself?" Lu Chen nodded. He had learned wood carving by observing his grandfather after he discovered his grandfather's skill. Whenever Lu Chen felt stressed, he would unconsciously carve wood. When the little figure smiled, he smiled too. This time, he selected some of his past works to create a new piece. Lu Chen gently shook the box, and the bird inside seemed ready to fly out at any moment. Xia Yashuang nervously stared at the wooden carvings, so tense that she walked over to Lu Chen in sync with her hands and feet. She reached out, wanting to touch the box. Lu Chen softly said, "You were never a nightingale." Xia Yashuang looked up at Lu Chen's face in a daze. His expression was incredibly sincere. "In my heart, you will always be the freest bird, soaring in the vastest sky." Xia Yashuang was stunned. Her gaze was fixed on the wooden bird. It wasn't made of gold, yet it was more precious than gold. Xia Yashuang gritted her teeth, forcing herself not to cry. She held back the tears that were about to spill, instinctively lowering her gaze, only to suddenly notice Lu Chen's hand hanging by his side, wrapped in bandages. Xia Yashuang froze. Making wooden carvings requires many sharp tools. It must be very dangerous. No wonder Lu Chen didn't come last night. So it was. He got hurt? Xia Yashuang's heart trembled, and tears fell uncontrollably. As soon as she opened her mouth, her voice was thick with sobs. Why? Why did you do this? Why did he wish her happiness? Why did he make her these wooden carvings? Why did he care for her so much? Tears fell onto the flower petals Xia Yashuan was holding, and the flowers seemed to come back to life. "Don't cry." Lu Chen stood in front of Xia Yashuan, gently wiping away the tears on her cheeks, slowly saying, "I want you to be happy, not to cry. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have made it." "No way." Xia Yashuang still had tears on her cheeks, but she protectively shielded the wooden box on the table behind her. Lu Chen smiled helplessly. Inside, he let out a long sigh of relief. He had made it through. Just as expected of me. Finally, the two could sit down and have a proper conversation. No, it was Lu Chen talking unilaterally. Xia Yashuan was so captivated by those wooden carvings that she adored them immensely, wanting to hold them close. Suddenly, Lu Chen's words came to a halt. He looked at Xia Yashuan, who was fixated on the wooden bird, her face radiating happiness. He suddenly felt a strange sense of being a neglected wife in a cold palace. Illusion. Absolute illusion. You like it that much? Lu Chen stopped talking to himself, propping his chin up, squinting and smiling at Xia Yexiang. Xia Yexiang had just been crying, her eyes red, like a little lion drenched in rain. But at this moment, the little lion's eyes were filled with happiness. Xia Yexiang huffed, giving Lu Chen a delicate glare. I like it. What's it to you?" Lu Chen was surprised. He thought Xia Yexiang would say it was just okay. He didn't expect her to directly admit that she liked it. Lu Chen was delighted, realizing that Xia Yexiang really liked these little things. Xia Yexiang said happily, "I've never seen these things before, and no one has ever made them for me." Lu Chen asked, "What did you play with when you were a child?" Xia Yexiang thought for a moment, gold bars, gems, and... Stop. Lu Chen glanced outside. What position should I land in to be reborn into your family? Xia Yexiang shot him a sideways glance. I don't want you to be my brother. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, teasingly saying, then being siblings is fine too. I'm not picky, you can call me brother. Xia Yexiang blurted out, I don't want you to be my brother either. I want you to be. The words abruptly stopped. 098 The boomerang arrives late. Danger, danger, danger. Life's relentless tempering of Lu Chen not only made his flesh tender but also sharpened his instincts. In this regard, currently, only Song Junju, who relies on her sixth sense, can be compared to Lu Chen. When Xia Yexiang suddenly paused mid-sentence, Lu Chen felt that the rest of her words were something he definitely didn't want to hear. So, Lu Chen immediately chose to change the subject, playfully fiddling with a trembling rose petal, smiling as he said, I'll find a vase later. These flowers should last longer if I put them in a vase. What's worth saving about these flowers? My family's estate has plenty, you can go take a look. Xia Yexiang unnaturally tucked her golden hair behind her back, letting out a sigh of relief. She didn't want to think, or rather, she was unwilling to think about what the second half of her earlier sentence meant. She didn't want Lu Chen to be her brother, nor did she want him to be her older brother. So, does that mean she wants him to be her stepfather? When all options were eliminated, the remaining answer, no matter how absurd, became the final answer. She wanted Lu Chen to be her. Xia Yexiang felt a bit relieved that she hadn't said it out loud, but also a bit disappointed that she hadn't. Both of them slightly overlooked that earlier sentence, and Lu Chen took the initiative to continue Xia Yexiang's words, smiling as he said, the flowers aren't worth saving, but these flowers are different. Of course, I want to make sure the gentle and beautiful Miss Xia sees my gift as much as possible. These flowers are so precious. Lu Chen had sneakily plucked them from the hospital flower bed, and in the end, he was chased by security for 1,000 meters and fined 50. Lu Chen had specifically researched it. A bouquet from the flower shop costs 150, while the flowers from the hospital flower bed cost 2 bouquets for 50. When he calculated it carefully, it felt like he made $100 for free. Just this feeling, so refreshing. Sister Xia? Sister Xia? Ha? Xia Yexiang suddenly came to her senses. She had been staring at Lu Chen's lips for so long that her mind went blank, completely missing what he was rambling about, just focused on his face. How infuriating. She was caught. Lu Chen said a bit aggrieved, oh, I thought Sister Xia was so bored listening to me that she zoned out. Sister Xia wouldn't be thinking about someone else, right? Boo-hoo, if I had known he was coming, I wouldn't have come. It's fine, as long as you're happy, I don't care, Shut up. On a summer night, Xia Yexiang felt as if a combination of Tang Sanzang and Lin Daiyu had suddenly appeared before her. Her head buzzed from the incessant chatter, and she directly covered Lu Chen's mouth. How infuriating. She hadn't expected that just by zoning out for a moment, the person across from her would start attacking. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with surprise, and the sensation of her palm against his lips was particularly vivid. He had only intended to make Xia Yexiang happy. How did it escalate to this? According to the tropes in those wild novels, with Xia Yexiang covering his mouth, he should be wildly licking her palm until she was defenseless. However, Lu Chen thought about the rumors surrounding Xia Yexiang and tightly shut his mouth. His arms were still useful, and he didn't want them to be broken. Once Xia Yexiang regained her rationality, she realized how dire the situation was. All she wanted was for Master Lu to stop talking. But now, her hand was firmly covering Lu Chen's mouth, her fingers slightly pinching the flesh of his cheek, and instead of being angry, Lu Chen was looking up at her with wide, innocent eyes. So cute. Just like the little white mutt she had raised when she was 6, silly and adorable. Suddenly, Xia Yexiang recalled the words she had said to Zhao Yeyue. Where in this world are there any cute boys? Can you hopeless romantic, wake up a little? The boomerang, though late, had returned. Xia Yexiang suddenly felt a bit of pain on her face. Damn! There really was. At this moment, her rationality and emotions were engaged in a fierce battle in her mind. Rationality told her to let go quickly. Emotion told her, why not pinch a little more? The sensation was quite nice. While she was lost in thought, there was a click. Lu Chen, out of nowhere, produced a Polaroid camera and suddenly took a picture. Xia Yexiang was momentarily stunned. A photo was shoved into her hand. Lu Chen smiled and said, last time I had to leave in a hurry and didn't get to take a picture, which was such a pity. I've been researching to pick a suitable camera, and now I finally have the chance. Previously, Xia Yexiang had tried to secretly take a picture of him, but her phone had fallen and been discovered. That matter had been dropped. After so long, Xia Yexiang hadn't expected Lu Chen to still remember this little thing and even prepare for it. The photo paper developed in her hand. The boy sat upright on the piano bench, while the girl slightly bent over,
pinching his cheek, golden strands of hair falling onto the boy's chest. How strange. Really strange. Xia Yeshuang suddenly felt as if her heart was filled with a peculiar emotion, a bit sour, a bit sweet, and somewhat swollen. It was indescribable. She had never felt this way before. The thin photo in her hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Xia Yeshuang stared at it for a long time. After a moment, she pulled a box from her bag and stuffed it into Lu Chen's arms, then immediately lowered her head to sort through her belongings, seemingly nonchalant as she said, "For the photo paper." "Ha!" Lu Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected to receive a gift. When did this little golden retriever prepare it? As a professional admirer, even in surprise, he had to provide emotional value to his client. So, Lu Chen happily said, "Really? Thank you. I like it a lot. You haven't even unwrapped it. What do you like?" Xia Yeshuang kept her head down, golden hair falling to cover her expression, but through the gaps, her eyes were filled with anticipation. As Lu Chen unwrapped the package, he said, "Because I thought Sister Xia would definitely give me something I like." The box opened. A fluffy little white dog appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. "Ha! A keychain?" This time, Lu Chen was genuinely surprised. He had originally thought this gift was sent by Xia Yeshuang's 8th-generation stepmother. However, now that I look at it, it really isn't certain. Although everyone is trying hard to act like adults, they have already been betrayed by those swaying little charms. Some charms are cute, some are funny, and some are adorably ugly, resembling the guardian cherubs. Different little charms represent different aspects of their owners' personalities. Lu Chen took out a little charm and hung it on his finger, then poked the little dog's nose with his other hand, laughing heartily. "Thank you, Sister Xia. I really like it. Your taste is truly amazing." When he was adopted, his younger brother had many toys, while he only had a discarded little dog doll. The craftsmanship of the dog was quite crude, but if you patted it, it would sing. Although it could only sing one song, the little bug flies, it accompanied Lu Chen through many days and nights. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Xia Yeshuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She put the photo in the compartment of her bag and tucked a golden little lion charm deeper into the bag. After doing all this, Xia Yeshuang proudly said, "Of course my taste is good, do you need to tell me?" 099 Did Prince Lu chase his wife to the crematorium today? Are you okay? Wang Jinjin worriedly stared at Wei Qingyu, who had been reading a book beside her. Damn it! What a sin! Fate is truly unpredictable. When Lu Chen liked Wei Qingyu, she did not agree to him. But when Lu Chen gave up on Wei Qingyu, she miraculously fell in love with him? Damn! Wang Jinjin felt that art indeed comes from life. These two people's matters were much more interesting than a novel. "I'm fine, Jinjin. Thank you for your concern." Wei Qingyu closed the book in her hands and looked at Wang Jinjin with some gratitude. If it weren't for Wang Jinjin's endless talk about emotion and reason in her ear, she might still be going in circles about why she liked Lu Chen. Suddenly being thanked so sincerely by the aloof beauty made Wang Jinjin feel a bit embarrassed. She scratched her head. "It's nothing. Recognizing your own heart is the most important." "Ha!" Wang Jinjin's words came to an abrupt halt as she widened her eyes, staring in shock at the cover of the book in Wei Qingyu's hands. It boldly read an analysis of the inner logic of romantic relationships. "Wang Jinjin? What the hell? Ha! What are you reading?" She had always thought Wei Qingyu was reading some academic books, or at least some extracurricular reading. After all, Wei Qingyu always looked serious when reading. No one told her that Wei Qingyu was reading such a serious book with that expression. "Why are you reading this?" Wei Qingyu looked at Wang Jinjin's shocked expression in confusion. "Does this book set any thresholds for readers?" Wang Jinjin was suddenly at a loss for words. There was no threshold, it just felt a bit shocking that Wei Qingyu was reading such a book. Wang Jinjin scratched her head. "I feel like you're a bit out of character for reading these books." Hearing this, Wei Qingyu took out a few more books from the drawer. "What about these, can they not be read? And, what does out of character mean?" Wang Jinjin glanced at the books Wei Qingyu had taken out. "Can AI have emotions? 100 Little Things About Love. How to Cultivate and Nurture a Precious Love. The Complete Book of Sweet Nothings." Wang Jinjin was stunned. What the hell? How can each of these book titles be more explosive than the last? She simply couldn't imagine Wei Qingyu, with her aloof beauty, reading a greasy book of sweet nothings. Damn! Lu Chen, you little rascal, you're simply sinful. Give me back my aloof beauty who doesn't eat the smoke of the world. Wei Qingyu waited a long time without getting an answer, thinking her books weren't useful enough, so she sincerely asked, "Jinjin, I've never been in a relationship. Do you have any books to recommend to me? I will take notes and write reflections to give to you." Wang Jinjin. Which good person studies before dating? Wei Qingyu, however, felt that her behavior was quite normal.
When encountering things you don't understand, it's necessary to learn more and gather a lot of input. Wang Jinjin facepalmed, "You're not an AI. Why do you need to gain experience through massive amounts of study materials? And the books you're studying are completely impractical." Impractical? Wei Qingyu looked at Wang Jinjin in confusion, eagerly asking, "Then what are practical books?" Wang Jinjin revealed a mysterious smile, rummaged through her backpack, and pulled out 5 books, slamming them onto Wei Qingyu's desk. "Look at this. This is practical." "Ha?" Wei Qingyu looked over. The covers of the books mostly featured a man and a woman kissing. "Sweet pet. Has Prince Lu been cremated today? Madame ran away with a baby, and Master Gu is begging for forgiveness. After the divorce agreement, the prince of the capital regrets it." Reading these titles, Wei Qingyu fell into silence. After a long while, she suddenly spoke. "Are you really going to send me to the crematorium? Am I the one pinching Lu Chen's waist, or is Lu Chen pinching my waist? I regret it, but I never had a marriage agreement with Lu Chen. What should I do?" Wang Jinjin. Blind girl. You've discovered the essence. However, after Wang Jinjin's guidance, Wei Qingyu indeed felt her feelings for Lu Chen had become clearer. So this time, she chose to trust Wang Jinjin. But thinking about the conversation between Lu Chen and Li Dachuan that morning, she asked another question. "Jinjin, can I ask you a term?" Wang Jinjin patted her chest. "Ask away. I've been navigating various novel websites for years. What term wouldn't I know?" Wei Qingyu felt relieved and sincerely asked, "Can you tell me what one is? Why does the sports committee say they are one?" "Ah, what the hell?" Wang Jinjin was shocked. "Oh my god, this is a huge revelation." The entire afternoon, Li Dachuan felt as if a gaze was scrutinizing him from somewhere. He even looked back at the back door and windows several times in fear, thinking it was their homeroom teacher, Li Wanfan, peeking at him. But unfortunately, it wasn't. Li Dachuan was truly confused. Who was secretly watching him? "If you have the guts, just look openly." After Li Dachuan shared this feeling with Lu Chen smiled and said, "Well, it depends on whether it's a man or a woman looking at you." Li Dachuan scratched his head. "What do you mean? If a woman is looking at you, you can tidy up and prepare to get out of singlehood. If a man is looking at you..." Lu Chen didn't finish his sentence, but Li Dachuan understood, angrily punching the air. "If a man is looking at me, he must be jealous of my muscles. He definitely wants to secretly put milk tea powder in my protein powder. No way. I need to carry my protein powder with me." Lu Chen. "Kid, you're invincible. You'll be single for life." After chatting with Li Dachuan for a bit longer, Lu Chen left the school with his backpack. When he saw the Bentley not far from the school gate, he knew it was Antwan who had come personally again. Sigh. Actually, he thought about it carefully later. Antwan was quite nice, beautiful, wealthy, and without quirks, plus she didn't know wages. Among all the clients, she was the only one who cooked for him. Antwan just didn't trust him, that's all. At the beginning, Antwan would rather say she was a widow than admit that Nuan wasn't her biological child. From this, it was clear that Nuan was truly important to her. Lu Chen still felt grateful to Antwan. He was like a little mouse, secretly enjoying the warmth of home for a few days before he discovered the surveillance. He should be grateful to Antwan. Let them investigate. For someone like Antwan to have waited this long to check his background is nothing short of a miracle. As a professional sycophant, he absolutely could not show a bad face to clients during work hours. Lu Chen took a deep breath, revealing a sunny and cheerful smile as he walked towards the Bentley. Click! He opened the car door and smoothly sat in the passenger seat. Just a second before Antwan spoke, he magically pulled a rose from behind his back. "President 1, happy April Fool's Day. 100 limited contract him?" The rose in front of her was vibrant and dripping with color, sprinkled with water to maintain its shape. It was beautiful, very pleasing to the eye. Lu Chen had removed all the thorns from the rose stem, leaving only the exquisite flower. When Lingxiu stared blankly at the rose, then suddenly smiled. No matter what, no matter how many clients Lu Chen had had, none of it was voluntary. He was just a pure, innocent child with a sense of responsibility. And at this moment, Lu Chen being kind to her was enough. In the limited time they had, she wanted to create more memories with Lu Chen. At least in the future, if Lu Chen occasionally thought of her, he would say that Wen Lingxiu was a nice person. That would be good enough. She had always been a restrained person. By the end of the contract, even if she felt a bit reluctant, she would not regret it. Yes, it must be so. After deciding to treat each day as if it were the last, Wen Lingxiu suddenly felt the shackles that had bound her disappear. She had been suppressing herself for too long. In an instant, her family was shattered, and the company and her child felt like two mountains, heavily pressing down on her shoulders.
She had no time, nor any thoughts to indulge in romantic matters. Until she met Lu Chen. Lu Chen was like a gift from heaven, helping her through the toughest times and taking good care of her child. And that night, knowing Lu Chen was sleeping right beside her, she surprisingly had a rare good night's sleep. Thinking of this, when Lingxiu gently grasped Lu Chen's wrist, lowered her head, raised her eyes, and smiled sweetly. "Can you help me put it on?" With the contract as a deadline, she wanted to secretly indulge the feelings she had suppressed for so long, pouring all her intense emotions onto Lu Chen. She would treat Lu Chen well. If there were losses, they would be hers, not his. Lu Chen was startled when his wrist was grabbed. No! Today's Antoine was different. Antoine was dressed very differently from before. If the previous Antoine embodied the gentle and virtuous wife, today she had added a touch of allure to that style. She wore a light purple dress, her long hair loosely pinned up at the back, with a few curly strands falling by her ears, and 2 white pearls adorning her earlobes like white jade. Purple indeed had a charm. Of course it's good. Complying with the client's wishes was a professional quality of a sycophant. Lu Chen carefully broke a bit of the rose stem and slowly tucked the flower into Antoine's thick hair. The person was more beautiful than the flower. Damn, looking this good. What the hell? Jealous. So jealous. Click. Lu Chen took out a Polaroid camera. He handed the photo to Antoine, proudly saying, "I've practiced for this, and with a beautiful model, the shot must be stunning." When Lingxiu held the photo, smiling gently, teasing Lu Chen, "Is it really that impressive?" In the photo, the rose in her hair added a touch of allure to Lingxiu's gentle temperament. Usually, Lingxiu seemed like an extremely serious woman, but today she resembled a widow trying to find a second spring. Yes, it has a certain flavor to it. Lingxiu carefully put away the photo and thought for a moment before taking out paper and pen from the armrest box. She quickly wrote something and handed it to Lu Chen. "You gave me a gift, and I really like it, so I want to prepare a gift for you too." "Ha?" Lu Chen looked at the paper handed to him and took it. It was written in Lingxiu's neat and elegant handwriting, and the content was, "If you encounter any problems in the future, just come to me. As long as I can help, I will definitely help you solve it." This was a promise from Lingxiu, something that countless bosses had begged for at her doorstep. Lu Chen felt that Lingxiu truly deserved her reputation in the business world. This was not just a promise, it was a regret voucher for reconnecting. It was a backup plan left for him by Antoine. Perhaps Antoine herself was not sure whether she would regret it, which is why she wrote this. As long as Lu Chen encountered difficulties and sought out Antoine, if she still had feelings for him, they could continue their dealings. If she had no feelings for him, then helping him out would just be helping. Lu Chen thought, "Is this the instinct of a businessperson to always leave a way out?" He learned another trick. Lu Chen looked at Antoine's charming face, pushed the paper back, and smiled. "Then I want President 1 to give me 100 million. Would you give that too? I'm not that thick-skinned. How about you make me a plate of stir-fried pork instead? That's the gift I want." Lingxiu laughed as she shoved the paper back into Lu Chen's hands. "If you have the idea of starting your own business, as long as I see the plan is feasible, I can invest 200 million. Lu Chen felt a bit troubled. "What if I lose money?" Lingxiu ruffled Lu Chen's hair and said cheerfully, "If you lose, you lose. Who is always a winner?" Hiss. 100 million, and she says if you lose, you lose? Damn. This Lingxiu can't possibly be richer than Song Junju, right? Lu Chen silently shed tears in his heart. "You rich second-generation kids are really making me angry." When getting out of the car, Lu Chen hadn't reacted yet when Lingxiu, in her high heels, walked over to the passenger side and opened the door for him. "Lu Chen? Ha? Antoine has really gone crazy, right? Even if she investigated his background and felt pity for him, she shouldn't treat him like a son, right?" Lu Chen's shock reached its peak when Lingxiu naturally took his hand. "No, this is really not right. Director, you gave me the wrong script. It's not like this. Antoine might feel guilty, but why express her guilt this way? Why is she scratching his palm? Why is she interlocking her fingers with his? Why is she leaning against his arm like a noodle? Does she know how shocking this is?" Lu Chen was dumbfounded. His usually accurate deduction mechanism was going off alarms in his mind. System bug. System bug. System bug. When Lingxiu tightened her arms around him, gently leaning on Lu Chen's shoulder, and softly asked, "Besides stir-fried pork, what else do you want to eat tonight?" 101 can't see clearly. Some people seem to be alive, but in fact, they have already left for a while. From the kindergarten gate to home, Lu Chen felt for the first time what it meant to be restless. People can be quite cheap. Lu Chen was used to taking care of others. If he were to share his experiences, as long as the money was in place, he could talk for 3 days and nights without stopping for breath. But
Now that Lu Chen was suddenly being taken care of by Anwen, he didn't even know where to put his hands. Lu Chen's heart was filled with tears. "I've been honest, please let me go. Anwen, don't do this, let me take care of you instead." When Lingxiu glanced at Lu Chen and Nan Nan sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror, her lips curling up slightly as she smiled and said, "There are gifts in the bag behind." "Okay." Lu Chen scanned around and found a white paper bag. Inside were 2 boxes. He opened one of them to find a hairpin encrusted with sparkling diamonds. Nan Nan obediently leaned on Lu Chen's shoulder, her eyes shining as she looked at the hairpin, happily saying, "Thank you, mommy." At her age, she was just the right kind to love those shiny, gaudy things. Nan Nan wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck and leaned her little head forward. "Daddy, put it on me." All right. Lu Chen carefully pressed down on Nanan's hair to avoid pulling it, then clipped the hairpin into her hair. "Okay. Looks good. Thank you, Daddy." Smack. Nan Nan kissed Lu Chen's cheek and then crawled to find Wen Lingxiu. "Mommy is driving, can you wait until we get home to kiss her?" Lu Chen was quick to pull Nan Nan back. "There are countless roads, but safety comes first. Driving unsafely leads to tears from loved ones." "Okay." Nan Nan nestled in Lu Chen's arms, happily touching the hairpin in her hair. Lu Chen was a bit puzzled. "Nan Nan, do you want to look in the mirror?" Upon hearing this, Nan Nan suddenly buried her face in Lu Chen's chest, mumbling, "No." "Ha!" Lu Chen exchanged a glance with Wen Lingxiu through the rearview mirror. Something was off. Lu Chen's heart sank. He gently patted Nanan's back and slowly said, "Does Nan Nan remember what Daddy said last time?" Nan Nan thought for a moment and obediently repeated, "Daddy said if Nan Nan encounters something unhappy, she should come home and tell us, and if someone wants to touch Nan Nan, she should also come home and tell us." Wen Lingxiu looked at Lu Chen in surprise. This was her first time raising a child, and she had never considered such issues. But she didn't expect Lu Chen to be so thoughtful, even considering these aspects. It seemed Lu Chen really cared for Nan Nan. Lu Chen stroked Nanan's little head and gently asked, "Then why is Nan Nan unhappy? Shouldn't you tell Daddy and Mommy?" Nan Nan wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck, her brows furrowed in a frown. Lu Chen didn't rush her. Wen Lingxiu agreed with Lu Chen's educational approach but felt a bit tense as she gripped the steering wheel. After a moment of hesitation, Nan Nan slowly said, "My deskmate said I'm chubby like a little pig, and little pigs don't look in the mirror." Beep! Wen Lingxiu couldn't contain her anger, and the car horn blared loudly, causing surrounding vehicles to swerve away. Lu Chen sighed. Sometimes, the malice of children is the purest form of evil. Nan Nan was not fat at all, she was like a glutinous rice ball, fair and tender, obedient and well-behaved. Who the hell said such a thing? Lu Chen patted Nanan's back and slowly said, "Then does Nan Nan think Daddy is good-looking?" "Ha!" Nan Nan emerged from Lu Chen's embrace, carefully touching his face and pondering for a moment. "Daddy is very handsome. I once heard the teacher say Daddy is very handsome." Lu Chen lowered his head, feeling a bit guilty, while Wen Lingxiu shot him a glance through the rearview mirror. "Ahem." Lu Chen cleared his throat, trying to appear calm, and said, "But many people say Daddy is ugly." "What?" Nan Nan huffed. "They are just talking nonsense. Daddy is not ugly." Lu Chen nodded in agreement. "Nan Nan is right. They are just jealous that I'm too handsome. If I believed them, I wouldn't dare to go out, and they would be the most handsome." Nan Nan fell into thought. Lu Chen smiled and pinched Nanan's cheek. "Now do you think what your deskmate said is true?" Nan Nan has figured it out. She said Nan Nan is like a little pig, just to make Nan Nan unhappy, so Nan Nan wouldn't dare to go out. If Nan Nan doesn't go out, she will be the cutest in kindergarten. Bingo! Lu Chen kissed Nanan's cheek. "So smart. So what should we do?" Nan Nan seemed to have opened up her mind. Nan Nan should happily go to school and become the cutest baby in kindergarten. That's right. Lu Chen was delighted and mysteriously pulled out a mirror from his pocket. "This is a reward for Nan Nan." Nan Nan joyfully hugged the little mirror that Lu Chen handed over, which had Snow White printed on the back. Lu Chen gently rocked Nan Nan and said slowly, "Nan Nan, you have to believe what those who love you say. Right? Does your deskmate treat you well?" Wen Lingxiu's expression instantly became serious. Nan Nan thought for a moment and said foolishly, "She gives me good food." Lu Chen paused. "After she gives you food, does she say anything?" Daddy really wants to know about Nanan's life in kindergarten. Between her deskmate and Lu Chen, Nan Nan leaned towards Lu Chen without any hesitation. Nan Nan hesitated and said, "She said this is our little secret, and we can't tell Daddy and Mommy." Lu Chen's gaze instantly sharpened. At such a young age, she was skilled in manipulation. A slap followed by a date. People are not dogs. Can you just get kicked and then come back wagging your tail? If he hadn't been asking, he might not have known that there was such a person around Nan Nan. Lu Chen smiled and said, "That's great, she even gives you food. What's her name? I'll buy a little cake to thank her later." Nan Nan thought for a moment. Daddy is going to give her deskmate something good, so her deskmate shouldn't be angry that she told Daddy the secret, right? Little cakes are delicious. Her name is Xiaoya. Lu Chen nodded. "Oh, so her name is Xiaoya. Mommy, did you hear? This is Nanan's deskmate." When Lingxiu nodded and smiled, "I remember. Soon it wouldn't be the case." After calming Nan Nan down, Lu Chen looked at another box in the bag. He opened it. Inside lay a Cartier watch quietly. Lu Chen looked up in surprise at Wen Lingxiu. He met Wen Lingxiu's gentle gaze in the rearview mirror. "Nan Nan has a gift. The stars also have gifts. Last time I saw the strap of your watch was a bit worn, so I thought I'd get you a new one." Lu Chen was momentarily stunned and happily said, "Thank you, I really like it. Does Nan Nan want to help me put it on?" "Sure." Nan Nan eagerly helped Lu Chen put the watch on his wrist. Lu Chen lowered his head to hide his calm gaze. There is not just one Xiaoya. There are countless Xiaoyas. Some people may not even realize they are Xiaoya. 102 Enjoying the moment. Cooking is like a talent. After experiencing Song Juanju's plant and animal corpse-style cooking, Lu Chen felt that Anwen's cooking was simply a delicacy. Whoa, I can't take it anymore, it's too delicious." Nan Nan watched Lu Chen diligently eating and was instantly filled with motivation, also eating heartily. When Lingxiu looked at the big and small in front of her in confusion. Could it be her cooking skills have improved again? How could they be eating so happily? Although when Lingxiu was puzzled, she still carefully remembered today's dishes. Lu Chen could eat half a bowl more of rice during this meal, which should mean he liked it. In her thoughts, when Lingxiu's gaze fell on Lu Chen's wrist, a simple Cartier watch was worn on his slender wrist, particularly fitting. When Lingxiu happily curved her lips, she wanted to be good to Lu Chen, but she wasn't good at those comforting words, so she could only express it through actions. In Wen Lingxiu's life philosophy, if she wanted to be good to someone, she would spend money on that person, lavishly. After all, as a business person, those benefits were what truly mattered. If she was willing to let go of those benefits, then she genuinely wanted to be good to that person. In reality, Wen Lingxiu felt she had already been quite restrained. In the past, she shopped just to relieve stress, but now when she went shopping, she saw a watch and thought, suitable for Lu Chen, buy. She saw clothes, suitable for Lu Chen, buy. She saw a car, suitable for Lu Chen, buy. After a shopping trip, she bought nothing for herself but ended up with a whole bunch for Lu Chen. However, Wen Lingxiu also worried that giving everything to Lu Chen might put too much pressure on him, so she decided to give him a gift every day. Lu Chen's birthday was approaching. Wen Lingxiu planned to make up for all the birthday gifts Lu Chen had missed over the past 18 years. As for Lu Chen's 19th birthday gift, she had already thought it through. After dinner, Wen Lingxiu noticed they had eaten quite a bit, so she said, "Shall we take a stroll in the park? I heard the cherry blossoms are beautiful there, and there are tulips too." Since the client had suggested it, Lu Chen had no reason to disagree. Moreover, he was indeed stuffed. Lu Chen rubbed his belly and said worriedly, "If I keep eating like this every day, I'll lose my abs." When Lingxiu was helping Nuan put on her hat and clothes. Hearing this, she shot him a glance, delicate and charming, making one feel a tingle all over. "You're just taking advantage of the situation." Lu Chen chuckled, watching Anwen gently tidy up Nuan's clothes, and casually said, "This just proves that our Wenzong's cooking skills are getting better." When Lingxiu poked his head that was leaning over, "You're just sweet-talking." Lu Chen shook his head, swaggering, "Of course, I eat candy every day, so my mouth is sweet." Nuan raised her hand, "Nuan is sweet too, Nuan eats candy every day." When Lingxiu silently looked at Lu Chen, she seemed to understand why she always felt that Lu Chen's words were unfinished. If she were Lu Chen's wife, then Lu Chen would definitely say, "Of course my mouth is sweet, do you want to try?" Ha! When Lingxiu felt a pang in her heart. Lu Chen was so restrained, even when trying to cheer someone up, he knew how to measure his words. The more he was like this, the more Wen Lingxiu couldn't help but wonder how many times he had fallen to gain such experience, to be so adept at handling things. "Lower your head," Wen Lingxiu said gently. Lu Chen obediently lowered his head. The next second, a hat was placed on his head. When Lingxiu patted his head, adjusted his collar, and chattered, "It's still a bit sunny outside, better shield yourself from the sun." Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment. Looking down, he saw Nuan, who was already wearing a small round-brimmed hat, blinking her eyes and waiting obediently. In the park. "Daddy, that uncle seems crazy." By the river not far away, a few fishermen were frantically throwing bait into the water. Lu Chen patted Nuan's head and smiled, "They're not crazy, they're doing a good deed." "Ha! Nuan Nuan looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Lu Chen explained, they are a silent group, coming and going every day without seeking rewards, just hoping to contribute to our country's fishery resources. In short, they are the Air Force guys. Nuan Nuan suddenly understood, looking at those frenzied fishermen with a hint of respect. Wow! They are so amazing. Yes, they are indeed impressive. Let's change places, Lu Chen said with a smile. Nan Nan tilted her head and said, why? I still want to watch. Lu Chen smiled, picked up Nan Nan, and ran off. Because they heard what I said. Run away. Who would have thought? Damn it. Can't catch any fish, but my ears are pretty good. They ran all the way to a safe place, and Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, putting Nan Nan down. Hey, Daddy, I want to play this. Lu Chen turned around and saw Nan Nan standing next to a rocking horse, particularly excited. All right, I really don't know what's so fun about this. What is Daddy's daddy called? Daddy's daddy is called Grandpa. Nan Nan happily sat on it, showing her little white teeth, excitedly giggling like a little fool. Aren't you going to play with Nan Nan? Aunt One, who had gone to buy water, returned, her voice ringing out behind Lu Chen. Ha! Lu Chen turned to look at Aunt One and shrugged. I'm a super invincible cosmic epic man who can punch asteroids to pieces. How could I sit on? What is Daddy's daddy called? Daddy's daddy is called Grandpa. Hee, so fun, so fun. Lu Chen happily sat on the rocking horse. He had never played on one when he was a child and didn't expect it to be this fun. When Ling Xiu crossed her arms, watching the two of them with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with a thick tenderness that couldn't be dispersed. The boss next to them was about to explode with anger. The ride will break. It was one thing for the kid to sit, but that brat was so tall. It would definitely break. When Ling Xiu glanced at the boss, how much? The boss was stunned. You want to ride too? But seeing that when Ling Xiu didn't look heavy, he replied, $5 a ride. One Ling Xiu, I meant how much for one machine? Boss, huh? That night, Lu Chen had a blast riding the rocking horse at home. So fun. Really fun. Lu Chen curiously asked, President One, aren't you going to try it? When Ling Xiu looked down, unable to see her toes, and softly said, if I ride, it wouldn't be so childlike anymore. Lu Chen paused, glanced at Aunt Wen's chest, and imagined her swaying on the rocking horse. Silence filled the villa that night. On the other side, Secretary Zhao was going crazy. Damn it! Why did President Wen suddenly say she wanted to build an amusement park? Are we eating oil cakes or not? 103 just 3 seconds. According to scientific research, under the influence of serotonin and melatonin, people are more prone to emo feelings at night. Therefore, it is not suitable to make decisions at night, and even less suitable to reveal true feelings. Otherwise, the next day, some people might want to beat up their past selves from the night before. But for Lu Chen, at night, his brain would be unusually active and clear. His occupational hazard was much more serious than Shi Yu's. He would unconsciously review the day's events at night. During the usual storytelling time, Lu Chen was thinking, why was Aunt Wen acting this way? He felt that Aunt Wen's behavior had somewhat exceeded the bounds of guilt and compensation. Under the warm yellow light, Lu Chen leaned against the headboard, flipping through a storybook, reading those fairy tales in a low, seductive voice. Day after day, repeating the happy life of the princess and the prince together. Nan Nan was already so sleepy that her eyelids were fighting, but when Ling Xiu remained awake, she lay on her side, her gaze falling on Lu Chen's hand. Long and beautiful. Finally, when it was confirmed that Nan Nan had fallen asleep, Lu Chen closed the storybook and neatly placed it on the headboard. Are you leaving? Just as Lu Chen was about to reach out to lift the blanket, his hand was suddenly grasped by Aunt Wen. No way. Lu Chen felt a bit incredulous. Here she comes again? Last time, when I accompanied Wen Ling Xiu to sleep, he ended up rolling out of the bedroom the next day, covering himself in a hurry. Now he's back? When Ling Xiu's eyes glistened with tears as she softly and charmingly said, I've been having nightmares lately. Nightmares? Lu Chen instinctively thought of that big fire. Alright. It's his duty to soothe the client's emotions. Lu Chen took Wen Ling Xiu's hand, patted the back of her hand, and said gently, Don't be afraid, I'm here with you. Following the formula is quick. Although Lu Chen was young, he was indeed reliable. When Ling Xiu thought, perhaps in another timeline, they would have a different ending, and she could only cherish the remaining time, treating each day as if it were the last. Click. Lu Chen turned off the light, leaving only a nightlight on. He lay down again on the big bed in the master bedroom, and when Ling Xiu's presence beside him was impossible to ignore. Suddenly, a light laugh rang in Lu Chen's ear. When Ling Xiu slowly slipped her hand between his fingers and whispered, You're about to fall off. Lu Chen thought he was going to die. I'm afraid I'll squeeze you. You won't, the bet is big. Lu Chen was furious. This Antwon was really crazy. Wasn't he behaving properly? Why did he have to? Alright. Anyway, it wasn't him who would suffer. Lu Chen directly squeezed from the edge of the bed to the middle, leaving Wen Lingxiu stunned. Moments later, under the cover of night, Wen Lingxiu raised the corners of her mouth. She had never seen Lu Chen so flustered before. He used to be as stable as a robot. Now, it seemed Lu Chen was really anxious. Wen Lingxiu patted the back of Lu Chen's hand and softly said, "Go to sleep. Good night, President 1. Lu Chen's anxiety quickly calmed down, returning to his previous obedient self. Wen Lingxiu felt a bit melancholic. Sigh. Lu Chen's anxious look was quite cute, but he calmed down too quickly. After a few minutes, Wen Lingxiu felt Lu Chen's breathing become long and steady, and she gently called out, "Star?" There was no response from Lu Chen. He had fallen asleep. Wen Lingxiu took a deep breath, preparing herself mentally. She shifted up a bit, then carefully slipped her arm around the back of Lu Chen's neck. Stop. After a few seconds, Lu Chen didn't wake up. Only then did Wen Lingxiu continue her next move. She guided Lu Chen to rest on her arm, then pulled him into her embrace. Through the dim nightlight, Wen Lingxiu let out a long sigh, looking down at Lu Chen nestled in her arms. Lu Chen leaned against her chest like a child, his brow slightly furrowed, his hand resting on her waist. "Are you unhappy even in your dreams?" Wen Lingxiu reached out, gently smoothing Lu Chen's furrowed brow, tightening her embrace. Lu Chen was in her arms. This fact made Wen Lingxiu instinctively want to smile. "Don't bite me." After warning herself with no intimidation, she began to soothe Lu Chen's emotions, like petting a little dog. Until Lu Chen completely relaxed in her arms, Wen Lingxiu finally stopped her movements. If the light were a bit brighter, one could see the blush rising on her cheeks and the shyness in her eyes. "Although we have to say goodbye in June, but..." Wen Lingxiu spoke softly, as if touching a fragile item. "But I think I may never meet someone as good as you again. How wonderful it was that I chose to go to that mall 2 years ago." Farewells are common, and she was grateful for their encounter. Wen Lingxiu murmured to herself, eventually tiring herself out and falling into a deep sleep. A few minutes later, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze brighter than the moon outside. One of the professional qualities of a career licker, always falling asleep a second later than the client. "Wen Zong?" Wen Lingxiu did not answer. She had truly fallen asleep. Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief, but his nose was filled with softness and fragrance. He gently leaned against Antwen's chest, his entire upper body cradled in her embrace. An unprecedented feeling. "No wonder you've been acting strangely lately. So it turns out you were thinking that you might never meet someone like me again, and wanted to cherish the remaining time to indulge in a bit of romance." Lu Chen felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Thank goodness. Antwen still had her rationality. She just wanted to cherish the remaining time and would still let him go. This was the best. The heart that Lu Chen had been holding in suspense finally relaxed. He gently leaned in Antwen's embrace, closed his eyes, and felt a sense of security he had never experienced before. 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Lu Chen opened his eyes, carefully pulled away Antwen's arm that was draped over him, and tucked a pillow into her arms. Standing by the bed, looking at Antwen holding the pillow, Lu Chen whispered, "Thank you." Creak. The door opened and closed. Lu Chen walked out of the master bedroom and headed towards the guest room. He had finished editing Qi Yushan's video. Starting tomorrow, Qi Yushan would be too busy to bother him. And now, he needed to send out the video. Then go study. Study, for learning has no end. 10 for the ship of the new era. What a strange feeling. Qi Yushan arrived at the hospital as usual, but felt that the passers-by were looking at her oddly all the way there. Some even raised their cameras to take pictures of her. Qi Yushan felt a bit lost in life, muttering, "Is this one of life's 3 great illusions?" After the last incident where she thought Lu Chen liked her, Qi Yushan had become more honest. She no longer believed in such self-satisfying notions. However, Qi Yushan still felt that something was off. This feeling lingered even after she entered the rehabilitation room. Qi Yushan greeted as she walked in. "Dr. Hao." In the rehabilitation room, Hao was sitting on the sofa scrolling through her phone. Upon seeing Qi Yushan enter, she cheerfully said, "Oh, isn't this our big star?" "Ha?" Qi Yushan, puzzled, put down her bag. "What big star?" Hao slapped her forehead, suddenly remembering. "Oh, I forgot you're on a 2G network. Come, let me read it to you." Qi Yushan was even more confused. She could only see Hao dramatically reading aloud. "If I could get Qi Yushan to marry me, I would be willing to live in a villa and drive a luxury car. Wow, you guys are secretly enjoying such good food behind my back? Whoa, so fair, so thin, so cool, and sings so beautifully. Damn,
A smile from her has me mesmerized. What the hell? Who is filming this? How can they not even tremble in front of my sister Chi's face? To put it another way, if I can't marry Chi Yushan, does that mean my instructor is not at fault? Chi Yushan, you are really famous now, for getting the front and the back. How was there, passionately reading these comments, gesturing wildly, while Chi Yushan stood there in a daze. For Chi Yushan, it made no difference whether the phone was an Apple or a Nokia, the latter could even crack walnuts. So, she rarely watched those short videos, to the point that she had no idea what Dr. Hao was doing. Lu Chen had lamented before. With Chi Yushan's face, it was such a pity that she didn't engage with the internet and was limited to the theater. You can't possibly not know, right? Hao looked at Chi Yushan's bewildered expression and curiously handed her the phone. Chi Yushan blankly took the phone. Her name hung high at the top of the trending list, and clicking on the topic revealed the video of her singing Li Hua song right at the top. In the video, the beauty had long hair cascading over her shoulders, a charming smile, and was as radiant as the autumn moon. Her eyes sparkled with elegance and grace. Looks are the primary productivity. In some places, if a murderer is good-looking, there are still some fools who defend them. Not to mention, Chi Yushan herself is a staunch promoter of traditional culture. The likes on this video had exploded, and beneath the topic, countless netizens were digging up Chi Yushan's past. The detective skills of the netizens were simply impressive. How did they find my photos from when I was 8? Chi Yushan was completely stunned. The internet was more developed than she had imagined. Chi Yushan had grown up in a drama school and, after graduating, traveled around to perform and hone her skills. Although she seemed well-versed in the internet, she actually only communicated with everyone through phone calls and text messages. Later, she used WeChat to contact Lu Chen, but that was just to make it convenient for him. There was only Lu Chen in her WeChat contacts. Hao patted Chi Yushan's shoulder and sighed. Art needs to keep up with the times. If you want to promote traditional culture, isn't this a great opportunity? Chi Yushan remained expressionless, replaying the video on her phone over and over. This video was shot by Lu Chen, but it was released by a marketing account. Lu Chen did it on purpose. Who knows how much Lu Chen sold it for? On the rooftop, Chi Yushan was scrolling through her call log. Today, many unfamiliar numbers had called in. She didn't like answering unknown numbers, thinking they were spam calls, so she directly blocked them. But after seeing that video, she casually unblocked a number from her blacklist and called it back. As expected, it was a program wanting to discuss collaboration. Carving every brow and heart, thoughts flowing through the painting. The phone rang. Chi Yushan glanced at the caller ID. It was the director, calling to arrange work for her. After the video was released, all the tickets for the theater for the month were sold out in an instant. Countless media and programs rushed in, nearly overwhelming the director's phone. There are probably these arrangements, Shao Chi, you can choose again and see which one you want to go to. The director's voice came through the speaker, slightly distorted. Chi Yushan stood by the parapet, looking down at the city's orderly buildings, and suddenly felt like laughing. The internet is really powerful. After singing for so long, she hadn't generated as much energy as this one video. Chi Yushan's hand rested on the parapet, and she suddenly felt as if Lu Chen had pushed her to a crossroads of choice. She was a remnant of the old era, but Lu Chen had built her a ship for the new era. To go, or not to go. If she didn't go, she would remain the future star in that small circle. If she went, Chi Yushan didn't know what would happen. All the gifts fate bestows had already been secretly priced. Chi Yushan didn't know what she would gain after becoming popular, or what price she would pay. Everything was unknown. Shao Chi? Are you listening, Shao Chi? The director had not received a response for a long time and thought the signal was bad, calling her several times. I'm listening. Chi Yushan tugged at the corner of her mouth, recalling how happy Lu Chen had seemed when he suggested filming. Looking back now, Lu Chen must have been very pleased. He knew this video would definitely go viral, and once she got busy, she wouldn't disturb him anymore. Chi Yushan's heart ached. It was so sad. At that time, she thought Lu Chen just wanted to commemorate something. Really? Chi Yushan touched her heart. I'm really a bit sad. Since this is what Lu Chen hopes for, she will not disappoint his expectations. Chi Yushan revealed a graceful and cool smile, calmly saying, Director, just filter those arrangements. If there are no issues, I can go. The director was taken aback. That means you'll be working non-stop. Can your back handle it? Chi Yushan instinctively touched her lower back and replied, I can handle it. It would be best if it hurt her. Moreover, Chi Yushan smiled lightly. Promoting Peking opera has always been my wish, hasn't it? Looking back, Lu Chen was still a bit soft-hearted. Even the method he considered to sever ties was not to destroy her but to push her to greater heights in her career. Shi Yushan gazed at the cityscape, a smile lifting the corners of her mouth. Why? Why not break my legs so I can never catch up to you again? Why not silence my throat so I can never sing again? Why not expose my misdeeds, ruining my reputation so I can never face anyone again? Why not make me suffer like those who bullied me, so I can never feel stirred again? Why? Why not destroy me? Why not let me hate you for a lifetime? Shi Yushan stared blankly at a nearby poplar tree, slightly leaning forward to try to see the couple playing beneath it. You're so good, I want to lead you even less. Hey, young lady, don't be impulsive. Before Chi Yushan could react, she was knocked down, her chin hitting the wall and drawing blood. Can't beat the king, but can't beat the bronze either? I'm sorry, young lady. I'll pay you, please don't be sad. MS. Zhao Zhenju looked at the bandage on Chi Yushan's chin with great guilt. She had just gone upstairs to fetch a sheet when she saw the beautiful young girl wandering to the wall, muttering to herself. When she saw the pretty girl leaning slightly forward, her heart nearly stopped. At that moment, she had only one thought: quickly grab the young lady. Who knew that pulling her would directly injure the girl's face? Later, when she asked, the girl said she just found the ward too stuffy and came out for some fresh air. Looking at the glaring bandage on the beautiful girl's face, Zhao Zhenju felt particularly guilty. All little girls love beauty. What if there's a scar left behind? It's okay, Grandma. Chi Yushan gently patted Zhao Zhenju's hand, smiling sweetly. It's my fault, and if I may say so, I should give you a bravery award. The area where her chin was injured felt numb after the disinfectant was applied, but Chi Yushan still knew how to be grateful. All right. Seeing Zhao Zhenju still feeling guilty, Chi Yushan leaned her pretty little face closer and smiled obediently. Grandma, don't be like this. Where's your ward? I'll take you back. Oh, I can't trouble you, young lady. It was my old eyes that failed me. I'm really sorry. Zhao Zhenju truly regretted the beautiful girl's lovely face. Chi Yushan didn't mind at all as she hugged Zhao Zhenju's arm and picked up the already dirty sheet. If that's the case, then. Grandma, you got this freshly washed sheet dirty to save me. I should feel guilty too. Oh dear, let's go, Grandma, I'll take you back. You've helped me with my bandaging, so it's only right I take you back. After Chi Yushan's gentle persuasion, Zhao Zhenju finally felt a bit better. On the way back, Zhao Zhenju was surprised to learn, girl, you sing opera? No, you sing Peking opera? It seemed she felt the term singing opera was a bit too casual, so Zhao Zhenju quickly changed her wording. Chi Yushan didn't mind at all, smiling softly as she replied. Grandma, what you said is true. I am indeed an opera singer. Do you like it? I can sing a couple of pieces for you. That sounds great. My old man loves to listen to this, especially 18 Farewells. Chi Yushan's smile faltered for a moment. Grandma, that's you opera. Ah, Zhao Zhenju didn't quite understand. Can't you sing that? Chi Yushan choked. I can learn. After sending the person to the door of the ward, Chi Yushan planned to leave. But there was a commotion coming from inside the ward. Zhao Dage, I'm not saying this lightly. Your grandson is indeed impressive, but you need to be careful, don't let him go astray. Zhao Henmei was furious, trembling as she pointed at Li Dage's son, Liao Yen. What do you mean? Clarify your words? Liao Yen shrugged nonchalantly. Hey, what's unclear about this? Think about it. A kid who hasn't even grown up. What great work could he possibly write that he wouldn't dare show us? Old Li slapped Liao Yen on the head. You little beast. Shut up. With that slap, Liao Yen was completely enraged. Damn it. He spent all day paying his father's hospital bills, while his father kept going on about that Lu Chen. Ha! Why should that be? So annoying. Liao Yen had long been dissatisfied, sneering, Zhao Dage, if you ask me, your good grandson is probably up to no good. Still writing novels? What money can you make writing novels? If writing novels could make money, I'd write one too. Old Li was furious, pulling out his foreline and trying to get out of bed, shouting, Beast, do you want to kill me? Since the words had already been said, Liao Yen was no longer afraid. All the pent-up anger he had been holding back was released today. Dad, those who know me know I'm your son. Those who don't might think Lu Chen is your illegitimate child. Why are you so anxious? Chi Yushan, about to leave, suddenly paused. Lu Chen? Chi Yushan asked in confusion. Are you talking about Lu Chen? The tense atmosphere in the ward suddenly froze, and a group of people turned to look at Chi Yushan, who was standing at the door. Chi Yushan? Liao Yen, who loved to watch videos, of course knew that Chi Yushan was currently popular online. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Ha? How did someone from the internet walk into reality? Am I dreaming? Is he about to get a system? Sure enough, his name, Outyin, really is the child of destiny. Chi Yushan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately asked, what's going on? Liao Tian's eyes nearly popped out as he eagerly replied, this Zhao Dade said his grandson can earn millions writing novels. A kid of 18 or 19 can earn that much, isn't that ridiculous?
18 or 19, Lu Chen. Shi Yushan's thoughts became clear in an instant, and she asked, is that person named Lu Chen in his third year at a high school?
Ha! Everyone in the ward looked at Qi Yushan with strange expressions.
Zhao Zhenju asked in confusion, young lady, do you know my good grandson?
Qi Yushan's heart raced, but she smiled calmly, patting Zhao Zhenju's hand, saying matter-of-factly, I know him, we've met a few times. The investors quite like his novels, but since the script is a confidential project, the news hasn't been released.
And is it strange for someone to earn millions at 18 or 19?
Talented people can achieve success by 20, unlike some people who keep saying not to look down on the young when they're poor, not to look down on the middle-aged when they're poor, and not to look down on the old when they're poor. I think the most suitable saying is, the deceased should be honored.
You! Liao Tian was furious.
Qi Yushan gracefully walked past him, lightly saying, besides, what are you even worth to compare with Lu Chen?
Everyone is a Chinese teacher, so how come some score 80 and others score 130? If writing novels could make money, would you write too? If the keyboard were in your hands, you'd wish it would break in the factory.
Being useless is just being useless, admitting it is enough.
Slandering others won't make your life any better. Qi Yuanshan's final cold smile was filled with mockery.
Ha! Just because she couldn't argue against Lu Chen, the strongest king, didn't mean she couldn't hold her own against those stubborn bronzes.
Furious, Liao Tian was really angry.
But what Qi Yuanshan said carried a lot of credibility, being an insider. Liao Tian's anger soared, his fists clenched tightly. Qi Yuanshan calmly smoothed her clothes, helped Zhao Zhenju sit on the edge of the bed, and said leisurely, you can go ahead and make a move, after all, I can't beat you. But you should be careful, you'd better not get sick in the future, otherwise.
Qi Yuanshan smiled slightly, the hospital won't accept you. Liao Tian was taken aback, why? Is the hospital yours?
Qi Yuanshan smiled sweetly.
I'm really sorry. It actually is my family's. Moments later, Liao Tian left in a huff, and the ward fell into silence. Daughter, is this hospital really your family's? Zhao Zhenju asked cautiously.
Qi Yuanshan grabbed her hand and smiled warmly.
Of course not. It's just that her uncle is the director. Zhao Zhenju breathed a sigh of relief.
Qi Yuanshan glanced at the particularly embarrassed Mr. Li and pressed the bell to call the nurse to rearrange his floor.
She could see it. Mr.
Li was a good person, it was just that his son had a temper problem.
Zhao Henmei was silent for a moment, then asked curiously, daughter, do you really know my good grandson?
Qi Yuanshan obediently nodded, saying without a blush or a racing heart, yeah, I even have his WeChat, I can show it to grandpa and grandma. Saying this, Qi Yuanshan opened her WeChat interface, and the last message she sent to Lu Chen was a cute emoji. Fortunately, there were no inappropriate remarks, otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Seeing that she had WeChat, Zhao Henmei and Zhao Zhenju completely believed her.
However, why did Qi Yuanshan only have Lu Chen as a contact in her WeChat?
Qi Yuanshan naturally explained, I'm a fan of Lu Chen's writing, he writes really well, so it's normal for me to only add him. As for why he doesn't want to show his writing to those close to him.
Qi Yuanshan smiled and asked, Grandpa, would you be willing to show all the love letters you wrote to Grandma to Lu Chen?
Zhao Henmei was taken aback, feeling a rare shyness for a tough man, then shook his head. This stuff was too private.
Qi Yuanshan nodded, that's how it is. Lu Chen might think it would be a bit embarrassing to show it to those close to him. Zhao Henmei suddenly understood.
He remembered seeing on the news that a young man was hit by a car but managed to get up and format his phone. He wanted to leave a clean slate in the world. Zhao Henmei understood, his good grandson might have written some things in his book that didn't match his character. His good grandson was afraid it would feel strange if he read it. The last doubts of the two elders were dispelled, and Qi Yuanshan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Sigh. She had exceeded her quota of lies today. But, looking at her concerned grandparents, she suddenly understood why Lu Chen wanted to make money.
What a good kid. A real man. Liked him even more.
Zhao Henmei smiled and said, Daughter, since you're friends with my good grandson, just call me Grandpa Zhao.
Okay, Grandpa Zhao. Qi Yushan softly called out. Wait a minute. No way. Why does Lu Chen's grandfather have the surname Zhao? Half an hour later.
Qi Yushan stared at the medical record in front of her, speechless for a long time. Shi Shuwei paced anxiously nearby, his head buzzing, filled with regret.
No wonder Lu Chen is short on money.
I really should die, he needs money not for himself, I really. Shi Shuwei had never encountered someone like Lu Chen. His life was privileged and smooth, so he couldn't understand why Lu Chen would sell his soul like this.
But now, Qi Shui understood. When he saw the medical record, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning. How had Lu Chen managed all these years? Qi Shui didn't dare to think about it, nor could he imagine. He would get so angry at a rude opponent in a game that he would want to go offline for a solo match. Let alone someone like Lu Chen, who wouldn't fight back or curse at clients, but would instead go out of his way to appease them. Qi Yushan covered her forehead with both hands, squinting at the ceiling light, feeling dizzy. How could he be like this? How could he do this? Qi Yushan's heart was racing, almost making her feel nauseous. Every moment spent with Lu Chen was incredibly clear. No wonder. Qi Yushan closed her eyes and let out a self-deprecating laugh. No wonder he was willing to take my money and let me leave that day. It turns out he was afraid I would disturb his grandparents. Sister, what should we do? What should we do? Qi Shui was frantic. An unprecedented sense of guilt completely overwhelmed him. Qi Yushan smiled coolly. What else can we do? In a couple of days, they'll say the hospital ward is upgrading, and all the rooms on that floor will be changed. Grandpa shouldn't stay with that Mr. Li anymore, his son is too impulsive. Qi Shui was shocked. No way. Brother-in-law didn't want you to disturb Grandpa and Grandma in the first place. If you do this, he'll be angry. Qi Yushan squinted, her mind clearer than ever. When Lu Chen talks to me, he always leads my thoughts astray. I thought about it later, he did it on purpose. Lu Chen doesn't believe I have feelings for him, so he defines my feelings as guilt, as discomfort. Ha! Qi Yushan chuckled lightly, suddenly feeling as if something had cleared away the fog. Lu Chen is a good person. So good that he doesn't want to hurt any client. So good that he would rather exhaust his own heart than let a client go astray. Qi Yushan straightened up, her long black hair sweeping through the air. She took a hairpin from her bag, gathered her 3,000 strands of hair together, and calmly said, Lu Chen is a coward. He doesn't dare to admit that I like him. He's afraid. He's afraid that the Lu Chen I like is the one in the performance, not the real Lu Chen. Qi Yushan finished tying her hair, stood up with her bag in hand. But unfortunately, I like him, no matter which side of him it is. If I really liked the obedient Lu Chen in the performance, then when he showed me his indifferent side, I should have left. But I didn't. Qi Yushan suddenly realized that Lu Chen wasn't as adept as he appeared. His experiences had built high walls around his heart. He didn't believe that anyone besides his grandparents would love the real him. Qi Yushan chuckled softly, looking at her elegant and beautiful face in the mirror. She was so foolish. Foolish enough to only realize this now. Qi Shui frowned and said, But sister, you and brother-in-law are no longer related. His clients are closer to him than you. Qi Yushan chuckled lightly. But the Lu Chen I interacted with is the real Lu Chen, the one who gets angry, who is anxious, who has emotions. Don't other clients of Lu Chen think he appears very superficial in front of them? Qi Shui still disagreed. You're licking blood on the edge of a knife. Qi Yushan said calmly. Then let him stab me to death. Qi Shui, seeing Qi Yushan about to leave, hurriedly asked, Sister, where are you going? Qi Yushan turned back, her clear eyes sparkling, her red lips slowly uttering a few words. To find him. Ding! Buried in Aunt Wen's embrace, Lu Chen received a message on his phone. Oh no. It's over. Lu Chen's heart sank. Qi Yushan was coming to settle the score with him. No. What's wrong with your theater? You're already so popular, and they haven't arranged any work for you yet? 107 Today I realize I am myself. You really are understanding cause and effect in front of the hospital. Today I realize I am myself. It worked. It worked. Sister, you did it. Qi Shui expressed her deep shock at Qi Yushan's epiphany, like the endless flow of a river. It was one thing for Qi Yushan to have an epiphany during that stormy charity performance with only Lu Chen as the audience, but who would have thought she would have another epiphany related to Lu Chen this time? Good. So that's how it is? Is Lu Chen some kind of dragon? However, Qi Shui still suggested, I think you should cultivate your relationship with Grandpa and Grandma more, so they can speak well of you in front of your brother-in-law. Cultivate feelings first? Qi Yushan sneered as she drove, the neon lights of the city reflecting coldly on her profile. If he can do so much for Grandpa and Grandma, it means that's his Achilles heel. If I cultivate feelings with Grandpa and Grandma first without telling him, then when he comes to the hospital and sees me sitting next to Grandpa and Grandma. Thinking of that terrifying scene, Qi Yushan's heart raced, and her voice turned particularly cold. Can you guess whether it will be a happy family reunion or a collision of Mars and Earth? So she needed to tell Lu Chen about this as soon as possible. She didn't intentionally set up a meeting with Grandma. Otherwise, if Lu Chen learned about today's events from Grandma, he would definitely think she had ulterior motives. Prejudice is a mountain in people's hearts. Lu Chen already didn't trust her. If he speculated about this matter based on his own thoughts, she wouldn't be able to explain herself even with 80 mouths. Shi Shui scratched her head, her eyes revealing a clear foolishness. Oh my, you and brother-in-law together have at least 800 eyes, how can you think of so much? You all make me seem so dull. Shi Yushan thought again of the medical expenses written in black and white on that medical record, and she couldn't smile at all, feeling low. If he didn't want to suffer more, he would have long been left with nothing but the bones and scraps. All of Lu Chen's oddities were particularly clear in Shi Yushan's mind at this moment. Lu Chen wasn't actually that cold and heartless. He was avoiding the possibility of developing feelings with clients, avoiding his own heart stirrings, and avoiding the stirrings of the clients' hearts. How could that be? Shi Yushan's eyes were filled with complexity. How could that be? Shi Yushan herself was an actress. Sometimes she would immerse herself in a play and cry out loud, unable to escape. If an actor can't immerse themselves, how could they possibly portray genuine emotions? But if they truly immerse themselves, how could they not be moved? And what about Lu Chen? His rationality was enough to suppress all those stirrings and feelings. But a person is like a spring. If compressed infinitely to the bottom, it will exceed its elastic limit and completely collapse. Shi Yushan felt a pang in her heart as she recalled that day when Lu Chen said character determines destiny. Indeed, character determines destiny. The similarities in character between her and Lu Chen allowed her to fully understand some of his thoughts. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Sister, are you planning to tell brother-in-law directly about today's events? After that, are you going to confess to him? Shi Shui felt overwhelmed, deeply sensing that this was a sin. Confess? Shi Yushan chuckled softly, silently thinking, if I'm not mistaken, these should be the two words that Lu Chen hates the most. Shi Shui scratched his head and gave a thumbs up. Your analysis, sister, is truly impressive. Little brother admires you. Get lost. Shi Yushan shot Shi Shui a glare. Shi Shui shrank his neck. But if you don't say anything first, what if someone else gets there first? It won't happen. Shi Yushan parked at the agreed location with Lu Chen, paused for a moment, and continued, with his personality, he treats every confession the same way. Lu Chen doesn't believe in love. That's the saddest part. Shi Yushan recalled the day in the rehabilitation room when Lu Chen asked her about her occupational illness, murmuring to herself. So rational. Lu Chen would rather call his own feelings an occupational illness. It's nothing for an actor to deceive the audience. Deceiving oneself is the ultimate achievement. 10 minutes, half an hour, an hour. Shi Yushan sat on a park bench, waiting second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour. The cold wind blew against her, her body shivered, but her mind grew clearer, replaying the details of her time with Lu Chen over and over. Tap tap tap. Footsteps approached from a distance, and Shi Yushan's eyes instantly turned red, tears dripping down. She didn't know why she was crying. Perhaps it was for Lu Chen's past. Perhaps it was regret for the opportunities they once had, or maybe it was both. When Lu Chen saw Shi Yushan, it was this scene. Under the dim light, Shi Yushan's slender figure was elongated, the cold wind scattering her long hair, her pale face trembling from the cold. Why are you crying? Lu Chen was taken aback, expecting Shi Yushan to angrily scold him, but instead, it was this scene. Stop crying. Didn't you say you love opera? Isn't this a huge opportunity for you? You should be happy. Shi Yushan choked up, tears falling from her bright eyes. She looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, and said to Lu Chen, I saw my grandparents. Boom! One sentence left Lu Chen dazed. The faint smile at the corner of his mouth instantly vanished, like a startled animal, his eyes revealing unmasked indifference. Who told you? Can you let me speak properly? Shi Yushan gently grasped the corner of his shirt. Lu Chen unhesitatingly brushed her hand away, then sat at the other end of the bench, coldly saying, You talk. Shi Yushan thought, have Lu Chen's clients ever seen him like this? Perhaps even his grandparents have never seen him like this. An indescribable feeling spread in Shi Yushan's heart, both painful and joyful, painful in Lu Chen's indifference, joyful in discovering another side of him. 6 minutes later. After listening to Shi Yushan's story, Lu Chen fell into a long silence. Indeed, life is often filled with disappointments. However, Lu Chen didn't expect that Shi Yushan would help him cover up the lie. He glanced at Shi Yushan's pale face, took off his coat, and draped it over her shoulders, sincerely saying, Thank you. Because of Shi Yushan's special identity, her words carried significant credibility. Previously, his grandparents had asked him about writing novels, and he always brushed it off. Once, his grandfather really cried, thinking Lu Chen was doing something shady to earn money for his treatment, insisting on stopping the therapy. That time, Lu Chen got by with the money from photo editing. Later, whether he had something to do or not, he would have professionals edit some pictures for him to show his grandparents. However, these fake things were ultimately not as convincing as Shi Yushan's words. From today on, his grandparents should completely dispel this doubt.
After all, as a popular opera actor, Chi Yushan had no need to lie for a student, and it was far-fetched to connect the two. It's fine, Grandma also helped me out a bit. I think Grandpa and Grandma will be at ease. Chi Yushan adjusted her coat on her shoulders. After crying, she felt a sense of fragmentation, but at this moment, her mood was somewhat good. She had indeed made the right choice this time. If she had really listened to Qi Shuai and gone to cultivate feelings with her grandparents first, being caught by Lu Chen would have been like the end of the world. Lu Chen paused for a moment. What are you doing on the rooftop? Are you really going to jump? Qi Yushan shot him a glare, biting her lip in grievance. My back hurts so much, and you're still making me angry. That video, I only wanted you to see it. I'm just going to the rooftop to vent a bit and listen to the dean's work arrangements. Lu Chen was momentarily speechless. Fine. She really was here to settle the score. 108 Brother, you smell so good. Exchange, this is Lu Chen's life principle. He became a professional sycophant, providing emotional value to clients in exchange for money. So, now Qi Yushan had truly helped him out. What did she need? Was it time for another transaction? Lu Chen thought so and asked, how should I repay you? Repay? Qi Yushan paused, realizing that Lu Chen was indeed thinking the same as she had speculated. Lu Chen did not believe in ethereal love, he only believed in relationships maintained by interests. Qi Yushan suddenly felt relieved. Lu Chen was easy to understand, he just needed someone to explore him seriously. Qi Yushan calmly met Lu Chen's gaze, her demeanor graceful and ethereal, like a celestial being. After understanding a bit of Lu Chen's thoughts, her previous restlessness dissipated, and she spoke elegantly. I want to be friends with you, you're interesting and understand me quite well. The 36 stratagems waiting for the enemy to tire. If she confessed to Lu Chen now, he would turn around and leave without hesitation, even calling her crazy. It was fine. Lu Chen didn't just reject her, he equally rejected everyone. Qi Yushan had figured that out. For someone like Lu Chen, making him act out those love at first sight, infatuated scenarios was more painful than killing him. So, why rush to confess to Lu Chen and close off all paths? Becoming a friend with whom she could talk and slowly warm him up would be better. As long as Lu Chen didn't run away, it would be a matter of who could outlast whom. Friends? If you need friends, just say so. Your friends can line up from the theater door to Haichingport. Lu Chen thought Qi Yushan's brain had been kicked by a donkey. Even if cured, it would still drool. Qi Yushan naturally crossed her legs, revealing two straight, fair calves, propping her chin up with a smile. What you mentioned isn't friendship, that's just lusting after my body. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. This woman was even more narcissistic than Song Junzhu. Lu Chen observed Qi Yushan's eyes and found she was completely different from last week. Last week, there had been a hint of obsession in her gaze. Now, she seemed much more at peace. Could it really be that being popular nurtured a person? They lust after my body, but you're different, our little mister. Lu was as calm as still water, with a heart sealed in concrete. I think the celestial beings in idol dramas should let you take the lead, that way, you wouldn't be so quick to kill everyone for love. Qi Yushan said leisurely. Right now, Lu Chen was like a hedgehog, liking him was the most troublesome thing in the world. It was fine. Her professional strength surpasses everyone in her age group, a fact that even Lu Chen has admitted countless times. So, hiding her feelings deep down is an easy task for her. It's hard to hold back. Too hard. Lu Chen had never heard Qi Yushan say such things, she had always acted aloof, and now she was being quite humorous? It seemed she had truly let go. Lu Chen eagerly asked, what made you come to this realization? Last week, he had no idea which words had touched Qi Yushan, but she had actually been persuaded? As a professional admirer, there are times when one can't shake off a client, and this was simply a valuable experience. Qi Yushan's nails dug into her palm, hidden in her sleeves, as she smiled lightly. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Ha! Lu Chen chuckled, he had used this line to tease countless people, and now it was being turned back on him? Both. Qi Yushan smiled as she adjusted her coat draped over her shoulders, speaking slowly. The lie is that I met a handsome guy and fell in love of my own free will. The truth is, I want to become famous, and staying here with you might affect my career. Sigh. The lies told today were truly off the charts. Jade Emperor, Amitba, amen, anyone will do, just hope the thunder doesn't chase after her. Lu Chen genuinely laughed, taking it all as a lie. But it didn't matter. As long as Qi Yushan had let go, that was enough. Last week, Qi Yushan had exhausted her last bit of honesty, but it still hadn't worked with him. Now, she probably had truly given up and wasn't mentioning any complicated love matters anymore. Great! After all, a proud woman like Qi Yushan couldn't be completely devoid of pride. Lu Chen liked this kind of client, everyone could part on good terms and still clink glasses in the future. He relaxed, leaned back on the bench, looked up at the sky, and said with a smile, "Your fans probably don't know you talk like this. Didn't you not know before?" Qi Yushan glanced at him leisurely. "I used to put on an act in front of you, thinking I would charm you." Alright. Lu Chen looked at Qi Yushan and truly felt she had let go, saying whatever came to mind. He was in a great mood, and his tone became more cheerful. "Alright, it's getting late. I'm heading back to Makabaka. Are you going back?" Qi Yushan's heart stirred. She had never heard Lu Chen speak so relaxedly in front of her. It seemed her strategy was working. However, the revolution was not yet successful. She couldn't let Lu Chen see her still afraid of exposing her feelings, so she could only casually gaze at the flower bed not far away and said, "There's one more thing. I have an uncle who is an expert in cancer treatment, and his track record is as good as Dr. Howe's. Do you need me to have him check on your grandfather again?" Lu Chen paused for a moment and immediately asked, "How much will it cost?" Qi Yushan smiled, "Just the normal doctor's fee. You can definitely afford it. My uncle is retired. I just need to call him back. It's not a hassle. Mainly because grandma helped me out, I feel. I can't quite explain it, but I always feel that my grandparents have a particularly loving and tolerant vibe." Lu Chen relaxed his brows. Of course. So many children in the orphanage were comforted by his grandparents. Just looking at them, they seemed like good people. Someone like Qi Yushan, the doctor she mentioned, must be extraordinary. Lu Chen had already done so much for his grandparents. There was no need to start acting reserved now. "Alright, I'll remember that. If you encounter any problems in the future, call me. I'll definitely help out." "Bro?" Qi Yushan smiled, adding another layer of rationality to Lu Chen. With a single title, their relationship was quietly defined. It was fine. Bro was just bro. Hee, brother, you smell so good. Dealt with a former client and even snagged a top-notch cancer doctor. Lu Chen was in a great mood and planned to send Qi Yushan away. However, this good mood froze the moment he saw Wen Ling Xiu not far away. Online waiting. Urgent. What color coffin should I buy myself for sneaking out to meet another woman while the client is asleep? 109 AI database contamination. Under the streetlight not far away. When Ling Xiu's long hair was blown loose by the cold wind, her calm and gentle gaze directed here. She wore a long black coat, its buttons fastened tightly, revealing a small section of her fair calf. Stepping in a pair of nude high heels, solemn and silent. Lu Chen's gaze fell on Wen Ling Xiu's arm, where his coat was draped. She can still bring him a coat, so she shouldn't be angry. But what happened before is one thing, and now is another. Just because she wasn't angry before doesn't mean she isn't angry now. Lu Chen didn't care about Qi Yushan's feelings and strode directly towards Wen Ling Xiu. When he reached her, Lu Chen slowly tucked her wind-blown hair behind her ear and softly said, "Why aren't you still sleeping?" Wen Ling Xiu shook out the coat in her hands and draped it over Lu Chen, helping him straighten out the wrinkles. "I woke up and saw you weren't here." She looked deeply into Lu Chen's smiling face, then glanced over his shoulder to see Qi Yushan smiling in the background. Finally, her gaze landed on the coat draped over Qi Yushan's shoulder. Qi Yushan smiled slightly, tightened her coat, and looked at Wen Ling Xiu with an innocent expression, while inwardly marveling at Lu Chen's good taste. The styles of clients are truly bizarre. Last time it was that crazy Song Junju, and now there's such a dignified, married woman? Ah. Qi Yushan suddenly recalled the last time at the theater. Qi Shuwei clearly said there was a woman with a child next to Lu Chen. It must be her. TSK. Seeing Lu Chen so attentive, she probably is a current client. Lu Chen's professionalism is really impressive. He can handle even this type. Just wondering how this married woman treats Lu Chen. On the surface, she seems quite nice, even lending him her coat, but who knows what's inside. Qi Yushan's inner scheming was stirred up again. She could understand why Song Junshu went crazy. After all, that woman had a strong presence. But she really didn't know what this gentle, non-threatening married woman would be like when she went mad. The two locked eyes. After a moment, when Ling Xiu withdrew her gaze, fastened the last button for Lu Chen, patted his chest to smooth out the wrinkles in his clothes, and smiled as she said, "It's cold tonight. Remember to dress warmly. Your health is the most important." Qi Yushan's expression changed. Damn! This married woman is doing it on purpose. Isn't she blatantly saying she doesn't care about Lu Chen, only about her own health? Hiss. This woman is much more indirect than Song Junju. Lu Chen began a new round of soothing. "The weather is bad, President Wen is good, still caring for me." When Ling Xiu slightly curved her lips and looked at Qi Yushan, asking, "Is this your friend?" Lu Chen nodded, "Yes, this is Qi Yushan. Her family runs a hospital, and my family is currently hospitalized, so I'm asking about the situation." Oh. When Ling Xiu was left speechless, Lu Chen chuckled inwardly. Since he knew when Ling Xiu had investigated him, this was also an excuse he could use.
Why not take advantage of it? Maximizing benefits is the right path. Moreover, Lu Chen felt he wasn't lying, he was just talking about the hospital situation, right?
When Ling Xiu didn't want to discuss this matter any further, so she nodded and said affectionately, "If we're friends, you can come over to my house for a meal sometime." Qi Yushan smiled, her back teeth nearly grinding to dust.
Home? Who's home? Is it with Lu Chen? Damn! So you're speaking so sweetly but hiding needles, huh?
Qi Yushan suddenly felt like she had kicked a very soft hard nail today.
Okay, thank you, Auntie. I will definitely come to your house for dinner next time. Auntie?
When Ling Xiu's hand paused, her gaze coldly sweeping over Qi Yushan,
Lu Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it!
Both women were clearly smiling, but Lu Chen felt as if he saw various flying knives whizzing past his face.
No way! This can't go on!
According to the law of awkwardness conservation, awkwardness doesn't disappear, it can only be transferred. Anyway, Lu Chen didn't want to remain in this awkward silence any longer. So, he quietly pulled out a pack of wet wipes from his pocket, squinted his eyes to aim, and threw it hard into the bushes.
Bang! Hit! Ah! There's a snake!
A duet of screams instantly erupted from the bushes. Then, a man and a woman, forming an H, jumped out from the bushes. Under the streetlight, when Ling Xiu and Qi Yushan stared at the two very exposed individuals in front of them, suddenly blanking out, forgetting what to say next. The man and woman were equally stunned, unsure whether to cover their faces or their lower halves. The scene fell into an awkward silence, and Lu Chen forced himself to maintain a straight face. Honestly, if it weren't for the two people's snow-white backsides, he wouldn't have even noticed anyone was hiding in the bushes. This was a punishment from the heavens for the foolish human beings attempting to engage in public play in the third dimension.
Qi Yushan dazedly returned to the car. What's wrong, sis? How did it go with your brother-in-law?
Qi Shuwei had parked quite far away and couldn't see what had happened.
Qi Yushan asked, questioning her life. Why were they hiding in the bushes? Ha? Aren't they afraid of bacteria and dust? Ha? Why, with only 3 minutes, do they have to do all these tricks? Ha? Qi Shuwei was bewildered. Oh no, his sister wouldn't be driven crazy by her brother-in-law, would she? What on earth is she rambling about?
On the way home, when Ling Xiu held Lu Chen's hand, softly leaning against his arm.
President 1, she actually.
Lu Chen intended to elaborate, but was interrupted by Auntie 1. She could tell that Qi Yushan was Lu Chen's client, or rather, a former client. It wasn't Lu Chen's fault for being in this profession, and she didn't want to dwell on it. When Ling Xiu gently leaned on Lu Chen's shoulder, gazing at their long shadows, and slowly said, "It's okay."
That night, when Ling Xiu achieved something, 3 words that kept Lu Chen awake all night pondering.
The next morning, Lu Chen, unusually sporting dark circles under his eyes, went to school. Today was the day to go to Haicheng University. He originally didn't want to go, but Xia Yeshuang insisted he should.
Fine. Listening to clients is part of his professional ethics. On the bus to Haicheng University, there was an empty seat next to Lu Chen. Excuse me, is this seat taken? No. Lu Chen could barely keep his eyes open, feeling drowsy and wanting to meet with the Sandman.
Just as he was about to doze off, he suddenly caught a whiff of a fresh fragrance.
Lu Chen turned his head.
Wei Qingyu sat expressionlessly beside him, asking in a voice as clear as flowing spring water, "How many types of jujubes are there in this world?" Her expression was so serious that Lu Chen thought it was an academic question, so he hesitated before answering.
Red dates, green dates, big dates, what else? Wei Qingyu's expression was blank, her hand tightly gripping the edge of her skirt. Also, handsome guy dates. Lu Chen? Slap. Lu Chen didn't hesitate to give himself a slap. Damn, this is intense. The AI has evolved gloriously. 110 fortune-telling more suitable for domestic babies' psychological counseling. Damn it, who is so uncivilized? Actually installing a Trojan on the AI. This is just too shameless. Lu Chen expressed deep condemnation for such shameless behavior.
Wei Qingyu slightly turned her face, her eyes bright, as the knowledge she had learned surged through her mind like a tide.
After pondering for a moment, she selected a sentence from the database. Woman, are you unhappy? Lu Chen wanted to die. I'm a man. Oh, sorry. Wei Qingyu changed the subject and seriously asked, Man, are you unhappy? Lu Chen ruthlessly pinched his thigh. Ouch. So painful. This isn't a dream. God, where has this taken him? Don't pinch yourself.
Wei Qingyu frowned, instinctively reaching out her hand. Just as her fair, delicate hand was about to reach Lu Chen's thigh, Wei Qingyu paused, hesitating to move forward. Sorry.
Lu Chen swatted her hand away, grimacing as he rubbed his thigh. and asked in confusion, "Did Wang Jinjin teach you this?" Based on the experience he had gathered over the past 2.5 years as a devoted admirer, Wei Qingyu could only have a few words with Wang Jinjin in class. And Wang Jinjin's nickname in class was the goddess of extracurricular books in ancient Greece. Her range included romance novels, world affairs, readers, and stories from the Ming Dynasty, among many others. The last time Li Dachuan read those heart-wrenching novels, he borrowed them from Wang Jinjin. What a sister to think of. One day, Wang Jinjin's influence finally reached Wei Qingyu. What is this? Polluting the AI database? Wei Qingyu pondered for a moment and explained seriously, "It wasn't Jinjin who taught me, I learned it from reading." Reading? What books have you read? Lu Chen was genuinely puzzled. What kind of books could pollute Wei Qingyu's database like this? Wei Qingyu thought for a moment and, as if listing dishes, said in a monotone voice, "Don't lose because you can't express yourself, a complete guide to sweet talk. Has Prince Lu chased his wife to the crematorium today? 18 little tips to get closer." Stop! Lu Chen suddenly interrupted Wei Qingyu. Wei Qingyu's small face was as smooth as cream, but her eyes looked confused as she tilted her head slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Chen said seriously and sincerely, "Can you share that complete guide to sweet talk with me? Learning is endless." Wei Qingyu was taken aback for a moment, feeling a pang in her heart. "Are you going to tell it to Xia Yeshuang?" Ha! Lu Chen was surprised by the AI's associative ability. But to completely crush Wei Qingyu's hopes, he naturally said, "Yeah." Wei Qingyu nodded, "Okay." Lu Chen was silent for a moment and asked her, "What's your zodiac sign?" "It must be an earth sign. Like a personal machine." This emotional stability is simply terrifying. It's definitely worth learning from. If Wei Qingyu were to do this job, even Lu Chen would have to retreat. Wei Qingyu thought for a moment and said, "Is it what's on my ID? I should be an Aquarius." Lu Chen was confused. "It is what it is, and if it isn't, why should it be? Why is it like that?" Hu Zhongzhong, sitting in the front row, suddenly leaned over, shocked, and asked, "Aren't you an Aquarius?" Impossible. His information-gathering ability could not be wrong. Wei Qingyu said in a flat tone, "I don't know my exact birthday. My current birthday was determined by my dad consulting a master." Ha! Lu Chen was filled with confusion. For an AI robot like Wei Qingyu, who only believed in logic, to mention a master in fortune-telling, it felt absurd in a way that was hard to describe. Lu Chen tried to rationalize this behavior. "Is it because your health is too weak that you need to consult a master for good fortune?" Wei Qingyu shook her head slightly, her expression unchanged. "It's not for me. It's for my family." "Oh, all right." Since it's a family matter, Lu Chen didn't press further. In fact, fortune-telling could be considered a form of psychological counseling suitable for the constitution of babies in our country. Psychological counseling, look at things more openly, don't overthink. Fortune-telling master, it's not your fault. That person is against you. However, for a wealthy person like Wei's father, fortune-telling wasn't just a trivial matter, it required finding a real master. It was unexpected that, despite being valued in her family, Wei Qingyu couldn't even decide her own birthday. Taking note of this information, Lu Chen wearily closed his eyes, leaning his head back against the chair. He was too tired. Last night had been emotionally tumultuous, and he hadn't slept well, his mind constantly pondering things. The driver had excellent skills, avoiding sudden stops and accelerations, the car moving smoothly with a slight sway, making Lu Chen feel as if he were in a cradle. Beside him was the refreshing scent of Wei Qingyu, pleasant to the senses, while the soft murmurs of classmates filled the air, lively yet not jarring. So peaceful, like being dead. There were no clients here, he could relax and rest for a moment. As he swayed, Lu Chen's eyelids felt heavy, like a curtain falling, and his mind gradually sank into sleep. Classmate Wei Shu. Hu Zhongzhong turned to say a few words to Wei Qingyu but was suddenly stopped by her. Wei Qingyu frowned, looking at Hu Zhongzhong with a hint of reproach. Hu Zhongzhong shrugged. All right then. Thanks to Lu Chen, he had seen Wei Qingyu show emotional fluctuations towards him twice. Once was disdain, and the other was also disdain. Hu Zhongzhong touched his chest, suddenly realizing he no longer felt the same way as before. Since he started calling Qingyu as classmate Wei, he had no more thoughts about her. Lu Chen was right. His feelings for Wei Qingyu were akin to wanting to catch up with the school's shining star and then flaunting it proudly. He didn't like Wei Qingyu, he liked the envious and jealous gazes of others. And this mindset would push him into the abyss of emotions, harming both himself and others. Hu Zhongzhong explained. I think Master Lu is right, that kind of mindset is not desirable. I plan to study hard and go to university in the capital. Wei Qingyu nodded. I wish you success in your studies. Hu Zhongzhong laughed. We'll still meet in the capital. It sounds like you think we'll never see each other again. What I said is not wrong, Wei Qingyu replied calmly. Ha! Hu Zhongzhong was confused, not wrong about what?
Wei Qingyu straightened her back, her high ponytail cascading down her neck, revealing her fair and slender neck. She treated Lu Chen like a fragile item, carefully placing her hand between his head and the car window.
I won't be going to university in the capital.
What the hell? Hu Zhongzhong was stunned. You're staying in Haicheng for school because of the stars?
This was too absurd. Although Haicheng University was also one of the top universities in the country, it couldn't compare to the two universities in the capital. Hu Zhongzhong would never give up his future for some nonsense love. Moreover, this was unrequited love. Damn, he had encountered a pure-blooded love-struck brain. It's not because of Lu Chen. Wei Qingyu's soft hand rested against Lu Chen's forehead. Seeing that Lu Chen did not wake up, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Wei Qingyu gently exerted some force, moving Lu Chen's head closer to her until it rested in the nook of her shoulder. Wei Qingyu tried hard to relax her body, attempting to make Lu Chen's resting place more comfortable. Observing this scene, Hu Zhongzhong rolled his eyes dramatically. Damn! Even if he no longer liked Wei Qingyu, he had to admit that her face was simply too beautiful. And now, this high and mighty flower willingly acting as a pillow was truly something he couldn't bear to look at. Damn it! Master Lu, you really deserve it. Outside the car, the sun was rising, and the sunlight ruthlessly shone on everyone. Lu Chen furrowed his brows in his dreams. Wei Qingyu paused for a moment, extending her hand to shield Lu Chen's eyes from the sunlight, casting a shadow over him. Hu Zhongzhong's eyes nearly popped out. Aren't you the one who said you didn't go to the capital because of the stars? Wei Qingyu looked up at Hu Zhongzhong's shocked expression and explained seriously, I didn't lie. After being shielded from the sunlight, Lu Chen relaxed his brows and instinctively nestled into a more comfortable position. Wei Qingyu's ears turned red, the sunlight fell on her cheeks, direct and scorching, and she murmured, I can't leave Haicheng. When the bus was about to reach its destination, Wei Qingyu silently extended her hand, enduring the numbness in her shoulder, wanting to move Lu Chen away. At that moment, click. Hu Zhongzhong panicked instantly. Damn! No flash when taking candid shots. What are you doing? Wei Qingyu's calmness revealed a hint of coldness. Hu Zhongzhong felt so awkward he could dig a hole to hide in. Could he say he wanted to take a photo and show it to Master Lu when he woke up? Nothing. Hu Zhongzhong's head popped out from the middle of the seat, awkwardly saying, I thought this scene of you two was too beautiful, so I wanted to take a commemorative photo. I'll delete it right away. I'll delete it immediately. Really, I'll even empty the recycle bin, absolutely no traces left, you can trust me. Please send it to me, Wei Qingyu said seriously. Ha! Hu Zhongzhong was stunned, his head buzzing. No way. You're not angry? It was rumored in the community that Wei Qingyu hated having her photo taken, and those who took her picture without her consent usually ended up with bad consequences. Please send it to me, thank you, Wei Qingyu repeated. Hu Zhongzhong snapped out of his daze. Okay. It wasn't until the image was successfully sent that Hu Zhongzhong still hadn't reacted. He watched in disbelief as Wei Qingyu set this poorly composed and lit photo as her background, then posed a soul-searching question. Why don't you set this photo as your screensaver? That way, Master Lu can easily see the screensaver, and he'll feel your thoughtfulness, which will lead him to have a good impression of you. Wei Qingyu asked in confusion, why should I let him see it? Hu Zhongzhong was stunned. Right. Why must Lu Chen see it? In Hu Zhongzhong's subconscious, as long as he did something, he had to take credit for it, and the person involved had to know. Only then would what he did be meaningful. But now Wei Qingyu was asking why the person involved had to know. Hu Zhongzhong fell silent, he couldn't provide any answers. Wei Qingyu's way of thinking was completely different from his. He was a staunch supporter of result-oriented pragmatism. If it were him, he would set the photo as the lock screen just to achieve the result of Lu Chen seeing it. But Wei Qingyu was different. She set the photo as wallpaper simply because she wanted to. She did not expect, nor had she ever thought of making Lu Chen discover this matter, and then gain his favor from it. Even someone like Hu Zhongzhong, with his private insights, knew from experience that people like Wei Qingyu were simply. Liking someone like this will be very hard for you, and the chance of getting true love is slim. Wei Qingyu looked down blankly at Lu Chen's handsome, thin face, then gently moved his head aside and asked softly, why must one obtain true love? I just want him to be happy. Although she was slow to catch on, she could still sense Lu Chen's resistance when she confessed. Since Lu Chen resisted her confession, she decided not to say anything more. While Lu Chen was awake, she had already been adhering to the principle of being good classmates who care for each other. But now that Lu Chen was asleep, could she indulge in this for just a little while? You. Hu Zhongzhong looked at Wei Qingyu in astonishment, completely unable to understand the thought process of this unattainable beauty. Why Why did she not want to possess Master Lu? The gates of Haicheng University were getting closer, and Lu Chen returned to his original sleeping posture against the car window, gently moving his fingers. Wei Qingyu gazed deeply at Lu Chen's face and slowly said, "Did Prince Lu chase his wife to the crematorium today?" The logic, plot, and characters in this novel are quite weak, but there is one line. Hu Zhongzhong asked, "What? Love is restraint." Wei Qingyu withdrew her gaze, returning to a calm state, and reached out to gently rub her numb shoulder. If her feelings for Lu Chen were a burden to him, then she was willing to be that good classmate who cares for him. Hu Zhongzhong felt numb. Damn! Master Lu, you really should die. Seeing this unattainable beauty love you so much, it's more painful than killing me. Sob sob sob. Students, wake up, we have arrived. The leading teacher clapped his hands, loudly waking everyone in the car. Lu Chen opened his eyes, stretched his arms, and felt his bones crackle. Hey, a 60-year-old man walks briskly, while a 20-year-old lad is deaf and dizzy. What is God doing? Hu Zhongzhong laughed and said, "It's true, my mom walks several kilometers every day and is in great shape, yet I can black out just from getting up too quickly. They say I'm a fragile college student, but how did I regress to a fragile high school student?" Lu Chen glanced around, noticing that Wei Qingyu and the other classmates had mostly gotten off, then teasingly looked at Hu Zhongzhong and said, "You should watch less adult comics and butter, your health would improve." He suspected that Hu Zhongzhong's thinness had a 10,000th chance of being due to energy leakage. Hu Zhongzhong rolled his eyes and grabbed his bag. "That won't do, I can't coexist with gambling and drugs. My wives are all waiting for me in the comics." He wanted to tell Lu Chen about what had just happened, but he didn't know how to say it. Lu Chen glanced at Hu Zhongzhong's conflicted expression and smiled, "Let's go." All right. Hu Zhongzhong decided not to say anything more, mainly because he didn't know how to express it. Besides, to be honest, he still preferred someone like Xia Yeshuang, who was passionate about emotions. Someone like Wei Qingyu, who was a closed-off person, always silently doing things and not loving to express herself. Who besides a capitalist boss would like such a personality? As Lu Chen turned to walk towards the car door, he touched his neck. His neck was neither sore nor painful, the pillow was indeed quite useful. Out of personal integrity, he would not let others feel embarrassed in public. About a few dozen people arrived at the high school. After the leading teacher negotiated with the teachers sent by Haicheng University, they began to lead the students to tour the school. From the library to the auditorium, then to the cafeteria, classrooms, study rooms, dormitories, and so on. After taking a look around, Lu Chen was quite satisfied with the environment here. The academic atmosphere of the school was also decent. In the teaching buildings and the library, he saw many students preparing for graduate exams and civil service exams, their grievances deeper than ghosts. The only downside was, it was too studious. In the library, a student angrily exclaimed, "Damn it! I just went to the bathroom, which jerk solved my level 6 exam questions? Who the hell did it?" The supervising teacher paused and quickly led the students out of the library to another place. Hu Zhongzhong was overjoyed. "Master Lu, we're about to be liberated, then we can truly experience how great college life is." Lu Chen glanced at him, sensing the underlying meaning in his words, and slowly commented, "For Jai-steamed Gooseheart." Hu Zhongzhong snorted. "Master Lu, when you curse, it sounds like you're being cute." 3. Lu Chen, Sigma, degree winky face. 112 For Jai-steamed Gooseheart. After getting familiar with Hu Zhongzhong, Lu Chen realized how shameless this guy was. If Li Dachuan was the fitness bro, then Hu Zhongzhong was the homebuddy, 100% concentration, ready to say XX activate at any moment. Not far away was Wei Qingyu, who was surrounded by teachers. The teachers liked her very much. After introducing a place, they would look at Wei Qingyu and ask if she wanted to know anything. The building donated by Wei's father was indeed significant. However, Wei Qingyu looked uncomfortable. She didn't want to be surrounded like this but couldn't escape. Lu Chen thoughtfully asked Hu Zhongzhong, "Did Wei's father donate a building to this university too?" Hu Zhongzhong nodded. "Yeah, Wei Qingyu's father is simply a wealthy philanthropist. But it seems he really loves charity. I just didn't expect him to be a bit feudal-minded, doing fortune-telling for his daughter's birthday." Lu Chen didn't say anything more. Wei Qingyu's family situation was more complicated than he had imagined, perhaps even more troublesome than Xia Yeshuang's family of 8. "Alright, students. Now I will distribute meal tickets. You can go to the cafeteria to eat and wander around the school. We will gather at the library entrance at 4 o'clock to go back." After the teachers announced the dismissal, the students scattered. Just as Wei Qingyu was about to walk over to Lu Chen, she was surrounded by the teachers, who enthusiastically said, "Wei, come eat with us." Yeah, Wei, your studies are so good, and you came to our school, it's really
The voices of several teachers talking together sounded like a duck farm, making Wei Qingyu's eardrums feel like they were about to burst. There was no way around it. Wei's father was a wealthy benefactor. If they took good care of his daughter, he might donate another large sum. Wei Qingyu felt anxious, watching Lu Chen and Hu Zhongzhong walk further away. Aren't you waiting for Wei Qingyu? Hu Zhongzhong looked back, feeling like Wei Qingyu was about to shatter. Lu Chen didn't turn back, walking forward. Those teachers are very nice to her. Hu Zhongzhong thought that Master Lu was so heartless, not even glancing back, which made Wei Qingyu's chances even slimmer. Where are we going, Master Lu? Hu Zhongzhong noticed that Lu Chen wasn't heading to the cafeteria but was instead walking towards the outside of the school, feeling a bit strange. Lu Chen surveyed the buildings around Haicheng University. There was a hotel for sale 300 meters away and a restaurant on the verge of closing down 400 meters away. Hu Zhongzhong pouted. College students are broke. Even if they need to, they all go to budget hotels. This location is just wrong. Lu Chen smiled and said, there are always people who stay in such high-end places. Hu Zhongzhong disagreed. If someone really lived here, how could it go out of business? The foot traffic here has stabilized, unless there's a sudden surge. Lu Chen asked him, why can't there be a surge? Hu Zhongzhong choked for a moment. I don't know, it depends on future city planning, right? I'm not the mayor, how would I know about future city planning? Lu Chen chuckled. I know. Hu Zhongzhong didn't believe it at all. If he was the kind of person who was openly flirtatious, then Lu Chen was the type who was secretly so. He knew all too well how Lu Chen's mouth could run wild. If you're the mayor, then I'm the governor. I really want to make progress. Come on, let's go back to eat. Lu Chen didn't linger on the topic, remembering the transfer number in his mind before turning to walk towards the school. His clients were diverse, with various professions. The two took a quiet little path to the restaurant. Wait! Hu Zhongzhong suddenly called out to Lu Chen halfway through walking. Lu Chen paused and saw a slender figure not far away. Hu Zhongzhong carefully observed the length and color of the person's hair ahead, and years of watching anime allowed him to recognize it immediately. That's definitely Aili Xia. Oh my! Ha! Lu Chen looked confused. Who is Aili Xia? Ha! There are still things Lu Chen doesn't understand in this world? Hu Zhongzhong instantly found joy and tried to educate Lu Chen. This is a character from the two-dimensional world. How much do you know about it? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, I know about 5-dimensional Wugo, it was trending. Hu Zhongzhong. Don't say that next time, I'm afraid you'll get boxed. Lu Chen really didn't understand these things. He usually checked trending topics just to know the funniest memes at the moment, so he could appropriately mention them while chatting with clients to make them happy. Oh, anyway, forget it, Master Lu, come with me to collect stamps. Collect stamps? What is that? Lu Chen suddenly felt he needed to improve. How could there still be knowledge gaps? He immediately took out his phone to search for what Aili Xia looked like. Moments later, Lu Chen put away his phone and suddenly realized that there was a Kozer in the Kozer community. It was their blessing. It looked so much like her. Hu Zhongzhong pulled Lu Chen along, running excitedly. Hello, teacher. Can we take a picture? The girl in front had pink hair, a small and delicate face, and her sparkling eyes were incredibly cute. Lu Qingqing was first taken aback, then, noticing that the slender bamboo pole in front of her had no ill intentions, she breathed a sigh of relief. Hello. Wait. Lu Chen paused. This Kozer's voice was so pleasant too? Sweet and soft, like a little brush, gently brushing over, making one feel a tingling sensation inside. Of course, we can take a photo. Lu Qingqing revealed a sweet business smile. After the photo, Hu Zhongzhong was so happy he could fly. At that moment, Lu Qingqing turned around and saw Lu Chen, who had a calm expression, and sweetly greeted him. Hello, would you like to take a photo? Lu Chen stared at the Kozer's tiger teeth and dimples, finding her quite cute, and since she was polite, he took off his jacket. Here you go. Ha! Lu Qingqing was taken aback for a moment, looking at the jacket handed to her, shaking her head and smiling energetically. Thank you, but it's okay, I'm not cold. Lu Chen calmly said, you have your period. In an instant, the entire atmosphere froze. Lu Qingqing was shocked, like a kitten chasing its tail, immediately spinning around to check her clothes behind her. Just a little bit, not noticeable. A calm voice sounded in her ear, seemingly soothing, causing Lu Qingqing to suddenly calm down as well. She took Lu Chen's coat and obediently thanked him. Thank you. Here's this for you too. Lu Chen pulled a sanitary pad from his pocket and handed it over, leaving Hu Zhongzhong dumbfounded. Not a bro. Who carries a sanitary pad around? Lu Chen smiled. His clients were all women. As a professional nice guy, isn't it only right to be fully prepared? Lu Qingqing stared blankly at the sanitary pad being offered, her eyes revealing confusion. Carrying a coat was normal,
but bringing this was a bit. Never mind. After all, it was to help her. Lu Qingqing's eyes curved into a smile as she sweetly said, "Thank you." Lu Chen smiled back. "No problem. The code is 999, the sanitary pad 3, WeChat or Alipay? Why are you so dazed?" In the apartment, Lu Qingqing placed a cup of tea in front of Lu Chen, her tone sweet and gentle. Seeing Lu Chen lost in thought, she teased him with a smile. Only then did Lu Chen shift his gaze to the cosplayer senior. She had taken off her cosplay outfit and changed into a pink t-shirt, wearing denim shorts below. The air conditioning was on in the room, so she had thrown on a loose white shirt over it. As she walked, her long, fair legs were particularly eye-catching. The only constant was her pink hair, simply tied up with a few strands falling loose. Aside from bald heads, colorful hair was also a significant test of looks. If one's face and temperament couldn't support those strange hair colors, it was easy to be misunderstood as having some unique skill, like a propeller flower hand. But fortunately, this cosplayer senior's face could carry the hair color, making her especially cute. "Thank you, senior." Lu Chen took a sip of water. He had been chatting with the senior all the way and was parched. As for why, a certain Alicia was blinking her eyes at him, looking completely confused. Who understands, family? Who can withstand that? Anyway, Lu Chen managed to hold up. Unfortunately, Hu Zhongzhong couldn't withstand it and was almost on her knees calling Lu Chen daddy. Alright, poor Hu Zhongzhong was toyed with by Alicia. However, Lu Chen observed that this cosplayer senior didn't seem like a wealthy person. People like Song Junju and Anwen were making money every second, basically too lazy to waste time on such matters, directly paying to send people off. Lu Chen's guiding principle was rob the rich to benefit myself. No money, forget it. Another important reason was that this senior claimed to be the president of the student council. What's that called? That's called a walking information package. He had actually learned quite a bit of school information just now, and since he wanted to mingle in school later, the role of these official organizations was definitely not small. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, he received a call from Hu Zhongzhong. On the other end, Hu Zhongzhong sounded like an excited monkey, her voice raised by 3 pitches. "Master Lu, that senior was right. There really is a comic exhibition here. Hey, I saw my push. Hey. Teacher, wait for me." Beep, the call was abruptly hung up. Lu Chen angrily cursed, "Private residences are so annoying." Lu Qingqing watched the frustrated expression of this junior and couldn't help but smile. Such a pretty face. Such a nice voice. She unconsciously compared this junior's voice to Lu Chen's. On the phone, Lu Chen's voice was deeper and had a sense of pressure. But this junior was different. When he spoke, he was so adorable, light and gentle, exuding a youthful vibe. In comparison, it felt like Lu Chen's voice could be the father of this junior's voice. Especially when Lu Qingqing stared at the junior's Adam's apple bobbing up and down as he drank tea. As a voice enthusiast, this junior's voice was her second favorite in life. Her first favorite was Lu Chen's voice. Even to match the script, she had deliberately changed her tone to a mature sister voice when talking to Lu Chen. "Delicious. I love it. Senior sister is so nice." Lu Chen gulped down the tea and happily showed it off to the cozer senior. Lu Qingqing smiled even more. This junior was really, really cute. By the way, Lu Chen snapped his fingers, knowing her period had come, and rummaged through his backpack to find a warm patch to hand over. "Senior sister, use this, it can warm your stomach." If he could get along with this president as well as with Sister Kate, it would be even easier to get first-hand information from the school in the future. Yes, the plan is on. Lu Chen flashed a small white smile, shaking his head like an old scholar. "You need to pay more attention to your health during special times." Lu Qingqing stared blankly at the warm patch handed over, then looked up at the junior's radiant smile. The washing machine on the balcony emitted a faint vibration, and the gentle breeze outside rustled the leaves, making all the noise seem to freeze. In the world, everything was silent. She could only hear her heartbeat. Lu Qingqing was dazed for a moment, then smiled back. "Thank you, Junior." She thought, maybe God heard her call and really sent someone to save her? She hated herself and others. But now, suddenly, such a clear presence appeared in every way. It must be an angel. Lu Qingqing took the warm patch, sweetly smiling to reveal her cute dimples. "Does this cost money?" Lu Chen shrugged innocently. "If senior sister wants to give, that's fine too." Lu Qingqing's lips curled up. "I haven't asked your name yet." "My name is Lu Chen." Boom! All of Lu Qingqing's thoughts vanished, her mind going blank in an instant. What? His name is Lu Chen? Lu Qingqing's scalp tingled as she suddenly remembered that among the group of high school students visiting the school, there was indeed someone named Lu Chen. No way. Is she destined to have a conflict with the name Lu Chen in this lifetime? Lu Chen keenly sensed Lu Qingqing's hesitation, a bad premonition suddenly surfacing in his heart, and he immediately asked, "What about you, senior sister?" Lu Qingqing instinctively smiled, but her eyes showed some unease. "My name is Lu Yu. I was just thinking, our names are quite interesting, one star and one moon." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Chen buried that little doubt in his heart, recalling what the old Chinese doctor had said. Is he really suffering from a serious occupational disease now, mentally sensitive enough to be on edge at any moment? A little more, no. Here, yes, right here. Don't do that. It's not good. Lu Qingqing really didn't expect Lu Chen to sew clothes. She watched in amazement as Lu Chen cleverly added embellishments to her cosplay outfit, making it not only more in line with the character's features but also very sturdy. Ridiculous. In the past, when Lu Chen had no money to buy clothes, if they were torn, he had to sew them himself, right? No matter what, he must have practiced. How is it? A small piece of clothing, done. It's as easy as pie. Lu Chen, like a great artist, proudly showcased his work. Lu Qingqing sat on the sofa, her sweet face showing a look of surprise and admiration, her voice soft. "Oh, wow! So pretty, so pretty!" Lu Chen felt a shiver run down his spine at her sweet voice and said softly, "Senior, I think you could be a voice actor." Lu Qingqing smiled sweetly. "Is there a possibility that I already am? Ha! Not only a cosplayer, but also a voice actor?" Lu Chen was truly impressed. He had thought about becoming a voice actor before, but gave up because voice acting didn't pay as well as being a professional sycophant. Who would have thought? Now he had encountered a ready-made voice actor. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. "Wow, that's amazing. So, senior, can you do a lot of different voices?" Lu Qingqing smiled sweetly. "Just a few, I guess." Noticing Lu Chen's excitement, Lu Qingqing thought it was a normal reaction to seeing a novel profession, so she explained. "Actually, I'm just doing it part-time. I do these things because I'm really bored." "What's wrong? Do you want to be a voice actor?" Lu Chen nodded. "I think people who can change their voices are really impressive." Lu Qingqing felt successfully complimented and teasingly said, "Compared to being a voice actor, I think a more suitable profession for our junior is a divine tailor." No words. Lu Chen's skills were too strong. 114 refusing to freeload being a tailor doesn't have any clients. "You have me." Lu Qingqing immediately replied. "You can alter my cosplay outfits. I really think you do it exceptionally well." This was an angel sent by heaven to save her. She couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. "Ha? Really becoming a tailor? Don't worry." Lu Qingqing winked at Lu Chen. "I won't let our junior work for free. Refusing to freeload starts with me." Refusing to freeload? Alright. Just for that, he really liked this senior. He truly hoped all his clients had this awareness. "So, senior, do you need to alter any clothes?" The newly appointed tailor, Master Lu, tried to show off his skills. Lu Qingqing thought for a moment, "Not for now, but there's a comic convention coming up, and I haven't decided what to cosplay." She sat on the sofa, turned her head, and seriously stared into Lu Chen's eyes, asking, "Junior, do you have any favorite anime characters?" "Ha?" Lu Chen was shocked. What does that mean? If he liked a character, could the senior cosplay that character? Wow! If he really was a second-dimensional nerd, wouldn't having a cosplayer girlfriend be the happiest thing ever? Freshness every day, a new wife every day. Lu Chen thought for a moment, racking his brain to search his meager memory for female characters. Oh, got it. That one, it's that one. Lu Chen excitedly clapped his hands, and Lu Qingqing got excited too. What, say it. Lu Chen finally remembered, Tom's dream cat. Ha? Dream cat? Lu Qingqing was stunned, her sweet face filled with confusion. Can I be a human? Lu Qingqing tried to voice her opinion. How could she cosplay a cat? Lu Chen sincerely asked, isn't that possible? Lu Qingqing paused for a moment and softly said, it is. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh inside. This junior sister was really easy to tease. As expected, that cute invasion syndrome really had its basis. Seeing cute little animals made him want to sit on them, and seeing cute people made him want to bully them to tears. So much fun. The junior sister was really thoughtful. When she learned that Lu Chen hadn't eaten, she immediately tied on an apron and went to cook. Junior, do you have any food restrictions? The place for the sewing kit is in the second drawer, just put it back. Lu Chen fumbled around the drawer where the sewing kit was originally kept and replied casually. I have no restrictions, as long as Senior doesn't make stir-fried potatoes with ginger, I'm completely fine. The psychological shadow left by Song Junju last time was just too damn strong. Ha ha ha. The cheerful laughter of the junior sister echoed from the kitchen. Sigh. This junior sister is really fun. Lu Chen counted to the second drawer, then pulled it open, and the next second, he froze. Excuse me. What are those round things? Is that handcuff a cosplay prop, and what is the purpose of those collars? Lu Chen's brain overloaded and crashed. At that moment, Lu Qingqing hadn't heard any noise from the living room for a long time and suddenly jolted. Wait. It's the second drawer from the left. He wouldn't start counting from the right, would he? Lu Qingqing quickly rushed out of the kitchen. When she saw Lu Chen had discovered those things, her scalp went numb, and she stood frozen in place. It's over. Lu Qingqing suddenly felt as if a huge black curtain had fallen from the sky, covering her completely, taking away her breath and vision, turning her into a statue that couldn't move. What would the junior say? Would he feel disgusted? Would he think she was promiscuous? Or would he just walk away? Cough. Lu Chen nonchalantly pushed the drawer back in, counted to the second drawer from the left again, pulled it open, and placed the sewing kit inside. As for why he was so calm. Just kidding. The junior sister was wearing an apron and holding a kitchen knife. Did he dare to move? Lu Chen calmly stood up and smiled at the junior sister. And her kitchen knife. All right, junior sister, for the sake of my life, I'll give you a free mental spa. What's wrong, senior? You saw it. Lu Qingqing's sweet face was tense, showing not a hint of expression. Lu Chen chuckled. Yeah, I saw it. So what? You. Lu Chen's overly calm response left Lu Qingqing at a loss for how to react. Senior, you seem very nervous. Lu Chen slowly walked up to grasp the junior sister's wrist, gently taking the kitchen knife into his own hands. Phew, don't be nervous, you can do it, God of Stars. Once the kitchen knife was completely in his hands, the stone that had been hanging in Lu Chen's heart finally dropped. Senior, what are you thinking? Looking at Lu Qingqing, who was so tense she seemed like a statue, Lu Chen laughed. Are you thinking that my loud mockery of your desires is too disgusting? Or are you thinking I might use this to coerce you into saying the classic line, Senior, you wouldn't want others to know? Lu Qingqing stared at Lu Chen in shock. Lu Chen walked into the kitchen, picked up the kitchen knife, and began chopping the potatoes on the cutting board. Sigh. Potatoes are truly something that tastes good no matter how you cook them, delicious. Lu Qingqing stood at the kitchen door, staring at Lu Chen's back, and after a moment of silence, said, I feel disgusting. You're not disgusting. I feel disgusting. I have desires. Everyone has desires. Lu Chen moved through washing, cutting, and cooking with the fluidity of flowing water, without a moment's pause, and said earnestly, for everyone, the expression of desire takes different forms. It can be sexual desire, appetite, desire for money, or desire for power. Why is it that someone with a desire for money and power can be said to be ambitious? It's ridiculous to artificially define which desires are high level and which are low level. Lu Chen picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and offered it to Lu Qingqing. Try it, is it salty? Lu Qingqing was taken aback by his words, her soft, pink lips slightly parted as she took a bite. It's a bit bland. Lu Chen nodded, added a bit of salt, and continued, Senior, don't be too harsh on yourself. When a person has thoughts like, I feel disgusting, it usually means that person is too kind. After all, self-centered people never feel disgusted with themselves. Internal conflict. In the end, it can wear a person down to the point of self-destruction. A significant reason for the disasters that last for millennia is that those disasters have always been about exhausting others, right? Happiness is hard to come by, Lu Chen said slowly. Finding a way to make yourself happy is already quite difficult. People like the junior often say they feel disgusting, not that their desires are disgusting. This indicates that her level of self-loathing is very high. When a person's self-hatred reaches a certain level, they often resort to extreme measures to hurt themselves, inevitably sliding into the abyss of destruction. Then, Lu Chen suddenly thought, the junior hates herself so much. Does she truly love cosplaying, or is it because when she cosplays as someone else, she can temporarily escape her own shell? The dish was ready, and Lu Chen turned off the heat, pouring the food onto a plate. We all learn to hate ourselves from a young age, but we never learn how to forgive ourselves. After plating, Lu Chen walked in front of the junior with his hands behind his back. Ding ding ding! A round little tomato appeared in Lu Chen's hand, and he squinted his eyes, smiling happily. Senior, when you have thoughts of feeling disgusting again, why not go to the dock and grab some fries? Lu Qingqing remained silent for a long time before speaking. But this is clearly a little tomato. Alright, Lu Chen said innocently, then Senior, why not go to the garden and grab some little tomatoes? Lu Qingqing grabbed Lu Chen's wrist and lowered her head to nibble on the little tomato in his hand. With a gentle bite, the sweet and sour juice burst in her mouth, and Lu Qingqing's mood suddenly improved a lot. She thought, the heavens really sent an angel to save her.
While Lu Qingqing reached out, Lu Chen noticed the decorative ribbon tightly tied around her wrist. Beneath the ribbon, there must be scars, right? Sigh. Doing good deeds daily, I truly deserve it. 115 Those who learn from me live, those who resemble me die. Fighting against self-loathing is a long and arduous journey. Lu Chen did not expect that a casual remark from him could lead the junior to a sudden epiphany. But at least, remembering the ribbon tied around the junior's wrist, Lu Chen felt a bit silent. At least he had tried his best to save a life. Just like his grandfather. On the night of the fire at the orphanage, he almost couldn't escape, but his grandfather rushed in without hesitation. If he hadn't made it out that day, he and his grandfather would have turned to ashes together. In the face of death, status and power mean nothing. Everyone is equal. To be alive. Just being alive is good enough. After dinner, Lu Chen's clothes were also dried by the dryer. He took his jacket, sniffed it, and exclaimed happily, "It smells so good." After being a professional sycophant for so long, aside from being most satisfied with the compensation, the other thing he was most satisfied with was that every client smelled great. President Wen smelled the best. And there was also delay. Lu Qingqing curled her lips. "I'll put some fragrance beads on you, this scent is my own blend." Ha? Her own blend? Wow. Lu Chen was surprised. He realized the junior was quite skilled. But, as an exchange, Lu Qingqing winked at Lu Chen, elongating her sweet voice. "You have to give me your WeChat." Hiss. Lu Chen immediately memorized it. Sure. Damn, he learned another trick. But he still needed to tweak this move a bit, otherwise, as a guy, if he didn't control the strength of his wink well, it would come off too greasy. Those who learn from me live, those who resemble me die. After learning a technique, one cannot simply copy it entirely, a bit of thought is needed to adjust it to suit oneself. Wait for me a moment, I'll go get my phone. When Lu Qingqing went to her bedroom to fetch her phone, she pondered for a moment but still did not take her usual phone. The other phone she had contained a new WeChat account, with no contacts added. Usually, when she felt upset and didn't know who to talk to, she would secretly post on her moments from this empty account. But now, she had her own angel, someone to share with. Thank heavens. After adding WeChat, Lu Qingqing stared at the only contact in her address book and smiled foolishly. Oh, wait. It wasn't the only contact. There was also a file transfer assistant, which she couldn't delete. I'll send you the cosplay outfit I want to change later. Do you think 2,000 for a piece of clothing is okay? 2,000? Lu Chen was taken aback. That's enough to buy a new one, right? Damn. He misjudged. She was a little rich girl. Forget it. It was hard-earned money from his skills. He might as well experience the life of a tailor. Just do what you think is best. Lu Chen switched back to his main account and scanned Lu Qingqing's code. He had 2 WeChat accounts. The main one was for friends from his daily life, like his grandparents. The secondary one was for his clients. Lu Chen had considered using a pseudonym for each client and creating a separate WeChat account for them. But that would require too much damn energy. The key point was, if he ever slipped up with those pseudonyms, he could just peacefully leave this world. So he simply consolidated everything into one secondary account. This senior was not only easy to bully but also the president of the student council. Quite useful, he added her to his main account. After exchanging contact information, Lu Chen put on his jacket and prepared to leave. Lu Qingqing stood up. I'll walk you out. Really, no need. Stay back, I can walk by myself. Lu Chen swaggered out the door. 3 minutes later, Lu Chen looked at his sprained ankle, lost in thought. Lu Qingqing obediently squatted beside him, poking his arm and whispering, I told you, let me walk you. The stairs here are poorly constructed, the steps are all different heights. Lu Chen regretted it. Damn, he shouldn't have acted so cool. Shit. The more stylishly he walked out, the more awkward he felt now. Building regulations state that elevators are not required for buildings under 7 stories. This damn teacher's apartment was exactly 6 stories, and they didn't even provide an elevator. Lu Chen leaned against the wall, trying to hop along. Lu Qingqing thought for a moment and stepped in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen was startled. What are you doing? Lu Qingqing's sweet face showed no expression, her tear mole at the corner of her eye looking serious. After lifting weights for 1,000 days, you can use someone for a moment, she said earnestly. Get on. Ha? Lu Chen was dumbfounded. You want to carry me? Lu Qingqing wrapped her slender arms around his neck, patting her chest to make herself seem more reliable. Don't worry. The pinker the hair, the stronger the carry. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen really laughed out loud. Stop it, I'll call my friend to come. Lu Qingqing pouted a bit, softly arguing, I really can. You'll just end up dropping me later. Lu Chen chuckled, glancing at her small frame and said, I could carry you, maybe. Lu Qingqing huffed in dissatisfaction. If she had ears, they would probably droop down. Lu Qingqing sat beside Lu Chen on the steps, poking his arm in frustration, saying, "Why should it be you carrying me? You're strong, so is it right for you to carry me?" Lu Chen had never heard this theory before. Interesting, huh? After thinking for a moment, he said, "How about you support me down?" Support? Lu Qingqing was delighted, her pair of sparkling eyes radiating vitality once more. She immediately stood up and softly promised, "I will definitely support you well." Lu Chen really smiled. This junior sister is quite interesting. She said the most reliable thing in the most timid tone. However, they hadn't walked far when Hu Zhongzhong arrived. Lu Chen jumped onto Hu Zhongzhong's back and cheerfully said, "Giddy up." Hu Zhongzhong blushed, "I'm not a horse. I'll teach you a few moves later." Hu Zhongzhong fell silent. "Okay, foster father. Let's go." Watching the pair leave, Lu Qingqing pondered for a moment and devised a fitness plan for herself overnight. One day, she would make Lu Chen feel that she was reliable. 116 Testing the effect in the infirmary. One of Lu Chen's greatest mysteries in life was whether the school doctor understood everything. Why did it feel like they could treat any kind of illness? Watching the school doctor examine his foot with a bit too much pressure, Lu Chen scratched his head and curiously asked, "Sister, what major are you studying?" The school doctor seemed to have triggered a keyword, suddenly sitting up straight and staring at Lu Chen, asking, "What did you call me?" Hu Zhongzhong quickly explained, "Oh, I should have called you teacher." "Teacher, my classmate really didn't mean to underestimate you." Lu Chen innocently elongated his voice, his bright eyes fixed on the school doctor. "Can't I call you sister?" A modified version learned from the junior sister. Testing the effect. The school doctor stared into Lu Chen's innocent eyes and suddenly smiled, her brows relaxing. "Of course you can call me sister." Hu Zhongzhong, huh? This works? The school doctor's movements became gentler as she examined Lu Chen's foot, her tone much friendlier as she smiled and said, "I majored in veterinary medicine." "What the heck? Veterinary medicine?" Hu Zhongzhong was stunned. Lu Chen paused for a moment, carefully discerning the expression on the school doctor's face. She was joking. So, Lu Chen not only refrained from questioning the school doctor's profession but also continued with a tone of regret. "I used to want to study veterinary medicine too. Little animals are so cute, but cats and dogs don't like me." His tone fell. The school doctor was taken aback. Damn! She really shouldn't have. The school doctor suddenly felt a bit reluctant to tease this child, so she comforted him, "It's okay, my brother runs a pet shop. I'll give you the contact information, and you can go visit when you have time. The little animals in the shop are very well behaved, petting and playing with them is free." After that, all the students who came to the school infirmary were horrified to discover that the school doctor, once known for her furious temper, was actually smiling as she helped a student out. This is really unbelievable. "Master Lu, you wouldn't have a crush on that school doctor, would you? She's at least nearly 40. Hu Zhongzhong said in shock. Lu Chen turned to look at him. "What did I say when I came here? You said you'd teach me a few moves, but you didn't." "Ha? Was it that kind just now?" Hu Zhongzhong suddenly came to his senses. "No, bro. Could you at least give a heads up before you start teaching? What am I even learning here?" Lu Chen rejected Hu Zhongzhong's offer to carry him and found a spot to sit that wouldn't block anyone. With someone like Hu Zhongzhong, carrying him would be overextending. He would need to drink something to replenish his energy afterward, and he didn't dare let Hu Zhongzhong carry him any longer. Lu Chen straightened his injured leg and smiled, saying, "These things are for when you meet someone you want to be friends with, don't use them on just anyone." Hu Zhongzhong sat down beside Lu Chen, his face full of a thirst for knowledge. "If I treat everyone like this, would I become a heartthrob?" Lu Chen glanced at him and replied, "No, you'd just be a fool." Hu Zhongzhong, "You cold-hearted man, I will never forgive you." Lu Chen sighed and said leisurely, "When socializing, if you have a purpose, it's appropriate to lower your stance, but if you have no purpose, then don't try to please everyone." Hu Zhongzhong asked with some concern, "Won't people say I'm snobbish if I do that?" Lu Chen laughed, "Then if I change snobbish to astute, wouldn't that sound better? Don't always listen to others' evaluations, have your own judgment. If others say you're selfish, it means they didn't benefit from you. If they say you're strong-willed, it means you're hard to control. If they say you're sensitive, it means you guessed right. If they say you don't understand things, it means they found out you're not as easy to deceive as they imagined." Hu Zhongzhong was stunned. Lu Chen tapped his chest lightly. "Listen here, you are the master of your own life." Hu Zhongzhong fell silent. Hu Zhongzhong pondered. Hu Zhongzhong understood. "Master, I've got it." He grabbed Lu Chen's arm excitedly and said, "Can I hug you to express my gratitude? Get lost. I'll throw you out." Lu Chen immediately refused, vowing to protect his innocence.
However, what he said to Hu Zhongzhong was quite true. When facing clients, he had to constantly observe their thoughts. But when dealing with others, like Li Dachuan, Hu Zhongzhong, or the junior sister, he wasn't so cautious. Lu Chen thought, perhaps in those moments, he would be a bit more himself. The two sat for a while longer, and after finishing his chicken soup, Hu Zhongzhong felt empowered and patted his shoulder. "Master Lu, come up." Lu Chen looked at him in confusion. "What are you doing?" "Ha?" Hu Zhongzhong was taken aback. "Weren't you waiting for me to catch my breath so you could carry me again?" Lu Chen kicked Hu Zhongzhong aside with his good foot. "You blocked my view. Junior sister, over here." Hu Zhongzhong. He turned around to see a girl wearing a black baseball cap and high-waisted jeans walking towards them, holding a cane? Hu Zhongzhong wondered, who is that? Lu Chen was shocked. You can't be blind at such a young age, can you? Isn't that the senior who cosplays as Elysia? You could recognize Elysia's outfit from far away, and now you can't? Hu Zhongzhong proudly admitted, our private residence looks like this. Lu Chen rolled his eyes dramatically. Junior, are you seriously injured? Lu Qingqing quickly walked up to Lu Chen, her small face covered by the cap, feeling like one hand could block everything. At that moment, her bright eyes revealed deep concern. This is the cane I used when I injured my leg before, it's of good quality, take it. Lu Chen took the cane and tried it out. It was indeed quite useful. He wondered why this junior sister had asked him to wait on WeChat earlier. It's not a serious injury, a couple of days of rest will do, thank you, junior sister. Though he said that, Lu Qingqing still looked a bit worried as she watched Lu Chen leaning on the cane. This worry made her glance at Hu Zhongzhong. Why wasn't this guy a bit stronger? If he were stronger, he could carry Lu Chen. Hu Zhongzhong felt a chill down his back, sensing that he seemed to be disliked. Just an illusion, right? It must be an illusion. A few minutes later, Lu Chen looked at the junior sister who had been following him and asked with a smile, Junior sister, are you going to keep sending me to the car? Lu Qingqing softly replied, I just want to see you off. This junior sister has been sent away, and Lu Chen really didn't want to make anyone run this errand again. After thinking for a moment, he drew an inconspicuous boundary line on the ground with his cane. Just stop here, you can't go beyond this line. Lu Qingqing suddenly stopped in her tracks, a sense of being ordered made her scalp tingle. Instinctively, she halted behind that line. Lu Chen was satisfied, turned back, and waved to the junior sister, bye, junior sister. If your clothes need alterations, just message me on WeChat. Lu Qingqing nodded, you need to be careful, walk slowly. After listening to the junior sisters rambling for a few moments, Lu Chen inconspicuously quickened his pace to leave. Sigh. This junior sister is quite chatty. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Lu Qingqing's mind kept replaying the words he had just said in his demeanor while speaking. Can't go beyond this line. So strong, so familiar. On the return bus, the seat next to Lu Chen was empty, and he scanned the surroundings, puzzled, and asked Hu Zhongzhong, where's Wei Qingyu? Hu Zhongzhong also noticed something was off. The bus had already left, yet there was no sign of Wei Qingyu. It was the teacher in charge who explained. The school leaders value student Wei very much and want to have a good talk about her future development. Lu Chen understood. They just wanted to say some good words to Wei Qingyu, hoping that her father would donate money in buildings. Ha ha, they really think Wei's father is a generous benefactor? Although Wei Qingyu's information was incomplete, Lu Chen could still deduce. Wei's father must believe in fate. He even consulted a master about his daughter's birth date. That's impressive. If the due date hadn't arrived, would he force a cesarean? Moreover, the name Wei Qingyu is quite unusual. Haicheng is by the sea, and doing business thrives with water. One can imagine what that means. Probably consulted a master again. Truly divine. These rich people are really sick. After doing too many guilty things, they all become superstitious. Seeing that no one was beside Lu Chen, Hu Zhongzhong simply changed seats to sit next to him and asked mysteriously, Master Lu, are you thinking about Wei Qingyu? Lu Chen closed his eyes, placed his hands on his legs, and appeared to be peacefully refusing to engage. Hu Zhongzhong snorted, feeling he had guessed right. He thought about what Wei Qingyu had said when they arrived today and felt he should help her out. So, Hu Zhongzhong whispered, Master Lu, what do you like about Xia Yexiang? Think about it, Xia Yexiang has a bad temper, high combat power, and is only a bit pretty, but Wei Qingyu isn't bad looking either. And Wei Qingyu is treating you quite well now, you might as well chat more with her. If it were me, I would definitely choose Wei Qingyu. Lu Chen lifted his eyelids, glanced at Hu Zhongzhong, and lazily smiled. You're picking and choosing now? Hu Zhongzhong chuckled, aren't I just being your strategist? In the group, a character like mine usually sees through all the complexities of the world and achieves great enlightenment, quite handsome. Lu Chen placed his backpack at his feet, hanging a small white dog charm on the zipper. He glanced at it and slowly said, I have my own rhythm. Great! Here comes that phrase again. Wait a minute. In a flash, Hu Zhongzhong's mind lit up. Previously, Lu Chen was sweet on Wei Qingyu, but she ignored him. Now, Lu Chen is sweet on Xia Yexiang, and she is also very proud. Hu Zhongzhong realized. Oh my. Master Lu can't be a masochist, right? Does he just like those who ignore him? Damn! Suddenly, Hu Zhongzhong felt he had grasped the truth of the matter, and his gaze towards Lu Chen was filled with philosophy. He sympathetically patted Lu Chen's shoulder. You've worked hard. Lu Chen closed his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to the neurotic next to him, really unpredictable, who knows what nonsense he was thinking about again. Today was rare. Xia Yesuan actually came to the classroom. There was no helping it. She regretted agreeing to Wei Qingyu's request the moment she didn't see Lu Chen in the piano room at noon. Damn! One afternoon without Lu Chen by her side made her feel like the food wasn't even that good. So annoying. Thus, Xia Yesuan came to the classroom in the afternoon. Xia Yesuan lay bored on the desk, blinking her eyes at the hands of her watch. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Why isn't he back yet? Sister Xia, what are you looking at? Xia Yesuan replied irritably, I'm watching how slow this hand is moving. During the holidays, it felt like the hands were flying. Why does it feel like this hand is dragging on for years now? The people around her noticed Xia Yesuan's terrible mood and didn't dare to speak more. With no one talking, it was even more annoying. Xia Yesuan fumbled in her bag and pulled out a keychain of a golden retriever. She pinched the little lion's face and then its belly. So cute. Xia Yesuan thought of Lu Chen's happy expression when he received the little dog keychain and couldn't help but smile. I told you. Lu Chen would definitely like the gift she gave him. Poof. As Xia Yesuan thought about it, her mood improved significantly, leaving those around her bewildered. Just a moment ago, she was so irritable. How did she suddenly start smiling? Damn. So scary. Besides Xia Yesuan waiting, the others in the class were also waiting. Tomorrow is the Qingming festival. A holiday. The words Qingming faintly drifted into Xia Yesuan's ears. Be careful tomorrow, don't run into ghosts. Hee, are you still afraid of that? Aren't you a materialist warrior? Better to believe in its existence than to not believe in it. Listening to the discussions around her, the smile on Xia Yesuan's face completely vanished. Qingming. Xia Yesuan lowered her eyes, hiding a sense of loneliness, murmuring, it would be great if there really were ghosts. Then she could see her mother. When she was little, she was too weak, always suffering at the hands of her stepmothers. She didn't know what to do, so she could only sneak out to cry in front of her mother's grave, and when she was tired from crying, she would sleep. Xia Yesuan thought. At that time, her mother must have been anxiously turning in circles up in heaven. But now it's different. She understands how to resist. No one dares to bully her anymore. She will make her mother proud. But, Mom, I miss you so much. Xia Yesuan buried her face in her arms, her eyes resting on the little lion keychain. The others thought Xia Yesuan had fallen asleep, and no one dared to disturb her, quietly lowering their voices. When Lu Chen returned to the classroom, this was the scene he encountered. Almost everyone in the class had left, leaving only a little golden retriever lying on the desk. Sleeping? Impossible. It couldn't be sleeping. He understood Xia Yesuan's habits. There was no way she could sleep like that on the desk. So that means crying? Lu Chen frowned and slowly walked to the front desk where Xia Yesuan was. He set his cane aside, sat on the front desk stool, and silently watched the little golden retriever trembling slightly. She really was crying. That eighth stepmother was so powerful that she could make Xia Yesuan cry? Impossible. Countless possibilities flashed through Lu Chen's mind, each one dismissed. Staring blankly at the second hand on Xia Yesuan's watch, after a few seconds, a light bulb went off in his head, and Lu Chen took out his phone to check the date. Tomorrow is Qingming. Got it. The little golden retriever misses her mom. Crying like this isn't good. People like Xia Yexiang have extreme emotional fluctuations, but fortunately, their attention can be easily diverted. Lu Chen quietly placed a pack of tissues within Xia Yexiang's reach. He then limped over to the water dispenser, turning his back to her as he asked, Sister Xia, are you awake? Ha! Xia Yexiang, lost in her emotions, suddenly snapped back to reality. Lu Chen was back. She didn't want to look up because her face was streaked with tears, which was quite embarrassing. Sister Xia, do you want some water? Room temperature or warm? Never mind, let's go with warm. Ha! Xia Yexiang felt that Lu Chen's voice seemed a bit distant from her position. Carefully, she lifted her tear-filled eyes from her arms and saw Lu Chen standing by the water dispenser, filling a cup. Thank goodness, he didn't see her. Xia Yexiang quickly grabbed a tissue and wiped her tears. Oh my, I'm so thirsty. That lousy school doesn't even give us a bottle of water. Lu Chen stood by the water dispenser, gulping down 3 large cups of water, and only turned around when he felt the time was right. Although Xia Yexiang's eyes were red, her expression was already quite normal. Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. Maintaining the client's dignity is a professional quality of a dedicated admirer. 118 Not presentable. Burp. Lu Chen burped without any regard for his image. There was no helping it. He had drunk too much water. Even a water buffalo wouldn't drink like this, downing 3 big bowls. Xia Yexiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. She smiled. That was meaningful. Some moderately inappropriate actions can make people laugh, but it has to be in moderation. Lu Chen brought a cup of warm water to Xia Yexiang. He spilled half the cup after just 2 steps. The smile on Xia Yexiang's face instantly froze as she noticed Lu Chen's feet. She jumped up and hurried over to him, asking urgently, "What happened to your leg?" "Yes." Lu Chen was delighted. First, he gave the little golden retriever time to sort out her feelings, and then he used his foot injury to divert her attention. "Nice." Lu Chen casually said, "I twisted it while touring, really, don't." As soon as he sensed that Xia Yexiang was about to bend down to check his foot injury, Lu Chen quickly backed away, bumping directly into the wall. Xia Yexiang stood there, stunned, looking at Lu Chen retreating in a flustered manner. "Why are you so scared? Would she eat him? Or was it that after spending a day with Wei Qingyu, Lu Chen had forgotten about her?" The thought made Xia Yexiang frown. Lu Chen swallowed hard, looking weak and helpless against the wall as he asked, "If I touch your foot, would you accept it?" Xia Yexiang fell silent, imagining that scene. "All right, that made some sense. My crutch is over there, can you help me get it, Sister Xia?" It wasn't until Xia Yexiang picked up the crutch that she realized something was off. "Why does your crutch have a bow on it?" "Ha?" Lu Chen was taken aback. "A bow? Damn." He had forgotten that the little senior was quite girly. He said naturally, "Aren't we about to graduate?" The school set up a flea market for graduates to sell second-hand stuff. The school nurse said crutches are quite expensive, so I went to check out the flea market and I really found one. Lu Chen rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a yellow hairpin, limping over to Xia Yexiang with a smile as he handed it to her. "I got this at the flea market too, it suits you well. Don't you like yellow? Little senior, you really are something." He had taken it off when sewing clothes for her, and since he had nowhere to put it, he stuffed it in his pocket and forgot to take it out. Grateful. Xia Yexiang silently looked at the hairpin being offered to her. Street market goods, very cheap. Seize this opportunity. Lu Chen was still thinking about returning this thing to the junior sister, so he awkwardly pulled his hand back. "Sorry, this is secondhand. You probably don't. Give it to me." Xia Yexiang directly took it from Lu Chen's hand and cherishly tucked it into her pocket. The whole action was so smooth that it left Lu Chen dumbfounded. "Not a sister. I was planning to return it to the junior sister. What is this all about?" Xia Yexiang's earlier gloomy mood vanished, and she perked up, humming lightly. "At least you still remember me. What kind of talk is that?" Lu Chen said with a grin, "You're so great, of course, I remember you all the time." Xia Yexiang was pleased and clapped her hands. "You tidy up your things, and I'll help you to the school gate." "Ha?" Lu Chen swallowed hard. According to the routine of the past few days, Anwen should be waiting for him at the school gate, right? Anwen just saw Qi Yuanshan yesterday, and now she's going to meet Xia Yexiang? Qi Yuanshan calling her aunt could be just for revenge. But if Xia Yexiang calls her aunt... No. Lu Chen immediately said, "It's fine, Sister Xia, I can go by myself. By the way, where can I find you tomorrow?" Sure enough, Xia Yexiang's attention was immediately diverted. "What do you mean find me?" Lu Chen said matter-of-factly, "I should be accompanying you tomorrow." This was his service time. Xia Yexiang was stunned. She was going to her mother's grave tomorrow. Did that mean she had to bring Lu Chen along? But what identity would Lu Chen go with? A strange feeling surged in her heart, and Xia Yexiang bit her lip, just about to agree. She glanced at Lu Chen's leg. Forget it. She would be at the grave all day tomorrow. Lu Chen's leg probably couldn't handle it. "You don't need to go." Lu Chen observed Xia Yexiang's expression, sensing her inner conflict, and asked, "Where's the address?" Xia Yexiang gritted her teeth and said, "You don't need to go." "Where's the address?" "I said you don't need to go." "Where's the address?" "Yongshou Road." Xia Yexiang stood there with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Lu Chen exclaimed, "Ouch, that hurts." Xia Yexiang immediately panicked and hurried to support Lu Chen, scolding him angrily. "I told you not to move around." In the end, it was still Xia Yexiang who helped Lu Chen out of the school gate. It was just that Lu Chen sent Xia Yexian to the nanny car.
Xia Yexian leaned on the car window, looking at Lu Chen, who was leaning on a crutch, and asked, "Where's your home?"
"I'll take you back." "My home? Where do I have a home?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's fine, my mom messaged me. She's stuck in traffic and will be here soon."
It was hard to finally send Xia Yexian away. Watching the nanny car drive further away, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After going around in circles, he finally walked towards a nearby Bentley.
Click! The car door opened. Antoine elegantly stepped out and stood by the car.
Today, she wore a white silk round-collared shirt, a deep blue suit skirt, sheer stockings wrapped around her fair long legs, and black patent leather high heels.
Antoine's expression was calm as she watched Lu Chen limp towards her. She wanted to ask, "Am I really that unpresentable? Why did you go around in circles before finally coming to me?"
But then, thinking of the scene she just saw, Lu Chen was next to a bright blonde girl, and they were of the same age. They looked good together. When Ling Xiu lowered her eyes and carefully supported Lu Chen's arm,
she really couldn't present herself well.
119 I ache for you, the swallow leaves, but it will return, the willow withers, but it will turn green again, the peach blossom falls, but it will bloom again.
But clever one, tell me, why do our days never return?
When Ling Xiu stared out of the car window at the retreating scenery, filled with an indescribable melancholy, as if it were her life slipping away. She had loved calligraphy and traditional Chinese painting since childhood, and her greatest wish was to open an art gallery and live a carefree life. Her sister, on the other hand, had always loved doing business, and her biggest dream was to take over the company and make it bigger and stronger.
Everything was fine.
But then her sister fell in love with that damned man.
Everything changed.
Her sister, as if enchanted, crazily loved that man, madly gave birth to a daughter, and even gave up taking over the company just to cling to him. When Ling Xiu found it hard to understand, but she took on the burden of the company. She thought, as long as her sister was happy. But after that great fire, family, memories, dreams, all turned to ashes. No one cared for her anymore. Everyone was eyeing her, with wolfish ambition, wanting to tear a piece of meat from the company.
Fate played a cruel trick. Her life seemed to be forcibly torn in half by destiny.
One half spent in the company, the other half spent on her daughter. When Ling Xiu tilted her head back and closed her eyes, she hadn't painted in a long time.
"Why are you crying?"
A gentle voice sounded in her ear. When Ling Xiu wanted to smile, but no smile would come.
In a haze, she met Lu Chen. Lu Chen was wonderful.
But she no longer dared to trust any man, or rather, she no longer dared to trust anyone.
The image of the boy flashed in her mind again.
Beside the boy was a bright-haired girl, their smiles brighter than the sun.
So good. So well-matched. Of similar age, a perfect match. Her life was trapped in that fire. But Lu Chen should have a better future. Tragically, it was only after losing this relationship that she understood its weight in her heart. President 1?
Lu Chen was anxious. He had only noticed Antoine's eyes were glistening with tears.
But now,
the more he wiped, the more it seemed to increase, the wetter it became. As Lu Chen tried to wipe Wen Lingxiu's tears, she grasped his wrist, bowed her head in front of him, her whole body trembling slightly. Even her crying was restrained, silent. Qi Yushan posed no threat. She was beautiful, but it seemed she only had unrequited feelings for Lu Chen. So Wen Lingxiu didn't care about her. But when she saw Lu Chen walking with that bright-haired girl, Wen Lingxiu suddenly understood. That was the life Lu Chen should be living. That was the person Lu Chen truly cared for. And she? She was just a client to Lu Chen. This was for the best. This was for the best. That day, Lu Chen clearly noticed she had been watching him, yet he showed no negative emotions. When Lingxiu thought, for the best, it was best if Lu Chen had always been insincere with her. Otherwise, she didn't know how heartbroken Lu Chen would be at that moment.
President Wen, you.
Antoine lowered her head, tears dripping onto Lu Chen's pants.
After a while, Lu Chen's pants were completely soaked. Antoine seemed truly heartbroken.
She had always been gentle and forgiving, never once getting angry in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen had never seen her cry. Staring at the rolling tears, Lu Chen thought absent-mindedly. The most naked moment between lovers is not when they strip off their clothes, but when I shed the first tear in front of you. But unfortunately, they were not lovers.
Calm down. Calm down.
At this moment, one must remain calm.
The question, why was Antoine sad? Because Antoine saw him with Xia Yexiang. Why wasn't Antoine sad when she saw him with Qi Yushan? Because Lu Chen's mind quickly began to think about the significant differences between Qi Yushan and Xia Yishuang. Beautiful?
No, they are both beautiful.
Wealthy?
No, they are both wealthy.
Then it must be young. Yes, young. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Damn it. He found the reason. It must be because they are young. Regardless of whether it's a man or a woman, everyone likes someone who is 18. People are powerless in the face of time. The wheels of time roll forward relentlessly, crushing everyone without mercy. Anwen must feel uncomfortable seeing herself walking alongside the young Xia Yishuang. Plus, tomorrow is the Qingming festival, and Anwen's whole family. With this added sense of sadness, it's easy for one to start feeling melancholic. After a fierce analysis, Lu Chen had a sudden realization. Once he found the problem, he needed to see how to solve it, dividing it into 2 steps. 1. First, stop Anwen's tears. 2. Then, comfort Anwen. Note that when someone is crying, do not try to reason with them, nor say please calm down. I'm about to cry my heart out, do I look like I can calm down? After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen's eyes instantly turned red, recalling the saddest moments of his life. Drip, drip. When Lingxiu suddenly felt her hand back was a bit wet, she froze for a moment, then immediately looked up, colliding with a pair of tear-filled eyes. You. When Lingxiu's voice was a bit hoarse after crying, she choked up. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Tell me. I wasn't bullied. Seeing you cry makes me want to cry too. I don't want to see you cry. When you cry, it hurts my heart. Please don't cry. Lu Chen paused, a tear rolling down his cheek. I feel heartache for you. What? When Lingxiu forgot to cry, staring intently into Lu Chen's eyes. What did he say? He said, he feels heartache for her? When Lingxiu, in a daze, reached out her hand to gently wipe away Lu Chen's tears, Uncle Chen silently raised the partition. Damn it! He believed it. What a useless skill to learn. Dad, what are you doing? Nuan had just gotten out of the car when she felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her. Upon closer inspection, she found Lu Chen's hand resting on the top of her little head. Lu Chen grinned, playfully pressing Nuan's head as they walked forward. Isn't it obvious? I'm using you as a crutch. Nuan? Congratulations to Nuan for successfully experiencing the feeling of a father's love like a landslide. When Lingxiu shot Lu Chen a glance, don't tease her. Saying this, she held onto Lu Chen's arm and walked into the house, leaving Uncle Chen, who was about to lend a hand, feeling quite awkward. Right. Before entering, Lu Chen turned back and waved at Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, bye, be careful on the road. Uncle Chen's awkwardness vanished in an instant, revealing a smile. Mr. Lu, goodbye. When Lingxiu listened with a pained heart to the conversation between Lu Chen and Uncle Chen. He is so considerate. He even takes care of everyone's emotions around him. A dull pain surged in her heart, causing her throat to choke up. He is too good. That night, the title of the 18th technician was successfully passed from Lu Chen to Wen Lingxiu. President 1, why don't I just do it myself? Lu Chen sat nervously on the bed. In front of him was Wen Lingxiu, holding medicine and an ice pack. It was their first role reversal, and he felt a bit awkward about it. Moreover, this scene felt strange. You can't move, just stay still, I'll do it. When Lingxiu knelt gently at the foot of the bed, pressing down on Lu Chen's legs that were moving restlessly, carefully spraying medicine on his feet while chattering away. You need to be more careful next time. The injury on your ankle isn't too big, but it's not too small either. Lu Chen lay on the pillow, staring at the ceiling light. The soft sensation on his foot was hard to ignore, and sometimes a few strands of hair would gently brush against his thigh, sending a shiver through him. Lu Chen, President 1. Wen Lingxiu, Lu Chen, I recently watched a documentary. Wen Lingxiu, about what? Lu Chen, it was about growing flowers. Some flowers take many years to bloom, some might only bloom for a night, some are very fragrant, while others have no scent at all. Some flowers are ugly in the early stages but become more beautiful later, while others are pretty at first but quickly wither. Wen Lingxiu, which flower do you think is the most beautiful? Lu Chen struggled to sit up, looking sincerely at Wen Lingxiu, and gently said, every flower has its own fragrance. President 1. Don't be anxious about age anymore. Every age has its own troubles, and every age has its own joys. Seize the present, cherish the now. 120 eating so well behind my back? Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Anwen was taking a shower, and Lu Chen put down the book in his hand, leaning on his crutch as he limped to the door. President Wen, I'm sorry, I took a wrong turn. Secretary Zhao apologized, quickly turning to leave with her briefcase. After just 2 steps. Wait. No way. Secretary Zhao suddenly turned back, looking puzzled at Lu Chen's face, then took 2 steps back to look at the front door. This isn't wrong, is it? Lu Chen smiled kindly and asked, are you here to see President 1? Thank you for your hard work, please come in. Ha! Damn it! President Wen really is hiding someone in the villa? Secretary Zhao hesitated and stepped inside, her eyes almost glued to Lu Chen. Lu Chen poured a glass of water for Secretary Zhao and placed it in front of her. Have some water. Oh, okay, thank you. Secretary Zhao seemed startled, immediately standing up as if she wanted to bow to Lu Chen. Just kidding. This was her first time seeing a man beside President Wen. Who knows, he might be the future boss lady. Boss dad. No, just the boss. Never mind. Lu Chen chuckled silently, wondering if he really looked that intimidating. Please, have a seat. Thank you, thank you. Secretary Zhao sat down awkwardly, seriously extending her hand to Lu Chen for an introduction. Hello, I'm President Wen's secretary, my surname is Zhao. Leaving a good impression in front of the boss's husband is what a qualified secretary should do. Lu Chen smiled. Aunt Wen's secretary is quite interesting. He shook Secretary Zhao's hand and said gently, hello, my name is Lu Chen. He couldn't explain his relationship with Aunt Wen, so he introduced himself like this. Secretary Zhao nodded, thinking to herself that of course she knew, she had gathered all of Lu Chen's information herself. This was the first time she had seen President Wen care so much about a man. Lu Chen explained, President Wen is taking a shower, thank you for waiting a moment. Not a problem, not a problem. Secretary Zhao immediately waved her hand, it's my duty. Secretary Zhao carefully picked up the tea in her hand and took a slow sip. The coolness dissipated, and warmth spread throughout her body. So comfortable, so thoughtful. No wonder President Wen likes it. She likes it too. Secretary Zhao's eyes couldn't help but keep sizing up Lu Chen, a phrase echoing in her mind. Height between 176 to 183, muscular but not exaggerated, broad shoulders and long legs, short black hair, long eyelashes, eyes. Damn! As the requirements piled up, Secretary Zhao suddenly froze. Goodness! So it turns out that the picture from the last time President Wen was talking about is right here? Damn! What a lunatic! The original work is right here. Why is President Wen acting crazy and insisting on finding a pirated version? What's wrong? Is it too hot? Lu Chen looked at Secretary Zhao in confusion. Secretary Zhao smiled awkwardly and immediately said, no, I was just thinking that President Wen is still working so late, it's a bit too hard on her. It's my fault for scheduling her too tightly. Lu Chen smiled, like a spring breeze. Aren't you also working late? You're working hard too. It's so late now, you should be careful when you go back, or I can ask President Wen if there are any guest rooms available. Secretary Zhao was stunned for 3 seconds. When she came back to her senses, her back was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it! No way! This is the boss's husband, no way! It's fine, thank you, Mr. Lu. I drove here, I'm an experienced driver with 8 years on the road, very reliable. Damn! President Wen is actually living so well. She had worked at other companies before and had seen how the boss's mistresses looked down on others. To be honest, this was the first time she had seen someone like Lu Chen. No wonder President Wen is so infatuated with him, spending money like water. Sigh. Secretary Zhao looked at Lu Chen with some sympathy. He probably still doesn't know that President Wen wants to end the contract with him, right? So pitiful. What rights do they, the Canaries, have to interfere with the boss's decisions? At most, they would just be begging the boss not to leave after the decision to end the contract is made. Sigh. Such a handsome guy, and President Wen doesn't want him. I see. Lu Chen didn't want Aunt Wen to have a bad image in front of her subordinates, so he maintained his own image as well. The two of them sat across from each other and chatted for a while, when the door to the second floor opened. When Lingxiu was drying her hair, wearing a deep purple nightgown, looking down, and their eyes met. Lu Chen stood up and kindly explained, President Wen, your secretary is here, I'll head back to my room. It's not appropriate for him to be present for business matters. When Lingxiu quickly came down the stairs to support Lu Chen and began to consider whether to install an elevator. I'm going in, President Wen. Lu Chen opened the door and entered the bedroom. It wasn't until there was no sound inside that when Lingxiu said to Secretary Zhao, go to the study. Study. President Wen, everything has been negotiated with the government. The orphanage, the Hope Primary School, and the nursing home will all start construction together. Secretary Zhao placed the documents in front of Wen Lingxiu. When Lingxiu sat in her office chair, opened a document, and asked, have they contacted Lu Chen's grandfather? Soon. Secretary Zhao thought for a moment and said, they said they would inform Lu Chen's grandfather after all the projects are approved. When Lingxiu thought about it and agreed, so she stopped asking and continued to read the documents. Secretary Zhao thought that after being by President Wen's side for so many years, she understood her thoughts. But now she really didn't understand. President Wen was negotiating with the government of Lu Chen's hometown, asking them to fund the construction of these public buildings. In exchange, President Wen wanted to build a factory locally to boost local employment and the economy. All of this sounded great. But Secretary Zhao just couldn't understand why they didn't directly invest money to build these buildings. She was too confused, and since President Wen was always kind, she asked. Wen Lingxiu smiled lightly after hearing this. What does it mean for me to invest money? Investing money would erase all of Lu Chen's hard work over the years. Lu Chen would probably return to his hometown in the future. So she would try her best to make Lu Chen's hometown a better place. Secretary Zhao really felt like she had crossed into a CEO novel, completely not understanding the CEO's thought process. You've done so much, why don't you tell Lu Chen? What does it mean if you don't say anything? Moreover, with President Wen being a Taurus, she generously spent money on Lu Chen, which proves she loves him enough, right? But if she loves him so much, why end the contract? Damn it! Do rich people have something wrong with their heads? 121 Where the heart is at peace is my home. The next morning, Lu Chen stuffed a sufficiently large double-fold umbrella into his bag. He then took the bus to Qingning Cemetery on Yangfu Road. During the Qingning festival, the rain fell in drizzles. He stared out at the light rain and thought, what our ancestors said is really true. It actually rained. Lu Chen lowered his head, carrying an English essay template, but his thoughts drifted a bit far. I wonder if those two are still alive. When he fell as a child, he thought how nice it would be if he had parents to help him up. As he grew older, when no one came to parent-teacher meetings, he thought it would be fine if someone could act as his parents. Although none of his wishes came true, Lu Chen learned a lesson. Seeking immortals and divination is not as good as taking charge of oneself. Chanting scriptures is not as good as having skills in hand. He could stand up. Even if it was a bit awkward, he stood up. After arriving at the station, Lu Chen found Qingning Cemetery. There was a covered bench at the entrance, and he sat down with his backpack. The little golden retriever should go talk to its mom, so he didn't follow them inside. If he went in while the mother and daughter were chatting, the little golden retriever would definitely hold back its tears to save face. That wouldn't do. So he simply waited at the entrance and bought some white chrysanthemums. No flowers were picked from the flower bed. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a figure in a cardigan and long pants walked over from a distance. Lu Chen squinted at Xia Yexian's outfit today. Dressed in all black, her golden hair was tied back. It was the first time he saw Xia Yexiang dressed so solemnly. When Xia Yexiang saw Lu Chen sitting on the bench, she was a bit incredulous. He actually came this early? Lu Chen stepped forward and calmly handed her a bouquet of flowers and a bottle of water. Please give these flowers to Auntie. You can drink this water if you get thirsty later. Actually, it was just in case she cried too much and lost her voice, so she should remember to take a sip. Xia Yexiang stared blankly at the things Lu Chen handed over, and when he held the umbrella to escort her to the cemetery entrance, her eyes suddenly felt sore, glistening with tears. That old man Xia must have done too many guilty things to dare to see her mother. So, every Qingning festival, she came alone. Lu Chen tried his best to give the little golden retriever a sense of reliability. You go ahead, I'll wait for you here. As soon as you come out, you'll see me. Until Xia Yexiang stood in front of her mother's tombstone, that sentence kept replaying in her mind. Xia Yexiang looked up, her eyes filled with bitterness as she gazed at the photo on the tombstone. She placed the white chrysanthemums Lu Chen gave her in front of the tombstone, remaining silent, but tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The Grim Reaper's scythe does not forgive anyone. No matter how glorious and wealthy one was in life, death is death, dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, and nothing remains. Mom! Xia Yexiang sat in front of the tombstone, choking back tears as she gently leaned against the cold stone, raising her voice in a feigned cheerful tone. That woman barged into your room without permission, and I was so fierce, I kicked her out. I won't let anyone touch your things. Would you be happy, Mom? Chattering on, every little thing she couldn't share with outsiders, she wanted to tell her mother at this moment. Where the heart is at peace is my home. The cemetery that everyone fears is, for her, the most comfortable and tranquil place. As Xia Yexiang spoke, tears streamed down her face, but her gaze remained on that bouquet of white chrysanthemums. She murmured, Mom, I met someone. Will I repeat your mistakes? The death of a loved one is not a torrential rain, but a long-lasting dampness in this life. In every moment thereafter, there will be an unconscious thought, if only she were still here. Xia Yexiang cried in front of the tombstone, from morning till night. Lu Chen sat on a bench, writing problems, from morning till night. When it comes to matters concerning clients, there isn't much Lu Chen can do, because there is no true empathy in this world. It's not like his mother died. So no matter how much he comforts her, it is of no use, like a condescending pity that is unnecessary. The best approach is companionship. When a person is most lost and wants to follow their loved one, tell them that there are still people waiting for you in this world. You cannot leave. The sun set, but the rain fell heavier. Lu Chen checked the time and stood at the entrance of the cemetery with an umbrella.
A few minutes later, Xia Yexiang, with swollen eyes, came out of the cemetery, her gaze landing directly on the empty bench not far away.
No one. Has Lu Chen left? Well, it is so late.
Uncontrollable tears filled her eyes again, and Xia Yexiang lowered her head to sniffle.
Why don't you turn around and look? Creak. A barely audible footstep appeared behind Xia Yexiang. She turned around in surprise. You didn't leave? Lu Chen stood there with an umbrella, shielding her from the drizzling rain, smiling helplessly. I said I would wait for you here. The cool breeze blew, and the rain continued to fall. Lu Chen seriously took out a tissue to wipe the tears and rain from her face. Xia Yexiang stared intently at Lu Chen's face.
Her heart felt as if it had been softened by a spring. A strange feeling filled her chest.
Where the heart is at peace, there is my home. I'm wet, Xia Yexiang said. I saw, Lu Chen replied. Lu Chen, I feel uncomfortable inside. Lu Chen paused.
This was the first time he heard Xia Yexiang express her feelings so directly.
Lu Chen thought for a moment. All right. Lu Chen suddenly grabbed Xia Yexiang's arm and ran forward.
Like a little lion charging forward, running wildly on the streets of a new world.
Ha ha ha.
There were very few pedestrians on the street, the patter of rain hitting their faces, the sound of the wind particularly clear in their ears. All the gloom, frustration, and trivial matters seemed to be thrown far behind. The pain in his ankle no longer mattered, adrenaline surged wildly in his brain.
Lu Chen and Xia Yexiang shouted and ran in the drizzle.
No one would care about two crazy kids. While running, Xia Yexiang saw the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lift, and she blossomed with her first smile of the day.
I like it. Lu Chen didn't hear clearly. What?
The two words were blown away by the wind, but firmly imprinted in Xia Yexiang's eyes. She didn't speak again, but in her heart, she repeated it 10,000 times.
I like it. I like you. 1:22 a.m. I also a part of your play? Ouch, ouch, ouch. You know it hurts but still run around. Oh, Dr. Zhang, be gentler.
Xia Yexiang anxiously watched the doctor treat Lu Chen, worried sick when the doctor was too rough.
The old man reminisced about his youthful recklessness, wandering the rainy streets.
It felt great at the time, but the consequence was Lu Chen felt a moment of pleasure, but his ankle hurt even more. Just like that, a moment of pleasure led to years of pain. When Xia Yexiang remembered that Lu Chen's ankle was still injured, she quickly came to her senses. Her family had a private doctor, so she immediately took Lu Chen home. To be honest, Lu Chen felt quite nervous when he arrived. After all, he wanted to see what kind of person the old man Xia, who could be so detached from the family, really was. What a pity. The little golden retriever said that the old man Xia had another family with the 8th generation stepmother, and this house was generally where she lived.
Dr. Zhang, could you be a little gentler? His health isn't good.
Hearing Xia Yexiang's words, Dr. Zhang rolled his eyes internally.
A young guy over 1.8 meters tall with muscles. Weak? Hello? Is there any logic in that? Is he part of some couple's play? Damn! How infuriating. Dr. Zhang thought, would these two be like those on TV, happily kissing after the treatment? At that moment, would he pretend to be a blind man in a film, or would he be the one clapping and cheering for the couple?
As he pondered, he silently shed tears of a single dog in his heart.
Go ahead, kiss. Eventually, you'll be allergic and end up with a big belly.
Alright, Miss Xia, you can't engage in such intense activities with that ankle anymore, and it's best for the patient. Dr. Zhang rambled on about the precautions for a sprained ankle. Lu Chen didn't care much, but Xia Yexiang listened attentively, even opening her notes to jot things down. Her small face was serious and solemn, nodding occasionally, while the golden retriever behind her wagged its tail.
Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to smooth down her tousled hair.
A gentle touch came from behind, and Xia Yexiang suddenly stiffened. She fought against her instinct, resisting the urge to throw Lu Chen over her shoulder. Dr. Zhang, with an X-ray-like gaze, quickly assessed the two and concluded Miss Xia was really in love. In the past, if anyone dared to touch her, she could make them kneel and call her ancestor.
Well,
Dr. Zhang glanced at Lu Chen's face and suddenly felt there was nothing strange about it. At that age, young girls were indeed obsessed with looks. He just wondered how Mr. Xia would react upon finding out. After all, this was Miss Xia's first time bringing someone home. Thinking about the scene where Miss Xia would really fight with Mr. Xia, Dr. Zhang suddenly felt it was time to prepare some injury medicine and emergency heart pills for Mr.
Xia. After mentally listing a long string of emergency medications, Dr. Zhang muttered and left. Silence.
The living room was filled with silence.
Lu Chen thought that as a professional admirer, he should take the initiative to liven up the atmosphere and spark a conversation. So he said, Sister Xia, Xia Yeshuan looked at Lu Chen's swollen ankle, her eyes instantly reddening, interrupting him in a mix of anger and softness. Why are you like this? You have an injury and didn't say anything. Why did you have to run with me? Don't you want your legs anymore? You're really. As Xia Yeshuan spoke, she became angry, but not at Lu Chen, she was angry at herself. Why be so willful? Why didn't she think of Lu Chen's ankle sooner? Lu Chen extended a finger and poked the puffed-up Xia Yeshuan. Well, Xia Yeshuan didn't react. Lu Chen smiled and poked her hand again, speaking gently. Don't be upset. I want you to be happy. My ankle is just a little hurt, but the scene from earlier. I will remember it for a long, long time. He was usually restrained, and his clients were all respectable people. He rarely had the chance to act like a fool, running down the street with another fool under the strange gazes of passers-by, as if shedding all burdens and shackles, embarking on a private elopement known only to the two of them. Moreover, he had mentioned before that the golden retriever was extremely easy to distract. If Lu Chen hugged the golden retriever to comfort her, who knows how long she would calm down in his arms? It was too unpredictable. If that were the case, it might delay Aunt Wen's service time. Since that's the case, why not take another approach and forcibly pull the little golden retriever out of her sad and negative emotions? Sure enough, Lu Chen looked at the little golden retriever in front of him, pouting, and thought to himself that her attention had indeed shifted away from the cemetery. After all, the little golden retriever was pretending to be angry in front of him, but she was genuinely heartbroken at the cemetery. It goes without saying which one is more taxing on the body. When Xia Yashuang heard Lu Chen say he would remember this scene for a long, long time, she didn't reply. But in her heart, she was saying, me too. I will remember for a long time. By the way, Sister Xia, where's my bag? You packed iron discs in there, planning to hit a bad guy on the head? Xia Yashuan came over, carrying Lu Chen's backpack, unable to resist making a sarcastic remark. Lu Chen smiled. It's not that easy to be a doryman. Just like shopping at the supermarket, this one costs 2, that one costs 5, and by the time you check out, bam, 800. He always had to take care of the clients, and during the waiting time, he had to study, so he brought a bit of materials for all 6 subjects, which added up to quite a bit of weight. Lu Chen opened the backpack and pulled something out from the compartment, spreading his hand. Here. Xia Yashuan looked at Lu Chen's palm. Inside lay a small, exquisite wooden carving of a daisy. Xia Yashuan was stunned. Memories of Lu Chen's previous words came rushing back. The language of daisies is eternal happiness. The wooden carving was small and delicate, with a hole drilled in the upper left corner, strung with a cord. Lu Chen smiled and said, medical expenses. Last time you gave me a little dog pendant, which I really liked, but I can't make dolls, only wooden carvings, so I'm giving you this wooden pendant. In fact, he had carved so many before that he just picked one suitable for a pendant. If it had been a rose or hyacinth, he would have had a different explanation. The plan worked. Xia Yashuan was taken aback, 1,000 words stuck in her throat, unable to say a single one. After a moment, Xia Yashuan carefully picked up the pendant from Lu Chen's palm and turned to go into a room. This is for you. Xia Yashuan placed a box in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen grinned. Sister Kate, I'm coming again. He opened the box to find a watch encrusted with diamonds, starting at $1 million. Wait. No. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned and immediately looked at Xia Yashuan's expression. At that moment, he realized that Xia Yashuan's expression was very serious. Lu Chen stopped grinning. Something was off. Sister Xia, this is. Xia Yashuan didn't speak. She simply saw Lu Chen hesitating to take the watch and stubbornly pulled up his wrist, putting the watch on him. I want to give this to you. What you do with it is your business. Whether you throw it away or sell it is up to you. Xia Yashuan's small face was tense, appearing calm but actually extremely nervous. Lu Chen wanted to take off the watch but was directly stopped by Xia Yashuan, her glistening eyes fixed on him. After a pause, Lu Chen stopped his movements and smiled. I really like it. I will take good care of it. This watch. It definitely belonged to someone important to Xia Yashuan. So, for Xia Yashuan, there was only one important person, her mother. In other words, Lu Chen looked down at the $1 million watch. This was the keepsake of the little golden retriever's mother. Oh no, I can't sell it. _ 123 No investigation, no right to speak be good. How many times did you say you wanted? A deep, authoritative male voice echoed in the apartment. Lu Qingqing sat silently on the sofa, staring at the phone on the table that was playing audio. Her reputation has always been that of a sweet and considerate senior.
Even now, her expressionless face makes one feel as if she is pouting in a spoiled manner. Only Lu Qingqing knows how turbulent her emotions are at this moment. Although she is a part-time voice actor, her sensitivity to sound is quite extraordinary. The content of what someone says may vary, but the rhythm and pauses in their speech are hard to change. Since yesterday, she hasn't stepped outside, her mind constantly replaying the image of Lu Chen commanding her with a cane. Just deliver it here, don't go beyond this line. That forceful tone made her instinctively feel it was too familiar. Something is off. Really off. She repeatedly listened to the audio Lu Chen had sent her before, comparing it with the rhythm and pauses when speaking to the junior. When the junior spoke to her, the words were all bright and positive. But when Lu Chen read the script, those lines were basically something a normal person wouldn't say during the day. Therefore, Lu Qingqing had been slow to realize how similar the pauses in their speech were. Lu Qingqing picked up her phone, slowed down the audio, and carefully discerned Lu Chen's little habits while speaking. No investigation, no right to speak. After repeated comparisons, recollections, and discernments, Lu Qingqing finally confirmed it. Her face was expressionless, but her voice held an incredulous self-mockery. So you're the same person. She could fabricate her own identity, so why couldn't Lu Chen? Just thinking about how she had fallen into the same pit twice made Lu Qingqing feel amused. She slowly took off her clothes, and under the cold white light, she looked as clean as a newborn. Lu Chen, Lu Chen, Lu Chen. She carefully put on a brand new pair of black stockings laid out on the sofa. What should I do with you, Lu Chen? After putting on a black leather high-slit dress, she meticulously arranged her outfit. She picked up the bunny ears from the table and put them on. Staring at herself in the mirror, Lu Qingqing tugged at the corners of her mouth. The bunny girl in the mirror had an unprecedented look of confusion in her eyes. In the past, when she didn't want to face reality, she would cosplay as characters from the two-dimensional world. But today, it didn't work. Senior, senior, senior. Kneel down, don't move, hold on. A bright and positive voice intertwined with a deep and forceful voice in her mind. In the end, all the complex thoughts coalesced into that youthful, handsome face. Lu Chen. What should I do with you? You've seen me at my most embarrassed, and you've seen me at my most vulnerable. What should I do with you? Beep beep beep, the urgent ringtone of her phone rang, and Lu Qingqing instantly snapped back to reality, immediately answering the call. Qingqing, have you slept? Not yet, Mom. As long as I'm not disturbing your sleep, it's fine. I made dumplings at home, and I'll send them to you. Mom, I don't want to eat dumplings. I remember your favorite is shrimp and corn filling, so I'll send you that. Mom, I have a supermarket here. Then I'll send it to you anyway. The address from last time hasn't changed, right? Mom, I really don't want to eat dumplings. When I send them, make sure to check and take a picture after you eat them. Mom, just don't send them. I've already sent them, so just eat them. Don't be so stubborn. Mom, I don't want to eat. It's such a waste not to eat, food is precious. Mom, I really don't want to eat dumplings. Don't you like shrimp and corn filling? I've also made other fillings to send you. Mom, just don't send them. I've already sent it over. I made the dumplings just for you, remember to eat them. Mom! Lu Qingqing silently stared at the phone that was still on the call, then turned her gaze indifferently to the window. This was the 5th floor. Qingqing, remember to pray every day. Only then will God bless you. Life is inherently dirty, we must seek redemption from God, we must not have desires, we should. Lu Qingqing's mind went completely blank. Her mother's words sounded like echoes from another world. On the coffee table lay a white plate filled with bright red cherry tomatoes. Lu Qingqing picked up a cherry tomato, brought it to her lips, and bit down. The sweet and sour juice filled her mouth. Liar. They are all liars. God would never bless her, nor would he send her angels. She hung up the phone. Lu Qingqing no longer had the slightest strength to speak. She curled up on the sofa, a small ball, holding her phone. In that unknown WeChat account, she posted a moment. Is death the end of everything? Ding, a few minutes later. A message came in. Junior, senior. I lost the hairpin from your cosplay outfit. I put it in my pocket and it got lost. I bought a new one. Can you give me an address? I'll send it to you. Junior, also, my family grows cherry tomatoes. They're homegrown. I want you to try them too. Junior, cat sending flowers. JPG. The cold, white light of the phone screen illuminated Lu Qingqing's face, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. All right. I won't die today. I'll wait until I taste the homegrown cherry tomatoes before I die. Lu Chen. Lu Qingqing closed her eyes, hiding the obsession in her gaze. You barged into my world yourself. 120 for the crab is peeling my shell. I'm going to teach, not to seduce students. In a luxury box, Song Junju looked incredulously at the clothes laid out in front of her.
Zhang Yu rolled her eyes and held up a bodycon dress in front of Song Junju. My dear young lady, who told you to wear that to school? You say you either wear shirts and trousers or long skirts all day, you're wasting that face and figure. Look at those legs, longer than my life, and you don't even show them off? If I had your condition, I wouldn't even lock the door when I go to the bathroom. She was speaking the truth. Song Junju was stunningly beautiful, with a pair of peach blossom eyes that could make even a rag seem affectionate. But she was annoyed that others always thought of her as a vase, so when she went out, she wore thin-framed glasses perched on her nose and dressed very conservatively. Zhang Yu thought it was simply a waste. Zhang Yu rummaged through the clothes and finally picked a blue satin shirt and a black bodycon skirt, along with black stockings and a pair of thin high heels, tossing them into Song Junju's arms, saying leisurely, "Aren't you not planning to go abroad?" Song Junju stared blankly at the clothes in her arms and nodded. What does not going abroad have to do with these clothes? Zhang Yu sat down beside Song Junju, amused, and patted her friend who knew nothing about love. You really don't understand? Why aren't you going abroad anymore? Song Junju fell silent, but Lu Chen's smiling face and his warm, reliable embrace floated in her mind. She couldn't bear to leave. She could endure the darkness if she had never seen the light. These days, she had nearly worn out the Song the insect flies. The usually eloquent Professor Song couldn't say a word at that moment. Zhang Yu stood up and continued to pick clothes for Song Junju, casually asking, "Is it because of the duck you raised?" She had grown up with Song Junju since childhood and knew all too well about her vengeful nature. Back in middle school, there was a well-known heartthrob who thought he was quite handsome and wanted to pursue Song Junju. He made quite a show of it: roses, candles, gifts, a confession, and a cheering squad to create an atmosphere. Anyone who saw it would have thought Song Junju would definitely agree. But the result was unexpected. Not only did Song Junju refuse, but she also said that the heartthrob's method of relying on a cheering crowd to get a confession was quite foolish. This heartthrob had always been victorious in his pursuits. After being humiliated by Song Junju, he couldn't hold back his anger and started spreading rumors about her. Song Junju truly lived up to her reputation as a top student, embodying the essence of etiquette. The day the rumors reached her ears, she went straight to the heartthrob's class, grabbed his hair, and slammed his head against the wall. Bang! 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 It was loud, and it had a certain rhythm to it. Hiss! Even now, Zhang Yu felt a chill just thinking about that scene. Of course, the Song family managed to smooth things over. The price was that Song Junju was beaten unconscious by her father and spent 2 days in the hospital on a liquid diet. When she woke up, her father asked if she realized her mistake. She said she was not wrong and would do it again next time. As a result, she got beaten again and spent another 2 days on a liquid diet. Thinking about this incident made Zhang Yu feel both heartbroken and amused. Song Junju would never bow down to anyone. So, Zhang Yu tossed a purple dress that couldn't cover the front or the back to Song Junju and said softly, "I think it's amazing that you can let Sun Ainong off the hook for that duck." She thought that with Song Junju's vengeful nature, upon learning that Sun Ainong was abroad, dear Professor Song would at least come up with 3 methods of revenge. 1. Hire someone to get close to Sun Ainong and give him AIDS. 2. Make Sun Ainong addicted to hallucinogens. 3. American-style swordplay. But unexpectedly, after dear Professor Song had someone in her heart, her character softened quite a bit, and she only asked Sun Ainong to pay money. TSK TSK TSK. Indeed, women in love become softer. Zhang Yu believed it. So all these clothes were prepared for Song Junju, to help her have a more comfortable time in love. Listening to Zhang Yu, Song Junju felt uncomfortable and thought for a moment before correcting her, "He's not a duck, he's a really good person." Zhang Yu. He. After thinking for a long time, that's what you came up with? Love-struck fool. But, Zhang Yu held Song Junju's hand, putting away her joking demeanor, and said seriously, "Junju, I'm serious. That duck, that person from your family. You should take him to the hospital for a checkup and see if he has any diseases. If everything is fine, then stop messing with him and cultivate your feelings, just live well." Zhang Yu didn't believe there were still chickens and ducks that didn't want to come ashore in this world. Especially not for someone like Song Junju, of Golden Coast. After all, if chickens and ducks got older, they wouldn't be able to swim in the water anymore. The outcome would either be drowning or finding a good family to become livestock. Song Junju remained silent for a long time. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, "Why are you trying to match me with him?" Zhang Yu smiled. The fact that dear Professor Song's first reaction was not to refute this was quite telling. "I remember you met that person from your family half a year ago. Let me tell you the truth today, you're still on medication, right?" Song Junju hesitated and nodded. She was in poor mental condition and needed to rely on forced physical medication to regulate her internal indicators.
Her psychiatrist is a colleague of Zhang Yu, so Zhang Yu is also aware of her physical condition. You should check the medication prescribed by the psychiatrist today. The types and dosages are completely different from the initial prescriptions. What? What? Song Junju was stunned. Since half a year ago, all your physical indicators have been getting more and more normal, and the dosage of your medication has been decreasing, with the effects of the drugs becoming much milder. Until last week, the psychiatrist said all your indicators are normal now. Zhang Yu was filled with emotion. She grew up with Song Junju and certainly knew how terrifying her family was. If Song Junju's mental state didn't have issues, it could only mean she was an emotionless fool. Love is the best medicine. Now that Song Junju has met someone who can heal her, Zhang Yu was genuinely happy for her. It was not easy to find someone like that. To prevent a cliché scenario of chasing and escaping like in novels, as her good friend, she had to wake Song Junju up. Zhang Yu stared into Song Junju's bewildered eyes and said firmly, Junju, you may not realize it mentally, but your body has. Every cell in your body, every indicator, every report is repeating the same thing, you have found true love. Boom! Those words struck Song Junju's heart directly, causing all her defenses to collapse. The issues she had hidden in the dark corners of her heart were suddenly exposed and scorched under the blazing sun. True love? Song Junju instinctively said those two words with a hint of sarcasm. Zhang Yu knew she was reacting defensively. After all, for someone as proud as Professor Song, admitting that she had fallen for someone else was more painful than death. But Zhang Yu had known Song Junju for so many years, and this duck was the only one who had truly improved her mental state. Perhaps there would only be this one person in her lifetime. So it couldn't be missed. It really couldn't be missed. Zhang Yu held Song Junju's trembling hand and nodded seriously. Yes, you have found true love. Junju, loving someone is not shameful. No matter if this is love or not, he can truly heal you. Can you let him stay by your side? Otherwise, Zhang Yu was really worried that Song Junju would completely go crazy in her solitary villa. She wanted to save Song Junju, but she couldn't. She could only use all her free time to invite Song Junju out for a stroll. However, every time Song Junju's increasingly worsening mental indicators indicated that no one could save her. But that duck did it. A miracle. It was truly a miracle. Zhang Yu swore to the heavens that she would never eat duck meat again and would keep a side at home. The sincere and caring voice of her friend echoed in her ears, and suddenly, a song sung by Lu Chen appeared in Song Junju's mind. Her gaze became hollow. Memories of the past kept flashing before her eyes. Did she really not realize it, or was her pride preventing her from admitting it? Long ago, she could no longer bear to look into Lu Chen's eyes, could she? Why, when she heard Lu Chen confess, did she not throw him out of the villa but instead start being nice to him? Why did the test report say her health had gradually improved since half a year ago, rather than after Lu Chen's confession? An answer was on the tip of her tongue. Song Junju lowered her gaze, her eyes filled with self-mockery. Why? Because the proud Professor Song refused to admit that she had fallen for him before Lu Chen did. So it was only after hearing Lu Chen's confession that she could openly be good to him. She kept telling herself. It was Lu Chen who fell in love with her first, not the other way around. That was the truth. It was as if she had never lost. The song of the insects flew continuously in her mind, and she seemed to still be in that warm embrace. Song Junju closed her eyes. Maybe it was 10 minutes, maybe half an hour. After a long silence in the private room, Song Junju's hoarse voice finally broke the stillness. Yeah, pick out some clothes for me again. She admitted it. She had given in. Every time she said he loved her, it was actually, I love him. I know whom. A soft and charming voice echoed in the bedroom, then fell silent again. Saturday morning. Lu Chen expressed that he had encountered a dilemma. Antoine in his arms seemed to be dreaming, her cheeks flushed, long eyelashes slightly trembling. After Lu Chen tried to move a bit, Antoine let out a dissatisfied then shifted to a more comfortable position in his embrace to continue sleeping. Oh heavens! Lu Chen was speechless. Antoine, don't you feel uncomfortable at all? He glanced over Antoine to see Nuan. The child didn't have school today and was sleeping soundly, her little hands raised beside her head, particularly adorable. However, no matter how nice the gentle embrace was, he still had to go to work. Sigma men never fall into any traps. Lu Chen, like playing house with spies, slowly moved to the edge of the bed. Now's the time. He quickly rolled off the bed and swiftly stuffed a pillow into Antoine's arms. Antoine let out a soft hum, leaning against the pillow. Phew! Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. As expected of me. This hand speed is impressive. After a daily morning self-praise, Lu Chen quietly walked out of the bedroom. Click! The bedroom door was gently closed. When Lingxiu opened her eyes, turned over, and lowered Nuan Nuan's raised hands in her sleep, murmuring, "Are you still going to leave?" After experiencing that great fire, how could she be someone who sleeps deeply? Whether it was Lu Chen's 3 seconds or his search for Qi Yushan, as long as it was the moment Lu Chen got up. Actually, she was awake when Lingxiu lay back down and closed her eyes. But at least you know what you want now, right? When doing business and competing with peers, the key to victory is information. The tear that slipped from the corner of Lu Chen's eye when he said "I hurt for you" felt like a mark carved on her heart. Unforgettable, and she didn't want to forget. She had already burned her life for others. This time, could she be a little selfish and let Lu Chen remember her forever? Moments later, thinking of the feeling from earlier, when Lingxiu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she whispered, "Little brat, why are you so angry? Frog fun. So earthy, so earthy." Lu Chen dug up some soil from the garden at Antwen's villa and stuffed it into a plastic bag. There was no way around it. He had already promised Song Junju, he couldn't back out. Professor Song had paid for the soil delivery. He. Rich lady, hungry for food. TSK, the quality of the soil is too high, at least 3 or 4 stories high. Lu Chen contentedly placed the soil into his backpack and took a taxi to Song Junju's villa. Wait. No, that's not right. Once in the car, Lu Chen suddenly remembered that Song Junju had sent him a new address yesterday. This person moved? Driver, can I change my route? I'm going to Wanqing Mansion. The driver was shocked. Wanqing Mansion? He looked at this young man who was originally going to a ridiculously expensive villa, and now he wanted to go to Wanqing Mansion? The driver's expression left Lu Chen confused. "What's wrong, driver? Can't we go to Wanqing Mansion?" The driver immediately said, "Sure, I can take you there. I was just a bit surprised to get a passenger going to that place for the first time." Something felt off. During the conversation with the driver, Lu Chen finally learned that the Wanqing Mansion was a small villa complex located in the center of Haicheng, consisting of 13 buildings. It was a historical preservation site, available for rent only, not for sale, where time seemed to stand still amidst the towering skyscrapers. This must be what they call hiding in plain sight? Lu Chen's perception of Song Junju was once again refreshed. Professor Song was wealthier than he had imagined. After getting out of the car and arriving at Wenqing Road, Lu Chen saw many tourists taking photos at the mansion's entrance. Under the gaze of the tourists, Lu Chen steeled himself and sent a message to Song Junju. "Lu Chen, Professor Song, I've arrived." The next second, the intricately designed high door opened from the inside, and 2 well-dressed butlers stood on either side, smiling as they said, "Mr. Lu, please come in." Lu Chen. Damn it. You rich people, stop showing off. Seeing the tourists react and some already raising their phones, Lu Chen quickly ran inside. The high door closed again. Once inside, Lu Chen curiously asked the 2 smiling butlers beside him, "Do you greet everyone like this?" The butler on the left's smile stiffened for a moment as he replied, "Usually, they drive in." To be honest, it was also his first time seeing someone walk through the door. Lu Chen was momentarily speechless. "Thank you." He felt dazzled. A few minutes later, Lu Chen arrived in front of the best-located villa. "Mr. Lu, this is the place." Lu Chen nodded. The small villa in front of him didn't feel as cold as the previous one belonging to Song Junju. This house looked very comfortable. However, he still couldn't afford either. Lu Chen took a deep breath, wanting to smile as he knocked on the door. Hey! The door opened unexpectedly, and Lu Chen stumbled inside. "This is a temperature-controlled swimming pool. It won't be cold. There will be someone to maintain it every day, and the water is very clean. Do you want to try it?" Seeing Lu Chen stagger in and look dazed, Song Junju took the initiative to explain. At that moment, sunlight shimmered on the surface of the pool, sparkling. Song Junju was wearing a 2-piece swimsuit, her seaweed-like long hair wet at the back of her head, droplets of water sliding down her straight, fair collarbone. She looked like a mesmerizing mermaid, her peach blossom eyes sparkling as they fixed on Lu Chen. With beauty in front of him, Lu Chen felt a cold laugh breaking through his defenses. Who asked you? Did I really want to know? Did I really want to know if this was a temperature-controlled pool? Did I really want to know if this courtyard perfectly met the conditions for modern people to live in seclusion? His defenses were broken. Really broken. This house perfectly fulfilled Lu Chen's fantasy of seclusion. Convenient transportation, spacious courtyard, and even Wi-Fi. Who the hell said seclusion had to be in the deep mountains? Song Junju was puzzled. She was wearing the swimsuit that Zhang Yu had personally picked for her, which was neither revealing nor conservative, and looked particularly good. Why was Lu Chen not reacting? Song Junju looked down at her chest,
It looked pretty good too. She couldn't figure it out, so she directly asked, "What's wrong? Did you not sleep well? Do you need to catch up on sleep?" Damn! Lu Chen was shocked. Catch up on sleep? How was Professor Song becoming more and more motherly, even suggesting he go take a nap? No. As a qualified professional admirer, his earlier breaking of defenses was already a serious work accident. It was even more impossible to go sleep now. Lu Chen set his backpack down from his shoulder and walked briskly to the edge of the pool. Song Junju didn't know what he was going to do, but he slowly swam to the edge of the pool, looking up at him from the water. One of the professional qualities of a dedicated admirer: never let the client look up to you. So, Lu Chen crouched down. He smiled and stared into Song Junju's eyes, his hand, which had been behind his back, suddenly reaching out in front of her. "Good morning, Professor Song." A magnolia flower stood pure and beautiful under the morning sun. The young man on the shore offered a flower, and the proud mermaid fell silent for a moment before reaching out to firmly grasp the bloom. He, as expected of me. Lu Chen observed Professor Song's expression and knew she must like it. He felt relieved. Praise Ant Wen. Mainly because there were no security guards in Ant Wen's garden. With his leg injured, he really couldn't outrun a security guard now. Thank you. Song Junju really liked the casually picked magnolia, a faint smile gracing her lips. Feeling her heart racing, she thought Zhang Yu was right. She had indeed found true love. Song Junju lay on the water's edge, looking like a once proud person now turned into a big cat being petted. "Aren't you coming in? It's really comfortable." No, I'll just stay here with you. "I don't love swimming." Lu Chen smiled and sat by the pool. Well, since Lu Chen didn't want to come down, Song Junju didn't want to force him. She pointed to a nearby empty space. "I've had that area tidied up. You can plant some of your favorite plants or vegetables there. The privacy and greenery here are great, the villa floors aren't too high, and the decor leans towards warm tones. I've set up a table and a chair for you on the terrace, so if you get tired studying, you can enjoy the view." And that old Chinese doctor said Lu Chen was too tense. Song Junju thought for a moment. Her previous villa's decor was poor, looking cold and oppressive, lacking warmth. Better to change houses. This mansion didn't feel as oppressive as a high-rise, the atmosphere was relaxed, the greenery was particularly good, and the transportation was convenient. Song Junju thought it looked great. Wait. No. Lu Chen, listening to Song Junju's continuous chatter, was completely dumbfounded. Not bro. You change houses, and what are you introducing to me? Damn it. Your wealth is hurting me. Stop it. Woo-woo. After Song Professor finished introducing the house and her arrangements for him, tears of envy flowed from Lu Chen's mouth. Seeing that Lu Chen was silent, the usually domineering Song Tiandi rarely asked, "Do you think this arrangement is okay?" Lu Chen felt that today Song Junju was completely out of her mind. Am I satisfied? Is this something I should be satisfied with? I'm still waiting for you to assign me tasks, and you ask me if I'm satisfied? Lu Chen thought for a moment and immediately said, satisfied. He widened his eyes, showing an innocent and amazed expression. I really like this house. It's quiet, leisurely, and very convenient. I also really like the decor style. This was the truth. He really liked it. You like it? Then it's yours. Oh, Song Junju casually said this, causing Lu Chen to shiver all over. No. What did you just say? Yours? Damn it. It appeared. A gift more expensive than a diamond-studded watch. Sigh. How could Sister Kate dare to accept this? Lu Chen didn't dare to accept it and thought Song Junju was joking, so he frowned in distress and said, Professor Song, please don't tease me. Song Junju was taken aback for a moment, sighing softly in her heart. It seemed it was still too early to give these things. Well, she couldn't bear to see Lu Chen like this, so she smiled lightly. Just kidding, this place is for rent, not for sale. Lu Chen obviously breathed a sigh of relief and chatted with Song Junju about trivial matters for a while. Lu Chen was fine, but Song Junju was caught in a dilemma. When she was talking to Lu Chen, he didn't even glance underwater? Zhang Yu had said that to cultivate feelings with a guy, she first needed to make him interested in her or attracted to her. However, Song Junju clearly knew that her life was unbearably dull. If the former was a direct pass, then only the latter remained. But if Lu Chen didn't look, what was the point of her cosplaying as a mermaid in broad daylight? How could she cultivate feelings like this? Song Junju frowned, regretting not having studied psychology in advance. What's wrong, Professor Song? Have you been in the water too long? Seeing Professor Song frown, Lu Chen immediately stood up, holding a towel in his left hand and a bathrobe in his right. Sigh. Song Junju cast a lingering glance at Lu Chen. I'm coming up.
Like a mermaid, Song Junju broke through the water's resistance and walked ashore, creating a splash. Hiss! Lu Chen quickly glanced at Song Junju's outfit, immediately averted his gaze, and draped the towel over her shoulders. What long legs! As expected. A supermodel who doesn't want to be a professor is not a good lunatic. Song Junju, feeling dejected, wiped the water off her body while Lu Chen pulled out the books and documents from the tray. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Song Junju had a spark of inspiration, turned around, and swiftly snatched the documents from Lu Chen's hands. Lu Chen? Song Junju nervously asked, "What did you see?" Lu Chen honestly replied, "I saw a very complex staff notation. Sorry, I know nothing about music." Song Junju replied even more honestly, "That's a math problem." Lu Chen, I hate you. You make me look like a desperate illiterate. Lu Chen deeply regretted, he had underestimated Song Junju's knowledge level. You really didn't see clearly? Song Junju asked again, a bit mystically. Lu Chen helplessly smiled, "Professor Song, I want to see, but I just can't understand it." Other things could be managed with some grit, but math problems couldn't be solved even if he bit down hard. Song Junju fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "How much is 3 cups of Imperial Jade liquor?" 540 yuan. We can go now. Song Junju felt relieved, put on her bathrobe, and swayed her long legs into the house, leaving Lu Chen alone, confused in the wind. What was wrong with this person? Lu Chen had previously thought that Song Junju was just a rich second-generation professor, but considering her nervousness just now, no way. Could she still have some cooperation with the government? It didn't seem impossible, huh? Lu Chen felt happy. My client is a civil servant. 127 rather be me heaven. Lu Chen sat comfortably on the living room sofa, doing problems, feeling incredulous about his situation. Good news, Professor Song hasn't gone crazy. Better news, Professor Song is finally not the no-smile girl anymore. Watching Song Junju float past him, Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Where are you going, Professor Song?" "Cooking." Lu Chen's smile faded a bit. Sad news, Professor Song has shown a significant interest in cooking and a talent for culinary disasters. Forget it, it's just a bit unappetizing. As long as it's not deadly, it's fine. Just consider it a spice in his heavenly life. Come on, Lu Xiaokui. You can do it. So what are you going to cook? Stir-fried mushrooms. Lu Chen could no longer smile. Heavy sad news, it's really going to be deadly. Is there anyone who can stop Song Junju? Lu Chen hurriedly followed in Song Junju's footsteps, rubbing his hands together, and said eagerly, "Professor Song, you've worked hard today, let me cook instead." Song Junju opened a box. "No need, this was sent by a friend of mine, it's very fresh and delicious." Lu Chen was about to cry. Is this really about freshness? For the sake of his own life, Lu Chen cautiously asked, "Professor Song, is it poisonous to eat these mushrooms?" Song Junju frowned, surprised by the question. How could it be? You've been watching too many negative news reports. Eating stir-fried mushrooms is fine, it's just that they weren't cooked properly. Lu Chen. Really? I don't believe it. With a face full of worry, Lu Chen helped Song Junju tie on an apron and silently sat on the sofa, waiting for death. After a while, Lu Chen realized he hadn't heard any chaotic sounds from the kitchen. Something's off. Lu Chen immediately got up to take a look, and was shocked. Master Song had her long hair tied back low, her technique so skilled it seemed she had 30 years of experience in the kitchen. Every move was quite impressive and orderly. Is this the execution power of a top student? She wouldn't have secretly practiced and improved, would she? Half an hour later, Lu Chen stared at the several dishes on the table, still feeling that life was indeed magical. Who would have thought? The last time they met, Song Junju was making poison like a witch, and this time she had everything: color, aroma, and flavor. Amazing. So amazing. Although Song Junju didn't have a smile on her face, her eyes were filled with anticipation. She had made a firm decision and practiced her techniques countless times at home, even unconsciously flipping a spoon during class, startling her students into thinking she was having an asthma attack, almost calling for an ambulance. This time it must be delicious. Under her expectant gaze, Lu Chen picked up a piece of food. The next second. Ugh. Good news, improved. Bad news, technique improved. Taste worsened. Song Junju understood. She picked up her phone and dialed the restaurant. Eating the food delivered from the restaurant, Lu Chen squinted his eyes and sighed. Heaven. Indeed, everything must be compared to be appreciated. Song Junju lowered her head, dissatisfied, poking at the rice in her bowl, thinking how could this be? Her technique was so proficient. Could it really be that she had no talent? Impossible. She had always been adept at everything since she was young. How could she have no talent?
Lu Chen picked up a piece of food and handed it to Song Junju, teasingly saying, "Professor Song, keep it up. I just checked the map, there's a hospital just 200 meters away from here." Song Junju glared at him, wanting to scold him, but the words got stuck in her throat. It's over. She couldn't bear to scold him. Song Junju became even angrier, sulking as she dug into her rice. No, not sulking. Because she proudly didn't eat the food Lu Chen had picked for her. To express her dissatisfaction, she even pushed the food a little further away. Lu Chen was amused. So nice, so nice. Professor Song seemed much kinder after deciding to go abroad. Great. In a good mood, Lu Chen slowly asked while eating, "Professor Song, can you skip stones?" "No." "Well, then you have one more thing you're not the best at." "What?" Song Junju was taken aback. Lu Chen looked up at her and said plainly, "Professor Song, I used to always wonder why I wasn't the tallest, why I wasn't the most handsome, why I couldn't be first in every subject, why I wasn't the best at games, and why all the girls didn't like me." "Which girl doesn't like you?" "That's not the point." Song Junju fell silent. She was so obsessed with cooking, and a big part of that was the embarrassment in front of Lu Chen. She had to regain her dignity in cooking. As for whether she genuinely liked cooking, not really. In fact, she even somewhat disliked it. Lu Chen let out a slight sigh. He didn't think Song Junju liked cooking at all, she just felt embarrassed. So Lu Chen continued, "I used to hate these imperfections, hate that I wasn't the best. But later I realized that it's these little imperfections that ultimately make up the most unique me. Those aren't imperfections, they are my unique marks." He took out a wet wipe and cleaned the little finger that had gotten greasy, which Song Junju hadn't even noticed. If everything were perfect, what would be the point? "Please, focus on your studies and stop cooking, I'm really begging you." Song Junju couldn't detect the tone and said, "What if there was a chance for everything to become perfect?" Lu Chen lowered his gaze and smiled. "I've dealt with myself for a long time, I'd rather be me." Afternoon. The warm sunlight streamed through the window, and the wind rustled the leaves softly. So comfortable. Lu Chen was slumped over the table, so drowsy that he didn't even realize when he had closed his eyes. "Lu." Song Junju came down the stairs, just about to speak, when she found Lu Chen already asleep at the table. "Ha?" Song Junju walked down, curiously standing in front of Lu Chen. She rarely, if ever, saw Lu Chen sleeping. Song Junju gently pulled out a chair and sat beside him, staring at his sleeping face. Such a pure look. He was lying sideways on the table, one cheek pressed against his arm, and Song Junju held back the urge to poke him several times. After thinking for a moment, she opened her phone camera. Click. The first photo of Song Junju and Lu Chen was born. Sigh. Bought a camera and a Polaroid, but in the end, I still used my phone. Seriously. Song Junju looked at the photo in the album with satisfaction. Ding, the sudden ringing startled Song Junju. Lu Chen instantly woke from his dream. "What's wrong, Professor Song?" The thought of taking more photos was interrupted, and she was so angry that she suppressed her fury and said, "It's nothing, someone is calling, you can keep sleeping." "Lu Chen?" Song Junju walked out to the garden to answer the call. "You better have something important." "Hello, Miss Song, 2 visitors claim to be your brother and sister and want to see you. Should we send them in?" The butler on the other end was very polite. "Brother and sister?" Song Junju let out a cold laugh. "Make them wait." 128 So focused on smoking, I forgot to smoke you. "Brother, if I wait any longer, I might as well crawl into a pyramid in cosplay as a mummy." Song Shinmei stood outside the mansion, stamping her feet in the heat. As a result, she exerted too much force, and her high heels got stuck in the cracks of the tiles. After struggling to pull them out, she was even angrier. That damn butler didn't know what was going on. After calling Song Junju, he didn't even let them have a sip of water and just made them wait outside. Damn! What kind of person is that? Song Shinmei cursed. I really don't know what kind of madness Song Junju is having. She was a lunatic as a child and is still a lunatic as an adult. She has so much money, it's not like she's bankrupt. What kind of lousy property management is this? On such a hot day, Song Yaozu was dressed in a suit and felt unbearably hot. But there was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to leave and could only continue waiting. At that moment, Song Yaozu envied the dress Song Shinmei was wearing immensely. At least when the wind blew, it would be a bit cooler. Next to him, Song Shinmei was still not satisfied, quacking like a duck, adding to Song Yaozu's irritation. He directly interrupted Song Shinmei's complaints, raising his voice. This Western-style building is a national protected structure, worth billions, and you call it a piece of crap property? Song Shinmei shrank her neck and said timidly, I was just complaining a bit. Oh brother, seeing that Song Yaozu was in a bad mood, Song Shinmei clicked her high heels and walked over to him, gently shaking his arm. and said in a soft tone, "I'm your sister, don't be like this." If two people want to reconcile, they need a common enemy. Song Shinmei understood this well. If we have to blame someone, it should be Song Junju. I don't know what Grandma was thinking. Before she died she made a will, splitting the inheritance in half, leaving half to that lunatic Song Junju and putting the other half in a trust. Now look, she got so much inheritance from Grandma and is living it up. Our family still has to take money from the trust every month, and if we want to withdraw more, we need Song Junju's signature. Grandma was really biased. Song Yaozu snorted coldly. The long wait had made him anxious. He wanted to irritably run his fingers through his hair but remembered the styling product in it and reluctantly pulled his hand back. Right. It's all Song Junju's fault. If Song Junju didn't want that inheritance, would they be suffering under this blazing sun? What does a woman need so much money for anyway? In the end, isn't she just going to take it to her husband's family? Click. The door opened. Song Yaozu and Song Shinmei instantly straightened up, ready to greet Song Junju. The next second, the elegantly dressed butler smiled and said, "Ladies, Miss Song invites you to the reception room." Damn it! She's brewing feelings. Is Song Junju some kind of empress dowager, needing several announcements to see her? Damn! Song Yaozu and Song Shinmei exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disgust. Reception room. Song Junju lazily lounged in a rocking chair by the window, holding a slender lady's cigarette. The swirling smoke obscured her stunning features. She didn't like smoking, but every time she saw anyone from that family, she felt a surge of destructive rage within her. She had no choice but to relieve it through smoking. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded. "Miss Song, the two guests have arrived. Come in." The door opened. A man and a woman entered, both wearing the same radiant smiles. Song Junju glanced at them and immediately turned to gaze out the window. TSK. Their smiles were so greasy they could squeeze out 2 pounds of lard if thrown into a frying pan. The butler stood at the door, politely saying, "Miss Song, we were waiting outside, please call us anytime." Not buddies? Song Yaozu looked at the butler in disbelief. Damn! If you're so professional, why didn't you let us sit inside and wait? I'm out here getting roasted, and you don't even glance at me? The butler smiled kindly at Song Yaozu and closed the door. Once the door was shut, Song Shinmei quickly moved her hips to stand in front of Song Junju, reaching out to shake her hand. "Sister, I haven't seen you in so long, I miss you so much." Song Junju immediately moved her hand off the armrest, leaving Song Shinmei to grasp at air. Song Shinmei's expression froze for a moment as she forcibly tried to grab Song Junju's arm. Slap! Song Junju, tired of pretending to be the affectionate sister, directly gave her a crisp rejection. "Don't touch me. Too busy smoking to remember to smoke you." Song Shinmei was stunned, unable to come back to her senses. Damn! Song Junju, you crazy person, didn't we agree not to hit those with smiling faces? Song Yaozu was dying of laughter inside. Didn't he see that Song Junju didn't want anyone touching her? And this idiot Song Shinmei still leaned in? It's still all about him. Song Yaozu quickly stepped forward and pulled Song Shinmei behind him. He forced a smile on his face and used the most exaggerated tone of his life. "Sister, don't pay attention to her, she just doesn't know how to read the room. It's such a hot day, why shake hands?" Song Yaozu squatted down next to the rocking chair, raising the corners of his mouth as he spoke. "Sister, we haven't seen each other for so long, you really are getting more and more B." Slap! Song Junju also gave him a crisp slap. Alright, now Song Yaozu couldn't smile anymore. Song Junju took a puff of smoke, the white mist blurring her gaze, and said, "Stay away from me." Song Yaozu gritted his teeth and forced a smile, pulling Song Shinmei to sit on the nearby sofa, saying with a laugh, "Thank you, sister." Is this because you're worried about us inhaling secondhand smoke, or is it that you care about us? Song Shinmei? What the hell? Can it be said like that? Just to prevent you from inhaling secondhand smoke, you slapped us both? Do you have no shame? Ha! Song Junju scoffed, she still underestimated the thickness of these two people's faces. Sigh. Song Junju gazed out the window, involuntarily thinking, if Lu Chen said this, he would definitely be much cuter than Song Yaozu, because Song Yaozu's eyes were filled with greed. Only Lu Chen. Blinking like a little animal, even though his words were all lies, his gaze was sincere to the point that it seemed like you were the whole world, making it impossible to blame him. Thinking of Lu Chen, she wondered if he was studying, if he had encountered any difficult problems he couldn't solve. Song Junju regretted coming out, it was simply a waste of time. She propped her head up, turned to look at Song Yaozu and Song Shinmei, and said coldly, if you have something to say, don't waste time. Song Junju herself was striking and assertive, and with her teaching position at the university, she carried an air of authority. Scary. Really scary.
Song Shinmei nudged Song Yaozu to speak, and Song Yaozu nudged Song Shinmei to speak. Watching the two wanting to bite each other, Song Junju was annoyed to death. If you don't speak, I'm leaving. Hey, don't, sister, there really is something. Song Yaozu gritted his teeth and finally spoke. Our parents' business has run into a small problem, they need some money. They want you to come back for a meal to discuss this matter and sign something. How much? 100 million. 100 million? Song Junju sneered, a little money? She stood up, the intense pressure making Song Yaozu and Song Shinmei dare not look up. This was also why the two disliked Song Junju the most. She was always so assertive, always out of sync with others, always overpowering everyone. Extremely annoying. Song Junju walked in front of the two, arms crossed, and coldly laughed. Have you read too many novels and really think money is just paper? Do you have 10 million in your pocket? How dare you ask for 100 million? Song Yaozu trembled, the feeling of being suppressed returned, and he tried to play the emotional card. No, sister, our parents mean that even if we don't talk about money, they at least hope you can come back for a meal. He kicked Song Shinmei hard, urging her to speak up. Song Shinmei was still immersed in that slap and hadn't come to her senses. Urged to speak, she said blankly, Sister, our parents were a bit strict with you back then, but it was all to cultivate you. Look at what projects the country has now that need top talents like you to participate. If it weren't for Song Junju's strong professional abilities and backing from the state, they would definitely make this woman disappear quietly. Song Yaozu nodded and continued to persuade, Yes, sister, you are our parents' first daughter. They are just a bit clumsy but truly love you. You used to love eating the home-cooked meals our mom made, right? Mom said your favorite was her stir-fried pork with green peppers. As long as you come back to the capital, she'll definitely make it for you. Song Junju fell silent. The dead silence made Song Yaozu hesitate to speak. His mind raced, trying to figure out where he had gone wrong. After a long while, Song Junju's voice revealed a weariness so heavy it felt insurmountable. Don't you all know I'm allergic to green peppers? It was pointless. So pointless. Her last glimmer of hope for this family had vanished. She might as well go tutor Lu Chen on a calculus problem. Stepping out of the reception room, Song Junju felt as if she had crossed into another world. She had lived in that house for so many years, and her mother pointed to her allergen, saying it was her favorite food. Ha, how funny. Really funny. Song Junju tugged at the corners of her mouth but couldn't muster a smile. She loved solving problems, loved conducting research, loved escaping into the world of science. Sometimes, she would suddenly lose track of what year it was, what time period she was in. Song Junju looked down at her hands. Was she really alive? Professor Song. A clear voice interrupted her thoughts. Song Junju looked up. Lu Chen struck a cool pose and presented her with a fluffy pink cotton candy. Beautiful lady, let me treat you to cotton candy. Song Junju smiled, her eyes glistening. Yes, she was truly alive, living in a world with Lu Chen. So oily. Lu Chen chuckled, shoving the cotton candy into Song Junju's hands, muttering to himself. Is it really oily? I think it looks cool. Staring at the pink cotton candy in her hands, which resembled a cloud, Song Junju fell silent. So cool. Really cool. The hero who saved her from the illusory world countless times. So cool. 129 no skills. Damn. Bro, we're Song Junju's family. We really can't sign to send her to a mental hospital, can we? The possibility of her sending you to a mental hospital is even greater. Silence filled the reception room today. Song Junju left gracefully, driving Song Yaozu and Song Shinmei mad. The most painful thing in this world isn't having enemies, but having to force a smile in front of them. It feels just as uncomfortable as pretending that a capitalist boss is incredibly kind-hearted. Listening to Song Shinmei's increasingly nonsensical ideas, Song Yaozu immediately warned, don't think about those random things. Let's not even mention that Grandma's will states we need Song Junju's signature to apply for more money from the trust. Just think about her position in the national project right now. If she's gone, none of us will have a good ending. Song Shinmei reluctantly nodded. She really is smart enough to know she's got an inheritance that others are eyeing, and she's latched onto the national project. Song Yaozu said irritably, if you want, you can latch on too. Isn't that just your brain not working properly? Upon hearing this, Song Shinmei became displeased. Bro, that's not a fair thing to say, your brain works better? Why is all the intelligence in our family concentrated on Song Junju? It's really annoying. Besides, you didn't exactly help her out back then, did you? Song Yaozu got anxious. At least I didn't go to mom and dad complaining that Song Junju didn't write my papers and said she hit me. Song Shinmei was caught off guard, defensively saying, well, at least I didn't encourage boys to confess to her, and spread rumors about her so she had no friends.
Right. You're so noble. You didn't team up with the girls to exclude her. How are you any better? Did you tell mom and dad that Song Junju always wanted to get back at them? You. A quarrel marked by mutual accusations officially began. Song Yaozu sneered repeatedly. You're quite eloquent now, but why didn't you say anything earlier? If I had, she would have known why she was getting hit for no reason. And why are you afraid to say it? Knock. The sound of knocking interrupted them. The two instantly fell silent, only to hear the butler outside speaking kindly. Gentlemen, do you need me to escort you to the door? This was a hint to leave. Wait a moment, Song Yaozu said loudly. The butler remained calm. All right, sir. Song Yaozu grabbed Song Shinmei by the collar and lifted her up, coldly saying, we've done these things in our childhood, and no one should speak of it. The most important thing now is to please that crazy woman, get her back to our home, and then willingly part with her money. Song Shinmei rolled her eyes, her freshly grown eyelashes sharp enough to poke an eye out. How is that possible? She lacks nothing. I think the most likely scenario is that we should exercise more, try to outlive her a bit, and then inherit her fortune when she dies. Song Yaozu released Song Shinmei's collar and walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back. No, she does lack something. She lacks love, she lacks warmth. Song Shinmei still felt it was unreliable. She didn't even want to come, forget it, can't she just find warmth and love instead of family? Song Yaozu sneered. She's basically asexual, a proud person like her would never look at anyone else. Compared to her understanding of love, I think it's more likely for the national football team to win the World Cup. Song Shinmei was speechless. You have quite a dirty mouth, insulting two people at once. Song Yaozu felt the sting of the slap on his face still lingering. Damn, Song Junju was a lunatic. She was beaten as a child and is still so irritable. In any case, let's go back to the capital and talk to our parents about this. Looking at Song Junju's attitude, I think we need to come up with a new plan to reform her. Song Shinmei chuckled. She doesn't even return to the capital. Are we supposed to move the whole family to Haicheng? It's always the outsiders who go to the capital to beg. I've never seen anyone move to Haicheng. Most importantly, her social circle is in the capital. She definitely doesn't want to leave. Song Yaozu waved his hand. You don't need to worry about this. The country has new projects, and she's one of the top talents they want to recruit. She will definitely return to the capital, and it will take at least a year and a half before she comes back to Haicheng. What we need to do now is think about how to make her let go of the past and willingly part with her money. Trading money for family affection, isn't that reasonable? People will ultimately be troubled by what they couldn't obtain in their youth for a lifetime. Song Junju lacked family affection as a child. Can't we just make it up to her now? Striking the snake at its weakest point, how big of a deal is it? In the evening, after writing for a long time, Master Lu stretched, his bones cracking. Seeing Song Junju come down from the study, Lu Chen sprang up energetically and said, Professor Song, do you want to have dinner? I'll cook tonight. Please, don't go into the kitchen again. Okay? Good. Those were the two words Lu Chen most wanted to hear at that moment. Song Junju wore a red satin dress, a delicate silver necklace resting on her collarbone, accentuating her fair skin. She tied her hair up, and although she wore pearl earrings, they were no match for her striking features. No tricks, just pure beauty. Song Junju gracefully walked to the sofa beside Lu Chen, picked up the paper he had just finished, and tilted her chin. Go change your clothes in the wardrobe. Let's go out for dinner tonight. Yes. The little person in Lu Chen's heart was celebrating. Wonderful. After a busy day, Master Song finally came to a realization and decided to give up cooking, right? That's great. The probability of him being killed by the dishes prepared by Song Junju is very low, but it is definitely not zero. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Song Junju picked up her phone and sent a message. We are about to leave, check everything again. Entering the cloakroom, Lu Chen saw the area that Song Junju had prepared for him. Wow! There were seasonal, unreleased clothes, possibly ones that even celebrities couldn't borrow for the red carpet, neatly displayed there, quietly waiting for his arrival. Professor Song, I really underestimated you. Lu Chen casually identified a few pieces of clothing and shoes using a phone app. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, bro, dad. Lu Chen was already numb from counting the zeros. Wubu wearing clothes more expensive than his life. Lu Chen silently broke down. Sister Song, if you don't mind, I want to support you in your old age. 130 anger and cold. Although Professor Song didn't mention the dining location, the last place we went to eat had a sea view, and this new house even has a pool, which means she likes places with water, so the dining location is likely still a high-end restaurant by the sea. Lu Chen's hand brushed over rows of shirts, choosing a black one. If he accidentally splattered some oil on his clothes while eating,
it would embarrass Professor Song, so he chose a dark inner lining. After dinner, according to Professor Song's low-key personality, there won't be any luxury cars or security for special pickup, so we will have to walk a few steps to the parking area. While walking, Professor Song might want to take a stroll. Among the pairs of leather shoes, Lu Chen chose lightweight shoes. Although the possibility of Professor Song falling in those high heels is very low, it is definitely not zero. If she falls, he would have to pick her up, so these shoes are suitable for walking. Today's weather forecast says the temperature in Haichang will be 18 degrees at night. If we really go for a stroll by the sea, the temperature will drop a few more degrees. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the neatly pressed expensive suits, finally choosing a comfortable but unremarkable black suit jacket. When the temperature is too low, he would need to take off his jacket for Professor Song. She is wearing a red dress today, and pairing it with any other color jacket would look strange, so black is the safest choice. Within a few minutes, Lu Chen quickly selected his outfit for today. He changed into his clothes and smiled at the handsome figure in the mirror, his gentle smile as soft as a spring breeze. It felt like being in love. If you are very introverted, then it is recommended to date someone who is both foolish and messy. That way, you will become more talkative, because you will constantly have to explain why you are dating such a foolish person. The same principle applies. As a professional sycophant, Lu Chen needs to take good care of his client's face. If the client takes you out and you are dressed sloppily, claiming it is a unique personality, then you can pack up and leave. When he goes out with a client, he is the client's face. After tidying up his outfit, Lu Chen raised the corners of his mouth and pushed the door to walk out of the cloakroom. Oh my! Lu Chen had planned to sneak out and amaze everyone. But as soon as he stepped out the door, he was startled by Professor Song, who was waiting at the entrance. Song Junju steadied the startled Lu Chen and smiled. Why are you so timid? Lu Chen was furious. Sister! I dressed so handsomely, ready to show off, and you just ruined the whole vibe. Wear this watch. Song Junju casually took the Cartier watch off Lu Chen's wrist and set it aside, putting her own watch on his wrist instead. Damn! Lu Chen really had a psychological shadow now. He was done. Antwon sent a watch, the little golden retriever sent a watch, and Professor Song sent a watch too. Furious. When will a man ever stand up? Why is it that the only gifts he receives are watch straps and razors? Lu Chen glanced down at the watch on his wrist, a Vacheron Constantine, but he didn't know which series. It must be a six-figure price, right? When he saw the few stars engraved on the watch, Lu Chen felt like he had underestimated it. Damn it! A custom model? Song Junju looked at the watch with satisfaction. A little gift for you. She had originally wanted to buy something more expensive, but then she thought about it. Lu Chen was still just a student, wearing something too expensive wouldn't be good, so she could only play with a custom model. Thank you, Professor Song, it's beautiful. Lu Chen praised her enthusiastically, making Song Junju happy. However, his gaze kept falling on the Cartier watch that Professor Song had casually placed on the table. Damn! That was a gift from Antwon. He would have to wear it when he served Antwon. Oh my god. He didn't use fake names or fake WeChat accounts just to avoid this kind of mix-up risk. Now look at this. One person sends a watch, each with their own anti-counterfeiting mark, right? If he wears the wrong watch one day, wouldn't that be like Mars colliding with Earth? The little details of work suddenly increased, and Lu Chen silently shed tears. Just wait. By June, I'll sell them all to Sister Kate. Professor Song, what are we eating today? Just a simple meal. Holding on to the thought of having a simple meal, Lu Chen happily boarded a yacht. Ha? A yacht? Ha? Simple? It wasn't until Lu Chen stood on the deck, the wind whipping at his ears, that he still couldn't shake off the confusion and shock in his eyes. No, sister. I know you're rich, but I didn't expect you to be this damn rich. Weren't you pretty low-key before? Song Junju happily pulled the dazed Lu Chen to their dining spot, thinking that this was indeed the right choice. Zhang Yu said it. When interests and desires don't work, the most primitive power of money needs to be used. Zhang Yu didn't believe it. Would there really be someone in this world who could see Song Junju's assets and not be moved? Marrying a stunning beauty and getting over 100 million in assets, wow. This kind of advertisement is simply as unbelievable as sending someone abroad to sell their kidney. But now it was happening for real. As night fell, the sky was draped in a black veil, and the moon and stars shone equally on the world. The port of Haichang was brightly lit, with tourists bustling about. As the yacht gradually set sail, the figures of people on the shore grew smaller, like clusters of black dots standing by the bank. A cool breeze blew, and Lu Chen rested his chin on his hand, the sound of waves crashing in his ears. He felt like he had become a small island, severing ties with the people on the shore, quietly alone in the middle of the water. Is it beautiful?
Song Junju asked softly. Lu Chen smiled and stared at her. Beautiful, very beautiful. Song Junju avoided his gaze and spoke in a tone she had never used before, soft and gentle. I meant the scenery. Lu Chen stared at her face, innocently replying. Right, I said the scenery is beautiful. Song Junju shot him a glance with her peach blossom eyes. You didn't even look. Lu Chen laughed. The most beautiful scenery is right in front of me. Song Junju fell silent. Song Junju blushed. Staring at Song Junju's ears, which were even more vibrant than her dress, Lu Chen sighed inwardly. Professor Song used to blush easily. Now she was still as charming as ever. It seemed she hadn't made any progress at all. In order to prevent the dear Professor Song from becoming overly emotional, Lu Chen timely changed the subject, moving the plate in front of her aside and swapping it with his own. Song Junju looked at his actions with some confusion. Is it not to your taste? I can have someone make you another. Lu Chen pointed to the dishes on Song Junju's plate. You're allergic to onions and green peppers. This isn't suitable for you. I'll eat it instead. Song Junju was taken aback. The sound of waves filled her ears, and the crowd on the shore was noisy, yet her world fell silent at that moment. Lu Chen's words were too casual and natural, as if it was something that should have been known all along. But her mother didn't know. But her younger siblings didn't know. Song Junju turned her gaze to the vast water surface, trying to prevent any tears from flowing in this inappropriate scene and ruining the atmosphere. How nice! How nice! Song Junju's heart trembled violently, the bittersweet feeling leaving her at a loss. So, there were still people who cared about her? Song Junju smiled, her eyes glistening. Zhang Yu was right, she had found true love. She no longer needed the cheap emotions from that family, she had encountered a more noble human feeling. Lu Chen. Song Junju called softly. Lu Chen immediately looked up, alert like a loyal dog waiting for orders. Song Junju stood up and slowly walked behind him. As she felt the distance between them closing, Lu Chen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that something was off. No! This is not right. This atmosphere is all wrong. He had merely mentioned Song Junju's preferences. She couldn't possibly be this moved, could she? Song Junju's fair arms rested on Lu Chen's shoulders as she leaned down, whispering in his ear. Look up. Lu Chen looked up. Bang! 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 A burst of brilliant fireworks lit up the entire night sky. The lights on the yacht dimmed at the right moment, and he saw a completely different view from the one on the shore. Lu Chen stared blankly at the sky. It felt as if he were lying on the surface of the sea, with the sky within reach. The huge fireworks illuminated Lu Chen's profile, softening Song Junju's heart. Her voice brushed against Lu Chen's ear. I want to tell you. The warmth and softness beside him made Lu Chen's heart grow cold. Please, I beg you, Professor Song, don't say anything I don't want to hear, okay? I'm begging you. Don't say it. Don't say it. The sea breeze brushed against Lu Chen's face, and the massive fireworks exposed his indifferent expression without concealment. Song Junju's unusual behavior was particularly clear in his mind. Why? Why did Song Junju say she wanted to send him abroad for university? Why? Why was she suddenly willing to lower herself to tutor him? Why? Why was she willing to let him hit her? Why do all these things? This is Haicheng Port. The price of a yacht was something he couldn't even dare to imagine. He had no idea how much it would cost to put on a fireworks display here. But Song Junju had done it. The brilliant light of the fireworks in the sky reflected on the water's surface, creating a shimmering array of colors. And now, Song Junju stood so close to him that he could almost feel her breath as she spoke. Lu Chen was not dull, he sensed some subtle feelings. In summary, Song Junju had developed feelings for him. No. It should be said that Song Junju had fallen for the professional licking dog Lu Chen. Lu Chen lowered his gaze, no longer looking at the expensive fireworks and performance. Professor Song, I can't play this role for you forever. Wake up a little. Where, exactly, did it all start to go wrong? Lu Chen's vast memories began to rapidly rewind in his mind. When did Professor Song start to act strangely? I want to say. Song Junju paused, her previously infallible intuition kicking in once again. At this moment, her intuition was warning her fiercely, don't say it, don't say it. If she did, she would definitely lose the most precious thing. The word love was on the tip of her tongue, but Song Junju chose once again to trust her instincts and changed her words. I'm sorry. I want to apologize to you. I'm sorry for not treating you well before. Hao Lu Chen, rarely neglecting his professional demeanor, visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Good. That's great. Lu Chen lowered his gaze, grasped Song Junju's wrist resting on his shoulder, and said sincerely, It's okay, Professor Song. I know you're feeling bad, this can help relieve it. It's fine, I'm doing this willingly. I've never blamed you, it's not your fault.
The fireworks are beautiful, the yacht is beautiful, and the wind on the sea feels nice. Professor Song, thank you for being willing to do this for me. The usually proud Professor Song had spent all her life's apologies on Lu Chen. Song Junju stared blankly at the fireworks in the sky, with Lu Chen's comforting words in her ears. She suddenly thought, yacht, dinner, fireworks, confession. What was the difference between this and the school hunk she had knocked out before? Had Lu Chen ever said he liked her? Yes, he had said it 1,000 times. But among those 1,000 times, how many were sincere? If she had really confessed just now, what would Lu Chen have done? Would he have been scared? Song Junju lowered her head, forcing a smile. It seemed she had messed things up. When she returned home that night, having promised to quit drinking, Song Junju took out a long unused wine glass and red wine and got herself drunk. Lu Chen had to drag her to give her a bath. Hey, Professor Song, don't move around, you'll fall. What if I fall? The drunken Professor Song was a bit slurred, and Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Lu Chen, with interest, engaged in conversation with the drunk. If you fall and hit your head, you might time travel. Song Junju's eyes were hazy. I want to time travel. Oh, so does Professor Song want to travel back to the steam age to start the industrial era? Lu Chen thought, since she loved learning so much, didn't she want to see those scientific giants? No, that's not it. Song Junju's eyes glazed over, looking at Lu Chen as if he had split into 3 people. She randomly grabbed one of the Lu Chens and slurred, I want to go back to 6 months ago. Lu Chen looked down at where Song Junju's hand was placed and rolled his eyes. Damn it! He pushed Song Junju's hand away, cleaned her up properly, pretending he hadn't heard what she said. 6 months ago? That was the day they met. Professor Song, what do you want to do? Isn't it good like this? You go abroad, and I return to my peaceful life. Lu Chen put a bathrobe on the freshly washed Song Junju and settled her onto the bed. He adjusted the room temperature and covered her with a blanket. The sleeping Professor Song was far from her usual aggressive self, but her features were still exquisite and bright. Lu Chen stared at her lips, thought for a moment, and took out a lip balm. After applying the lip balm, Lu Chen opened a bottle of water and placed it where she could easily reach it. Good night, Professor Song. Lu Chen turned off the light and stopped reciting those sweet nothings. On the way back, he had been tracing back to find out where things had gone wrong. He found it. It was that day when Song Junju got drunk, and he had read her sweet nothings he had copied from the internet for a long time at the head of the bed. Perhaps, at that time, Song Junju hadn't actually passed out? Guest room. Thank you, Miss Song Junju, for leaving him a rather perfect bedroom. Lu Chen lay on the lounge chair by the window, scrolling through trending topics, the top headline being the fireworks show at Haicheng Port. The very last. Expensive fireworks filled the entire sky, piecing together the shape of a love. Lu Chen chuckled softly and turned off the trending topics. Professor Song, luckily you didn't say anything, otherwise, I might not be able to lie here peacefully. At 11 o'clock. Why hasn't Lu Qingqing sent the script? Lu Chen wondered, sending a question mark. Lu Qingqing immediately called back, catching Lu Chen off guard. Adjusting her tone, she said, hello? What's up, Qingqing? Lu Qingqing chuckled lightly on the other end. We're not reading the script today. Ha? Not reading the script? Lu Chen scratched his head. They couldn't just chat here, could they? So he said, then can I sing for you, Qingqing? Lu Qingqing laughed, her voice bright. No need. I've fallen for a guy. Ah. Lu Chen nodded. Do you need to end the contract? No. Lu Qingqing rejected him firmly. I want to ask you, do you have any way to help me pursue him? 132 The best teacher in the world. How come our Lu Chen hasn't smiled since he became a professional simp? Damn it. I'm calling the police. Lu Chen suddenly sat up straight in the lounge chair, unable to believe what he had just heard. Ha? What the hell? Asking him to help Lu Qingqing chase a guy? Are you kidding me? Guess why he only opened this profession of being a simp to girls when he entered this line of work? If Muan Muan lost her ruler, she could totally use Lu Chen to draw a line. Because Lu Chen is straighter than a ruler. Lu Qingqing's words nearly fried Lu Chen's CPU. In the apartment, Lu Qingqing was wearing a loose t-shirt, her 2 fair and slender legs crossed. Her hair was casually tied up, with a few strands falling down her slender neck. On the table in front of Lu Qingqing lay a notebook. The cover had big letters that read Operation Star Chasing. Lu Qingqing held a pen, flipping to the first page with a serious expression, ready to listen to Lu Chen's teachings. In this day and age, when it comes to pursuing someone, asking the heavens and the earth is not as good as asking the person themselves. Sensing the shock in Lu Chen's tone, Lu Qingqing curled her lips, her dimples sweet and obedient, but at this moment, her tone carried a hint of grievance as she explained, I don't have any male friends around me, and I've never been in a relationship, I have no experience. She needed to clarify her emotional state to Lu Chen in advance. Clear and aboveboard, the heavens can bear witness. Lu Chen felt overwhelmed, but out of professional ethics, he couldn't refuse a client's request. So after thinking for a moment, he asked, "Do you want to find a man to play with, or do you want to find a man to be your husband?" Lu Qingqing? There's such a distinction? Lu Qingqing thought for a moment and said, "I'm not playing, I really like him. Do you have any quick methods?" Quick? True love? Lu Chen lay back on the lounge chair, staring despairingly at the ceiling. "How about this, you can get him drunk and lock him in the basement, then bring him out Stockholm style. That way, even if you let him go, he won't leave you again, and you can have true love." Lu Qingqing pondered for a moment, hesitantly saying, "Isn't that illegal?" Lu Chen laughed in anger. "You know it's illegal? Where's the method that's both quick and can develop into true love?" Relationships naturally take time to nurture. If you want it quick, you can only rely on looks, but that way, it's too easy to develop a fast food style romance. Lu Qingqing gripped her pen and wrote furiously, nodding her little head repeatedly, her face serious. "It makes sense. It makes so much sense. Write it down, write it all down. So how should I cultivate feelings with him?" Lu Qingqing asked the key question. Lu Chen thought for a moment. "Can you get him to come out now?" Lu Qingqing replied, "I can." She had previously arranged with Lu Chen to make her some clothes. Moreover, Lu Qingqing's gaze fell on the bright red cherry tomatoes on the table. She hadn't tasted the locally grown cherry tomatoes yet. Lu Qingqing stared at the phone's call interface, gently biting into the cherry tomato in her mouth, the sweet and sour flavor bursting forth. She suddenly smiled. She had tasted the fruit of discerning good from evil. God had abandoned her, and she had no desire to worship him. She had already encountered redemption. Better, sweeter. As long as you can get him out. Lu Chen stood up, holding his phone in one hand and pulling a pen from his backpack with the other. He bit the pen cap open and began listing items on the table. You should invite him to the haunted house. According to the suspension bridge effect, in such a tense environment, his heart rate will increase. At that moment, you can cleverly dive into his arms out of fear, and he will attribute the increased heart rate to developing a little affection. By the way, you should use a nice, refreshing shampoo. At the height of being in his arms, he will just be able to smell your hair's fragrance. Lu Qingqing wrote furiously, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Okay. Lu Chen continued, if he feels a little fluttering in his heart this time, you can often invite him out to play in the future. Lu Qingqing suddenly asked, what if it doesn't work? Lu Chen slammed his pen down in anger. How is that possible? I, Lu Boss, am young, beautiful, and have a nice voice. How could I not succeed? Which stupid boy is so blind? If he doesn't want his eyes, he should donate them. He. A little compliment for the client, but if it fails, don't come looking for me. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Qingqing smiled sweetly and asked, what about after the haunted house? Lu Chen continued, if he develops a little affection for you after the haunted house, he will inevitably become curious about you. When a person starts to be curious about another person, he's doomed. According to Threshold Management Awareness, his expectations for you might be 80 points, and at that moment, if you inadvertently showcase one of your strengths, he will suddenly think, wow, this girl is so special, she actually has this strength? That will completely exceed his expectations. After that, you can continuously extend the conversation through this strength. Lu Chen spoke at length, and by the end, Lu Qingqing had taken so many notes that her hand went numb. Her head buzzed from listening. Suddenly, as she listened to Lu Chen's sharing of experiences on the other end of the line, a twinge of heartache crossed Lu Qingqing's mind. He was so young, yet he could summarize so much experience. How many times had he fallen? Lu Qingqing lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting a shadow. Lu Chen, how did you survive? A person so sunny and cheerful, how could he do this? Are you happy? Lu Chen. Lu Qingqing took a deep breath to calm her emotions, and after a moment of silence, she said, do these things really work for you? For you men? Lu Chen thought for a moment, I think they do work. He had summarized his years of experience in fishing for people. Oh, by the way. Lu Chen snapped his fingers, there's one more important point. What is it? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, thinking about Lu Qingqing saying she had never been in love, before finally speaking. Boss Lu, when you're pursuing someone, don't be too straightforward. And don't try to use your body to exchange for feelings. Such an outcome would only lead to disaster. It's great that you like someone, but don't neglect your own well-being. He didn't know whether Lu Qingqing's crush was handsome or had a good personality, or if he was a scumbag. For someone like Lu Qingqing, who hadn't been through emotional trials, the worst fear was encountering a scumbag and unwittingly offering herself up.
At the moment, she might not realize it, but later, she might find herself drowning in deep hatred and self-loathing during countless sleepless nights. The professional rules for a devoted admirer are to minimize the harm to clients. Lu Qingqing listened blankly to Lu Chen's advice, lowering her head with a light laugh. The person I like is really great, very handsome, gentle, and considerate. He is the best in the world. Damn! I've encountered a pure-blooded romantic. Listening to Lu Qingqing's words, Lu Chen couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Is this the contrast? Lu Qingqing, with such a dominant voice, actually has a romantic side? Damn! Love really is toxic. Once you get involved, your IQ drops by 250. It's terrifying. All day long, love struck, and then they turn around and plow 3 acres of land. Alright, let's leave it at that for today. Get some rest. Lu Qingqing couldn't bear to keep Lu Chen up any longer. The last time she saw Lu Chen, she noticed he had faint dark circles under his eyes. Lu Qingqing felt a bit resentful towards herself. Why did she have to stay up so late, making it hard for Lu Chen to get a good night's sleep? After thinking for a moment, Lu Qingqing said, "Can I report my progress in pursuing someone to you every Saturday? The reward remains the same. Once I succeed, I'll give you a huge red envelope." Ha! Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. Damn! God, you love me too much. Now, not only is Song Junju not going crazy on weekends, but even Lu Qingqing isn't being weird. What a paradise! I praise love. Love is truly the greatest thing in the world. So wonderful. Lu Chen forcibly suppressed his excitement, pretending to be calm as he said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Boss Lu, if you encounter any problems while pursuing someone, you can message me on WeChat. I'll give you my advice as soon as I see it." He couldn't just take the money without doing anything, otherwise, he'd feel guilty. After hanging up the phone, yes. Lu Chen happily clenched his fist, almost wanting to slide on his knees to express his excitement. For him, time is life. Now that Lu Qingqing had given him so much time, he definitely had to thank her. After praising Lu Qingqing, Lu Chen glanced out the window. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. It was the perfect time to do something wonderful. Let's do it. Let's tackle some problems with gusto. Lu Chen quickly took a shower and sat on the bed, seriously holding out his beloved test paper. This was the paper certified by the academic genius Hu Zhongzhong, claiming to cover the most comprehensive knowledge points. With Hu Zhongzhong's experience of having read all the test collections and papers on the market, Lu Chen believed it, exclaiming, "If only the Chinese exam were at night," not to mention, the probability of high-quality essays would definitely be 100%. Under the bright lights, Lu Chen diligently worked on the problems. Knowledge is power. Study, for learning has no end. Sunday. So happy. Outside the window, the green leaves swayed, and a gentle breeze blew, while Lu Chen was still writing the test paper. While others were living a life of boredom and disgust, for Lu Chen, it was a rare tranquility. No one to disturb him. He could solve one difficult problem after another and feel his own progress. In the past, Lu Chen found the questions hard to solve. But when he started this line of work, he realized that understanding people's hearts was even more challenging. The comfortable environment allowed Lu Chen's mind to relax after a long time. He yawned. Just 10 minutes of closing his eyes, that's all. Moments later, Song Junju quietly came down from the study. Upon seeing Lu Chen sleeping lightly, she smiled faintly. This house was the right choice. Indeed, such an environment was more suitable for Lu Chen's mood. He looked much more relaxed. Song Junju took off her shawl and gently draped it over Lu Chen. After doing all this, she picked up the paper Lu Chen had completed, chose a pencil, leaned back on the sofa, and began to write analyses and summaries for the mistakes Lu Chen had made. A gentle breeze blew, causing the long tassels at the end of the shawl to sway lightly, and the room was quiet. Lu Chen struggled to wake up, his eyes still hazy and confused from sleep. Feeling something fall to the ground, Lu Chen turned to look. A light-colored shawl lay quietly on the carpet. Oh no! Lu Chen's mind instantly cleared. Professor Song had been here. He immediately looked at the table. The paper he had completed was already marked with pencil corrections, ready to be erased at any time. In addition, several clean sheets of white paper were filled with flowing analyses and problem-solving ideas. Lu Chen picked up those thin sheets of paper and remained silent for a long time. Awake? Want some fruit? Song Junju came over with a plate of cut fruit, wearing simple thin-framed glasses, her black curly hair casually tied back. Lu Chen took the fruit from her hand and placed it on the table, sincerely staring at Song Junju as he said, "Thank you, Professor Song. These things are a great help to me." His gaze was too sincere, and Song Junju held back the urge to ruffle his hair. "It's nothing, just something I did casually." Song Junju sat back on the sofa and asked, "What major do you plan to choose in college?" Lu Chen really hadn't thought about it. For him, making money in business was necessary, but he had no particular desire for any major in college. After all, he was going to college largely just to live a life like his peers. "I haven't thought it through." Song Junju adjusted her glasses and analyzed seriously. "I've seen your problem-solving processes in various subjects, your logic is very good, and your math foundation isn't bad either. Perhaps you should consider pursuing an academic path?" "An academic path?" Lu Chen said, "But Professor Song, I'm not as smart as you, it might be very difficult for me to take this route." "It's okay." Song Junju waved her hand. "You can go to my lab for experiments during your undergraduate studies. I'll include you in my publications. When the time comes, you can pursue your master's and doctorate here with me, or if you like any major, I can introduce you to an expert in that field." Lu Chen was stunned. This arrangement was so clear-cut. The little Lu Chen was choked by the big dream, and he asked in confusion, "Professor Song, your major?" "Oh," Song Junju explained. "My major is quite difficult and often leads to sitting on the sidelines. My advisor was an expert in this field, but he passed away 2 years ago, and I took over his research work." Song Junju didn't say anything further. Coincidentally, the new materials researched in her field could be used in the production of some special equipment, which was why she had advanced so quickly. There was no other choice. She was the only one left. Fate and timing. Lu Chen. "Is this an academic experience card?" Of course, he refused. Lu Chen didn't want to feel the crushing pressure of true intelligence in the presence of various academic elites. By the evening, Lu Chen tidied up and left the mansion, taking a car to the hospital. Watching his departing figure, Song Junju rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. "You don't have any particular preferences, how do you survive?" Her mental state was poor, barely getting through day after day by forcing herself to conduct research. But Lu Chen was different. When a person lives in the world without anything they particularly desire and shows no interest in anything, they slide into nihilism, ultimately leading to destruction. "Lu Chen, I don't want you to be destroyed." The lights outside the car window were bright. The glow of the city's neon lights illuminated Lu Chen's profile as he lowered his head, seriously checking the trending topics on various apps today. As a professional sycophant, keeping up with the latest memes was essential. When trying to amuse a client, using a current popular meme would definitely be more effective than saying something outdated. Lu Chen opened various trending lists as usual. While checking the entertainment list, he indeed saw Qi Yushan's name. He clicked on the video. Qi Yushan seemed to be attending some event, dressed in a light blue and white costume, with a touch of vermilion between her brows. Her white sleeves flowed gracefully like a swimming dragon, light and ethereal, resembling a goddess descending to earth. Upon entering the comments section, Lu Chen was immediately tripped up by a variety of comments. "Sister, I can only give you 6 points, I give you 10 if you were 4 points better. According to my original plan, I should look like Boss Chi. Why didn't I turn out that way? Is it because I didn't want to? Only after growing up did I realize that my biggest nostalgia is my phone, my wife is in there, and I'm out here. What should I do if Boss Chi pursues me? No worries, I'll block her for you. No worries, I'll block her for you too. Lu Chen?" Scrolling through the comments, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Goodness. He still had to improve. If he wanted to learn sweet talk, he shouldn't rely on those old-fashioned collections of love phrases. He should directly copy from the comments sections of beauty influencers' videos. Lu Chen had an epiphany. It seems my approach to playing on the internet is just fine. He put away his phone and leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed. He used Qi Yushan as a test case. The results proved that his internet sense was indeed fine. Now, Qi Yushan and Lu Qingqing no longer occupied his time. In this gap, starting a business was impractical due to time constraints, but creating an account to earn some side money was feasible. Lu Chen didn't want to show his face, worried about running into previous clients acting crazy in the comments section, so he decided to make videos using his skills. He planned to start an account for wood carving. Contrast was always the core of attracting attention. After Hu Zhongzhong mentioned the two-dimensional world, he specifically researched the most popular two-dimensional characters today. So this time, the core of his account would be two-dimensional wood carving plus noisy voiceovers plus a little bit of on-screen presence. The collision of traditional craftsmanship and the internet made Lu Chen anticipate the chaotic comments that would appear in the comments section. Even if it didn't work out, it didn't matter, it was always an attempt. After all, he was doing wood carving just to adjust his mood, and if he did well, he could sell it to Hu Zhongzhong for her private residence. Fun. Professor Song, you were right. Lu Chen opened his eyes, staring at the scenery retreating outside the car window. I should find something to do. Otherwise, how would I survive? After getting off the bus, Lu Chen didn't go to the inpatient department but instead sought out Dr. Hao. Last time he sprained his ankle, it wasn't actually that serious. But what was that saying? Always complaining about not wanting to live, yet the health check report must be healthy. If I'm going to die, I must become a healthy corpse. He sent a message to Dr. Hao, who asked Lu Chen to come to the rehabilitation room to find her. Pushing open the door to the rehabilitation room, Dr. Hao looked at Lu Chen with a teasing smile. Well, little brat, didn't I tell you not to fall into my hands next time? Lu Chen remained silent. Alright then. The boomerang hit him so quickly. Although Dr. Hao enjoyed teasing Lu Chen, her professional skills were undeniable. After examining him, she said, if you let me see you a little later, you'd be fully recovered. What a delicate little guy you are. Lu Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. Dr. Hao chuckled and reassured him, but don't be shy, you're doing the right thing. Many people are reluctant to seek medical help, always thinking of dragging things out, and in the end, a small illness becomes a big one. Alright, stand up, and I'll teach you a few exercises. Lu Chen finally relaxed. Click. The door to the rehabilitation room opened again. Lu Chen? Shi Yushan looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Lu Chen ignored her. Shi Yushan became animated, happily circling around the limping Lu Chen. What happened to your leg? Why are you limping? Lu Chen rolled his eyes at her. You're the one limping. I'm perfectly healthy, okay? Nothing's wrong with me. Shi Yushan smirked, wearing a look of schadenfreude at seeing her good friend injured. Is your leg really fine? If it's fine, then take a few steps, show me. Lu Chen was speechless. How had he never noticed before how annoying Shi Yushan could be? So he attempted to attack her injury. Is your waist really okay? If it's fine, then do a backflip, show me 10 backflips. Shi Yushan, confident in her agility, boasted. Backflip? Is that hard? Don't talk about me, my cat can do backflips. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Give me a break. Shi Yushan was excited. Hey, you don't believe me? If you don't believe it, come to my house and see if my cat can do backflips. Lu Chen was speechless. I'm not going. Hao watched Shi Yushan and Lu Chen with great interest. This is really amusing. Shi Yushan had a triumphant smile on her face, but her hands, clasped behind her back, were tightly clenched, the tension in her knuckles very apparent. Lu Chen wore a look of exasperation, clearly the target of teasing, yet he seemed very relaxed. These two really are. Hao teased with a smile. Oh, Lu Chen is in good health. As for you, take care of your waist, don't wait until the day you get married and then have to come to me for rehabilitation. Usually, it's the man who can't do it, don't let it be the woman who can't. This remark left Shi Yushan speechless, and she slipped away. Watching her flee, Lu Chen nearly burst out laughing. Half an hour later, Lu Chen stood at the door of the ward, took a deep breath, and smiled. He pushed open the ward door. Laughter and soft singing floated out from inside. In front of the study door, a plum blossom blooms, birds chirp on the tree, and magpies chatter in the branches. Ha! Lu Chen suddenly paused. 18 farewells? Upon entering, under the bright lights, Grandpa was leaning against the hospital bed, while Grandma held Grandpa's hand, sitting by the bed. On the opposite caregiver's bed, Shi Yushan was wearing a light blue qipao, with a cream-colored knitted shawl draped over it. Her slender back, long black hair, and a delicate little fan in her hand, she softly sang 18 farewells. She looked nothing like the cheeky girl from the rehabilitation room earlier. Hearing the door open, the three turned to look at Lu Chen at the entrance. Good grandson, you finally made it. Come and listen to Xiao Qi sing Peking opera. Grandma happily pulled Lu Chen's arm. Last time I asked Xiao Qi if she could sing Peking opera, she said she sang Beijing opera, but then she really learned it. Lu Chen followed his grandmother's strength and walked in, smiling as he said, is it really that good? Boss Qi has a strong learning ability, sings Peking opera well, and can also handle you opera. Shi Yushan stood up, poised and confident, with a hint of pride in her tone as she said, of course. Lu Chen glanced at her, you really are getting cocky. Shi Yushan clasped her hands behind her back, gripping tightly, but her face showed defiance as she sparred with Lu Chen. Come on, this is a fact, okay? My teacher said my voice is fine for singing you opera and kunku as well. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Be natural. Lu Chen is too perceptive, she absolutely cannot let him think she has other intentions. Good boy. Just wait. Once we get married, I'll pull out my little notebook and settle the score with you. 135 free fall strike first, suffer later. To prevent Lu Chen from questioning why she came, Shi Yushan decided to take the initiative to rationalize her actions. Do you remember the last time I told you about checking on Grandpa and Grandma? Lu Chen nodded. You told me.
Shi Yushan walked gracefully to the bedside, her expression somewhat serious as she said, my uncle later analyzed the report in detail, and he has already discussed the results with Grandpa and Grandma.
I'm here to tell you again.
Seeing this, Lu Chen's mind instantly tensed, and he sat up straight. Go on. Zhao Henmei waved at Lu Chen, gently patting his stiff back, one pat after another, protectively saying, Little Qi, don't scare my good grandson. Zhao Zhenju also held Lu Chen's hand, smiling lovingly, it's okay, little Qi is just teasing you. Shi Yushan chuckled, elongating her voice in a soft tone. Oh, I was planning to tease Lu Chen, but Grandpa and Grandma, you spoil him too much. Lu Chen rolled his eyes at her, you scared me to death. Shi Yushan laughed and said leisurely, my uncle said that Grandpa and Grandma are in good health, just a bit aged, which is a normal phenomenon. Shi Yushan tapped Lu Chen's shoulder and said irritably, I think you're the one who should be getting a checkup. Lu Chen sighed in relief and looked at Shi Yushan, saying, thank you. His tone was so serious that Shi Yushan momentarily didn't know how to respond. After a moment of silence, Shi Yushan smiled again and said, if you really want to thank me, just write a couple more chapters of your novel in return. Laughter filled the hospital room. By the way, Zhao Zhenju took out a stamped certificate from her bag and handed it to Lu Chen. Good grandson, this is something sent from home when you were in school. They said that after a meeting, they decided not only to build an orphanage but also a school and a nursing home. The people who came said that your grandfather used to run an orphanage, so this time when the orphanage is built, they will directly hire your grandfather as the director, considered a special appointment with a position. Lu Chen took the certificate, and the stamp on it was authentic. Shi Yushan exclaimed, so that means all the investment for the buildings is covered by the government, and no personal investment is needed? Zhao Henmei shook her head, her tone filled with pride. The people who came said they want to build another orphanage, the one you invested in counts as yours, but the government will manage it during the operation phase, and they have subsidies for government construction, so it won't be that expensive. I even called people back home, they said this is a huge blessing, and when they compile the county records, they must include you. They said that the government will announce your name, and they also asked me to see if you have any names in mind since this orphanage is built with your money, it should be named by you. Shi Yushan thought for a moment and smiled as she said, name it? I think it should be called Star Paradise? Star Home? Milky Way Paradise? Meteor Garden? Lu Chen smiled as he listened to their discussion. In the end, he made a definitive conclusion. I won't name it, let the government name it. Just don't be too unconventional. He wasn't doing this for fame or profit. He simply wanted to. He had spent the happiest time in the orphanage, and he just wanted to commemorate that happiness. Now everything had been achieved. On the top floor, Lu Chen leaned against the wall, gazing up at the countless stars in the night sky. Everything is settled, and you haven't spent as much money as planned. Now your card has savings that surpass countless peers. Lu Chen, why aren't you happy? He used to have only 2 wishes. First, for his grandparents to be healthy. Second, for the orphanage to be successfully built. Now both wishes had been fulfilled ahead of time. Why wasn't he happy? A heavy wave of fatigue washed over him, and Lu Chen lowered his head. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen took out some wood and tools from his backpack, set his phone in front of him, adjusted the angle, and clicked record. This was his way of adjusting his mood. On the stairs leading to the top floor, Shi Yushan stood quietly, silently watching the boy. Since just now, she had subtly sensed Lu Chen's forced demeanor. A person who is truly about to succeed cannot smile, because along the way, he didn't know how many things he had discarded or what price he had paid. How could he smile? What are you doing standing there? Lu Chen glanced at the elongated shadow on the ground and asked flatly. Seeing that Lu Chen had noticed her, Shi Yushan didn't shy away but slowly walked to his side, intending to sit on the floor like Lu Chen. Use this. Lu Chen pulled out a piece of paper from his backpack and handed it to Shi Yushan. Damn it! This person was wearing a custom-made qipao, so expensive it was ridiculous. Couldn't she cherish it a bit more? Shi Yushan was taken aback for a moment, thinking that the little kid was quite considerate. The place she sat was neither too far nor too close to Lu Chen, not putting too much pressure on him. Shi Yushan asked, mind if I sing for a bit? Lu Chen didn't lift his head, focused on carving. If you sing now, later there will be urban legends in the hospital about a strange woman singing at midnight. Shi Yushan chuckled softly, then I'll keep it down. Lu Chen didn't care, suit yourself. This hospital belonged to Shi Yushan's family, could he really chase her away? Shi Yushan huffed. She knew there was no way to comfort Lu Chen at this moment, but at least she could keep him from feeling too lonely. After all, this was the top floor. What if Lu Chen thought his wish had been fulfilled and then suddenly lost his mind and fell freely?
Wei family. Study. Wei Wenhai squinted as he sat in his chair, slowly twisting the Buddhist beads in his hand. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Dad. Wei Wenhai seemed not to hear, moving his fingers slightly. The butler quickly brought the tea from the table and handed it to Wei Wenhai. Sir, be careful, it's hot. Wei Wenhai leisurely sipped his tea, completely unconcerned about the time slipping away. 20 minutes later, Wei Wenhai glanced at the butler. The butler immediately understood, quickly walking to the door, opening it, and respectfully saying, Miss, please come in. Wei Qingyu stood calmly at the door, not moving at all. Until the study door opened, she nodded to the butler, thank you. Click. The study door closed again. Wei Qingyu walked up to Wei Wenhai in a formal manner and greeted him. Dad, good evening. Wei Wenhai looked at Wei Qingyu, who had waited so long without showing any impatience, and nodded in satisfaction. He changed his sitting posture, the sound of the Buddhist beads clinking in the study amplified infinitely. Do you know why I called you here? Wei Qingyu's gaze fell on the desk, and she gently shook her head. I don't know. Her studies had not declined. The sound of the beads stopped. Wei Wenhai's gaze was piercing as he stared at Wei Qingyu in front of him and calmly said, Recently, you've been getting close to a boy in your class? 136 Outside of order question. What should you do when your father discovers that you like someone and questions you without revealing his tone? At this moment, Wei Qingyu was lost in thought about this question. In the spacious study, only the sound of boiling water bubbling as it reached a boil echoed. Wei Wenhai was not in a hurry to get an answer. Instead, he leisurely scrutinized his daughter, who stood in the middle like a young seedling. Wei Qingyu perfectly inherited her mother's beauty. Even in the simplest and most conservative clothes, her ethereal and cool temperament shone through. Proud, just like her mother, she was annoyingly so. Wei Wenhai averted his gaze, slowly fiddling with the beads in his hand, one by one, as if striking at Wei Qingyu's heart. After a long silence, Wei Qingyu nodded, yes. Having faced her father, who was always decisive, for years, she had developed the habit of responding immediately. The few seconds of silence just now were Wei Qingyu's unspoken love for Lu Chen, outside the order of her life. Wei Wenhai smiled. It seemed that his dear daughter still listened to him. At least she wasn't lying to this poor old father, was she? However, whether Wei Qingyu told the truth or not didn't matter, he could always find out. Wei Wenhai picked up his teacup, stirred the foam aside, took a slow sip, and asked, Do you like him? Wei Qingyu nodded, yes. She had no choice. Because no matter what answer she gave, her father would seek the truth he wanted. Wei Qingyu lowered her eyes. Her feelings, indeed, would bring trouble to Lu Chen. After a moment of silence, she added, But he doesn't like me, this is my unrequited love. Ha ha. Wei Wenhai chuckled inwardly. His daughter was quite interesting. To avoid him blaming Lu Chen, she even took the fault upon herself? Good, good, good. Thud. Wei Wenhai set down his teacup and stood up. The butler immediately supported him. No need. Wei Wenhai waved off the butler's hand and walked up to Wei Qingyu, asking, You like him? He doesn't like you, so do you want to pursue him? Yes or no? Wei Qingyu couldn't provide an answer. Because she couldn't discern her father's emotions when he asked this question, she couldn't determine whether her response would hurt Lu Chen. She was weak, but she also wanted to do her utmost not to hurt Lu Chen. Wei Wenhai didn't care about her answer. He simply said, You're young, and at this age, wanting to be with someone you like is very normal. In a lifetime, there are only a few things worth pursuing. Looks, education, money, background, you have them all. So why not bravely give it a try? What? Wei Qingyu expressionlessly raised her head, her usually indifferent eyes revealing complete confusion. For the first time, she doubted whether there was something wrong with her hearing. Ha ha ha. Wei Wenhai laughed heartily, patting Wei Qingyu's shoulder cheerfully, and said, Were you afraid I would stop you from liking that boy? Don't worry, your mother also fell head over heels for me back in the day, which is how you were born. So, I don't care about these social standings. If you like him, go ahead and pursue him. My daughter is both beautiful and academically excellent. Why wouldn't that boy like you? Wei Qingyu was stunned. She had never heard her father say such words before. Wei Wenhai spoke in an almost encouraging tone to motivate Wei Qingyu. Qingyu, after all these years, you finally have a boy you like, and happiness is within reach. As your father, although I've been a bit strict with you, I want you to be happy. The butler standing nearby was so shocked that he lost all composure. Is this really something Wei Wenhai could say? Could it be that he truly has a kind heart beneath his stern exterior? Wei Qingyu understood the implication of Wei Wenhai's words and nodded, saying, Thank you, Dad. I will work hard to win him over. Click. The study door opened and closed as Wei Qingyu left, heading towards her bedroom, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented coldness. Her father was not someone who could say such things. He must have other motives. Whenever it came to Lu Chen, Wei Qingyu's mind became exceptionally sharp. She didn't want anyone to harm Lu Chen. Therefore, she was not moved by Wei Wenhai's occasional display of fatherly love. She only felt that something was off. Once inside her bedroom, Wei Qingyu stood behind the door, silently lowering her head, meticulously analyzing. Before Dad asked this question, he must have already investigated Lu Chen's background, yet he still encouraged me to pursue him. Leaning against the wall, she knew her father well. Cold, domineering, superstitious. Clearing away all the fog, there was only one possibility. Dad, you investigated Lu Chen, went to find a master to read his fortune, and discovered that his fate is also very prosperous for our family, right? A hint of a mocking smile appeared on Wei Qingyu's lips. How ridiculous. This disgusting thing wasn't enough to trap her alone, it also wanted to drag Lu Chen into it? Wei Qingyu lowered her eyes and sighed deeply. Dad, I can be a numb machine that you want, but Lu Chen cannot. You want me to be a numb machine, but Lu Chen says I am a person, someone who can cry and laugh. I could endure the darkness if I had never seen the light. Dad, this time I will not listen to you, I will not obey you. This is my right. It is my right to be human. I am not a robot. Wei Qingyu lowered her head, a tear falling onto the floor. Lu Chen says I am not a robot. In the study. Dad, did you call for me? Wei Wei affectionately poured tea for Wei Wenhai, a smile of ingratiation on his face. Although he didn't know how many illegitimate children Wei Wenhai had outside, he was the only one Wei Wenhai had officially acknowledged among all the illegitimate children. Currently, the only child Wei Wenhai recognized at home was him, and his half-sister Wei Qingyu, that robot sister. That girl was only 18, she posed no real threat. As long as he kept Wei Wenhai satisfied, he would be the only heir of the Wei family. However, Wei Wei did not dare to relax. Those women who used illegitimate children to threaten their way into wealthy families were simply dreaming. Rich people lacked nothing but children. As long as Wei Wenhai wanted, there would be plenty of women willing to bear him children. So Wei Wei could not afford to let his guard down for a moment. Wei Wenhai was not as rigid with Wei Wei as he had been with Wei Qingyu. Instead, he smiled and said to Wei Wei, "Can't I call you if there's nothing going on?" "Of course you can. I was just thinking about whether you had enough to eat at home and if you were sleeping well," Wei Wei replied with a smile, his words dripping with flattery. Wei Wenhai looked at his son, feeling quite pleased, and asked, "How's the land in the new district?" As soon as the topic turned to professional matters, Wei Wei became serious, reporting earnestly, "Dad, I've already assembled the team. This bidding will definitely be a success. To deal with this matter, I've been attending a lot of drinking parties recently and have established quite a few connections. Basically, the competitors for this piece of land are not as strong as our company, except for one particularly troublesome one." The smile on Wei Wenhai's face faded. "Who?" When sure, Wei Wei complained. "I don't know what President Wen is thinking, our business scopes are clearly different, and we used to keep to ourselves. But this time, it seems she also wants this piece of land. I heard she plans to build an amusement park?" "An amusement park?" Wei Wenhai asked in confusion. "What is she going crazy about? Is she burning money?" Wei Wei nodded. "Doesn't President Wen have a daughter? I guess it's for her." On the surface, Wei Wei didn't show it, but he felt a bit envious inside. Life is like this, he just needs to work hard on projects to gain Wei Wenhai's approval, while President Wen's daughter has to consider many things, like whether the amusement park should have a pink or blue theme. Damn! People really can be infuriating. Wei Wenhai took a sip of tea and calmly said, "That piece of land is the most critical part of my feng shui map. It must be in our hands. You should know what to do, right, young Wei?" Wei Wei shivered, his eyes filled with infinite excitement and longing. "Young Wei? Does this mean that if he succeeds in the bid, he will be recognized as Wei Wenhai's successor? Damn! 3 parts fate, 7 parts hard work. The opportunity is right in front of him. Let's go for it." Even after many years of school, Lu Chen still hadn't cured his school anxiety. The first morning of school felt like falling into hell, his head buzzing. On the way to school, he received a message from a senior. "Ha, the clothes have arrived? He. Lu Chen smiled, his years of hard work and tailoring were finally going to pay off. "Ah, it's my first time making money with my skills, and I feel a bit embarrassed." Lu Chen had a strange feeling inside. In the past, he made money by being a professional sycophant, which always felt a bit hollow. But now, making money with his skills felt quite grounded. Arriving at the classroom. Unsurprisingly, Xia Yeshan probably still couldn't get up and was late again. However, what was rare was Li Dachuan, biting into a chicken leg, asked in confusion, "Why isn't Wei Qingyu here either? They didn't both end up in the hospital because of you fighting outside school, did they?" Lu Chen slapped Li Dachuan on the forehead. "Can't you wish for something good?
If someone else heard that, it would spread rumors again. Damn! Now everyone in the school knows that there's a sycophant named Lu Chen in the third year who has turned his life around. The rumors were all over the place, leaving Lu Chen, a pure and honest boy, completely bewildered. The person involved didn't even know he was playing so flamboyantly. Lu Chen looked at Li Dachuan suspiciously. Can you eat such a big chicken leg while working out? Li Dachuan, unconcerned, took another bite of meat. You need to eat well to have the energy to work out, and besides, this chicken leg doesn't have a calorie label, so no label means 0 calories. Lu Chen couldn't hold back anymore. When it came to food, Li Dachuan always had his unique insights, but his physique was particularly good, and with that honest face, everything he said seemed credible. Many people had tried to follow Li Dachuan's diet plan to lose weight and ended up gaining 10 pounds instead, wanting to find Li Dachuan to settle the score but couldn't beat him, so they became completely honest. Li Dachuan was picking and choosing, and he squeezed a chicken leg out of a plastic bag and handed it to Lu Chen, grinning foolishly. You eat too. I always feel like you're tall, but not sturdy enough. Only enemies hope you're weak. Eat meat. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you. Lu Chen pulled out some cash from his pocket. Li Dachuan widened his eyes and stopped him. Why do you need money? I'm treating you to this meal. We're friends, it's not a trade. Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, put the money back, and said again, thanks. He hadn't eaten such greasy food in a long time. According to the aesthetic standards of his clients, boys should have muscles, otherwise, they look too frail and weak, but not overly exaggerated muscles, or they seem too aggressive. So, a lean physique is the most suitable and appealing. Lu Chen. As noon approached, Lu Chen planned to go to the piano room as usual, but when he passed by Wei Qingyu's spot, he was called by Wang Jinjin. Lu Chen stopped and turned to look at Wang Jinjin. What's up? He remained cautious around Wang Jinjin, the goddess of extracurricular books. She had a knack for polluting the AI database. Last time, Wei Qingyu had scared him half to death with some silly love talk. Wang Jinjin asked Lu Chen, why didn't Qingyu come today? Lu Chen replied, puzzled, I haven't worked as a security guard for the Wei family, so I wouldn't know. Wang Jinjin, how can you say such nonsense so seriously? Wang Jinjin was in a panic. She had known Wei Qingyu for so long and had never seen her care so much about any guy. Just when the robot upgraded to have human emotions, it ended up with someone as cold-hearted as Lu Chen. Damn, this is a messed up life. Wang Jinjin asked him, do you know what kind of feelings Qingyu has for you? Lu Chen straightened up, looked at Wang Jinjin seriously, and said, have you ever had a falling out with a close friend? Wang Jinjin was taken aback and nodded blankly, yes. Lu Chen asked again, was it because of a conflict with your friend, or was it because of a conflict with your friend's boyfriend? Wang Jinjin was shocked, how did you know? Lu Chen smiled gently. You're a good person, but you always worry about other people's feelings. When your friend is frustrated in love, she confides in you, and after you listen, you angrily advise her to break up and curse the scumbag. Then your friend turns around and reconciles with her boyfriend, and you end up looking like a fool, so you sever ties with her. Am I right? Wang Jinjin was astonished. Wang Jinjin was taken aback. She fell silent. After a moment, she excitedly grabbed Lu Chen's hand. Master, how did you figure that out? No wonder Hu Zhongzhong always calls you Master Lu. Lu Chen subtly avoided her hand and smiled. It's easy to guess. Someone like Wang Jinjin, with such a passionate nature, is practically destined to be backstabbed, always stepping in for others' feelings, just like now. Lu Chen smiled and said, Jinjin, think more about your own matters, others' feelings have their own fate. Wang Jinjin, dazed, followed Lu Chen's gaze and happened to see Li Dachuan looking over. The two exchanged glances, as if scalded, and quickly averted their eyes. Lu Chen chuckled inwardly and left the classroom. He had been wondering why someone like Li Dachuan, whose mind was only on fitness and food, would read those romance novels aimed at women. Then he figured it out. Because the owner of those romance novels was Wang Jinjin. Li Dachuan, clumsily unaware of how to understand Wang Jinjin, tried to explore through the books she loved. What a pure and silly Dachuan. Lu Chen sighed and walked to the piano room door. He knocked and entered. There was no one inside. The little golden retriever isn't here? That's strange. If Xia Yeshuang wasn't here, the piano room shouldn't be open either. After thinking for a moment, she must be in the restroom. Lu Chen sat down on the piano bench, staring at the black and white keys in front of him. They say the first generation goes into politics, the second into business, and the third into the arts. It's really hard to support an art student without some money. Of course, Lu Chen didn't have the money to study these arts, but after becoming a professional sycophant, he learned many skills for free. That was already quite good. His slender, bony fingers rested on the piano keys. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Chen still didn't press down.
Why don't you try playing? Xia Yeshan leaned against the doorframe, watching Lu Chen. She was wearing a washed denim dress today, her golden hair half tied up with a black hairpin. Although her outfit was rebellious, her eyes were filled with a soft smile. I can't play the piano. Lu Chen tried to stand up but was pressed back down by Xia Yeshan. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned and tried to change the subject. How about you show me a thing or two, Sister Xia? Let me see what musical talent looks like. This compliment made Xia Yeshan raise the corners of her mouth, a bit smug. However, she didn't let Lu Chen leave the piano bench but instead sat down beside him. Playing the piano isn't that hard. If you haven't learned, you can start by finding the feel of it. Lu Chen obediently nodded. Okay, I'll learn how you play, Sister Xia. Just watching is useless. Xia Yeshan extended one hand to rest on the keys, her eyes nervously fixed on the sheet music. Put your hand on mine, I'll guide you in playing. The midday sun tried to shine directly into the piano room but was blocked by the light white gauze, casting a disappointed shadow. In the cool piano room, Xia Yeshan felt her cheeks heat up for the first time, the ends of her golden hair trembling slightly with tension. She had been dreaming a lot these days. Sometimes she dreamed of walking alone in a torrential downpour, and Lu Chen suddenly appeared, holding an umbrella over her. Other times, she dreamed of being at a banquet where everyone had ulterior motives, and Lu Chen grabbed her wrist, rushing out of the hall into the sunlight to elope. The dreams varied in style. The only constant was that Lu Chen always appeared at various moments, rescuing her from peril. Lu Chen was the second man to appear in Xia Yeshan's dreams. The first was Old Xia. In her dreams, Xia Yeshan often fought with Old Xia, wielding weapons, and each time she won, she would drag Old Xia to bow at her mother's tombstone. But in her dreams with Lu Chen, their interactions were harmonious, showing no signs of a full-on brawl. Xia Yeshan understood that these dreams could only reflect one thing: she liked Lu Chen. Unfortunately, since she was born, Miss Xia had never experienced the feeling of pursuing someone, and she didn't know how to chase. She could only rely on her instincts, clumsily being a little nicer to Lu Chen, bit by bit. Just now, Lu Chen had actively placed his hand on the piano keys. That was the first time Xia Yeshan saw Lu Chen interested in something other than money. Although Lu Chen said he couldn't play the piano, could not being able to play mean he didn't like it? Xia Yeshan thought, even though Zhao Yeyue always said she was a little proud, it seemed Lu Chen was the one being proud. Humph. Little Lu Chen, the great Xia, have you all figured out? Come up. Okay, Sister Xia. Lu Chen gently placed his hand on the back of Xia Yeshan's hand, until it completely covered it. TSK. Dear audience, if this were a couple, it would be the perfect moment to say that classic line. Wow! Your hands are so small, let's compare sizes. And then take the opportunity to intertwine their fingers. Lu Chen chuckled to himself, thinking how ridiculous he was. Even at this moment, he couldn't help but think about such things. I'm going to play now, feel how my fingers move. Xia Yeshan stared at the sheet music she had practiced a million times. Although she had long memorized it, she still wanted to prevent herself from messing up in front of Lu Chen, so she had to be a bit cautious. Otherwise, if she made a mistake due to nerves, she would just fall freely from the window of the piano room. Okay, Sister Xia. Lu Chen nodded obediently. Xia Yeshan quietly took a deep breath. The next second, smooth notes flowed freely from her fingertips. A cheerful yet slightly sad melody resonated in the piano room, and Lu Chen's hand covered Xia Yeshan's hand, giving him a wonderful feeling, as if these notes were being played by him. Lu Chen asked, "What is the name of this piece?" "Farewell Letter." Wait a minute. Xia Yeshan stopped playing. The piece Farewell Letter was not good. The cheerful melody couldn't hide the underlying sadness. Change it. It had to be changed. But which song to choose? Xia Yeshan bit her lower lip, caught in a dilemma. She studied folk music, and those songs were not quite suitable for this atmosphere. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen noticed Xia Yeshan struggle and smiled as he said, "Sister Xia, I only know that you sing really well, but can you play the piano as long as you have the sheet music?" "Of course," Xia Yeshan said, a bit proud. Her talent in music, whether singing or playing instruments, was top-notch. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and took out his phone to open a music app. "Then let's play a little game, Sister Xia. In a moment, you close your eyes and randomly select a song. How about we play the one you pick?" Xia Yeshan noticed the problem. "Then if I play the piano for you, how will you repay me?" Lu Chen blinked innocently and said, "I'll play Two Tigers for you." "Sister Xia, that's the only piece I know, and I've never let anyone hear it before." He. Xia Yeshan was delighted. She loved this special treatment. When Lu Chen saw the little golden retriever smile, he knew he had smoothed things over. Xia Yeshan closed her eyes and randomly selected a song from the playlist, then opened her eyes to see. Between rainbows? Xia Yeshang scanned the sheet music a few times, her delicate, fair fingers resting on the black and white keys. As she played the first note, Xia Yeshang softly sang, "I want to borrow the wings of an angel to catch the rainbow in the clouds, always dissipating just as I am about to touch it. The illusion of eternity is actually nothing at all. Fairy tales say there will be a rainbow after the rain, but they never said it could vanish in an instant." The smooth notes combined with Xia Yeshang's gentle voice provided a spa for the tense nerves. Outside, the sun was bright, and the wind rustled the flags. Lu Chen was captivated for 3 seconds. It was beautiful. Indeed, it was beautiful. After Xia Yeshang listened to Lu Chen's off-key version of Two Tigers, she proudly patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, little Lu. In the future, I'll teach you to play the piano, and by June, I'll definitely make you a rhythm master." Lu Chen smiled and thanked her. "By the way, my teacher is coming back from her overseas tour tomorrow, so I'll be going to study with her for the next few days." A vocal student like Xia Yeshang, who was wealthy and talented, must have a singer as a teacher. Lu Chen nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back at school." Xia Yeshang was a bit reluctant. She had gotten used to spending time with Lu Chen in the piano room. After thinking for a moment, she poked Lu Chen's shoulder and warned, "You better not be with Wei Qingyu behind my back. Otherwise, I'll make sure to put a lot of chili in your lunch, until you cry from the spice." Lu Chen chuckled in disbelief. What kind of punishment was that? In front of him, Xia Yeshang's little face was tense, trying to show that she was fierce. From the beginning until now, the little golden retriever had always been like this. Showing off, making a big deal out of nothing. In reality, she was just a paper tiger, easily punctured. But well, I finally have a chance to discuss making clothes with my junior. The little golden retriever only said I couldn't meet Wei Qingyu, but she didn't say I couldn't meet anyone else. Sigh. In our line of work, we have to learn to seize every opportunity. Time is like water in a sponge, if you squeeze it a bit, there's always some left. Okay, Sister Xia. However, to maintain the client's dignity, Lu Chen still made a serious promise. Xia Yeshang was satisfied. But after receiving a call from her teacher, she couldn't smile anymore. No, my teacher is back early, I have to go see her. I'm leaving first. You can come to the piano room whenever you want these days, but if you don't come, remember to lock the door. The fear of her teacher was practically ingrained in her DNA. Xia Yeshang quickly grabbed her bag and fished out a spare key, tossing it to Lu Chen. "This is the spare key to the piano room, you keep it." To prevent Lu Chen from lingering and hesitating to take the key, Xia Yeshang dashed off. This piano room was her favorite place to be. Now, she had given a key to Lu Chen. "Oh, and you must not be with Wei Qingyu." Even as she left, Xia Yeshang couldn't help but poke her head back in to warn him. Lu Chen made a non-standard gesture. "Yes, sir." He stood at the door, watching Xia Yeshang enter the elevator. Until he heard the ding sound, confirming that Xia Yeshang wouldn't be coming back, he turned and entered the piano room. One of the rules of being a professional admirer is to watch the client leave, so that when she turns back, you can offer a warm smile. Perhaps the little golden retriever, who always walked with her head held high, would never know that every time she left, there was someone silently watching her back. Lu Chen seemed to always be watching others' backs. Bang! The door to the piano room closed again. Lu Chen stared at the shiny key on the table, not reaching out to take it. He sat on the piano bench, his long, slender fingers resting on the black and white keys. The next second, smooth notes echoed in the piano room, completely devoid of the clumsiness and confusion from before. As a professional admirer, fulfilling the client's sense of achievement was what he should do. The little golden retriever wanted to teach him to play the piano to gain the sense of accomplishment of being a teacher, so he naturally needed to provide her with that emotion. Sunlight fell on Lu Chen, giving him a golden edge. The melody of the farewell song began to play, and Lu Chen meticulously pressed the keys. Why not play this piece? The farewell song. Every ascending note is my calm glance back. Every descending note is a prelude to my departure. 139 Golden Retriever loser no route race. Click. When Xia Yeshang opened the car door and got in, she heard this phrase in Japanese. She looked at Zhao Yeyue, who was already sitting in the car, and asked in confusion, "What's this alalala about? What are you watching?" Zhao Yeyue had a lollipop in her mouth and was focused on her tablet in landscape mode, casually replying, "Watching anime." "Look, you two are quite similar." Both she and Xia Yeshang studied vocal music, but Xia Yeshang learned folk singing while she learned bel canto. Although the teacher couldn't teach Zhao Yeyue bel canto, she had just returned from a tour, so they still needed to pay a visit. Really similar? Xia Yeshang sat down beside Zhao Yeyue in confusion, leaning over to look at the screen. It was an anime with a female character who had golden hair. It did look a bit like her.
I'm much prettier than her, Xia Yexiang said. Zhao Yeyue laughed. If someone else had said that, it would have been asking for a fight, but when Xia Yexiang said it, it only made her seem adorably arrogant. And it wasn't just a resemblance. That golden-haired character's tsundere demeanor was almost identical to Xia Yexiang's. Are you watching or not? If you are, I'll cast it on the screen. On a summer night, Xia Yexiang originally didn't want to watch it, but the male lead seemed to get along quite sweetly with the golden-haired female character. Just when she was wondering how to interact with Lu Chen after her change of heart. They say art comes from life, so why not learn a few sweet tricks through anime? Alright, I'll watch it with you. Zhao Yeyue rolled her eyes. Clearly, it was you who wanted to watch it, why say you're accompanying me? Such a little tsundere. Zhao Yeyue clicked to continue playing. As the anime story progressed, Xia Yexiang couldn't help but smile, watching the male lead and the golden-haired girl interact sweetly. However, the further she watched, the less she could smile. When she saw the male lead getting sweet with other female characters, Zhao Yeyue panicked and quickly said, The later part requires VIP, I don't have a membership. Saying this, she was about to lock the screen. Xia Yexiang directly grabbed her arm, her eyes fixed on the screen. At that moment, a comment popped up on the screen. Since ancient times, golden-haired ones are often losers, dog-head. Xia Yexiang fell silent. Xia Yexiang felt a flush of anger. Xia Yexiang was furious. What does he mean? What does he mean? I want to report him. Xia Yexiang completely lost her composure, almost wanting to jump into the screen and smash the comment. Zhao Yeyue was scared to death and quickly withdrew her tablet. Oh my. This is her own tablet, which still has 18G of teaching videos, who would care if she didn't? Xia Yexiang angrily picked up her phone and opened the anime. Then she started reporting one by one the comments saying the golden-haired character was a loser. The golden-haired one is not a loser. The golden-haired one is not a loser. The golden-haired one is not a loser. After about 10 minutes, Xia Yexiang stopped. Zhao Yeyue cautiously asked, Are you okay? Xia Yexiang stared at her gloomily. I reported too much, my account has been restricted. Zhao Yeyue, can I jump ship now? She looked at Xia Yexiang's strange demeanor and kindly suggested, Oh, this is actually just an exception, how about we watch another anime? Xia Yexiang agreed. So they opened another anime. Alright, the golden-haired one is a loser. They opened another anime. Alright, this time that tsundere is a loser. And again. Zhao Yeyue didn't dare to open anymore. Right now, Xia Yexiang was like a portable bomb, ready to blow up the whole car at any moment. Zhao Yeyue felt despair. Oh heavens. In my life, I've been accumulating virtue, helping old ladies cross the street every day. What have I done to deserve this? Xia Yexiang took a deep breath, forcing herself to maintain her kindness and politeness. No need to change, let's just watch this. I'll learn from the lessons of the people in it. Zhao Yeyue. I took you seriously, don't you dare lie to me. 20 minutes later. Unfortunately, Xia Yexiang underestimated her patience. Damn. She tolerated being called a golden-haired loser. But why did the male lead end up with a girl who looked a lot like Wei Qingyu with long black hair? Xia Yexiang was furious, and when she turned her head, she saw Zhao Yeyue silently crying. What's wrong with you? Zhao Yeyue said in despair. You bent my tablet. I hate you all. I hate this world. After Lu Chen discovered that Xia Yexiang really didn't come to school for the next few days, he happily arranged a time to meet with the senior. Actually, Lu Chen was thinking about whether he could meet directly in the piano room, which would be convenient. But, meeting other women in Xia Yexiang's territory, what's the difference from being in a marriage room with a minotaur? It seems my moral bottom line still needs to be lowered, Lu Chen said as he walked towards the place the senior mentioned. You have arrived near your destination, navigation has ended. With the announcement from the unreliable map, Lu Chen stood at the entrance of an amusement park, looking up in surprise at the large sign. Ha! Making clothes in an amusement park? No way. What kind of thought process does this junior have? Lu Chen, puzzled, sent a message to the junior, and she replied quickly. She said she was waiting for him by the carousel and sent him an electronic ticket. He. Lu Chen was delighted. As long as he didn't have to spend money. Scanning the code to enter the park, Lu Chen braved the sounds of vomiting from the swinging pendulum and the screams from the roller coaster, finally finding the carousel. Lu Chen. Hearing someone call his name, Lu Chen looked up and saw a girl sitting on a wooden horse. It was the junior. She wore a woven hat, had a small face, was slender, with pink lips and a smile at the corners of her mouth, holding a blue balloon. Very cute. Lu Chen stood still, smiling at her. Lu Qingqing happily ran in front of Lu Chen, tiptoeing and stretching her arms.
Hey, can you bend down a bit? Lu Chen lowered his head.
Lu Qingqing placed her woven hat on his head, saying joyfully, I made this myself. It can block the sun and looks great. The light above him was suddenly blocked, and Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. Lu Qingqing smiled and said, according to scientific research, people are most creative when they are playing.
So, how about we chat about clothing ideas while we play? Consider it my treat.
The 4 words Lu Chen hated most in his life were clients freeloading. The 4 words he loved most were, can I freeload? To those who say this is too double standard, just shut your mouth.
In the world of my star god, I am the emperor. Anyone who questions the emperor will be dragged out and punished. Thus, Lu Chen happily followed the junior to experience various attractions.
He used to have time but no money, and later had money but no time.
Now that he had this opportunity, he couldn't miss it. Lu Qingqing watched Lu Chen throw away his trash, a soft and cute smile appearing at the corners of her mouth.
She had carefully studied the star-chasing guide produced by Lu Chen himself and found his points very reasonable.
However, since she was chasing Lu Chen himself, some tactics definitely couldn't be copied verbatim. After experiencing some relaxing attractions, Lu Qingqing pointed to the whizzing roller coaster and excitedly said, Junior, do you want to try that? Star-chasing guide, suspension bridge effect. She made some improvements.
Not only did the shampoo she was using smell great, but she also specially prepared a hand mask long in advance. She was determined to make sure that the moment Lu Chen touched her hand, he wouldn't want to let go. Watching the people on the roller coaster scream in terror, Lu Chen swallowed hard and said, I don't like roller coasters.
They're too loud, they always wake me up when I faint. Lu Qingqing was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. Junior, you have no choice.
140 in the past, it was the past, now it's a nightmare.
Regret. The person involved was particularly regretful.
Now Lu Qingqing wished she could travel back in time and give herself 2 hard slaps. As she trembled and sat on the roller coaster, she suddenly realized,
oh no, I used the wrong formula.
The star-chasing guide given by Lu Chen had a very important premise for the suspension bridge effect. She wasn't afraid.
But now, Lu Qingqing glanced down.
I'm scared, Mommy, I'm really scared.
Let me down.
Lu Qingqing's little face turned pale, biting her lip tightly, her hands trembling slightly.
Lu Chen glanced at her. If the junior were his client, he would definitely say he was scared and then take the opportunity to back down. But, there are no ifs.
The junior sister is not his client, nor has she bought emotional value.
Moreover, such a cute girl like the junior sister should be able to cry for a long time with just one punch, right? Hee, how fun.
So Lu Chen didn't use any coaxing methods. Instead, he leisurely teased, Senior sister, if you're scared, just go down.
If you're bad at it, practice more.
Don't be both bad and playful, or else I might have to pinch your philtrum later.
Lu Qingqing looked at Lu Chen in shock. Is this something a person can say? Is this something a boy can say to a well-behaved and cute girl? What a beast. This isn't the kind of star-chasing guide you gave. Crack, crack.
There's no way to go down now. As the staff announced, the machine began to slowly move.
Lu Qingqing's face turned pale as she suddenly realized she had dug herself a huge pit. She had said not to mess with the formula, and now look. Whoa, I'm scared. Watching the junior sister cling to the safety measures like a rabbit holding a carrot, Lu Chen couldn't stop laughing. He suddenly found that he quite liked seeing such cute little things cry. At first, the roller coaster was quite nice, starting off slowly, at least giving some time to adjust. But gradually, as the speed of the roller coaster increased, just as they were about to plunge down the first drop, Lu Chen's voice floated into Lu Qingqing's ears, both leisurely and infuriating. Senior sister, are you okay? Just as Lu Qingqing was about to speak, the roller coaster dove straight down. I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, screams echoed all around, but the junior sister's cries were especially cute, even tinged with a hint of sobbing and choking. Crying is really cute. Lu Chen, After the roller coaster made a turn, Lu Qingqing finally caught her breath, only to face another drop. Her little face turned pale with fear, feeling as if she would be flung out like a rag doll at any moment. She completely broke down in tears. Close your eyes. A strong and warm hand brushed over her eyes, and Lu Qingqing obediently shut them. Lu Chen felt the wet tears in his palm and couldn't help but chuckle. This junior sister really can't handle it. They hadn't even gone far, and she was already crying. All right. Lu Chen, with a sudden pang of conscience, patted the back of the junior sister's hand. Don't be scared, I'm here. The next second, before he could pull his hand back, the junior sister held onto it tightly. Lu Qingqing clung to him like a lifeline, though scared, her red eyes were fixed on Lu Chen. She sniffled and said, don't go. Lu Chen fell silent. Oh no. What if he wanted to pinch the junior sister to death? Headache. Right now, he was particularly headache-ridden. Lu Chen felt like he would rather be flung off the roller coaster. Oh no. Because the junior sister was nervously clutching his hand, if he got thrown out, she would have to follow him to her doom. Damn! Lu Chen recalled the look in the junior sister's red eyes when she said not to go. The fleeting thought that crossed his mind at that moment made him break out in a cold sweat. Lu Chen felt as if he was about to secretly cry in the bathroom, only to find every stall occupied and unflushed. He couldn't believe it. The fleeting thought he just had was actually to pinch the junior sister to death. How terrifying. I can't really be turning into a pervert in silence, can I? This thought lingered until the roller coaster came to a stop, and Lu Chen still hadn't found an answer. It seemed he needed to go out and recuperate for a while. How could he have such a twisted thought? After getting off the roller coaster, Lu Qingqing leaned weakly against Lu Chen's shoulder. The two were very close, and she was utterly convinced that Lu Chen could smell her fragrance. Lu Qingqing said with a pale face, "Thank you, if it weren't for you, I really..." She paused halfway through. Wait! The guidebook clearly stated that after this step, the male party would develop feelings. Lu Qingqing looked up at Lu Chen, who was deep in thought. No way! How could it be that she liked Lu Chen more? Coach! I don't want to learn this. This script is wrong. After playing a few more leisure activities, the two people with different thoughts decided to end the day. Lu Chen had Lu Qingqing's cosplay outfit that needed alterations in his backpack. Standing at the entrance of the amusement park, Lu Qingqing had almost recovered and said softly with a smile, "Junior, I'll send you my measurements when I get back." Lu Chen was still lost in thought about the earlier bizarre incident and absent-mindedly replied, "What measurements?" Tap. He was lightly punched on the shoulder by Lu Qingqing, and by the time he realized it, he saw her fleeing figure. Lu Chen snapped back to reality, his expression blank. Ha! What else could it be? Measurements for her figure. Damn! This time, not only did he feel like a pervert, but the senior probably thought he was a pervert too. Lu Chen returned to school feeling despondent, muttering to himself, "How could this happen? Why would I want to crush the senior? How could I have such thoughts? I can't be a sociopath, right? It shouldn't be. I think I'm a good person." At this moment, Lu Chen firmly believed he needed to finish his exams and take a break. Back in the day, he was a pure and innocent boy, and now he had become a pervert who thought about crushing people. Whoosh! Upon entering the school, feeling someone following him, Lu Chen turned around and met Wei Qingyu's awkward, evasive gaze. Wei Qingyu hadn't been to school for a few days, and it was quite surprising to see her today. Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Do you have something to say?" 141 Does a mechanical heart dream of electronic butterflies? Someone like Wei Qingyu is favored even by the heavens. She stood in the shade of a tree, dappled light falling on the hem of her dress. Two white butterflies circled around her, one finally landing on her shoulder and the other on her brooch. Lu Chen looked at the brooch, which was designed like a moon. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't the star brooch from last time. After feeling a bit irritable last time, Lu Chen realized he had lost his composure. He later carefully pondered and analyzed that sudden surge of emotion. In the end, he attributed it to a dislike of unknown risks. When Lu Chen signed the contract with Wei's father, it was clearly stated in black and white that the second party was not allowed to inform Wei Qingyu without permission. As a humble second party, could he angrily curse Wei's father as insane in the face of the first party's demands? Obviously not. So sometimes Lu Chen felt that this line of work was really difficult. Various first parties, various demands, various torments. The key point is that the essence of this job is to provide emotional value. Clients hire professional flatterers to create illusions because they want genuine care but can't find it. So when serving clients, one should declare in advance, "Please, I don't genuinely care about you, I'm just here for the money." Actually, no one loves you. If he said that, Lu Chen would definitely be kicked out. Shattering the client's illusions before providing service? What kind of service is that? It's like helping an old lady cross the street against the red light. The reason Lu Chen has stood tall in the professional flatterer world for so many years is that he has always emphasized professionalism in his business. Even after the transaction ends, he would never violate the client's established rules. Therefore, Lu Chen would not discuss the contract with Wei Qingyu, let the wealthy father and daughter deal with their own matters. "It's fine, I'm leaving." As Lu Chen turned to leave, he noticed Wei Qingyu was silent, just staring at him. "I'm leaving. Can't move. I'm leaving. Can't move." Lu Chen turned back and found that the corner of his clothing was gently tugged by Wei Qingyu. "What do you want to say?" Lu Chen brushed Wei Qingyu's hand away, crossing his arms as he looked at the aloof beauty before him.
Wei Qingyu's long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a white dress, cold yet beautiful. Sometimes Lu Chen thought it was a pity that Wei Qingyu didn't become a painter. Her image was perfect for the stereotype of a beautiful artist carrying a sketchpad, painting everywhere. She was painting, while others were painting her. Unfortunately, she was mute. Just as Lu Chen's patience was about to run out, Wei Qingyu finally spoke. "I want to walk with you for a while." "Ha?" Lu Chen looked at her in confusion. "Walk? You want to be a passerby with me?" Wei Qingyu paused, seemingly recalling something, and the corners of her mouth gently curved up. With a smile, the ice and snow melted away. "Yes, I want to be a passerby with you. Someone who can walk together for a while." But unfortunately, Wei Qingyu didn't say it out loud. Her feelings might have already hurt Lu Chen, so she said, "I won't be coming to school anymore. We might not see each other again. I thought we were friends, so I wanted to walk with you for a while longer." She had grown accustomed to giving up. She gave up her childhood dolls, her favorite dance, her youthful dreams, and the freedom of being human. Until now, she had to give up the person she liked. Wei Qingyu thought that all the previous sacrifices were just rehearsals for this final farewell. As Wei Qingyu moved, a butterfly was startled and flew away from her shoulder. Wei Qingyu was momentarily stunned. The butterfly no longer clung to her, and the brief starlight that shone on her was about to fade. What difference was there between her and the butterfly? Choked to death, becoming a lifeless yet exquisite specimen in a noble exhibition hall. No one truly anticipated her birth. Her father had reminded her countless times since she became aware. "You used the Wei family's money, you can't use it for free. The master said you could bring prosperity to the family. Can't you even handle this small matter in Haicheng?" People have their own consciousness, and her father feared this. An obedient AI robot is far more reassuring than a daughter who craves freedom and is rebellious. So Wei Qingyu became what she is now. She seemed to have broken free from the programmed constraints. Looking up into Lu Chen's eyes, she said earnestly, "Can we just walk for a while?" To prevent her father from harming Lu Chen, she could only distance herself from him. This was all she could do, this was all she knew how to do. Her entire life was a series of continuous sacrifices. Lu Chen was silent for a moment, realizing that something seemed off with Wei Qingyu, as if she were saying a final goodbye. He recalled seeing the Wei family's butler at the school gate that day, and so Lu Chen said, "If you have something to say, you can just say it directly. Don't do things you think are good for me, silently sacrificing yourself in the corner. Do you think that's noble? Now, tell me, what exactly happened?" A wave of sourness washed over Wei Qingyu's heart, but she felt a bit proud. The person she liked was so smart and perceptive. Yet she still gently shook her head. "No, I just want to study at home with a specialized tutor, it's more targeted." Lu Chen took a deep breath and voiced his speculation. "Your dad found out you were close to me and warned you, saying if you got any closer to me, he would make me disappear? But I still prefer him to throw $1 million in my face." Wei Qingyu paused for a moment and asked, "Are you really short on money?" "If you are, I have some saved up here, I can give it to you." "Lu Chen? Sister, is this really the time to talk about this?" Lu Chen stood in front of Wei Qingyu, his expression more serious than ever. "I'll ask you one more time, is it really because of this matter?" Wei Qingyu shook her head. "No." Lu Chen turned and walked away. Wei Qingyu stood silently in place, as if abandoned countless times, her gaze downcast and despondent. "You won't even give me the memory of walking together for a while? You're really going to drive me crazy." A frustrated voice rang out. Wei Qingyu looked up, her eyes shimmering with tears, fragile and broken. Yet she tried hard to widen her eyes, staring intently at Lu Chen, who had already turned to leave. Lu Chen was really getting exasperated. He finally understood why he didn't like watching those silent idol dramas. Seeing two mutes in a relationship made him fear he might angrily smash the TV. Other clients understood the contract matters themselves, but only Wei Qingyu's contract was signed by her father. Lu Chen already felt a bit guilty about this matter with Wei Qingyu. Now this. Wei Qingyu was making it worse. Damn it. No wonder Wang Jinjin said Wei Qingyu was a closed-off person. This was a damn gourd with a sawed-off mouth. No matter how hard you hit it, nothing would come out. Damn. So annoying. 142 deceiving, then deceiving again. How many children do you have at home? Lu Chen asked irritably. Wei Qingyu was still pondering why Lu Chen had come back and instinctively replied, "2, my brother and me. My brother's name is Wei Wei, he's my half-brother, and he just turned 2, ha. This makes things easier." Lu Chen asked again, "Did Wei Wei take over your family business?" Wei Qingyu shook her head. "He took over some, my dad gave him some businesses that are likely to get him imprisoned." Lu Chen? Bursting into laughter. This is truly a case of a loving father and filial son.
Lu Chen couldn't hold back anymore and asked the crucial question, "Did your dad say he wanted me gone?" This was his biggest concern. Wei Qingyu shook her head, no. He even encouraged her to chase Lu Chen like a water ghost and drag him down with her. Then that's fine. Lu Chen felt relieved. He didn't like Wei Qingyu anyway, and her father's worries were all for nothing. Faced with the Wei family, Lu Chen had 2 points to resolve. 1. Understand Wei's father's attitude towards him. 2. Ensure Wei Qingyu doesn't clash with her father. Now that Lu Chen knew Wei's father had no intention of taking action against him, the first issue was resolved, leaving only the second. Oh heavens! If Wei Qingyu argued with her father because of him, her father would definitely come looking for him. So, this possibility must be avoided. Lu Chen had to keep Wei Qingyu steady, and when necessary, paint a long-term goal for her. Love and romance? Once the air conditioning is off, they'll behave. And damn it, she's not busy enough. She must be kept busy. Do you have any listening devices or cameras on you? No. Yes. The opportunity to brainwash her has come. Lu Chen organized his words and asked seriously, Wei Qingyu, do you know what in this world will never betray you? It was the first time Wei Qingyu heard Lu Chen call her name so formally, and she instinctively straightened her back, gently shaking her head. Lu Chen stared at her. Power. Wei Qingyu thought for a moment. I have a teacher who trains me in strength every week. My strength isn't bad. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. That's not the kind of power I meant. Lu Chen tried to acquire the speech skills of the little mustache, passionately giving Wei Qingyu a pep talk. As the saying goes, who says women are not as good as men? Another saying goes, women can hold up half the sky. Wei Qingyu's eyes were filled with confusion. Lu Chen rushed in front of her, trying to awaken this genius's competitive spirit. Why? Why is it that only Wei Wei can inherit the business? Why can't you inherit the business? Why is it that only Wei Wei can spend the family's money on indulgences while you have to stay in Haicheng like a trapped little fish? Why? Lu Chen rambled on for a long time, filled with passion and fervor. Wei Qingyu still looked indifferent, but her mind was pondering Lu Chen's words. Yes, she had always been too passive, always obeying her father's orders. At the root of it all, it was because she felt too weak. Wei Qingyu seemed to suddenly have an epiphany. Seeing this, Lu Chen seized the moment and said, Wei Qingyu, you are really, really smart. I never thought you were inferior to anyone, especially that Wei Wei. What he can do, you can do too. And you can even do it better. The right to speak must be fought for. Lu Chen's words echoed in her ears, and Wei Qingyu's gaze shifted from confusion to clarity. Yes, the right to speak must be fought for. If she could become the decision-maker of the Wei family, then she wouldn't have to obey her father's orders anymore. She could protect Lu Chen. She didn't want to be a burden to Lu Chen. She wanted to be a good wind, lifting Lu Chen to great heights. Wei Qingyu nodded firmly and said to Lu Chen, Thank you, I understand now. She had never liked to fight before. But now, she had to fight. Wei Qingyu felt incredibly refreshed. She was no longer a robot following her father's arrangements. She now had her own goals. Father, I will arrange a good retirement life for you. It's fine, I just can't stand your family's preference for sons over daughters, only giving the business to the son. Lu Chen said casually. In a big family fighting for the heir, they wouldn't let you drag it out for 3 to 5 years. No, better to be cautious. Lu Chen looked at Wei Qingyu seriously and earnestly advised, don't flip the table unless you're completely sure. What's the difference between having a 99% certainty and courting death? This would keep Wei Qingyu maintaining the facade of a dutiful daughter for a little longer. Over time, the two would definitely forget about him. Great! Wei Qingyu's gaze slowly swept over Lu Chen's face, and she calmly said, I remember. You must wait for me. Having resolved Wei Qingyu's issue, Lu Chen was in a great mood as he walked into the classroom with a cheerful stride. If this continues, Wei Qingyu will break free from Wei Laodai's constraints, and Wei Laodai can retire early and enjoy life. Ah, I really am a good person who respects the elderly and loves the young. Lu Chen happily passed by Hu Zhongzhong. When he saw Hu Zhongzhong secretly playing on her phone under the desk, he quietly sneaked up behind her and said in a deep voice, Take it out. What the heck? Hu Zhongzhong was so startled that she broke out in a cold sweat and jumped up. Bang! Lu Chen rubbed his chin, hissing in pain. That was close, I almost hurt my chin. Hu Zhongzhong covered her forehead, wearing a pained expression. Well, who told you to scare me? Lu Chen still held Hu Zhongzhong's phone in his hand and glanced at it. Hu Zhongzhong excitedly tried to promote it. Look, this is a treasure blogger I just discovered. He can actually carve two-dimensional characters out of wood. See? He's carving the great sage. Just finished making the prototype, and it already has 500,000 likes. Damn, and he's so handsome. Lu Chen was puzzled. You haven't even seen his face, how do you know he's handsome? Hu Zhongzhong made a cross with her fingers. People who like the two-dimensional world are all good people, otaku. Lu Chun. Hu Zhongzhong snatched her phone back, holding it to her chest and fantasizing. I used to want a handmade wooden figure like this, but unfortunately, I found some people and they all don't make it. Now I've finally met my dream blogger. I love him for 10,000 years, he is my only brother. Lu Chen was sweating profusely. He wanted to say something, but looking at Hu Zhongzhong's crazy expression, he thought, if he said it, would Hu Zhongzhong excitedly kiss him? Lu Chen shivered. No. Hu Zhongzhong fantasized, I've already messaged him, asking him to make a figure of the great sage first, and then make a figure of my wife. Lu Chen paused and asked, what if he doesn't make a figure of your wife? Hu Zhongzhong's expression instantly turned fierce. I hope he doesn't know what's good for him, don't make me kneel down and beg him. Lu Chun. Who is your wife? Hu Zhongzhong softened again, extending her finger. 02, Rem, Kagaya, Yukino, Raiden Shogun, Violet. I don't have enough fingers, can I borrow yours? Also Hinata, Sister Canon. Lu Chen, who originally wanted to help Hu Zhongzhong fulfill her dream. Get lost. Do you really like this blogger? Yeah, I'm willing to spend 100,000 to buy one of his works. What if he really sells it to you? Then just pretend I didn't say anything. 143 You even confessed? On the playground of Haichang University. Lu Qingqing sat in the stands, calmly staring at the boy on the field who had arranged heart-shaped candles and a huge bouquet of roses. The boy was holding a guitar, his hair styled in layers, dressed in a formal suit, surrounded by brothers eagerly waiting to create the atmosphere, along with many classmates filming the scene. Lu Qingqing took out her phone, dialed a number, and spoke with a worried tone. Hello, is this the logistics office? There are students lighting candles on the playground, and I see some grass has already burned black. Yes. Lu Qingqing hung up the phone, her face indifferent. I haven't even confessed, and you already did? She wasn't usually this heartless, but today her fan guide had failed, so her mood was particularly bad. Hey, senior, you're here. A younger student from the student council, not wanting to squeeze into the confession front line, unexpectedly ran into Lu Qingqing in the stands. Lu Qingqing smiled and handed the younger student a tissue, asking her to wipe the seat before sitting down. The younger student, holding the tissue, was greatly moved. Boo-hoo, the senior is really so sweet and considerate. Senior, that boy is really romantic. Is he? I wonder who he's confessing to, this must cost a lot, right? Confess to me. Oh. The younger student looked at Lu Qingqing in surprise. Not the senior. He confessed to you, and you're hiding here? After her surprise, the younger student looked at Lu Qingqing's perfect profile and instantly changed her mind. Well, a confession is a triumphant song, not a charge. These people are simply morally kidnapping. Hearing this, Lu Qingqing's distracted thoughts were instantly pulled back, and she looked at the younger student in surprise. Do you understand emotions well? With the senior's watery eyes staring at you, at this moment, even if you don't understand, you have to understand. Go for it. The younger student immediately nodded. Yeah, I've been in many relationships. Actually, I've seen others in comics go through many relationships. Lu Qingqing's eyes sparkled, as if she had finally found a love expert. Lele, really? The younger student was deeply moved. Woo. The senior had always called her junior, and this was the first time she heard the senior call her by her name. No way. To build a good relationship with the senior, she had to keep up the act of her own boasting. Lele nodded firmly. Yes, senior, you can ask me anything. If I leak this, I'll fail 10 subjects in my finals and won't be able to retake them. Damn. What a vicious vow. Lu Qingqing instantly believed her, organized her thoughts, and hesitantly said, I have someone I like. Lele nodded, quickly searching her mind for comics about mutual crushes. She couldn't believe that any man could look at the senior's face and not be moved. So it must be a mutual crush. He doesn't like me. Lele. It's over. The first sentence was a misjudgment. My strategist's life is like walking on thin ice. Can I really make it to the other side? Lele forced a smile, and then, senior? Lu Qingqing hesitated for a moment. She had been recalling every expression and action of Lu Chen at the amusement park since returning to school. Even though he doesn't like me, but he seems to really enjoy watching me cry. Lele? What the hell? He likes watching you cry? Lu Qingqing also found it hard to believe. But as she carefully chewed on every fragment of her memory, she realized that Lu Chen had always been calm. Only when he watched her cry did his eyes seem to hold an inexplicable interest. Lele was stunned. Her brain's CPU was overheating. Damn, this was beyond her capabilities.
Li Lei swallowed hard, forcibly shifting the style of the comics in her mind from innocent school romance to something more risque.
That made a lot more sense. Li Lei understood and asked, Senior, can you share more details? As Lu Qingqing described, Li Lei became increasingly certain of her thoughts. In the end, Li Lei said seriously, Senior, I know what kind of person this is. Lu Qingqing looked at her eagerly. You say? She realized tonight that the premise of the star-chasing guide was that she liked Lu Chen a little less. Only then could she skillfully perform those tricks. But the reality was, she liked Lu Chen so much more. Every time she tried a tactic, it only made her like Lu Chen even more. A miscalculation. Li Lei searched through her mind for adult comics and finally came to a conclusion. Senior, based on your description, I feel like this person is actually an invisible control freak, with a bit of a sadistic trait. Lu Qingqing? The more Li Lei spoke, the more she felt this was a character from an adult comic. He is gentle with people, but do you always follow his line of thought? That's an invisible control freak, using the gentlest tone to set traps, making you unknowingly fall into his trap. Lu Qingqing pondered. Also, Senior, you said his mood fluctuated when he saw you cry, and he mocked you for not having the guts to ride the roller coaster. As far as I know, those sadists are like this. They are both control freaks and enjoy watching people cry. He must be one too. Lu Qingqing thought. It seemed to make some sense. So how can I make him like me? Li Lei spread her hands, as if she had solved a puzzle, and happily said, Senior, you already poke at his interests a bit, you definitely need to follow up on that. He's a weirdo, so you should act like a weirdo too. He likes watching you cry, so you should strive to cry with style, cry with flair. Just develop in the type that Does likes the most, soft and sweet, weak and cute, making him unable to resist you. Let him become physically dependent on you first, and the feelings can be nurtured slowly later. Lu Qingqing. Actually, thinking about the scripts she had with Lu Chen, it seemed she didn't need to act. She was already that way. Lu Qingqing suddenly felt as if she had cleared the fog and seen the light. Lu Chen, you seem to be a pervert. But that's okay. I am too. 144 How are you? As the saying goes, beauty is a double-edged sword. As Lu Chen entered the house holding Nuan's hand, he could feel the warmth of the kitchen. When Lingxiu was focused on cutting fruit, she wore a simple, solid-colored short top and a pair of black jeans that outlined her perfect curves, with long wavy hair casually tied to one side. From Lu Chen's perspective, he could see Wen Lingxiu's slender shoulders, her waist that was barely graspable, and her incredible waist-to-hip ratio. Lu Chen paused for a moment. But then again, he had always been tough. Damn! I have to say, although the profession of a professional sycophant is sometimes fraught with crises and requires exhausting effort, these clients are really good-looking. Scientific research shows that looking at handsome men and beautiful women can lead to longevity. At this age, what's wrong with being a little lustful? How are you? Hearing the sound of the door opening, Wen Lingxiu turned around and said gently, You're back, go wash your hands first. Got it. Wen Lingxiu couldn't help but laugh when she saw Lu Chen unhesitatingly pinching Nuan at his waist as he walked to the bathroom. Nuan was still confused, dazedly walking in through the front door and sideways into the bathroom. But once she realized, Nuan stretched out her little arms excitedly and said, Fly. I'm flying. Thud. Lu Chen lost his balance and sat down on the floor in the bathroom. Lu Chen? Nuan? Hearing the noise, when Lingxiu rushed to the bathroom and saw the two of them looking bewildered, she smiled lightly. Young people sleep well, just fall asleep like that. Lu Chen wasn't embarrassed at all. He placed Nuan on his belly and lay down on the floor, mumbling, Where you fall, you lie for a while. When Lingxiu laughed, walked over, and helped him up, following Lu Chen's words. I was going to give you a pillow to make you more comfortable, but unfortunately, it's almost time to eat, so get up. Nuan scrambled up and hugged Aunt Wen's leg, asking in a baby voice, Mommy, what are we eating today? When Lingxiu patted her head and said gently, We're having fish. I was planning to keep it, but unfortunately, it wouldn't listen and always jumped out of the fish tank, so I could only let it drink cooking wine instead. Nuan? Lu Chen laughed out loud and said to Aunt Wen, Congratulations, you've left a big shock for little Nuan. Wait a minute. Lu Chen suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. This shouldn't have any other meaning, right? It shouldn't, right? Definitely not, right? Doing the job of a professional sycophant for too long makes one overly analyze every word from the client. Even when it was time to eat, Lu Chen was still pondering this matter. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Secretary Zhao hurried in from outside, holding some documents. In recent days, Lu Chen noticed that Aunt Wen seemed to be spending less time at the company, mostly staying at home researching dishes. Could it be that the company is going bankrupt? Then would his salary still be paid? If there were wage arrears in this industry, would going to labor arbitration be effective? Lu Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. President Wen, Mr. Lu. Secretary Zhao, with great insight, greeted Lu Chen as well. Just kidding. She didn't believe that President Wen could do so much for Lu Chen without having feelings for him. Nonsense. If President Wen really felt guilty towards Lu Chen, wouldn't it be easier to just give him a large sum of money? Now, it's all about secretly sending money and cooking for him. Stop pretending, really. You love him. Secretary Zhao, with her sharp eyes, saw through everything. I understand, but I won't say it. Hee, just playing. All right. Actually, she was afraid that if she spoke up, President Wen would get angry and dock her pay. Seeing Secretary Zhao wanting to discuss some company matters with An Wen, Lu Chen picked up Wan and planned to leave. As a professional sycophant, being perceptive is a must. When Ling Xiu held Lu Chen's hand gently and said, "It's nothing serious, you two eat first, and we'll go to the study to talk." Click. As the study door closed, the smile on Ling Xiu's face faded, and she calmly stood by the window and asked, "What's the situation?" Secretary Zhao reported seriously. The Wei family, relying on their size, directly released news that scared other companies from bidding. They've found a few companies to accompany the bid, so they basically have that piece of land secured. However, after hearing that our company is also bidding, that young President Wei from the Wei family has come to us with both soft and hard tactics, visiting our company many times. We ignored him, and now he's very angry. When Ling Xiu casually picked up a watering can and watered the green plants by the window, speaking blandly, "Is that piece of land already under the Wei family's name? Whoever can successfully bid for it has the ability. The Wei family has made quite a few small moves in the past, and I couldn't be bothered to deal with them, but now it's different. Everyone was doing well in their own ponds, and the Wei family insisted on crossing boundaries to stir up trouble. I didn't want to argue with you. But now, I've already stated that I want that piece of land. Given that the Wei family has made so many small moves before, I have to collect some interest, right? Since the Wei family won't listen, then let's see how they handle it." Secretary Zhao listened to President Wan and truly felt that she was quite the contrast. Just a moment ago, she was gently serving Lu Chen, and now she had turned into such a domineering boss. All right. It's all about changing faces, isn't it? She seriously suspected that President Wen didn't want Lu Chen to see this cold and heartless side of her, which is why she went into the study to discuss matters. After thinking for a moment, Secretary Zhao asked again, "President Wen, we haven't formulated a plan for failing the bid yet. Should we select a backup piece of land?" When Ling Xiu put down the watering can, turned to look at Secretary Zhao, her expression calm. "We won't fail." This was her gift to Lu Chen. She wouldn't allow anyone to disturb it. Damn! Who the hell is this? After failing to get through to Wen Lingxiu again, Wei was furious. In the past few days, he had gone to the Wen family several times, bringing countless compensation plans. As long as the Wen family didn't want that piece of land, the Wei family would definitely ensure that they wouldn't suffer losses. But unexpectedly, this stubborn woman, Wen Lingxiu, insisted on having that piece of land. Damn it! They're all crazy. Honey, don't be angry. Zhang Lixue gently patted Wei's back. Seeing Wei so furious that he couldn't speak, she comforted and persuaded him. Honey, say something. Wei was fed up, irritably grabbing his hair. The old man holds all the power and throws all these difficult matters at me. Why doesn't he go talk to Wen Lingxiu himself? Zhang Lixue, a housewife, didn't know how to help her husband. After thinking for a moment, she said, "That President Wen has a daughter, right? Should we?" She didn't finish her sentence, but it was clear she was suggesting kidnapping. Wei looked at Zhang Lixue in disbelief. "Are you sick?" Zhang Lixue was taken aback for a moment. "The TV, that's how it's portrayed on TV." Wei rolled his eyes. "If you can come up with an idea, then do it. If you can't, just take the kettle and go water the money tree at the Wen family's door until it dies. I'm living fully, not just surviving. 145 men must fight. What do you mean? Do you not love me anymore?" Zhang Lixue was really angry. "I've been comforting you for so long, don't push your luck. I'm from Shudao Mountain." Wei instantly cowered and coaxed gently, "Oh, I didn't mean it that way." Although he was the son of old Wei, he hadn't inherited the old man's chaotic style. Wei sighed, trying to reason with her. "Wife, think about it. The Wen family's real industry is the mainstay, and all the Wen family members are dead, so the power is entirely in Wen Lingxiu's hands. She's practically living the dream. If I really try to attack her or her daughter, as long as I don't have 100% certainty to eliminate the threat, she would definitely retaliate. The resources I can mobilize are far fewer than hers, and I certainly can't withstand her revenge."
The old man gave me this tough job. I don't need to risk my life, even if my ancestors' graves were to smoke and bring down the Wen family. Besides, if the Wen family's real industry collapses, how many people would lose their jobs? Suddenly, there would be a lot of unemployed people, and the locals would tear me apart. Yes, Wei Wei wanted to be little CEO Wei. But when Lingxiu announced she wanted this piece of land, he knew that being little CEO Wei was temporarily out of the question. There was no way. Life is more important. Jiang Lixue pouted, "You don't love me anymore." Wei Wei, goodness. After saying so much, it was like playing the lute to a cow. Wei Wei patiently tried to persuade her for a long time, and only in the end did Jiang Lixue stop being angry. Jiang Lixue looked at Wei Wei's face and secretly smiled. The way to make my husband not angry is to be angrier than him. So useful. Husband, what do we do after that? Wei Wei held Jiang Lixue and said softly, if we can live, we live, if we can't, we die. What else can we do? Anyway, the old man only recognizes me as his son. As long as I keep the other kids from entering the house in the future, that's enough. Jiang Lixue thought for a moment, what about your sister? Wei Wei scoffed. Her? Whether she can live until then is still uncertain. The old man really did a lot of shady things when he was young, setting up this ridiculous feng shui array. Do you think a feng shui array needs a focal point? Jiang Lixue was shocked. But that's his own daughter. Wei Wei snorted, those who want to achieve great things can even kill their closest kin. A selfish person like him, can he really train her so strictly without it meaning something? Jiang Lixue suddenly felt a bit sorry for Wei Qingyu and asked, does Wei Qingyu know? She knows nothing. What kind of thoughts can a robot have? Wei Wei was disgusted with old Wei. The old man is planning this. He wants Wei Qingyu to become a robot that only executes commands, and when the array is set up, he'll have her willingly go to her death. Jiang Lixue curiously asked, what if she finds out the truth and resists? Wei Wei rolled his eyes. She's just a robot, what can she resist? Would she dare? Unless she directly overthrows the old man, but I don't think that rigid brain of hers would have that thought. Hiss. Jiang Lixue gasped and fearfully nestled closer to Wei Wei. Husband, I'm scared. Wei Wei patted her back, comforting her, it's okay, it's okay. After all, I'm his son, the old man won't do anything to me. All along, Wei Wei had been pretending to please old Wei on the surface, but in reality, he was secretly observing and speculating. I secretly looked at the medicine prescribed by the old man's private doctor. He has been having nightmares all night long for an unknown number of years. And he still chants Buddha's name? It's just that he has too many guilty secrets and is trying to find salvation from the gods. That's not worshipping Buddha, that's worshipping his own desires. I think it's a twisted heart. No matter how much you burn incense and pray, it won't help. If your heart is upright, what does it matter if I don't worship? Wei Wei had long been displeased with old Wei. Jiang Lixue didn't expect that the kind-looking Wei Wenhai could actually sacrifice his own daughter. She was truly scared, so she grabbed Wei Wei's hand and said, honey, how about we take some money and leave Haicheng? Dad, really? Wei Wei patted her hand gently and said warmly, it's okay, I'll make more money now, and in a few years, I'll take you abroad, definitely far away from the old man. Really? Really, by then I'll buy you a big house with a garden, and you can plant flowers and water them every day. Villa. While Antwan took the girl to bathe, Lu Chen hid in the bathroom of the guest room to make a phone call. Damn it. I'm really fed up. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Ugh, this is the bathroom, don't breathe in. Hello, what's up, Sister Xia? Have you had dinner? Lu Chen tried to sound surprised. Which damn family are you from, you yellow-haired brat? State your name, or I'll beat you to the sky. On the other end of the line, there was no proud voice of a little golden retriever, but rather the voice of an irritable old man. Damn. Lu Chen was stunned. This is the old man from the Bali family? Even though he couldn't see the other side, Lu Chen forced a smile. Uncle, good evening, have you had dinner? Eat an egg. The old man was furious. He came to see Xia Yexiang, only to hear Dr. Zheng say that Xia Yexiang had brought a man home a few days ago. Damn! His daughter is both beautiful and gentle, which shameless pig from some family is trying to take advantage of her? How shameful! While Xia Yexiang was out exercising, he immediately picked up her phone and called that damn yellow-haired boy. If you ask him how he pinpointed that yellow-haired boy, it's because Xia Yexiang had particularly cruel notes for all her contacts. The note for the doctor was treating illness. The note for takeout was eating. The note for her biological father was punching bag. The note for her stepmother from the 8th generation was brain dead. Among all the crazy notes, there was only one that stood out. It read, Heartsuit damn. Why? Why? The old man almost cried from anger when he saw this note. To this day, he was still a bald punching bag in Xia Yexiang's heart, yet some yellow-haired boy could get a love heart symbol.
It hurt. Really hurt. The old man sat on the sofa, silently shedding tears, and after crying, he felt it was not enough. He had to warn that yellow-haired boy to stay away from Xia Yexiang. So, the old man dialed that number. As soon as he heard the cheerful voice of the boy on the other end, the old man snorted coldly. Damn green tea. So that's how he tricked Xia Yexiang into liking him, huh? Lu Chen was momentarily stunned and said, eating eggs is good, eggs are highly nutritious. Uncle, you work hard, so remember to eat even when you're busy. The old man fell silent. He had prepared to scold the yellow-haired boy thoroughly. But, the other party not only refused to surrender but even dared to resist? The key point was, the old man rubbed his belly, he really seemed a bit hungry. Lu Chen chuckled softly. Uncle, eat something, soak your feet, and get some rest. I saw the weather forecast says it will rain tomorrow, so remember to wear more. Goodbye, uncle. Oh, goodbye. After hanging up, the old man was left in a daze for a long time. Wait a minute. No way. The old man stared at the already disconnected phone, muttering to himself in doubt. How could this be? He wasn't supposed to say that. Thud. After finishing her workout, Xia Yexiang entered the room, and her smile suddenly faltered. Sitting in the living room, old man Xia was mumbling something, holding her phone in his hand. Ha? Her phone? Xia Yexiang transformed into a whirlwind and rushed in front of old man Xia, snatching the phone away. When she saw the call log with Lu Chen's name on it, Xia Yexiang was furious. Who told you to take my phone? Old man Xia, with a temper of his own, shouted back. I'm your father. If I don't check, how would I know you've been bewitched by some blonde? You brought him home and didn't tell me. What do you want? To waddle around with a belly and then tell me this is my grandson? Xia Yexiang knew old man Xia's words were harsh. He must have attacked Lu Chen. Would Lu Chen be upset? Just thinking about Lu Chen getting scolded made Xia Yexiang explode with anger. She grabbed a golf club and tossed one to old man Xia, getting into a fighting stance, gritting her teeth. Old dang. I want to duel you. 10 minutes later. Dr. Zhang entered the living room with a box, silently starting to clean up the battlefield, while the maids cautiously filed in. In the living room, Xia Yexiang and old man Xia occupied opposite corners, with two bent golf clubs showing different signs of use on the floor. What a thrilling fight it was. Dr. Zhang skillfully began to check old man Xia's injuries, while the maids expertly started tidying up the table. Old man Xia waved his hand. Let her be checked first. Xia Yexiang sat on the carpet, coldly refusing. You take care of yourself, your blood pressure is higher than my height. Dr. Zhang chuckled in disbelief. He found this father-daughter duo quite amusing. They clearly cared for each other but both stubbornly held their ground. They argued upon meeting, fought after arguing, and continued to argue after fighting. Old man Xia and Miss Xia both seemed younger together. Because old man Xia was being scolded like a grandson by Miss Xia. The key point was that their quarrels always escalated dramatically, yet in the end, they only ended up with a bruise here and a mark there, with no serious injuries. Quite interesting. Old man Xia grumbled. Anyway, that blonde isn't a good person, stay away from him. Xia Yexiang rolled her eyes and pointed at her own hair. If your eyesight is poor, go get it checked, I'm the blonde now. Dr. Zhang quickly fed old man Xia some anti-hypertensive medication. Xia Yexiang was also extremely angry, forcing herself not to look at old man Xia, and coldly said, This is my business, you are not allowed to disturb him. Old man Xia scolded, I'm your father. With a blonde like that around you, why can't I manage it? Xia Yexiang stood up abruptly, retorting, I'm still your daughter, did you ever ask me when you married? Have I ever interfered with you? Old man Xia, that's not the same thing. Not the same thing? Xia Yexiang scoffed, disdainfully saying, just because you don't treat feelings sincerely, you think everyone in the world is like that. My mom was unfortunate to find someone like you who loves everyone he meets. I won't. Old man Xia also stood up, trembling as he pointed at her nose, unable to say a word. Every time Xia Yexiang mentioned her mother, old man Xia fell silent. Xia Yexiang's mother was a beautiful, artistic woman who couldn't accept her postnatal appearance. Moreover, at that time, old man Xia's career was starting to take off, and he was so busy that he couldn't be by Xia Yexiang's mother's side. By the time old man Xia realized, she had already fallen into postpartum depression, and it was too late to save her. Over the years, old man Xia had always blamed himself for being so careless, not noticing the sadness and loneliness in his wife's eyes. Later, old man Xia later married many wives, some with noses like hers, some with eyes like hers, some with faces like hers. It is often said that carving a boat to seek a sword is laughable. Sometimes old man Xia wondered, am I not carving a boat to seek a sword in the river of memory? But he had no choice. As soon as he closed his eyes, he could picture his wife's face,
He could only rely on this method of drinking poison to quench his thirst to numb his heart. You will get hurt. In the end, old man Xia only said this. The blonde on the other end of the phone spoke too maturely. Someone like that could easily handle Xia Yexiang. Xia Yexiang snorted. I chose to crash and get hurt, even if I die from it, I deserve it. You don't need to teach me a lesson. Old man Xia fell silent. For a long time. He said, starting tomorrow, whenever you have time, go to the company. Xia Yexiang shook her head. I don't want to. Old man Xia still brought up that damn blonde. You are too immature. Most good things are not sturdy, colorful clouds easily scatter, and glass is fragile. Feelings can disappear in the blink of an eye. What if he no longer likes you? Xia Yexiang bit her lip tightly. Old man Xia knew he had hit her soft spot. Damn it. Boo-hoo. This old father's words were ineffective. He had to use that blonde's name to make it work. Damn. Old man Xia's heart was about to break. You have enough ability, even if you have to tie him up, you can keep him by your side. In this world, what is more damaging than the white moonlight is the dead white moonlight. Xia Yexiang's mother was his only white moonlight, and Xia Yexiang was her only remaining child. Old man Xia thought he must ensure that Xia Yexiang would have a good life in the future. Even if he were no longer around, he wanted Xia Yexiang to have the ability to make a living. This was also an opportunity. Just right to use that blonde's name to get Xia Yexiang to willingly enter the company and start learning. As for that blonde, he could tell from the phone that the kid didn't have the reckless boldness of an 18-year-old. He believed that kid understood the situation well. So that kid would definitely cling tightly to Xia Yexiang, this little rich woman. Nothing to fear. Old man Xia sighed. At worst, he could just recruit a son-in-law. Xia Yexiang remained silent for a long time, constantly thinking about what old man Xia had said. It seemed quite reasonable. She wanted to keep Lu Chen by her side. Seeing Xia Yexiang wavering, old man Xia immediately added fuel to the fire. I heard that the daughter of the Wei family has already discussed joining the company with Wei Wenhai. Just because she excels in studies doesn't mean she can in her career. Ha! Before old man Xia could finish his sentence, he saw Xia Yexiang angrily smash the coffee table with a punch. Silence filled the villa tonight. Our family has a daughter who has just grown up, able to make Sylvester Stallone cry with a punch. Blonde, I mourn for you. Xia Yexiang pondered for a long time and coldly said, I will prove to you that he is not the kind of person you are. Old man Xia snorted. The wheels of fate would begin to turn at this moment. At this time, Lu Blanxing was comfortably lying on the big bed in the master bedroom. When Ling Xiu leaned against the headboard, holding his storybook in her hands, reading it slowly and steadily. She thought, Lu Chen had read to her so many times. In the future, it was only right for her to read to Lu Chen a few more times. At the very least, she hoped that when Lu Chen dreamed, he could hear her voice. Accompanied by Antwen's reading voice, Lu Chen half closed his eyes, staring at the dimmed light on the ceiling. Sure enough, no one in this world truly likes going to work. Ever since he realized he had saved enough money, he felt he had become quite lazy. Bastard! Get your spirits up! Crack! His back went out. Awesome! Another day alive. Let's work hard tomorrow. I'm a bit tired today. Good night, Makabaka. After Antwen's breathing became long and steady, Lu Chen peacefully closed his eyes. The warmth of the body felt so comfortable. He didn't know how long it had been when Ling Xiu opened her eyes. Sigh. She felt like she was really in a battle of endurance with Lu Chen. It was a test of who could last longer. When Ling Xiu slowly moved towards Lu Chen's position until she held him in her arms. She didn't think Lu Chen was heartless. Those 3 seconds borrowed from Lu Chen that night, every careful movement felt like a slow torture to her heart. Sleep well, Lu Chen. Being able to bring you a moment of security is my fortune. Now it's all good, everyone is unhappy. The next morning, Lu Chen felt refreshed. He walked to wash up with a light step, exclaiming, natural is better than artificial. Antwen was indeed very soft. If this could make Antwen feel a little better, then he had no objections. Lu Chen opened his phone and sent out the video of coloring the wooden sculpture stored in his draft box. The last video he posted had over 900,000 likes, and the comment section was filled with abstract two-dimensional content. Sigh. A cup might seem ordinary, but if a sticker is put on it saying it's XXX's same model cup, it would sell out instantly. Money in the two-dimensional world is so easy to make. Lu Chen laughed, and casually held a lottery to give away this wooden sculpture, which was part of the data for his cultivation video. Lu Chen opened his private messages, and the 99+ messages made his scalp tingle. He randomly clicked on a chat box. Long sigh, does the host accept advertisements? Lu Chen, yes. Long sigh, if you accept, then just accept, I'm not selling anyway, hee hee. Lu Chen.
What kind of idiot is this long sigh? Block, block. Lu Chen took a deep breath and decided not to check private messages for now. Too abstract. But still, Lu Chen saw some private messages from factories, likely looking to collaborate with him on bulk wooden sculptures. However, Lu Chen didn't have the energy for that at the moment, so he didn't even click on them. Damn it! Who invented this read receipt thing? It's really infuriating. Looks like I'm a natural marketing genius. Seeing his account develop according to his planned ideas, Lu Chen felt much better. Since leaving the amusement park, he had been pondering. He felt he wasn't a pervert. Isn't it normal to want to squish cute things? He might just have a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder and a tiny bit of control-freak tendencies. Lu Chen packed his things and went out, and as soon as he stepped outside, he spotted a group of men and women in black wandering near the villa. When they saw Lu Chen come out, they all greeted him in unison. Mr. Lu Chen? When did you arrive? The leading bodyguard was a man and a woman. They exchanged glances, and it was the female bodyguard who stepped forward to explain. We've always been here. The 2 villas next to President Wen's house are where we reside. Lu Chen? Miss, are you speaking Chinese? What a niche language. Oh, then good luck. Lu Chen nodded lightly, silently crying inside. Boo-hoo. My self-esteem is all over the place. I really want to know. I really want to know. I really want to know. Who allowed you to tell me? Damn it. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. Now it's all good. Everyone is unhappy. Seeing Lu Chen about to leave in a huff, the leading female bodyguard proactively said, Mr. Lu, President Wen said that if you want convenience, we can drive you to school. No need. You can choose any type of car. I'm not interested in money. Lu Chen feigned indifference. The female bodyguard tried to persuade him, you can lie down in the car and sleep a little longer, plus there's breakfast. He hesitated and pulled away 3 times. This not only reflected his proud and innocent character but also highlighted the bodyguard's dedicated and passionate professionalism. Why should a worker make things difficult for another worker? Now, everything is good, and everyone is happy. It was that female bodyguard who drove him, and Lu Chen slumped in the back seat eating. You know, choo-choo-choo, who invented this thing, choo-choo-choo? It's really delicious, choo-choo-choo. The bodyguard glanced at Lu Chen's lazy appearance through the rearview mirror, a slight smile tugging at her lips. She had known Lu Chen for as long as she had accompanied President Wen. Now, she saw it clearly. President Wen was in deep. In the past, President Wen never allowed them to appear in front of Mr. Lu, but now he did. She thought she should explain a few things to President Wen. Mr. Lu, choo-choo-choo, actually, President Wen. Choo-choo-choo, she has her reasons. Choo-choo-choo, the female bodyguard. Divine gold. You don't want to listen, but you don't have to act like an idiot here, right? The bodyguard stopped talking, and Lu Chen squinted his eyes in satisfaction, enjoying his breakfast. Grateful for the rich and generous Aunt Wen. Lu Chen comfortably arrived at school and remembered that there was a sports meet today. This thing. If the school didn't think it was a bit too unkind for the seniors not to participate in the sports meet, Lu Chen wouldn't have to run 3,000 meters. However, he had injured his ankle, and Li Dachuan said he had another plan. When Lu Chen arrived at the playground, he saw a big sign with the name, Lu Chen, on Hu Zhangzhong. He asked in confusion, is this your plan? Li Dachuan grinned, also wearing a sign, and slapped Hu Zhangzhong on the back. Don't worry, adoptive father, I didn't force him. Lu Chen was silent for a moment and said to Hu Zhangzhong, if you're threatened, give me a somersault and a 360 degrees turn, then go slap the principal 10 times. Hu Zhangzhong, you didn't let me off either. Li Dachuan dug in his ear, what's that? Lu Chen patted his shoulder. It's nothing, go have fun. Hu Zhangzhong couldn't hold back anymore. He walked over to Lu Chen and said shyly, do you remember how we became friends? Of course I remember. Hu Zhangzhong giggled. You believed someone who said I stole money like a fool, then questioned the whole class about their whereabouts, only to find out there was a mole. Hu Zhangzhong stopped giggling. Sigh. Sometimes, when one thinks about the foolish things done in youth, it really makes the scalp tingle. Hu Zhangzhong's face turned red, and he said shyly, you forgave me too easily, I've always felt sorry for you. I was too stupid. Just when Li Dachuan said your ankle was injured, I thought I'd run for you because even if I don't get first place, there's a consolation prize of $100. Lu Chen looked at Hu Zhangzhong suspiciously, don't push yourself. Hu Zhangzhong immediately felt cared for and patted his chest, don't worry. Lu Chen sighed, I'm mainly afraid you'll cheat me. Hu Zhangzhong, lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharp knife. Ouch. So painful. Even though Hu Zhangzhong secretly thought Lu Chen was a sharp-tongued schemer, he still honestly stood at the starting line. Lu Chen leaned on the railing, holding an umbrella for shade. Li Dachuan looked at him in confusion. What's a big guy like you doing with an umbrella? Lu Chen rolled his eyes. I have my own rhythm. I'm a rhythm master. Li Dachuan couldn't care less. He had his own events, so he said a word to Lu Chen and ran off. Lu Chen still held the umbrella. Don't say that. It's quite cool. Mainly because the little golden retriever seemed to dislike him getting too dark. Meeting the client's aesthetic is also part of the job for a professional sycophant. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The audience behind erupted into a cacophony of drums and firecrackers, with red flags waving and a sea of people. Hu Zhongzhong, that lanky shut-in, actually started running. Lap 0. 1. He charged ahead like a hot knife through butter. Lap 0. 5. He showed signs of fatigue. Lap 0. 9. Oh no! You really can do it. Lu Chen picked up the fallen Hu Zhongzhong. Hu Zhongzhong mumbled, I think I saw my great-grandma. Lu Chen. It's over. The kid has become an idiot. Lu Chen hurriedly carried him to the infirmary, and the staff immediately called the homeroom teacher, Li Wanfang. Hello? Teacher Li. That student named Lu Chen from your class fell while running and was carried to the infirmary by a classmate. He said he saw his great-grandma. You need to call his parents right away. Li Wanfang panicked. She remembered Lu Chen had mentioned a little aunt, so she had left that number. Thus, Li Wanfang quickly dialed the number, speaking in a rather anxious tone. Is this Lu Chen's little aunt? I'm Lu Chen's homeroom teacher. When Ling Xiu, who was in a meeting at the company, paused for a moment, glancing at the director still reporting, and lowered her voice. What's wrong, teacher? Li Wanfang quickly replied, our school is having a sports day today, and the person in charge said Lu Chen got injured while running and is disoriented. I'm going to see him right now, just wanted to let you know in advance. If you can, come and take a look. When Ling Xiu was stunned. Disoriented? She immediately stood up, hurriedly closing her pen cap. Okay, teacher, I'm going now. When Ling Xiu hung up the phone, her heart racing, and quickly said, the meeting will be chaired by Vice President Su. With that, she dashed out. Everyone? Vocal. Major news. President Wen is absent. The other students who didn't go to the playground heard Li Wanfang say Lu Chen sought his great-grandma and immediately became a bit noisy. Wang Xinjin glanced at Wei Qingyu's empty seat, anxious to death. Meanwhile, Xia Yexiang's followers, seeing her empty seat, were equally frantic and quickly sent messages. Sister Xia, Lu Chen is seriously injured. Hurry back. 148 guessed wrong again. President Wen? President Wen. The champagne-colored Bentley sped down the road, its expensive price causing surrounding vehicles to swerve away. Secretary Zhao glanced at the driver's dashboard and, upon noticing the driver was maintaining a safe speed, finally felt relieved. In this day and age, loving oneself is more important than loving others. She still had a family to care for. However, Secretary Zhao cautiously opened a bottle of water for President Wen and quickly said, President Wen, I've contacted the medical team, they'll be here soon, but the messages and calls sent to Lu Chen haven't been answered. To be honest, it was the first time she had seen President Wen looking so anxious. Previously, when the Wen family was in trouble, everyone was waiting to see the spectacle, hoping to divide the spoils after the fall of the Wen family. However, when the morale within the Wen family was crumbling, it was President Wen, an artist who had always focused on the arts, who stepped up to stabilize the internal situation before addressing external threats. All the employees were watching her. If she showed even a hint of weakness, the entire Wen family would collapse. Secretary Zhao felt that this seemingly delicate President Wen could be easily toppled. It seemed she should tidy up and prepare to change jobs. At most, in 3 days, this artsy young lady would be out. But in the following time, Secretary Zhao watched as President Wen silently and calmly held a funeral, handed over projects, and dealt with the aftermath. She was rational, composed, and unflustered. Secretary Zhao thought she had guessed wrong. President Wen was much more resilient than she had imagined. After going through the most difficult moments in a disheveled and perilous manner, President Wen gave herself a day off. Secretary Zhao thought President Wen was indulging in some bourgeois escapism, off to enjoy sunshine and beaches, or some highbrow art. But she did not. At the last minute of her day off, Secretary Zhao met President Wen at the entrance of the cemetery. That day, President Wen was dressed in black, her expression lonely, with a white chrysanthemum in her pocket. She asked blankly, "Who am I?" Secretary Zhao replied, "You are President Wen." She shook her head and said, "I am not." Finally, before getting into the car, President Wen glanced back at the cemetery and whispered, "I have no home anymore." This was the only moment Secretary Zhao had ever seen President Wen's vulnerability. After that, President Wen abandoned the lofty ideals and became the kind of mercenary that artists despise. She soberly assessed the profits of each project, rationally analyzed the value of each employee,
and coldly dealt with every malicious competitor. Secretary Zhao guessed that after these years of experience, President Wen's heart must have grown stronger than before. But looking at President Wen, who was tightly gripping a water bottle while her hand trembled continuously, staring at the violent ripples on the surface of the water inside, Secretary Zhao thought she had guessed wrong. President Wen was much more fragile than she had imagined. In a high-end community. By the way, Xia, you've made quite a bit of progress recently. Are you in love? Song Li rested her chin on her hand, gossiping with great interest. She had initially taken Xia Yeshuang as a disciple out of respect for the old man Xia, but she didn't expect Xia Yeshuang to be quite talented. At her age, she no longer lacked money. What she lacked was a disciple who could carry on her legacy. Students who were wealthy, beautiful, and talented were universally liked. Song Li was no exception. Originally singing, Xia Yeshuang stopped upon hearing this, stammering, "No way, teacher, you're just teasing me." Song Li smiled and said, "What's wrong with that? The ultimate goal of an artistic work is to connect emotionally with the audience. Whether it's painting, writing, or singing, a large part of the author's soul is embedded in it. In the past, your singing was always technically proficient but lacked emotion, but now I can hear that you're starting to capture that feeling." Xia Yeshuang looked puzzled and turned to Zhao Yeyue. "Is that true?" Zhao Yeyue, sitting nearby, calmly replied, "Your pitch is off, your breath is insufficient, you overly rely on your throat for power, and your chest isn't open." Xia Yeshuang was stunned. "These are all my problems. Your main task now is to take a break and drink some water to protect your voice, my dear young lady." Xia Yeshuang couldn't hold back anymore. Zhao Yeyue's way of speaking was so sharp that not only did it amuse Xia Yeshuang, but even Song Li couldn't help but laugh. "I'll be resting in the country for a while. If you two want to come find me, you're more than welcome. Yeyue, your teacher will be returning to the country soon, remember to go talk to him." Zhao Yeyue nodded, "Thank you, Teacher Song, I will." These famous singers, always busy with this event or that, had long since become familiar with each other. "By the way, Xia, I received an invitation for an international art and culture exchange event, and I want to take you along. Prepare a piece to sing so that those old folks can see that my disciple is much better than their crooked and flawed disciples." Ever since taking Xia Yeshuang as a disciple, Song Li had been tirelessly showing off in front of other teachers. "Hey! With such a heavenly voice chasing after me, I struck gold. This is a great opportunity for training." Even Zhao Yeyue thought Teacher Song was quite generous, but Xia Yeshuang hesitated and asked, "Teacher Song, how long will we have to go?" Song Li also didn't expect that Xia was still hesitating, but she still said, "Half a month, at most no more than a month." "So long." Xia Yeshuang felt a bit troubled. She hadn't seen Lu Chen for just a few days and already felt a bit empty. If she went abroad for half a month. Zhao Yeyue noticed what Xia Yeshuang was thinking and shook her shoulders in despair. "Sister, you can't be love-struck at a time like this." Xia Yeshuang bit her lip and defended herself. "I'm not doing it for him. I'm worried about not adapting to the environment abroad, okay?" Zhao Yeyue. Song Li. Someone who could cross northern Europe to see the aurora in Iceland at just over 10 years old, and now you're saying you won't adapt abroad? Song Li didn't want to interfere in her disciple's love life, so she said, "Think it over carefully, this is a good opportunity. Let me know once you've made up your mind." Zhao Yeyue rolled her eyes dramatically. Damn. She felt like that clown who desperately tried to persuade her best friend to break up, only to end up attending her wedding. "By the way, someone sent you a message while you were singing just now. I figured since they didn't call, it wasn't urgent, so I didn't stop you." "Check who sent it." Zhao Yeyue angrily handed her phone to Xia Yeshuang, still pondering who on earth Xia Yeshuang liked. How could someone tame this wild golden retriever into a well-behaved kitty? Damn! What a god! Xia Yeshuang opened WeChat, and the moment she saw the message, her expression suddenly froze. The next second, Xia Yeshuang grabbed her bag and rushed out, leaving behind a sentence. "Teacher, I have urgent business, I'm leaving." Bang! The door slammed shut. Song Li was puzzled. Is her dad planning to marry a new wife again? Zhao Yeyue was surprised. Then she should have taken a baseball bat with her. 149 Great Star God, please grant me strength. In the infirmary. Xingde, I'm really sorry for making you do this. I even need you to peel fruit for me. But, I have 3 things I don't eat. First, I don't eat citrus because their family is a mess of hybrids. Second, I don't eat strawberries because I have trypophobia. Third, I don't eat bananas because they aren't as big as mine. At this moment, Hu Zhongzhong lay on the infirmary bed, fully embodying the phrase little people achieving great things. Finally, he had this opportunity to boss Lu Chen around. After running for so long, shouldn't he enjoy it? Hu Zhongzhong looked sideways at Lu Chen, who was sitting on a chair peeling an apple. The sunlight fell on Lu Chen, as if gilding him with a golden edge, and Hu Zhongzhong couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Damn, looking so impressive, what the hell? Lu Chen lifted his eyelids to glance at him and calmly said, I have 3 types of friends I must have. First, I want to be friends with ugly people because it makes me look handsome. Second, I want to be friends with stupid people because it makes me look smart. Third, I want to be friends with weak people because it makes it easier for me to show off. Silence, endless silence. Truly, Garen's light words break the silence. Hu Zhongzhong instantly fell into silence. Damn. The military book has 12 volumes, each with a name, right? Seeing Hu Zhongzhong rendered speechless, Lu Chen chuckled and continued peeling the apple. This guy is really something. The school doctor just said Hu Zhongzhong was fine, purely lacking exercise and not eating breakfast, leading to low blood sugar. Lu Chen thought to himself that it was a good thing he wasn't around when Hu Zhongzhong fainted from low blood sugar. Otherwise, if Hu Zhongzhong suddenly bumped into him before fainting, he would feel quite embarrassed. Xinggu, if you keep talking like this, you won't have a girlfriend. Hu Zhongzhong looked at Lu Chen with a hint of melancholy. How about this, call me dad, and I'll teach you a few unbeatable tricks to pick up girls. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to Hu Zhongzhong. However, Hu Zhongzhong became even more excited because he suddenly realized that he had shared his two-dimensional wife with Lu Chen, yet Lu Chen had never mentioned his ideal type. Where's the fairness in that? Where's the justice? Xinggu, tell me about your ideal type, what do you like? I promise I won't tell anyone else. Hu Zhongzhong leaned over the edge of the bed, blinking eagerly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen finished peeling an apple, and in the expectant gaze of Hu Zhongzhong, took a big bite. Delicious. Hu Zhongzhong, wasn't that for me? Getting narcissistic again, bro. Lu Chen crossed his legs, chewing the apple while pondering Hu Zhongzhong's words. My ideal type. Preferably a rich old lady who gets married in the morning and kicks the bucket in the afternoon, and leaves all her wealth to me. Hu Zhongzhong. The perspective has opened up. Ahem. At the door, Secretary Zhao, following Wen Lingxiu, cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the two still chatting away. Secretary Zhao winked at Lu Chen. Boss, consider this a reminder from me. If you really marry President Wen, remember to give me a raise. Wen Lingxiu was still contemplating Lu Chen's words. If she were to die in the afternoon, could she marry Lu Chen in the morning? But, could she wait 2 more years before dying? She hadn't raised her daughter yet. Tap tap tap. When Lingxiu walked steadily in her high heels to Lu Chen's side and gently asked, Is there anywhere on your body that feels uncomfortable? Didn't the homeroom teacher say on the phone that Lu Chen was unconscious? Why does he look so lively now? Lu Chen always reported good news to his grandparents and never worried them. So when the school required a parent's number, Lu Chen didn't choose to leave his grandparents' contact. Oh, it's like this, I was babbling, he was blah blah, the teacher was ha ha, so it was all blah blah. Lu Chen's abstract description, filled with gestures, finally made Wen Lingxiu understand. She didn't feel like her trip was in vain. Instead, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's good that you're fine. Lu Chen pulled 2 chairs for President Wen and Secretary Zhao to sit down, then pointed at Hu Zhongzhong. If there's a problem, it's his problem, Hu Zhongzhong, you. Lu Chen turned around and found that Hu Zhongzhong, who had just wanted to teach him a few tricks, was now frozen like he was staring at Medusa. He was completely stiff, not moving at all, looking like he was drooling from being cured. When Lingxiu looked at Lu Chen with a puzzled expression, Is your classmate not very bright? She didn't dare to show it too obviously, fearing that Hu Zhongzhong might really be disabled, and if she laughed, it would cost her merit. Hu Zhongzhong suddenly felt his face burning with embarrassment. Damn it! Did he just say he wanted to teach Lu Chen a few tricks? Damn! Can't he see the woman in front of him? Not only is she beautiful, but everything about her is designer. Hu Zhongzhong stiffly asked, Xinggu, this is your. Lu Chen paused, not thinking of an appropriate term to describe their relationship. Just a few seconds of hesitation. When Lingxiu went from waiting for Lu Chen to define their relationship to actively explaining. I am Lu Chen's aunt. Aunt? Alright, Hu Zhongzhong felt instantly relieved. People, you know, they fear their brothers living in hardship, yet also fear their brothers driving a Range Rover. If Lu Chen really found such an elegant, intellectual, and wealthy old lady, Hu Zhongzhong would truly be moved to tears. Secretary Zhao tried to breathe lightly to reduce his presence. Oh heavens! She still underestimated Lu Chen's importance in Wenzong's heart. To prevent her classmates from looking at Lu Chen with strange eyes, Wenzong even claimed that she was Lu Chen's aunt. How could she actually say that? Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from outside the door, and everyone turned to look. Xia Yashan, with her dazzling golden long hair, stood there, leaning against the door and gasping for breath. She seemed to have run over, her cheeks flushed from exercise, a few strands of hair sticking messily to her forehead, cheeks, and neck. Almost the moment she saw the golden hair, when Ling Xiu quickly recalled the scene of Lu Chen walking with that girl before. This is Lu Chen's girlfriend? When Ling Xiu suddenly felt embarrassed. The walls around her seemed to close in, almost making it hard for her to breathe. What was she even? When Secretary Zhao saw the golden-haired girl at the door, her eyelids jumped suddenly. It seemed she couldn't leave work early today. Hu Zhongzhong silently knelt on the bed, drawing a cross on his chest. Great Star God, you are my dad. Please teach me some tricks to pick up girls, Stargate. Before the air around began to subtly shift, Lu Chen stood up with a tingling scalp and immediately walked over to Xia Yexiang, smiling as he said, Sister Xia, you're back. Last time, Antwen was thrown off by the little golden-haired girl, and now he had to prevent some subtle situations from occurring. Xia Yexiang looked up at Lu Chen, puzzled. Aren't you injured? Lu Chen, huh? Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. Oh, it's like this, I was babbling, he was blah blah, Teacher Gu was ha ha, so it was pai li pa la. Lu Chen repeated what he had just said to Wenzong. After knowing that Lu Chen was fine, Xia Yexiang breathed a sigh of relief but then asked curiously, what are you doing standing here? Saying this, she walked around Lu Chen and stepped into the room. 150 in the midst of fire and water. Sister Xia, wait a minute. Lu Chen's heart was pounding rapidly, he bit down hard on his tongue, the pain quickly calming him down. No, the little golden-haired girl cannot meet Antwen. In an instant, a formula appeared in Lu Chen's mind. Clients during service period, clients outside service period, they were at school now, so this should be Xia Yexiang's service time. But Antwen had already been thrown off once because of Xia Yexiang's youth. And now, Antwen was present. Damn! Even if it wasn't Antwen's service time now, would she feel uncomfortable? Just like in the workplace. During break time, if you ignore a client, they might not say anything at the moment. But when your working hours start and you want to talk business with the client, you better hope they don't hold it against you. So Lu Chen had always tried to avoid his two clients meeting. There were no bad people among his clients, he hoped every client would be happy. What's wrong? Hearing Lu Chen call her, Xia Yexiang turned her head in confusion to look at him. Xia Yexiang had her back to the room. Lu Chen was facing the room, so he could clearly see Hu Zhongzhong's shocked expression, Secretary Zhao's surprised face, and Antwen's eyes, which couldn't clearly see her emotions, were lowered. Lu Chen quietly took a breath, casually pulled out a wet wipe from his pocket, and handed it to the little golden-haired girl, smiling as he said, wipe your sweat, thank you for coming to see me, I'm very happy, so I'll go buy you some water, you sit inside for a while. Secretary Zhao was stunned, she knew Lu Chen's background, but she didn't expect Lu Chen actually had a girlfriend at school? Damn! Not Big Brother. Do you really have enough time? And, can you open your eyes and take a look? Although President Wen remained silent on the surface, who knows what kind of storm was brewing in her heart? In this situation, you actually invited that little girlfriend to sit inside. Are you afraid she won't argue with President Wen? Are you afraid this battlefield won't be chaotic enough? Come on, you did it on purpose, didn't you? You just want to see two women argue, right? Xia Yexiang narrowed her eyes, staring at Lu Chen's smiling face, backlit by the sun, which gave him a golden halo. She saw an angel. So, Xia Yexiang said, no need, I'll go with you. Secretary Zhao? What the heck? It can be like this? Lu Chen hesitated and said, forget it, Sister Xia, it's too hot outside. I'll go by myself, I'll be back soon. Seeing Lu Chen turn to leave, Xia Yexiang grabbed his wrist and said irritably, stop being so long-winded. I'm going to soak up some sun and get some calcium. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Throughout the whole process, Xia Yexiang didn't even glance at the room, actively pulling Lu Chen out, while Lu Chen still looked troubled. Secretary Zhao. So high. This is really impressive. What does it mean to operate? What does it mean to have awareness? Lu Chen is in the stratosphere. Secretary Zhao was convinced. She really had nothing to say. Lu Chen was pulled out of the infirmary by Xia Yexiang, still looking a bit regretful as he said, I was just about to peel an apple for Hu Zhongzhong. I'm really good at peeling apples. The peel can go on forever. Xia Yexiang rolled her eyes, who cares about that boring stuff? A moment later, Xia Yexiang said again, I don't believe it. Show me how you peel one later. Lu Chen chuckled inwardly. Yes, this money is truly meant for me to earn. One monkey, one leash. On Xia Yexiang's side, her personality is easily ignited and explosive, but she is also extremely easy to please and can be easily distracted. The little golden retriever must have heard the news from somewhere that he had fallen. So, judging by how the little golden retriever rushed over after hearing the news, she must have included him in her circle.
Therefore, Lu Chen deliberately said he was going to buy water for the little golden retriever, and according to her personality, she would definitely follow him. In that case, wouldn't it avoid a direct conflict between the little golden retriever and Ant Wen? On Wen Lingxiu's side, people like Ant Wen, who are in business, love to observe others. With a personality like the little golden retriever's, she could read her like a book. Lu Chen deliberately displayed his usual customer-pleasing demeanor in front of Ant Wen. Ant Wen would definitely notice that Xia Yeshuang was also his client. Ant Wen investigated his background and already felt guilty about him. Now seeing his performance, she would definitely think he was too humble. In that case, Ant Wen would only feel more pity for him and wouldn't think he was neglecting her. This way, both parties' emotions could be resolved. Lu Chen sighed subtly. In the profession of being a professional flatterer, the most important thing is to adapt to changes, seize every available condition, and quickly come up with solutions. Give up on fantasies, and please, time and time again, do your utmost to save yourself from peril. Creak, a black car came to a steady stop at the infirmary door, blocking Lu Chen and Xia Yeshuang's path. No, this isn't right. Lu Chen's previously relaxed nerves suddenly tensed up, and he instinctively wanted to pull Xia Yeshuang away. And the next second, the car door opened, and the vice principal quickly got out, rubbing his hands, a bit excited as he walked toward the infirmary. When the vice principal saw Xia Yeshuang, he nodded. Students from City No. 1 High School are generally divided into 3 categories: those with money, those who study well, and those who have both money and good grades. The latter refers specifically to Wei Qingyu. For someone like Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang, who are good-looking, come from wealthy families, and are famous in school, the leaders are all aware of them. Xia Yeshuang greeted, "Hello, principal." While at school, she addressed him by his title. The vice principal gave Xia Yeshuang some face, so no matter how irritable and domineering she was, she wouldn't go so far as to hit someone who was smiling at her. "Principal, what's this about?" Xia Yeshuang casually asked. The vice principal chuckled and said, "Mr. Wen from the Wen family came to school today, saying that her nephew got injured while running at school. The security guard at the entrance was startled by the medical team that came, and called me. That's how I found out about this. No more talking, I'll go greet Mr. Wen first." As the vice principal spoke, he quickly walked into the infirmary. "Hey! The Wei family is wealthy, but the Wen family isn't short on money either. If the Wei family can donate a building, why can't the Wen family?" The vice principal felt a bit regretful. How come he hadn't heard that Mr. Wen's nephew was actually at the school? In an instant, looking at the vice principal's back, Xia Yeshuang fell into silence. She wasn't a fool, nor was she blind. She had just caught a glimpse inside the room, where 2 women were sitting by Hu Zhongzhong's hospital bed. But she hadn't seen their faces clearly, only thought they were Hu Zhongzhong's parents. But now, after hearing the vice principal's words, a heavy sense of unease instantly engulfed Xia Yeshuang. The tag Hu Zhongzhong was wearing belonged to Lu Chen, so everyone assumed it was Lu Chen who was injured. Then, the news that Mr. Wen heard, was it also about Lu Chen being injured? Old man Xia said that day he would teach her how to do business. The first thing he did was send her a document that detailed some companies in Haicheng that needed to be remembered. Among them, in a group of either fat-headed and big-eared or skinny and bony businessmen, there was only one woman who was beautiful, elegant, and graceful. She was so stunning among a crowd of ugly people that Xia Yeshuang had a very deep impression of her. Xia Yeshuang remembered. That woman seemed to be the boss of the Wen family, Wen Lingxiu. So, Lu Chen is Wen Lingxiu's nephew? At that moment, the thought crossed her mind, and Xia Yeshuang sneered sarcastically. The wealthy Mr. Wen, yet her nephew comes to be a servant for her, Xia Yeshuang, for just over 100,000? Is that possible? Xia Yeshuang silently turned to stare into Lu Chen's deep eyes, and after a moment, she took out her phone. "What's wrong, Sister Xia?" Lu Chen grabbed her wrist. Xia Yeshuang brushed his hand away, stubbornly opening the chat interface with Old Man Xia. "Sister Xia." Lu Chen grabbed Xia Yeshuang's wrist again. Those power struggle dramas love to have one layer after another, making it seem very strategic. But in reality, people are too unpredictable. Even collecting a form at school requires asking all sorts of questions, with problems arising one after another. Not to mention predicting people's hearts. Lu Chen could only grasp everything he could control and try to deduce some feasible and reliable methods to execute. Through countless trials, Lu Chen had already accepted the occurrence of any unexpected events. Even if everyone around him, including himself, died within the next 10 minutes, he would think it was possible. Therefore, Lu Chen didn't feel overwhelmed, he just thought today's luck wasn't great. "Sister Xia." Lu Chen called out to Xia Yeshuang again. At the same time, he began to think about how long it had been since they signed the contract today. This was his plan B.
Xia Yeshang's delicate face was covered with a layer of coldness. She sneered, but her eyes held no trace of a smile. I'll ask my dad, Mr. Wen from the Wen family, if he really has a nephew named Lu Chen. Xia Yeshang trembled with anger. She knew with just a strand of hair that Lu Chen could not possibly be Wen Lingxiu's nephew. So, what was the relationship between Lu Chen and Wen Lingxiu? What right did he have to get close to her? How could someone as busy as Wen Lingxiu take time off work on a weekday to visit Lu Chen? All the questions pointed to one reason: our profession as devoted admirers has a wide range of services, such as admiration services, substitute services, etc. As long as your money is in place, I can shatter any emo feelings for you. You will gain a loyal and dedicated admirer who looks up to you at all times, solving your unhappy emotions and leading your life to the peak from then on. When Lu Chen vividly recounted this back then, Xia Yashuan didn't quite understand. Until now, Xia Yashuan finally understood. You will get hurt. The old man's words appeared in her mind at an inopportune moment, and anger and shame surged forth. She had sworn in front of the old man that she would prove to him that Lu Chen was definitely not the kind of person he thought. But what was the reality? The reality was that Lu Chen had latched onto Wen's thigh. Lu Chen was straddling two boats. Lu Chen was trampling on her sincere feelings. Back then, Xia Yashuan had so much confidence in Lu Chen in front of the old man, and now her anger was just as high. She gritted her teeth, rage coursing through every vein in her body, and she tightly grabbed Lu Chen's collar, forcing him to look down at her. Wen Lingxiu is also your client. Xia Yashuan didn't phrase it as a question but as a statement. Crack! Lu Chen calmly pulled out an umbrella, opened it, and held it over his and the golden retriever's heads, shielding them from the blazing sun. Can we sit on the bench over there and talk? This was not the right place to discuss such topics. I won't. Xia Yashuan glared at Lu Chen and turned to storm into the infirmary, but was directly pulled back by Lu Chen grabbing her wrist. Can we go over there and have a good talk, Sister Xia? Don't call me sister. I don't have a younger brother older than me. Xia Yashuan was like a thoroughly enraged golden lion, ready to slap any passing dog. Lu Chen sighed. The vice principal was inside. If Xia Yashuan barged in and blurted out that Wen Lingxiu was supporting him, the impact on Wen Lingxiu would be unimaginable. The key point was that the exam was coming up soon. Lu Chen didn't want to become one of those female protagonists in painful youth romance novels who were forced to miss their exams. That was absurd. Lu Chen absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. He had just calculated. It had already been over a month since he signed the contract with Xia Yashuan. So, Lu Chen no longer wore a business smile but instead calmly repeated, Boss Xia, can we talk over there? Boss Xia? Those three words triggered some anxious memories in Xia Yashuan. Back then, after Lu Chen said those three words, he went on to say he wanted to end the contract. Xia Yashuan suddenly fell silent. Ending the contract. Those four words suddenly appeared in her mind, leaving her at a loss, unsure how to respond. She suddenly felt reluctant. Xia Yashuan gritted her teeth, wishing she could slap herself. Lu Chen was like this, and yet she still felt reluctant? How pathetic. Taking advantage of Xia Yashuan's moment of distraction, Lu Chen forcibly pulled her hand and sat her down on the bench under the tree. Yes, Wen is my client. Lu Chen glanced at the distance between him and Xia Yashuan. A safe distance had been created. At least when Xia Yashuan made a move later, he could quickly escape. Xia Yashuan didn't expect Lu Chen to admit it so readily. She sneered. I'm not blind. How desperate are you for money? Are you willing to do anything for it? Do you need that much money to visit a grave? You were right from the start. I shouldn't have felt sorry for you. I shouldn't have. The last two words hung on the tip of Xia Yeshang's tongue, but she abruptly hit the brakes on herself. Given the current situation, how could she possibly admit that she had developed feelings for Lu Chen? Xia Yeshang let out a mocking laugh. She had her own pride. Lu Chen listened intently to Xia Yeshang, sensing that her anger was still within the range of not wanting to resort to violence, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Xia, this is my profession. People work not just for money, is it for dreams instead? What a statement about not working for dreams. Xia Yeshang coldly stared into Lu Chen's eyes. Only by doing so could she prevent her tears from falling. Work. It's all about work. She was Lu Chen's work, and Wen Lingxiu was also Lu Chen's work. All the romantic fantasies she had about Lu Chen were merely his damned sense of responsibility towards work, weren't they? She thought Lu Chen at least had some feelings for her. Suddenly, Xia Yeshang felt like crying, so she quickly averted her gaze. Lu Chen, no wonder I can't figure you out. It turns out you don't have me in your heart. Xia Yeshang gritted her teeth. She was the typical type, if you don't let me have it easy, you won't have it easy either. You like money, huh? Fine. Xia Yexiang forcibly suppressed the sour feeling in her heart and said firmly, during the contract period, you are straddling two boats, serving two clients at the same time. You've breached the contract. Pay up. Xia Yexiang's expression was so cold and ruthless that it genuinely startled Lu Chen for 0.1 seconds. With the conversation reaching this point, Lu Chen knew this business deal was coming to an end. So, he flipped through his backpack and pulled out a folder, calmly saying, Boss Xia, perhaps you've seen the contract? Is it love or hate? Do you really not understand? All of Lu Chen's clients were wealthy individuals. And among the wealthy, aside from the foolish son of a landlord, there were no fools. In this world, arrogance is the original sin. Xia Yexiang quickly speculated about his relationship with An Wen, and Lu Chen was not surprised. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could predict Xia Yexiang's every word and action. On the contrary, he always thought Xia Yexiang was very smart. It's just that. Lu Chen chuckled inwardly. Xia Yexiang really knew how to get to the point, quickly identifying what he cared about the most, money. As a professional sycophant, Lu Chen did not wish to confront clients with whom he had already ended contracts. After all, they had previously cooperated harmoniously. Even if the business was no longer based on righteousness, they could still clink glasses happily when they met again. But now, faced with the furious little golden retriever who had started to speak without thinking, Lu Chen had to do something to protect his interests. So, Lu Chen opened the folder in his hand, which contained the contracts he had signed with his clients. The moment Xia Yexiang saw Lu Chen take out the folder, her face darkened. It was definitely not just about the thickness of the two contracts. That meant, Lu Chen had other clients besides her and Wen Lingxiu? This revelation struck Xia Yexiang like a bolt from the blue, leaving her mind blank. Her eyes reddened, and she fought back tears as she glared at Lu Chen, wishing she could lift his skull to see what was inside. How many more good sisters do you have? Xia Yexiang couldn't believe it. Usually, a day would pass just by her practicing in the piano room. How on earth did Lu Chen manage to take care of so many clients in a single day? Your day and my day seem to be different. Hearing her words, Lu Chen calmly flipped to the last contract. He seriously opened the clip and took out the contract belonging to Xia Yexiang. Then, with a fluid motion, he placed the folder back into his backpack. Protecting the client's privacy is a professional quality that a career sycophant must uphold. Having done all this, Lu Chen calmly flipped through the contract and smiled as he said, You only have one younger sister. You're lying. The other clients are all older sisters. Lu Chen. Xia Yexiang's small face revealed an angry flush, her eyes red, her chest heaving violently. Ever since signing the contract with Lu Chen, she had never experienced such a situation again. She was wrapped in Lu Chen's warm sea, the clear, soft water washing away all her worries and restlessness. It was as if she had returned to her mother's embrace, comfortable and relaxed. At her birthday party, Zhao Yeyue had asked her how she felt now. That time, Xia Yexiang's answer was, I'm so happy I'm dizzy. But she forgot that the sea is always unpredictable. It can be calm and sunny one moment, and the next, it can be a raging storm. Xia Yexiang was experiencing that now. She had finally faced the backlash. The cold, cruel sea water hit her mercilessly, the wind and frost pressing in on her, almost making Xia Yexiang shed tears. She had never felt this way before. In the past, when facing old man Xia and those stepmothers, her emotions were mostly anger and sarcasm, along with a competitive desire to determine a winner after the anger and sarcasm. But now, looking at Lu Chen's familiar face, Xia Yexiang suddenly felt a bit lost. Deep down, it wasn't just anger, it seemed her heart was afraid. She was afraid. Afraid that she might soon lose the thing she cherished most. Lu Chen. Why? Even if you're lying to me, why not lie all the way? Xia Yexiang was startled by this sudden thought in her mind, her whole body tingling. Xia Yexiang, how could you have such a thought? Have you no shame? When others deceive you, you only blame them for not putting on a full act. But, another little voice in Xia Yexiang's heart emerged. But I can't truly blame him. Maybe he has his own difficulties? Facing the intense inner struggle of Xia Yexiang, Lu Chen paid no mind and instead opened the first page of the contract, calmly and steadily saying, Boss Xia, when we signed the contract, in order to avoid violating public morals, the content of our agreement was I would be your life assistant, responsible for taking care of you during your school period. When it comes to making money, Lu Chen was exceptionally cautious. The chances of encountering freeloading clients were small, but certainly not zero. After all, his rich second-generation clients could be said to have lives like a wilderness. He couldn't say. No one would back him up, and he couldn't gamble on people's hearts. He could only be this ruthless and cautious. According to the contract, the life assistant service time only includes the school period, so how I allocate my other time is not subject to any constraints. Xia Yexiang was stunned. What she had just said about making Lu Chen pay was merely said in a fit of anger. How could she really want Lu Chen to pay? She just wanted Lu Chen to explain things to her like before. Could he not even explain things to her properly? But now, Lu Chen not only lacked the gentleness he used to have, but he was also really pulling out the contract to nitpick. A heavy sense of despair instantly drowned Xia Yexiang. Lu Chen, aren't you good at guessing people's thoughts? Can't you really see what I'm thinking? Lu Chen, do you not understand whether I love you or hate you? The heavy sense of gloom emanating from the little golden retriever in front of him almost felt tangible. Lu Chen averted his gaze, focusing his attention on the contract documents. Money, only money was the most important thing. Lu Chen took a discreet breath, which helped him regain his composure, and he continued speaking. However, this time it is indeed my fault. According to the contract, during the school period, it is Boss Xia's service time, but during this service time, I allowed Boss Xia to see my other clients. This is my negligence, and I do not deny it. The breach of contract clause states that in such cases, 20% of the monthly remuneration will be deducted. Given that Boss Xia has already paid me last month's remuneration, I will transfer the remaining penalty to your account. The payment method stipulated in the contract is to settle every 30 days, and this month has not yet reached a full month, but given the current situation, our contract has already reached the edge of a cliff. Additionally, out of personal guilt for my work error, I will consider the days I served Boss Xia this month as my compensation and will not charge any fees. In both public and private matters, I have already been punished. I think neither of us is suitable to continue with the contract, so here I say, our contract is over. Xia Yexiang, I gave you a chance to turn back. Lu Chen rationally and clearly made compensations based on the contract's terms. In the workplace, making mistakes only brings annoyance, not sympathy, so taking swift remedial action is what should be done. Lu Chen did not feel regret. After all, if he had really left his grandparents' phone number. According to the style of these people passing messages, by the time it reached his grandparents' ears, they might say he went to take an exam in the underworld. The old couple's mental fortitude was not strong. If they heard that, they might just collapse, and Lu Chen could not bear that consequence. Therefore, Lu Chen did not regret. He truly did not regret. Xia Yexiang listened silently to Lu Chen's methodical calculations. Contracts. It was all about contracts, as if there was only the existence of a contract between her and Lu Chen. What she wanted to hear was not the contract, she wanted to hear Lu Chen himself, to know what was truly in his heart. Lu Chen. Xia Yexiang looked up with red eyes, a clear tear rolling down her cheek. What about you? Are you happy now? What about you? Setting aside all the contract terms and sense of responsibility, I am asking, what about you? Lu Chen was stunned. The dark sky outside the hospital window at night and the noisy cicadas at this moment overlapped in his mind. Different scenes, the same words, memories surged towards Lu Chen like a tide. What about me? Lu Chen's expression remained blank, and he could no longer maintain even the basic business smile, gripping the contract paper tightly. I don't care, but I must abide by the contract. Abide by the contract? Xia Yexiang's once proud and bright eyes were now wet with tears, stubbornly looking into Lu Chen's eyes. After the first tear fell, the remaining tears could no longer be stopped, cascading down like a waterfall. She snatched the contract from Lu Chen's hands, tearing it apart in a fit of emotion, and threw it aside forcefully. Contracts. Now there is no contract. Xia Yexiang leaned in closer to Lu Chen's face, so close that he could count her eyelashes. I am asking you, Lu Chen. I am asking you. The papers fluttered down to the ground. One piece landed at Lu Chen's feet, marked with Xia Yexiang's large tear stains, particularly noticeable. Lu Chen took a step back, attempting to ease the atmosphere, and said, You're littering. You know those things are garbage? Xia Yexiang cried as tears streamed down her bright eyes, her nose red and her eyes puffy. Have I ever ordered you around like the contract says? Have I treated you like a subordinate I can command at will? I see you're too thin. Every lunch you eat is carefully planned by me with a nutritionist. I said I want you to live well with me. I want to fatten you up. I even scold my dad, but I've never scolded you. Am I really that bad to you? Am I not even a friend to you? Right now, you only recite these things according to the contract. Do you really not understand? Is this what I want to hear? Xia Yexiang's voice was thick with tears, all her arrogance cast aside, leaving only a wounded little lion. Lu Chen, you won't even say a single heartfelt word to me. She felt wronged. Right now, she felt particularly wronged. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became, eventually crying so hard that she couldn't stop hiccuping, looking both pitiful and amusing. In her 18 years of life, her kindness to Lu Chen surpassed anyone else who had appeared in her life. But now,
This bastard was holding a damn contract, saying he wanted to nitpick every detail with her? If she really wanted to get back at Lu Chen, she wouldn't have ignored the contract from the start. You, hick. You're simply, hick. It was over. The hiccups wouldn't stop. Anger and shame surged up, Xia Yeshuang's face flushed red. She wanted to vent her frustration, but old Xia wasn't here, so she angrily kicked the bench. Ah, that hurt. Lu Chen watched the first-hand footage of a large bench taming a human documentary. Take it easy. Just as Xia Yeshuang was about to fall, Lu Chen supported her arm and helped her sit down. Don't touch me. Xia Yeshuang shook off Lu Chen's hand and angrily turned to sit in another direction. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh inwardly. As expected, honesty was a rare occurrence. Being tsundere was the norm. Lu Chen took out a small bottle of water from his bag, twisted off the cap, and handed it to her, slowly soothing the little golden retriever. Drink some water first. Even if we're going to argue, calm down first, and then we can fight. Upon hearing this, Xia Yeshuang seemed to find some logic in it. So, she awkwardly snatched the water from Lu Chen's hand and gulped down several mouthfuls. Humph. I won't drink, you poor. After a while, Xia Yeshuang finally returned to normal and suddenly turned to look at Lu Chen beside her. You still haven't answered my question. The smile on Lu Chen's lips froze. All right. This little golden retriever was getting sharper. He couldn't fool her anymore. However, this business couldn't continue anyway, and since he had saved enough money, he had been a bit lax lately. So, Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, squinted, and said, Boss Xia, what exactly do you want to know? As soon as he said this, Xia Yeshuang's anger flared up again. She jumped up, blocking the sunlight in front of Lu Chen. She leaned down, gripping Lu Chen's collar, and gritted her teeth as she asked, What do I want to know? I want to know, do you not have? The words were on the tip of her tongue, but Xia Yeshuang couldn't say anything. Lu Chen's gaze was too calm, so calm that it seemed incapable of holding anything at all. When faced with the right answer, people are always the most anxious. Afraid he would say yes, and afraid he would say no. Even Xia Yeshuang herself didn't know what answer she wanted from Lu Chen. What answer would she get? Xia Yeshuang's head throbbed from crying, and now seeing Lu Chen looking as if he could die at any moment made her head hurt even more. She didn't want to scold him, nor did she want to hit him. Making such a big fuss, in the end, all it did was wrinkle Lu Chen's collar. Damn! Frustrating. Xia Yeshuang had never felt so stifled. It was like punching a cotton ball. At this moment, Lu Chen was lazily sitting on a bench, while Xia Yeshuang stood in front of him, bending down to tug at his collar. From a distance, they might have looked like a loving couple. Xia Yeshuang was completely unaware of how close they were. It was only when she lifted her eyes that she caught sight of a woman standing not far behind the bench. The woman wore a black skirt paired with a silk white shirt, and her high heels accentuated her slender calves. Her long hair was neatly pinned up, standing there poised and gentle. Wen Lingxiu. It was Wen Lingxiu. Xia Yeshuang suddenly wanted to laugh. Lu Chen's charm was indeed impressive. Even the busy Wen Zong could obediently wait here? All right. Impressive. Xia Yeshuang, who was naturally competitive, felt her desire to win suddenly ignite upon seeing Wen Lingxiu's appearance. Wen Zong, if you hadn't suddenly shown up, how could Lu Chen and I have come this far? I can't do anything to Lu Chen. But Wen Zong, I won't let you feel good about this. You better open your eyes and see clearly. I just want to ask you one thing. Xia Yeshuang lowered her head, staring into Lu Chen's eyes, and asked slowly and firmly. Have you ever crossed the line in your service to other clients? Lu Chen's squinted eyes suddenly widened, but after a moment of thought, he understood. Could it be that the little golden retriever was afraid that his service to her was worse than to other clients? As a professional, it was his consistent quality to be diligent with every client. So Lu Chen immediately shook his head. No, I treat them all. Lu Chen's unfinished explanation was swallowed down. For the first time, Lu Chen discovered that lip gloss was sweet. Under the shade of the trees, sunlight filtered through layers of cover, casting irregular spots of light on the ground. The golden-haired girl tugged at the black-haired boy's collar, bending down. Strands of golden hair fell gently beside the boy's hand, like birds gliding over the sea, creating ripples. A beautiful scene. If the boy were not Lu Chen, Wen Lingxiu thought that her past self might have painted this moment. Xia Yeshuang? Wen Lingxiu's lips curved slightly, but her eyes held no trace of a smile. She did not know this young lady. If it weren't for Secretary Zhao's reminder, she wouldn't even know her name. But she knew this young lady's father. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Lingxiu turned and dialed a number. Remembering the golden-haired young lady's gaze just now, she almost laughed out loud. In business, everything from snatching seals to cutting wires is superficial. The real business battle is waiting for the opponent to make a mistake. Xia Yexian, young lady Xia, how dare you? Even I have never kissed Lu Chen like that. Do you really think this will work? The corners of Wen Lingxiu's mouth lifted slightly. She could understand one thing just by watching Lu Chen's attitude towards Xia Yexian today. Xia Yexian was also Lu Chen's client. Ha ha. Although it was quite unethical, Wen Lingxiu couldn't help but laugh, her usually calm eyes brimming with joy. She had thought Lu Chen only liked lively golden-haired girls, which had bothered her for a while. But now, the gloom in her heart from seeing Lu Chen with Xia Yexian instantly dissipated. Lu Chen, I'm not afraid of you loving everyone, I'm afraid of your special treatment. Wen Lingxiu murmured lightly to herself. Fortunately, it wasn't the case. Miss Xia, why do you think this will make me sad? Aren't those scraps of paper the contract? The torn contract could only mean one thing. Lu Chen wanted to end the contract. However, Miss Xia was reluctant and tried to find Lu Chen for clarification. Wen Lingxiu sighed, her breath dissipating in the wind. Miss Xia, why don't you understand? If he could be easily captured, why wouldn't I do it? Lu Chen was someone who could restrain himself even in the face of happiness. Could he not control this desire? If you don't explore his heart, do you still want to take this shortcut? But perhaps this is for the best. Wen Lingxiu revealed a terrifying smile familiar in the business world and said softly, if all of Lu Chen's clients were like this, it would be great. Simply foolishly adorable. Lu Chen would absolutely not want this scene to be seen by others, so she would just step back a little. She believed Lu Chen would handle this matter well. Beep, the call finally connected, and a cheerful voice came through. Hello? President 1. Why are you calling me? President Xia. Wen Lingxiu's voice was gentle, but her eyes revealed some delight. I'm sorry, Miss Xia, I know your father. President Xia, what a coincidence, my child attends the same school as your daughter, Xia Yexian. When I came to school today, I saw your daughter angrily kicking a bench, and it seemed she hurt herself and was sitting on the bench wiping her tears. I'm about to take my child home, but I thought I should let you know about this. Miss Xia was crying quite fiercely. Perhaps she needs family comfort? Wen Lingxiu had heard the gossip about the Xia family. Coupled with Lu Chen's profession, she knew that this proud blonde Miss Xia was also somewhat emotionally scarred. Sigh. Wen Lingxiu lowered her gaze, thinking that President Xia must dote on her daughter, Xia Yexian. Sure enough. As soon as she finished speaking, the old man Xia on the other end of the line became anxious and quickly asked, Huh? My daughter is hurt? Is it serious? Where is she? I'll send a car right away. No, I'll go too. The old man Xiao was still in the office and stood up abruptly. In an instant, he panicked. He rarely saw his daughter cry. Even when she practiced martial arts, she hardly cried no matter how tough or tiring it was. This time, could it be that she was sick? Or was she bullied? How dare? Who the hell would bully his daughter, Xia Wu? On the other side, as Xia Yexian's face was infinitely reflected in his eyes, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. After a brief daze, a surge of anger followed. He immediately grabbed Xia Yexian's arm, trying to pull her away. Plop! A single tear gently fell on Lu Chen's cheek, yet it felt heavier than 1,000 pounds. Lu Chen clearly wasn't crying, but his cheek became damp with someone else's tears. Feeling Xia Yexian trembling, Lu Chen fell silent for a moment, and his anger dissipated instantly. He leaned back slightly, trying to create some distance, but was firmly held by a hand that could break someone else's arm. Lu Chen was speechless, standing still. Do as you please, after all, my first kiss refreshes at midnight every day. Sensing that Lu Chen's resistance had stopped, Xia Yexian felt a little better. Lu Chen, I cannot express my feelings with words, can you glimpse my heart through my actions? After a moment. No. Lu Chen was like a piece of wood, devoid of any emotion. Xia Yexian was the first to break the tension. She pulled away from the two of them, glaring at Lu Chen in anger. Why are you not reacting? Lu Chen had already anticipated this and opened his eyes, calmly retorting, What reaction do you want from me? Facing this little golden retriever with a strong desire to win, the more you resist, the more excited she becomes. Because rebellion signifies that there are still emotions, and having emotions means one can still be touched. So, Lu Chen calmly cosplayed as a wooden figure. Xia Yexian indeed let him go, even breaking down her defenses completely. Listening to Lu Chen's words, Xia Yexian cried in anger. I've already done this, I've already done this, I've already done this. What do you want me to want? There's nothing else, right? Then I'll leave, the fine will be credited later. Lu Chen calmly stood up, checked the zipper of his backpack, and slung it over his shoulder. He bent down to meticulously pick up the scattered pieces of paper on the ground and put them into his pocket. It wasn't that there were no trash cans around, but the contract wasn't torn into small enough pieces. When pieced together, the contents could still be glimpsed. According to the typical student behavior of doing everything but studying, piecing these paper fragments together was indeed possible.
There was no need for such things to happen, so he cut off the risk directly. After taking care of all this, Lu Chen avoided Xia Yexiang's reddened eyes and sincerely said, staring at her trembling hands, "Thank you, classmate Xia, for taking care of my business." "Thank you, boss." Lu Chen threw the bottle of water that Xia Yexiang had finished into the trash can and left. "Lu Chen." Xia Yexiang stared intently at Lu Chen's departing figure. "What are you hiding from, Lu Chen? If you look back at me just once, I will believe you really have no feelings for me." Lu Chen paused for a moment and quickened his pace. Until he could no longer see Lu Chen's back, Xia Yexiang's eyes, which had been staring until they ached, finally shed tears. But she laughed out loud, her voice revealing a sense of relief. "Lu Chen, why are you afraid to look at me? Do you know you're feeling guilty? 155 because you're not trying hard enough." "All my money." Lu Chen, breaking down, transferred money to Xia Yexiang's account, silently shedding tears in his heart. Lowering the volume, "Let the world hear the sound of my breakdown." Lu Chen struggled to input the payment password, clicked to complete with difficulty, and immediately put down his phone, regretting even a second's delay. "What's wrong?" A gentle voice interrupted Lu Chen's breakdown. He squinted and looked up. Wen Zong was backlit, a soft smile on her lips. "I waited a long time in the infirmary, thinking of coming out to find you." When Lingxiu walked up to Lu Chen, and upon seeing the corner of his mouth, asked at the same pace, "Is it too hot? Did you get heat stroke?" Saying this, she pulled out a thin wet wipe from her handbag, tore open the packaging, and slowly wiped Lu Chen's forehead. "Wipe your face, cool down." Lu Chen obediently let her do it, but his eyes were fixed on the white pearl earrings hanging from her earlobes, wondering how much they cost. "I didn't get heat stroke, just a little hot, thank you, Wen Zong." When Lingxiu chuckled, the wet wipe gliding from Lu Chen's cheek to his lips, Lu Chen suddenly froze. Damn! Would that little golden retriever's lip gloss come off? Damn! His clients were all respectable people. Even Song Junju wouldn't act like that little golden retriever, full of energy every day. So Lu Chen never thought about the lip gloss issue. Besides, he wasn't some effeminate guy, he didn't use lip gloss or lipstick, at most just to understand the types for his clients. But he also didn't know if the one Xia Yexiang used today would come off. Damn it! Why didn't he think of this? Because he wasn't trying hard enough. Lu Chen, in deep reflection, decided to angrily study lip gloss shades and brands after returning. Learning is endless. When Lingxiu simply wiped Lu Chen's lips, brushing the other side of his face as well, before tossing the wet wipe into the trash can. Lu Chen didn't even have a chance to check if there was any lip gloss on the wet wipe. It's over. Lu Chen scratched his heart and lungs, trying to observe Wen Zong's expression, but she remained as gentle as ever. Damn! Is it there or not? When Lingxiu looked at Lu Chen, who was so unresisting as she wiped his face, and smiled as she ruffled his hair. Alright, do you feel a bit better? Your friend, the medical team I called has taken him to the hospital for a checkup, so don't worry. At the same time, Lu Chen received a message from Hu Zhongzhong. Hu Zhongzhong, woohoo, adoptive father. You are my adoptive father. Wow! This hospital room is so big. This toilet is so fancy, it even sprays water. Hu Zhongzhong, I didn't expect it. Adoptive father, you're actually a rich second generation. So shocking, you really are an emperor. Hu Zhongzhong, adoptive father, now that you're better, can you get me a Rolls Royce? Moa. Lu Chen often said he was an emperor. Hu Zhongzhong thought he was just joking. But now, after seeing Lu Chen's astonishing capabilities, Hu Zhongzhong believed it. If he called Lu Chen adoptive father, did that mean he was the crown prince? He. Hu Zhongzhong, can you recognize me as your son? That way, if you die, I can inherit your fortune. Lu Chen, get lost. Hu Zhongzhong, alright, your majesty. Hu Zhongzhong, by the way, your majesty, I told Disha Chun about this, is that okay? Lu Chen, you've already said it, can I turn back time? Hu Zhongzhong, your majesty, you have a great mind. Hu Zhongzhong, your majesty, if nothing unexpected happens, once Disha Chun knows, everyone will know. Lu Chun, oh no, I forgot that kid is a gossip expert. In less than a day, the news that Lu Chen was actually a super rich second generation spread throughout the entire class. Let's go home. When Lingxiu patted Lu Chen's shoulder and pulled him up, she was determined to take Lu Chen home this time. Mainly because when Lingxiu never expected that Lu Chen could develop clients even on campus? Wasn't he already burdened with enough romantic debts? How was he managing his time? But to prevent Lu Chen from ending his contract with Xia Yexiang and then developing relationships with other Yexiang, Lu Chen was safest staying with her. The women outside were all monsters. So when Lingxiu said, just now your homeroom teacher also came to the infirmary. She said you were scared today and will give you a few days off. Lu Chen,
Do you think I believe that? That old teacher would rather have everyone save time by eating while using the bathroom. Could she really say something like that? But it was fine. All the knowledge points had already been covered, and now his daily routine at school was doing papers, discussing papers, motivational talks, doing papers, discussing papers, motivational talks. It felt like being stuck in a time loop. If he didn't go for a day, the papers would drown his seat. But with Li Dachuan around, Lu Chen wasn't worried. He had been sticking to school, first because of Wei Qingyu, now because of Xia Yexiang. But now that Xia Yexiang's contract was over, studying at school or at home didn't make a difference to him, even home smelled nice. Okay, thank you, President 1. Lu Chen thought for a moment and immediately made a decision. Seeing Lu Chen agree, Wen Lingxiu's eyes curved into a smile as she gently said, I usually don't come back when I'm working, so you can study at home, no one will disturb you. But, as soon as Wen Lingxiu noticed Lu Chen was about to speak, she interrupted him, then you'll need to cook at home. I provide you with accommodation, and you cook for me. Quite reasonable, right? Lu Chen was left speechless, nodded, looking serious as if he had received a solemn task. No problem. I will definitely make President Wen plump and healthy. Oops. Wen Lingxiu burst into laughter. Lu Chen also smiled foolishly. President Wen was always a dignified person, wanting to help him but not doing so directly. Good silver. Really good silver. Let's go, it's time to go home. President 1, where's Secretary Zhao? Wen Lingxiu's usually sharp mind suddenly went blank. It's over. She forgot about Secretary Zhao. She seems to be in the infirmary talking to the vice principal. Until Secretary Zhao, with a face full of grievances, got into the car, Lu Chen and Wen Lingxiu didn't dare to look at her, both avoiding her gaze. No other reason. Purely feeling guilty. Secretary Zhao, who had been talking Tai Chi with the vice principal until her mouth was smoking. President 1, you left me to chat with a bald old man while you went off to flirt with a handsome guy. Do you think just because I'm not angry, I'm a fool? Woo woo. Just as the car was about to start, a series of black cars stopped at the school gate. A bald man wearing sunglasses got out of one of the cars, followed by many bodyguards who looked like they came straight out of a TV drama about gangsters. Lu Chen was surprised. Is this filming a TV show? Wen Lingxiu squinted at the bald man and smiled. That's the president of the Xia family, named Xia Wu. What the heck? Lu Chen was instantly stunned. This is the one from the Ba Li family. Xia Wu got out of the car and scanned the area, and upon seeing a Bentley parked to the side, he excitedly walked over. The license plate number was Wen Lingxiu's car. Knock knock knock. He tapped on the car window. President 1. The window rolled down, and Xia Wu saw Wen Lingxiu sitting in the back seat with a handsome young man. Wen Lingxiu didn't want Lu Chen to know she had witnessed the scene on the bench, so she spoke up first. President Xia, long time no see. You go ahead and do your thing. I was just about to take the kid and leave. Xia Wu's gaze fell on Lu Chen, and he said in surprise, President 1, your child is quite handsome. Seeing Lu Chen shyly lower his head, Xia Wu thought the kid was rather serious, so he couldn't help but tease. Little handsome guy, do you want to exchange contact information? Uncle has a few daughters around your age, and a son too. Wen Lingxiu froze. Lu Chen also froze. 156 Welcome to the confrontation road. Alright, President Xia. Wen Lingxiu slightly raised her voice to interrupt the old man's words. What is this? After finally getting rid of Xia Yexiang, how could she let Lu Chen get involved with those people? Just kidding, just kidding. Xia Wu scratched his bald head awkwardly. He was getting older and losing hair, and with a stubborn family baldness gene, he simply shaved it all off. Hey! To be honest, ever since he shaved his head, he could wipe his face all the way to the back of his head in one go every morning. Refreshing. Lu Chen didn't expect the old man from the Ba Li family to have such a personality, but he didn't think Xia Wu was joking. This was a test. If Aunt Wen loosened up, the old man would really introduce his son and daughters to him. Now Xia Wu felt that he was backed by the powerful President 1, and if he could form a family connection, it would definitely be a good thing. But, hearing Xia Wu casually treat his son and daughters as exchangeable items, Lu Chen thought. Could the little golden retriever also be one of those exchangeable ones? Wen Lingxiu was afraid that the longer this dragged on, the more Xia Wu would ramble on, so she directly said, President Xia, my little friend isn't feeling well, I'll take him home now, you can continue with your business. After casually saying goodbye, Wen Lingxiu immediately told the driver to start the car. Wait, what's going on? Xia Wu looked at the car that was getting farther away, scratching his head in confusion. Why does President Wen seem so unpredictable? You're already in menopause at such a young age? Forget it, it doesn't matter. He still had important business to attend to.
Old man Xia hurriedly walked towards the bench with his assistant, asking as he walked, "What do you think I should say when I get there?" The assistant immediately replied eagerly, "Mr. Xia, Miss Xia is in a bad mood right now. It's the perfect time to show fatherly love. You can first make sure Miss Xia stops crying, then ask her why she's crying and help her solve the problem, and finally, patiently comfort her. With this smooth little combo, I'm sure Miss Xia will feel the weight of your fatherly love again." Upon hearing this, old man Xia felt it made sense. He had many children, he just gave them money after they were born and handed them over to the nanny, so he didn't cherish them and had no parenting experience. The way he treated subordinates and peers didn't apply to Xia Yeshuang at all. But Shuangshuang was the only child left by his deceased wife, and her status was completely different from that of the other children. In the first few years after his wife's death, he was immersed in grief and had no time to pay attention to little Xia Yeshuang. By the time he emerged from his sorrow, Shuangshuang no longer recognized him. Over the years, old man Xia had thought about trying to get along with Shuangshuang and had considered countless times how to repair their father-daughter relationship, but there was no way. Shuangshuang never gave him any chance, she even viewed him with hostility. Now, the opportunity has come. Old man Xia felt a bit excited, heaven was helping him, and he had to seize this chance. After boosting his own morale, old man Xia excitedly walked over to the bench. Sure enough, under the shade of the tree, a dazzling blonde girl sat there, her head lowered. Old man Xia immediately approached. The first step the assistant mentioned was to make her stop crying. So old man Xia cleared his throat. "Crying, crying, crying, what are you crying for? You're crying away your blessings." Xia Yeshuan looked up in shock, her tears immediately stopping. Old man Xia felt a surge of joy. "Ha, it really works. I'll give the assistant a raise when I get back." Meanwhile, the assistant following old man Xia was stunned upon hearing his opening line. "Mr. Xia, this isn't comforting. This is a critical hit right from the start. Who taught you to stop tears like this?" The assistant's scalp tingled, and he silently took out his phone to contact Dr. Zheng to prepare more medicine, while also asking the nanny to hide all sharp objects like kitchen knives at home. Today was going to be a tough battle. The second step the assistant mentioned was to ask her why she was crying. Seeing that Xia Yeshuang really wasn't crying anymore, and even had a touched blush on her face under the influence of fatherly love, old man Xia felt greatly encouraged, his happiness radiating as he continued, "What are you crying for? Who upset you? Tell me, and I'll make sure they celebrate their 100-day feast next year." Phew, the assistant breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Xiao's words were quite reliable, showing a fatherly love that felt like a solid support. However, after hearing this, Xia Yeshuang became furious. "Get lost. You're acting like you're sick." The third step the assistant mentioned was to patiently comfort her in the end. No, wait. Old man Xia was about to follow the script when he suddenly realized that Xia Yeshuang's reaction was off. This wouldn't do. You have to stick to the script. At this point, you should be starting to feel moved. Old man Xia deeply felt that this daughter was truly hard to raise. She didn't play by the rules at all. The assistant closed his eyes in despair. It was hard to imagine that every word from Mr. Xia could repeatedly hit Xia Yeshuang's sore spots. "Goodbye, Mr. Xia. I will miss you. Xia family villa." Ouch, ouch, ouch. Old man Xia lay on the sofa, while his eighth stepmother tenderly applied blood-activating medicine to his back. On a summer night, Xia Yeshuang sat on the other side of the sofa, too lazy to lift her eyelids, while Zhao Yeyue sat beside her, looking as if she wanted to say something but held back. Old man Xia was in so much pain he couldn't speak. Xia Yeshuang didn't want to talk at all. As for Zhao Yeyue, was her silence due to not wanting to speak? No, it was because she was deep in thought, trying to remember the name of the eighth stepmother. Damn! Could old man Xia at least provide a list next time? It was impossible to remember all this. After a long time, Zhao Yeyue finally recalled that the eighth stepmother's name was Zhou Huayun. Hearing old man Xiao's pain gasps, Zhou Huayun couldn't help but say, "Shuangshuang, it's not that Aunt Zhou is saying this, but after all, he is your father. No matter what." "Oh, never mind." Seeing Xia Yeshuang expressionlessly wiping a golf club with a cloth, Zhou Huayun obediently closed her mouth. "If you hit him, just don't hit me," heart gesture. In such a strange atmosphere, it was Zhao Yeyue who took the initiative to speak. "Aunt Zhou, don't mind her. Shuangshuang is upset, she's young and can't hide her feelings. Please be more understanding." As soon as she said this, Zhou Huayun was left speechless. If she spoke again, wouldn't it just prove that she was at odds with a child? Alright, old man Xia waved his hand. Everyone shut up. Sigh. He had never felt so helpless in his life, but there was nothing he could do. This daughter was born to be a bane to him. At this moment, old man Xia couldn't help but think, if that yellow-haired kid really had good character, it wouldn't be so bad. The main issue was that this daughter was too strong. His old bones really couldn't take much more. Young people are at the age to take a beating, so let that yellow-haired kid take it. Zhao Yeyue chuckled to herself. Old man Xia and Xia Yeshuang were the typical father-daughter duo in conflict. It was so interesting. I love watching it, bring it on. Unfortunately, the commotion couldn't last long. After old man Xia finished applying the medicine, he and his wife were swept out the door by Xia Yeshuang. There was no choice. The villa was under Xia Yeshuang's name, and she could really do whatever she wanted. Once everyone was hurriedly sent away, only Xia Yeshuang and Zhao Yeyue were left sitting across from each other. Zhao Yeyue picked an apple from the fruit bowl, took a bite, and threw it away. Such boring fruit. Xia Yeshuang thought of how Lu Chen always took his meals seriously and rolled her eyes at Zhao Yeyue, frowning. Can you not waste food? Zhao Yeyue laughed dismissively and casually remarked, it's really unbelievable. When did you start saying things like that? Did that kid teach you? Xia Yeshuang was instantly taken aback, stammering, people change. In her way of doing things, she had unconsciously carved Lu Chen's imprint into her actions. Zhao Yeyue picked a grape, leaned back on the sofa, and said leisurely, go on. What exactly happened between you and that kid? Where did this soul come from? Half an hour later, Zhao Yeyue was on the verge of collapse. What? You mean to tell me you're actually in unrequited love? Damn! Zhao Yeyue knew that Xia Yeshuang had feelings recently, but she thought it was that kid relentlessly pursuing her. But now Xia Yeshuang said, it was unrequited love. Xia Yeshuang had a crush on that guy. Damn! This is just upside down. Zhao Yeyue stood up in disbelief, walking around Xia Yeshuang. With that looks, that figure, that worth, that guy must be sick, right? Not even a little moved? Xia Yeshuang was currently applying a cold compress to her swollen eyes but still found time to defend herself. Everyone has different tastes, he's quite healthy and can eat a lot in one meal. Zhao Yeyue was completely at her wit's end. She anxiously scratched her face, then grabbed Xia Yeshuang's hand, speaking earnestly. Xuan, do you know? The man said you're not my type, just politely saying you're ugly. But, your beauty is something anyone with eyes can see. So that guy must be sick. Xia Yeshuang fell silent for a long time. She didn't understand. Why? She thought she wasn't ugly and treated Lu Chen well. Why? Why didn't Lu Chen like her? Xia Yeshuang tilted her face up to apply eye cream. A tear slipped down the corner of her eye and flowed into her ear, making her feel a layer of blurred detachment while listening to Zhao Yeyue speak. You said all this today, and he's still not satisfied. What does he want? The situation between Xia Yeshuang and that man was truly beyond Zhao Yeyue's understanding. Zhao Yeyue had always approached relationships by finding someone she liked, exchanging contact information, going out for a meal or an escape room, then continuing to chat online, and after a few cycles, the couple would form. But now, listening to Xia Yeshuang's description, that man was really impervious. No, he was only receptive to superficial things. After all, Xia Yeshuang said he ate quite well. Xuan, why not just let it go? He's in this line of work, probably very profit-driven, and definitely not sincere with you. I'll gather a few tall, athletic guys this weekend. You'll forget about that guy in no time. A real relationship is much better than this kind of thing. Anyway, even if you're in a relationship, others wouldn't dare treat you poorly. Zhao Yeyue was speaking the truth. Just like when Xia Yeshuang showed her face, those who wanted to willingly be treated poorly would definitely follow suit. Why hang yourself on one tree? Xia Yeshuang remained silent for a long time before finally asking, what was your last boyfriend's name? It was Wang the king of sausages. Zhao Yeyue laughed awkwardly. Okay, I was joking, I forgot what his name was. Xia Yeshuang was not surprised by this answer at all. She simply said, is this kind of relationship really worth existing? The position of a partner is filled with comings and goings, yet you only watch coldly from the sidelines. Do you really understand what you're doing? Zhao Yeyue stopped speaking. After a long while, she said sadly, I know what I'm doing, I want to find a soulmate too. But, I don't have a soul at all. No, many people don't have a soul. Zhao Yeyue didn't know what she wanted to do, didn't know what she liked to do, and didn't know what she could do. She only knew she was afraid of being alone. So she sought one temporary companion after another, like eating fast food. Unhealthy, but happy. At least it was happy at the time. Zhao Yeyue sulkily sat back down on the sofa. Damn! She was actually broken down by Xia Yeshuang, this pure-hearted fool. Xia Yeshuang was still applying eye cream, speaking dejectedly. He told me before doing anything, I should consider whether I can clean up the mess. But you know my temper, I get angry too easily. He's quite poor, now that I think about it, he was actually trying to make money. If I had looked closely at the contract back then, I should have booked him for 24 hours. Zhao Yaiyue collapsed, banging her head on the ground. No, girl, do you know what you're saying? But, Xia Yeshuang closed her eyes, absent-mindedly touching her lips, unable to suppress a laugh. Zhao Yaiyue was scared, her whole body tingling. What are you laughing at? Xia Yeshuang said, but no matter how heartless someone is, their lips are still soft. Zhao Yaiyue? Crazy. Totally crazy. Forget it, as long as you like it. Zhao Yaiyue couldn't care about this anymore, waving her hand. You really like him, just soften up a bit and then offer him more money to hire him, after all, he only cares about the money. Zhao Yaiyue thought. This old man Xia had never heard of Xia Yeshuang softening up in his entire life, yet this treatment was all enjoyed by that kid. But, Zhao Yaiyue recalled the time they watched anime together and reminded, if you really like him, just get him first and then act tsundere. I'm not tsundere. Xia Yeshuang reiterated. Tap tap tap. Butler Zhao walked in holding a delivery box. Miss, you have a package. I've checked it, and there are no dangerous items inside. The sender only left a star as a name. Xia Yeshuang was preoccupied with how to talk to Lu Chen and was about to wave it off when she heard that word and instantly stood up. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. It's Lu Chen. Xia Yeshuang quickly took the package from the butler's hands and hurriedly opened it. Seeing Xia Yeshuang so happy, Butler Zhao smiled and said, Miss, you haven't smiled like this in a long time. Zhao Yaiyue rolled her eyes. Uncle Zhao, stop reading so many novels. And even if you do, why not read Dragon King? Xia Yeshuang completely ignored the two beside her as she opened the package, first seeing layers of cushioning. What could it be? What could it be? Xia Yeshuang suddenly felt a bit shy about returning home. After hesitating for a long time, it was Zhao Yaiyue who peeled back the cushioning to reveal the contents. Holy crap! Zhao Yaiyue was stunned by what she saw inside, immediately stepping back 3 paces and covering Uncle Zhao's mouth, trying to stop him from speaking. Shut up! Who do you think you are? Do you want to live? Xia Yeshuang's eyes drooped. Inside the package lay a delicate watch box. Xia Yeshuang trembled as she opened the box. Next to the diamond-studded watch was a key glinting with silver light. It was the key to the piano room. Frost. Damn! When Zhao Yaiyue looked up again, she could only see a flash of golden hair disappearing quickly at the door. Butler Zhao sighed while preparing the car. Miss hasn't run this fast in a long time. Zhao Yaiyue. Sometimes I really want to swear to follow Thanos to the end. What are you standing there for? Chase her. Zhao Yaiyue took off running, and after spotting Xia Yeshuang getting into a car, she hurriedly found a car to follow her. The 2 cars sped all the way to the school. Oh my! That dead girl runs so fast. Zhao Yaiyue watched as Xia Yeshuang dashed into the school, and she could only follow in a huff, feeling both exasperated and breathless. Frost is even harder to catch than the golden flying thief. Xia Yeshuang was like a perpetual motion machine, showing no signs of fatigue. She first rushed into the evening study classroom, only to find Lu Chen was not there, then directly dashed to the piano room. She was fine, but behind her, a panting Zhao Yaiyue was almost out of breath. Ancestral. Upon reaching the piano room, Zhao Yaiyue leaned against the door, trembling from the run. What on earth do you want to do? She almost ran herself to death. Xia Yeshuang, lost and disheartened, scanned the familiar piano room, her eyes filled with tears as she choked out, I don't know. I don't know where Lu Chen is, I can't find Lu Chen. She had asked Lu Chen for his home address, and he said he lived at 888 Tumbling Garden. She had asked about Lu Chen's family, and he said he popped out from a crack in the rock. Xia Yeshuang trembled as she looked at her phone screen. In the chat interface with Lu Chen, she had sent countless messages, but he hadn't replied to a single one. Until now. Xia Yeshuang suddenly realized, I can't find Lu Chen. Lu Chen knew everything about her, yet he was stingy with revealing any information about himself. Xia Yeshuang leaned against the windowsill, lost in thought, and said blankly, I can't find Lu Chen anymore. Zhao Yaiyue was stunned, staring at the tall trees behind Xia Yeshuang, her scalp tingling. Damn! Ancestor! Please, don't lean back. Zhao Yaiyue's heart was about to leap into her throat as she cautiously stepped towards Xia Yeshuang, comforting her with her words. It's okay, Xuan. He'll definitely come to school next Monday. When he comes, we can apologize to him properly. Really, Xuan, some things may seem big now, but after a week or a month, they'll be small matters. Don't worry, we'll think of a way slowly. Hey! Gotcha! Zhao Yaiyue grabbed Xia Yeshuang's wrist and immediately pulled her down from the windowsill. She quickly closed the window, her movements fluid, and she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn! That scared me to death. Xia Yeshuang seemed to have lost her ability to think, her mind filled with that key. What if Lu Chen only returned the watch? She could say he was just afraid of not taking care of such an expensive gift. But Lu Chen returned the key too. He really wants to cut ties completely. Xia Yeshuang stared blankly at the elegantly shaped piano in front of her, resting her hands on the keys. How could this be? Just before, she was teaching Lu Chen how to play. How could he suddenly be gone? I promised to teach you how to play, and you haven't learned yet. How can you leave first? Plop. Tears fell onto the black and white keys, mingling with the cheerful melody of a farewell letter, cutting into her heart with each drop. Lu Chen. Xia Yeshuang lowered her eyes, pressing down on the keys. I was so excited to receive your letter, but I never thought it would be a farewell letter. The cheerful melody was filled with rich, thick sorrow, and Zhao Yeyue was left dumbfounded. She also studied vocal music, and before she thought Xia Yeshuang had great technique but lacked emotion. But now, Xia Yeshuang had learned. It was clearly a cheerful tone, but Zhao Yeyue could hear the unshakable sorrow within. Zhao Yeyue rubbed her arms, covered in goosebumps. Poverty and pain create the artistic peak of artists. She truly believed it. Maybe half an hour passed, maybe an hour. Zhao Yeyue couldn't remember. She only felt her scalp tingling, as if the piano music was giving her brain a spa, although it was built on Xia Yeshuang's pain. But it felt so good. Xia Yeshuang stopped playing, drifting like a ghost in the piano room. Every corner here was carefully arranged by her. It was her refuge from the mundane world, a secret base she was willing to share with Lu Chen. But Lu Chen didn't want it. Lu Chen didn't want it. Xia Yeshuang's throat choked, letting out a painful whimper. But Lu Chen didn't want it. Xia Yeshuang weakly leaned against the desk, where she had placed many small figurines on the bookshelf. She used to share the names of these figurines with Lu Chen. Xia Yeshuang lowered her head, her golden hair covering her face, the quiet piano room echoing with her painful whimpers. After a long time, Xia Yeshuang stopped. She suddenly reached out and pulled a thick book from the bookshelf. Zhao Yeyue looked over in confusion. Isn't this Camus book too thick? Anyway, she didn't like reading. The books in her house were just for show, and she had never read them once. Xia Yeshuang stared blankly at the book in her hand, then looked at the bookshelf, finally shaking her head. This book has been read. She was familiar with how every corner of the piano room should be, but this book was out of order compared to the one next to it. She hadn't read this book, which meant, Lu Chen read this book? In an instant. On a summer night, Xia Yeshuang seemed to have found some hope and immediately started flipping through the book from the beginning. Details determine success or failure, the ultimate path to success. At night, Lu Chen lay on Antwen's chest, while Antwen had already fallen into a deep sleep after failing to keep the eagle awake. He aimlessly counted Antwen's heartbeat, but in his mind, this phrase kept echoing. Since entering this industry, Lu Chen had been very clear about one thing. This is a dream-making industry. Creating an illusory dream for clients, allowing them to break free from the heavy gravity of reality and immerse themselves in a virtual world. In this process, some clients get lost, some service providers get lost, and some both get lost thinking they've found true love, only to realize after being together that they are incompatible, leading to a very ugly breakup. Lu Chen also knew some peers, but he rarely communicated with them. However, he had quietly listened to many stories. After clients and service providers get together, the main conflict centers around one thing. Clients think, "You used to treat me so well, so why are you not treating me as well now that we are together?" So it turns out that once you get it, you don't cherish it, right? Service providers think, "At that time, you were my boss, of course, I had to serve you well. Now that you are my partner, do you still want me to serve you like an emperor? If that's the case, why don't we just maintain our employer-employee relationship? That way, I still get a salary." There are countless similar cautionary tales. Lu Chen slowly took a breath, the warm, soft scent of milk wafting through his nose. He had sent back his watch and keys. Xia Yeshuang was proud but not foolish. She would understand his meaning. Sometimes Lu Chen also wondered, was he being diligent and responsible in helping these clients, or was he harming them? But he had taken the money. Taking money to do a job is despicable. Taking money and not doing the job is even more despicable. Lu Chen let out a slight sigh. If he was unprofessional, he would be sorry for his professional ethics. If he was professional, it meant serving the clients a cup of sweet poison. This was something he had been pondering since he entered the industry, but even now, he still couldn't figure it out. Lu Chen could control his own heart, but clients couldn't control theirs. At this moment, when the clients were moved, was being diligent and responsible a good thing or a bad thing?
Who is the good person, and who is the bad person? In the end, the answer Lu Chen came to was, I don't know. It was unsolvable. No one was wrong, yet things slid toward the abyss. Antoine in front of him had already fallen into a deep sleep, and Lu Chen relaxed his body, forcing himself not to think about it anymore. Feeling Lu Chen's movements, when Ling Xiu drowsily hugged him tighter, gently patting Lu Chen's back like soothing a child, her tone vague as if a piece of candy was stuck in her throat. Good baby. Sleep. Lu Chen was stunned. Feeling the touch on his back, he incredulously raised his eyes, almost thinking Antoine had woken up. But she hadn't. Lu Chen observed carefully for a long time. Antoine was not awake. This was muscle memory from soothing a child. In an instant, Lu Chen relaxed his body. The sound of Antoine's vague and intermittent soothing filled his ears, and a warm fragrance lingered in his nose. Lu Chen closed his eyes. A single tear floated away, hidden in his hair, as if it had never appeared. The next day, when Lu Chen woke up, the sky was just beginning to brighten. He was sleeping less and less. After covering President Wan and the child with a blanket and checking that the room temperature was fine, he walked out of the bedroom. A qualified time management master must learn to improve the efficiency of time use. While brushing his teeth, Lu Chen quickly checked his phone messages. There was a message from a golden retriever, but Lu Chen had already blocked her. A junior from elementary school sent a message asking how the clothing alterations were going. Lu Chen had actually made quite a bit of progress. Although the clothes were all one size, it didn't rule out some exceptionally gifted individuals, like the junior. So at this moment, Lu Chen's skills played an important role. Although he had nearly finished altering the clothes, he was busy this week, so he arranged to meet the junior next week. The junior was quite understanding and didn't ask too many questions. That was nice. The remaining message came from Qi Yuanshan. She sent a few photos of her grandparents together, with her grandfather wearing a Peking opera robe, looking spirited, while her grandmother was draped in a costume, wearing a crown on her head. The elderly couple was genuinely excited to encounter something new. Lu Chen finally smiled. The old man had this hobby. He enjoyed dabbling in traditional culture and such. Qi Yuanshan unceremoniously sent a message. After a few exchanges, they ended up agreeing on 100 yuan for 3 days. After washing up, Lu Chen grinned at himself in the mirror. His appearance was fine. Today was Saturday, and he needed to find Professor Song. Let's splurge a bit. Lu Chen happily rented a shared electric bike and rode off. Although he wasn't short on money now. But some things should be saved, and some should be spent, like riding a bike to the bar. Truth. Wait a minute. As a moderately sized blogger, Lu Chen suddenly felt that he needed to add an extra step to his daily routine. He opened Douyin and checked his private messages. Haicheng History Museum v. Hello, blogger. I am a staff member of the Haicheng History Museum. Our museum has recently rented collections from multiple provinces for an upcoming exhibition, which is expected to attract a large number of visitors. Therefore, we have decided to hold a traditional cultural and creative competition. May I ask if you have time to participate? The lessons learned from fishing for followers were fresh in his mind, and Lu Chen repeatedly checked the videos on this account. Hey, it really was an official account. Good. I'm doing better too. Lu Chen originally created this account just for fun, but he didn't expect to gain unexpected rewards while playing around. He searched for the cultural and creative competition, remembered the relevant requirements, and then replied to the staff member. Just a casual thing. He just wanted to contribute to the Haicheng History Museum, of course, not just because the first prize for the cultural and creative competition was a 50,000 yuan creative bonus. All the way, Lu Chen kept thinking, which idea is better? While pondering, he rode his bike to the entrance of the mansion, where many people were still taking photos. Lu Chen braked, just about to find a place to return the shared bike when the main gate opened from the inside. It was still the same 2 stewards from last time, the same scene as before. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Damn. Here comes the awkwardness again. Under the gaze of those around him, Lu Chen really wanted to escape. Mr. Lu, you can just ride your bike in, we will take care of it. The steward looked pleased. How nice. Last time, Mr. Lu was burning fuel for a bun, and now he was riding an electric bike. How commendable. Lu Chen was sweating profusely, wobbling as he rode the shared electric bike inside. Creak. The gate closed. The pedestrians who had been paused finally moved. Rich people understand environmental protection now? No way, I've only seen luxury cars go in, never this. An electric bike is still a vehicle, it's a win. On the other side, in the piano room, the birds outside chirped, and Zhao Yeyue lay exhausted on the floor, weakly waving her hand. You bunch of lunatics. Can't you just say it directly? Why all this mumbo-jumbo? I wanted to sleep after the first page of this book. After staying up all night, Xia Yeshuan's eyes were bloodshot. Yet she was still flipping through that book. There was no other choice. She had to flip through the entire book to know what Lu Chen was really looking at. Xia Yeshuan felt a bit frustrated. Maybe Lu Chen was just casually browsing, or perhaps he was just tidying up a bit? Finally, after finishing the whole book, Xia Yeshuan's mind went blank. There were no marks, no bookmarks, no dog-eared pages in the book. Nothing at all. Zhao Yeyue clapped her hands when she saw that she had finished the entire book. Give you a round of applause. I estimate I haven't read a book this carefully in 3 years. My previous state of life was just waste, sleep, forget, eat. Oh heavens. The power of love is truly great. Xia Yeshuan was at a loss. She couldn't find Lu Chen either. She spread the book open on the desk, gently resting her head on the pages, tears blurring her vision. No! If 1 time doesn't work, then 2 times, if 2 times don't work, then 3 times. I don't believe Lu Chen would just skim through this book. After feeling emo for a while, Xia Yeshuan perked up again. Oh my! Zhao Yeyue was in despair. Truly, an endless supply of stubbornness. Do as you please, I'm going to peacefully fade away. Zhao Yeyue closed her eyes peacefully. Xia Yeshuan read the book over and over again. By the time she reached the 3rd reading, she stopped on a certain page. Xia Yeshuan pointed at the text with her finger and read aloud. Until now, what you love is the best side of me. Perhaps this is not love. Perhaps only when you love my weaknesses and my flaws, do you truly love me? 160 Chasing defeat. Don't mess around, Professor Song. Before arriving at the villa, as a believer in pragmatism, Lu Chen prayed to the heavens in advance. Jade Emperor, Buddha, Jesus, anyone will do, as long as it works. Please bless me. He was genuinely afraid that Professor Song would pull off some tricks again. Last time it was about hitting her, and the time before that it was a yacht and fireworks. Professor Song was like a child who had done something wrong. She felt guilty and wanted to make amends, but due to her lack of experience, she kept hitting walls. But, what does that have to do with me? Lu Chen entered the courtyard and did not see Song Juanju's figure. Compared to his last visit, there was now a swing in the yard, swaying gently in the breeze. The courtyard was becoming more vibrant. Lu Chen glanced at the swing, thinking that Professor Song was quite girlish now. Upon entering the house, it was eerily quiet. When he clearly saw the scene in the spacious living room, Lu Chen was stunned, even doubting whether he was still in the country. Ha! Robbed? This isn't America. It can't be gunfire every day, right? In the middle of the living room, there was a computer in sleep mode on the table. Next to it was a stack of precariously piled documents and books, and various papers and files were scattered all over the carpet, with many large books as well. The entire living room looked as if it had been ransacked, chaos filled with the power of knowledge. Lu Chen took a couple of steps closer, weighed a hefty book in his hand, and murmured, "Who says a scholar is of no use? These books could crush someone." Not finding where Professor Song was, Lu Chen walked over to the table intending to pick up the books that had fallen on the floor. Just as he touched one book, "Wait a minute. This feels wrong." Lu Chen pinched it a couple of times. A vague humming sound came from the pile of books, sending chills down Lu Chen's spine. Damn! Lu Chen immediately started to dig through the messy things and finally saw a person quietly lying on the carpet. There is beauty in the book, it does not deceive me. Song Junju was tightly closing her tired eyes, her fair skin accentuating the dark circles under her eyes. She frowned, her thin lips pressed tightly together, wearing a silk pajama set adorned with a circle of intricate lace on the shorts. Her long legs were together, and there were several bruises on her fair, slender skin. However, Song Junju was oblivious as she buried her face in a pile of books, a strand of dark, curly hair falling onto her chest, trembling in the air with the rhythm of her breathing. Lu Chen could no longer hold back. "You're using this to test the cadres?" Lu Chen glanced at the mountain of documents and books on the table, the computer displaying sheets filled with formulas and numbers, resembling the sheet music on Xia Yishuang's piano. Professor Song had no idea how many all-nighters she had pulled. "If those better than me work harder than I do, what's the point of my effort? Let it go." Though he said that, Lu Chen still went to find the medicine box, eyeing the bruises on Professor Song's legs, which looked like they had been caused by a fall. Thud! A book on the table finally couldn't bear the weight, teetering for a while before crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Chen stared in shock at Song Junju. "I think I know where those bruises on your legs came from." He couldn't care less about the medicine box now and quickly walked over to the table to start organizing the documents and books. "Sister, if you've slept well, your ancestors must have knocked their heads against the ground." It was a close call that a hefty book didn't fall on Song Junju's head. Otherwise, who would understand? Lu Chen would have lost a client. Books, a perfect weapon for murder. They could be used to smash someone's head or cut a hand with their sharp pages. Relaxed yet precise, it was good for both of them. As Lu Chen sorted through the materials, various thoughts flew through his mind, but it was fine. Making himself laugh was also a skill. After clearing the documents on the table, Lu Chen bent down to organize the books around Song Junju. She had books draped over her waist, resting on her arms, and even a book under her neck, looking just like a fairy that had sprung from the pages. Lu Chen couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Question: should Song Junju be moved to the bedroom? Answer: 1. This carpet costs 6 figures, more luxurious than an average mattress. Lying on it is perfectly comfortable. 2. Song Junju is a light sleeper. Such a person, when disturbed, will only become frantic. In summary, let her sleep here. He didn't have to princess carry Song Junju to the bedroom. That saved him some effort. Lu Chen adjusted the room temperature and gently placed a blanket over her navel. Covering her navel was his only insistence. Having done all this, Lu Chen took a test paper and sat down in the rocking chair by the floor-to-ceiling window to start writing. About an hour and a half later, Lu Chen noticed Song Junju subconsciously moving her legs, so he immediately got up to pour some water. Song Junju slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the exquisite, expensive chandelier. Her brain was loading. How did I fall asleep here? Once her brain rebooted, the first thing she did was find her glasses to put on. Cherish your friends who wear glasses, for they have paid to see this world clearly. Right here. A gentle voice sounded, and then a pair of gold-rimmed glasses appeared in the palm of Song Junju's hand. Good morning, Professor Song. Song Junju looked up and saw the tenderness in Lu Chen's eyes, along with a cup of honey water on the table at just the right temperature. She seemed to be infected by it, instinctively curving her lips into a smile. Good morning. Wonderful. So wonderful. Sitting on the carpet, Song Junju hugged her long, fair legs, sipping honey water in small mouthfuls. Seeing her like this, Lu Chen felt as if he had successfully enlightened the masses like a sage. Professor Song, who was once a madman, has been transformed into this obedient state by him. Truly a cause for celebration. Lu Chen wiped away the non-existent tears at the corners of his eyes, deeply moved. Taming a mad dog is really exhausting. He could finally live a good life, sob sob sob. Watching Song Junju drink water, Lu Chen brought over the medicine box and sat down beside her. Professor Song, extend your leg. Ha! Song Junju was momentarily dazed, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with confusion, but she still extended one leg. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Damn it! Good news, Professor Song has been transformed. Bad news, her IQ has also dropped. Change legs, Professor Song, your leg is bruised from being hit by the book. Oh! Song Junju's ears turned bright red as she extended her other leg into Lu Chen's palm. She appeared calm on the surface, but her hands were tightly gripping the carpet. Lu Chen held her ankle with one hand to stabilize it while skillfully treating the wound with the other, all the while chatting to ease her tension. Professor Song, next time you should at least lie on the sofa. I just saw a book fall off the table, and it sounded really painful. Listening to Lu Chen's rambling, Song Junju stared at his lips. What was he saying? She didn't catch a single word. I don't often do this. The project in the capital is stalled, and I need to analyze where the problem is. Song Junju noticed that Lu Chen looked genuinely worried. Although she couldn't tell if his concern was real or feigned, she still began to explain. Lu Chen nodded in understanding. He never thought of Song Junju as a vase. Although she was harsh on others, she was even harsher on herself. There's a problem with the project. I have a flight tomorrow night. I need to go back to the capital. Song Junju continued to report to Lu Chen. In fact, she should have left long ago, but these past few days were rare moments spent with Lu Chen. She was reluctant to part, so she forced herself to work as quickly as possible, just to carve out some time with Lu Chen. Lu Chen immediately replied, I'll take you to the airport. Song Junju smiled and let her gaze sweep over Lu Chen's face. You can't even drive, why would you take me? Alert! If at this moment you immediately say, then I won't go, congratulations. You're out. Lu Chen sincerely said, I don't know how long you'll be gone. We might not see each other for a long time. Let me take you, I can take a taxi back. By the way, subtly inquiring how long Song Junju would be gone. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Song Junju was taken aback, her peach blossom eyes sparkling. Okay, we'll take a car, and someone will bring you back. Lu Chen nodded obediently. Yes, saved a bit on transportation costs. Awesome. Song Junju continued, I don't know how long I'll be gone. The property management knows you, I've informed them. You can stay here anytime. The environment is great and very safe. I live far away in the capital, so if you have something, I might not be able to help. I have a friend in Haicheng who is a doctor. If you need anything, you can contact her directly. Song Junju rambled on, afraid she would forget something. The person she trusted most in Haicheng was Zhang Yu. She felt at ease entrusting Lu Chen to Zhang Yu. So Song Junju asked, "My friend is really nice. Do you want to meet her and get to know her?" 161-3's company, of course. Lu Chen raised the corners of his mouth but still felt a bit flustered. "Professor Song, what are her hobbies? I want to make a good impression on her." A strong sense of possessiveness flashed in Song Junju's eyes, but her tone remained exceptionally calm. "Why do you want her to have a good impression of you? Could it be that Lu Chen had other thoughts about Zhang Yu?" "She is your friend." Lu Chen scratched his head and said shyly. "Professor Song, this is the first time you've introduced me to your friend, and I don't want you to lose face in front of her." Song Junju was taken aback, the stubbornness in her eyes fading instantly. "Good. So it was still for her. That's good. Then she'll come tomorrow afternoon, you two can meet, and then go to the airport." No one had taught Song Junju how to cherish someone, she could only explore and seek experience on her own, at least at this moment. Hearing Lu Chen's words, she felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart. You don't need to please her, no one is worth your effort to please. Just interact with her normally. She had done wrong before. Now she was correcting it. Lu Chen nodded obediently. "Okay, Professor Song. Just enough is fine." A little less enthusiasm would make the client feel that she doesn't value her friend, while a little more enthusiasm would make the client think he has ulterior motives. Just right like this. "The client should know one thing, my enthusiasm for your friend is all because of you." One of the qualities of a professional sycophant is to make the client feel that she is the center of attention at all times. It was a cloudy day, with a cool breeze. At the wide table in the living room, Lu Chen and Song Junju each occupied half. Although both were busy with their own tasks, the atmosphere in the room was better than ever. The cold light reflected from the computer screen shone on Song Junju's glasses as she lowered her eyes, her slender fingers holding a pen, writing and drawing on paper. After a moment, a series of smooth and complex formulas leaped onto the page. Magic! Absolute magic! Lu Chen glanced at Song Junju, who was working earnestly, and couldn't help but sigh how nice it would be if she were always this normal. Indeed. Regardless of gender, the best sight is when one shines in their professional field. Seeing Song Junju so focused, Lu Chen also lowered his head and began to do his own work. He had too many ideas about the cultural and creative competition for the Haicheng History Museum, constantly weighing which one was better. He always felt that this one was good, and that one was good. "What are you doing?" Song Junju noticed that Lu Chen wasn't writing problems but seemed to be drawing something, and she asked with some confusion. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Isn't graduation coming soon? I want to customize some souvenirs online to give to the whole class, but I haven't figured out how to make them unique without being too niche." "Oh, I see." Song Junju thought it made sense, and a spark of inspiration hit her. "Wait for me." Her long legs swayed past Lu Chen, and she rummaged through a pile of books, pulling out a few on traditional culture. Placing the books in front of Lu Chen, Song Junju pointed and said, "I've read these, there are quite a few things from ancient times in them. You can see if you get any ideas. Current things are too mass-produced and can become commonplace. Sometimes looking back at history might spark new creativity and inspiration." Lu Chen didn't expect Song Junju to read these kinds of books. "Professor Song, your reading volume is a bit beyond my expectations." "Aha!" Complimented. Song Junju's eyes brightened, happier than when she published a paper. "There are many books in the study, you can read them at home too. They're all quite helpful for broadening your horizons. If a person studies physics but only reads physics-related books, they won't have a very broad mindset. Classic literature, historical materials, philosophy, natural sciences, and social sciences, these are all worth reading. Science without humanities is dangerous, and humanities without science is ignorant. Only reading one type of book will only limit the reader's thinking to one perspective." Finally, hearing Lu Chen sincerely compliment her made Song Junju happy, so she spoke a little more. "You want to leave some souvenirs for your classmates. You can categorize them by color, zodiac sign, month, or even MBTI. You could even sort them by Gryffindor and Slytherin. People need recognition so much, let your classmates find their sense of belonging themselves. With this kind of categorization, although you're just customizing the types a bit more, it feels more thoughtful than giving everyone the same souvenir." Lu Chen was stunned for the first time. "Damn! That makes so much sense. 1. I gave you all the same thing. 2. I gave you different things based on your different personalities. The level of thoughtfulness in these two sounds completely different. I'm impressed." Lu Chen was really impressed. This Professor Song is smarter than he thought. Learning a new trick, Lu Chen felt terrifyingly strong, and even looking at Song Junju seemed pleasing. Grateful to Professor Song. With a general idea in mind, Lu Chen's work went much smoother. After spending an hour perfecting the design concept, he directly sent the document to the official email. Afterwards, Lu Chen and Song Junju, two workaholics, one writing problems until 2 in the morning, the other working until 2 in the morning. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. Lu Chen was full of energy, and when he looked at Song Junju, she was equally spirited. The two exchanged glances, and for the first time in a while, they felt like they were evenly matched. Do you want to battle until dawn? On the other side, Zhang Yu was completely falling apart. What on earth should my best friend's duck wear? 162 Is he a genius? In the Haicheng History Museum, Xiao Zhou, who was responsible for reviewing the cultural creativity competition, stared at a document, completely dumbfounded. Nowadays, young people are increasingly returning to traditional culture. They must also come up with something novel to attract attention. The establishment of this cultural creativity competition was partly to gather inspiration for the museum, and partly to outshine the neighboring Haicheng Museum. Originally, Xiao Zhou thought this competition would only yield a fairly decent idea, but after reading the document, he suddenly thought of a phrase. Is sending this guy too much for the participants? Xiao Zhou glanced at the document's signature. Super Invincible Universe Cool Awesome Wood Carving Little Prince. Xiao Zhou was stunned. He expected to see a well-known name. How could this be? Isn't this the blogger he casually invited? He invited this blogger just last night, and today the blogger has already come up with a proposal? What's wrong, Xiao Zhou? The head of the operations department, Gong Jinbao, noticed Xiao Zhou looking dazed and walked over curiously. Xiao Zhou instantly shivered and quickly replied, It's nothing, Teacher Gong. I was just checking the emails of the participants in our cultural creativity competition. Xiao Zhou was genuinely a bit afraid of Gong Jinbao. Although it said online that the post-00s are going to reform the workplace, he really is just a small, timid person. He doesn't dare. Fortunately, Gong Jinbao was just serious and didn't make things difficult for others. The reason Gong Jinbao took the lead in organizing this competition was that he saw the neighboring Haicheng Museum had released a hot-selling cultural product that went crazy in sales. The fear of one's own failure is certainly daunting, but the success of competitors is even more disheartening. Hearing the bragging from the neighboring museum, Gong Jinbao was so angry he had to punch the air in the middle of the night. Is there anything outstanding in the emails you reviewed? Xiao Zhou was just a reviewer, responsible for checking if there was any inappropriate content like pornography or violence in the emails. The real evaluation wasn't up to him. But hearing Gong Jinbao ask like that, Xiao Zhou just spoke honestly. Teacher Gong, I think this seems pretty good. Super Invincible Universe Crazy Dominant Cool Wood Carving Little Prince? Gong Jinbao read the title aloud, and the anxiety in his heart finally eased. What a meager name this is. However, seeing Xiao Zhou's timid recommendation, Gong Jinbao maintained a blank expression but still started reading from the first page. 10 minutes later, Gong Jinbao sat in Xiao Zhou's chair and read it again. 10 minutes later, Gong Jinbao stretched his neck to stare at the computer and read it once more. After a long while, Xiao Zhou, standing to the side, immediately stood at attention. Yes, Teacher Gong, you said. Quickly contact this prince. Xiao Zhou? Gong Jinbao, who usually never smiled, finally revealed his front teeth at this moment. The prince specifically learned that our exhibition has relief sculptures. He wants us to carve ancient surnames totems on the wood carvings. This not only allows visitors to feel involved but also promotes traditional culture. The scholars we've been collaborating with for years can be of great help in checking the accuracy of those totems. Hearing Gong Jinbao's words, others asked in confusion. What if some surnames are too obscure, and we can't find those surname totems? Gong Jinbao replied happily. Do you think the prince didn't consider that? He wrote in the document that visitors with too obscure surnames can receive a hidden version of the wood carving figurine, and this is simply an excellent promotional opportunity. It would be a shame not to film a video. Don't you want to see who has surnames like Dugu, Huangfu, Nangong, and Nalan? He also mentioned that if someone finds the fifth surname like opening a blind box, they can collaborate with the game for a crossover. This is simply genius. Wow! Everyone was stunned. It could be done this way? Then, how do we price it? He wouldn't have written that too, would he? Gong Jinbao smiled mysteriously, and Xiao Zhou immediately understood, nodding seriously. He wrote that the price is 30 yuan more than our usual cultural products. Some felt it was unacceptable. What if tourists think it's too expensive? Add 1 yuan, and they can ask the sculptor to carve a character on the back of the totem wood carving.
Although this item is a bit pricey, for just an extra yuan, they can get a hand-carved character. The scene erupted in excitement. Buying something for 100 yuan with free shipping feels very different from buying something for 80 yuan but with 20 yuan shipping. This person not only understands technology but also marketing. Gong Jinbo was delighted. Xiao Zhou, hurry and contact this contestant. Maybe we can collaborate long-term in the future. He. Thank you, Prince. Once this cultural product sells like hotcakes, he will definitely go to the neighboring Haicheng Museum to show off. On the other side, Lu Chen and Professor Song really worked until dawn. In the end, Lu Chen conceded defeat. There was no way Professor Song could really endure. The spirit of scientific research is indeed impressive, almost like a madness of burning oneself out. When dawn broke, Lu Chen was sent to the bedroom to sleep by Song Junju. Beep beep beep, the alarm clock rang. Lu Chen immediately opened his eyes and quickly sat up. He used to want to sleep in, but sleeping in meant no money, so he developed a method. The moment the alarm clock rang, he would get up quickly. That way, he could grit his teeth and get out of bed. 8 o'clock. Lu Chen looked at the time. He was sent back to the bedroom at 6, which meant he had only slept for 2 hours. Lu Chen went to the bathroom to wash his face. After graduation, I must experience what it feels like to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. After tidying himself up, he glanced back at the entire decoration of the bedroom before heading out. Since moving into this room, Lu Chen had realized that it was undoubtedly the dream room of every man. All the electronic devices and gaming consoles were top of the line, even the chair was the most expensive kind. Not to mention the scattered items in the corner of the room, like an Iron Man helmet, cards, transformation devices, Gundams, Legos, and even a set of Imperial armor. Everything cool that Lu Chen could find on the TV or his phone was right here. You really are rich, Professor Song. It was clear that this room had been well planned, at least it matched the interests of an 18-year-old boy in his rebellious phase. Lu Chen took a quick glance at those things and then opened the door to leave the bedroom. Standing in the corridor on the second floor, Lu Chen looked down and saw Song Junju with her back to him, seriously focused on her computer. However, Lu Chen squinted, feeling that the video playing on Professor Song's computer didn't seem to be related to any research. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen quietly stood in the corridor, took out his phone, and opened the camera. Zoom in, and zoom in again. Until he could clearly see the video playing on Song Junju's computer, he fell into silence. On the computer screen, the surveillance video from yesterday was playing, showing Song Junju lying on the carpet until her legs went numb, and Lu Chen carrying her to the sofa. Unlike the careful and subtle approach of President Wen, since the first day in the mansion, Lu Chen had noticed that there were quite a few surveillance cameras installed both inside and outside the mansion. All the cameras in Professor Song's home were quite obvious, much like her straightforward personality, bright and glaring, impossible to miss. So Lu Chen wasn't surprised. The only thing that surprised him was that Song Junju was watching this surveillance video. He thought she was just checking what had happened yesterday. But after observing her for a while, Lu Chen realized he was wrong. Song Junju was like a delicate and cold sculpture, the screen shimmering cold light reflecting her quiet profile. She wasn't doing anything else. She was just repeatedly dragging the video bar, watching the moment when Lu Chen held her over and over again. Again and again. Lu Chen's heart jolted, and he quickly returned to the bedroom. Since the first day he lived in this bedroom, he had checked in various ways. There were no surveillance cameras in the bedroom. Therefore, Lu Chen could express his feelings at that moment in the simplest words. Damn! Shock! Truly shocking! Lu Chen understood Song Junju very well. This person had a strong desire for destruction. When faced with something that displeased her, her first thought was definitely to destroy it. Even before, when Song Junju had fallen asleep after drinking, Lu Chen had found a few bottles of oddly named medications for mental health in her bedside cabinet when he carried her to the bedroom. Song Junju was unwell. She was definitely an unwell person, so Lu Chen had to exercise more patience for his own safety. But now, no. Perhaps since that time he had calmed her down from her mental outburst, Song Junju hadn't forced him to do anything again. Now, the professor, with a strong desire for destruction, wanted a hug. Yet she didn't directly ask Lu Chen for it. Instead, she found a video to watch repeatedly. Lu Chen's heart trembled. This completely exceeded his imagination of Song Junju's character. From the yacht fireworks, Lu Chen had known that Song Junju had developed feelings for him, but he was still wrong. He had miscalculated the intensity of Song Junju's feelings. Can I still leave? For the first time, Lu Chen fell silent. Other clients were easy to handle. Only Song Junju. She was an extremely unstable mental patient, ready to explode at any moment, but now she seemed to be suppressing her violent urges.
Damn! Lu Chen lay on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling, murmuring to himself. Professor Son, I will never eat anything you give me again. He had seen many books on chemistry and biology in Song Juanju's bookshelf. You wouldn't poison me, would you? Countless drama plots flashed through Lu Chen's mind. More terrifying than an antisocial personality is a high IQ antisocial personality. He had recently come across a news story about a medical student who stabbed her boyfriend dozens of times, each stab non-fatal. Professor Son, you wouldn't use your expertise against me, would you? Surely not? Definitely not? Lu Chen felt overwhelmed, completely breaking down. In the afternoon, Lu Chen abandoned his professional demeanor for the first time, lying on the bed in despair. Wen Zong, Shi Yushan, Wei Qingyu, and Xia Yishuang were all quite manageable because they were normal people. Among them, the one most capable and substantial enough to take revenge on him was Wen Zong, the most dignified one. The rest was Song Junju, a capable yet uncontrollable madwoman. Lu Chen turned over, burying his face in the pillow, his scalp tingling. What do you want me to do? No matter how he strategized, how he guessed people's hearts, or how adeptly he navigated situations, he was still just a student not yet 19. After a moment, Lu Chen finally thought of a countermeasure, lifting his head from the pillow, his gaze heavy. Professor Son, I will definitely win against you. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came, and Lu Chen immediately organized his emotions and got up to open the door. Professor Son. Song Junju held a tray with food on it. It was her first time doing this, and she felt a bit awkward. I saw you were sleeping when I came to check on you at noon, so I didn't wake you. It's about time now. You should eat something and freshen up. My friend is coming soon. You can meet her and chat for a bit. I have to go to the airport. Song Junju awkwardly shoved the food into Lu Chen's hands and turned to walk toward the study. Lu Chen watched her nervous, synchronized movements. Damn it! This food must be poisoned. Lu Chen didn't eat a single bite. He poured the milk straight into the toilet and found a plastic bag to put the food in, planning to throw it away when he left the mansion. He didn't want to gamble on whether the meal was safe. A gambler ends up with nothing. In the study. How's it going? Zhang Yu's voice on the other end of the phone was particularly excited. To win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. However, given that Song Juanju's cooking skills were all over the place, Zhang Yu came up with another idea. Who cares about the food? As long as she shows concern, it will be fine, right? Song Junju sat in a chair, contemplating Lu Chen's expression from earlier, hesitating. Why do I feel like he's not very happy? Her intuition had always been accurate, except when it came to matters of the heart, where it completely failed her. Zhang Yu thought Song Juanju's description of being a love fool was definitely inaccurate, so she said, anyway, I'm already in the car, and I'll be there soon. I'll go see for myself who this person is that can ensnare the lofty Professor Song. Song Junju really had no idea how to handle such matters and could only follow Zhang Yu's advice, but she still cautioned, you. Don't scare him, okay? Be a bit nicer when you talk. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes. She had never seen anyone less polite than Song Junju, and now Song Junju was giving her advice? Love-struck fool. Although she received Zhang Yu's assurance, Song Junju still nagged on and on. I don't know when I can return to Haicheng. You take good care of him. If he spends too much money, just tell me directly, and I'll reimburse you. If something else comes up, you can handle it if you can, but if you can't, you must call me. And Zhang Yu felt utterly disheartened on the other end of the line. Damn! She had never seen Song Junju so chatty before. After rambling for a long time, as the mansion drew closer, Zhang Yu suddenly remembered something. By the way, what should I call your partner? I can't just call him Duck, right? Song Junju thought for a moment and said, his name is Lu Chen. You can just call him Xiao Lu. The smile on Zhang Yu's face instantly froze. She felt she must have been hallucinating from working the night shift too much. It must be an illusion. Zhang Yu slapped herself and asked again, I didn't hear clearly, what did you say his name was? 164. Absolutely insane. What's wrong? Do you know him? The smile on Song Juanju's face vanished in an instant. Zhang Yu tightened her grip on the phone, her gaze heavy as she stared into the rearview mirror, her cold expression startling the driver. The driver's mind instantly filled with countless violent incidents, and he trembled as he played a song. Gently, gently wake the sleeping soul, slowly open your eyes. Miss, please don't die in my car. The driver tried to convey his sincerity to Zhang Yu, and she indeed felt it. The music brought Zhang Yu back to her senses. She lowered her eyes, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes, and finally forced a casual tone. I don't know him, I just found the name unpleasant. No wonder you didn't tell me his name, turns out it's not a nice one. Zhang Yu's hands trembled slightly. It couldn't be, right? It couldn't be Lu Chen, could it? This place is vast and full of resources. Isn't it normal to have more people with the same name? It can't be Lu Chen. It definitely can't be. Zhang Yu gritted her teeth, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. She had known Lu Chen for so many years in the hospital, almost watching him grow up. She had seen him transform from a shy, silent boy into the sunny, cheerful person he was now. She couldn't imagine how long a journey Lu Chen had gone through. Zhang Yu had always adhered to the principle of not getting too involved with patients or their families, but Lu Chen was too pitiful back then. She had even asked Lu Chen if he needed to borrow some money, which completely contradicted her usual medical ethics. But at that time, Lu Chen smiled and said casually, "It's okay, Dr. Zhang, my novel is doing well. I've already received a lot of royalties." Lu Chen was unwilling. Zhang Yu didn't press further. However, she had never really believed that Lu Chen could make money through such a ridiculous profession as writing novels. Writing novels was a dead end. Now, it seemed she was about to find out what profession Lu Chen was actually in. Zhang Yu lowered her head, feeling overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. She was afraid it was Lu Chen, but also afraid it wasn't. What's unpleasant about it? Song Junju immediately retorted upon hearing this. She thought the name sounded quite nice. However, Zhang Yu had been silent for a bit too long, and an instinct prompted Song Junju to ask, "You really don't know him?" Song Junju had grown up with Zhang Yu, so she had infinite trust in her. But now, even she didn't understand why she suddenly asked that question. Zhang Yu tried hard to regain her composure, forcing a calm smile. "I wouldn't go looking for Duck. How would I know her?" "Oh, I see." Song Junju stopped asking further. But Zhang Yu hesitated. After thinking for a moment, she finally spoke. "How old is your partner, anyway? Last time I asked if he was an adult, you didn't say anything." Song Junju fell silent for a moment, finding it hard to speak. "He'll be 19 this summer. But when we met, he was definitely of age. I would never do something so beastly." That's it. A bolt from the blue. Zhang Yu leaned back in her seat in despair, forcing a laugh. "So you've also had your share of good things. How did you two get along before? I want to hear if there were any issues between you." Song Junju found it a bit strange. She thought Zhang Yu would scold her for being an old cow eating tender grass. However, having someone to share her thoughts with was a relief for the suppressed feelings inside Song Junju. "The first time I met Lu Chen was in a quiet bar. That day, everyone found out that Sun Ainong had run away from her marriage, and my parents and siblings all messaged me, their words laced with sarcasm. I was annoyed, so I turned off my phone and went to that bar to drink. Halfway through, I saw the resident singer change shifts, and the one who came off stage looked a bit like Sun Ainong, so I beckoned him over." Zhang Yu took a deep breath. "And then you yelled at him?" "I punched him." Zhang Yu completely broke down. "He didn't call the police?" "I gave him a lot of money." At that time, Song Junju was so furious about the marriage rejection that just punching Lu Chen was already quite restrained. He was really angry at first, but after I gave him the money, he smiled, and then he took me upstairs to a room. Zhang Yu swallowed hard. "Did you turn off the lights?" "Turn off what lights?" Song Junju chuckled lightly. "He took off my high heels, removed my makeup, and finally tucked me into bed with a blanket. Seeing that I couldn't sleep, he leaned by the bed and sang me a song." The corners of Song Junju's mouth lifted slightly. After that day, she hired Lu Chen. Was it really because she hated Sun Ainang's face, or was it because Lu Chen had truly touched her heart? Saying it was love at first sight felt too frivolous. So when Lu Chen asked for a reason, Song Junju chose the former. However, she didn't expect that telling one lie would require countless others to cover it up. Since she had hired Lu Chen to take revenge on Sun Ainong, how would she go about it? Song Junju felt like she was in a contest with Lu Chen. She didn't want to be the first to say I love you, but she also couldn't really hurt Lu Chen. She could only turn a blind eye to how thickly he dressed each time and silently lower the air conditioning temperature. "I hit him." Zhang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought Lu Chen would at most take care of Song Junju's life, but Song Junju actually hit someone? Damn! Zhang Yu, who had been considering whether to really match the two of them, swallowed all her words back. She knew best about Song Junju's mental state. If Song Junju could calmly hurt herself, she could certainly calmly hurt others. Damn! Zhang Yu frowned, recalling the times she had seen injuries on Lu Chen's face. She had asked Lu Chen, and he had said he got hurt while playing around with classmates at school. But it happened so rarely that she didn't pay much attention. But now that she thought about it, maybe it was Song Junju's doing? Zhang Yu felt a tingling sensation all over, an indescribable guilt almost drowning her. Ever since she discovered that Song Junju had taken that duck under her wing and her mental state had improved, she had been sending Song Junju little things to spice up her relationship, like bells and such.
She hoped they weren't all used on Lu Chen. She thought Song Junju was stabilizing her emotions through love, but now, listening to how Song Junju described their interactions, it seemed like she was venting her emotions through hitting people. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yu's heart was completely in disarray. Yes, she really hoped that Song Junju's spirit and life could get better and better. But what if the price for that was sacrificing Lu Chen? Zhang Yu irritably messed up her carefully styled hair, feeling like her brain was about to explode. It was Lu Chen. That person was Lu Chen. The one who had been tormented by Song Junju for so long, the one she had called duck for so long. It was Lu Chen. Zhang Yu's mind flashed back to Lu Chen's demeanor in the hospital. He always seemed lively and positive. But what was he really like inside? That day she asked Lu Chen where he planned to go after graduation, and he said he wanted to go to Tibet, saying that the altitude was high and the oxygen was low, and when people lacked oxygen, they thought less. At that time, Zhang Yu thought Lu Chen was joking. But what if he wasn't joking? Zhang Yu, a medical student, had quite a few friends in psychiatry. What if Lu Chen really could only relax his mind through such a simple and crude physical method? Song Junju was mentally ill. Did that mean Lu Chen's mind was normal? Hey, miss, if you don't stop soon, the traffic police will give me a ticket. The taxi had long arrived near the mansion. But Zhang Yu's mind was too chaotic, so she sat in the car, sorting her thoughts. It's fine, I'm good now. Zhang Yu pulled out a few red bills from her bag and handed them to the driver. Thank you. Click. The car door closed. Zhang Yu steeled her resolve and entered the mansion. 165 Making the most of things. People can deceive themselves. Song Junju wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. She couldn't admit that she had fallen in love with Lu Chen at first sight, so she had to come up with a ridiculous reason. This reason, as she kept deceiving herself, she eventually began to believe. So cheap. Song Junju stared at her cold, indifferent face in the mirror. If Zhang Yu hadn't pointed out her problem directly, she didn't know how much longer she would have continued to deceive herself. Did she really not see Lu Chen's little gestures? Of course, she saw them. But she chose not to see. Drinking poison to quench thirst, even if it was toxic, it still quenched her thirst. Regardless of whether Lu Chen's confession that night was sincere or insincere, at least it gave her a justifiable reason. Look, you confessed first, so I can treat you well openly. So cheap. Song Junju repeated, a cool smile curling at her lips. She knew Lu Chen had a habit of checking trending topics, otherwise, he wouldn't have seen Qi Yushan's disastrous performance that day. On the day of the yacht fireworks, it had directly topped the local trending list. The dazzling fireworks lit up the sky, and countless netizens realized they had truly become the NPCs that exploded in novels. She didn't believe Lu Chen hadn't seen it. But Lu Chen pretended to be clueless. Let him pretend. Song Junju lowered her head and laughed at herself. Let him pretend. As long as you're still by my side, everything is fine. After Zhang Yu sent a message saying she had arrived, Song Junju took Lu Chen downstairs. The two sat on the sofa, with exquisite and sweet afternoon tea on the table. Song Junju was still explaining. My friend is really nice, you don't have to be afraid of her. If she's not satisfied with you, just tell me. Lu Chen listened and nodded sincerely. Damn. How was this like entrusting a child? Junju. Zhang Yu tried her best not to show any abnormality, calling out Song Junju's name as usual. The moment Lu Chen heard that voice, the smile on his face froze, and a chill ran down his back. Zhang Yu chatted with Song Junju for a few moments, her gaze falling behind Song Junju. The 1% hope in her heart that it was just a coincidence shattered completely. It really was Lu Chen. Zhang Yu forced a smile and extended her hand. Hello, Lu Chen, I'm Zhang Yu, a good friend of Junju. Hello, Dr. Zhang, I'm Lu Chen. Lu Chen stood up, wearing an incredibly perfect smile, his eyes devoid of any fluctuation, as gentle as usual. Two people who had known each other for many years finally had a formal opportunity for self-introduction. Zhang Yu felt a chill in her heart. It was the first time she had seen Lu Chen with such a gaze. Beneath the gentleness lay a layer of indifference that kept others at a distance. Alright, sit down and have something to eat. We'll head to the airport soon. Song Junju interrupted their handshake, her expression slightly unnatural. Was it necessary to hold hands for so long? Lu Chen appropriately withdrew his hand and obediently sat beside Song Junju. Zhang Yu sat across from them, her gaze complex as she watched Lu Chen pour tea for Song Junju. She wanted to speak but found herself at a loss for words. If Song Junju's duck was a greedy little man, Zhang Yu could easily let Song Junju keep him. But that person happened to be Lu Chen. Why Lu Chen? How could it be Lu Chen? At that moment, Zhang Yu felt the unpredictability of fate. The pervert she had scolded so many times was actually her best friend's partner. Dr. Zhang, have some tea. After pouring tea for Song Junju, Lu Chen poured a cup for Zhang Yu as well. Zhang Yu looked at the smile on Lu Chen's lips and nodded. Oh, okay. She didn't know what to say, she had never experienced such a situation. No matter how uncomfortable Zhang Yu felt during the afternoon tea, Lu Chen remained calm as if he didn't recognize her. Mainly, it was Lu Chen who was talking. He expressed concern for Song Junju's health and, fearing that Zhang Yu might be bored, tossed the conversation her way. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu was distracted, only responding occasionally. When the time came, Song Junju drove the two of them to the airport. Professor Song, goodbye. Lu Chen smiled as he stood in place, watching Song Junju leave. Zhang Yu stood beside him, forcing a smile and waving goodbye to Song Junju. Once Song Junju completely disappeared from their sight, the already precarious atmosphere between Lu Chen and Zhang Yu instantly dropped to freezing point. The car was parked in the lot, and silence filled the interior. Zhang Yu sat in the driver's seat while Lu Chen sat in the passenger seat, both of them silent. After a long while, Zhang Yu spoke up, I didn't know you were doing this. Now you know, Lu Chen replied expressionlessly, feeling that he had been a bit unlucky lately. Zhang Yu choked slightly. She had never heard Lu Chen speak in such a cold tone. I asked you, why didn't you tell me you were doing this? Is it something to be proud of? Lu Chen answered calmly. Zhang Yu, feeling a bit overwhelmed, leaned against the steering wheel. Do you know what Junju feels for you? I know, Lu Chen suddenly said like a statue. You've asked me so many questions, so let me ask you one. When did you know it was me? When they met, he noticed that Zhang Yu's eyes held not surprise but sorrow. That meant Zhang Yu should have known earlier that it was him. But, since Zhang Yu knew it was him, why didn't she tell Song Junju? What did that imply? Lu Chen felt that the situation had taken a turn. It seemed he didn't need such extreme methods to proceed. Zhang Yu was silent for a moment before saying, Junju only told me your name today. I only knew there was such a person before. It was precisely because she didn't know that person was Lu Chen that she had urged Song Junju to seize the opportunity. But now, facing Lu Chen, she suddenly realized that her encouragement to Song Junju felt like a sin. Song Junju was fine. What about Lu Chen? Would he be trapped for a lifetime? Lu Chen nodded, realizing that his assumptions were indeed correct, and there was something to work with. A deadlock could sometimes be revitalized. Thank you for not telling Professor Song about me. Zhang Yu was surprised by the sight of her face. She didn't expect Lu Chen to bring this up first, and her heart suddenly ached. It's fine, this is your privacy, I won't tell anyone else. Thank you. Lu Chen thanked her in a robotic manner, as if he were following a script. Zhang Yu completely broke down. She had seen Lu Chen's most genuine smile in the hospital, and now seeing him in this dull, lifeless state, how could she not feel hurt? Junju likes you, did you know? She doesn't like me, she likes the way I take care of her, doesn't she? Is that really called liking? Lu Chen was unusually straightforward. Zhang Yu was stunned. For a long time. Although she admitted that Lu Chen had a point, she still said, Junju has always been someone who won't give up until she achieves her goal. As long as she wants something, she will definitely get it. Lu Chen subtly shifted his angle, hiding half of his face in the darkness, and said in a very lonely tone, What can I do? Zhang Yu looked at him sideways. Half of Lu Chen's body was hidden in the shadows, leaving only his thin jawline visible. Then, Zhang Yu saw a tear roll down Lu Chen's cheek. What can I do? Zhang Yu was frozen. Even in the hardest times in the hospital, she had never seen Lu Chen cry. 166 You can't leave. He cried. The realization made Zhang Yu's mind buzz. Don't. Zhang Yu hurriedly reached out to wipe his tears. But Lu Chen flinched like a startled animal, suddenly shrinking back and then starting to tremble. After a long while, once Lu Chen calmed down, he stopped shaking and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I hit him. Song Junju's words echoed in Zhang Yu's mind once again. Was this a stress response? Zhang Yu's heart ached dully. Had Lu Chen's trauma become this severe? 1,000 words suddenly choked in her throat, and she could no longer say a word. In the hospital, she understood how difficult life could be. Some people could land on the hospital's top floor by helicopter for minor ailments, while others could only lie in the hospital corridor because there were no beds available. To maintain Song Junju's mental state, she had sacrificed such a fragile Lu Chen. Was this really right? Why? Zhang Yu remained silent for a long time, withdrew her hand, and asked hoarsely, How long is your contract with Junju? It ends on June 10th. Do you want to renew it? No, my grandfather is better now, I don't need the money. What are your plans for the future? I won't be in this line of work anymore, and I can never sleep well. Even when I do, I have nightmares. I feel like my mental state has reached its limit, so I want to take a year off from school and travel around. Lu Chen spoke very sincerely, believing that Zhang Yu would make a decision.
Zhang Yu was silent for half a minute before finally saying, "Will you come back?" "Of course. That's good. It's just a year." Lu Chen had worked so hard for so long, couldn't he steal a year that belonged to him? Zhang Yu lowered her gaze, but her tone was unusually firm. "Don't stay in the country, you won't be able to leave. You go abroad, and I'll arrange a luxury cruise for you, you can travel around the world." Lu Chen was stunned. What the hell? Lu Chen didn't expect this. Acting as Zhang Yu, he had unexpectedly uncovered such a big surprise. He believed that Zhang Yu wouldn't say anything frivolous, as long as she spoke, it would definitely help him solve all his troubles. The only thing Lu Chen was curious about was, "Dr. Zhang, how did you end up being a doctor in the hospital? I think you should have a broader horizon. Can someone who grew up with Song Junju really have a different family background? But if that's the case, why did Zhang Yu choose to be a small doctor? Damn. He thought Zhang Yu didn't have much money at the time, so he didn't ask her for any. What a hassle." When Zhang Yu heard Lu Chen's inquiry, she pursed her lips and said with a hint of melancholy, "My father passed away in this hospital." She was reluctant to leave this place. Lu Chen was taken aback, not expecting that to be the reason. "I'm sorry." Zhang Yu didn't mind, but then thought of something else. These days, she had actually come to believe that Lu Chen was writing a novel, and as for why, that was a question for Qi Yushan. Damn it! A now famous opera actor, running to the hospital to see her grandparents for no reason, and calling it a visit since she was already there. Zhang Yu really believed that Qi Yushan was a fan of Lu Chen's writing. But now, Qi Yushan is also your client? Silence was the best answer. Zhang Yu swallowed hard. "You're really impressive." This was without any exaggeration, no sarcasm, the most sincere compliment. To be able to manage both Qi Yushan and Song Junju, truly, a remarkable person. Monday. Having resolved one matter on her mind, Lu Chen was in a great mood. Under the pressure from Director 1, Lu Chen successfully obtained an indefinite leave. While others could only study for 60 seconds and play for an hour at home, for Lu Chen, controlling himself was an incredibly easy task. So easy. From the moment he got up in the morning, Lu Chen buried himself in studying in his bedroom. Since he could only meet Antoine in the evening, he always felt that the villa only had him, Antoine, and Muan. But now, lunch was prepared by a chef of unknown star rating, the place was cleaned by someone, and there was even someone wanting to play the violin to liven up Lu Chen's meal. Cough cough cough. No. Lu Chen really couldn't hold it in anymore. "I can eat by myself, you all go about your business." Oh my. Antoine is really low-key. No wonder the villa was always so clean, it turned out someone came to clean during the day. Damn. Tears of envy flowed from his mouth. Lu Chen enjoyed the feeling of being a big capitalist and took a shared bike in the afternoon to find his junior. However, upon arriving, Lu Chen looked up at the two big characters of the hospital at the entrance. He fell into deep thought. Why is the meeting place always so unique? 167 The Bridge Effect. Someone who has long roamed the dating scene can unfasten a button with one hand faster than the average person. Someone who has long roamed the hospital is, of course, well versed in the characteristics of patients in every department. Lu Chen made his way through the polite and orderly line at the proctology department, past the noisy orthopedics department with its hammer and electric drill, and finally arrived at the gastroenterology department. On a bench in the corridor, Lu Chen saw his junior. She was tired, leaning her head against the cold wall, her lips pale, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, and her cheeks flushed with an unshakable redness, looking pitifully small there. Even though his junior was feeling this bad, there was still a guy standing next to her, wearing a floral shirt and sunglasses, a buzzcut boy holding a WeChat friend QR code, chattering away trying to get her to add him. "Beautiful girl, do you smell something burning? That's my heart burning for you. Add me on WeChat, beautiful girl, you've made me like you so much. Beautiful girl." Lu Chen couldn't hold it in anymore. It was strange that someone could actually pursue someone like this, not caring for her when she was at her worst, and trying to control the situation with such a small head. It was simply ridiculous. "Are you okay?" Lu Chen stepped forward, supporting the trembling shoulders of the junior sister, while blocking the view of the buzzcut guy. Lu Qingqing blinked, gently pinching Lu Chen's shirt corner, and weakly murmured, "I feel unwell." She had just finished a gastroscopy and felt like crying, not to mention that the buzzcut guy was buzzing around her head. If it weren't for Lu Chen's arrival, she would have told that buzzcut to get lost long ago. But now it seemed, this buzzcut had indeed played his part. Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing forced out a reluctant smile, trying to appear even more pitiful. This was also a step in the guide to idol worship, showing weakness. Lu Chen effortlessly pulled the junior sister into his embrace and turned to the buzzcut guy, saying, "Aren't you leaving?" "Woo woo.
Only heaven knew how crushed Lu Chen felt beneath his strong words. Why did the junior sister have to wear a pink halter top that exposed her shoulders? His hand rested on her shoulder, and he could feel her soft skin within reach. Lu Chen's hand felt like it was burned, wanting to pull away, but with the buzzcut not leaving, he could only keep up the act, noticing the junior sister's flushed ears. Damn! Please, heaven, discern loyalty from treachery. I really didn't mean to take advantage of anyone. Hey! How are you talking? Looking for a fight? The buzzcut guy was not having it. Seeing this sweet little beauty snuggling into this pretty boy's arms shattered his heart. As a result, this pretty boy dared to be so tough, huh? Fine. Do you even know who I am in this area? Which company does your father work for? Lu Chen asked the buzzcut guy, holding the junior sister in his arms, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. In an instant, various plotlines from novels flew through the buzzcut's mind, and he fell into silence. No way. Did this turn into a male-oriented plot, or a female-oriented one? The buzzcut scanned Lu Chen's designer clothes. Damn. All brand names. Shit. This escalated quickly. He had encountered a rich second-generation and Cinderella storyline. After a moment of analysis in his smooth brain, the buzzcut suddenly realized the true identity of the pretty boy in front of him. Misunderstanding, bro, it's all a misunderstanding. I need to check if my dad's baby is a boy or a girl, so I'm leaving now. Wish you and your sister-in-law a long-lasting relationship. As he spoke, the buzzcut took off like he was sprinting, disappearing in a flash. Lu Qingqing was stunned, while Lu Chen laughed. Out here, your identity is what you make of it. You're amazing, I learned something. Lu Qingqing also smiled, her fair little face showing two cute dimples, sweet and adorable. Lu Chen was about to say something when he caught a whiff of the fresh scent from her hair. Hiss. It smelled quite nice. Lu Chen released his hand from her shoulder. Can you walk on your own? I can, thank you, Junior. Although Lu Qingqing was reluctant, she still left Lu Chen's embrace. The guide to idol worship, appropriate physical contact. That was enough. No more. If it went on, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed, tightly gripping her medical report, and weakly said, I'm sorry, Junior. I made the appointment for my gastroscopy a few days ago, thinking I would have enough time today, but there was an accident ahead, and my time got pushed back. When it was my turn, you were asking me for the address, so I sent it here. The doctor said my throat is narrower than average, so the gastroscopy is a bit more uncomfortable. I felt unwell after the gastroscopy, so I sat here to rest, not expecting to run into that strange guy just now. Lu Chen nodded. Do you feel better now? Lu Qingqing looked up in surprise, blinking her eyes at Lu Chen. Aren't you mad at me? Lu Chen chuckled. What's there to be mad about? Life is full of surprises, let's go. Lu Qingqing watched Lu Chen's back, a sweet smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Lu Chen was really nice. Here, wipe your hands. I always feel like the hospital isn't very clean. Lu Qingqing caught up with Lu Chen, pulling out a pink wet wipe with cartoon characters from her bag and handing it to him. A guide to chasing stars always have some little items on hand. Lu Chen wiped his hands with the wet wipe, thinking that he was also getting better. He had always used these things for others, and now he was using them himself. Thank you, Senior. But, Lu Chen looked at the electric scooter in front of him with confusion, taking the helmet Lu Qingqing handed him and putting it on. Are we taking this back? Look down. Lu Qingqing stood on her tiptoes and stuck a bamboo dragonfly onto Lu Chen's helmet, smiling sweetly. Of course. You have to hold onto me tightly, or the bamboo dragonfly will take you up to the sky. A guide to chasing stars always gives some little surprises. Lu Chen reached up to touch the bamboo dragonfly on top of his helmet, thinking that what this junior was doing was quite silly, but it didn't seem too bad. Speaking of which, he often dealt with rich girls, and it was rare to meet a junior like her, who wasn't very wealthy. Quite nice. I'll take you, Senior. Lu Chen tried to claim the right to drive the electric scooter. It wasn't that he was worried about the junior's driving skills, mainly, with one guy and one girl, sitting with his legs crossed on the back seat was really inconvenient. Don't worry, I'm a good driver, and you need to get used to it. Lu Qingqing had no intention of letting Lu Chen drive the electric scooter. Jokingly, if Lu Chen drove, how would she carry out her plans behind him? Alright then. Lu Chen sat on the back seat of the junior's scooter. Being tall, he suddenly felt like he was enveloping the junior in his arms. No, this won't do. Lu Chen carefully shifted back a bit, leaving a space between them, and finally felt at ease. I'm ready, we can go now, Lu Chen said, and then immediately regretted it. No reason. The junior looked so cute, like a little cake. As a result, the electric scooter took off faster than a motorcycle, launching forward from a standstill. Lu Chen was stunned, the cold wind hitting his face, and he briefly locked eyes with a driver who was overtaken by the scooter, both of them shocked.
Lu Chen, you can overtake cars? Driver, I got overtaken by an electric scooter? What the hell? Oh my god. Senior, there are countless roads, but safety comes first. It's about to rain, Junior.
I need to go faster, or else we'll get caught in the rain and catch a cold, our noses will feel terrible, Lu Qingqing said sweetly, yet her speed didn't decrease at all. Squeak! When they reached a traffic light, Lu Qingqing slammed on the brakes, and Lu Chen instinctively lurched forward. The space he had left between them completely disappeared, and he ended up hugging Lu Qingqing tightly, a fresh scent instantly filling his blank mind. Feeling completely enveloped by Lu Chen, Lu Qingqing's lips curled up slightly. A guide to chasing stars, the bridge effect.
We have to wait for the traffic light, Lu Qingqing said weakly.
Lu Chen leaned on her shoulder, closing his eyes and slowly speaking.
You really understand traffic rules. Lu Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed to speak.
She seemed to have driven a bit fast earlier, causing Lu Chen to bump into her when she braked.
Is little Lu Chen okay now?
She didn't know how to ask, so she just slowed down, since Lu Chen was resting on her back.
It's fine.
Even if Lu Chen became a sister, she would still like Lu Chen. Lu Chen took a while to regain his composure, silently pondering that he hadn't expected the sweet exterior of the senior to hide such a wild heart.
Are you okay? I'm great, Lu Chen immediately replied, firmly defending his dignity. When they arrived at the teacher's apartment at the school, as Lu Chen got out of the car, Lu Qingqing helped him a bit and weakly asked, Are you really okay? Lu Chen looked at where her gaze landed, immediately blocking his dignity, and forced a smile. I'm fine, very energetic. He glanced up at the overcast sky. Let's go inside first, I'll show you some clothes. To his surprise, the senior was indeed not lying, it was really going to rain. Lu Qingqing nodded like a chick pecking at rice and led Lu Chen to the first floor of another apartment building. Ha! Lu Chen was puzzled. Did you move?
Yes, Lu Qingqing pointed to the old apartment across the street. The old apartment is a bit dated, so it doesn't have all the amenities like elevators. This one is much better. Mainly, she was worried that if Lu Chen came to find her again, what if he fell again?
After thinking it over, she decided to move overnight.
It's good that you moved. That apartment was poorly planned, and the fire safety facilities weren't good, making it too easy to have safety hazards.
As Lu Chen spoke, he followed Lu Qingqing into her new home.
Since she had just moved in a few days ago, the place felt a bit empty. However, the space was much larger than her previous apartment, more than enough for a family.
Lu Chen asked, Is this apartment available for anyone to rent?
If he encountered idiots in the dormitory in the future, it would be better to rent a place to live. This was a good option. Lu Qingqing changed into a pair of pink slippers and then squatted down to find a pair of blue slippers she had prepared for Lu Chen, placing them by his feet.
You wear this.
Now many university teachers have teaching as a side job. They have companies outside of school, so they generally don't live on campus. This house became available, and since I'm in the student council, I know some teachers who wanted to rent it out, and I just happened to need it, so I rented it.
Actually, Lu Qingqing had also lived in the dormitory at first, but she couldn't sleep.
To avoid disturbing her roommate's sleep, and since she needed to voice chat with Lu Chen, she moved out. In the past, living alone, any house was fine. But now she was hoping to invite Lu Chen over, so the living conditions became very important.
Alright, senior, this is the dress I altered for you, you should try it on.
After learning this information, Lu Chen didn't ask further and took out the altered dress from his bag, handing it to Lu Qingqing. In fact, he thought Lu Qingqing's clothes were quite easy to alter because her other measurements were suitable for a standard size. It was just a bit tight around the bust, so it needed some adjustments. When Lu Chen first saw the measurements Lu Qingqing sent, he was stunned and even asked if she had mistyped the numbers. In the end, Lu Chen could only say that talent is a remarkable thing. Perhaps the nutrients in Lu Qingqing's meals didn't contribute to her height but grew in other places.
I'll go try it on, it must look great.
Lu Qingqing took the dress, so focused on charming Lu Chen that she almost forgot about the matter.
You can look around, see if there's anything else you want to add to this room. Lu Chen nodded.
While Lu Qingqing went inside to change, he stood with his hands behind his back, wandering around the room. Eventually, he stopped on the balcony. On the drying rack on the balcony were colorful little clothes, white, black, pink, and on the table of the balcony sat a lonely little plant. Lu Chen stared at it for a long time, unable to identify what kind it was, so he searched online.
A moment later, he got the answer. Little tomato.
Lu Chen instinctively thought it was a flower, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a little tomato. Staring at the seedling that had just broken through the soil, Lu Chen looked for a long time. His life felt like a parched, withered tree, while here was a tender sprout striving to grow. Lu Chen had always liked things full of life. Next to the little tomato was a small blackboard, on which colorful letters wrote, "Watering today, ballot box with check." Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then followed the tutorial he had searched for, picked up the watering can, and watered the little tomato. Then he checked the box in the grid. "Watering today, ballot box with check." After completing this task, Lu Chen smiled. How nice! The little tomato could live another day. Click! The door opened, and a soft, sweet voice came in. "Junior, does it look good?" Lu Chen straightened up and looked over from the side of the balcony. A wave of Ye Miko stood there. Since Lu Qingqing herself had pink hair, she only needed to add a long hairpiece at the back of her head. "There's no time for makeup, just make do with what you see, Junior." Lu Qingqing revealed a silly smile, which made her look completely different from a cunning fox, like a pure and sweet girl. Lu Chen came back to his senses and sincerely praised, "It looks good." He had learned a lot about two-dimensional characters to create a wooden sculpture, and the senior's resemblance was quite high. Lu Chen walked behind Lu Qingqing and clicked his tongue. "It's a pity you didn't cup your back." Lu Qingqing hadn't expected that, as she had specially applied shiny lip gloss and her makeup was both sweet and alluring. Yet Lu Chen was looking at her back as if it were suitable for cupping? Don't get angry, don't get angry, getting upset won't help. Lu Qingqing took a deep breath and said, "You did a great job on the modifications, I've transferred the final payment to you." Lu Chen nodded, then asked curiously, "Senior, did you modify your previous cosplay outfits yourself?" He glanced at Lu Qingqing's figure, which was not a standard size, wondering how she had worn them before. Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly replied, "I used to wear a corset. But didn't you say last time that you should face your desires and accept your body?" Lu Chen was shocked. "Ha? The junior really figured it out?" He had only said that out of fear when the junior was holding a kitchen knife, so he had come up with it on the spot. It actually worked? Could it be that I'm a genius? When the junior changed out of her cosplay outfit, Lu Chen planned to leave. The two walked to the door. Lu Chen stared at the old apartment across the street, billowing thick black smoke. He knew he couldn't leave. 169 An opportunity. The sound of fire truck sirens, the water from the fire hydrants, raindrops suddenly falling from the sky. With the right timing, location, and people, the flames were quickly extinguished. Lu Chen stood calmly on the steps, staring at the old apartment across the street, filled with thick black smoke and noisy crowds. He suddenly felt his soul being pulled out, coldly drifting in mid-air, looking down at the quickly remedied fire. Plop! A raindrop fell on Lu Chen's cheek, the icy touch bringing him back to reality. Lu Chen looked up. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and raindrops fell in a gentle patter. Lu Chen touched his cheek. The damp sensation almost made him want to laugh mockingly. Why is it only now that it's raining? There is no one in this world who is immune to emotional breakdowns, it just hasn't reached the point of sadness. Lu Chen could see the breaking points of all his clients and carefully avoided them. So he could also see his own breaking point. It was right now. Lu Chen had always been troubled by that fire. Why didn't it rain a few years ago? If it had rained that night, would the orphanage have burned down so quickly? If the orphanage hadn't been destroyed, would he have been forced to this point? Looking at the sky that had turned from light rain to heavy rain, a profound sense of absurdity emerged in Lu Chen's heart. Why? Why were they fine? But when he saw the anxious people returning to the apartment to celebrate because there were no casualties, Lu Chen felt he shouldn't think this way. He was unfortunate. Why should he inflict pain on others? That would be too despicable. Junior. A sweet voice pulled Lu Chen back to reality. He came to his senses. Since discovering the potential fire, the senior had rushed into the old apartment and carried down an elderly female professor living on the second floor. It turned out that when the senior said she could carry him last time, she wasn't just showing off. And now, the senior stood at the bottom of the steps, with a few dark marks on her face and a small, pitiful, smoke-stained kitten tucked under her arm. Lu Chen had been standing here, watching coldly the whole time. So, what would the senior say? Would she blame him for not helping, or would she look at him with disappointment? Lu Chen stood at the top of the steps, silently watching the senior walk up step by step. Junior. Lu Qingqing set the kitten down carefully and walked up the steps, observing Lu Chen's expression. A sense of unprecedented fate settled on her shoulders. She suddenly felt that this was a chance bestowed by heaven. This was her one and only opportunity to get close to Lu Chen. The opportunity was fleeting. So, Lu Qingqing instinctively said the most advantageous thing for herself. She said, "Junior, your hand is shaking. Don't be afraid, I will protect you." She held Lu Chen's hand. The guide to chasing stars, showing up when the other person needs it most. Not everyone can make the right decision in a matter of seconds. But at this moment, in the choice of fate, Lu Qingqing was pleasantly surprised to find that she had made the right choice, because Lu Chen held her hand back. An overwhelming joy instantly filled Lu Qingqing's heart. She had thought she would have to fight a long battle with Lu Chen. Ever since they met, Lu Chen had always been businesslike, never willing to get closer to her. But now, Lu Chen's hand was firmly holding hers. Lu Qingqing thought she had truly pried open a small corner of Lu Chen's hard heart. "My hands are dirty, I've made you dirty too. Shall we go wash our hands?" Lu Qingqing held Lu Chen's hand and gently shook it in a playful manner. Meow the kitten that Lu Qingqing had rescued ran to Lu Chen's feet and rubbed against his shoes. Lu Qingqing couldn't tell Lu Chen's preferences, so she asked, "Junior, do you like cats?" "No." Meow the cat seemed to understand human speech, retreating 2 steps in disappointment and then slumping down on the ground. Lu Qingqing glanced at the cat and nodded. "I don't like them either." The two returned to Lu Qingqing's apartment, and this time Lu Chen clearly saw the door number 301. Once back inside, Lu Qingqing could distinctly feel that the atmosphere between her and Lu Chen had changed. A subtle, indescribable feeling lingered around them. While washing her face and hands in the bathroom, Lu Qingqing couldn't hide her happiness. He. Lu Chen, you really taught me something." She hadn't expected that this guide to chasing stars would actually work on Lu Chen himself. Great! A conscientious merchant. After successfully pursuing Lu Chen, she would definitely give him a big red envelope as a matchmaker. Lu Qingqing didn't believe that Lu Chen had no one pursuing him, but too bad for all the rivals. She had successfully found a cheat code and struck with a fatal blow. There was no fairness in love. Lu Qingqing understood that everyone has their triggers. Lu Chen's fear of fire doesn't mean he is imperfect, it just means he is still human. It is the absence of fear that truly shows indifference to life. "Junior, if you're thirsty, there are drinks and mineral water in the fridge." Lu Qingqing didn't hear any movement in the living room and worried that Lu Chen had sneaked away, so she called out to test. "Okay. Yay! Lu Chen hasn't left." Lu Qingqing stared at her reflection in the mirror, her smile revealing dimples at the corners of her mouth. The guide to chasing stars, a great success. On the other side, Lu Chen opened the fridge and couldn't help but fall into thought. Besides a few bottles of mineral water and cola, the rest were all bottles of pineapple juice. Does the junior sister like to eat pineapple? Lu Chen didn't eat much pineapple. He always felt like the pineapple was eating him, and if he ate too much, his mouth would hurt, so juice was pretty good. Lu Qingqing came out and saw Lu Chen drinking the pineapple juice, and she choked on her breath, coughing. Cough, cough, cough. "No, Junior, that pineapple juice isn't for you." Lu Qingqing almost lost control of her expression management. God knows this was a little trick her junior in the student council told her. It was said that drinking pineapple juice could make one sweeter. Although she didn't know if it was true, she still prepared it. "What's wrong?" Lu Chen looked at Lu Qingqing in confusion, thinking he hadn't done anything. Lu Qingqing shook her head, sat cross-legged on the sofa opposite Lu Chen, holding a Hatsune Miku pillow, resting her chin on her hand and asked, "Junior, you scared me just now. I thought you were having an asthma attack." "No," Lu Chen smiled, "I experienced a fire before, and I really dislike fire." Lu Qingqing pondered for a moment and blinked. "So now, does that mean you're sharing a secret with me?" Lu Chen nodded. "Yeah, after all, I know your secret too." Lu Chen's gaze was too honest, causing Lu Qingqing, who was trying to tease him, to blush instead. She knew exactly what Lu Chen was referring to. It was just her little trinkets. How infuriating. Lu Qingqing asked cutely, "Will you come again tomorrow? I have many characters I want to cosplay." She was lying. There was no way she would wear such revealing clothes to a comic convention. Lu Chen thought for a moment but still nodded. He looked deeply at Lu Qingqing's sweet face, knowing what he was doing. Under Lu Qingqing's earnest persuasion, Lu Chen still took an umbrella and left. After Lu Qingqing went upstairs, Lu Chen held a sausage in his hand, walked around the wall, and finally found the cat. Lu Chen looked at the little cat, soaked through, and said, "I was wondering why you were so black. Turns out you're just a little black cat." In traditional culture, black cats are considered an ominous sign, so it's normal not to be liked. Watching the little black cat eat the sausage, Lu Chen squatted down and sighed deeply. The old apartment across the street still had people coming to clean up. Today, he really felt vulnerable. The junior sister wasn't wrong. He was trembling because he was triggered. Walking in the cold night, one either reaches the end and begins self-destruction or grasps a faint light. Even someone as proud and indifferent as Song Junju couldn't avoid this, let alone him. It could be said that ever since he saved enough money, he had fallen into a state of service burnout. Lu Chen couldn't help but wonder what a free life would be like in the future. Could he still like someone else? Could he live a normal life? "Junior sister," Lu Chen gently patted the cat's head and whispered, "Can I find the ability to love again through you?"
One person cannot perform a love drama alone. All the little tricks that can be played out are merely indulged by another person. Upstairs, Lu Qingqing stealthily squatted by the window, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She quietly extended a pair of binoculars. When she saw Lu Chen feeding the cat, Lu Qingqing revealed a harmless smile and said indulgently, "A child who speaks contrary to their heart." That night, Lu Chen returned home just in time to prepare a warm dinner for Wenzong and Nuan Nuan. After dinner, Nuan Nuan's school assigned a craft task for the parents. This isn't for the kids, it's for the parents," Lu Chen said cheerfully, holding a plate of cherry tomatoes while standing beside the desk. Nuan Nuan hugged his leg, occasionally accepting his offerings. Only Wen Lingxiu stood solemnly in front of the desk, where high-quality drawing paper and paints were spread out. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Lingxiu hesitated, "Otherwise, maybe I should." Lu Chen popped a cherry tomato into her mouth, completely cutting off Aunt Wen's words. He easily held Nuan Nuan in his arms and smiled, "How about this? You draw, and I'll write something on top later." "Fair enough?" Wen Lingxiu pondered while chewing the sweet and sour cherry tomato. Mainly, she hadn't drawn in a long time, and now in front of Lu Chen, she was afraid that if her drawing wasn't good, it would damage her image. However, Lu Chen said he would write. Comparing the two, Wen Lingxiu instantly made her choice. With a stroke, she declared, "Okay." Lu Chen immediately responded with enthusiasm. "Look at this stroke, the ink is just right, the wet and dry balance is perfect, the lines are smooth and varied, strength contains flexibility." Wen Lingxiu? Her face flushed. If Lu Chen had just said it was good, it wouldn't have mattered, but he liked to elaborate on the details to enhance the credibility of his praise. It was really. Wen Lingxiu's cheeks turned slightly red as she silently made another stroke. The use of color is simply exquisite, revealing freshness and elegance, and containing antiquity and brilliance, complementing each other perfectly. Lu Chen praised with a serious expression, as if it were truly a masterpiece. Wen Lingxiu hadn't drawn in ages and knew her work wasn't that great, yet she still blushed at Lu Chen's compliments. After hearing Lu Chen's praises so many times, she felt less pressure and became more natural with her strokes. However, it seemed like they had a tacit understanding. After Wen Lingxiu made a stroke, she would pause to give Lu Chen time to praise her. The entire composition is intricately laid out, with a perfect balance of density. Each color blends together, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that makes one linger in the world of the painting. Punching Qi Baishe, kicking Su Beihong. With every stroke Wen Lingxiu made, Lu Chen had something to praise, and it felt less like they were painting and more like they were flirting back and forth. Nuan Nuan, puzzled, tugged at the requirements given by her teacher and pulled at Lu Chen's shirt. "Daddy, the teacher said to draw a plum blossom." Nuan Nuan looked at the grand work on the desk. Not to mention a plum blossom, there were mountains and rivers, peaks and ridges, small bridges and flowing water, everything was there. Nuan Nuan felt like something was off. Where was the plum blossom? Wen Lingxiu's face turned red. Could she say she drew a bit more just to hear Lu Chen's praises? Lu Chen cleared his throat. This painting is just mommy practicing her brushwork. I'll draw the plum blossom for you right away." Darn! They got carried away with the compliments, and neither could stop. In the end, it was Wenzong who quickly grabbed a piece of paper and drew a plum blossom to wrap things up. After finally coaxing Nuan Nuan to sleep, Lu Chen turned around to see Wenzong's watery eyes fixed on him, softly and somewhat aggrievedly saying, "You need to write something after finishing the painting." Lu Chen choked for a moment. So delicate? Alright then. Lu Chen and Wenzong got back up again. Before leaving the bedroom, Wen Lingxiu glanced at the soundly sleeping Nan Nan and suddenly felt a sense of the couple secretly avoiding their child to enjoy themselves. Thinking of this, Wen Lingxiu's chest flushed a deep red. "Study. Is this your handwriting?" Wen Lingxiu looked at Lu Chen, who was using a brush to write the first character, with a complicated expression. She usually saw Lu Chen write well with a pen, but his brushwork looked like a child's scribbles. "Is it very ugly? Should I leave?" Lu Chen was determined to defend his handwriting. Wen Lingxiu chuckled softly, lightly taking the brush from Lu Chen's hand and standing at the desk. "Watch me write." She wrote in the yen style, right below the character that looked like a dog had crawled across the page. She was afraid of being overshadowed by her own work. Lu Chen's character was made to look even worse in comparison. "Do it again." Wen Lingxiu's tone unconsciously took on the authority of a boss. "Yes, sir." Lu Chen confidently wrote another character that looked like a dog had crawled across it. The room fell into silence for a moment. Wen Lingxiu couldn't help but laugh at herself. However, seeing Lu Chen's pitiful expression, she suddenly felt she was being a bit unreasonable. After a moment of thought, Wen Lingxiu stood at the desk, propped one hand on the table, and turned to Lu Chen. "Come closer. Closer." even closer. Until Lu Chen pulled Wen Lingxiu into his embrace, she finally turned back satisfied. You hold my hand and feel how I move. Wen Lingxiu's voice was soft and gentle, but Lu Chen suddenly felt that this phrase sounded familiar, like something the little golden retriever had said. Okay. Lu Chen held Aunt Wen's hand, following her brush strokes. A faint fragrance wafted over, sending shivers down Lu Chen's spine. Damn. He forgot he could spray perfume behind his ears, it smelled too good. Another trick to learn. Wait, no. How tall would a girl have to be to smell the perfume behind his ears? What a waste of effort. Moments later, a poem was completed, the only flaw being that the first two characters written by Lu Chen were too ugly. However, when Lingxiu was very pleased, she wanted to keep this piece of art. She gently leaned against Lu Chen's shoulder, curling up in his embrace. Wasn't this the haven she had always wanted? When Lingxiu sighed, I haven't painted in a long time. It looks really good. Lu Chen said shyly. This is the most sincere evaluation from a person who knows nothing about painting. When Lingxiu smiled. Lu Chen was so cute when he spoke, she wanted to kiss him. The moment that thought crossed her mind, when Lingxiu instantly recalled the scene of Xia Yexiang kissing Lu Chen that summer night. She said she didn't care. But how could that be true? If she didn't care, would she remember every detail so clearly? Once the thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. That night, after feeling that Lu Chen had fallen asleep, in the night, when Lingxiu, through the light of the night lamp, vaguely looked at Lu Chen's lips. Now Lu Chen was nestled in her arms, and the two seemed inseparable. She could kiss Lu Chen's lips at any moment, just like Xia Yexiang. When Lingxiu stared at Lu Chen's lips for a long, long time, she believed that even if Lu Chen woke up now, he wouldn't resist her if she wanted to kiss him. But in the end, when Lingxiu lowered her gaze and gently kissed Lu Chen's forehead, "Good night, Lu Chen. I can no longer ignore your feelings since I started to like you." 171 Hope ignited in my heart, like the sun rising over a graveyard. The next day, Lu Chen knocked on the door of room 301. Click. The door opened. Nick Fox, you are under arrest. Why? Did I hurt your little heart? Lu Chen leaned against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow as he scanned the entire figure of the junior sister from top to bottom. She wore a light blue cropped shirt and a black vest on top, while her low-rise skinny jeans were adorned with a fluffy round bunny tail at the back. Lu Chen tugged at the bunny ears on the top of the junior sister's head. When she pulled out the handcuffs, Lu Chen immediately snatched them away and cuffed them onto her hands, then leisurely walked into the room, sighing. Officer Bunny's skills are lacking. Lu Qingqing stared blankly at her cuffed hands, thinking, wait, how did this happen? I didn't see it clearly. How come you're so skilled at this? Meow. A cat's meow broke the light smile on Lu Chen's face. He looked down to see a clean black kitten, just like yesterday, snuggling at his feet, even lying on the ground with its belly exposed, trying to get Lu Chen to pet it. It was only then that Lu Chen noticed the kitten's pupils were golden. Lu Qingqing softly said, I felt so sorry for it yesterday, so I took it to the pet store for vaccinations. She walked over to Lu Chen, chattering away. Luckily, it's a little female cat, otherwise, if it were a male, I would have to make it a eunuch. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly felt that this junior sister was quite extraordinary. How could she understand so much? Lu Qingqing nudged Lu Chen's shoulder, playfully saying, you should pet her, she's very well behaved. Lu Chen squatted down and sat on the floor. The little black cat seemed to have a sixth sense, rolling over and scrambling into Lu Chen's arms on all fours. Meow meow meow. Lu Chen's hand gently stroked its head, and an unprecedented feeling arose within him. This was a little life. Lu Qingqing also tried to sit down, but was poked by the bunny tail behind her, causing her face to flush. She could only change to a kneeling position. Isn't she cute? Quick, ask and answer, give her a name, but it can't have the word black in it. The cheerful voice beside him made Lu Chen smile as well. No wonder that group of neurotics was willing to spend a lot of money for emotional value. It really felt good. Lu Chen patted the cat's head, smiling as he said, this is your cat, you can name her yourself. Lu Qingqing huffed lightly, then I'll call her Little White. Lu Chen, you're terrible at naming. Although Lu Chen didn't say anything, his face was full of disdain. Lu Qingqing raised one of Little White's paws. Those who agree with this name, please raise your hands. Alright, 2-1, Little White wins. If you don't believe me, ask Little White, she has no objections. Lu Chen smiled as he looked at Lu Qingqing's sparkling eyes. She really had a lot of vitality. Little White it is then. Lu Chen kissed the cat's head, so cute. Lu Qingqing didn't expect Lu Chen to like Little White so much. Watching him kiss Little White made her want to grind her back teeth. No, this is her and Lu Chen's child, she couldn't be jealous, Deep breath, So, when will you take responsibility for me? Lu Chen heard such a mournful voice and turned to see the junior sister kneeling on the ground, gazing at him with a forlorn look. What responsibility? Oh, when he saw that the junior sister's hands were still cuffed, he understood what responsibility she meant. Sigh. Why was he so skilled at this? Because ever since Professor Song wanted Lu Chen to cuff her last time, Lu Chen had stayed up all night learning some things just in case. Unfortunately, it wasn't needed later. No, it was fortunate that it wasn't needed. After unlocking the handcuffs, Lu Chen prepared a cup of cold medicine for the junior sister. Drink this. Lu Qingqing, holding Little White, looked up in surprise. How did you think to make me this? Lu Chen touched her forehead with the back of his hand. Fortunately, you're not sick. Yesterday it rained so heavily, you must have been blown by the wind and rain while holding the cat to the pet hospital, right? Just to be safe. Lu Qingqing held her cup and giggled, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. Hee, you're so nice. By the way, when are you leaving today? Lu Chen thought for a moment. Grateful to President Wen, he could now skip school and not see the little golden retriever. So, his daytime was free, but he had to return to President Wen's place in the evening to cook and accompany the child. Leaving at 4. Lu Qingqing leaned over the back of the sofa, eagerly looking at Lu Chen. It's still early. What do you plan to do? Study. Lu Chen petted the little white cat in the senior's arms. She's his power. Lu Qingqing was taken aback, suddenly remembering that Lu Chen still had exams. Mainly because Lu Chen usually didn't act like a child, she often forgot about this. No way. What if she disturbed Lu Chen's studies, and then he couldn't get into college? Lu Qingqing, how could you be so cruel? Now that Lu Chen had finally softened towards her, she couldn't let him suffer. Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing immediately cancelled her plan to flaunt a set of cosplay outfits in front of Lu Chen every day and quickly changed into home clothes. She even tied a red ribbon on Lu Chen's forehead, boldly inscribed with 2 big characters, Strive. Lu Chen smiled foolishly. Why was this senior so cringy? You can do it. Except for a desk, I can't provide you with any study supplies, Lu Qingqing said with great difficulty. Once you get to college, you'll realize that using a black pen from freshman to senior year is no joke. She actually wanted to help Lu Chen with his studies. But to be honest, since the summer of her senior year, her brain felt like it had automatically refreshed. Now that her mind had finally come back, it was still a love-struck brain, even a zombie would spit. She couldn't just take charge and tutor Lu Chen into a vocational college. She'd have to slap herself awake in the middle of the night. So, Lu Qingqing really felt helpless about Lu Chen. But thankfully, at least she could create a good study environment for him. Half an hour later, Lu Chen turned to look at Lu Qingqing. She was sitting on the sofa holding the little white cat, her eyes sparkling as she stared at him. Lu Qingqing raised a fist with one hand, her face serious. Come on, She lifted the little white cat's paw to make it fist too. Come on. We mother and daughter will support you. Lu Chen silently turned his head back. Damn. So magical. Lu Chen lowered his head and continued solving problems. The publisher had printed various motivational quotes on every page of the workbook. Today's was I ignited hope in my heart, just like the sun rising over a graveyard. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen successfully enjoyed a wonderful life of lounging at the senior's house during the day to study and playing with the child at President Wen's house in the evening. Grateful. This was what he deserved. On Saturday, Lu Chen got up early. Normally, he would be serving Professor Song at this time, but excitingly, Professor Song had gone to serve the country. So Lu Chen had his Saturday and Sunday free again. On Lu Chen's memo, the 2 big bold letters for today were, go home, yes, go home. Today was the day to send his grandparents home, a day of celebration. This B hospital, finally no longer needed. On this good day, Lu Chen indulged himself and took a taxi. On the way to the hospital, they passed Haicheng Port, and the driver happily said, no matter how many times you see it, the sea is really beautiful. Lu Chen nodded happily. Yeah, the sea is a good thing. When you're in a good mood, you can look at the sea. When you're broke, you can dive into it. The driver, Sigma, degree. To abandon this moment for the uncertainty of the future. It was broad daylight, and it felt like seeing a ghost. When the only true god of Class 1 in the 3rd year, Li Wanfang, entered the classroom, she once again saw Xia Yexiang quietly sitting there. She silently gazed out the window, her golden curls resembling a little princess from a fairy tale. Strange. Too strange. Li Wanfang muttered to herself. For an entire week, Xia Yexiang had actually come to class every day. It was known that Xia Yexiang used to not come to school for a week without it being unusual. Li Wanfang pondered for a moment, considering whether to contact Xia Yexiang's parents to have someone perform a ritual for the child. No matter who you are, get off my student.
But thinking aside, if she really said it, then Xia would definitely point at her nose and call her crazy. Forget it. It's better to avoid trouble. These young ladies and young masters don't need her to worry about them. Li Wanfeng put away her thoughts and began the lesson. At noon, after class, Xia Yexiang returned to the piano room in a daze. Creak, pushing open the door to the piano room. When she saw a figure on the piano bench, Xia Yexiang's dim eyes lit up with surprise. Hi, Xuan Xuan. Zhao Yeyue raised her hand to greet her, only to see Xia Yexiang's face darken as she sulkily sat down on the sofa. Hey, not a sister. Can your disdain be any more obvious? Even if I'm not Lu Chen, you don't have to act so hurtful. What kind of person is this? Before Zhao Yeyue could speak, Xia Yexiang's tears began to fall. Oh my! Zhao Yeyue lost all her temper and hurried over to ask, he hasn't come today? I'm not kidding, ever since you saw that book, that brat Lu Chen hasn't come to school at all. What's the use of understanding? The guy is nowhere to be found. You, Xia Yexiang sniffled, wiping her tears, her long eyelashes trembling with droplets. He's not a brat. Zhao Yeyue. There's no saving her, really. I suggest old man Xia have another child. Oh, no. Old man Xia's little ones are enough for a 5v5 battle in the canyon. Zhao Yeyue scratched her head in frustration. She had never encountered such a difficult man. I asked the homeroom teacher for Lu Chen's address, but he gave a fake one. He doesn't even live there. I told you to call the number he left for his parents, but you didn't. After all this time following Xia Yexiang around, Zhao Yeyue was busy every day, but she didn't even know what she was busy with. For heaven's sake, she had thought of every possible way, but the person just wouldn't show up. Upon hearing Zhao Yeyue's words, Xia Yexiang felt even more wronged and wiped her tears. She wanted to call too. Even if Lu Chen had blocked her messages, she had secretly called the number he left for his parents. It turned out to be answered by Wen Zong. She only heard Wen Lingxiu say a hello before the call was hung up. What else was there to say? Lu Chen was with Wen Lingxiu, but the most crucial part was that she had no idea where Wen Lingxiu lived. With Wen Lingxiu's background, her place would be hard to find, and it must be under strict supervision. She couldn't get in at all. Thinking of this, Xia Yexiang felt even more wronged, and tears streamed down her face. Zhao Yeyue felt so pained watching this little crybaby that she decided to throw caution to the wind. Why not let Dad check it out? He can definitely find this kid's whereabouts. For a pampered little princess like Xia Yexiang, she only had money in her hands. She had no other channels to get things done. No way. Xia Yexiang immediately rejected this idea. If my dad knew about this, he would definitely go after Lu Chen. How could he help me find someone? Zhao Yeyue. This won't work, that won't work. Why is this so difficult? Zhao Yeyue directly channeled her inner poison master, coming up with all sorts of bad ideas. Why don't you just wait for the rabbit to come to you? I don't believe he won't come to school during the exam. By that time, you can just drug him and throw him in the basement. Xia Yexiang was stunned, her delicate eyes staring blankly at Zhao Yeyue. Seeing Xia Yexiang's silence, Zhao Yeyue panicked and waved her hands frantically. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously, that's illegal. This is a society governed by law. Xia Yexiang still didn't say anything, quietly staring in one direction. Zhao Yeyue completely broke down. This young lady was already not very bright. What if she really took her advice and threw Lu Chen into the basement? That would be a disaster. Xiang, listen to me, we live in a society governed by law. We can't use such simple and violent methods. What are you looking at? Zhao Yeyue followed Xia Yexiang's gaze and only saw a reflective mirror across the way. Xia Yexiang said blankly, I cry so beautifully, take a picture of me. Zhao Yeyue? Wow! What a waste of feelings. While Zhao Yeyue was struggling to take a picture of Xia Yexiang, waves surged in Xia Yexiang's heart. Isn't this the tactic Lu Chen uses to change the subject? It was only at this moment, using the same method as Lu Chen, that she suddenly realized how high Lu Chen had looked down on her. No wonder Lu Chen had given her a reminder about gaming addiction at the beginning of their contract. He had known all along that she would become obsessed, hadn't he? These past few days, besides waiting for Lu Chen at school, Xia Yexiang had repeatedly read that passage in Lu Chen's book. Wasn't it just that Lu Chen didn't believe she liked him? Wasn't it just that Lu Chen thought she only liked his good side? Wasn't it just that Lu Chen was worried his weaknesses and flaws weren't lovable enough? Xia Yexiang stared at the freshly taken photo. Lu Chen, you don't even give me a chance. How can you know I only like your good side? To give up this moment for an uncertain future. Why should I? Xia Yexiang's gaze gradually became resolute. Why do you get to make such a domineering decision? It's not fair, Lu Chen. Maybe Zhao Yeyue was right. For someone like you, who seems fearless but actually refuses to start to avoid risks, a strong medicine is needed. If you truly have a clear conscience, why are you afraid to come to school to see me? Xia Yeshion lowered her gaze and huffed. We've already kissed. I don't care what you do, I will definitely take responsibility for you. Xia Yeshion wiped the remaining tears from her face. Just wait. As long as I get to see you. No matter how much I cry now, I will make you cry just as much later. 173 Seeing you happy, I will cry before you do. Good morning. Lu Chen entered the ward, looking refreshed. The two elderly people had already tidied up, sitting neatly on the bed like elementary school students, still talking to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu glanced at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with concern, and nodded. Morning. Now, every time she saw Lu Chen, she thought of Song Junju, and every thought of Song Junju reminded her of the things she had given him to add fun. Zhang Yu now slapped herself awake every night. What a disaster. Good grandson, we finally. Zhao Xinju held Lu Chen's hand, but after a few words, she couldn't continue, lowering her head to secretly wipe her tears, while Zhao Henmei on the other side was equally emotional, her eyes red. They had walked this long road. The ones who truly want to succeed are the ones who can't smile, because they are too tired. The journey has been exhausting. Lu Chen raised the corners of his mouth in comfort, saying, Oh, the road ahead will be good, we should be smiling, don't cry anymore, if you cry, I might cry too. Zhang Yu silently retreated to the door of the hospital room. The three generations inside needed space. Tap, tap, tap. A slender, cool figure appeared at the end of the corridor, and Zhang Yu turned to look. Upon seeing the newcomer, he rolled his eyes dramatically. It was Qi Yushan. Zhang Yu felt annoyed at the sight of Qi Yushan. He didn't know when it started, but Qi Yushan often came to the hospital room, sometimes sitting for a while to chat with his grandparents, and sometimes even singing a bit. The frequency of her visits was neither too much nor too little, but enough for Zhang Yu to know who she was. He had specifically asked his grandparents why Qi Yushan came. At that time, his grandmother replied that Qi Yushan was a fan of Lu Chen's novels. This answer stunned Zhang Yu. Damn! A popular opera actor couldn't possibly be bored enough to come here and lie for Lu Chen, right? So Zhang Yu believed it about 80%. But now, Zhang Yu was in despair. A popular opera actor really was bored enough to come here and lie for Lu Chen. After realizing that Qi Yushan was also one of Lu Chen's clients, Zhang Yu found her presence increasingly awkward. Back then, he had taken Song Junju to the Haicheng Grand Theater to watch a play, and sitting next to them was Qi Yushan. Thinking back to that moment when she enthusiastically introduced Qi Yushan to Song Junju, Zhang Yu wished he could travel back in time and slap himself. No wonder he always felt that the atmosphere between Qi Yushan and Song Junju was a bit strange. Could this be the special magnetic field of rivals in love? While pondering, Qi Yushan walked to the door of the hospital room with Qi Shuai, smiling and nodding. Dr. Zhang. Zhang Yu awkwardly smiled. Miss Qi, good morning. He was at a loss. He really didn't know how to deal with his best friend's rival. However, Qi Yushan didn't care about Zhang Yu's thoughts. Since that day in the theater, she had known that Zhang Yu was a friend of Song Junju. But when she discovered that Zhang Yu was a doctor familiar with her grandparents, she did feel a bit nervous for a moment. She was afraid that Song Junju would get close to her through Zhang Yu. But now, so much time had passed, and Song Junju still hadn't appeared in the hospital. That left only two possibilities. Either Zhang Yu didn't know about the relationship between Lu Chen and Song Junju, or Zhang Yu had taken Lu Chen's side. After all, from her observations, Zhang Yu treated Lu Chen quite well, with a gaze full of maternal love that he was unaware of. Whichever possibility it was advantageous for Qi Yushan. TSK. Now that the grandparents were going home, it was even less likely for Song Junju to get close. People just can't be slow. Otherwise, they won't even catch the warm food. Watching Zhang Yu's departing figure, Qi Shuai scratched his head and asked Qi Yushan, Sister, do I have to go in too? He was still a bit scared. What if Lu Chen didn't like him? Qi Yushan glanced at Qi Shuai. Of course you have to go in. Qi Shuai rubbed his hands, greatly moved. Sister, are you trying to introduce me to my brother-in-law? Ow. Just as Qi Shuai uttered the word brother-in-law, Qi Yushan stepped on his foot, causing him to wear a mask of pain. Qi Yushan warned in a low voice, Be careful with your words. Lu Chen is your brother. You can't call him brother-in-law until you're married. She had finally managed to be friends with Lu Chen. If it were ruined because of Qi Shuai, she would throw him into the water. Oof. Qi Shuai muttered discontentedly, Then can't you just not take me? Qi Yushan shot him a glance, tidied up her appearance, and said lightly, If I don't take you, who will carry the luggage? Do I have to move, or does Lu Chen have to move? Qi Shuai? Damn it.
You brought me here just to be a laborer? I thought you were going to introduce me to my brother-in-law. Heartbroken. Really heartbroken. Qi Shui was still feeling down over here, but Qi Yushan completely ignored him and went straight to knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Come in. The door to the hospital room opened, and Lu Chen looked over. Qi Yushan had her long, dark hair all tied up with a jade hairpin, the pendant on the hairpin swaying with her movements. She wore a light blue qipao, with a thin white shawl draped over it, looking cool and elegant. Lu Chen glanced at Qi Yushan's qipao. Unlike the ones in short videos that were slit up to the stomach, Qi Yushan was wearing a traditional qipao. Custom-made, very expensive. Noticing Lu Chen's gaze, Qi Yushan felt a sense of triumph inside. Did I charm you? Grandpa and Grandma, how's the packing going? I see the car downstairs is ready. Qi Yushan gracefully walked to the bedside and asked softly. Lu Chen glanced at Qi Yushan but said nothing. When Qi Shui and the hired workers came up to move the luggage, Lu Chen and Qi Yushan found a stone bench to sit on. Lu Chen squinted at Qi Shui, who was struggling with the luggage, and asked first, "What are you doing here?" Qi Yushan pulled out a small mirror and lip gloss from somewhere, applying it as she spoke. Came to see off Grandpa and Grandma. What? Seeing Grandpa and Grandma welcome me like this, are you jealous of your sister? Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Qi Yushan continued. Alright, actually I was thinking, now that you guys are home, is it just the three of you? So lonely, just got home and there's no one around, so I brought Qi Shui along. This statement had no flaws. Lu Chen looked at her seriously. Aren't you busy? Busy, of course I'm busy. Qi Yushan looked at her shiny lips in the mirror, extremely satisfied. Our troupe is going to the countryside the day after tomorrow. I need to go perform, so I thought I'd come by today. Lu Chen was stunned. You're still going to the countryside now? He thought with Qi Yushan's current popularity, she should be doing shows every day. Qi Yushan closed the mirror and turned to look at Lu Chen. You don't really think of me as a star, do you? I'm still in the system, this is what I should be doing. Lu Chen fell silent. Qi Yushan stood up gracefully and patted Lu Chen's shoulder. Don't feel like you owe me anything, this is what friends should do. Have you seen Qi Shui? That day I was able to see you at the theater because Qi Shui bumped into you and gave me a heads up. He always feels indebted to you, so letting him work a bit this time counts as him repaying you. Qi Yushan was so straightforward that it left Lu Chen at a loss. Lu Chen had already rented a car to carry luggage and people. Once everything was settled, Lu Chen stood between Grandpa and Grandma, saying he wanted to take one last group photo at the entrance of the hospital. Looking at the smile in Lu Chen's eyes, Qi Yushan's hand holding the camera trembled, so she handed the camera to Qi Shui, explaining, "Let him take the picture, I'm not good at it." Qi Shui was quite enthusiastic, grinning as he said, "Alright, I'll count to 3. Cheese." Qi Yushan turned away, quietly wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye. Lu Chen, seeing you happy, I will cry before you do. 174 Welcome home. Qi Yushan, because I willingly indulge, even death does not need to be saved. Lu Chen, capybara, Xi version, living is good, dying is fine too. Qi Yushan, any cage in the world, love can break through the door. Lu Chen, illegal entry, must report to the police. Qi Yueshan, I give you the loyalty of someone who has never had faith. Lu Chen, you are a civil servant, you can't believe in religion. Qi Yueshan, people are happiest when they are infinitely close to happiness. Lu Chen, happy sister. Yes. This is a moment posted by Qi Yueshan that is only visible to Lu Chen. She thought about posting something on her moments, visible only to Lu Chen, to see if she could lure him in. The result? Lu Chen replied just like that. He actually replied like that. And this is just part of his response. Lu Chen sometimes replies, but most of the time he just pretends he didn't see it. However, even these few replies made Qi Yueshan so angry her head hurt. This time, besides visiting her grandparents, she was also infuriated by these moments replies. How many times? How many times in the middle of the night had she posted on moments, only to see Lu Chen's reply just before she planned to sleep beautifully? The result was that she was so angry she became wide awake. Qi Yueshan couldn't tell if Lu Chen was being dismissive or serious. If she said he didn't see it, he still replied. If she said he replied, it felt more like he was trying to annoy her. Read, and then reply randomly. Whenever Qi Yueshan felt her blood pressure drop, she would immediately pull up these moments replies to look at, instantly raising her blood pressure. But now, Qi Yueshan turned to take a glance. Lu Chen was leaning against the car window, looking outside, the passing wind tousling his hair and crumpling his silent dark eyes. He had always been like this. When he spoke, he was spirited like a youth, but when he was silent, he was melancholic and quiet. Just that one glance made all her anger dissipate. Fine. She was willing. Lu Chen rented 2 cars in total, one for luggage and another 7-seater for people. Shi Yueshan hadn't had the chance to praise Lu Chen when she suddenly thought, did Lu Chen guess she was coming? In an instant, a chill spread through her body, and Shi Yueshan couldn't help but wonder if Lu Chen believed in the saying, brother, you smell good? But Shi Yueshan couldn't ask. As long as she didn't ask, it was a superposition of believing and not believing, but once she asked, it would inevitably collapse. After thinking for a moment, Shi Yueshan wisely chose not to ask. Considering Lu Chen's personality, Shi Yueshan thought he clearly disliked encountering conflict. Perhaps, as long as she lived quietly without causing trouble, Lu Chen wouldn't care about this superposition of believing and not believing. Between the wood and the wild goose, the dragon and snake change. The timing was not ripe, she should remain dormant. Lu Chen had listened to her for so long, yet she only wanted to win him over in a few weeks or months. How could that be possible? But it didn't matter. Shi Yueshan lowered her head and curled her lips. She was ready for a protracted battle. When practicing the basics, a single move must be practiced thousands and thousands of times. Patience was what she had most in her life. Shi Yueshan adjusted her shawl, quietly curling up in her seat, and gently sighed. But, could it not take too long? The return journey was boring. Shi Yueshan turned to glance at the 2 elderly people watching short videos and advised, oh, Grandpa and Grandma, you should play with your phones less. Lu Chen turned his head and agreed. Right, too much screen time is bad for your eyes. If you two become internet-addicted old folks, I'll sell everything to send you to an elderly university and start a club for you. Put. Shi Yueshan couldn't help but laugh out loud. The pool of water couldn't hold back either, sitting there laughing heartily. The 2 elderly people felt a bit embarrassed and smiled, putting away their phones. All right, we won't watch anymore. Shi Yueshan laughed lightly, extending her hand, and the clever Qi Shuwei beside her immediately handed over a small fan. She said, Grandpa and Grandma are watching me, so I'll sing for you live. Lu Chen looked at Qi Shuwei's actions in shock. How did you know what she wanted? Qi Shuwei proudly straightened her chest and patted her heart. I've been my sister's servant since I was born. No matter how much I hate her, I am absolutely loyal to her. Even though she always treats me like a dog, I've served her for over 10 years. Even if she has a child, I will be a servant to her child. My status as a loyal servant for 3 generations is unshakable. Ha! Lu Chen stared at Qi Shuwei in astonishment. Not a bro. What kind of dirt do you have on your sister? Blink if you're being threatened. Qi Yueshan's face turned green. If it weren't for maintaining her image, she would have immediately silenced Qi Shuwei. Qi Yueshan quickly explained to her grandparents, the child is just joking, we have a good relationship, just joking. Respectful and playful. Qi Shuwei's expression didn't look like she was joking. Qi Yueshan was sweating profusely and immediately asked, Grandpa and Grandma, is there anything you want to hear? I can sing anything right now. While Qi Yueshan was singing, Lu Chen cautiously poked Qi Shuwei's arm and whispered, Bro, what benefits did she give you? My mom is strict with me, and my sister often secretly gives me pocket money every month. Stealing pocket money? 10,000. What? 10,000? Lu Chen was taken aback. He was once again caught off guard. What kind of family do you have? Lu Chen instantly felt a pang of envy. Why didn't he have a sister like that? Just as Qi Shuwei was about to reply to Lu Chen, she was shot a glare from Qi Yueshan, and she immediately shut up. Okay, fine. Tyrannosaurus, if you marry Lu Chen like this, he'll eventually realize he's been tricked. The pear blossoms weep in the wind, yet the branches have not moved roots. From now on, the broken mirror becomes a round jade, sighing that my lingering spring has a reliance. Accompanied by Qi Yueshan singing, the car arrived at its destination. In the villages surrounding the county, most houses were built on 1 or 2 floors of land, without the exaggerated palatial style. Unlike the steel forest of the city, this view, where one could see the horizon at a glance, had its own unique charm. The car drove into the courtyard and filled the space. Qi Shuwei, get down and move things. Okay. Qi Yueshan unceremoniously ordered Qi Shuwei. Good grandson, did you call someone to clean up in advance? The courtyard was unbelievably clean inside and out. Zhao Henmei suddenly felt that everything was like yesterday the moment she stood in the courtyard. All the anxiety before returning home was swept away. Lu Chen came back to his senses and smiled. It's nice to see everything clean as soon as you open the door. Qi Shuwei slapped her forehead. Why didn't I think of that? Still need to practice. The group got busy, while Lu Chen wandered around the courtyard, lost in thought. He hadn't been back for a long, long time. He had once cooled off in this courtyard, listened to the cicadas buzzing nearby, built snowmen here, and watched the snowflakes fall on his head. Everything felt both strange and familiar. And now, summer was coming again. Lu Chen lowered his gaze. He had only been gone for 3 years, yet it felt like several lifetimes had passed. Wanting to buy osmanthus flowers and drink wine together. Before the driver unloaded the things and planned to leave, Lu Chen handed him the camera. "Master, can you take a picture for us?" "No problem." Lu Chen stood sullenly between his grandparents, adjusting his clothes. Before he left, he was still a small sapling on the verge of toppling, but in just 3 short years, he had grown into a towering tree. Now, he could be someone else's support. Grandpa and Grandma held onto Lu Chen's arm, their mouths smiling, but tears kept falling uncontrollably. Qi Yuanshan and Qi Shui each held a firework tube. 1, 2, 3. Bang! The fireworks exploded, showering the sky with colorful ribbons. Welcome home. Today is Saturday, and Lu Chen plans to leave here on Sunday afternoon. Speaking of which, this place can be considered his homeland. The old couple insisted on tidying up the yard, saying they wanted to make a reunion dinner tonight. Lu Chen originally intended to buy some ingredients, but he didn't expect Qi Yuanshan to be so thoughtful, bringing everything directly from Haicheng. With nothing to do, Lu Chen simply went out for a stroll, also checking if he needed any daily necessities. "Why are you following me?" Lu Chen suddenly turned around halfway and saw Qi Yuanshan sneaking behind him. Qi Yuanshan was caught on the spot, standing there dumbfounded, at a loss for words. "I'm afraid you'll jump into the river." She always felt that Lu Chen had a problem, not a physical one, but a mental one. Qi Yuanshan was genuinely worried that Lu Chen might think he had completed everything in his life without regrets and then, in a moment of impulse, say goodbye to the world. Hearing Qi Yuanshan's response, Lu Chen couldn't hold back anymore. He understood what she meant. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen took out his phone and read a passage aloud. "The gardenia is coarse and large, and its fragrance is so strong that it can't be shaken off, so it is not chosen by elegant people, thinking its character is low. The gardenia says, fuck you, I want to be this fragrant to the point of being satisfying, who the hell can control me?" Locking his phone, Lu Chen looked at Qi Yuanshan with a smile. "Do you understand? A person like me, who has struggled to get to today, is like the gardenia. Others think my character is low, but I don't care about their nonsense. I'm not going to commit suicide. If one day I commit suicide or go missing, it must be murder. Remember to help me call the police." Qi Yuanshan stared blankly at Lu Chen and nodded. With this assurance, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's good. Her world was too dull, and Lu Chen was like a splash of color in it. If she lost him, Qi Yuanshan couldn't imagine what her world would become. However, which book is that quote from? Qi Yuanshan walked over to Lu Chen's side, lowering her head shyly. "I'm not good at studying, and I don't really read those books." This was the truth. She was sent to drama school at such a young age that she had no time to read those things. Lu Chen didn't think less of Qi Yuanshan. He just smiled and said, "Reading is just a way to pass the time. At most it helps people understand honor and disgrace, and know right from wrong. If someone thinks they are superior just because they read some superficial books, then those books are truly a waste of time." Qi Yuanshan's previously uneasy heart was instantly calmed. To get from the village to the town supermarket, they had to walk along an asphalt road, with golden fields on both sides. Lu Chen and Qi Yuanshan walked slowly along the asphalt road. The breeze was gentle today, and the weather was cool, with the leaves on the tall trees rustling in the wind. Qi Yuanshan took a deep breath. The environment here is really nice. Lu Chen, with his hands behind his back, walked leisurely. "What's wrong? Awakening the reclusive DNA in your bloodline?" Qi Yuanshan really wanted to say, "It's not that I want to be reclusive, but I want to be reclusive with you." However, unless she had a brain injury, she absolutely couldn't say that. So, Qi Yuanshan, following Lu Chen's lead, chose to change the subject. "What were you asking Qi Shui in the car? Why didn't you just ask me directly?" Lu Chen didn't hide it. "I was asking what position to sleep in to have a sister as wealthy as you." Qi Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, teasingly saying, "Then you should call me sister. I'm several years older than you, and I don't mind. Right now, at an event, people older than me by 10 years call me sister, call me teacher, and it makes me uncomfortable everywhere I go." She wasn't the type to be spoiled and have a bad temper. In the face of flattery, she only became more composed. Lu Chen listened and said, "You've become a female star now." Qi Yuanshan pushed his arm in annoyance. "You're laughing at me too." Lu Chen smirked. He knew Qi Yuanshan wasn't a fool and could stay resolute, which was why he was doing marketing for her. Qi Yuanshan said, "And you know my family's situation. Both my parents' families are in the medical field, but I'm the odd one out. If I had listened to my parents, you'd still have to call me Dr. Qi." Lu Chen chuckled. "If you had gone into medicine, you'd still be in school at your age. Studying medicine means, while peers are in school, I'm in school. While peers are working, I'm in school. While peers are getting married, I'm in school. While peers are having children, I'm still in school. Hearing this, Chi Yushan felt overwhelmed. Compared to saving lives, she was more suited to the feeling of being on stage. So, did you tell your parents about being bullied at drama school? Lu Chen always felt that with Chi Yushan's family background, being bullied could only have this unspoken possibility. Chi Yushan didn't expect Lu Chen to guess so accurately. She nodded. I never mentioned it. My whole family disagreed with me studying Peking opera, but they couldn't stop me. The path I chose, I have to see it through. If it weren't for her back injury that couldn't be hidden, she could have really endured it in silence. You really know when to be tough and when not to be. After hearing so much, Lu Chen left only this comment. Chi Yushan understood what Lu Chen meant. He was saying she was too stubborn back then, leading to a loss over a small matter. If only she had shared her grievances with her parents, she wouldn't have been ostracized and suffered so much in the end. But at that age, I had to save face. It seems childish now, but I couldn't let my younger self be bullied. And I said I would walk this path to the end. If I faced setbacks and immediately complained, how embarrassing would that be? Chi Yushan appeared delicate, but the stubbornness in her heart had always been there. Not to mention, just thinking about facing her parents' knowing expressions after complaining made her feel uneasy. Lu Chen nodded. That makes sense. Although Chi Yushan didn't know if Lu Chen was concerned, she still said, but after I got hurt, my family called the police, and all the classmates who had bullied me were sent away. And those who had previously spoken coldly to me became the new targets of bullying. Lu Chen asked calmly, do you find it funny? Chi Yushan replied quietly, I find it very sad. Once a person enters a group, their intelligence severely declines. To gain acceptance, individuals are willing to abandon right and wrong, trading their intellect for a sense of security and belonging. But no one is guaranteed safety. The role switch happens in an instant. Just because of these intellectually deficient rabble, Chi Yushan was left with an unavoidable shadow. People can be quite harmful to others without benefiting themselves. Passing a corner, Lu Chen stopped, seeing a few middle school students surrounding a little girl. Chi Yushan instinctively shrank back. Lu Chen sighed. Was Chi Yushan really as calm as she said? Did she truly see through it all and not care? Watching them start to shove the little girl, Lu Chen turned his back and pretended not to see as he walked away. Only Chi Yushan was left standing there, wanting to approach but too afraid to do so. Lu Chen glanced at her. An elephant tied with a thin rope, even when it grows up, lacks the courage to break free. However, the poison in a wound, if not cleaned out, will never heal. 176 Clear Soup Master Lu Chen had his hands in his pockets, with no opponent in sight. Chi Yushan looked at Lu Chen, who showed no intention of stepping forward, and then at the weak and pitiful little girl being pushed around. Seeing that little girl, Chi Yushan seemed to see herself. When she was bullied at school, she always thought, I clearly didn't provoke anyone, why do they hate me? To avoid trouble, Chi Yushan developed a habit of observing others at school. Even though her situation gradually improved later, there were still people who ultimately dealt her a heavy blow. It wasn't until the moment she fell that Chi Yushan clearly heard the sound of her bones breaking, and only then did she finally understand. Malice never needs a reason. After that, Chi Yushan began to obsessively tease others, obsessively speculate with malice about them. She firmly believed that people are inherently evil. However, during that rainy encounter with Lu Chen held an umbrella, calmly watching an entire play without a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Chi Yushan hated this calmness, so she removed her makeup, stood before Lu Chen with grace, and pretended to be pitiful while asking him questions. At that moment, Chi Yushan was very aware of her own beauty. She almost thought with delight that Lu Chen's eyes would surely show astonishment or even ecstasy in the next second. But they didn't. Yet Lu Chen still showed no emotional fluctuation, even returning a compliment. A feeling of indescribable anger spread throughout her body, and for the first time, Chi Yushan realized that her assumptions were actually incorrect. This was too hard to accept. She absolutely did not believe that Lu Chen had no malice in him. So, Chi Yushan used the number from the pool water to hire Lu Chen. She wanted to bait Lu Chen, to disrupt the calmness in his eyes, to see what it looked like when such a peaceful person went mad. Thinking of this, Chi Yushan curled her lips. She lost. She lost willingly. Lu Chen's existence, Lu Chen's experiences, completely shattered her general definition of people as evil. Sister, what are you doing? Several middle school students were caught off guard and pushed away forcefully. Just as they were about to speak, they saw a beautiful sister with long hair looking at them warily. Who taught you to bully your classmates? Although Chi Yushan's voice trembled a bit, she still pulled the little girl behind her. When she looked up at the group of middle school students, she genuinely wanted to curse. Are today's kids too well nourished, eating some kind of feed? How did they grow so tall? No, sister.
The little girl behind Chi Yushan wanted to pat her shoulder, but the fabric of Chi Yushan's clothes looked very expensive. After thinking for a moment, the little girl didn't touch Chi Yushan's clothes, only softly said, "We're filming a video, sister." "Ha!" Chi Yushan turned back in surprise, following the direction of the little girl's finger, and saw a phone recording. Seeing the phone, Chi Yushan became even angrier and scolded the middle school students. "You dare to film while bullying your classmates?" In an instant, many videos of school bullying appeared in her mind. "It's a misunderstanding, clear soup master." A middle school boy didn't dare to look at Chi Yushan's face, only lowering his head and stammering, "We're students from a nearby school, and we're also in the student council. This month our theme is against school violence, so we wanted to shoot a short film to respond to this theme." Ah, Chi Yushan's brain completely crashed. "Wow, you guys are really amazing. Ha, this sister thought you were bullying your classmates, which shows you acted quite well." Lu Chen strolled over, speaking for the completely silent Chi Yushan. Sure enough, the few middle school students, after hearing Lu Chen's words, responded with surprise. "Really? Ha, I said all that practice from watching TV was useful. I thought we acted poorly. Brother, you." Seeing this group of dispirited middle school students regain their vitality, Lu Chen laughed and asked, "What made you think of this theme?" "Because those people online are too despicable." "Right. Why bully others? That's just too low. Don't let me run into anyone who does campus violence, or I'll beat them into QQ candy." We made a short film to persuade those idiots to be kind. If they don't understand reason, I know a bit about fighting too. Listening to this group of middle school students exchanging words, their speech might still be a bit immature, but their thoughts were already quite good. After giving them another round of compliments that made their faces flush, Lu Chen planned to take Chi Yushan away. "Sister." The little girl who played the bullied role stood nervously in front of Chi Yushan. She felt a bit embarrassed, looking so disheveled in front of someone as beautiful as Chi Yushan, but she still mustered the courage to say, "Sister, can we exchange contact information? Once we finish editing the short film, we can send it to you to take a look. Because I think you're very brave, coming up to protect me." Seeing Chi Yushan fall into silence, the little girl immediately waved her hands, saying, "It's okay if you don't want to add me, I just. Lu Chen quietly poked Chi Yushan's waist from behind, and she finally came back to her senses. "I'm looking forward to this short film, let me add you." "Woohoo! Thank you, sister. And thank you, brother, you two really match well." Chi Yushan's hand paused on her phone, not daring to look up at Lu Chen's reaction. "Did you already notice they were filming a video?" Chi Yushan pushed Lu Chen's shoulder in annoyance. Lu Chen shrugged and smiled. "Then don't worry about it, Chi Yushan. Little brat." In any case, Lu Chen said, hands behind his back, exuding an air of an old cadre. "This world may not be that good, but it's also not that bad. Some people destroy recklessly, while others mend and patch." He had just been thinking, if Chi Yushan could overcome the shadow of campus violence, then he could also overcome his fear of relationships. Damn it! He was such a good person. Why shouldn't he be able to live freely and happily? And why shouldn't he have love and wealth? Chi Yushan stared blankly at Lu Chen. Just now, half of her heart was filled with the shadow of campus violence, while the other half was thinking, if she pretended to be pitiful, could she increase Lu Chen's favorability? But now, a myriad of emotions flooded Chi Yushan's heart. This world wasn't as good as she thought, but it also wasn't as bad. A sense of refreshing spirit flowed through Chi Yushan's delicate brows and eyes. She suddenly stepped forward and hugged Lu Chen, then immediately let go. "Thank you." Lu Chen was taken aback. The person in his arms came quickly and left just as fast. Chi Yushan had tricked him into a hug, feeling extremely good, and she lowered her head to speak honestly. "I always thought people were very bad, but when I first met you, you were so quiet that I thought you were pretending. I wanted to see what your malice looked like, which is why I made this subsequent deal. But just now, I suddenly realized my thoughts were too absurd. There are many bad people in this world, but there are also many good people. I was blinded by a single leaf and couldn't see Mount Tai." Chi Yushan looked up, her eyes filled with countless stars, and she finally understood where she had gone wrong. "Lu Chen, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have maliciously speculated about your true feelings." Lu Chen silently gazed at Chi Yushan for a long time, then suddenly smiled. "It's okay, I forgive you." Chi Yushan's tears fell in an instant. It was only at this moment that she and Lu Chen truly reached a reconciliation. "Shall we take a stroll around the school?" "Oh, this is my middle school alma mater." "Then that's even better, shall we go in and take a look?" "Before I graduated, it said I was an alumnus, but once I stepped out, it said I was a social drifter." Chi Yushan chuckled lightly, her brows and eyes bright and delicate. She suggested, "How about we go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities?
I just noticed we seem to be out of laundry detergent. Let's go. Yay! The two rushed to the supermarket, with Lu Chen pushing the shopping cart while Qi Yushan browsed the daily necessities section. Lu Chen squinted as he looked over. Qi Yushan had her hair up, seriously selecting items from the shelves. She wore a pair of slender emerald jade earrings that swayed gently with her movements, resembling a flowing river. Just kidding. Has Qi Yushan been practicing on stage for all these years? She had become so sensitive to the gazes of others, especially Lu Chen's. Without even turning her head, Qi Yushan knew that Lu Chen was definitely watching her. How could she let this great opportunity slip by? Without a second thought, Qi Yushan immediately took action. She subtly adjusted her angle, trying her best to let Lu Chen see her fair skin. Counting silently to 3 in her mind, Qi Yushan raised the corners of her mouth, her eyes filled with innocence, and turned to ask, "Is this good to buy?" "Sure." After noticing that Lu Chen's response was a second slower than usual, Qi Yushan's inner self burst into laughter. The star-catching operation was a great success. Watching Qi Yushan's graceful figure in front of him, Lu Chen rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Is this guy still not giving up? Lu Chen took the reunion dinner very seriously. The turning point came when the old man brought out a bucket of unlabeled rice wine. Before opening it, the old man confidently said, "Don't worry, this is homemade wine, it has no alcohol content at all." Lu Chen believed him. Qi Shui believed him too. Half an hour later, the old lady silently helped the old man to bed. Lu Chen silently helped Qi Shui to bed. Qi Yushan followed behind Lu Chen, watching Qi Shui drink to the point of unconsciousness, shocked. Wasn't there no alcohol? There really isn't any alcohol, it's the wind in this courtyard that has 52 degrees. Lu Chen settled Qi Shui on the bed, placed a trash can beside it, and before leaving, put a bottle of water on the bedside. Qi Yushan was greatly shocked. Homemade equals no alcohol? Qi Yushan felt something was off. She followed Lu Chen into another room and asked in confusion, "Then how come you're fine?" "I have a good alcohol tolerance." Lu Chen answered naturally, taking off his shoes, coat, and shirt as soon as he entered the room, finally lying on the bed bare-chested. Qi Yushan quickly covered her eyes the moment he started undressing. Wait, why cover up? She had seen it with her own ability, not stealing or robbing, just looking. However, Qi Yushan watched Lu Chen leaning against the headboard, his hand moving through the air, and asked in confusion, "What kind of pose is that?" Lu Chen continued to gesture in the air, calmly saying, "A pose loved by both men and women." "Lying on the bed playing with your phone, huh? Ah." Qi Yushan rubbed her eyes and took 2 steps forward, thinking that Lu Chen had bought some miniature phone. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was holding nothing at all, just flailing in the air. A flicker of understanding crossed Qi Yushan's eyes. So this is what it looks like when Lu Chen is drunk. If she hadn't asked a few more questions, she really wouldn't have noticed he was drunk. Alright, good kid. Even when drunk, he can act so well, huh? Clang. Lu Chen fell onto the pillow, completely closing his eyes, his breathing gradually becoming long and steady. Qi Yushan's gaze traveled from Lu Chen's face, slowly taking in all of him. After she finished looking, she walked around the bed twice, her heart suddenly caught in a tangle, 2 little figures fighting in her mind. Little devil, he's drunk now, go for it. Little angel, go for what? Taking advantage of someone in need, are you even human? Little devil, he doesn't know, I say just take a picture of his abs and threaten him to be with you. Little angel, oh my god, you pervert, I'm going to call the police on you. Little devil, Qi Yushan, I don't believe you're not tempted. Little angel, Qi Yushan, I don't believe you dare to act. Ah, so annoying. A conflicted look flashed in Qi Yushan's eyes. This was the first time Lu Chen appeared before her completely unguarded, although it was due to physical factors. But still, what a rare opportunity. Moonlight poured through the window into the room, and Qi Yushan stared at Lu Chen's abs, her gaze gradually deepening. After an intense internal struggle, Qi Yushan slowly walked to the edge of the bed. She forced herself not to look at Lu Chen's face, bent down, and pulled the blanket from the foot of the bed, slowly covering him. I really didn't mean to, covering you with a blanket just makes it easy to touch your abs. I actually didn't want to touch them, it was all an accident, all an accident. After covering Lu Chen with the blanket, Qi Yushan let out a long sigh. She mimicked Lu Chen's earlier actions, placing a trash can by the bed and a bottle of water on the bedside table. After doing all this, Qi Yushan hesitated for a moment. She quietly took out her phone, checked that the flash was off, and returned to the bedside to take a selfie of the two of them. Whether it was the photo from the hospital today or the one in the yard, Lu Chen had never invited her into the frame. She suppressed her rising expectations, waiting, but in the end, Lu Chen never invited her into the picture. Qi Yushan thought about how she had dressed up for the photo, letting out a soft hum, her eyes stinging. She was initially very unhappy, but seeing the smile on Lu Chen's lips, she couldn't stay angry. Qi Yushan stared at the photo on her phone, finally curving her lips into a smile. That annoying Lu Chen. If he won't let me in the frame, I'll just take my own. Qi Yushan walked to the door, turned back to take a deep look at Lu Chen. In his sleep, Lu Chen's expression was unprecedentedly peaceful. He no longer had to think about how to survive, how to live, or how to please others. At this moment, Lu Chen had only one task: to sleep well. Qi Yushan sighed softly and whispered, "Lu Chen, seeing you happy is my happiness too." Creak. Qi Yushan gently pushed the door open, and at the moment she closed the door, she saw Zhao Zhenju standing in the yard. Qi Yushan was startled. She immediately turned to look at the window of Lu Chen's room, which was open. So, how much did Zhao Zhenju see? Grandma. Qi Yushan's heart sank suddenly, but she felt a bit self-deprecatingly relieved. If Grandma told Lu Chen about all this, he would never want to see her again. At least she had just left a selfie, right? Looking at Qi Yushan's nervous expression, Zhao Zhenju asked knowingly, "Little Qi, do you like my good grandson?" In the choice between yes or no, did she choose or yes or no? The moonlight fell on the ground like a soft galaxy. At this moment, Qi Yushan was too preoccupied to appreciate the scenery, drenched in sweat and caught in a dilemma. If she said yes, but her grandmother hadn't seen what happened in the room, wouldn't that mean she had been deceived? If she said no, but her grandmother had indeed seen what happened, her impression would be tarnished. Qi Yushan's face appeared calm, but inside she was completely falling apart. After a moment of contemplation, she chose or between yes and no. Grandma, both Qi Shuwei and I really like Lu Chen, he's a good person. By the way, how is Grandpa? Zhao Zhenju stood silently in place. She had aged, the years leaving creases on her face, but her mind was still sharp. All right. Qi Yushan walked over to her grandmother, supporting her, and whispered, "I like Lu Chen. Grandma, I really like him. I've never been in a relationship before, only him. You know how good he is." Qi Yushan stammered, her words jumbled. She couldn't play tricks in front of her grandparents and could only speak the truth. Until she helped her grandmother to the door, Qi Yushan lowered her head and said, feeling wronged, but I wasn't good to Lu Chen before. Zhao Zhenju looked at Qi Yushan in a daze. Every time she saw little Qi, she was always smiling. Plop. A tear fell onto her hand, and Zhao Zhenju looked at Qi Yushan in surprise. Qi Yushan lifted her face, her eyes filled with deep unease and guilt, her voice thick with tears. "I wasn't good to Lu Chen before, I know I was wrong. I want him to be well." Seeing Qi Yushan almost in tears, Zhao Zhenju hurriedly wiped the tears from her face, sighing. "You child, I haven't said anything yet. Why are you crying first? What does that mean?" Qi Yushan's eyes were brimming with tears, but she still looked at her grandmother in confusion. "What does that mean? Has Xing Zi forgiven you?" Qi Yushan honestly replied, "He has forgiven me. Just today." Zhao Zhenju smiled, "I've watched Xing Zi grow up. I know he's a thoughtful and opinionated person. If he's willing to forgive you, then this matter is truly over." Zhao Zhenju lovingly touched Qi Yushan's round little face. They both noticed how little Qi had taken care of them during this time. "My husband and I didn't arrange a marriage. Whoever the child likes, whoever they want to be with, that's their own choice. I'm old now, I can't keep up with the feelings of young people. As for Xing Zi dating, my husband and I won't interfere. As long as the other person is a good girl with a clean background, as long as Xing Zi likes her, that's fine, that's fine." Qi Yushan stood there in shock. She found it hard to believe and asked, "What if the other person is older than Lu Chen?" Zhao Zhenju smiled, trembling as she took out a tissue from her pocket to wipe little Qi's tears. "As long as Xing Zi likes her, that's fine." Qi Yushan asked again, "What if Lu Chen hadn't forgiven me?" Zhao Zhenju paused in wiping little Qi's tears and sighed. "Then I would let you go." In that instant, Qi Yushan felt a sense of relief wash over her. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Thank goodness she had gone out with Lu Chen today. The delicate little girl in front of her, like a porcelain doll, cried and then laughed, laughed and then cried, and Zhao Zhenju teased, "It seems little Qi not only knows how to sing but can also change her expressions." Grandma Qi Yushan shyly wiped the tears from her face. Until her grandmother was about to go inside, Qi Yushan still nervously confirmed once more. "Grandma, you really don't mind if your granddaughter-in-law is older than your grandson, right?" Zhao Zhenju smiled. "Age isn't really anything. The old man and I just hope that Xingzi can be healthy and happy. Having one more person to love him is a good thing." Click. The door closed. Qi Yuanshan walked gracefully a couple of steps, then couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, her delicate brows and eyes relaxing. "Good. So good. It truly is a case of light breaking through the darkness." Qi Yuanshan's eyes sparkled with joy. Now there were no issues on the grandparents' side.
Her recent goal was set to invite Lu Chen to witness her receiving the Mate Hua Award. On the other side, Zhao Zhenju closed the door and glanced at the bed. The old man was already fast asleep. She sighed inwardly. During her time in the hospital, she had figured out the situation in the Shaoqi family. Shaoqi had a good job, was good-looking, had a good personality, and came from a good family. Especially since Shaoqi felt guilty towards her precious grandson, it meant that Shaoqi would definitely treat her precious grandson even better. This was Zhao Zhenju's selfish thought. When it came to Lu Chen, she always felt that 1,000 or even 10,000 people loving Lu Chen wouldn't be enough. Her precious grandson was the best child in the world. The next day, Lu Chen rarely slept until noon. After waking up, he happily stretched in bed like a zombie undergoing mutation. "Hey, what are you doing?" Upon suddenly noticing someone standing by the bed, Lu Chen hurriedly covered his chest with the blanket. "Oh, wait. I don't have a chest." Lu Chen realized and began to dress himself. Qi Yuanshan stood by his bed, extending her hand. "Lend me a piece of clothing. I'm planning to go hiking this afternoon. There's a temple on the mountain, and I want to pray." "Ha?" Lu Chen was puzzled. "What about your own clothes?" "My clothes are useful." Qi Yuanshan spoke shamelessly. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. "Aren't you just afraid your clothes will get dirty?" All her kipeos were custom-made. The fabric was delicate, fine for everyday wear but completely ridiculous for hiking. "As long as you know, hurry and lend me one. I'll pay for it. I'm going to the temple to pray for my bright future." Qi Yuanshan was assertive. She had checked last night, and that temple was quite effective. Since Lu Chen didn't say he was going, she would wear his clothes to pray for him. Fine, just pick one from the wardrobe." The moment money was mentioned, Lu Chen immediately relented. Qi Yuanshan huffed. Seeing Lu Chen so nonchalantly changing clothes, she revealed a scheming smile. "You should at least avoid people when changing clothes." "Hey!" Lu Chen instantly got angry. "What's wrong with my figure? Look at this waist, look at these legs. What's wrong with me? If running naked wasn't against the law, I'd walk down the street without clothes." "Right, exactly." Qi Yuanshan eagerly anticipated Lu Chen, in a fit of anger, saying, "If you dare, come touch me." Unfortunately, in the end, Lu Chen only gave her a roll of his eyes. "Fine. Anyway, I've touched it before." Qi Yuanshan happily hummed a song while rummaging through Lu Chen's wardrobe, also remembering his clothing size. It would come in handy when buying him clothes in the future. Qi Yuanshan flipped through and finally found a t-shirt and a pair of big shorts. Just before closing the wardrobe, she glanced at the box in the corner. So this was the size Lu Chen wore. Who knows how long it would take for their relationship to develop before she could buy him this kind of thing. 179 What is she here for? Dong! Inside the main hall, the bell rang loudly. Qi Yuanshan quietly knelt on the mat, her hands clasped together, gazing at the statue of the deity. After a long time, she bowed deeply on the mat. She had no religious beliefs, but what if it worked? Qi Yuanshan silently recited in her heart. 1 wish, may my lord live 1,000 years. 2 wishes, I wish for my health to be constant. 3 wishes, I wish to be like the swallows on the beams, meeting each other year after year. After finishing her thoughts, she suddenly found it amusing. The monk himself doesn't get married, can she really ask for a romantic relationship here? So, Qi Yuanshan clasped her hands together. This doesn't count, let me make a new wish. Originally, Qi Yuanshan wanted to bring Lu Chen along. Unfortunately, as soon as Lu Chen heard there was no God of Wealth temple, he couldn't be bothered to move and boldly declared that in this lifetime, he would only worship the God of Wealth. Fine then. After thinking it over, Qi Yuanshan had only one wish. She took a prayer ribbon, wrote down her wish, and walked to the tree filled with humanity's beautiful expectations for the future. The wind gently blew, and the red prayer ribbons fluttered in the breeze. Qi Yuanshan looked down at the prayer ribbon in her hand, which only had one line written on it: "I hope Lu Chen does well in his exams and is always happy." She tied the prayer ribbon to the tree and turned around to see a girl with a blank expression. The girl also had a prayer ribbon in her hand. This girl was very pretty, and Qi Yuanshan couldn't help but look at her a couple more times. The girl looked over, and although she didn't speak, her eyes were filled with confusion. Qi Yuanshan immediately awkwardly explained, "Little sister, I'm not a bad person, I just thought you were very beautiful, so I looked a bit more." Wei Qingyu nodded gently, "It's okay." Phew! Qi Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief. She definitely didn't want to be seen as some strange adult by such a beautiful little sister. "Did you come here by yourself?" Wei Qingyu, holding the prayer ribbon, walked to the tree and slowly nodded. Qi Yuanshan had never seen such a taciturn child. She hadn't wanted to talk to someone so unresponsive, but fortunately, the girl was pretty enough to make up for it. Under the fluttering red prayer ribbons, the girl with black long hair silently tied her prayer ribbon to the tree trunk. Shi Yushan was an artistic worker, with a natural love for beauty. In simpler terms, Shi Yushan was a beauty enthusiast. This scene was very beautiful. After a moment, Wei Qingyu finished tying her prayer ribbon, which had her wish written on it, fluttering in the wind. Everything goes smoothly. Wei Qingyu was starting to feel weak, her face pale as she fumbled to sit on a nearby stone bench. Low blood sugar? Eat something. A chocolate bar was handed to her. Wei Qingyu weakly looked up. It was the sister who had dressed oddly earlier. Although the sister had a beautiful face, Wei Qingyu couldn't quite understand why she wore such ill-fitting t-shirts and such masculine shorts. Her brain protested seriously, but Wei Qingyu didn't have time to think too much. She accepted the chocolate. Thank you. You're welcome. Shi Yushan also sat down on the stone bench, squinting her eyes as she watched the continuous stream of people coming to the tree to make wishes. After a moment, thank you, how much is the chocolate? I'll pay you back. Shi Yushan turned her head, staring at the girl's delicate face, smiling as she spoke. You're pretty, so I won't charge you. Little sister, what's your name? Wei Qingyu. What a strange name. Shi Yushan leaned closer to Wei Qingyu, smiling as she said, Little fish, you shouldn't casually accept food from strangers next time, okay? Too close. Wei Qingyu instinctively took a step back. Shi Yushan didn't mind, reaching out to pat her head. Alright, big sister is leaving now, goodbye. After teasing the little sister, Shi Yushan felt great and happily went down the mountain. Watching Shi Yushan's retreating figure, Wei Qingyu remained calm and silent. She had seen Shi Yushan's name online, which was why she dared to eat the food Shi Yushan had given her. The struggles of a big family left one exhausted. She had to deal with company affairs, navigate around Wei Wenhai, and manage Wei Wei. So tiring. Wei Qingyu lowered her head, her frail body seeming like it could be crushed at any moment. In the past, when Lu Chen accompanied her, he mentioned where his hometown was. Lu Chen thought she wasn't listening, but in fact, she was. Amid the endless struggles, she recalled Lu Chen's words. So she didn't tell anyone and came here. Wei Qingyu had no expectation of seeing Lu Chen. Well, maybe just a little. Unfortunately, it didn't come true. Miss. Two bodyguards in plain clothes appeared in front of Wei Qingyu. Let's go. Wei Qingyu stood up in silence and glanced back at the big tree that held countless wishes. This was the time she had stolen away. Fortunately, it was almost over. Can you wait for me a little longer? What are you doing here? Shi Yuanshan looked at Lu Chen, who was standing at the foot of the mountain, puzzled. Didn't he say he wouldn't come? What, a secret crush? Lu Chen lazily replied, less nonsense, the weather forecast says it's going to rain, and Grandma asked me to pick you up, afraid you'd get washed away. Shi Yuanshan asked with a hint of disbelief, you don't have a driver's license, do you? Who said I drove here? Lu Chen patted a bright red tricycle beside him, charged by the second. Shi Yuanshan. Fine. She had never ridden such a cheap and funny mode of transportation in her life. Whoosh. A Rolls-Royce whizzed past the tricycle, and Lu Chen cursed the car for not obeying traffic rules. Shi Yuanshan suddenly wanted to laugh and indeed laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Lu Chen thought she was acting weird again. Shi Yuanshan couldn't tell Lu Chen that she found his cursing a bit like that of a superhero. So she said, I laughed because when I was praying just now, I ran into a little sister with low blood sugar. Can I tolerate this? So I immediately drew my sword to help, gave her a chocolate, and then she praised me as a beautiful sister. Do you understand the value of being called a beautiful sister by a little beauty? For women, being praised by another beautiful woman is something to reminisce about for a long time. It's like a man being praised by another man, it counts as impressive. Lu Chen understood and mocked, you look like a weird sister. Where do I look like a weird sister? That little sister really liked me, she even told me her name. Shi Yuanshan immediately retorted, trying to prove that she was well liked by the little sister, it's a particularly cute name, Wei Qingyu. Clang! Shi Yuanshan was jolted suddenly, swallowed hard, and gripped the handrail tightly. You need to watch the road while driving, bro. Lu Chen came back to his senses and disdainfully said, as long as I can take you, just enjoy it secretly. Wei Qingyu. Why did Wei Qingyu come here? Is it just a name coincidence, or is it the real person? Lu Chen didn't know. What was she here for? 180 Nothing to do today. On Sunday night, Lu Chen returned to Haicheng by car. Everything returned to normal. A new week began. On Monday, the junior sister cosplayed as Sakurajima Mai, looking good. On Tuesday, she cosplayed as Shina Mashiro, looking good. On Wednesday, she cosplayed as Kitagawa Kaimei, looking good. On Thursday, Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, how could you be so degenerate, you can't watch cosplay anymore. On Friday, the junior sister cosplayed as Alicia, looking good. Looking back at his week, Lu Chen felt heartbroken, deeply realizing he had wasted a great deal of time. Miao Xiaobai saw Lu Chen slumped on the sofa and happily jumped onto his belly, adjusting itself comfortably. He, a cat that comes to your door, if you don't take advantage of it, you're a fool. He, cat. Lu Qingqing finished washing the fruit in the kitchen, and as she stepped out with the plate, she saw Lu Chen like this. She was wearing Alicia's clothes, her lips slightly curled up, revealing her adorable dimples, holding a grape and standing above Lu Chen, bending down to ask, "Do you want to eat a grape?" "No. I'll help you spit out the seeds." "Okay." Lu Qingqing smiled. After spending time together, she understood that Lu Chen had a particularly annoying aversion to trouble. This trait even extended to him not eating shrimp or crabs, or fruits that needed peeling. It wasn't that he didn't like to eat, he was simply too lazy to peel. Like a child, Lu Qingqing peeled a plump grape and held it to Lu Chen's lips. "Open your mouth." Lu Chen opened his mouth, and the sweet juice of the fruit burst on his tongue. "Spit out the seeds." Lu Qingqing took a tissue and held it to Lu Chen's mouth. Lu Chen said nothing, lying on the sofa, quietly staring at Lu Qingqing in front of him. He was too anxious. Ever since he didn't have to worry about the orphanage's construction, he seemed to have lost direction, lost his emotional perception. Lu Chen was horrified to discover that he was even acting in front of his grandparents. What was real, and what was fake? He couldn't tell. An isolated system inevitably moves from order to disorder. Just like a house left vacant for too long will decay, a phone used for too long will lag, a person will die after living long enough, and the boundless universe will gradually move towards destruction, ultimately becoming a silent void, leaving only the ashes of all matter. Lu Chen was not a fool. He realized that his mental state was teetering on the edge of collapse, and he wanted to save himself. Thus, Lu Chen desperately hoped to find someone who could help him regain that sense of perception. It might sound despicable to say so, but he was indeed using the junior sister to restore his perception. Lu Chen could tell that the junior sister liked him. All the flirty little tricks she could muster were things he had been indulging. However, if he really could have emotional fluctuations towards the junior sister, he would take responsibility. Lu Chen thought. Perhaps overcoming the fear of emotions wasn't that difficult? Lu Chen continued to pet the cat. "Thanks." Lu Qingqing shook her head. "It's nothing." She felt almost unbelievable about the smooth progress of her star-chasing plan. Clearly, Lu Chen on the phone was incredibly difficult. At the same time, Lu Qingqing felt a sword of Damocles hanging over her head. Back then, when she first met Lu Chen, they introduced themselves. She was shocked by Lu Chen's name. She was so frightened that, subconsciously, without even thinking clearly, she blurted out a fake name. If they were just passing acquaintances, it wouldn't matter to use a fake name. But now, she had developed feelings for Lu Chen. Just thinking about it made Lu Qingqing feel like she was asking for trouble. The atmosphere between them was so harmonious, the relationship so amicable. But Lu Qingqing knew that the issue of names was a bomb hidden between them. She couldn't control it. After thinking it over, Lu Qingqing could only come up with one solution. To get involved first, then talk about it. In the original star-chasing guide, Lu Chen advised her not to use her body to exchange for feelings, just because he was afraid the guy might be a scumbag. But the guy was Lu Chen. Lu Qingqing's eyes were deep, but the corners of her mouth lifted into a sweet smile. "I won't let you go." Thus, under the mutual intention of both Lu Chen and Lu Qingqing, their relationship developed rapidly. On Sunday, Lu Chen received an invitation from Gong Zhenbo, the head of the operations department at the Haicheng History Museum, hoping he could visit the museum. The proposal Lu Chen had given not only won the Cultural and Creative Competition Prize but also the museum's cultural and creative products had sold out explosively. Countless visitors flocked in, and bloggers of all sizes continuously arrived. The Haicheng History Museum was quite loyal. Not only did it not cover up, but it also directly stated that this cultural creation was planned by the super invincible cosmic cool woodcarving Little Prince. As a result, Lu Chen's woodcarving account welcomed a new wave of followers, and his inbox was flooded with collaboration invitations from numerous museums. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen immediately registered a studio. Although the studio only had him, it sounded quite official. Due to a lack of time, Lu Chen was selective and chose another museum from a different province to collaborate with, in addition to the Haicheng History Museum. Unexpectedly, this selective approach was interpreted as being protective of his reputation, which further enhanced his studio's reputation in the industry. Lu Chen felt that sometimes life is truly wonderful, and it's like unintentionally planting willows that grow into shade. "Senior, are you ready?" Lu Chen hugged the little white plush toy in his arms. He was going to the museum today, and the junior sister raised her hand, saying she wanted to go too. Okay. Lu Qingqing pushed open the bedroom door and spun around cheerfully. Do I look good? Lu Chen looked carefully. The junior sister's pink hair had gradually faded to a light pink, so she simply straightened it. The blush on her cheeks was just right, sweet yet alluring. The most beautiful love words in the world were nothing but a girl's slightly flushed face. Today, the junior sister wore a white spaghetti strap dress, and her shoulder-length hair made her collarbone appear even whiter and more delicate. Looks good. Lu Chen gave a fair assessment. Very objective beauty, Lu Qingqing laughed, her eyes curving. What kind of evaluation is very objective beauty? Lu Chen shrugged and changed into his shoes. It means some beauties are not within my aesthetic preferences, but their beauty is an objective fact. Even if I don't like them, I have to acknowledge their beauty. What type is within your aesthetic preferences? Lu Qingqing hugged the little white plush and kissed it. He. Lu Chen kissed the little white plush too. She also kissed the little white plush. So, Lu Chen kissed her. There's a formula, and it worked. When Lu Qingqing asked him, he realized that most of the women he interacted with were clients, so he said, I like those who fit my aesthetic preferences, I don't like those who don't. Lu Qingqing shot him a glance. What are you talking about? Lu Chen glanced at the ID card in Lu Qingqing's hand and waved his hand. No need to show the ID, Uncle Gong said no admission fee. I can take people in for free. If he had to pay to visit, he wouldn't go. Lu Qingqing was instantly shocked, breaking out in a cold sweat. She quickly glanced at the ID card in her hand. After realizing that Lu Chen had only seen the back, she let out a sigh of relief. Okay, thank you, the great Mr. Lu Chen, for taking me out to play. Lu Chen smiled, recalling the back of the ID card he had just seen, which seemed different from his own. Are you from Taiwan? Yes, Lu Qingqing replied with a smile. So the back of my ID says Taiwan resident certificate. She changed her shoes and looked at Lu Chen, who was lost in thought, and softly said, Yay, thanks to the great Mr. Lu Chen for taking me out to play. Is it to your taste? You've hanged yourself, and others still think you're swinging on a swing. Ah, are you really angry? Lu Chen lamented deeply. His first failure in life was that he still didn't know if the lip glaze of the little golden retriever would come off. His second failure was mistaking the shiny stuff on the junior sister's eyelids for dirt. Damn! I will never coexist with cosmetics in this life. Sitting in a taxi, Lu Chen sat on the left, while the junior sister sat on the right, sulking and ignoring him. Lu Chen shifted to the right, and the junior sister also moved to the right. Lu Chen shifted again, and the junior sister followed suit. Bang! A dull thud. The junior sister had nowhere else to go and bumped her head against the car window. What a hard head. The driver was startled and quickly asked, what was that noise? Lu Chen couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Hearing the laughter, Lu Qingqing became even angrier. That annoying Lu Chen. A woman dresses up for the one she likes. After all her careful preparation, Lu Chen actually said there was something on her face that wasn't cleaned off. Lu Qingqing felt like she wanted to die on the spot, wishing she could just disappear into the ground. It wasn't that she was angry at Lu Chen's words. She was upset because she felt she had embarrassed herself in front of him. Why was she so useless? Lu Qingqing felt a bit dejected, curling up in the corner with a pitiful expression. Lu Chen glanced at the junior sister, who looked as angry as a pufferfish. Lu Qingqing weakly glared at Lu Chen and swatted his hand away. Lu Qingqing indicated that she didn't want to talk to him and gave him a huff. Lu Qingqing refused to make eye contact with Lu Chen, secretly falling apart inside. Lu Chen genuinely laughed out loud. Damn! Even when she's angry, she looks like she's being cute. Lu Qingqing shot him an embarrassed and angry glare. Still laughing. Don't be angry, Lu Chen finally managed to say after a long pause. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, anxious and scratching his head. Not a young man. Why don't you just cuddle and comfort her? Lu Qingqing pursed her lips and, with a serious expression on her cute face, warned, Don't provoke me. If you do, I can do anything. Anything? Then make me some fish-flavored eggplant tonight. Oh, sure. Lu Qingqing nodded softly and then asked, Why didn't you tell me you wanted fish-flavored eggplant earlier? Is there anything else you want to eat? The driver was stunned. It could be like this? Damn! The driver glanced at Lu Chen in the rearview mirror, utterly shocked. Goodness! I thought I was on the second floor, turns out you're in the stratosphere. In an instant, the driver's gaze swept over the phone on the holder, where his wife was still waiting for him to comfort her. He suddenly found it hard to distinguish between the big and small kings. Ahem! Lu Chen cleared his throat lightly, reminding the driver. The driver instantly snapped back to reality and drove obediently. All right, let's try this method of comforting at home.
Why didn't you finish what you were saying? Lu Qingqing poked Lu Chen's hand. What else do you want to eat? Lu Qingqing was clearly a bit excited. From Monday to Friday, no matter how much she acted cute, Lu Chen would always leave her side promptly at 4 in the afternoon. Although today was Saturday. But did Lu Chen mean he wanted to stay over? What would happen if a member of the opposite sex stayed over at home? In an instant, Lu Qingqing felt her face heat up. I haven't thought of the rest yet. Let's talk about it when we get back, Lu Chen said leisurely. Saturdays and Sundays were Professor Song's service time, but Professor Song wasn't even in Haicheng right now. He could only send messages on his phone to check in. Sigh. He was really making a significant sacrifice to comfort someone. Ding, the phone chimed with a message notification. Lu Qingqing quickly took out her phone to check, revealing a somewhat troubled expression. What's wrong? Seeing the junior sister's wrinkled expression, Lu Chen asked in confusion. Lu Qingqing felt like she was about to go bald. Today, we need to decide on a theme for the recruitment promotion, and each department has to come up with one. Now they're arguing. As the student council president, she felt like a mother hen, with everyone coming to her for everything. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen waved his hand. Just vote on it. Lu Qingqing sighed, but I think the themes they came up with are all a bit lacking. Lu Chen thought for a moment and asked, do you want the recruitment promotion to be more stable or trendy? Lu Qingqing blinked her eyes. Trendy, I suppose. Do you have any ideas? Lu Chen smiled. I have 2 plans. If you choose one, how will you reward me? If your plan is really good. Lu Qingqing's soft lips curled into a smile as she looked at Lu Chen with innocent sweetness. Junior, you can do anything you want to me. Hiss, the driver gasped. Damn! Young people are so bold these days? Lu Chen stroked his chin. Then tell me your bank card password. Lu Qingqing's eyes instantly dimmed, grinding her back teeth. Stupid little brat. You get a chance and you still can't make use of it. Hee hee, just kidding, just kidding. Lu Chen made a peace sign, holding up 2 fingers. One plan is to choose beauty promotion between scenic promotion and characteristic promotion. The other plan is to choose abstract promotion between faculty promotion and cultural depth promotion. Lu Qingqing was stunned. I've already written the copy for you. Lu Chen patted his chest, confidently stating, Haicheng University is the only university in the country named Haicheng University, and it is also the only school abbreviated as Haida. According to statistics, Haicheng University is the only school in the environment that is the same as Haicheng University. Haicheng University wins, Qingbei University does not win, this is 1 victory. Haicheng University 1 victory, Qingbei University 0 victories, this is 2 victories. Haicheng University 2 victories, Qingbei University 0 victories, this is 3 victories. In summary, Haicheng University wins. Driver? Lu Qingqing? What? The driver poked his ears, doubting whether he had just imagined that or was under some illusion. Lu Qingqing was directly rendered speechless. After a long while, she solemnly said, Lu Chen, promise me to do less abstract stuff in the future, okay? I'm worried about your health. Lu Chen was puzzled. What does doing abstract stuff have to do with health? Lu Qingqing, with her cute girl face, softly replied, I'm afraid you might hang yourself, and others would think you're swinging on a swing. Lu Chen was choked up. How reasonable. When they arrived at the Haicheng History Museum, Lu Qingqing got out of the car first with her small bag. Before Lu Chen got out, he kindly reminded the driver, Uncle, you can't just copy and paste your experience in wooing people. He really noticed that the driver uncle seemed quite moved, and he genuinely didn't want to cause trouble. The driver uncle was startled and withdrew his hand that was messaging his wife. Suddenly distinguishing between big and small kings, 182 little fox, your highness. As soon as Lu Chen entered the museum's main door, he saw a middle-aged man rushing towards him from afar. Lu Qingqing was surprised. What did he call you? Ahem, my online name. Lu Chen awkwardly cleared his throat. Can I ask? Can we not call people by their real names online, and can we not call people by their online names in reality? Gong Jinbao arrived next to Lu Chen with Xiao Zhou. Oh, Wang. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Chen wrapped him in a bear hug, blocking all his words. Please, Uncle Gong, just call me Xiao Lu. Lu Chen whispered in Gong Jinbao's ear. Lu Qingqing was shocked. Damn. After all her hard work, this uncle shows up and makes it all for nothing? Lu Chen had never hugged her so affectionately. Lu Qingqing frowned in frustration. 5 seconds. They hugged for a full 5 seconds. A wave of annoyance rose in Lu Qingqing's heart, and just as she was about to interrupt their mushy embrace, Lu Chen finally let go. Gong Jinbao swept his gaze to the side and caught sight of the little girl standing behind Lu Chen like a young wife. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the little girl didn't seem very happy. Little Lu, is this your girlfriend? Gong Jinbao naturally assumed so and said it out loud. In an instant, he watched as the little girl curved her lips into a smile, waving her hand sweetly and softly. No, uncle, I'm Lu Chen's senior. Oh, not a friend, nor a classmate, but she used the term senior to explain their relationship. Gong Jinbo understood and revealed a knowing smile. So, it was a period of ambiguity. Lu Chen didn't deny it, of course, it was the truth. That's right, Uncle Gong. This is my senior. Gong Jinbao clicked his tongue. Oh my senior? And they say it's not a period of ambiguity? Ah, youth. The two young ones were shy, so Gong Jinbao decided not to dwell on the topic any longer. Just kidding. What if Lu Chen got upset and chose to collaborate with the Haichang Museum next door instead? Gong Jinbao smiled and pointed to a nearby cultural and creative shop, happily saying, Wang, little Lu, your idea is really interesting. That wood carving and engraving are selling particularly well. Every day various bloggers come to explore the shop, and even our museum's foot traffic has hit a new high. Xiao Zhou nodded in agreement. Yes, Teacher Lu, even my brother saw those bloggers' shop exploration videos online and asked me to help him buy one. Lu Qingqing knew what Lu Chen was doing, but when she saw the crowd in the cultural shop almost spilling out of the venue, she still felt a bit magical. Lu Chen showed no signs of fluctuation, only smiling as he said, How can you say that? My creativity is merely the branches of a tree. The museum's heritage and exhibits are the trunk. If the trunk isn't strong enough, no matter how many branches there are, they are just reflections of light. It is also because of the careful nurturing from Uncle Gong and Brother Zhou that the tree can grow robustly. What I do is merely adding some embellishments. Wow! Xiao Zhou was left dumbfounded. And what about me? This is truly the youth study that suits me. Gong Jinbo was momentarily stunned, his lips involuntarily curling up. When he came back to his senses, he realized he had just been caught off guard. He thought Lu Chen was young and would surely be flattered, so he intended to use flattery to gain Lu Chen's natural goodwill. But now, Gong Jinbao glanced back at Xiao Zhou, who was still savoring the moment, and completely dismissed that thought. Comparing people can really be infuriating. The Lu Chen in front of him was not a naive young man, he was a cunning little fox. After realizing that flattery was of no use to Lu Chen, Gong Jinbao quickly adapted his strategy and began to engage in a more equal conversation with Lu Chen. This was also what Lu Chen wanted. A person's maturity cannot be measured by age. Some 40-year-olds might not be as mature as a child. Gong Jinbao's flattery, in another sense, stemmed from the belief that Lu Chen was young and could be easily appeased. This was another form of invisible, condescending arrogance from adults. Of course, this didn't mean Gong Jinbao was a bad person, it was just human nature. However, one of the reasons Lu Chen came here today was to dispel Gong Jinbao's notion. Only by sitting on equal stools could they continue to collaborate in the future. Moreover, Lu Chen found Gong Jinbao to be genuinely interesting. Gong Jinbao had no ulterior motives, he was purely dedicated to the museum and particularly enjoyed putting down other museums. Just like now, Gong Jinbao took him and his senior to view the exhibits, standing in front of a display case. Looking at the exquisitely crafted exhibits inside, Lu Qingqing sighed. This is what we call the spirit of craftsmanship. Looking at the exquisitely crafted exhibits in the display case, Lu Chen sighed. Why hasn't my family passed down the 16-character Yin-Yang Feng Shui secret technique? Lu Qingqing? Gong Jinbao? You're saying this in a museum? That's a crime. Really a crime. Gong Jinbao huffed proudly. Don't look at this, it's a replica, the real one is in the capital. Lu Chen noticed that Gong Jinbao seemed eager for him to ask why, so he went along with it. Wow, how did it end up in the capital? Lu Qingqing chuckled softly, lowering her head. Such exaggerated acting. But Gong Jinbao was prompted to say what he wanted, so he indignantly replied, Some museums I don't even want to mention, they're just shameless. When they see something good in local museums, it's just, give it to me. It's practically the domestic version of the British Museum. Gong Jinbao clearly had been wanting to vent for a long time, and Lu Chen found his words quite interesting. Suddenly, something soft and slippery poked at his palm. Lu Chen glanced back and saw only the junior sister standing behind him, so he didn't pay it any mind. The next second, the same sensation poked at his palm again. Lu Chen continued to chat with Gong Jinbao, seemingly unfazed, but his hand tightened, catching the little rascal that was bothering him. It was then he realized that it was the junior sister poking his palm with her fingertips. Lu Chen turned around, slightly lowered his head, and asked softly, What's wrong? Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly said, I want to go to the restroom. Shall I go with you? No, too close. Lu Qingqing's hand rested on Lu Chen's shoulder. I'll go by myself. You continue chatting with Uncle Gong and Brother Zhou. I'll message you in a bit to ask where you are. Alright, message me if you need anything.
After saying a word to Uncle Gong, Lu Qingqing turned and left the display case.
About a minute later, Lu Qingqing stopped.
She looked back and could no longer see Lu Chen's figure. So, Lu Qingqing turned her profile towards a girl with golden hair in front of her, who had an arrogant expression. Since she started visiting the display case, she felt a gaze, subtle yet persistent, watching her. It wasn't malicious, but rather a subtle hostility. Thus, Lu Qingqing turned to meet the gaze of its owner. Upon seeing the person's face, she was momentarily stunned. The owner of the gaze was very beautiful, strikingly so, and arrogantly made a gesture, beckoning her to come out.
And that led to the current situation.
Lu Qingqing didn't know this girl, but she had two guesses in her mind.
One guess was that this beautiful girl knew Lu Chen.
The other guess was that this beautiful girl was a neurotic who liked to call people out.
Which possibility was more likely?
Lu Qingqing revealed a soft, sweet, harmless smile.
May I ask who you are?
Xia Yexiang.
Hello, Miss Xia.
Lu Qingqing displayed a soft and approachable smile. She was now certain that this arrogant and brainless person in front of her must know Lu Chen.
Is Miss Xia a classmate of Lu Chen? Lu Qingqing asked sweetly.
Xia Yexiang frowned, her exquisite eyes filled with dissatisfaction, finding the girl in front of her, who looked like a dumpling, utterly displeasing.
So what if I'm Lu Chen's classmate? I've already told you my name. Generally, polite people would introduce themselves in this situation, right? Name. Lu Qingqing fell silent.
This Xia Yexiang was indeed Lu Chen's classmate, but she wasn't sure how well Xia Yexiang knew Lu Chen.
If she revealed her real name, what if Xia Yexiang mentioned it while chatting with Lu Chen? What would Lu Chen think?
After thinking it over, Lu Qingqing still felt that she couldn't say her name.
So she softly said, I am Lu Chen's senior, you can call me senior. By the way, Miss Xia, you called me out for something? Senior?
Xia Yexiang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The Haicheng History Museum had received a batch of new artifacts, and she had seen a promotion saying there were relief sculptures among them. Xia Yexiang thought about the gifts Lu Chen had given her, all of which were wood carvings.
Maybe Lu Chen liked this kind of thing?
Unfortunately, from Monday to Friday, she had to stay at school with Lu Chen, and today, after finally getting to Saturday, she immediately came to the museum.
Who would have thought? She actually ran into him.
God knows how much she wanted to separate the two when she saw the woman next to Lu Chen just now.
If it weren't for the middle-aged man beside Lu Chen, she would have gone up to him right away. Luckily, she didn't act impulsively. Just a senior, after all. Xia Yexiang's anger subsided. It's nothing, just wanted to call you. Lu Qingqing's smile froze.
She had never seen someone so self-righteous, so arrogantly bad-tempered.
You called me out. Can't you come up with a better reason? All right. Lu Qingqing didn't want to clash with this bad-tempered young lady, so she turned to leave. Then I'll be going. Wait. Xia Yexiang, feeling uneasy, grabbed Lu Qingqing's wrist and asked again, are you and Lu Chen just a simple senior-junior relationship? Let go. Lu Qingqing broke free from Xia Yexiang's grip, feeling annoyed, and with a cute expression, said flatly, what does this have to do with you, Miss Xia? Miss Xia called me out for no reason and asked so many irrelevant questions. Don't you think that's rude?
You ask me what my relationship with Lu Chen is, then may I ask what your relationship with Lu Chen is, Miss Xia? Xia Yexiang seemed to have been waiting for Lu Qingqing to ask that. She immediately puffed out her chest proudly and said smugly, I have a lip friendship with Lu Chen.
Then I have a pure friendship with Lu Chen. Wait. Lu Qingqing was halfway through her sentence when she looked at Xia Yexiang's expression and suddenly felt something was off. Are we thinking of the same kind of pure friendship? In an instant, Xia Yexiang's delicate face magnified infinitely in Lu Qingqing's eyes.
The golden-haired girl lightly touched her soft red lips and smiled proudly.
This lip. Lu Qingqing stared blankly at Xia Yexiang's actions. This lip.
In an instant, Lu Qingqing's eyes darkened, coldly staring at the still showing off Xia Yexiang, a sickly shade passing through her gaze.
I say. Xia Yexiang never showed mercy to her enemies. If this senior in front of her were Lu Chen's official girlfriend, she might have given her some face.
But this senior wasn't. Facing a rival of the same competition, of course, she had to ruthlessly eliminate her like autumn leaves swept away by the wind.
You're just Lu Chen's senior.
Xia Yexiang curled her lips, proud and ruthless. I'll give you $1 million, stay away from Lu Chen. She was never a little golden retriever, she was a raging lion, ready to tear apart any enemy invading her territory. Her cuteness and delicateness were only for Lu Chen. After all, if her temper were really that good, there wouldn't be so many terrifying legends about her circulating in school. Lu Qingqing laughed in anger, her sweet smile unable to hold up any longer, staring at Xia Yexiang with a deep gaze.
$1 million? Is that too little?
Xia Yeshang didn't care, unafraid of people being greedy or lustful, but afraid of people having no weaknesses. Anyway, the more greedy this senior was, the easier she would be to handle, so she continued to raise the price. Then 2 million, 3 million. Lu Qingqing took a step forward, her eyes revealing sarcasm as she spoke slowly. I'll give you 5 million, you get out of Lu Chen's sight. Silence. Xia Yeshuang's arrogant smile faded, and she straightened up, coldly staring at Lu Qingqing. Who are you telling to get lost? I'm telling you to get lost. Lu Qingqing showed no fear, completely shattering the sweet senior sister persona, her eyes filled with intense aggression. The two locked eyes, a standoff. The scene made the surrounding tourists slow their pace to a quarter speed, eager to pretend nothing was happening just to catch a few more glances. Damn, why do I feel like I'm seeing sparks? Oh my, is this what they mean by same-sex repulsion? In my lifetime, I hope to see two beautiful sisters fight over me. Fight! 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 The number of onlookers quietly increased, and before security could arrive, Lu Qingqing and Xia Yesuan left the area. As they walked, Xia Yesuan mocked, "You admit defeat, right? If you admit defeat, hurry up and take the money and stay away from Lu Chen." Lu Qingqing didn't even look at her, calmly saying, "You can't even tell the difference between being embarrassed and admitting defeat. No wonder Lu Chen doesn't like you." "What did you say?" Xia Yesuan, furious, grabbed Lu Qingqing's wrist, gritting her teeth. "Who allowed you to say that? Does Lu Chen like you? If he did, would your self-introduction still be as a senior sister?" Lu Qingqing's face turned extremely ugly at such blunt words. Seeing Lu Qingqing in discomfort made Xia Yesuan feel much better. She disdainfully released Lu Qingqing's wrist, looking down from her high position. "In any case, stay away from Lu Chen in the future. I'm sorry, but Lu Chen lives in my house." "You! What?" A surge of anger rushed to Xia Yeshuang's head. Just as she was about to curse, a flash of Wen Lingxiu's face crossed her mind. In an instant, she was no longer angry. Lu Chen was clearly at Wen Lingxiu's house, yet this so-called senior sister insisted on saying Lu Chen was at her house for the sake of face. TSK. Turns out she's just a pitiful person with a hard mouth. Wait, why did she say also? But that didn't matter. Anyway, Xia Yesuan was no longer angry, and her gaze towards the senior sister now revealed sympathy. "Say whatever you want. Anyway, Lu Chen and I have a lip friendship. In modern society, this thing is really not important." "Oh, Lu Chen and I have a lip friendship. Haven't you ever kissed a child's cheek? That's normal, right?" "Oh, Lu Chen and I have a lip friendship." Only a parrot would repeat the same thing. You must have no other memories with Lu Chen to say that. "Oh, Lu Chen and I have a lip friendship. Can't you use different words?" "Oh, I've kissed Lu Chen." Lu Qingqing was furious. 184 What I can't have, why should she get it all? What identity do you have to say that? Just now, Lu Qingqing was blinded by anger upon hearing that this bad-tempered girl had kissed Lu Chen. But now, calming down, she posed a question from her soul. If the condition that you've kissed Lu Chen is valid, then what identity did you kiss Lu Chen with? Lu Qingqing didn't become student council president just because of her cute appearance. After suppressing her emotions, she quickly discovered the blind spot. Lu Chen is not the kind of person who kisses anyone casually in my heart. You've only known Lu Chen for a few days. What gives you the right to think that? Xia Yesuan retorted angrily. Lu Qingqing scrutinized Xia Yesuan in front of her. She had just been intimidated by this bad-tempered young lady's aura, but now, taking a moment to think, she realized this young lady was quite empty-headed. "I've known Lu Chen for a month." Lu Qingqing really wanted to say that she had known Lu Chen for 2 years, but she was afraid that Xia Yesuan would expose her in front of Lu Chen. A month? Xia Yesuan was stunned as if struck by a thunderbolt. She had known Lu Chen for so long, yet she had never even held his hand. Now, this so-called senior actually said she had only known Lu Chen for a month and could go out to play with him? Why? Lu Chen, why? An indescribable anger surged in her mind. Xia Yesuan felt a chill in her heart. "You say you worry that others only like your strengths, but I am willing to embrace your weaknesses, yet you give me no chance at all. Why? You won't even let me see your exam papers, yet you can so openly interact with another girl. Lu Chen, tell me why. What you can't give me, why should you give it all to her?" Lu Qingqing did not sympathize with the blonde lady in front of her, partly because she did not like her. So she spoke the most piercing words in the softest tone. "Let me think. Lu Chen wouldn't casually kiss someone. In his voluntary case, the one he can kiss would be his girlfriend, right? But it is also possible in his involuntary case. So that means someone likes him, and if they can't have him, they might force a kiss?" Lu Qingqing's deep eyes fixed on Xia Yeshuang's face, her smile both sickly and terrifying. "So, Miss Xia, may I ask, are you Lu Chen's ex-girlfriend, or are you someone who loves him but cannot have him?"
Xia Yeshuang's face turned pale. She wasn't afraid, she suddenly realized. This senior was very difficult to deal with. If this senior was just short on money, she could throw money at her. But this senior wanted Lu Chen. For a girl with a cute persona to say such aggressive words, Xia Yeshuang suddenly fell silent. This senior would be very troublesome. In any case, Lu Qingqing said with a soft smile, regardless of which situation you are in, Miss Xia, I think your relationship with Lu Chen has already ended. It hasn't ended, Xia Yeshuang said softly. What? Lu Qingqing was taken aback for a moment, and the next second, she was grabbed by the collar by Xia Yeshuang. Xia Yeshuang frowned tightly, speaking each word clearly. My relationship with Lu Chen will never end. It happened almost in an instant. Xia Yeshuang watched as the senior's eyes turned red, looking at her with a pitiful expression, shrinking back a little. No, this wasn't right. What are you two doing? A calm male voice rang out, and Xia Yeshuang immediately let go and turned around, bumping right into Lu Chen's deep eyes. Junior. Lu Qingqing walked over to Lu Chen with a wronged expression, wanting to tug at his sleeve but not daring to, so she could only stand there pitifully. Xia Yeshuang looked at Lu Qingqing's sudden change of expression in disbelief. She quickly turned to look at Lu Chen's face, stammering, I didn't. All right. She did grab Lu Qingqing's collar out of anger. But that was also because Lu Qingqing had attacked her first. Lu Chen let out a slight sigh, glancing at the seemingly bullied junior, then at the helpless Xia Yeshuang. How did you two meet? In the bathroom. At the cultural and creative store. Two completely different answers lay before him. First, the junior was not his client. Second, the blonde was his former client. Neither of them needed him to specially comfort them. Realizing this, Lu Chen suddenly felt exhausted and turned to leave. Junior. Lu Chen. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. He looked to the left, where his left hand was tightly held by the junior, the soft touch pressing against his arm. He looked to the right, where his right hand was firmly grasped by the blonde, her eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Tourists passing by looked at Lu Chen and the two others with envy. Lu Chen suddenly wanted to laugh. Why? Why had things developed this way again? To avoid Xia Yeshuang, he had already stopped going to school, wasn't that enough? What else did they want from him? Should he just disappear from this world? Xia Yeshuang looked at Lu Chen's cold expression and felt a bit scared, so she immediately spilled everything like a string of beads. I came to the museum to see the reliefs, and when I saw you with this senior, I got angry, so I called her out. After I found out you weren't her boyfriend, I told her to leave you. Lu Qingqing bit her lip tightly. This young lady was really annoying. Her reaction was so quick that everything she wanted to say was snatched away. Lu Chen listened and found it very logical, but he caught on to a key question. How much did you offer? 5 million. What the hell? Lu Chen was shocked. He was actually worth 5 million. That was really something to brag about. What identity did you have to do this? Lu Chen asked. Xia Yeshuang cautiously assessed Lu Chen's expression, but she couldn't figure it out and could only murmur. Your pursuer. Huh? Lu Chen was genuinely shocked this time. What? Your pursuer. Xia Yeshuang shouted loudly. I want to pursue you. Lu Chen was dumbfounded, and the envious and gossiping gazes of the tourists beside him felt like needles on his back. He immediately pulled Xia Yeshuang out of the venue and into a quiet, secluded corner, incredulously saying, Don't say such things. I only have professional. MMM. Xia Yeshuang didn't want to hear him say hurtful words, so she directly used the simplest and most forceful method to silence him. Here we go again? Xia Yeshuang. Lu Chen angrily pushed Xia Yeshuang away. He felt like this little golden retriever was like a runaway train, causing chaos wherever she went. Wait. A good opportunity. Lu Chen quickly wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. When he saw the light pink lip gloss on his hand, his heart finally sank. So it really did come off. Lu Qingqing stood silently not far away. Until she saw Xia Yeshuang kiss Lu Chen, a sickly madness crossed her eyes. I can't hold it in anymore. The junior is more popular than I thought. It seems the plan needs to be moved up. On the other side, Lu Chen grabbed Xia Yeshuang, who wanted to continue kissing, pinned her hands behind her back, and pressed her against the wall. What you just did, I could report you. Up until now, what you love is the best side of me. Perhaps this isn't love. Perhaps you only truly love me when you love my weaknesses and my flaws. In such a controlling position, Xia Yeshuang's face was pressed against the wall, her wrists aching terribly. But she still tried to turn her head and said this. She had already said it countless times in her heart. Lu Chen was stunned. What did you say? You read that book. I went to read it too, several times. Xia Yeshuang sniffed, holding back her tears, and spoke passionately. Lu Chen, you can't do this. Even though I'm not good at studying and my head is a bit slow. But you can't just not give me the exam paper and directly judge me as failing. Lu Chen owed her nothing. So, the only thing she could do was to present her true heart to Lu Chen. Just like Wei Qingyu. 185 The pinnacle of licking the god. Idiot, you scared me to death today. I'm so mad, I'm going to put chili in your food and make you cry. You can't give it to me, why should she get it all? Silly, are you unhappy? Don't think about it, come here. Lu Chen, this isn't fair. If one day I meet someone I like, I will teach him to play the piano. I will sing, and he will be my accompaniment, sharing in the cheers and applause. From then on, every lyric I sing will bear his mark. Lu Chen, I hate you. The blonde girl sat on the railing of the bridge, with the rushing river below, turning back to reveal her ever-proud smile. The next second, she was engulfed by the roaring river. Ah! Lu Chen jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. Hey, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? A gentle voice sounded in his ear, and Lu Chen met Wen's worried gaze. When Lingxiu hurriedly adjusted her disheveled clothes, barely covering large patches of white skin, and quickly asked, "What did you dream about?" "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Lu Chen tugged at the corners of his mouth, unable to smile anymore. "It's nothing, nothing. Let's go back to sleep." When he lay back down on the bed. When Lingxiu looked at Lu Chen with concern, just about to speak when her wrist was suddenly pulled, and she found herself in Lu Chen's embrace. Sleep now, 1. When Lingxiu sighed, since Lu Chen wouldn't say anything, she couldn't force him to talk, could she? There was nothing she could do. She gently patted Lu Chen's back, slowly humming a lullaby. Lu Chen's eyes were tightly shut, but his mind was wide awake. It had been a week since he completely rejected Xia Yexiang. In these 2 weeks, he should have been very happy. During the day, he sought out his senior, and at night, he looked for Wen. He strolled with his junior under the long ginkgo tree path at school, arguing for an entire afternoon over whether to have sweet or savory tomato scrambled eggs, and took their pet, Little Bai, to the grooming salon for a trim. By the way, the pet groomer was better than human hairdressers. At least Little Bai left the salon smiling. But Lu Chen held the person in his arms tightly, yet he found himself dreaming more and more frequently. This only added to his already limited sleep. Xia Yexiang. She wouldn't be so down, would she? Lu Chen frowned slightly, scolding himself for his unprofessional behavior. He hadn't expected Xia Yexiang to see that book. Her feelings were too intense, too passionate, leaving him still pondering the matter. However, he had rejected Xia Yexiang thoroughly that day. It should be over. A proud girl like Xia Yexiang would remember clearly if Wei Qingyu ignored her a few times. He had rejected her so firmly, she must hate him. Wei Qingyu. Right. And what about Wei Qingyu? Why did she go to the temple on the mountain that day? Lu Chen was filled with questions. But he couldn't ask Wei Qingyu. Things had finally calmed down on her side. If he messaged her again, it would seem like he was trying to flirt with her. Countless doubts tangled chaotically in Lu Chen's mind. He still wasn't trying hard enough. If he were more diligent, he should have been granted an awakening system, giving him a mind-reading golden finger. That way, he could definitely reach the pinnacle of being a devoted admirer. Hey, stop thinking about it. Your head will hurt. And Wen's soft hand rested on Lu Chen's brow, gently smoothing out his furrowed forehead. Lu Chen grasped And Wen's hand and chuckled softly. Is it wrong to think of you? Thinking of me is fine. When Lingxiu's face felt warm as she buried her head in Lu Chen's shoulder. She could feel the slight vibrations through his chest when he laughed, making her cheeks flush. The amusement park land had been secured. Lu Chen was still holding her tightly. With both career and love going smoothly, when Lingxiu felt that heaven had been too kind to her during this time. People are often happiest when they are infinitely close to happiness. Leaning against Lu Chen's shoulder, warmth and security enveloped her. She thought, this happiness has an expiration date. But happiness has an expiration date. Can she successfully quit? She should be able to. She knows how to restrain herself. When Lingxiu took a deep breath and melted into Lu Chen's embrace. Her birthday was approaching. Would Lu Chen remember? Saturday. Lu Qingqing invited Lu Chen to the aquarium, and he agreed. This one smells good. A row of perfumes was laid out in front of Lu Qingqing. She was torn, trying to decide which scent was the best, glancing out the window from time to time, hoping to see if Lu Chen had arrived. A woman beautifies herself for the one she loves. She had to present her most beautiful self to Lu Chen. After that day at the museum, she sincerely apologized to Lu Chen, but he wasn't angry. After spending time together, Lu Qingqing thought it was time. She hadn't planned to express her feelings so soon, but that kiss from Xia Yexiang had completely severed her sensitive nerves. Pursuers, pursuers. With one Xia Yexiang, there would be another Lu Yexiang, or even more. Only if Lu Chen wanted her could she feel completely at ease. Lu Qingqing nervously opened the small box on her vanity repeatedly. Inside the box were 2 shiny rings. And she had to confess to Lu Chen. Lu Qingqing's gaze fell on her wrist. Since spending a long time with Lu Chen, she hadn't harmed herself in a long time. Moreover, to prevent Lu Chen from seeing her scars, she had started going to the hospital to try to remove them. Miao Lu Qingqing hugged the little white cat sitting on the floor and kissed it, her eyes flashing with depth as she murmured, "Little white, there are only 2 outcomes today. If the confession is successful, you'll have a dad. If the confession fails, you'll be without a mom." 186I, such a rigid mountain, would actually stir for you. Woohoo! Taking off after picking up the senior, Lu Chen and she rented 2 shared bikes and held the first personal bike racing competition on the street. It was a cloudy day, and a cool breeze blew through the streets. Riding a bike around felt as refreshing as chugging a big bottle of 4-yuan iced tea after a whole day of moving bricks at a construction site. Lu Qingqing huffed and puffed as she caught up with Lu Chen, trying to bargain. "Master Lu, can't we just take a taxi?" Luckily, she was wearing long pants today instead of a dress. Wait. Lu Qingqing fell into deep thought. According to Lu Chen's personality, if she had been wearing a skirt, he would definitely have taken a taxi. Damn it! This failure was due to her outfit. Lu Qingqing felt heavy remorse. Lu Chen rode leisurely. This is called riding a bike to the bar. Save where you can, spend where you should. During this time, he spent every moment he could with the senior. Although he was usually studying, he had thoroughly figured out the senior's daily routine. In a word, homebody. The senior was truly a two-dimensional person, wearing bunny pajamas every day, sitting by the computer, staring at the screen while petting her cat and watching shows. Only when there was something going on in the student council or she had classes would she reluctantly go out. However, the senior was quite nice. Every time she returned from going out, it was like she had come back from a hunt, laden with bags of delicious food. But, as a professional admirer, Lu Chen had to provide his clients with supreme emotional value during their service period. Other clients were easy to handle. Now, there was only Professor Song, an unstable factor in the capital. Lu Chen was afraid that Professor Song would suddenly return to Haicheng on a Saturday or Sunday, leaving him to face the silent, dark house and go crazy. Therefore, he checked Professor Song's WeChat step count every day. Professor Song truly applied her research spirit to her life. Her daily step count in the capital was quite consistent. So as long as her step count changed, Lu Chen would know whether this person was going back to Haicheng. Utilizing the data from modern apps could play a significant role in catching someone in a long-distance relationship. But that's not the main point. The main point is that when Lu Chen checked Professor Song's WeChat step count, he happened to discover that the junior sister had only taken a few dozen steps for several days. A few dozen steps. Lu Chen thought, the junior sister must just have good talent, able to bear fruit from fine branches. Otherwise, with her level of exercise, her slender arms and legs would definitely break with just a touch. So this time, it was hard one to take the junior sister out, and she was dressed conveniently, so it was better to ride a bike and get some exercise. Lu Chen looked sad. "Don't you want to ride with me and feel the breeze?" Lu Qingqing. Looking at the suddenly energetic junior sister pedaling away, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. One sentence made a woman ride like crazy for 2 kilometers. Indeed, what people dislike is not the green tea, but the green tea that doesn't cater to you. When they arrived at the aquarium entrance, Lu Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Lu Chen still parking, she quickly sniffed to check if she still smelled good. "Let me smell." Lu Chen had come over at some point, pretending to be serious as he sniffed. Lu Qingqing was so nervous she didn't dare to move, afraid Lu Chen would think she didn't smell good. Lu Chen elongated his voice, and Lu Qingqing's heart was lifted high. "It's just a little bit more fragrant than jasmine, just a little bit more, don't get too proud." Lu Qingqing's heart dropped. After the worry came shyness. "Oh you!" She blushed and pushed Lu Chen's shoulder away like a kettle boiling over, then went inside the door by herself. Lu Chen was amused. He had calculated the distance, and according to the junior sister's physique, riding this distance was just about right. Too little exercise was useless, too much would cause muscle pain. It was calculated just right. No wonder it's me. As they walked halfway, Lu Qingqing noticed something was off and turned back to see Lu Chen still standing in place. "Aren't you coming? Am I supposed to walk alone?" How lonely. Lu Qingqing was taken aback. Under the overcast sky, Lu Chen was dressed in black, wearing a baseball cap that cast a shadow over his eyes, hiding his emotions. From the first moment she saw Lu Chen, he had always stood very straight, as if nothing in this world could make him bend. But now, Lu Qingqing felt Lu Chen was so lonely. She didn't want Lu Chen to be lonely, she wanted to be with him.
So Lu Qingqing, suppressing her shyness, returned and gently shook one of Lu Chen's fingers, lowering her head with a flushed face.
Let's go. So fun. So much fun.
Lu Chen looked at the junior sister's fair cheeks tinged with a peach hue. It was a beautiful scene that no painter could ever capture.
So he said, yeah, let's go. They entered the aquarium. After visiting several areas, they stood at the entrance of the underwater tunnel.
The hard, transparent glass formed an arched deep blue path, with countless fish swimming above their heads. Lu Qingqing gently touched the back of Lu Chen's hand.
Lu Chen turned to look at her. What's wrong? Lu Qingqing tilted her head, staring at the colorful fish swimming overhead, dazed. It feels like a deep blue dream. I'm a little scared.
Lu Chen held the junior sister's hand and chuckled softly. Then I'll dream with you. We hold hands in the blue-toned underwater, a little world that belongs only to us.
Lu Qingqing stared blankly at Lu Chen.
That day, we shared a blue dream together, and I couldn't estimate the value of this dream until it became a memory.
After saying this, Lu Chen led the younger girl into the underwater tunnel. It felt like falling into a deep blue world, like breathing underwater. So beautiful.
Lu Qingqing stood in the underwater tunnel, passing through the transparent glass, watching various patterned fish swim leisurely by.
Lu Chen, do you think, when we see the little fish trapped in the glass, do the little fish see humans as being trapped in glass too?
Under the deep blue light, Lu Chen couldn't see the younger girl's face clearly, but he could see her sparkling, soft, and innocent eyes. All of Lu Chen's words got stuck in his throat. He couldn't think of any clever response and could only say dryly, yes, it should be like that. He had said this from the very beginning. Taking clients who had experienced a lot to ride the carousel, taking young and impulsive clients to vent their frustrations.
The more one lacks something, the more one yearns for it. His heart was submerged in a stagnant pool, yet he found himself moved by such pure joy. He understood. He understood why clients, even knowing those emotions were fake, still spent lavishly to buy them. Because even if I know this is bought, at that moment, I can't distinguish between the real and the false. I can only hear the sound of my own heartbeat. Remember. No matter what you remember, just remember. Wow, that fish looks so silly, so cute, come take a picture. The next second. Is it still cute? It just ate its colleague. So hard to bear. Really hard to bear. Lu Chen actually wanted to play along with the younger girl. Who would have thought that this devil fish, just a second ago so cute, would swallow its little fish colleague the next moment? Seeing the younger girl fall into silence, Lu Chen heavily patted her shoulder. This is workplace bullying that eats fish without spitting out the bones. Sigh, the other little fish are suffering from a lack of education. If they were college students, they could all get guaranteed graduate school admissions. Lu Qingqing turned her head stiffly to look at Lu Chen, scared to the point of almost crying. Lu Chen laughed wildly inside, but he still maintained a serious expression and said earnestly, "And weren't you just taking pictures?" Lu Qingqing panicked, blinking her eyes, her heart racing, terrified, thinking she had committed some taboo. "Isn't that allowed?" Lu Chen kept a straight face, remaining silent until he noticed the younger girl was about to cry, then suddenly said, "It's allowed." "Lu Qingqing? Then why did you say that just now? I was scaring you." Lu Chen burst into laughter and immediately ran away. Lu Chen. Lu Qingqing was furious, but her soft and cute appearance made her seem harmless, so she could only angrily chase after Lu Chen. Damn it! Stinky Lu Chen! Bullying her again! Bang! While chasing, Lu Qingqing suddenly bumped into Lu Chen's back. She rubbed her head and huffed angrily, "Why aren't you running?" "Shoo!" Lu Qingqing followed Lu Chen's gaze. In the huge transparent aquarium, a statue of Poseidon held a trident, surrounded by a swirling ring of small fish. In the deep blue scenery, several giant whale sharks swam past them, breaking through the water flow. Whale sharks, known as the gentlest sharks in the world, are massive and look intimidating, but their nature is docile, primarily feeding on small fish, shrimp, plankton, and algae, and they almost never actively attack creatures other than food. Lu Qingqing suddenly thought, isn't this just Lu Chen? Looking cold and aloof, but actually just a childish little brat. Especially now, Lu Chen was so stiffly changing the subject to avoid her chasing him, making her focus on the fish. Fine. Lu Qingqing moved closer to Lu Chen, and the two of them leaned against the glass like elementary school students. Ah! A terrified child's scream caught their attention, and they turned to look. A white whale swam nonchalantly in front of a little boy, then suddenly opened its mouth wide. The little boy was so startled that he fell to the ground, and his mother's face was filled with worry for her child, her lips curling sadly towards her temples. The white whale didn't leave, as if it enjoyed returning to the scene of the crime, its expression seeming to say, "Hee hee, scared another one. Damn it. Even the white whale is so mischievous." The air around was filled with a joyful atmosphere.
The whale gracefully swam in front of Lu Chen, as if pondering whether this person could be frightened. Lu Chen placed his hand on the glass of the aquarium, and the whale rested its head against the glass, just a few centimeters apart. Lu Chen felt a thrill. Lu Chen took a breath and drew a little hard on the glass. Seeing Lu Chen so happy, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but smile, her dimples adorable. Once Lu Chen had enough, he stood up and checked the time. It seems the Ocean Theater is about to start. Want to go watch? Of course. Lu Qingqing smiled sweetly and said mysteriously, do you want a gift? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, leaning against the glass. Is there a condition for exchange? Promise me a wish. Lu Chen snorted, very alert, oh, I won't ask for your payment password. Oh, then that's fine. Lu Qingqing was speechless. She was truly silenced by Lu Chen's money-loving nature. But you have to let me see if the gift here is worth it. I can only agree to your wish if I like it. Lu Chen always adhered to the principle of checking the goods first. Ding ding ding. Lu Qingqing pulled out a photo from somewhere. Lu Chen took it. In the photo, his head was resting against the glass, staring blankly at the white whale in the aquarium. The blue light illuminated his face, revealing only his shining eyes. So full of life. Lu Chen had never known he could have such innocent eyes. He unzipped his jacket and placed the photo in the inner pocket near his chest, smiling as he said, it's a great shot. Then promise me a wish. Lu Qingqing looked at Lu Chen expectantly. Lu Chen curled his lips, it's a great shot, but I didn't say I liked it. Lu Qingqing was taken aback. You're being unreasonable. Give me back the photo. Oh. Lu Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Then come and take it back. Lu Qingqing glanced at the photo's location in his clothes. How could she take it back? Lu Chen smiled mischievously. Remember, this is the first lesson I'm teaching you. Human hearts are hard to fathom. Lu Qingqing clenched her fists in anger. Damn it. Evil Lu Chen. One day, I will push you down, defeat you. Let's go. Lu Chen turned leisurely, intending to watch the performance. Lu Qingqing looked back at the spot where Lu Chen had drawn the heart. It had already disappeared. Got it. Moments later, she jogged to catch up with Lu Chen. On that glass, two little hearts shot by Cupid's arrow were drawn. A few seconds later, they completely vanished. In the Ocean Theater, Lu Chen didn't choose to sit in the front rows but moved a bit further back. 1. He didn't want to get splashed with water. 2. He didn't know if today's senior sister's makeup was waterproof, fearing she might cry again. He really had a shadow over cosmetics. Lu Chen glanced sideways. The senior sister looked nervous and excited, holding her phone and starting to record. Why did you end up using your phone to take pictures? The senior sister said seriously, clenching her fist. I still don't quite understand filming. I only have a Polaroid in hand. Once we go out more, I'll learn to take pictures, and I'll buy a camera. Lu Chen smiled. Was this already booking their future outings? The senior sister's face was rosy, and her words carried a natural cute filter. She earnestly made a wish. I hope I can take a photo of my life before I turn 30. Preferably one without getting shot. Put. Lu Chen laughed out loud. Lu Qingqing, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, don't laugh at me. If you let me practice more, I can definitely get better at it. At that moment, the performance began. Lu Qingqing felt a bit disappointed that she hadn't heard Lu Chen's response, but fortunately, the show was captivating enough. Various animals made their appearances, causing the audience to gasp in surprise. As expected, when she saw a walrus spray water into the audience, Lu Qingqing excitedly tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve. Junior, I'm so glad you chose this spot. If her makeup had run, she would have really cried. But she couldn't help but wonder, did Lu Chen consider her when he chose the seat? Was it intentional, or just a coincidence? While Lu Qingqing pondered this, the theater's performance segment reached the audience's kiss cam part. Lu Chen was filled with questions. Wait, how did a marine animal show end up with this segment? Was it trying to be trendy? It wasn't until he heard the host's explanation that he understood. They were inviting audience members to interact with the animals. Oh, okay. Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed. If it really was a kiss cam, he thought maybe he could enjoy some gossip. After all, not every couple in the venue was a legitimate pair. When the host announced they would select 4 people, Lu Qingqing eagerly said, I hope I get picked. I really want to touch a dolphin. Are they slippery? Lu Chen also sighed, I hope I get picked. I really want a dolphin to carry me into battle. Lu Qingqing? As the host warmed up the crowd, the camera smoothly cut to the audience. The next second, the entire venue gasped in unison, instantly falling silent. On the big screen, a girl with black hair and fair skin sat quietly in the back row. Her expression was emotionless, yet it was impossible to look away from her face, like a flower on a high mountain, making people hesitant to approach.
Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Why was Wei Qingyu here? Was she looking for her kind? This world is a huge beauty contest. On the big screen, the girl's black hair flowed smoothly down her back, her indifferent eyes resembling an abyss, drawing everyone into its depths. After a moment of silence, many people began to fumble with their cameras. No matter how many times one says that inner beauty is the most important, the harsh reality is that when two strangers meet for the first time, the first impression is based on appearance. Indeed, feeling comfortable is important. But when facing significant occasions, dressing appropriately is also a silent respect for others. When Lu Chen first entered this profession as a devoted admirer, he competed against about 10 others, all of whom were more experienced than him. Yet he still got the job, because the cuffs and collar of his white shirt were clean. Meanwhile, his strongest competitor wore a high-quality black shirt but had a patch of skin flakes on his shoulder, which was particularly glaring. It may sound ridiculous to focus on such details, but it indeed played a crucial role. From that moment on, Lu Chen realized that regardless of gender or looks, one should at least appear clean and tidy. And now, Wei Qingyu appeared on the big screen. Both her appearance and attire had reached a ceiling level of ethereal beauty. Watching the people around her hesitate to take direct photos, only able to capture her on their phones from the big screen, Wei Qingyu frowned slightly, her gaze calm. After a moment of thought, she stood up, intending to leave the theater. But the host misjudged Wei Qingyu's intentions and cheerfully said, "Great. Let's have this audience member come to the front, and the camera will select 3 more audience members." The next second. Wow. Hey man, is your theater having a face card issue? This world is just a huge face card game. 6. Even watching an animal show, you're feeding me dog food, huh? Hearing the murmurs from the audience around her, Wei Qingyu paused in her steps toward the exit. She turned back. On the big screen, Lu Chen was lazily leaning back in his chair, wearing a baseball cap. Next to him sat a girl with short pink hair. "Alright, let's have this young man and young lady come up to interact with the animals." Wei Qingyu was taken aback. When she saw Lu Chen really stand up and prepare to go forward, she suddenly felt a bit reluctant to leave. Wei Qingyu lowered her gaze, her usually calm eyes rippling with emotions. She had actually seen Lu Chen and that girl long ago. She had seen Lu Chen and that girl laughing in this blue-toned world. Her reasons for wanting to leave were simple. One reason was that she didn't want Lu Chen to feel burdened. The other reason was that she didn't want to see Lu Chen pointing at the big screen and introducing her to the girl beside him, saying, "This is my classmate." But now, when she saw Lu Chen's face on the big screen, all her reasons crumbled. This was such a rare opportunity. She had worked hard for so long. Could she secretly ask Lu Chen for a little reward? She felt like she was running out of energy. Wei Qingyu casually stopped her steps to leave, casually changed direction, and casually walked forward. The host continued enthusiastically. "Alright, let's have our camera choose the last visitor." It was obvious. The audience, who had been casually watching the performance, was now all fixated on the big screen. What was that saying? The main character always appears last. With the first 3 visitors being so stunning, how good-looking would the last one be? The next second, a curly-haired guy in black glasses appeared on the big screen. Oh, it was clear that the curly-haired college student heard the sighs from the audience and immediately went crazy. Damn it! Can you not be so disappointed? Is it easy for a special forces soldier to travel? Can't he have a little experience? Woohoo! Suddenly, a round of applause erupted. The curly-haired guy turned around to see that the kid in the baseball cap was leading the applause. That kid was smiling and standing in front, actively welcoming him up. The curly-haired guy was taken aback. "Alright," he took back his words. "This is a good kid." The curly-haired guy awkwardly made his way to the stage, and the 4 of them stood at the front. Even the host couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, just seeing this today is worth it." The current lineup was Wei Qingyu, Lu Chen, Lu Qingqing. Curly-hair Wei Qingyu glanced at Lu Chen out of the corner of her eye, unsure whether to greet him or not. Lu Qingqing also glanced at Lu Chen, feeling like that long-haired black girl was always looking at Lu Chen. Lu Chen stood in the middle with a smile, completely at ease. Fortunately, this time it was Wei Qingyu who came. Unlike the golden-haired girl, Wei Qingyu's personality was like a gourd with a sawed-off mouth. You couldn't get a word out of her unless you asked. So Lu Chen wasn't worried at all that Wei Qingyu would make a move to kiss him or say something outrageous. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. So Lu Chen introduced openly, "Senior, this is my friend, Wei Qingyu. Wei Qingyu, this is from Haicheng University." "Hello, Qingyu." Lu Qingqing interrupted Lu Chen, extending her hand to Wei Qingyu, sweetly saying, "You can call me Senior too." She really didn't want another person to know her fake name. Moreover, the long black-haired girl looked much better than the reckless golden retriever,
she was also willing to offer more tenderness and kindness. Wei Qingyu silently stared at Lu Qingqing's hand, not reaching out, but instead nodded slightly.
Hello, senior. Lu Qingqing? No way.
That little golden retriever was polite but carried a lot of offense, though it was polite, not much. But this long black-haired girl was polite amidst a lot of offense.
Lu Qingqing withdrew her hand. The atmosphere instantly became a bit awkward. Lu Chen smiled and explained.
Senior, Wei Qingyu is very prone to allergies, so she generally doesn't get close to others. Her previous desk mate sprayed a bit of perfume, and she was allergic and had to rest for several weeks.
Lu Qingqing glanced at Lu Chen.
This statement was quite interesting. It explained why Wei Qingyu didn't shake her hand and indirectly indicated that everyone knew about Wei Qingyu's allergies, not just him, clearing his relationship with Wei Qingyu.
Lu Qingqing instantly felt happy. Lu Chen was willing to explain to her.
So Lu Qingqing's smile widened, and she found Wei Qingyu much more pleasant to look at, saying with concern, "Then Qingyu, you should be more careful. Don't really touch the dolphin later, allergies are uncomfortable."
Thank you, senior.
Wei Qingyu still maintained her cold demeanor, but at least she thanked her. In fact, she wasn't allergic, she had a cleanliness obsession.
But,
Lu Chen was explaining for her, preventing this senior from forming a bad impression. Wei Qingyu lowered her gaze, the corners of her mouth curving slightly.
189. Am I some kind of cheap dolphin? At this moment,
the dolphins and trainers were almost ready, so the host called the four of them to do some interactive games with the dolphins. The curly-haired boy watched the three of them happily doing math problems with the dolphins, feeling a mix of emotions. Big brother, I thought there were two beauties here, at least one could be shared with me.
But you all would rather perform a three-person movie than give me a chance?
The excitement was theirs, I had nothing. The curly-haired boy silently shed tears. I shouldn't be here, I should be under the car. In the final segment, the host let the four of them choose a dolphin to interact with.
Alright, let's have this black-haired young man choose first. Lu Chen glanced at the host, his smile sinister. Host, you really know how to choose. You actually let me go first? Lu Chen could already predict what would happen next. Lu Chen silently took out all the electronic items on him, wrapped them in the raincoat provided by the theater, and set them aside. Wei Qingyu and Lu Qingqing followed suit, putting their electronic items aside.
The host was full of question marks.
Is it really necessary to be this cautious?
Young man, our dolphins are very well behaved, you don't need to worry.
Lu Chen smiled gently. We were just interacting on the shore, now we need to get close, so we should pay attention. The host stared at Lu Chen's face, instinctively nodding.
You're right, you're right. The curly-haired boy snorted, I don't need to do that. The dolphin is good, the people are bad. Lu Chen shot a glance at the curly-haired boy but said nothing.
After a moment,
having set everything down, Lu Chen chose the leftmost dolphin.
Lu Qingqing also chose that dolphin. Wei Qingyu also chose that dolphin. Other dolphins? Hello? Are we some kind of cheap dolphins? I'm going to report you for animal abuse.
Finally, when it was the curly-haired boy's turn to choose, he snorted and picked the dolphin in the middle. The curly-haired boy silently hugged the middle dolphin.
Boo-hoo! Brother dolphin, we share the same plight. In a moment of tranquility, an authentic dolphin sound rang out.
The curly-haired boy just looked up.
Slap! A huge wave of water crashed onto his face. Put! Curly was incredulously spitting out a mouthful of water. Slap! Another huge wave of water crashed onto his face. Curly? Ha ha ha! The dolphin on the far right is getting angry because no one is touching it. I'm dying of laughter. This dolphin can splash so much water with just one tail? All aimed to the left? The dolphin on the far left is splashing water to the right in retaliation?
Can't hold it anymore. This little thing has quite a strong sense of revenge.
The audience was filled with laughter and joy. Curly was completely broken. Let's go.
Just as Curly slipped and couldn't get up, a hand ruthlessly grabbed his collar and dragged him out of the dolphin battle zone.
Cough cough cough.
Curly kept spitting out water. Damn it, if only his future wife could have this much water.
Thank you. Curly was dragged all the way to the changing room.
As soon as he steadied himself, he was about to see who this great hero was that came to save him on a rainbow cloud. Instead, he saw that baseball cap.
Why is it you?
Lu Chen locked the door to the men's changing room, took off his hat, and grabbed a towel to dry his hair.
Who else? Should I let those two girls come to save you? Curly choked. Fine.
This theater was quite considerate, thinking that the audience might get completely soaked, so they prepared a changing room. And since it was a dolphin issue this time, the theater also provided clothes for changing for free. Curly, feeling completely bare, asked, "What about those two girls?"
Lu Chen, wearing only his shorts, gestured with his chin. Next door in the women's changing room.
At the moment the dolphins splashed water, Lu Chen stood in front of the junior and Wei Qingyu. Luckily, he chose the far left position, only having to endure the water from one side. Because Lu Chen blocked most of the water flow, the junior and Wei Qingyu only got their hair wetted most. Lu Chen was very satisfied with this outcome. Unlike Curly's position, which was exposed from all directions, any dolphin splashing water could hit him. After changing clothes, Curly was drying his hair with a hairdryer while asking, "Bro, how old are you?" Lu Chen replied casually, "Me? I'm 25. Ha!" Curly was shocked and put down the hairdryer, peering at Lu Chen's face. "You don't look 25. That's because I take good care of myself. I have a child who's several years old." Lu Chen calmly dried his hair. He loved teasing fools. Lu Chen said with a serious face, "My family is in the countryside. I got engaged at 18, had a daughter at 20, and now my daughter is almost in elementary school." Curly's jaw nearly dropped. What? His daughter is almost in elementary school? Curly was filled with questions and found a flaw. "Wait, I heard you guys introducing yourselves earlier. It sounded like you were all juniors and seniors?" "Oh, that." Lu Chen remained calm. "I was supposed to graduate at 22, but unfortunately, I didn't earn enough credits and had to extend my studies for several years." "Why didn't you earn enough credits in 3 years?" Curly asked, puzzled. Lu Chen spoke with a hint of melancholy. "At 22, my dad died. I went home for the funeral. At 23, my mom died. I went home for the funeral. At 24, my wife was afraid I would bring her bad luck, so she left with my daughter. Now I'm 25, and there's nothing left to lose. Out in the world, one's identity is self-given." Lu Chen tidied himself up in front of the mirror, and after a long time without a response, he turned to look. Curly sniffed and looked at him sympathetically. "You're amazing. If I were you, I would be depressed." Lu Chen smiled. Indeed, he was a college student, adorably foolish. Life is all determined by fate, not by man. 100 years is but a moment. No matter how you live, it's still living. Curly listened in a daze, and after a long while, he asked, "What's your name?" "Lu Chen." "Oh, I remember now." Lu Chen looked at the curly-haired boy, who was clenching his fist in excitement, and chuckled. "So what's your name?" The curly-haired boy hesitated and refused to say. Lu Chen waited a moment and asked, "What's wrong? You don't want to get to know me, right?" The curly-haired boy awkwardly replied, "No, it's my name." Lu Chen turned to leave, saying, "If you won't say it, I'm going." "Hey, my name is Fu Gue." Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment. Fu Gue tried to gauge whether there was any mockery in Lu Chen's eyes, but all he saw was envy. Lu Chen sighed, "Just hearing it sounds wealthy. If only I were named Lu Zhao Kai." "Put." Fu Gue laughed out loud. This was the first time he met a stranger who didn't say his name sounded like a dog. It was really, really nice. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, Fu Gue shyly asked, "Can you lend me 200 yuan for a train ticket?" Lu Chen turned back, puzzled. Fu Gue awkwardly pointed at his phone. "I didn't listen to you earlier and didn't put it away, so it crashed." Lu Chen asked, "Are you buying a ticket back to school?" Fu Gue felt even more embarrassed. "I'm using 200 yuan to buy a ticket home. Fixing my phone at school will cost my money, but fixing it at home can use my parents' money." Lu Chen was speechless. What a filial son. Fu Gue recited 2 phone numbers to Lu Chen. "This is my parents' phone number. I'll contact you with their number when I get home, and I promise to pay you back with interest right away." Upon hearing about the interest, Lu Chen instantly changed his mind. He pulled out 200 yuan from behind his phone case. "Consider yourself lucky, I brought cash." Lu Chen didn't believe this foolish college student was a scammer. After everything was settled, when Fu Gue was about to leave the changing room, he curiously asked, "Bro, which of those 2 girls is your girlfriend?" Lu Chen shrugged, "Can't it be both?" "Awesome." Fu Gue gave a thumbs up and said defiantly, "You've got my style." Lu Chen looked at Fu Gue with interest. "You have a lot of experience?" "Of course." Fu Gue puffed out his chest, feeling justified. "I've been dating since kindergarten, and up until now, I've dated 50, no, 100. Lu Chen chuckled. "Oh, looks like a naive little boy." Women's changing room. The sound of hairdryers whirred loudly. Wei Qingyu calmly dried her hair, her eyes deep, replaying the scene from earlier in her mind. The way Lu Chen stood in front of her was truly so reliable. Lu Qingqing sat on a chair, propping herself up with her hands, swinging her fair little legs, her toes tracing arcs in the air. She thoughtfully observed Wei Qingyu's slender back. After a moment, "Qingyu, senior." They both spoke at the same time. "You go first." "No, you go first." Lu Qingqing and Wei Qingyu exchanged glances through the mirror and fell silent. 192 Indulgent silence. Lu Qingqing looked at Wei Qingyu, and Wei Qingyu looked back at Lu Qingqing, neither of them speaking again.
After a moment, Lu Qingqing smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped and sweetly took the initiative. Qingyu, you ask first. Wei Qingyu nodded seriously. Okay. Lu Qingqing? No. According to general social rules, shouldn't Wei Qingyu take the opportunity to decline at this moment? This girl just accepted so easily? Lu Qingqing's brain went blank.
Wei Qingyu turned around, her waist-length hair flowing like a black waterfall, soft and smooth behind her. Wei Qingyu raised her eyes, her black and white pupils fixed on her senior 2 meters away, her voice flat as she asked. Senior, may I ask if you and Lu Chen are a couple? Buzz. Lu Qingqing's mind went blank. To be honest, she never expected that the black-haired girl in front of her could ask such a shocking question in an AI-like tone. Lu Qingqing suppressed her smile and seriously gave her answer. I'm pursuing him. Oh. Wei Qingyu's reply was very brief, but it left Lu Qingqing completely puzzled. Lu Qingqing wondered if she had been too nervous, causing her brain to malfunction. How could she not understand what Wei Qingyu meant? I see. Wei Qingyu also felt that her previous words were too short, so out of politeness, she added 4 more words. Lu Qingqing. Thank you. Even more confused now. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, just let it be. Lu Qingqing kept this matter in mind and then asked, Can I ask what I want to ask? Wei Qingyu nodded calmly. Lu Qingqing sighed. It was really difficult to get this little beauty to talk. Do you know Xia Yexiang? A ripple of emotion stirred in the calm depths of Wei Qingyu's eyes. Lu Qingqing could tell she had asked the right person. A few days ago, when I went out with Lu Chen, I ran into Xia Yexiang, and she was quite emotional at that time. I want to ask you, what is the relationship between Xia Yexiang and Lu Chen at school? After saying this, she carefully observed Wei Qingyu's expression. In fact, she didn't really want to ask about Xia Yexiang. What she truly wanted to know was whether Wei Qingyu liked Lu Chen. Only someone who likes a person would pay close attention to all the trivial matters around them. Wei Qingyu pondered for a moment, her dark eyes falling on Lu Qingqing's cute dimples. After a moment of silence, she said softly, Lu Chen liked her but didn't pursue her. What? Lu Qingqing's eyes widened, filled with surprise. When she saw Xia Yexiang that day, she thought Xia Yexiang was heartbroken over Lu Chen. But the truth was, Lu Chen had liked Xia Yexiang? How could that be? Lu Qingqing thought it over and came to a conclusion. So, Xia Yexiang's intense emotions that day were because Lu Chen regretted not pursuing her? Lu Qingqing understood. Grateful to Xia Yexiang. Grateful that Xia Yexiang didn't agree to Lu Chen at that time. Thank you, Qingyu. Lu Qingqing's eyes sparkled. Now I can rest easy. Wei Qingyu turned her back and meticulously washed her hands at the sink, her long hair cascading down from her shoulders, obscuring her gaze. Wei Qingyu spoke. Senior, Lu Chen could like Xia Yexiang yesterday, like you today, and like someone else tomorrow. Lu Qingqing's smile instantly vanished. What? Wei Qingyu continued to wash her hands seriously, pumping some soap into her palms, her eyes downcast. Didn't you hear me clearly? Lu Qingqing furrowed her brows, feeling that her judgment might have been wrong. Could it be that Wei Qingyu didn't like Lu Chen, but rather disliked him? However, even if that thought flashed through her mind, the first thing she did was defend Lu Chen. Lu Qingqing couldn't stand others speaking ill of Lu Chen, so she retorted, doesn't someone who can't be pursued have to pretend to be deeply in love for the rest of their life? That's called being clear-headed. Wei Qingyu chuckled lightly. What if he sees a prettier, better girl and abandons you? Lu Qingqing thought for a moment. Love isn't a matter of life and death. Pursuing better people is in human genes, you can't blame him. Wei Qingyu smiled again. Lu Chen is very poor, he might covet your wealth. Lu Qingqing relaxed her brows. It's okay, I'm very rich, what I fear most is that he doesn't like anything at all. Drip. Perhaps it was the water dripping from the faucet, or perhaps it was a tear rolling down Wei Qingyu's eye. She couldn't tell. After a moment of silence, Wei Qingyu took out a tissue to wipe her hands. She raised her head, her gaze unwavering, meeting Lu Qingqing's eyes in the mirror, and said softly, you are beyond saving. Lu Qingqing, still quite proud, let out a cute hum and said indulgently, I am willing. Wei Qingyu smiled faintly, unsure if she would be the ultimate victor in this family struggle. But fortunately, Lu Chen, even if I were to be shattered, there would still be someone to love you for me. Wei Qingyu couldn't provide an accurate grasp of the Wei family's timeline. Therefore, it was better not to speak of those feelings, better not to discuss them. In fact, these feelings might burden Lu Chen. Wei Qingyu lowered her gaze. During this interim period, it was quite good for someone to accompany Lu Chen. Can I ask you a question? Lu Qingqing was still pondering what Wei Qingyu really thought of Lu Chen. It felt like Wei Qingyu's words were attacking Lu Chen, yet her actions were drawing closer to him. You can ask. Wei Qingyu stood upright in front of the mirror, her brows and eyes calm as she looked at Lu Qingqing.
Lu Qingqing cleared her throat lightly. Don't you like Lu Chen? Her way of asking was quite peculiar. During her time maneuvering around the Wei family and Wei Qingyu had learned a lot. One of those lessons was to play Tai Chi. Wei Qingyu spoke softly. You stay in the changing room for 15 minutes, I'll go ask Lu Chen some things, and after 15 minutes, I'll tell you the answer. She couldn't share the matters of the Wei family with anyone. The only person she could confide in was Lu Chen, but he didn't often reply to her messages, so she stopped sending them. Feelings that were far away could still be suppressed. But when she truly saw Lu Chen, Wei Qingyu realized she shouldn't have come. Initially, she only wanted to take a distant glance at Lu Chen. However, when the big screen appeared, all the rules she had set before coming crumbled. Longing was silent yet deafening. Just as the senior said, she was willing. Lu Qingqing pondered for a moment, feeling that the black long-haired girl in front of her was a bit strange. Don't worry, there's no relationship to speak of between Lu Chen and me, only work. Wei Qingyu gave Lu Qingqing a precautionary statement. Alright, you go ahead. Lu Qingqing truly agreed and obediently sat back down on her stool. If it were that reckless train engine, Xia Yexiang, she definitely wouldn't have agreed. But Wei Qingyu looked like a serious person. Moreover, she really wanted to know the answer. Thank you. Wei Qingyu nodded slightly and opened the door to the changing room. Why are you here? Where's the senior? Lu Chen sat bored on the long bench in the corridor, his curly hair bouncing as he went to buy a ticket with 200 yuan. Wei Qingyu walked up to Lu Chen's side. Is anyone sitting here? Lu Chen smiled and said, there's a ghost sitting next to me. Wei Qingyu smiled faintly and sat down beside Lu Chen. Her sitting posture had also been corrected by an etiquette teacher, completely different from Lu Chen's casual slouch. Where's the senior? Lu Chen asked again. Wei Qingyu could no longer smile but replied, I told the senior to wait in the changing room for 15 minutes. I have something to discuss with you privately. She agreed. Lu Chen turned to look at Wei Qingyu, lightly tapping the armrest. Is it about your family? Wei Qingyu nodded. My father has handed over some of the company's business to me. I currently hold 10% of the company, my brother has 30%, and my father has 60%. My development time is too short, give me some more time, and I can surpass my brother. Lu Chen listened to Wei Qingyu's account for a full 8 minutes. He had never heard Wei Qingyu speak so much. Wei Qingyu. Lu Chen instinctively wanted to rub his eyes, but was gently stopped by Wei Qingyu, who handed him a tissue. There are bacteria on your hands. Rubbing your eyes could lead to an infection. 191 Little fish, swim quickly. Lu Chen didn't rub his eyes again, nor did he take the tissue. Wei Qingyu calmly put the tissue away, showing no signs of anger or embarrassment, and simply asked, what were you about to say? Sorry for interrupting you. Lu Chen turned to stare at Wei Qingyu's eyelashes, which resembled small fans, much denser than the hair on a programmer's head. I was going to ask if your goal is to surpass your brother? The source of Wei Qingyu's situation was not her brother, but her father. Lu Chen didn't believe that any good person could raise their daughter like this. Everyone outside thought Wei Laodad loved his daughter too much, willing to donate a building in a fit of anger for her. But to Lu Chen, Wei Laodad was even worse than old Xia. Wei Qingyu fell silent for a moment and asked, shouldn't I be better than my brother? Lu Chen decided to give her another dose of motivation. He raised his left hand and said, this is your brother, he is the secondary contradiction. He raised his right hand and said, this is your father, he is the main contradiction. Even without Wei, as long as Wei Laodad was looming over Wei Qingyu, he would always be a shadow. So Lu Chen said, the main contradiction can determine the direction of development, grasp the main contradiction, and all problems will be easily resolved. Your father can hand over the easier business to your brother. Does he really love your brother? Sometimes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You subconsciously want to defeat the secondary contradiction, but if the main contradiction isn't resolved, you'll never be okay for a lifetime. Wei Qingyu fell into silence, pondering, and after a moment, she asked, then does my brother want to cooperate with me? Lu Chen chuckled, how would you know without trying? Practice makes perfect. You're so smart, your brother can't be a fool. If you can see the dangers in those businesses, can't he? Wei Qingyu was taken aback. She instinctively wanted to do better in business, then defeat Wei and gain her father's resources. But now, Lu Chen's words made sense. Why should she let her father act as a judge to determine the outcome between her and her brother? Clearly, this judge was the source of all the pain. All this time, she had done everything better than her brother. Was it because she was truly better, or had her brother already realized the problem and was deliberately seeking a new path? In an instant, Wei Qingyu understood. Of course. Lu Chen smiled, you can also take my words as nonsense, I'm just speaking casually. Just don't say I'm sowing discord between you and your father. I'm tall because I don't want to take the blame. Wei Qingyu chuckled lightly. How could she blame Lu Chen? If it weren't for him, she might still be living in chaos, like a robot that only followed orders. You're amazing, Wei Qingyu said softly. Do you want to be my consultant? I'd like to hire you. Ha! Lu Chen looked at Wei Qingyu in surprise. The contents of a contract suddenly appeared in his mind. Hiss! Damn! The person signing the contract was Wei Laodad, and Wei Qingyu really hadn't signed a contract with him. What was this? Lu Chen's mind momentarily crashed. It's over. I hit a bug. If you don't want to, that's fine, Wei Qingyu said, noticing Lu Chen didn't respond. After a pause, she added, after all, academics are important. Lu Chen scratched his head, feeling a violent clash between his rules. Forget it. If you have something, message me on WeChat. I'll reply if I see it. If I don't, then forget it. If my reply is useful to you, just take it. Wei Qingyu really wanted to say that she had actually messaged Lu Chen, but he hadn't replied. However, now that she had received Lu Chen's promise, he should respond, right? Okay, I understand. A hint of joy flickered in Wei Qingyu's eyes. By the way, why did you come here today? Lu Chen still wanted to ask about this. Wei Qingyu seemed so normal. She shouldn't be doing anything like stalking, right? Wei Qingyu replied naturally, this is my family's business. How did I survive studying hard for over a decade without freezing to death? Lu Chen chuckled, a hint of despair in his voice. How could someone with a mouth at 37 degrees say such cold words? Wei Qingyu asked in confusion, are you very cold? There's a 90-degree angle in the corner. If you stand there for a while, you won't be cold anymore. Lu Chen? What the hell? Lu Chen's jaw dropped. Who infected you with a virus? Wei Qingyu blinked, looking very honest. I learned it myself. I wanted to be able to speak more interestingly. Her first goal before studying was to make Lu Chen laugh. Now it seemed. She should have achieved her goal, right? Lu Chen laughed heartily. Interesting, really interesting, especially interesting. Share it with me. In the last minute, Wei Qingyu didn't initiate any conversation. Even sitting quietly with Lu Chen felt good to her. Creak. 1 minute and 15 seconds. The changing room door was pushed open, and Lu Qingqing leaned against the doorframe with a sweet smile. All right. Lu Chen stood up, walked over to the senior and said to Wei Qingyu, I'm going to continue playing with the senior, you keep checking the business, rich girl. Wei Qingyu nodded. Goodbye, Lu Chen, goodbye, senior. Watching Lu Chen and the senior leave, Wei Qingyu looked down at the new messages on her phone. Senior, can you tell me the answer now? Wei Qingyu, I don't like it. Liking is too superficial, it only wants to possess. She loved Lu Chen, so she restrained herself. Senior, why don't you like Lu Chen? He's really nice. Wei Qingyu, you only asked me one question. Senior, can I ask you 2 more questions? Wei Qingyu, sure, but you've already asked. Senior, can I ask you 4 questions? Wei Qingyu, sure, but you've already asked. Senior? When? Wei Qingyu, now. The person on the other end stopped replying, and the corners of Wei Qingyu's mouth lifted slightly. The senior was very cute and sweet, had a good personality, was soft and easy to bully, easy to talk to, and spoiled Lu Chen. Very suitable for Lu Chen. Wei Qingyu lowered her head and opened her phone, carefully clicking on a Weibo account with her left hand. During their 2.5 years together, Wei Qingyu didn't like to talk, so only Lu Chen spoke. But the things that needed to be said had long been said, and to prevent the awkwardness of silence, Lu Chen sometimes rambled on about random things. He once said that all his social media accounts should just be named with initials, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to remember them at all. So, long before that weekend when Lu Chen saved her, Wei Qingyu had anxiously searched through every Weibo account with LX in the nickname. She hadn't held out much hope, but when she saw an account called LX88888888, she instinctively felt it was Lu Chen. Clicking into the account, she found many posts of random thoughts. Lu Chen always felt uncomfortable inside. He didn't know who to talk to, so he just vented here. Wei Qingyu seriously read through every single Weibo post of Lu Chen's. Some she understood, some she didn't. It seemed Lu Chen was working as a nanny to earn money. His employers seemed difficult to deal with. Sometimes he would talk about the clouds in the sky, and sometimes he would complain about having bought terrible food, saying he wanted to report the chef and have him shot. Looking at those Weibo posts, she seemed to have come to know a different Lu Chen.